both grandsons of the grandmother. The cousin only said, "Brother's talent is really good." But the grandmother completely ignored your objections and forcibly transferred your talent to the cousin. You were filled with sorrow and anger, and decided to report to the police, but due to lack of evidence, you could only let it go. Unexpectedly, the Mu family felt humiliated because of your report to the police and ended up attacking you, beating you to near death. Mother Yang Suiying rushed over upon hearing the news, crying and throwing herself on you, using her own body to protect you, desperately begging the Mu family to spare you. The old shepherd sitting in the first seat waved his cane, and the servants below stopped and dispersed. Yang Suiying held you, who was barely breathing, and cried out. When Xianfeng was alive, he made great contributions to the Mu family. Why are you so heartless? The old shepherd snorted coldly, his face full of anger, stood up suddenly with his cane, and scolded Yang Suiying. You still have the face to complain? Just contributing an S-level talent, daring to call the police. Now everyone knows about it. The face of my Mu family has been completely lost by you and your son. Other members of the Mu family stood by, watching coldly, most of them with a gloating expression on their faces. Yang Suiying seemed to sense that your situation was becoming more critical. She suddenly begged towards the old shepherd. Old shepherd, I beg you, please help little Gu first. As she was about to kowtow, she was stopped halfway by a hand on her forehead. Yang Suiying looked up, only to see the unwavering determination in your eyes, using the last bit of strength to stop her. The uncle sneered. I see that your son is quite sturdy. According to our family rules, we will discipline him, and outsiders have no right to interfere. However, today I am feeling merciful and will spare his life. After speaking, uncle took out an agreement and threw it in front of Yang Suiying. Any future industry of the Mu family has nothing to do with you and your son. Later, we will issue a statement to expel Muge from the Mu family genealogy. You can keep his life, and there will be no more connection between him and our Mu family in the future. Yang Suiying did not hesitate at all, picked up the pen and signed the contract, then tremblingly took your hand, pressed your handprint on the contract. After signing the contract, Yang Suiying did not say a word, pulled up your arm and carried you on her back. You can feel her legs go soft, but she still pushes on, walking quickly towards the nearby clinic, holding back tears as she talks to you, afraid that you might lose consciousness. You are unable to speak, only feeling a tingling sensation in the palm of your right hand. Slightly opening your palm, you see a golden hair dancing in the palm of your hand. Just as you are puzzled, the golden hair turns into golden light and enters your palm. At the same time, a system prompt sounds in your mind. The Fighting Buddha system is activated. Defeat opponents of the same level or higher to earn victory points. Newbie gift package has been issued, 100 victory points. Divine Weapon Technique. No-grade Celestial Immortal Secret. Listen with ear. When the no-grade Celestial Immortal Secret replaces your basic internal power, in an instant, a very strong energy erupts in the body, like a surging tide rushing out from the elixir sea, widening and strengthening the meridians. At this moment, Yang Suiying has arrived at the first clinic, but unfortunately the clinic's door is tightly closed. She tried hard to knock for a long time, but the door did not budge. Helplessly, she could only continue to search for the next one. At this moment, she heard your voice in her ear, Mom, let's go home. Yang Suiying was both surprised and delighted, turning around to press her cheek against your forehead. A thread of true energy entered your body, discovering that after the transformation of the nameless celestial art, your body had already recovered most of it. If it weren't for your bones not being completely healed, you would have wanted to walk on your own. You speak again, clearer than before. I'm fine, just tired. I want to rest. Yang Suiying nodded excitedly, her steps becoming lighter, walking towards a small street in the opposite direction. After a dozen minutes, they arrived at the front of a blacksmith's shop. Yang Suiying knocked on the door and looked at the surveillance camera at the entrance. Soon, the wooden door opened, and a beautiful woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yang Suiying hurriedly opened the door. She was Yang Suiying's younger sister, Yang Yorong. Standing beside her was a burly man, your uncle-in-law. Your uncle-in-law quickly took you in and said, "What's wrong? Come in first, then we'll talk." You slept deeply all night, and woke up the next morning feeling completely recovered. This was thanks to the miraculous effects of the nameless celestial art, as well as the bottle of recovery potion worth 20 to 30,000 brought out by auntie and uncle. You sat up and stretched lazily, but saw a military bed in the corner opposite, with Yang Suiying frowning tightly resting on it. As if sensing it with her heart, Yang Suiying drowsily opened her eyes and saw that you were awake. Her eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, were instantly full of joy, and she quickly sat up. "Mom, I'm fine," you said, jumping down neatly, just to stop your mother from worrying. Seeing you full of energy, Yang Suiying felt relieved and took a deep breath. Once the mind relaxes, A sense of fatigue rushes in like a tide. Okay, then mom will sleep a bit more. Once the words were out of his mouth, he fell back to sleep. Li Mu cried and laughed, and went up to cover his old mom's blanket. He pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. The Li family has indeed already posted genealogical changes on their self-publishing platform. The big red brush strokes Li Mu's name out of the family tree. The video also quickly made its way to the top of the city's search engines. After all, the Li family was on the hot seat once yesterday because of Li Mu's alarm and being robbed of his talent. But the family's affairs are officially ignored, and public opinion is only abusive, causing no real harm. People sympathized with Li Mu, but they couldn't do anything about the Li family. The biased Li family didn't care about public opinion. They're about to rise to the top. It is too busy to receive the elite people of various industries who talk about cooperation. It's just as much of a news story as anything else. Li Mu pushed the door open and came outside. This is the blacksmith store run by my sister-in-law's family. A hot breakfast sat on the stone table in the small courtyard, while my sister-in-law was setting up the meal. My aunt's husband was carrying the iron billets and getting ready to start the day. Seeing Li Mu, the two men stopped what they were doing at the same time. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive for a few moments. Auntie's eyes suddenly red, quickly stepped forward to take Li Mu into his arms, softly comforting. Damn the Li family, they've victimized my nephew. The voice trembled, filled with endless heartache. Physical injuries are nothing. All the S-rank talents were taken, and that was a person's destiny. What should have been a brilliant life on a green cloud, it just turned into a puddle. The sister-in-law on the side didn't know how to comfort and scratched his head. Great nephew, it's fine. From now on, just follow auntie, and learn how to make iron. It's a good thing it's all in one piece. Li Mu felt warm and fuzzy in his heart, and instead comfortingly patted his sister-in-law's shoulder. Auntie, I'm fine. Auntie, you must teach me ironworking, but I'll take the lessons. The two sister-in-laws looked at each other with sighs in their eyes. It seems like Li Mu still can't accept the reality that an F-grade talent is going to have to go to school again to get ahead. That's incredibly difficult, but they also really couldn't bear to hit Li Mu again. Good. School is fine, but a different school. There's no way those plague Li juniors will leave you alone. And your cousin is in the same school as you, my sister-in-law said worriedly. Li Mu gave a broad smile, his tone firm. Don't worry auntie, the Li family thinks that they can rise up with an S-rank talent. I, Li Mu, prefer to stomp them into the muck. The words spoken by Li Mu were certainly grandiose, but to Yang Yuron's ears, it was more and more heartbreaking. The kid's crazy. How is this possible? Li Xiaohao's talent didn't even have to wait to grow up. There are just tons of people waiting to give the Li family money in cooperation. With this share of wind, the Li family would certainly be able to rise strongly and become a top family in one fell swoop. After all, anyone who knows how to burn a cold stove makes sense. It's much worse to wait for people to really grow up and then you can add to the icing on the cake. And the first battle of the Abyss is in 4 days, an event that will be watched by bigwigs from both the military and the church. Li Xiaohao is bound to come out on top in his debut fight. The rise will be even faster then. Li Mu naturally saw what was on their minds, and without much explanation, he casually asked, "Where are Jiaqi and Jiafeng?" The sister-in-laws have a couple of sons and daughters who are freshmen and sophomores in high school. Off to school, sis-in-law said. I didn't even get a chance to tell them about you. I should go too. Li Mu took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was indeed not early. Taking leave of the two men, he ran out the door. Take a bite, sis-in-law yelled. Eat on the way. Li Mu's voice drifted in, and the man was already running down the street. Tanglong Martial Arts School. It's the college that Li Mu is currently attending. One of Li Mu's cousins, Li Xiaohong, is also in this school. On the day Li Mu awakened his S-rank talent, Li Xiaohong was honored as the student president. And today, as soon as Li Mu walked into the school, a student who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time then walked up. Li Mu, that student president called you over to chaperone. For whom to accompany? Li Mu asked indifferently. To Sun Long, the male student stammered. Li Mu's eyes instantly went cold. Sun Long, his family has a little money. He didn't dare to go to the abyss to face the monsters, but greatly enjoyed the feeling of punching and hitting. The gifted awakening hadn't failed to beat up a few students from poor families before. Beat the crap out of people and he's laughing. The day before yesterday, Sun Long awakened his A-rank talent and naturally became even more arrogant. I didn't expect Li Xiaohong to get together with him so soon. This future Li Xiaohong used his authority to find human sandbags for Sun Long. Wouldn't Sun Long be more pleased? Good. Li Mu snorted coldly and walked quickly towards the martial arts arena. At this moment on the martial arts field, a large group of seniors were forming a large circle. In the center clearing, Sun Long is thrashing a chaperone. That chaperone was also considered to be gifted before his talent awakened, and his strength was definitely stronger than Sun Long. Although the talent was awakened, it was only for 2 days. What talent makes up for in terms of combat prowess has yet to be fully realized. But this chaperone didn't even dare to fight back for a second. The few chaperones standing next to him, each one of them also had faces as black as pots. But there's no way. The student president holds the allocation of some of the cultivation resources, which are donated from outside the university. Not as much as the school gives, though, but it is much needed for those students who are poor. The male student who brought Li Mu went up to inform Li Xiaohong. Li Xiaohong turned back to see Li Mu and instantly revealed a cruel smile. She quickly stepped in front of Li Mu and said close to Li Mu's ear, "I didn't think you'd get there fast enough. Listen up, my boyfriend named you. In a moment you mustn't stand still. You must struggle a few times. Otherwise he'd have a bad fight. If you make him unhappy with the fight, then I'll be sure to screw you to death every day." After speaking, Li Xiaohong even patted Li Mu's shoulder. His eyes were filled with the twisted pleasure of eating you up and crushing you to death. Li Mu had awakened his S-rank talent before and fell to the dust once again. There wasn't a male student who didn't want to stomp all over this former genius. What would be the thrill of conquest? Tanglong then names Li Mu and wants to storm him, and Li Xiaohong promises to set him up as soon as Li Mu arrives. She had originally thought that Li Mu couldn't come today. I didn't expect Li Mu to actually come. Chapter 3. Oh ho, lied to you, retard. Li Mu didn't answer Li Xiaohong either. Put your eyes on the bout on the field. Tanglong's A-rank talent fire fan can cause flames to appear in a fan-shaped area in front of him in melee combat. Strength and range will increase with cultivation. Moreover, cultivating fire internal arts and feats had special bonuses. In the later stages a punch or kick is a sea of fire. Very scary. That chaperone was a C-rank talent, but he was quite skilled in defensive techniques. Not daring to fight back, he had no choice but to use his golden bell shield for passive defense. The golden bell shield was thick and calm, blocking all of Tanglong's attacks. Tanglong jingled a dozen punches and still didn't break through the chaperone's constantly filling golden bell. He instantly frowned. It's a shame that you can't even break the hood. So he suddenly sank his body and condensed his breath, his right fist like a bow pulling a full moon. The chaperone yelled at once, "Stop it!" The surrounding students watching the battle roared into chaos, one after another. They cursed Tanglong for being despicable. This move, disarming armor avalanche fist, was extremely destructive, but it was difficult to hit in a quick battle. This is because the armor discharge avalanche requires a specific power stance, and it needs to be stored. It's the equivalent of hard controlling yourself for an instant, and there are countless ways for your opponent to counter you. They were merely giving you a practice run, and you actually used this move on the basis that your opponent didn't dare to counterattack. The next 3, but it was too late. Tanglong threw a punch with all his might, and the golden bell shield blew up in response. The chaperone's entire body was engulfed by the flame power and flew out backwards with a bang. With a scream, the chaperone rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on his body, and a few of the students even helped with a couple of whacks with their clothes. By the time the chaperone was helped to his feet, he had burned through his clothes in many places, and more than half of his hair was missing. Incredibly woeful. Tanglong was so happy that he tilted his head and moved his neck with an expression of total relief. Li Xiaohong, on the other hand, stepped forward and said in an unsympathetic manner, "Abyssal monsters don't just stop." The chaperone clenched his fists violently, but in the end, he could only hold his tongue. Li Mu secretly sighed. This high martial arts world can be brutal. The gap between the status of the strong and the weak is so clear and natural. Just then, Tanglong, who was craning his neck, saw Li Mu. Both eyes lit up. He pointed at Li Mu. "Li Mu, Tanglong wants to fight Li Mu the most, because he used to bully those poor B students himself." Li Mu even warned him, "Now I'm an A class and you're an F class, and you've been expelled from the Li family. Let's see how crazy you are. Go over." Li Xiaohong also bellowed lowly from the side. Li Mu was very obedient and walked towards the weapon rack first. The crowd was a little surprised as they thought he was going to pick a weapon. What's he gonna do? To get a weapon? Has he not recognized his sandbagging status yet? Li Mu, don't be confused. An honest beating can still be lighter. Resisting you'll be seriously injured. However, Li Mu did not take a weapon, but instead picked up a large broom from the edge of the weapon rack. Pull a strip of bamboo out of the broom. Pinching the branches and removing the leaves, he swung gently, sending out air-breaking wind whistles. Tanglong, on the other hand, snorted. He didn't care if Li Mu took a weapon or not. Weapons for martial artists depend on the fitness of the talent. Like his fire fan talent, he couldn't use a weapon, and at the same time, he didn't care to use a weapon. Li Mu has returned to the arena with the bamboo strips. When he had just selected the bamboo strips, Li Mu had already added 50 victory points to the Divine Soldier art. Divine Soldier Technique gives weight to the weapon. Currently 50 pounds. The 50 pounds adds to the weight of the Divine art. not the weapon itself. So no matter what weapon Li Mu used, as long as he used the Divine Soldier technique, he could give weight to it. Li Mu took it in his hand and weighed it. Although Li Mu now had the cultivation level of a first rank of the Yellow Order, 50 pounds is something you can pick up, but it wasn't something that could be easily wielded as a weapon. Somewhat strained. That's why Li Mu didn't hesitate to spend 30 victory points to learn the mountain taking technique. The art of carrying mountains increases the chi strength of 1 tiger and 3 oxen. It is followed by 16 little words of description. 10 oxen, 10 tigers, 1 dragon, taking the mountain and turning it upside down. 1 tiger and 3 bulls power 1 up. Li Mu's feeling was only 2 words, horror. In the past, Li Mu had only heard of the 1 power. At this moment, Li Mu truly realized it. All he felt was explosive power all over his body. Let's not talk about beating up Tanglong. If he could grab him by both feet, Li Mu felt like he could tear him apart, without waiting to stand still. Tanglong couldn't wait to rush up. Ever since his father's death, Li Mu has not been well received by the Li family, so there aren't many decent feats at all. Even the internal energy that was known as the source of martial artists was only a mortal grade basic internal energy. Now, the inner work, Tianxian replaces the inner work though. The other feats Li Mu still had to use. Utilizing the stance technique 9 steps on the ground, he simply flickered. While dodging, the bamboo strips in his hand shot out and jerked towards Tanglong's wrist. The 50 pounds weight of the Divine Warrior technique had long been attached to the bamboo strips. Tanglong's fist blade grazed Li Mu's chest. Immediately afterward, his wrist was as if he had been hit by a blow of a heavy hammer, causing him to cry out in pain. He took 2 steps back toward his wrist, only to see an additional bloodstain on his wrist, bruised black and purple. The instant swelling. Li Mu, on the other hand, marveled at the fact that it was really different now that he was casting his feats. The heavenly immortal technique ran through his entire body, and his wide meridians allowed his true chi to run freely and unimpeded, and he was able to withdraw and release it freely. Releasing any feats had a sense of naturalness to it. The understanding of this technique was even more to an outrageous point. It's like an old monster who's been studying this technique for 40 or 50 years. You dare hurt me? Tanglong's eyes widened in anger as he squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Those with A-class talent are destined to have an extraordinary future. Offend him, in the future to get you an ordinary martial artist. You do not know how to die. These people who came to accompany him were not unable to defeat him, but even more so, they did not dare to make a move against him. Oh, I'd be too bold. Li Mu grinned. His feet generated wind, and the bamboo strips in his hands brought wind whistles towards Tanglong as he lashed out. This time, it was his face. Snap! With a crunching sound, Tanglong's face suddenly had a reddish blood mark. 50 pounds smacked in the face. Even if Tanglong had the top-grade gongfu to strengthen himself, it also feels like a slight brain tremor. The whole place is dead silent. Tanglong was trembling with anger, shook his head fiercely, reached out and touched the bloody marks on his face, and was about to roar wildly. Pop! Pop! Snap! Li Mu's bamboo strips in his hand rained down on Tanglong's face. It drew him back raw from the fury that filled him. Tanglong didn't even have time to curse again, swinging his fists haphazardly to block away and attacking towards Li Mu like a mad dog. Li Mu's 9 steps of earthly walking operated to the extreme, dodging and dodging between square inches, walking idly. The bamboo strips in his hands, however, were accurately smacked on Tanglong's face with each stroke. The students watching the battle around them exploded. Ilu Atart Pastor. What kind of immortal stance is this? Simply the old man playing the urchin. How come it looks like 9 steps on the ground to me? 9 steps my ass. You earthbound 9 steps can counterattack the instant you dodge? What teacher taught you that? That's right. When I perform the 9 steps of ground walking, most of my true chi is concentrated in my lower disc, so I can't attack at all. Even though Li Mu was robbed of his S-rank talent, he's always been a top student in the feats class. Looks like he's not going to spoil the Li family anymore? There is no need to endure any longer. Good fight. The crowd of students grew excited. Li Mu became more and more like a fish out of water. The reason why the 9 steps of earthly walking was a low-level stance was because it condensed the chi in the lower disc, making it difficult to condense the chi to attack again. However, Li Mu had been transformed by the inner work of the heavenly immortal technique, and his meridians were abnormally wide and operated freely, and it seemed that he had a deeper understanding of these 9 steps of earthly walking, not at all subject to this shackle. The mortal-grade generalized body technique was used by Li Mu in a wonderful and agile manner. Tanglong became a living target for him to test his new gongfu. The moves were not far from Tanglong's face, and straightaway Tanglong had lost a good piece of flesh on his face. The whole face was swollen twice as much, all bruised and purple in color. Li Mu tried not to blast him in the head with his weight, lest he fainted, and that would be no fun. Li Mu, stop it. Stand there and don't move. Li Xiaohong suddenly erupted into a sharp hiss. Watching Sun Long being playfully abused by Li Mu like a dog, Li Xiaohong finally reacted. She pointed her finger at Li Mu and gave the ultimate order. With this sentence, she shouted, and the students around her all had a chill in their hearts. Sadly cool. What do you mean? Stand still? Does that mean you want your boyfriend to punch you in the face? On the basis of what? Just because your family is powerful? People who are more powerful than you can't even fight back and have to stand there and let you hit them? On what grounds? However, amidst the shocked gazes of the students, Li Mu also did stop suddenly. At this time, Sun Long no longer cared if he was dipping into a woman's light. He was now furious. He had swung hundreds of punches, but surprisingly, he hadn't even touched the corner of Li Mu's coat. Shame. Heavenly shame. He just wanted to give Li Mu a solid punch, regardless of the consequences. So he took advantage of Li Mu standing there and once again sank his body and dropped his elbow, his right fist bowing and pulling like a full moon. Disarming armor avalanche fist. This punch had no defense for Li Mu, and if it hit, he was bound to be seriously injured. He roared and threw a punch, but Li Mu's snort came from in front of him. Fooled you. Li Mu violently dodged sideways, dodging his attack once again. At the same time, the bamboo strips on his hands were infused with an extremely terrifying energy, and he whirled around in the air, swing round and whip towards his face. Chapter 4. Get the hell out of there and go to the school across the street? Yes. Stop. Sun Long's anger was instantly replaced by fear as he roared out furiously. Out of survival instinct, the whole body's true chi was urgently mobilized to focus on the side face. He felt that if Li Mu blasted this bamboo strip on his face, he would be seriously injured without dying. Nay, Li Mu had no intention of stopping at all. Bang! The bamboo strips couldn't withstand the powerful impact and were shattered into pieces with a loud bang. Sun Long was jerked sideways and flew out, knocking over a few classmates and rolling out several times on the ground. The whole place was as silent as a crypt. Abyssal monsters don't just stop. Li Mu patted the crumbs on his hand and returned what Li Xiaohong had just said as it was. The system popped up with a prompt at the same time. Winning. Gained plus 19 victory points. Note, the more powerful the defeated opponent is to the host, the heavier the damage inflicted, the more victory points gained. Yes. A cry sprang up momentarily from the crowd of onlooking students, and then quickly faded away. Apparently, he was afraid of being held a grudge by Sun Long, but the sound of good also instantly ignited the atmosphere. A group of students raised their fists in the air and yelled good fight. Who cares? The law is not against the people. They can shout if they want to. He can still retaliate against them all? Sun Long's mind went blank at this moment. Blood whistled out of his ears. Intense tinnitus and cerebral ringing prevented him from hearing any outside sounds. Blood also continued to seep from his face, making his face look like a purple and black pig's head. A monstrous sense of humiliation engulfed him. Li Xiaohong, who had returned to her senses at this time, finally exploded completely. She screamed and the shouting students around her fell silent. Li Xiaohong's eyes were about to bleed. Who told you to fight back? Who allowed you to fight back? I told you to stand right there and you just ignored me. Didn't you? She walked up to Li Mu as she spoke, and without saying a word, she swiped towards Li Mu's face. The slapping was comparable to creating a martial art of his own, so smooth from strength to angle. Only unfortunately, Li Mu was faster than her. Snap! Li Mu smacked Li Xiaohong in the face first. The strength was so great that a tooth flew out of Li Xiaohong's mouth as far as the naked eye could see. Li Xiaohong's entire body fell to the ground. Li Xiaohong, are you pretending to be Nima? Wasn't it you who just whispered in my ear and told me that? Let me show my true strength and teach Sun Long a good lesson? I don't care what kind of beef you have with Sun Long, but don't pretend to be innocent after using me as a gun. Li Mu finished speaking and took a big step forward. Unbiasedly, he stepped over Li Xiaohong's face. She was in hard control of her shock for several seconds. The CPU is burning up. To death she couldn't figure out why Li Mu dared to hit her, dared to disobey her. And don't remember when I said anything like that? But when she realized Sun Long's man-eating gaze, disbelief was mixed with endless anger. Li Xiaohong suddenly realized that he had been set up by Li Mu. No, I didn't. I really didn't say that. Li Xiaohong covered her face and explained towards Sun Long, going forward and trying to help him up. Get out. Sun Long kicked Li Xiaohong over and stumbled towards the infirmary with his hands over his face. Dragon, let me explain. Li Xiaohong woefully got up and chased after him. There was a burst of laughter from the gathered students. Laughing my ass off. It shouldn't be possible for Li Xiaohong to say something like that. It's not like Li Mu and the Li family's hatred is a show. Cootie. It's also known that it was Li Mu who provoked it. Whether it's provocation or not doesn't matter anymore. The point is that this idiot Sun Long believed it. I didn't realize it before. This Li Mu is talented. Alas. Whether it's a blessing or a curse is not certain. Oh, Li Mu has offended the Li family and Sun Long this time. The students talked and gradually dispersed. Li Mu, on the other hand, went all the way back to his class. He had been learning about the usage of the system. Although it is said that the system has a lot of magical powers, but in the early days of Li Mu when there were fewer divine arts and techniques, one must also rely on the feats and martial arts of this world. Otherwise it's just a reckless guy who just throws punches. Admittedly, the king's fist can still kill people if it's strong enough, but this world is a world where true qi exists. Gong Fu, the various methods of utilizing true qi. It was groped out by countless great powers of the previous generation, and it was extremely divine. Used well, feats can subtly enhance your combat power. Moreover, Li Mu had already felt it just now when he took 9 steps with the ground. With the enhancement of the pinless heavenly immortal technique, one would be able to cultivate any technique with half the effort. 50 years of insightful understanding, though not augmented by any cultivation. However, it is a great help to the depth and breadth of practical combat ability. And right now, the one that could most directly enhance combat power was the Divine Warrior Technique. 1 victory point adds a pound. Then one only needed 13,500 points to catch up with the Rui weapon. But Li Mu was clear. Even if the weight reached that level, it still couldn't be compared to the Great Sacred Divine Might, neither the Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Technique, nor the Sea-Setting Iron. And just adding weight won't help. If one's physical cultivation couldn't keep up, even if one could barely use it with the mountain stretching technique, that body will also be brittle as paper. Before he swung his divine weapon to hit someone, his back broke. And speaking of weapons, with the Divine Warrior Technique's enhancement, Li Mu would have to use a stick. Huge weapons are very bulky and extremely inconvenient to use. It's not like smaller weapons could take advantage of the Divine Warrior Technique. The fighting system. If I don't get a stick, I'll be sorry for this divine power. Li Mu. While Li Mu was studying it, a male student quickly ran into the class and rushed to Li Mu. Li Mu looked calm. He could probably guess what was going on. The director of instruction called. For you. The male student gasped and pointed in the direction of the stairs. Li Mu smiled, got up and walked straight toward the teaching office. He beat Sun Long to that B. He definitely won't be able to participate in the Abyss military training tomorrow. The martial artists of this world, to become strong, all ended up facing the abyssal monsters. So the education system and the military system in this world are extremely relevant. And the abyssal military training is the first event after awakening the gift. 3 days of military training and then the first battle in the abyss, facing the abyssal monster. Even with military training, the death rate is still high. However, martial artists are forced to contact the abyssal monsters to fight as early as possible. This is very conducive to the growth of martial artists. It can maintain a martial artist's bloodlust, and is more capable of rapidly improving cultivation and practical combat ability in battle. That's why those who can come out on top in the first battle of the abyss are considered truly strong. Both individuals and schools will gain attention from all walks of life. Sun Long was already a wimp, and being injured by Li Mu gave him a reason not to go to the first battle of the abyss. It would be a wonder if the head instructor didn't freak out, but Li Mu wasn't afraid at all, because he wasn't so much in trouble with the law. Injuries are not counted in a fair fight between martial artists, as long as it is witnessed. After all, a martial artist needs to stay bloodthirsty. Who dares to do it if they are legally liable for any injuries? What's the point of keeping your blood up? The teaching office, already surrounded by a number of students. Liang Hai, the director of instruction, who was sitting behind his desk, looked coldly at Li Mu who walked in. Director. Li Mu closed the door with his backhand and stood calmly in the open space, accepting Liang Hai's scrutiny. Liang Hai didn't say anything and stared at Li Mu for a minute. Annoyance flared up in Li Mu's mind. If you have a fart, just let it go. You're playing the ing deep end? Anticipating a less than wonderful outcome, Raimu had an extra heartbeat. Sneakily turn your cell phone on to record. Cell phones in the high martial arts world can be much more powerful than on Earth. Developed by space-class gifters, the video recording feature can be done without the need for camera alignment. Do spatial imaging directly in your pocket? The only difference is the size of the video range, and the clarity of the picture sound. Liang Hai stared at Li Mu for a long time and spoke in a deep voice. Li Mu, do you know the difference in value between you and Sun Long? I don't know. Li Mu shook his head bashfully. Looks like you can't accept reality. Liang Hai snorted lightly. Li Mu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Just the day before yesterday, he had just awakened his S-rank talent. This Liang Hai was then the first to drag himself into the office. I've been talking for half an hour about how I'll never forget my teacher and how I'll always return the favor. Just 2 days passed. There's a value gap with Sun Long. What a cannon within a cannon. Only Liang Hai stretched out 2 fingers full of disdain. I'll give you 2 choices. First, go apologize to Sun Long and Li Xiaohong. I don't care what method you use. Obtain their forgiveness. Second, get the hell out of school now. This is my last. For you. Liang Hai's eyes were contemptuous, shaking his head before he finished. I choose too. Li Mu's voice was crisp and firm. Liang Hai's eyes suddenly welled up with anger, and he was again staring straight at Li Mu for a long time. I said, I choose too. Please hurry up with the dismissal letter. I'm in a hurry. Li Mu stared at him needlessly and said word for word, he's really in a hurry. He took the expulsion letter so he could hurry to find another school. He must stand out as a student in this first battle of the abyss. It's important. A man cannot live without power. In this high martial otherworld, it is even more so. And the highest power in this world is the Jin Yuan army. Raimu must rise to the top of power. It was only then that the entire Li family could be easily stomped to death. If one can't rise faster than the Li family, then it would still be stepped on. As long as this abyssal debut stands out, it would be able to quickly enter the vision of the top brass of the Jin Yuan army. Since he had awakened the fighting victory system, if he still wanted to play the go bit, might as well go back to being a cowhorse then. Ha! Liang Hai laughed in exasperation, nodding his head in exasperation and picking up his cell phone. The cell phone was connected and Liang Hai's voice was already as cold as ice. Senior Class 9, Li Mu, bring me the file. Expulsion. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Liang Hai immediately stood up, his voice an octave higher. No need to report it, do I? Liang Hai, even have this right. I say dismissal. Now. Firing letter opened. Bring it to my office now. After saying that, Liang Hai hung up the phone fiercely. He looked at Li Mu again, pretending to be playful. As your mentor, this is my last lesson for you. People always pay for the choices they make. Is this lesson vivid enough? And I can show you the way. Diagonally across the street, Blackwater High School. Recruiting is going crazy, taking in any kind of goods. Rima laughed instead. Thanks for the reminder. Liang Hai sneered. It wasn't long before a man from the school registrar's office walked in briskly and take a dossier bag and a letter of dismissal. Liang Hai didn't even bother to look at it and gently raised his hand. Take the letter of dismissal you asked for and get out. Li Mu didn't bother to say another word, picked up the file and the letter, and walked out of the teaching room with big strides. Walking out of school, without the slightest stop, Li Mu went straight to the Blackwater High School diagonally across the road. Chapter 5, Firing Li Mu? You guys are brilliant. Blackwater High School, a school at the bottom of every ranking, for no other reason. New. Just because it's a new school that hasn't even been open for 10 years. It's extremely hard to get ahead. The principal does not have a background and is being suppressed by a coalition of major schools with deep pockets. Good students don't want to come, and the overall quality of students is not going up. It's even less likely to get resources from the Ministry of Education. Vicious cycle. No. Li Mu had just walked to the front gate of Blackwater High School when he saw the banner. Today's big transfer offer. All tuition and fees are waived. There are even entrance gifts for students above the late first grade. If you don't look closely, you'll think it's a supermarket sale. The corner of Li Mu's eye twitched a few times, but he still walked in quickly. The entrance gift he took, because he was the late first grade. Inside a martial artist's body, there are 4 life veins: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, known as the 4 orders. The yellow order is the lowest and the heavenly order is the highest. 9 nodes on each lifeline are the 9 grades, with 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest. Li Mu had cultivated painstakingly, and had barely reached the late stage of the first rank of the yellow order. All martial artists begin practicing internal and generalized kung fu in their freshman and sophomore years of high school. However, without talent, the speed would be greatly limited, basically only staying at the first grade. The talent began to awaken in the second half of my senior year of high school. The real gap would also be revealed quickly after awakening the talent. Highly gifted people could even rapidly increase their cultivation within a few days of awakening their talent. In the case of seniors, pre-pin 1 is the norm. Late first class is the top student. If one could reach the second grade realm, it would be the realm of geniuses. If it's late second grade, that's the field of heavenly pride. Li Mu explained his intentions to the doorman, who was very attentive and showed Li Mu the way to the academic records department. At this time, Blackwater High School was very empty, not knowing if it was class time. There was only a vague cacophony coming from the direction of the school building and the martial arts field. Li Mu went straight into the academic records department. The enrollment process was exceptionally smooth. And once the head of the school registration department heard that Li Mu was in the late stage of the first rank of the yellow order and was coming to transfer to another school, immediately, he personally measured Li Mu's realm, then took Li Mu's information and ran to file it. There were also 2 clerks by the way to talk with Li Mu, as if they were afraid that he would run away. In 8 minutes, The minister had even found the school uniform and emblem for Li Mu. I don't blame him for being excited. On the opposite side of the Tanglong High School, there were hundreds of students in the late first grade. As for the entire Blackwater High School, there were no more than 60 late first grade martial arts students. Now there's one that's turned himself in, and he's going to let it go? Ha ha, come on, Li, here's the uniform and the school badge and your cadet card. You've been assigned to the 7th class of the senior year. The homeroom teacher is Zhao Qingshan. You can go over and report now. Plus you have an entrance gift. Any mortal grade technique of your choice? And $10,000 in cash. The money has been charged to your cadet card. Or you can withdraw it and use it. As for feats, you can ask your homeroom teacher to advise you. Choose carefully. The Minister of Academic Records smiled brightly and handed over the school uniform to Li Mu, instructing him in a soft voice. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu thanked him, grabbed his uniform and left the school registration department. In his heart, he was secretly amazed that this Blackwater College was really costly in order to attract talents. Feats aren't cheap by nature, so if you choose any, you can pick the more valuable ones, at least $10,000 or $20,000. It's really affordable to give over $20,000 up front just for enrollment. Feats, like spiritual treasures and weapons, are categorized into mortal, superior, fine, special, precious, immortal, divine, divine precious. The current Li Mu is poor as hell. Tomorrow for military training, 3 days after the first battle in the Abyss. This gongfu is a great relief. So Li Mu pressed on with no intention of wasting his time meeting the homeroom teacher. Straight to the school library. Kung Fu, a body of energy in the form of a spirit stone. Essentially, it's a powerful martial artist's perception of a technique, condensing it into an energy body that, then the feats were generated. In the process of generating a successful method, a martial artist cannot hide his or her feelings or deliberately distort his or her perceptions, create bad feats. That would only backfire badly. So each feat is a martial artist's deepest feelings and insights about that feat. As for how much the learner can take away from it, that depends more on talent. It would be a waste for a special merit technique to fall into the hands of a wastrel. Arriving at the library, Li Mu used his student card to directly enter the meritocracy section. If gongfu was subdivided, there is also a distinction between internal gong, body techniques, martial arts, and so on. Li Mu is short of everything right now. The only thing that is not lacking is internal strength. There was only one type of internal skill needed, and Li Mu's pinless heavenly immortal technique was already irreplaceable. Just keep upgrading. Body technique. Earthbound 9 steps can be excessive, but with things like martial arts, the more the merrier. The martial arts skills that Li Mu knew were just those basic ones. Armor unloading avalanche fist, chopping steel leg, and blistering wind fist. All of them are melee martial arts. But the purpose of learning melee abilities, it's the ability to defend yourself without a weapon when fighting abyssal monsters. The mainstay must still be the weapon. Since Li Mu decided to use a stick, it was natural for him to learn a set of stick techniques. Under the supervision of the administrator who didn't move an inch, Li Mu chose a mortal great stick technique, Ryukyun triple shock. Among martial artists, the number of people who used sticks was actually small, but there were quite a few who used guns. The Ryun San shock, which is universal for guns and sticks, is still very popular. Coming to the practicing room, Li Mu sat down to feel the gong method. The so-called flowing cloud triple shock was a special form of borrowing strength to sweep the enemy with a long stick one after another. Infuse your true chi into the weapon as you dance the baguette, shocking the enemy when you hit. The 3 vibrations of the streaming clouds are 3 swings. Each stick could superimpose the power of the one before it, enhancing the power. The third stick was the strongest blow. It can be used over and over again in real life. However, the Ryun triple shock stack is more rigid. A martial artist who understands the 3 vibrations of the flowing clouds can completely see through your next step. That was why the flowing cloud triple shock was not suitable for a battle between martial artists. Only works very well against abyssal monsters. However, under the enhancement of the pinless heavenly immortal technique, immediately, Li Mu's understanding of the 3 quakes of the flowing clouds increased by nearly 50 years. It quickly grew to a level that Li Mu originally couldn't comprehend. He was as if he was an old monster who had been drilling this technique for 50 years. After insight into the nature, what 3 shocks? As long as Li Mu was willing, he could stack 5 shocks, or even 7, and the layering can be more silky and varied. Even if a martial artist wanted to see through it, it would be impossible. This stick was alive in Li Mu's mind. Li Mu dared to say that as far as this stick technique was concerned, he was definitely the best in his class. Just as Li Mu was frantically improving, within Tanglong High School, the matter of Li Mu's expulsion had thoroughly fermented. In the vice principal's office, the door to the room was slammed grumpily. The vice principal frowned widely and barked, "Come in, Jai Long." The teacher of the 9th class of senior high school violently pushed the door and entered. Angry, with a tone of complaint, Vice Principal Li Mu, from our class, was expelled by Director Liang Hai. Do you know about this? Li Mu, an F-ranked talent. If it's on, it's on. Why are you panicking? The vice principal gave him a disgruntled glare. I want to know, on what grounds is the dismissal? Jai Long, with equally wide eyes, took out his cell phone and, pointing to the video taken by the onlooker students in the drill hall above, the student president called Li Mu to be a chaperone, and Li Mu returned the favor by violently beating Sun Long. Just for that? I just went to Liang Hai, and Liang Hai actually said he told Li Mu to go apologize to Sun Long, and Li Mu didn't go. Just for this. You treated people like treasures when Li Mu awakened his S-rank talent, and it's only been 2 days. The Li family is morally corrupt. The boy is bad enough. Do we have to do this to him? The vice principal was instantly more angry. What? Li Mu even injured Sun Long? That's all the more reason to expel him. What are you yelling for here? The day before yesterday there were 8,000 people who replaced their talents, if not 10,000. What has outsiders got to do with what people decide within their family? It's your turn to say anything. Jai Long questioned with an incredulous expression. Vice Principal, what's wrong with you? Have you seen this video yet? Li Mu has lost his S-ranked talent. He's now an F-ranked talent. Sun Long, an A-ranked gifted person with the same cultivation level as Li Mu, was hung up and beaten by Li Mu. Don't you understand the gold in this? Can you move your pig brain? Bang! The vice principal clapped his hands. Jai Long, who gave you the nerve to talk to me like that? Get the hell out of here. And I'm telling you, if anything happens to Sun Long, you're outta here too. Jai Long was completely exasperated and laughed, and he knew that what he had said today had been a bit too aggressive, but he couldn't keep his fire down, and he swallowed his anger hard out of his mouth and gave the vice principal a thumbs up. Wise. You are wise. We'll see. Jai Long snorted and turned to walk out of the office, leaving only a long, ghostly sigh in the corridor. Chapter 6. It's not a gift package for my enrollment, is it? After comprehending the 3 vibrations of the flowing clouds, it's also already noon. Li Mu's cell phone rang. It was his old mom telling him to rush back to his sister-in-law's blacksmith store for lunch. Li Mu then came out of Blackwater High School and went straight home. He was still missing a weapon, and would have had no time to waste at school. This blacksmith store is on the street, and through the hall is a small courtyard. The small yard is surrounded by bungalows on 3 sides. Inside the courtyard, stone tables and benches, ancient colors, raising some flowers and plants, and planting some vegetables. The dots are full. When Li Mu arrived home, the smell of food was wafting from the courtyard. See Li Mu come back. The sister-in-law's husband closed the store first. It sure looks like it's time to talk about a big family event today. Cousin. Chen Jiaqi was only a year younger than Li Mu. Youthful and lively, with a delicate and pretty face. Typical little family man. Chen Jiafeng is 2 years younger than Li Mu. Tall and thin, with big ears and a pair of big eyes. Normally these are 2 happy people, but when they saw Li Mu today, both of them drooped. Especially Chen Jiaqi. Her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. The 2 of them came to greet Li Mu in aggravation, but they didn't know how to comfort them. Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong had a strong sisterly bond and were usually close. Li Mu didn't come here often and was on good terms with all of them. The day before yesterday, when Li Mu awakened his S-class talent, they hadn't bragged about it in school. As a result, they heard the bad news on the news yesterday that Li Mu's S-rank talent had been taken away. But the Li family is not small. They can't get involved. I didn't expect to learn that Li Mu was expelled from the family again this morning. They came back to find out what happened last night, and one of them cried into tears. How painful it is to have an S-rank talent taken away from you. Okay, don't pout. I'll tell you a secret. My talent is even better now. Li Mu cheekily pinched Chen Jiafeng's face and comforted the 2. Liar. Chen Jiafeng pouted his lips and tried to cry again. Cheat or not, you'll all get to see it in a few days when the Abyss premieres. The first battle of the Abyss was of a closed nature, but the school and the students' families are allowed to go to the games. What? You're going to participate in the first battle of the Abyss? My sister-in-law heard this just in time to yell out. Mom Yang Suiying rushed out of the kitchen with her apron on, looking at her son in surprise. Li Mu solemnly said it again. Mom, sister-in-law, aunt, I do have to attend the first battle of the Abyss. The first battle of the Abyss is allowed to be abandoned. There are many disciplines for martial artists besides fighting. Be a social logistician who never enters the Abyss. What's wrong with spending your life in peace? The mortality rate of an F-rank talent venturing into the Abyss could no longer be described as high. It's that you can only go at noon because you'll die sooner or later. But now no one dared to open their mouths to advise Li Mu. Even Yang Suiying didn't know how to speak. Say what? Kid, Now you're an F-grade talent. You're wasted. Accept the reality. Don't go looking for death. Then Li Mu will have to kill himself on the spot. I know what you're thinking, but I do have an F-rated talent as well. It could be that there was some mutation in the replacement gift, and I had some unfathomable changes. Li Mu sensed the oppressive atmosphere, and it was impossible not to make up lies, and he was going to walk on that lie sooner or later. Jaffin, go find me a stick weapon. I'll go. On the sidelines, his aunt personally ran to the store to get a basalt weapon. Great nephew, this is a basalt iron. Auntie held a black iron rod and handed it to Li Mu, and was about to introduce it. Li Mu pulled a club flower and tucked it into his ear. Swoosh! That iron rod unexpectedly shrunk into Li Mu's ear in an instant. Holy! My sister-in-law was shocked. A storage ring? How can I afford to buy a storage ring? It comes with my gift. The gift comes with it? Mom asked. Also shocked. Li Mu's talent is heavy strike. How can he bring his own space? Where did you hide that big stick? Li Mu spread his hands. That's why I said. This talent has mutated. It's no worse than the S talent. So don't worry about it. Auntie, I'll take this weapon now. I'm just short of a weapon. The second half of the sentence was addressed to my aunt's husband. Line. The aunt's husband was terrified. A weapon didn't matter. That's what the family did. But he hadn't recovered from the shock of Li Mu's talent mutation. On the contrary, Chen Jiafeng was quickly bluffed by Li Mu. Gather around him and ask questions. The atmosphere was also much better than before. At the dinner table, Mom was afraid of disturbing the family here, planning to move out with Li Mu and find a place to live. Not to mention the fact that my sister-in-law and uncle were strongly against it, but even my two cousins were not doing it. A sister-in-law's sentence. It's just as well. You used to be in the Li family. I was scared all day. You're the only sister I have left, and you're stuck with me for the rest of your life. Yang Suiying could no longer refuse. The family packed out the two western houses that day. Li Mu and Mom stayed here. Early the next morning. Today is the day to start military training. The Abyssal entrance fortress was already buzzing with activity. More than 100 years ago, numerous huge sinkholes suddenly appeared all over the world. Monsters emerged from them. These sinkholes are known to man as abysses. It took humanity's transition from thermal weapons to the rise of martial artists to kill the monsters back into the abyss and stabilize their position. After that, humanity built a fortress around the abyss and took the initiative to explore into the abyss. Only then do you realize that the abyss is both a demonic cave and a treasure. The endless supernatural things, monsters, energy sources, and resources in the abyss are countless. A certain crystal found in the abyss can support a city's power for thousands of years. A certain plant that, when eaten directly, can actually revive a creature's severed limbs. A single vein of ore contains 7 chemical elements outside the realm of human cognition. Of course, the terror and toughness of the monsters in this have repeatedly broken through human imagination. Humans are consumed by the abyss, and they also greedily claim in it. And it's been 100 years of human exploration of the abyss, and the distance is estimated at. It's possible that it's less than 1%. This is a horrible projection, because it means that the abyss is bigger than Blue Star itself. Much bigger. Humans build a fortress over the entrance to the abyss. All industries related to abyssals and martial artists are exceptionally well developed within the boundaries of the fortress. The exchange, the potions industry, the weapons industry, the energy industry, even the military garrison, all gathered here. Various hovering elevators, manned blimps, travel up and down within the abyss, transporting the martial artists who entered the abyss. Above the entrance to the abyss, various overpasses and empty rails are disjointed. A huge ring of cities radiating in a web around the fortress. The Iron Hands. Li Mu hadn't seen any other abyss, but in the original owner's memory, the entrance to this abyss guarded by Iron Hand City. It's said to be just a low-level entrance to the abyss. At 8 a.m., the Blackwater High School's special air rail train breaks into the wind and it stopped steadily above the fortress. The huge square above the fortress was already crowded with people. All are seniors who participated in this first battle of the abyss on the east side. There are 20 or so colleges and universities. The first battle of the abyss is held 4 times a year, divided into the east, west, south, and north urban areas, and is held over the course of a month, co-sponsored by the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Resources and the Ministry of the Army. It can be described as a great event in education. The East End, where Li Mu is from, was the first batch this year. As soon as the students of Blackwater High School got off the bus, the logistics department, which had been waiting here for a long time, started to maintain order. Get the students from your own school to register in an orderly fashion and prepare to enter the abyss. Lao Zhao. The Minister of Academic Records greeted Zhao Qingshan with a smile. Hey, old ma. Tough. Zhao Qingshan was tall and rugged looking, with a face of stubble. There was a yawn as he greeted the minister. How's that? Dude, I'm good enough, right? Old Ma approached Zhao Qingshan and asked with a hefty smile. Ha? What's good enough? Zhao Qingshan froze. TSK? Playing dumb? You think I'm taking the opportunity to blackmail you for those 2 bottles of good wine, don't you? You underestimate me, I tell you. I shared Li Mu with you purely for the sake of our pure friendship as brothers, Old Ma said as he patted Zhao Qingshan's chest with the back of his hand. Zhao Qingshan blinked. No, you give me say confused. What Li Mu share to me? The old horse questioned. Ha? Zhao Qingshan questioned plus. Yesterday, there was a late yellow rank 1 transfer student in our school, and I personally did the entry file. Then it's split up into your classes. Tell him to report to you. Old Ma was incoherent with anxiety. Lies are struck by lightning. No one is really looking for me. Zhao Qingshan directly raised his fist and swore. I set. The old horse's body shook. Both eyes lost in thought. That brat that. It's not here to converse my enrollment prize package, is it? Chapter 7. I'm pretty fired up right now. But it's not right. He did do enrollment. Now he's our student. The old horse muttered to himself. Then what are you still looking for here? I'm not sure if you're still looking for something to do. No. What are you looking for? Look for it. Zhao Qingshan also began to speak incoherently. Yes. Old Ma woke up and started looking for Li Mu on the scene. Not to mention, they quickly found Li Mu's figure. At this moment, Li Mu was wearing the Blackwater patterned uniform of Blackwater High School, and on his shoulder was the Blackwater School logo. Registration is underway at the entrance. To enter the Abyss, you need to pick up 2 return stones and a tech watch in the shape of a turtle. The watch can look at real-time maps and various intelligence at any time. This set is worth more than $20,000. It doesn't matter if you're a student or not, as long as you're a martial artist who entered the Abyss. The state distributes 1 set free of charge to all. It was evident how much importance the country placed on incentivizing martial artists to enter the Abyss. At this point, Lemuel picked up a set of things that, already following the flow of Blackwater students up the huge transparent hovering elevator. The elevator opened slowly and sank into a black abyss. Hey! Oi! Old Ma was late when he found Li Mu, and by the time he ran to his heels Li Mu had already gotten on the elevator. Zhao Qingshan was confused. That's Li Mu? Right. Let's go first. They're still coming out at night, so we'll talk then. Zhao Qingshan tugged on the old horse. Meanwhile, Li Mu slowly entered the abyss with the elevator. The abyss is not as dark as one might think, on the contrary. After entering it, the fortress directly below was in full view. Overlooking it, the fortress within the abyss also looks like a small city. Echoing the fort above. All around the edges of the fort are stationed troops. Various teleportation arrays of red and green points of light flashed as if stars were blinking. At this moment, looking upwards again, Li Mu's heart was shaken. The whole sky over the abyss is like a black cloth. There was only light coming down from a circular abyssal entrance overhead. There's a strange energy in the abyss. The ability to break up and enhance the sunlight that shines down from the world above and stretches for miles. These rays are perfectly adequate and about as cloudy as the world above. But the whole abyss was this constant intensity of light. A ghostly, mysterious air. As soon as the elevator hit the ground, the students walked down in an orderly fashion. Thousands of people had gathered in the square. All the students looked up and around curiously, the abyss unsettling them. The atmosphere of repression and tension spreads quickly. Right at this moment, a shocking sound of a horse's neighing came, attracting everyone's attention. The crowd boiled immediately afterward. Not far away 6 or 7 high horses galloped by. A real tall horse. Li Mu felt more than a circle larger than what he had seen on Earth. The leading black stallion, with 2 horns on its head, red eyes and red mane, was exceptionally divine. The remaining few horses stopped. This horse leapt with a long stride, and surprisingly, it just jumped up several meters high into the water. On top of the black horse, an officer-looking man stood proudly, sweeping the entire room with those stern eyes. The pressure was self-generated. All students participating in Abyssal military training, listen up. This is your first visit to the Abyssal world. I must tell you the hard truth. Monsters of the Abyss, 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than what you have heard and seen. Monsters don't have any high or low desire to attack humans. Humans are flesh and blood in the eyes of monsters, and they face flesh and blood with only madness. Madness, or treadmill madness. So, I need you guys to be in military training for the next 3 days. Overcome your fear, obey orders, and show the guts that you martial artists deserve, lest the first battle of the Abyss in 3 days kill your teammates. Do you hear me? All the students spoke in unison. Understood. The corners of the officer's mouth suddenly hooked slightly as he scanned the crowd. With a pull on his horse, the horse actually stood up, with a shocking neigh that shook people's hearts and lungs. Kids, Like war horses? Love it! Countless male students let out hot-blooded growls. The officer nodded. Unfortunately, you guys don't belong to the Jin Yuan army yet, so I can't do anything about it. The strange-blooded warhorses bred in the army are faster and fiercer than those sold outside, and as long as you Abyssals join the town Abyssal Army Reserves early after your first battle, get a free horse for your hands. There are even many military techniques and weapons that can't be bought outside. All the students were noisy and stupid. Next, all proceed to the military training area belonging to your school. Meet your instructors. Boom! All the students instantly boiled over. Shouting excitedly, they rushed to the military training area where their school was located. Warhorse is one thing that many students always look forward to, since the abyss was just too huge. Even if there is a portal that transports you to a certain area, it is also often necessary to run long distances to reach specific locations, though the martial artists themselves didn't move slowly, but after all, it consumes true chi. In order to preserve strength, a substitute vehicle is necessary, and given the complex terrain of the abyss, a warhorse was the perfect mount. Under the study of the imperial beasts and the space-gifted mighty, a space treasure called horse appeared. It is a spiritual treasure that is specially designed to store the mounts of living creatures, together with the strange-blooded warhorses bred by crossbreeding with the bloodlines of various monsters. Not only were they tall and strong, but their endurance and speed were way better than martial artists. Watching those Abyssal hunting teams in town Abyssal army squads live on weekdays, all of them are long spears and horses, galloping recklessly, and the students are all mesmerized. And by joining the town Abyssal Army Reserve, you can still learn Abyssal-related specialized knowledge in school. Li Mu followed the Blackwater Brigade and also rushed to the military training area. The military training areas are separate for each school. The people around Li Mu finally noticed that Li Mu was different. There was a flurry of puzzled glances directed at him. Buddy, I see that you look new and familiar. Are you Li Mu? A tall, skinny student just couldn't help but ask with curiosity. Yes, Li Mu nodded. It didn't matter if Li Mu nodded his head. The surrounding students were in an uproar. There was a great deal of clattering and talking around the room. Li Mu? Surely it's that Li Clan's Li Mu who awakened his S-rank talent and was robbed? That's right. I look familiar too, but I haven't seen you at our school. The tall, skinny boy asked suspiciously. No, dude, when did you come to our school? Aren't you at Tanglong High? Just transferred in yesterday. Li Mu had nothing to hide and said truthfully. My name is Xiao Lingtong. Xiao Lingtong immediately reached out with enthusiasm. Reimer reached out and shook his hand. The surrounding students were all hilarious at once, making introductions and putting their hands out to Li Mu. Li Mu could sense that everyone was simply curious. After all, 2 days ago, he was still an S-class pride. Normally, people don't have many chances to come into contact with Heaven's pride. Li Mu, however, could sense that everyone was not malicious. Someone even asked Li Mu what the characteristics of that S-rank 9 Heavenly Thunder talent were. It ended up being stopped by the surrounding students. After all, this belongs to someone's heartbreak, and asking too deeply is a bit offensive. While talking, the crowd had arrived at the military training area. In front of the square of the military training area, 3 young men in military-like uniforms stood with their arms folded. The leader had surprisingly dyed red hair. The youth on the left asked in a slightly lewd manner, Brother Redhead, did you and Zhao Meiting? Yesterday? No. Tramp, Zhao Meiting, that, rejected me 3 times. How dare you hit me? The redhead said without a word, his hand unconsciously covering his face. It still hurts. The youth on the right seemed to be unfamiliar with the two of them and did not interject, and had a look of contempt on his face. What kind of person is Zhao Meiting, the rising star of the Jin Yuan army squad, who had already had an outstanding battle record in the 2 months since joining the squad? All such women are absolutely newly strong. What are you, redhead? Late 2nd grade martial artist. C grade talent. Been on the team for half a year. The battle record is not even a third as good as Zhao Meiting. There have even been many times when I've wet my pants from abyssal monsters. That is, except for the seniority. Applying to come in as an instructor on the basis of seniority is purely a way to avoid patrol duty. If it weren't for the shortage of personnel in the Jin Yuan army, goods like you would have been kicked out of the army a long time ago. This Zhao Meiting is really uneducated. The youth on the left cupped his stinky feet. The redhead grimaced. I'm damned if I'm very hot right now. When this group of students comes in a little while, they'll give it a go first. The male students pick a few to beat up hard to deter them. Then pick 2 pretty schoolgirls and take them alone to the secret training room to get high. Did you hear me? Chapter 8. I wasn't paying attention. In the middle of a lecture, and he suddenly attacked me. Red Hair spoke and turned his stern eyes to the youth on his right. The youth on the right only nodded even though he couldn't look at him. It couldn't be helped that Red Hair was the main instructor of Blackwater High School this time, and the 2 of them were the assistant instructors. As the three of them were talking, a large number of Blackwater High School students were already pouring through the entrance. When Li Mu saw this red-haired instructor from afar, he just frowned. As the original owner remembered, the discipline of the Xinyuan army really couldn't be compared to that of the sons and daughters of the old family, but he didn't expect it to be so bad as to allow the dyeing of red hair. But Li Mu also knew that the Xinyuan army is overstaffed. Otherwise that officer wouldn't have started fooling students into enlisting in military training. The forest is big and naturally chaotic. There are honorable forefathers and foremothers of the martial arts, who threw their heads and spilled their blood, and who fought for the sake of 10,000 families. But there's definitely no shortage of rat turds either. Although it wasn't necessarily true that dyed red hair was always rat, Li Mu didn't look like a good person by looking at his expression. Hurry up! Stand still! All of you! As the students stood in line, Redhead suddenly roared. Took quite a few students by surprise. The students adjusted quickly and were soon on their feet. Still, the redhead narrowed his eyes, stepped forward and violently grabbed a male student by the hair and dragged it hard to the front. This redhead was at least considered a Xinyuan army, and the students were naturally a bit intimidated. The redhead pulled his head to his face. Your mom didn't teach you how to stand still, did she? With those words, he swept a vicious kick into the student's thigh. This student was only a first rank of the yellow rank, and was swept by a late second-rank martial artist with a leg sweep. The whole thing slapped violently across the floor, and you could even hear the head hit the ground with a thud. The student immediately covered his thighs and head and screamed. The redhead thumped his foot hard on the male student's mouth and crushed it a few times with his foot. Gritting his teeth, he said in a vicious voice, "Do you know that the Abyssal monster likes your kind of screams the most?" All the students of Blackwater High School were furious. I had heard that the worse the school, the worse the assigned instructor might be. It wasn't that the Xinyuan army didn't value students, but the Xinyuan army was really short of personnel. The best martial arts soldiers are all living combatants on patrol missions. Keeping Fortress Abyss safe comes first. Some of the lesser martial artists came in as instructors. As long as they were taught properly, these martial artists were perfectly competent as instructors. We've all heard that Xinyuan army recruits don't get beaten up much, but we're not recruits, much less soldiers under you. We are students here for military training. As specified. Instructor, you can discipline people, but never hit people at will. Not to mention the fact that you have no reason to. The expression on the redhead's face as he looked at the group of students suddenly grew even more furious. What are you looking at? You're such be-like hothouse flowers, and you want to challenge the abyss? You can't even stand. With those words, the redhead swept another kick at one of the boys standing in the front row. Li Mu was in the first row. In his opinion, the male student's standing posture was straight and upright, and the person was still very spirited. Standing much more standard than even the redhead, with a very high level of refinement. I didn't expect redhead to land a hard kick to its thigh. This boy, like the one just now, was swept over by a leg, even though he was struggling to fend it off. Heavy horizontal slap on the ground. Waist. Waist. The redhead kicked over a standing male student with each curse. The kicks got heavier and heavier, and there was a lot of screaming. Meanwhile, the redhead's eyes were flicking back and forth over the bodies of those pretty schoolgirls. One is to watch them to see if they are intimidated, and the other is to look for pretty, well-built targets. Soon he kicks in on Li Mu. A vicious leg swept towards Li Mu's thigh. Li Mu very bashfully stepped back and dodged the kick. The red hair froze, then became furious and blared dead at Li Mu. Do you think you're witty? I'm here for military training, not a beating. Li Mu spoke calmly. The Blackwater High School crowd behind them all clenched a sweat for Li Mu at once. While it's true that there are rules that military instructors can't beat up students at will, but after all, people are under the roof. It's someone else's turf. Red Hair laughed in anger. He had already gotten a bellyful of fire from Zhao Meiting. Now, after setting up the dismount, he'll be able to get a couple of female students for some good individual intensive training in no time. I didn't expect a prick to pop up and make him lose his authority in front of so many people. The redhead pointed in front of him with a single word. I'll let you. Stand. Over. Come. Raimu smiled back. A morose smile. I'll say it again. I'm here for military training. And don't you dare stretch your legs one more time. I'll break that dog's leg of yours. I'll do what I say. Ha ha. Ha ha. The redhead sneered in exasperation, laughing louder and louder. Afterwards, he only saw his face change abruptly, and his right leg suddenly swept across with a terrifyingly strong wind. The target was none other than Li Mu's thigh. Raimo digs his right hand in his ear and jabs it into the ground. Dang! The Xian iron long stick poked heavily at the ground, right in the path of this kick from Red Hair. The redhead was caught off guard and kicked his calf violently on the baguette. He was at least a second-grade martial artist, and his aura rose steeply as his true chi rumbled and surged. Although he kicked the baguette away, He also hit his calf with a sharp pain. The surrounding students had long since hollered and flashed a large open space. Li Mu borrowed the baguette that had been kicked up by his kick and swung it around in midair, slamming it into the redhead. Redhead pulled out a long knife from somewhere and slashed at the stick. True Chi surged wildly, using the sword to ruthlessly shake Li Mu's long stick away. One stick missed. Li Mu turned around and swept a second stick. It was so fast that the redhead only had time to parry. Li Mu backhanded and drew a third stick. When the red hair received this stick hard again, he felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, and it actually crumbled and bled. He then realized that what Li Mu had used seemed to be the flowing cloud triple shock, but it was useless. 3 sticks had passed, and there was absolutely no way he could beat himself. I didn't expect Li Mu to chop out the 4th stick with even faster and fiercer might. The 4th stick broke through the air and the wind made a sharp whistling sound. The redhead's color changed precipitously, and he raised his weapon with both hands to parry it. However, he did not expect that the long sword in his hand was actually knocked with a click and crumbled with a loud bang. And what made him even more desperate was that Li Mu chopped out the 5th stick with a cold face. The 5th tremor of the flowing clouds was like a residual shadow cutting through the mid-air. Wherever it passed, energy shook and space wailed. The target was none other than his right leg. No! The redhead had no time to dodge, and with his weapon gone, there was no way to block. Click! Ah! The redhead's knees snapped at an eerie angle and he toppled to the ground with a thud. He rolled around clutching his thighs. The screams were horrendous. Li Mu danced a roll and swished the baguette back into his ear. He came to the other world, not to be aggravated. Otherwise the fighting victory system still awakened an egg? As for punishment? Oh, when he was on Earth, Li Mu was just a transparent cowhorse. Work, debt, illness, emotions, all weighing him down. If this high martial arts world of one lousy life can't live as you wish yet, might as well put it back on and continue to be a cowhorse then. Winning, gained plus 31 victory points. The crowd of students from the Blackwater School, however, were all dumbstruck. What? Did they have a nightmare or something? Military training. Classmate Li Mu, a first-grade martial artist, breaking a leg of a second-grade martial artist's Jin Yuan army instructor. They've never dreamed such crazy dreams. As soon as the alarm went off, an officer arrived with a couple of patrol guards. The officer had sword brows and starry eyes, and was not angry. And seeing the rank on his shoulder, the entire Blackwater High School students went silent. A look of horror appeared on everyone's faces. Some even started shivering with fear. An officer of the rank of Upper Wolf Guard. Who would have thought that you would come into contact with such a person on college military training? An officer of that rank, even if it's their principal. No, even the Minister of Education of the Eastern District of Iron Hand City would have to be courteous when he met him. At a glance at the scene, the patrolling guards around them all tensed up. What's going on? The officer asked in a cold voice. At this time, Redhead had already stood up with the assistance of the 2 deputy instructors, and he was trembling with pain. A whole lot of snot and tears. Looking at his twisted leg, he gritted his teeth. Crying and howling, he pointed at Li Mu and shouted, Sheen Wolfguard, this student, disobedient and contemptuous of military discipline. I'm in the middle of a lecture. He attacked me out of nowhere. Chapter 9, there's even surveillance here? Redhead's mournful voice, paired with his scarlet eyes, really had a sense of grievance. The officer looked to Li Mu, who knew that before Li Mu could say anything. Xiao Lingtong in the crowd immediately shouted out, It's not, Sir Officer, it was this instructor who beat up our students for no reason. He hit Li Mu. Li Mu dodged, and he was aggressive. Only then did Li Mu strike. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. All of the Blackwater High School students instantly boiled. Yes, yeah, he's the one who bullied people in the first place. The Lord Officers knowingly investigate. Shut up all of you. Red Hair roared in frantic rage. He didn't realize that the walls were falling down and so many students dared to step on him. Snap! The Upper Wolf Guard officer backhanded him. What's with all the yelling and screaming? The officer then looked to the adjutant. Pull up the surveillance here for me. Yes. The adjutant immediately took out his cell phone and started operating it. The redhead was stunned. There's surveillance in this place? How come he doesn't know? Otherwise he would never have dared to play this game. He was still bold enough to do it because he had heard of an officer who did it. And the schoolgirls they've played with don't even dare to speak up. One is for the sake of innocence, but fear of the power of the Jin Yuan army. Even the students of Blackwater High School looked around and saw no surveillance anywhere. They were originally worried. Empty words, each in its own way. There was nothing they could do if this officer was turning toward the redhead. I didn't expect the officer to watch the surveillance and spew raging anger in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Red Hair and said in a cold voice, Find out for me who authorized this scumbag to be an instructor. One of the patrolling guards answered and trotted off. Redhead, on the other hand, was trembling with fear. I really can't clean up trash like you. Drag him off and send him to law enforcement with this surveillance, the officer ordered coldly. Upon hearing the 3 words law enforcement department, Redhead's only remaining left leg went limp on the spot. Unidentified liquid clattered and rolled out of his pants. The 2 deputy instructors responded with a resounding yes and prepared to take him to the medical department first. The medical capabilities of the high martial arts world are strong, as long as it's within a certain time frame. Reattaching broken limbs is not a problem either. No medical. Straight to law enforcement. The officer let out a cold cry, and Redhead's hanging heart died completely. You won't even treat his legs? But it can't be helped. Who told us that medical resources are also in short supply? So many good warriors who have fought in the battlefield have had injuries that are difficult to treat. How is it possible to waste 1 iota of medical resources on this garbage waste? Only after a few instructors left did the officer turn to Li Mu. What's your name? Li Mu. The officer obviously didn't recognize Li Mu and wasn't surprised. Let me ask you, did you use the Ryun triple shock just now? Yes. Li Mu nodded. Why are there 5 shocks? The officer asked directly. Self-taught breakthrough. Li Mu replied in an unassuming manner. The officer nodded, then turned to the crowd of students from Blackwater High. Get your cell phones out and turn on the video. The crowd of students from Blackwater High School were puzzled, but they did as they were told. Wait for everyone to turn on the video. The officer solemnly faced Li Mu and said aloud, Jin Yuan Army Upper Wolf Guard, Qin Zhanye. I need you to do me a favor. Can you come with me? Li Mu was puzzled at first, but he soon understood. Qin Zhanye asked all the students to take out their cell phones to record the video. Then he introduced himself and asked Li Mu to come with him. This was to reassure Li Mu and everyone else that he wasn't going to retaliate for what he had just done. Rather, there are other things. If something happens to Li Mu, they can expose him. People were already so open, so naturally Li Mu couldn't refuse. Good. Li Mu nodded. Well, reassign them to instructors. And you come with me. Qin Zhanye nodded. The first half of the sentence was an order to his men, and the second half was addressed to Li Mu. Afterward striding ahead to lead the way, the whole person exuded a rigid and honest might. Since he appeared until now, Li Mu realized that he hadn't said half a sentence of irrelevant nonsense. Li Mu followed Qin Zhanye to a steel fortress. The sign above the fort reads in one line, Department for the Study of Major Classes of Feats. The gate guard stood at attention and saluted. Qin Wolf Guard. Qin Zhanye nodded. I'll bring someone to meet Minister Song and Professor Su. I'll go and brief you. One of the guards trotted in at a quick pace. Li Mu was secretly shocked that he didn't know what this great class feats research department was for, but Qin Zhanye's upper wolf guard still carries some weight. I can't believe you can't just enter when you get here. You have to be briefed and wait. Not long after, the guard trotted back. Wolf Guard, please come in. Minister Song and Professor Su are having a meeting. They've asked you to come in and wait a moment. The meeting will be over soon. Yes. Qin Zhanye waved at Li Mu and led the way. As soon as he entered this research department, Li Mu instantly and completely understood Qin Zhanye's purpose. The research department is filled with civilians in civilian clothes, and on the wall, the names of the feats were all common feats of mortal products. Knives, guns, swords, sticks. Li Mu took a casual look at the gunstick, and the 3 shocks of the flowing cloud was listed. All feats are exported by people who have learned their own feats, and this was the place where the Jin Yuan army mass-produced mortal-grade feats. Qin Zhanye led Li Mu to the door of a conference room. A man dressed as an assistant had greeted him. He smiled apologetically at Qin Zhanye and lowered his voice. Qin Wolfguard, the minister is in a meeting. Please wait a moment. Qin Zhanye nodded, and then it just stood there like a monolith. Pissed Li Mu off. Qin Wolfguard, aren't you going to ask my wishes? Li Mu asked. Didn't you agree? Qin Zhanye froze. I agreed to go with you. I didn't agree to you doing everything. Li Mu was speechless. Qin Zhanye was speechless for a moment. It's still true. The assistant on the side looked back and forth at the two with a confused look on his face. Let me ask you first then. Do you know where this place is? Half an idea. Li Mu shook his head. Qin Zhanye nodded and took a deep breath. The Battle of the Abyss has a perennially high death and injury rate. Students like you can still learn your fill at school before you go down into the abyss. But there are a lot of martial artists that are out of school for various reasons. Some people even only know internal martial arts when they join the Jin Yuan army. That's why the Jin Yuan army is going to distribute a large number of low-ranked techniques for free. Here, this is the Jin Yuan army's technique research department. There are a large number of kung fu drillers in this department, who are extremely perceptive and pure in their kung fu. Keep refining. Mass production of mortal-grade feats, like a hen constantly laying eggs, nourishing the newborn power of the Jin Yuan army. Qin Zhanye spoke very heavily, but the assistant on the sidelines rolled her eyes as she listened. What's your metaphor? If you don't know how to make a metaphor, you can just say the big words and be done with it. Who's the hen? So what you meant by calling me here? Raimu guided him down the line. Of the mortal feats, the gun class is a big one. Among the gun-type feats, the popularity of the Flowing Cloud Triple Shock is again very high. I want you to share your insights with them and see if you can refine them a bit more. Of course, if this comes to fruition, we'll reward you for your work and never let you work for nothing. Qin Zhanya finally understood what Li Mu meant and took the initiative to say that there was a reward. Details of the line of reward. Li Mu cleared his throat. Chapter 10, Lu Yun 5 Shocks Don't Believe Me? Please watch the VCR. Qin Zhanya gave a rare laugh. He rather felt that Li Mu was frank and straightforward, saying whatever came to his mind without pretense. For people like Li Mu, how much you contribute depends on whether you are rewarded to the point or not. Otherwise people are out of work and that's pointless. Not to mention that if it does improve, you'll get a lot of credit for implementing it in the future. Let's just say I'm personally committed, and you just have to be genuine about helping. A fine black-blooded warhorse, a fine spirit treasure, a fine weapon each, and a set of top-grade feats. Li Mu's heart had stopped beating when Qin Zhanya spoke. The set is worth at least $1 million. Son, I know I can't morally kidnap you to serve your country, but take away those material rewards. Every single one of them survived because of the enhancement of the Ryugan Triple Shock. It is a piece of merit. Qin Zhanya two-pronged approach. Material incentives to the end. Also do not forget to take a detour from the spiritual level. Li Mu was very moved and nodded. Well, the top-grade feats are optional, right? Qin Zhanya's temples jutted out and he nodded breathlessly. There was a cacophony of noise coming from the conference room at that moment. The assistant hurriedly said to Qin Zhanya, Qin Wolfguard, please come in. Qin Zhanya immediately pushed the door in. Just a long conference table in a simply furnished conference room. Dozens of attendees were planning to leave in an orderly fashion through the back door. A couple of plainclothes middle-aged men sitting in the main seat at the front of the room were also packing up. As soon as Qin Zhanya entered the door, he shouted, Stay back, leaders. For a moment everyone in the room looked at Qin Zhanya. Minister Song, I'll get to the point. Just now, this little brother executed the Flowing Cloud 5 Shocks, and I brought him here to meet you. When they heard the words Lu Yun 5 Shock, the people in the room immediately looked at each other in disbelief. The middle-aged man known as Minister Song also looked at Li Mu. Qin Wolfguard, what did you say? More words, please watch the surveillance. Qin Zhanya directly used his cell phone to connect to the large screen of the conference room. The footage of Li Mu breaking Redhead's right leg begins to play. As Li Mu used the 4th shock, the 5th shock, the entire conference room instantly clamored. Until it was over, a somewhat older professor off to the side hurriedly said, Play it again. Qin Zhanya played it again, and the professor became more and more excited. Play it again. Li Mu was speechless. The old thing liked watching VCRs so much? Qin Zhanya also said, Prof. Su, if you want to watch, we can go outside and have Li Mu and I fight against each other for a bit. It's not a good look. This old man came up and rubbed his hands together and tugged on Li Mu's arm. Child, you can cast again? Minister Song and the other's eyes went straight with anticipation. Li Mu was amused, co-opting the group to watch the video over and over again. It was that he felt that the flowing clouds and 5 shocks that he had divinely created and massed out would be difficult to cast again. Yes, Raimu nodded. Good. Xiao Lu, go and inform all the teachers of the gun and stick category. Minister Song was overjoyed and, a command to the assistant. Li Mu and Qin Zhanya then walked out of the research department surrounded by the crowd and arrived at the open space. Not much longer. A large group of people from the U.S. Department of Research came out of the U.S. Department of Research. Many of them were actually pudgy, and some of their clothes had even lost their color. There were half a dozen of them. These people were around 30 years of age, and they had already heard Assistant Lu say what had happened along the way. As soon as it came out, it came together in excitement. You guys say that this teenager can make the 5 shocks of the flowing clouds? And when they learned that the one who had made the flowing clouds 5 quakes was Li Mu, the crowd was stunned. After all, no one has seen the video just now. The 3 shocks of the flowing clouds have long since been irrevocably changed. Are you guys sure he's using the flowing cloud spear technique? All of these people had an advanced understanding of Gongfu, and for the potential of the flowing cloud spear technique. They couldn't be clearer. The previous great powers had long ago compressed it beyond compression. It couldn't have been presented in a better way. There's no point in talking more. Li Mu, do it. Qin Zhanya does things in a thunderous manner. Not bothering to say half a word more, he drew out a long knife and said to Li Mu. Li Mu didn't hesitate for a moment either. With a pinch and tug of his fingers from his ears, a long rod of basalt iron poofed out of his hand. It swept towards Qin Zhanya. Sticks and rods are not the same. The stick is straight, with the same thickness. It is flexible and lightweight. The rod is thick at one end and thin at the other. or thick at both ends and thin in the middle. Then again, you can install hard metal objects to the ends. The stick gives people a more rigid and powerful feeling, and focuses more on power explosion. It's just a shame that there are very few weapons like rods. The blacksmith store at my aunt's house only had 2 sticks, and rod weapons were not at all available. Qin Zhanya strolled on his feet and swung the long sword in his hand with precision, blocking Li Mu's sweep. With his cultivation, 3 Li Mu's tied together right now wouldn't even be enough. Dang! One blow missed. Li Mu swept out a second stick, fast and hard. Another block, another chop, a third stick. When they reached this point, all the spectators suddenly widened their eyes. Not to mention the 5 shocks. Just these 3 shocks. Li Mu had already far surpassed the normal flowing cloud shot. This was because Li Mu's core was still the flowing cloud gun technique, but the flexibility of the change of moves far exceeded their knowledge. The power of that second tremor would have reached the power of an average person's third tremor. And when Li Mu swept out the 4th stick, hiss! The scene of everyone present collectively sucking in cold air was spectacular. Streaming clouds and 4 shocks. The point isn't whether or not you can hit the 4th stick. Rather, it's whether or not this 4th stick of yours can carry the power of the previous sticks. Generally the application of the 3 vibrations of the flowing clouds to the 4th stick. People simply could not survive the might of the previous ones. The 3rd stick will play through. No one can use the 4 sticks at all. And when Li Mu chopped out the 5th stick, everyone's pupils suddenly dilated. There was a loud bang. Qin Zhanya was actually shaken back half a step. Qin Zhanya's eyes brightened. His grip on the sword tightened. And he praised, "Good boy. Show these guys again." Li Mu took the man's hand and had to perform it again. This time, that Professor Su, who was 60 years old, actually raised his hands in a very exaggerated manner. Open your eyes wide. See clearly. Look carefully. More than half of those research department teachers actually rubbed their eyes really hard, wide-eyed. He looked at Li Mu. That look, even a little funny. Li Mu was a little disoriented for a moment. Flowing cloud triple shock. A mere mortal merit technique. These people would definitely have more than this one. And this was definitely not the most important feat. What made a military professor, who even the upper wolf guard had to be in awe of, lose his temper like that? Suddenly he's gone from this Prof. Su, Minister Song, as well as this group of teachers felt one word: demented. They do seem like a bunch of hard-working laying hens trying to get their eggs of a higher quality. They really gave it all. So Li Mu sighed lightly and decided to give them some gifts. With Li Mu's current understanding, it was completely possible to cast 7 shocks, but before these old men's blood pressure exploded, they were also afraid that it would be difficult for them to digest. Li Mu decided to show them the 6th shock. Chapter 11, 6th Shock of the Flowing Clouds. Shocking back Qin Zhanya, Li Mu once again danced his long stick. After the 3 vibrations of the streaming clouds, Li Mu performed in a completely different way than he did just now. The 4th and 5th shocks were chopped out, and after the 5th shock, even Qin Zhanya was planning to withdraw his momentum. However, he suddenly realized that Li Mu had swung his 6th stick. Qin Zhanya only felt his scalp tingle. There's a 6th stick? Qin Zhanya could only get serious, his aura roaring up, a golden aura appearing on his sword as he swung it to block. Dang! Qin Zhanya's long sword was naturally surprisingly hard. Li Mu's basalt iron long stick collided with the long sword and actually broke from it with a click. The body of the stick crumbled, and the terrifying force of the recoil shook Li Mu and sent him tumbling backward. And Qin Zhanya actually thumped back 3 steps in a row. The room was silent. Li Mu looked at his slightly trembling right hand. His entire right arm was now numb. A dark sigh. It seems he was still high on his own body. The 50 pounds of Divine Warrior Technique, together with the weight of the Xian iron long stick itself, was 100 pounds. The Tanshan Technique is fully wieldable, and with the addition of the powerful feats of attacks can rise to a tough level, but the body can't take it. And Qin Zhanya was even more alarmed. His own cultivation level was the 8th rank of the yellow rank, and he was about to step into the 9th rank. This Li Mu's tiny first-grade martial artist was simply a world away from himself. What kind of terrifying attack power was it that knocked himself back a few steps? Good. See? Qin Zhanya was ecstatic and pointed at Minister Song and the others. How much has been comprehended? Minister Song turned excitedly and scanned the teachers, and not many of these teachers chimed in. All of them were immersed in that wonderful stick just now. Everyone waved the non-existent lance and club in vain in their hands, as if possessed. The demons are dancing. Some of them had their mouths broken. Prof. Su came forward and squeezed out a smile with that old face and said to Li Mu, "Little brother, I beg you for something. Go ahead." Li Mu bowed. "Could you, please, come inside and speak with us for a few moments? As you can see, these guys have drilled it. A word or two from you might be able to cause a qualitative change in the Ryujian triple shock." It's no exaggeration to say that the Ryun triple shock would be popularized to 5 shocks if it could. There will be a qualitative leap in the overall strength of the gun and stick type martial artists at the bottom of my military region. If it can be popularized to 6 shocks, it may even affect the mortality rate in our military district. This is a heavenly merit, child. I will surely go to apply for military honors for you. Toward the end, Professor Su had tears in his eyes and his voice trembled slightly. Li Mu glanced back at Qin Zhanya. Qin Zhanya nodded deeply. Li Mu smiled. Why not? Professor Su's old eyes were filled with tears, and he clutched Li Mu's hand with his big rough hand. Arm in arm, side by side, they walked into the research department. Behind them was a group of enchanted teachers led by Minister Song. The group all got into that big conference room. Qin Zhanya didn't go in, been waiting quietly outside. All he heard inside was crying and laughing at times, noisy and quiet. After more than 3 hours had passed, Assistant Lu and Li Mu walked out. Behind them, the entire conference room, without exception, all fell asleep. Assistant Lu was also a bit tired, but the gleam in his eyes couldn't be hidden. He whispered at Qin Zhanya, Wolfguard, I'm sorry, but Minister Song and the others over-rehearsed, exhausted their spirits, and went to sleep. It looks to me like it's going to be at least a couple hours before I wake up. He then looked at Li Mu, unable to hide the appreciation in his eyes. Fellow student Li Mu, truly a stick art wizard that can't be found in 100 years. Li Mu rushed to be modest. Assistant Lu is too kind. Compared to the great powers who created the Gongfu, I'm nothing but dust. Li Mu has a clear perception of himself. Most of these people were holding him up out of personal feelings because of the high degree of difficulty in improving this Gong method. This group understands the mystery, but even if they honored Li Mu like a god, it also doesn't change the fact that this Gongfu is of limited use. Gongfu are produced by people, and it was impossible for Li Mu's improvement to popularize the whole of China. He's limited to this military region. This group, and it depends on how much these producers absorb. These dozens of people, even if they work day and night and tire themselves out, only a few hundred sets of the Ryun triple shock were produced in a month. Popularizing a few hundred people a month. How many of those hundreds will survive because of the Ryukyu triple shock? Sure, these people could also pass on their comprehension of the Flowing Cloud 5 shocks to other Gongfu creators, but passing it on in waves will surely continue to weaken the strength of the Gongfu. Slowly it will return to low-grade feats again. This was also a major pain point in Chinese Kung Fu. It was also the main reason why feats were much more precious than spiritual treasures and weapons. Unless Li Mu could have a way to popularize the improved Kung Fu in all military regions nationwide, it would be a great achievement if it could be implemented very effectively. Assistant Lu said hurriedly, there's no need to be overly humble. It's much harder to improve an already popularized technique than to create one. The road to optimizing feats is a long and arduous one, and to be able to make a single step forward, we'll put up a good fight too. Li Mu more or less admired it. A few more pleasantries. Assistant Lu personally escorted Qin Zhanya and Li Mu out of the research department. Standing in the doorway again, he eyed it out a long way before turning back and, how does it feel? Qin Zhanya asked with a smile. Li Mu pulled out his ears. Oops, it just feels like they're empty. Ha ha, you guy, a weapon, just compensate you. Qin Zhanya was in a good mood and laughed brightly. The adjutant who followed him was surprised that Qin Wolfguard hadn't laughed like this in who knows how long. But today, it was more than a laugh. Qin Zhanya did things in a thunderous manner, leaving the research department and directly taking Li Mu to the military resources department. The military financing section is divided into several subdivisions: weapon zone, spiritual treasure zone, and kung fu zone. Li Mu chose the Lingbao district first. The spirit treasure district of the Ministry of Military Resources is really an eye-opener for Li Mu. The shelves on both sides were filled with countless mortal and top-quality spiritual treasures. Some members of the Jin Yuan army passed back and forth as if they were shopping in a market. Many spiritual treasures were explicitly priced, but all of them were labeled with contribution and merit values. The so-called spiritual treasures are some treasures with special energies and effects. Used well, it can often save the day and is one of the bottom cards of a martial artist. Contribution value, on the other hand, was the currency of the entire army system, and could be consumed in exchange for Jin Yuan army supplies. Merit value is the limit for purchase eligibility. A spiritual treasure that requires 200 points of contribution value and 10 points of merit value. If you have less than 10 merit points, you can't buy it for any amount of contribution value. However, Qin Zhanya directly brought Li Mu to the fine spiritual treasures area. The boutique area would be nowhere near as much spiritual treasure as the first two areas, and there aren't many of them. The prices of all the spirit treasures in this zone are frighteningly high. Contribution values that could easily be in the thousands were nothing, and merit values were basically never below 300 points. Take your pick. Qin Zhanya waved his big hand. Li Mu was not polite and quickly searched for it. Soon, a very beautiful black and red cloak caught Li Mu's eyes. The cloak wasn't too big or too small, and looked to be some sort of soft leather material. The black and red background has a silver circle for a minimalist look. Size cloak, priced at 3,400 contribution value. Available for purchase with a merit value of 360 or more. What's this? Li Mu said in surprise. Qin Zhanya pulled an instruction manual from the back of the glass cabinet. Cloak of size, warm and tough. Changeable in size at will. The limit of greatness can be constantly raised as the master kills and absorbs energy. After reading, Qin Zhanya flipped his cloak muttering. Although it's a growth class cloak, it's a bit one-dimensional in effect for a fine spirit treasure. Are you sure you want this? Raimu nodded. There was a mysterious energy above this cloak and it was very beautiful. Growth class spirit treasures have some gambling in them. The front end helps the owner very little. It's possible to grow up to exceed boutique values. And it's possible to grow up to be less than boutique values. Moreover, Li Mu's victory points could transform spiritual treasures. And all spiritual treasures were growing for him. As long as Li Mu likes it. Qin Zhanya didn't say anything. Nodded and directly opened the glass cabinet. A gesture of invitation followed. Raimo held out the cloak with both hands. The cloak was soft and smooth to the touch. And strange energy flowed. Silk flowing into Li Mu's body. Li Mu draped it over his body. Not too big. Not too small. The right length. If not pulled, the front vaguely covers both shoulders and arms. With a little tugging, you can wrap your entire body in it comfortably as well. Li Mu subconsciously reached out and shook his cloak. The cloak flew backward and up, instantly unfurling several meters in size. With a wave of his hand, the cloak shrunk back to its normal size. Qin Zhanya looked slightly stunned, but also could not help but secretly praise a talent. Li Mu had a long stature, handsome features, and was a genius at stick skills. At this point waving the war robe, Qin Zhanya seemed to anticipate Li Mu's long spear and fast horse, and his battle robe hunting and a teenage war hero lookalike who rides the battlefields of the abyss. He nodded appreciatively. Come on, time to choose your weapon. Chapter 12 Fine Weapons, Special War Horses. Qin Zhanya led Li Mu out of the spiritual treasure district. Along the way, anyone in the Jin Yuan army who had meritorious service was standing at attention and performing the Jin Yuan military salute. The two soon arrived at the weapons division. This time Li Mu picked faster, because after turning around the weapons section, there is only one fine stick, made of tungsten steel with a pattern engraved in the center of the stick and gradually increasing in size at both ends. Engraved thorn flower pattern. Some slight bumps. It looks powerful. The metal of the weapon is also divided into materials, especially since the appearance of the Abyssal. The various energy metals mined from the abyss were even more plentiful. Humans have made a secondary division of the energy and strength carried by metals. From all kinds of iron, to all kinds of steel, crystallized iron, crystallized steel, dragon crystal iron, dragon crystal steel. These are the main materials for making weapons. Of course a certain weapon can't have just the main material. Often it's a mix of steel and iron. Add a variety of alloys, elements, strong energy metals, and more. When talking about the material of a weapon, it often refers to the main material that the weapon contains the most. Higher steel content is better for hardness. Higher iron content is better for toughness. The martial arts universities all had specialized forging departments, and the social status of some powerful blacksmiths was not low. Li Mu took it in his hand and danced around a bit. It was very smooth. The floral pattern on both sides of this rod was a thorn and flower pattern, so Li Mu named it Briar Stick. Under Qin Zhanya's astonished gaze, Li Mu collected the thorn flower rod into his ear with a swoosh. There are no outsiders or devices that can detect such things as natural traits. Only I can know. So when Li Mu said it was a natural characteristic, Qin Zhanya didn't ask any more questions. Every martial artist had their own secrets, and it was a consensus that oversearching was crossing the line. Come from the weapons area to the feats area. Originally, Qin Zhanya had only promised Li Mu a top-grade technique, but the weapon he promised to compensate Li Mu for, together with the one he had promised before, was 2 weapons. One weapon was enough for Li Mu, so it was changed to compensate Li Mu with one more top-grade technique. Allow Li Mu to choose 2 top-grade techniques. This is indeed what Li Mu earned. Li Mu wasn't polite and chose a defense technique, Dragon Song Jedi. There's also a strong attack technique, Iron Chopper. However, Li Mu didn't use it on the spot. He had to finish getting his reward first. Lastly, there's the war horse. Arriving at the Jin Yuan military stables, Qin Zhanya spoke as he walked. As a matter of fact, these supplies in the military cannot be allowed to be distributed to members of the community at will. You are receiving all these rewards on a breakthrough basis. If they didn't have Minister Song and Professor Su as guarantors, I'll be criticized if I'm alone. But if you could have joined the Jin Yuan army reserves earlier, that would have been a welcome relief. Your reward can only be more than that, and it won't break the bank. Li Mu smiled bitterly. You really don't forget to fool people into joining the military at all times. Qin Zhanya smiled bitterly. Alas, everyone knows that abyssal monsters are terrifying and everyone is afraid of the abyss. If you don't join the army, and I don't join the army, who will guard the borders of the abyss? There is some data you can't see. Speaking here, Qin Zhanya's brows tightened for a moment and he shook his head without saying any more. Qin Wolfguard, if you join the Jin Yuan Army Reserve, is the patrol task heavy? Li Mu has not been showing it though, but joining the military was a must for him. Not only can you gain monstrous power, Li Mu's avatar techniques unlocked and upgraded also required a massive amount of victory points. So many powerful divine abilities were waiting for Li Mu to unlock. It made him itchy. Qin Warwild was afraid that Li Mu would resist joining the Jin Yuan army and immediately waved his hand. No, a reserve is a reserve and is only utilized when manpower is particularly tight. The rest of the time you're still in school learning specialized knowledge. It's just that by joining the ROTC, you have a few more required courses. For example, Battlefield Command, Monster Energy Analysis, Abyssal Geography Analysis, etc. And the reserves have a privilege. Ordinary Jin Yuan army merit value reaches the rank standard, and needs to pass the cultural examination to be promoted to rank. But the school reserve doesn't have to. There's enough merit value to get a helicopter rank without a test. And in the future, hanging a military post will be much more convenient than the ordinary Jin Yuan army. Reserves are also allowed to hold ranks. Military positions. Of course, it would naturally be better if you came down for the mission of your own accord. Raimu nodded. Reserves are not bound by too many Jin Yuan armies, and they can have military service en route for officers. The abyss is established. The city is dashing and cozy. By now the two had arrived at the stable. The huge racecourse was wide and flat, and in the distance the countless figures of the war horses galloping. There were also people riding horses through it. And at the entrance, an officer had just come out of it talking and laughing with his adjutant. When he saw Qin Zhanya from afar, he instantly shrunk his neck and pulled his adjutant back. Hey, old Chow, I see you. Qin Zhanya bellowed, took big strides and sprinted over, grabbing the officer's arm. The officer turned around with a bitter look on his face. Why are you here again? Look at you. So unwelcoming to me? Didn't I just screw you with a nice horse? A good horse deserves a hero. Old Joe's mouth was turned up to his ears, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Qin Zhanya. No, I've brought you another hero. Bring out one of your special war horses. Qin Zhanya pointed at Li Mu. Shit. Old Chow's voice went up an octave. It was not easy for them to breed monstrous blood war horses. Mind you, not to mention the long cycle time, the horse's mortality rate is high. It's a true labor of love to carefully nurture, adjust, and train a great horse. Who wouldn't want these fine horses? Under the watchful eye of the great leader of under the flashing lights of various recognition ceremonies, as important war prizes to be handed out to outstanding soldiers who have achieved military service? It also allows them to get more attention to their breeding farms and get more resources allocated to them. Let more people see their hard work and toil. As a result, this Qin Zhanya is good. Last time, by virtue of his special battle merit, hard to take one of his special war horses. It left him with a big feeling of a jewel in the rough. For this reason, he had been harboring a grudge, and the sight of Qin Zhanya made him angry. I didn't expect to pull a small one today. Seeing that old Zhou was about to go berserk, Qin Zhanya hurriedly attached himself to his ear and whispered a bunch of things. Old Zhou's eyes instantly lit up when he looked at Li Mu, but still nagging. You're not lying to me, are you? With this little guy? Hey, he's not small. And now both Minister Song and Professor Su are praising this kid. In the future, he'll put in a good word for you in front of Professor Su and Minister Song. Minister Song and Professor Su will put in a few more good words for you, and that will carry more weight than most of mine. Right, Li Mu? Qin Zhanya finished and scowled at Li Mu. Li Mu smiled and nodded his head, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Qin Zhanya promised to give him a fine warhorse, but now he's actually going to be on a special product. Old Zhou was obviously moved. If Minister Song and Professor Su could really mention a word about their horse farm, that's really rare too. Humph, that can't come up and ask for a special item. This kid wouldn't be your illegitimate son, would he? Hey, if this were my son, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Qin Zhanya laughed. Old Chow's eyes rolled. That's just as well. Come with me. There's a freshly trained warhorse of exceptional quality. Except that a little flawed. Chapter 13, Specialized Warhorse. Remote Bone. Led by Old Zhou, Qin Zhanya and Li Mu entered the horse farm. The horses on both sides of the battlefield each looked very good, and were very different in appearance. There are those with double horns on their heads, those with bony protrusions on their shoulders, those with beaks like eagle beaks. and those with sharp claws on their hooves. These warhorses, they were bred by hybridizing with the genetic fusion of various monsters. There are 4 main types of the best warhorses that mankind has figured out so far. They are this Deer Yao, Bone Tooth, Eagle Zhun, and Ghost Beast respectively, known for their endurance, toughness, extreme speed, and ability to aid in combat, respectively. Although old Zhou was fighting with Qin Zhanya with his mouth, but still, he explained to Reimu as he walked. The explanations were not without the science of how difficult it was to breed these warhorses. Soon, old Zhou led the two to a stable. Every stable here was guarded, and Reimu counted the number of. There are 9 guarded stables. A man was coming out of the stables at that moment. Don't turn it off yet, old Chow shouted. Ha! As soon as the person who locked the door turned around, a shocking hiss rang out from this stable. Immediately after the stable door was slammed open with a bang. The janitor, who had locked the door, was immediately knocked several meters away. A black horse broke through the door, and the man stood up with an A. It then sped off toward the empty Happy Valley in the distance. A couple of doormen yelled, "Mud! It's running away again! Get after them!" 4 or 5 of the gate guards darted after them, but they were too far behind the speed of the warhorse. "Hey, old Chow, is this what you call a good horse?" Qin Zhanya was instantly dissatisfied. Old Chow, however, raised his face. "Instructor Qin, when did you become uneducated? This is a top-quality special horse. At 2.5 years old. It's the time of the year when the urge is fierce." "Nonsense. Can I not tell it's a special product? But it's not even tamed." Qin Zhanya pointed at the wildly running fiery horse. Actually, it was tamed, but the horse had a mutation. The quality has been directly upgraded from fine to exceptional. I was originally happy about it. It's the youngest specialty warhorse I've had at this stable so far. But I didn't realize that after the mutation this pony was actually fiery and hard to tame. Old Chow explained. Qin Zhanya instantly quit. "Then you change. Me hey." Before Qin Zhanya finished speaking, Li Mu had already scurried out, straight after the black warhorse, leaving behind only a bold shout. "I'll take this horse." When Li Mu was on Earth, he watched some movies and TV shows. War generals see the sword and steed, love to death, and even beautiful women in gold can be put aside. He doesn't really understand it yet, but just now, as soon as he saw this horse, a strong desire to conquer rose. This horse was all black in color. Li Mu even remembered selling ragheads. It has delivered charcoal from the East Mountain. It has dug coal from the West Mountain. The head is born with 2 horns, and the shoulders rise up to the bone protrusion. The mane around his neck was interspersed with flakes of silver mane. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up like red lights. Li Mu had a feeling. This horse is mine. Hey, sins. Qin Zhanya clenched his steel teeth and similarly flew out. There's a range to how big the square in front of you can be. Qin Zhanya ran no slower than a horse and soon caught up with the black horse. Taking a hard swipe at his mane, he braced himself violently on his feet. This black horse cried out in pain, but still ran wildly, and, pulling Qin Zhanya's feet grazed grooves in the ground. The speed did plummet. "Get on the horse!" Qin Zhanya shouted. Li Mu had arrived and flew to his horse. The black horse went berserk, and the man stood up. With a violent shake, he directly threw Li Mu down. The guards around him were afraid to come forward, but time and time again, Li Mu climbed up, mounted his horse, flung himself off, and climbed up again. Qin Zhanya had been strongly pressing his horse's head, and even he was sweating profusely, and Lemuel soon fell to the ground, covered in dust, and spent more and more time on the horse. Finally, for the last time, Qin Zhanya let go of the horse's mane. The black horse let out an oozing neigh, and Li Mu had the bright idea of pulling out his sizable cloak with a huff and a puff. Mask the horse's head. The black horse's neighing stopped instantly, and the horse's body quieted down even more quickly. It could be heard panting sharply and looked exhausted as well. Li Mu revealed a look of delight and slowly removed the cloak. The black horse stirred again, but this time there was no more deadly struggle. "It's not the hooded horse's head that does it, it's the cloak," Qin Zhanya reminded excitedly from the side. Many newcomers to horse training subconsciously blindfold the horse's head. Thought it would quiet the horse, but practice has proven that a blindfolded horse's head doesn't help. Li Mu looked at the cloak, and sure enough, strange energies flowed through the cloak. Seems to have made some connection with the warhorse as well. "I didn't realize that this cape had such a special function." "Go! Giddy up!" Li Mu tried to knock the horse's stomach with his foot, and the black horse suddenly galloped. Handsome body and very fast. Qin Zhanya was all mesmerized as he watched, secretly praising this horse even though it possessed the characteristics of both Deer Yao and Bone Tooth. However, the speed is also not slower than the Eagle Exhibition type strange horse, even if it has been. What kind of mutant strange horse is this? Li Mu galloped freely for a full 10 minutes. and even when Li Mu put away his cloak. The horse seemed to recognize Li Mu as well. Li Mu stopped in front of Qin Zhanya, gray and with his hair blown into a super scion, but with a goofy grin on his face and a mouth full of smiles. The names are all figured out, right? Qin Zhanya laughed in a humorless manner. Called Yao Bone. Li Mu slapped his horse's head. He did think about it. Qin Zhanya smiled and nodded. Although Lao Zhou was reluctant, he still handed over the horse license to Li Mu, and he kept telling Qin Zhanya and Li Mu that they must say a few good words for their horse farm when they had the chance. Qin Zhanya and old Zhou chatted for a little while longer before taking Li Mu to leave the horse farm. When they left, both of them rode their horses, slipped and, in the meantime, let Li Mu's horse acclimatize to the environment outside the stable. And this scene happened to be watched by the two women. These two were none other than Li Xiaohong and Li Lan. Leland is also Li Mu's cousin and is very close to Li Xiaohong. Ever since they entered the abyss today and saw the warhorse the officer was riding, they both liked it very much. Taking advantage of their lunch break, the two of them inquired about the military horse farm, thinking that with the Li family's current power, spending some money should be able to break the rules and buy a warhorse from the military district. Unexpectedly, just as the two of them walked here, they saw Li Mu and Qin Zhanya walking out with a smile on their faces. They naturally recognized the rank on Qin Zhanya's shoulder. Both of them were frowning. Why is this bastard talking and laughing with an upper wolf guard, and riding a beautiful warhorse? Li Xiaohong said angrily. She could still remember Li Mu's revenge for that slap. She's missing a tooth in her mouth right now. If she dared to hit her with her hands, she would definitely be looking for someone to beat Li Mu severely and violently. It's just that I've been coaxing Sun Lung yesterday, and today I'm here for military training. She hadn't had time to arrange for someone to do it. Leland shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Then remembered something and guessed. Could it be related to his father? His father didn't kill many abyssal monsters for the family's conquest at that time. Could it be that he knows an officer of the Jinyuan army? So that officer takes care of Li Mu? Li Xiaohong nodded. It must be. Otherwise they wouldn't have made an exception to sell him the horse. Just where did this dog get all that money? As far as I know, he doesn't have any money at all. With a wave of his hand, Leland looked toward the entrance of the stable. What the hell? We'll call home later to brief them. Come on, let's go pick out a horse first. Aha! Li Xiaohong pursed her lips and smiled, not without amusement. It seems we were overly concerned. Even a poor like Li Mu can buy a horse here. We just need to expose our identities, and I guess they'll give us a horse each for free. With that said, the two walked quickly to the entrance of the stable. Before he could approach the entrance, he was stopped by two guards. Stop! The guard held his head high and extended his belt knife, blocking the two men for a moment. Military stables. Students stay away. Li Xiaohong smiled faintly and said with incomparable confidence. East District. Li Family. Chapter 14, The Li Family Who Wants to Eat Farts. The guards frowned slightly and looked at her suspiciously, wondering what she was doing saying 5 words like that all of a sudden. Remaining in a guarded position. That's the way it is with guards. If you're polite to him, he'll be more polite to you. But someone who wants to use their power over others, that's the last thing they eat. Li Xiaohong and the two of them were also frowning. Can't hear you? We're from the Li family in the East District. We've come to pick 2 horses. Once he saw her speak in this manner, the guard's tone went cold. War horses in the military region, not sold to the community, can only be exchanged with contribution value and merit. Li Xiaohong was suddenly furious. Not only is the other side not going to give them a horse, they can't even pay for it? My brother is an S-class talent. Li Xiaohao, haven't you heard of the Li family in the Eastern District? The guard returned in a cold voice. I've heard of it, the one that steals other people's S-rank talents. Qin Zhanya was a martial arts nerd and didn't pay much attention to social news. But these guards have a life and know the Li family. They saw Qin Zhanya and Li Mu come and go together just now, and they remembered this incident. Li Xiaohong was instantly furious. The other party dared to talk like that since they knew who they were. This was clearly not putting their Li family in their eyes. What's going on? Hasn't the Li family's hand reached the military district yet? It's really outrageous. She angrily pointed at Li Mu's departing back. If that lowly trash Li Mu can buy a horse here, why can't we? The guard let out a faint laugh. I'm sorry, Li Mu's horse wasn't bought either. It was a gift from the military district. On what grounds? Even Leland couldn't take it anymore and questioned loudly. That is not necessary to explain to you. I'll say it one last time. Back off, the guard said again in a cold voice, and the other 2 soldiers leaned in. Several soldiers glared together. Murderous. Li Xiaohong and Li Lan had a resigned look on their faces and backed away with clenched teeth. The soldier turned coldly back to his post, not looking away. In fact, normally he didn't have to say much to them, but these 2 idiots are one Li family after another, taking away someone else's Li Mu's talent, and now a mouthful of lowly trash was really annoying. That's why he ended up saying that much more to discourage them. Leave the stable. Li Xiaohong and Li Lan both gritted their teeth. Mud. Why on earth? That lowly piece of trash could have a military district warhorse. I just want a military warhorse to show off my status. Is that so hard? Li Xiaohong clenched her fists in hatred. Leland, on the other hand, took out his phone. The old lady must be told about this. Yes, call. The Li family happened to be having a family meeting when the message from the two got back to them. Old Mrs. Ma was sitting at the head of the table. The family is combing through business and political figures who have recently come to talk about partnerships. There was one thing that didn't sit well with them though. There were a lot of people who came, but they were all miscellaneous fishes and shrimps. The real ones, the big boys, aren't looking for them to work with. With the way things are going, it's going to be hard for them to open things up quickly. Mom, from what Lan meant just now, Li Mu seems to be on good terms with a certain officer of the Jin Yuan army. The eldest put down the phone. He had just put it on speakerphone so everyone could hear. It's highly likely that it's from the oldest three before. Uncle Tu nodded back. The oldest was very somewhat prestigious at the time, and was very close to the Jin Yuan army. Maybe it's some friend of his who learned that Li Mu is Lao San's son, so give him some special care. Auntie Tu snorted. Humph. This Li Mu has been acting like a clown for the past 2 days. It's all about that connection after all. Deliberately letting Little Red and Little Ran see it is nothing more than trying to get our attention. So soon you have the luxury of going back to the Li family. But wait until our little Ho stands out in this first battle of the Abyss. When the time comes, I don't know how many times bigger that wind will be than Li Mu. He wants to come back to the family. He wants to fart eat. Everyone looked at the head of the family, the old lady. The old lady thought for a moment and said, right now, we're growing the fastest commercially, but politics doesn't seem to be taking off much. A lot of people are in a wait-and-see attitude, just waiting for the performance of this little How Abyss debut. If we can hook up with an officer in the military district, can just move some things around in this inaugural bout to ensure that our little Ho ascends to the title. Foolproof. In my opinion, why don't we get Li Mu back first? It's good to use him as a springboard. As soon as the old lady finished speaking, the second aunt immediately jumped to her feet. Mom, this isn't going to work. We were dead set when we kicked him out. I don't agree with letting him come back so cheaply. Besides, our Xiaohao S-class talent, there's no need to cheat at all. When Xiaohao gets a ranking, the military connections will naturally be made. There's no need for this Li Mu at all. The second uncle hurriedly winked at her. Okay, stop yammering about this matter and listen to your mother. He certainly understood his daughter-in-law's concern. The Li family's cake is getting bigger now. Wouldn't Li Mu's mother and son have to share a piece when they return? The old lady sighed. Alright, I know your worries. Don't worry, we just promised Li Mu to come back to the family for the time being, but it doesn't say anything about reincorporating it into the family tree. There was no chance of dividing the Li estate. Tell him to examine his performance for a year and he will naturally sell out. The old lady spoke with a chesty voice. It's as if Li Mu is a pug, and with a little breadcrumbs, and it would come wagging its tail. Not the slightest thought was given to the unlikely event of Li Mu not wanting it. The second aunt clasped her hands to her chest and rolled her eyes. That's more like it. That's decided then. Call Red and Ran and have them both come along. Tell them not to go too far with Li Mu. We kinda need that military connection right now. The old lady stood up, not forgetting to charge the crowd with instructions. The Li family responded in unison. Inside the Abyss, the military training area, Li Mu was riding back to the Blackwater High School military training area. The students were abuzz, surrounding Li Mu's warhorse in a rarefied manner. Some students who cared about Li Mu even surrounded him. Xiao Lingtong asked anxiously, Li Mu, why are you gray? Are you alright? Yeah, the officer didn't give you a hard time, did he? Facing the crowd's concern, Li Mu shook his head. The reason he rode back was to reassure everyone that not only was he not punished, he was rewarded, lest people lower their impression of the Jin Yuan army. This was a small task that Qin Zhanya had set for him. The 3 new instructors at Blackwater High School are very responsible. The military training is also half practicing and half talking. The main purpose is to explain the types of monsters that are likely to be encountered in the first battle of the Abyss, the fighting style, the physical training, the team assignments, practical exercises and other programs. The afternoon's training was soon over. To ensure the safety of the students, no international students are allowed to stay overnight in the Abyss. Come back down the next day. So around 6 o'clock, all the students gathered one by one at the Abyssal elevator and started back to the surface. Everyone then takes the air train back to their respective schools. Get on the empty train back to school. In order to avoid the surrounding students surrounding him and asking questions, Li Mu directly chose to sit on his knees. When everyone saw that Li Mu had meditated, they couldn't be bothered, so they only talked about Li Mu's cloak and warhorse. Most poor families had trouble getting even a mortal-grade basalt iron weapon. Even if you're a well-off family, you'll put down blood money for the first battle of the Abyss. At most, you can replace it with a top-quality weapon. Not only did Li Mu have a fine spiritual treasure, he also had a warhorse. They didn't know that Li Mu also had a fine weapon and 2 top-grade feats. Feats that were much more precious than weapons, spirit treasures and the like at the same stage. After all, the various energies, resources collected in the Abyss were all materials for making weapons and spiritual treasures. The feats, however, needed to be passed down. Each feat was the work of a martial artist's heart. Li Mu took out the feat stone and clutched it in his hand as he began to perceive the first defense technique. Dragon Gusting Jedi. The Gongfu sensation is complete. Li Mu secretly marveled. The peerless heavenly immortal technique was truly too terrifying. With all the feats adding 50 years of insights, if it was those internal skills or advanced techniques, someone could use them for 50 years. Like a low-quality technique like the Flowing Cloud Triple Shock, the average person would use it for a few years before replacing it. It's impossible for someone to use a basic feat for 50 or 60 years. Even if there was, it could never be the same as Li Mu Tian Immortal Skill Gnosis. In other words, even if a martial artist spends 50 years flowing clouds with 3 shocks, it was also not always possible to comprehend the 5 shocks of the flowing clouds. That's why Li Mu's heavenly immortal technique cultivates other techniques. It was a disguised upgrade of the grade of the feats learned. It's like this Dragon Chanting Jedi. It's actually an upgraded version of the Mortal Karma technique Golden Bell Shield. Mortal Golden Bell is immovable when cast and has only a defensive effect. And this Dragon Chanting Extinction, being able to quickly mobilize true chi to cast a shield through the sound of shouting. Very flexible. Not only could the shield resist damage, it could also be blown up when it was finally filled with a large amount of true chi. The sound of the explosion is like a dragon's roar, and the energy blast can shock the opponent back. It is a defensive technique that combines both offense and defense. He just wins on functionality though. Strictly speaking, just in terms of defense, he wasn't stronger than the Golden Bell Shield, much less the Golden Bell Shield's range, and even more so when it eventually blew up and shattered. It required the consumption of a large amount of true chi. After Li Mu added 50 years of insightful understanding, he could completely allow the shield to absorb the damage it resisted. Fill yourself with this outside energy and finally explode. This was able to reduce the consumption of true chi by at least 80%, and the force of the counter shock was still greater than before. Most importantly, Li Mu felt that he didn't need to call out to mobilize his true chi. As long as he was in a fighting state, when his true chi traveled throughout his body, he could completely do it instantly. This was the terror of the heavenly immortal technique. Subsequently, Li Mu took out his second top-grade technique, the iron chopping style, and began to understand it. Chapter 15, Blackwater High Can't Keep You. Chopped iron style. It's worthy of being a top-grade technique. It's not technically an offensive move. Rather, it is similar to a passive method of using true chi. A special way can be used to infuse a large amount of true chi into the weapon, causing huge amounts of damage. The reason why it can be called top quality, just because it was able to directly enhance the strength of true chi through compression. Similar to the stored power heavy strike, but able to compress and enhance the true chi without waste. The only downside to the chopper style, attacks are slower after storing up power, and you can't attack while storing up power. Strong is really strong, slow is also really slow. Not a good hit. The iron cutting style was generally practiced more by sword martial artists, and very few lance martial artists chose the iron cutting style, because their attacks were not fast to begin with. Any slower and they would be purely and simply beaten. But Li Mu wasn't afraid. He himself will have the power of fixing the body in the future. The big deal is to you after you're fixed. However, the fixing spell requires 200 victory points to light up. Li Mu only had 70 points now. Moreover, with the enhancement of the pinless heavenly immortal technique, Li Mu had a new understanding of the iron chopping style. He could imbue more true chi and keep it for a longer period of time, so he can build up his energy ahead of time, strike a strong first blow, and after sensing the iron cutting style, Li Mu suddenly felt that the energy in his body began to surge. Li Mu's eyelids jumped hard. It was actually the pinless heavenly immortal technique operating on its own. It was as if sensing 2 top-grade feats in succession had provided a large amount of nourishment to the pinless heavenly immortal technique. Above Li Mu's yellow order lifeline, a terrifying energy went straight to the bottleneck between the first and second grade of the yellow rank. Boom! Li Mu's body exploded like a thunderclap, and the node of the second grade of the yellow rank suddenly lit up on his lifeline. Breaking through, Li Mu was ecstatic. Immediately afterward, the Dansi underwent a shocking change, becoming whiter and whiter, and the meridians became stronger and stronger. The energy pouring out from the source madly transformed the body. When a martial artist cultivates, their internal strength determines the direction. Some internal arts tend to strengthen one's physical body, Others favor strengthening feats, weapons, and some favor attributes. Some favor defense, and they all vary. Li Mu realized that the heavenly immortal technique was stronger in refining the physical body than the basic internal martial arts, but the strong ones are limited. In addition to deepening the understanding of the Gong method, making the Danhai more vast and dense and the meridians wider and tougher, this effect is really too ordinary. It seemed that one still had to hurry up and upgrade the grade. When could one get to the great grade heavenly immortal decree before it was barely in place? Li Mu was in a great mood after the breakthrough. He glanced at the system's avatar. Now that he was able to light up, he had the fire eye, and the water avoidance skill, and the fire avoidance skill, all 50 points respectively. The latter two are clearly less useful than the former. That's why Li Mu instantly bought fire eye. As soon as the fiery eyes lit up, Li Mu was a black line. Golden eyes, when activated, it can see through the meridians to the direction of the movement of true chi, which consumes a lot of true chi. Li Mu, is this golden eyes? Is this the one that comes out of the samadhi fire in the alchemy furnace? Isn't this pure Hinata family blank stare? Ilu, a low-cost pirate version of the great sage gold, silver, copper, iron and tin. You might as well be called Fire Eye Tin Eye. Apparently, though, Fire Eyes also need to be upgraded with defeat points. There are branches like a skill tree underneath. This kind of skill tree is not available for Tanshan Jutsu or Divine Warrior. Those two are quantifiable. The Divine Warrior technique adds up pound for pound. Tanshan Jutsu goes up 1 cow at a time. And there is no quantification in this description of Fire Eyes to show a skill tree. Li Mu casually looked at a few branches that could be unlocked. A small reduction in the amount of chi consumed, blurring the weak points of your opponent's defense, increases resistance to visual illusions by a small amount, enhancement of some night vision functions, and none of these branches are cheap. The least of them cost a couple dozen points. The further down you go, the more expensive it gets. Li Mu only had 20 victory points left in his hand. Solemnity was added directly to the Divine Warrior technique. 20 victory points consumed. Strengthening Divine Soldier technique succeeded. Divine Warrior technique gives weight to the weapon. Currently 70 pounds. Li Mu secretly nodded. The previous strength of 1 tiger and 3 oxen was more than enough to swing 70 pounds. Now that he had reached the second grade, the strength of his physique had also come up. With the physical body plus the Tanshan technique, it was too normal to swing a weight of 200 or 300 pounds. It's just a shame there aren't enough victory points. If you can add up to 300 pounds, even if you don't use your true chi, that swings to the body. It's got to be a bruise, right? Letting out a long breath of turbid air, Li Mu opened his eyes. However, he found that the entire compartment of students were looking at Li Mu with shocked faces. Just a few minutes ago, the energy in Li Mu's body suddenly exploded with a dazzling white light. It seemed to penetrate the entire carriage. Obviously a breakthrough. A breakthrough in a car? And there are still 2 days before the first battle of the Abyss. And you just casually break through? Ilu exam sacramental awe. A group of students, wide-eyed, once again surrounded Li Mu. Li Mu got up, smilingly patted his clothes and said, "Everyone sit down. Kowtowing is not necessary. A little gift from each person will do." Although they had only been together for 1 day, Li Mu and everyone had already hit it off, joking about it. "Big brother, do you want to break through so easily? Making me feel like I'm okay?" Xiao Lingtong spat. "It's been stuck for a long time, and it just so happened that there was an opportunity." Li Mu made up his mind. "So you are, now, a second grade?" a female student asked in surprise. Seeing Li Mu nodding his head, all of them had strange expressions on their faces again. Something seemed to come to mind at the same time. "What's wrong with you guys?" Li Mu wondered. All the students had a hint of helplessness on their faces as they looked toward the doorways of the left and right compartments. There were not only people from Blackwater High School, but also people from at least 3 other colleges surrounding the carriages on both sides. The commotion of Li Mu's breakthrough just now wasn't small, and these people saw it. Xiao Lingtong also sighed somewhat helplessly. "Congratulations, and remember to do yourself some favors when other schools poach you." After Xiao Lingtong finished speaking, all the students silently sat back in their seats. It was then that Li Mu realized what these students meant. With the first battle of the Abyss just around the corner, students who were able to step into the second grade in their senior year are the main competition for the roster. You know, a lot of so-called geniuses with AB level talent can't keep up with their natural talent. With the addition of various resource potions, the senior 3 were only one product, and schools like Blackwater had far fewer students in the late first grade, not to mention a second grade. It's not something to get excited about, because they simply can't stay. Any school that comes in for a steal can provide some personal resources for Li Mac. The higher the ranking of the college, the more influential it is, and the more likely it is that you will get into a good college in the future. so Lemu will definitely be tapped out in the next couple days. Li Mu didn't bother to explain to the crowd, because there's no need for that. The carriage traveled in this dreary atmosphere. Inside the other two workshops, the news of Li Mu's breakthrough to the second grade had spread thoroughly. Soon the train arrived at the station. Li Mu returned to Blackwater High School with the flow of people. As soon as he entered the front door of the school, Li Mu could smell a burst of meal aroma. A long line of desks lined the large school square. The desks are full of fruit and snacks, fondue, stews, drinks and liquor. Many sophomore seniors were helping set up the scene. Xiao Lingtong explained towards Li Mu, "This is a dinner party organized by our school to treat us freshmen who came back from military training. The principal said that we must not have eaten well in the abyss, and that we should give a big tonic when we come back tonight. It's going to be 3 days in a row. Our colleges and universities have poorer resources, but the school spirit is actually quite good." Between the words, Xiao Lingtong also hoped that Li Mu would stay. It's just that he didn't say it explicitly, that people have the right to pursue better resources, and that some of the words were on point. Still, Xiao Lingtong sighed helplessly after she finished speaking. Chapter 16, Dig Me, You're Not Worthy. Li Mu nodded. Blackwater Collegiate really does a great job with the humanities piece of the puzzle. Schools in the high martial arts world, and getting into college in the future. There are just two types of universities, civil and military. Liberal arts universities have departments of kung fu, monsters, genetics, potions, forging, geography of the abyss, the energy development, etc. Martial arts universities, on the other hand, are divided according to talent and weaponry, knives, guns, swords, clubs, imperial beasts, mechs, genuine thermal martial arts and more. The civil and military divide will also become more pronounced. Liberal arts colleges are gradually beginning to have their own academic outcomes. Become a qualified member of the Social Logistics Support, WKU. On the other hand, devotes more time to the Battle of the Abyss. Why don't men bring the Wu Hook and collect the 50 states in the Guanshan Mountains? Humans were able to survive the outbreak of the Abyss. It was countless forefathers who fought their way out with blood. That's why the Jin Yuan army is where it is today. At the same time, he has extraordinary battle skills, and strength that crushes everything. It's what makes this high martial arts world the top level of discourse, and to differentiate which college you will go to in the future. From awakening to the second half of my senior year of high school, just have to start touching the abyss. Those who don't dare to face the abyssal monsters, those with poor combat power, and those with slow cultivation speed, go to liberal arts school before it's too late and get into a liberal arts college in the future. And the really strong ones that were screened out naturally targeted the University of Martial Arts, because martial arts colleges have several or even a dozen times more resources for training than liberal arts colleges. The dangers are high, but WKU students are also more successful in the future. As soon as the students enter the school, then he cheered loudly, darting to his class. Li Mu was not familiar with it, so he had to keep following Xiao Lingtong. What Li Mu did not expect was, the principal knows all about him transferring over. The Minister of Academic Records, Lao Ma, and Zhao Qingshan didn't catch up with Li Mu and came back to tell the principal about it. The principal wouldn't make a special trip to Li Mu just because of a student. But today, the principal, Yin Changming, happened to be right there with the school leaders to greet the new students. Li Mu then followed the crowd head-on. A finger from the old horse in the school registry. "Hey, that's him, that kid is Li Mu." The Minister of Academic Records instantly recognized Li Mu in the crowd. Li Mu naturally saw the other party and smiled shyly, taking the initiative to welcome him. The principal, Yin Changming, is a kindly middle-aged man with a slim figure and a slight beard. "You kid, you're killing me. I thought you took my reward and ran away." Old Ma smiled and cursed at Li Mu without any humor. "Leaders, I'm really sorry. I can't wait to try out the feats once I receive them." Didn't have time to report. Li Mu rushed to the crowd and bowed slightly in apology. Old Ma smiled and introduced. "This is our Blackwater's principal, Yin Changming. This is your homeroom teacher, Zhao Qingshan." Li Mu once again respectfully saluted. Yin Changming smiled and nodded his head, but soon his face tightened as he asked in surprise, "Your second grade?" When this statement was made, a group of school leaders probed with their true chi. Sure enough, Li Mu had actually been in the second grade realm. Xiao Lingtong, who was on the side, added, "We all saw the breakthrough when we were on the train just now. Of course, people from other schools have seen it." All the school leaders were taken aback when Xiao Lingtong finished speaking. They already knew that Li Mu was an F-rank talent, but now it had actually reached the second grade. What kind of natural talent was this? Talent and natural ability are two different things. Natural talent is a martial artist's enlightenment, their understanding of the martial way, their understanding of the gong fu, the casting of a man's natural talent. Talent is a characteristic given to a person by the aura of heaven and earth. In principle, talent definitely plays a greater role than natural ability. But this thing of natural talent, the horror is horrible in that he has no upper limit, and it's hard to figure out. I've been stuck at the first grade bottleneck for a long time. It's time to break through. Li Mu still used this excuse. Yin Changming smiled and nodded, lightly patting Li Mu's shoulder with his hand. Good. A hero is a young man. Come on, let's go in first and get a bite to eat. Li Mu could feel it clearly. Although Yin Changming's eyes were full of praise, there was a slight hint of a sigh. The faces of the other school leaders were not overly joyful. Needless to say, the reason was the same as the students. Both think he doesn't belong at all at Blackwater High and will be scooped up soon. Everyone instead tried to open their mouths to fight for Li Mu to stay. But with what qualifications? In terms of promised resources and promised status, they can't compete with other schools. Sure enough, Li Mu thanked the principal and was about to walk into the school to eat hot pot. A harsh laugh then came from behind him. Aya, Principal Yoon, long time no see. The visitor had a big belly, a big brain, and a Mediterranean greasy head that made you look a little sick to your stomach. It was the director of admissions at Goldwater College, Jinhua Collegiate, a school that is ranked a little higher than Tanglong Collegiate. Barely qualifies for T1. It's a lot higher than a T4 or even T5 school like Blackwater. Although this fat man is only a director of the admissions office, his faction is not small, with a couple of guys two-stepping and three-stepping. The faces of the people from Blackwater High School were all extremely ugly. They were truly afraid of what would come. Sun Tung, what are you doing here? Yin Changming frowned and questioned. Fatty glanced at Li Mu with a grimace. Of course I'm here to save the talent. Hello Li Mu. I'm the enrollment director of Jinhua High School. I heard that you just broke through the yellow rank second grade realm. Goldwater High School. Willing to give you a seat at the table. You are a level 2 honors student just for showing up. Sun Tong finished. Yin Changming blackened his face and spoke in a deep voice of anger. Sun Tong, overdo it. I, Blackwater Collegiate, am inferior to you, but you have to have the attitude to dig people up. A second grade honor student? You won't even give him some resources? If that's the case, I, Blackwater Collegiate, will fight you even if I dump my family's money. In the face of Yin Changming's anger, Sun Tong burst into a snort of laughter. He didn't even clip Yin Changming in his eyes for a moment and laughed. Resources? Oh, my Jinhua High School. It is the first echelon of the Eastern District. The influence of a level 2 blurry student is still no match for some resources? You fight me? On what grounds? If Li Mu performs well in the future, it's not unlikely that he'll be able to get some resources. Besides, Li Mu's S-class talent was taken away and he was expelled from the Li family. I don't think there are many schools that would really want you except for my Goldwater High School. As he spoke, Sun Tong's eyes were filled with pride. The implication is that Li Mu is not so far gone that he has used his resources to dig. You've made it to the second grade, but you're an F-rated talent after all. It's just a matter of using you to make a dent in the Abyss First battle roster. Investing resources in someone who has no future with you? There's no need for that. Yin Changming and the others were speechless and clenched their fists, because people are telling the truth. Their Tier 2 Pride students were really more influential than the geniuses of Blackwater High. It's a lot more than a resource advantage and the vanity satisfaction piece. In the end, the leaders of Blackwater High School were filled with anger that could only be turned into a long sigh. Sun Tong laughed and waved his hand at Li Mu with a chesty smile. Ha ha, let's go. Li Mu, Yin Changming, a middle-aged man, ate such a big embarrassment in public. Exasperated, he bowed his head and was speechless, his body trembling slightly. He didn't dare to get angry, because if he gets angry in public, in the end, Li Mu chooses Jinhua. His anger is a clownish, incompetent rage that everyone will look at as a joke. There are countless other students and teachers standing behind you, just as he was gritting his teeth to bear this humiliation. But then he heard a snort from behind him. It was Li Mu. All eyes looked toward Li Mu. Only Li Mu slowly shook his head. It's so true that any school of cats and dogs has the audacity to call itself first tier these days. Ridiculous. There was a silence. Everyone looked at Li Mu in shock. Sun Tong narrowed his eyes even more dangerously. What did you say? Li Mu looked at Sun Tong and said aloud with a proud expression. Robbing someone in front of our school leaders. You're losing martial arts decency. It shows that you have no boundaries as a person. Your school sends a lousy piece of garlic like you over here with a lousy title that thinks it's a meat and potatoes job. Just try to perfume me. It shows that you think you know what you're doing. As you know that I'm F-grade gifted. And yet, I can't see the gold in my breaking through to the second grade with my F-rank talent. That means you're ratty. Like you and other bottomless, self-righteous, rat-brained goods. Also worthy of being my Li Mu's division commander? Meh. Chapter 17, I hope you'll stay this crazy. Raimu ended with a soft grunt. Everyone in the room's brain went blank. especially the students who weren't too far away. Madness. It's too wild. Your school looks down on me. On my school? Then you think you're a powerful school. In my eyes. In general, all the students were confused. Is Limu really not afraid of offending Jinhua High School? What did you say? Sun Tong's face was blue with anger, gritting his teeth as his aura rose steeply. Boom! Yin Changming and Zhao Qingshan stepped forward at the same time and blocked in front of Limu. The aura of the school leaders behind them rose at the same time, instantly overwhelming Sun Tong. Blackwater Collegiate is just the reality of the problems that lead to poor student quality and poor school resources. It does not mean that the teachers are of low standard. Sun Tong stepped up to the position of director of the enrollment office at Jinhua with just a few contacts. Self-strength is not strong. Even Zhao Qingshan was one rank higher than him. The aura of a 5th or 6th grade martial artist unfolded, and the surrounding students fell back in fear. Sun Tong bared his teeth in anger, knowing that it was not appropriate to make a big deal out of it, and pointed at Li Mu with hatred. A waste that was abolished from the Li family. Do you really think that a Blackwater High School can protect you? Yin Changming immediately shouted coldly with a black face. Sun Tong, I'm warning you, between you and my school, let's fight in the open. If you're going to privately screw my students, I will follow you steel to the end. Sun Tong laughed coldly. Yin Changming, it's useless to talk such nonsense. He turned to Li Mu and gritted his teeth. Li Mu, I'm afraid you don't know why I, Jinhua High School, have come this far. Listen carefully, within 10 days, if I don't get rid of your school registration, I won't be called son. Let's see how I'm going to torture you when you're out of school. And you, Yin Changming, we'll see. Li Mu had heard about the reliance of Jinhua University. There is a large consortium behind Goldwater High School. Being a school is not so easy to rise to. But Jinhua University froze and quickly rose to prominence with its strong financial power and horrible connections. The consortium behind them, through money, has its tentacles in all walks of life, even some of the top brass. Li Mu had long heard that the consortium behind Jinhua High School was going to put their hands on the Jinyuan army. A good relationship with the military is the ultimate quest of all social forces. Only by getting the military background as a big backer, can we do no harm? It's just that the Jinyuan army can't really be something that ordinary people can reach into. There's a folk saying, it's called no bugs in the rice bag. Some of the benefits of the Jinyuan army that could be divided were not enough for those military and official second generation to compete for. When outside forces want to reach in, the first thing that moves is this group of people. Many people can't even get past them. You're going to take his cake. He might give you a cut first. So when outside forces want to get through to the military, it's not only difficult, but they have to be careful. Oh, you're actually that good? Li Mu asked, feigning surprise. Boy, you don't have to give me a playful smile. There's a time for you to cry. Don't you like to be wild? I hope you stay wild. Sun Tong smiled coldly, pointed a finger at Li Mu, and turned around, ready to leave. Just then, a hoarse neighing sound rang out above the long street, followed by the loud and clear sound of galloping hooves. All eyes were drawn to it. More than a dozen high-headed strange horses galloped wildly. Wherever they passed, smoke and dust boiled. Pedestrians and vehicles all avoided. I don't need to see it to know that it's the Jinyuan army. This is because only motorized vehicles are allowed in Iron Hand City. Even if you are a beast master, the beasts have to be registered before they can go on the road. Only the Jinyuan army could gallop their war horses around the city. It's privileged. The first is that war horses are much faster than the average automobile. Secondly, the Jinyuan army is used to riding horses when fighting in the abyss. If you are on a mission within the city, riding a horse is more flexible and maneuverable than machinery. Closer. On each horse sat a warrior in the combat uniform of the Jinyuan army. The leading one was even a young wolf guard with 1 star on his shoulder. Yin Changming and the others all subconsciously stepped back a bit. Everyone thought it was the Jinyuan army passing by on an errand. But unexpectedly, these people galloped to the entrance of the Blackwater High School and strangled their horses in unison, then neatly rolled over and dismounted. The lead young wolf guard came to Li Mu with quick steps and clicked his tongue in a standard knight salute. In the high martial world, the Jinyuan army saluted with a knight salute since they were cavalry. That is, the left hand behind the back. The right hand clenches a fist across the chest, and then the right hand expands into a palm. Slide quickly to the lower right parallel to the hips. The right hand swings in a motion similar to a hand knife chopping motion. Student Li Mu, Minister Song and Professor Su have an invitation to discuss important matters. I will escort you to the abyss, please. As he spoke, there was still shock in the eyes of this young wolf guard. He's the officer in charge of the guards on the research side, knowing a thing or two about the influence of Prof. Su and Minister Song. In the afternoon, all he knew was that Professor Su and Minister Song and the others were asleep. This was common, and they often rested quickly to recover their spirits because they were overly mentally exhausted. But after these two bigwigs woke up, they went crazy looking for a student named Li Mu. He asked Assistant Lu to find out what was going on. Immediately afterward, Professor Su ordered him to come quickly to invite Li Mu. He also saw Qin Zhanya enter the research department when he was leaving. These guys invited Li Mu there, for no other reason than to host a banquet. Please this student named Li Mu. You should know that Minister Song and Professor Su are extremely frugal on weekdays. Almost all of his time and energy was devoted to the study of gong methods. The most annoying thing is the set of ushering in and sending off. But also hate what luxury wine banquet. Even a character like Qin Zhanya used to want to find Professor Su and the others for a drink. Prof. Co also said push it. Headmaster, I'll go? Li Mu turned to look at Yin Changming and asked. Yin Changming and the others had long since been stunned. That's a young wolf guard. Although it was only a bottom-level officer, the threshold for even the lowest level of officers in the Jinyuan army was extremely high. What did this group of people just say? What professor? What minister? Wants to invite Li Mu forward to discuss important matters? Ah! Yin Changming hurried back to his senses and gently pushed Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu pulled out his horse license plate and shook it. Hula! Telebones pranced out. It caused the crowd of students from Blackwater High School to gasp in shock. The silver-maned black horse with 2 horns and 2 bones is powerful and handsome. How many high school kids get to own a warhorse? I'll follow you on horseback? Li Mu asked toward the young wolf guard. Good. The young wolf guard nodded, and out of the corner of his eye, he didn't forget to glance at Yao Bone. The horse actually looked much more divine than his. He didn't realize that Li Mu actually had a strange horse as well. Is it hard to believe that this kid has joined the reserves early? Then it would be reasonable for Prof. Su and others to invite him. Waiting for the meeting? Where's the sense in that? This kid is a demon. Li Mu rolled onto his horse, condescendingly glancing at Sun Tong, who was already full of confusion. He blandly said, Director Sun. Ah. Ha. Sun Tong, the director of the admissions office of Jinhua University, was overwhelmed by Li Mu's call. He looked at Li Mu in horror, and the smile on his face didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been completely confused. How could this Li Mu be related to the military region? Surprisingly, a young wolf guard came to pick him up? Could it be his father's previous relationship? He straightaway pleaded with his eyes for Li Mu, hoping that he would never mention what happened just now. Better yet, don't mention it even when you go to the abyss. Otherwise, a little incitement from Li Mu. It led to the Jinyuan military district having a bad impression of Jinhua High School. It affects the next step in the development of the Golden State colleges and universities to the military. Then one would really be screwed up for life. Li Mu is not that compassionate. In fact, there was not much use in saying what had just happened to this young wolf guard. But again, Sun Tong didn't know what relationship he had with these people. Li Mu just wanted to see him scared out of his wits. Fun! You Goldwater colleges want me to death. So come at me yourself. Don't hit our colleges, please. Chapter 18, Crossover Improvements. When Li Mu spoke, Sun Tong couldn't wait to jump up and cover Li Mu's mouth. As expected, that young wolf guard and the other military soldiers listened, and all of them turned their gazes towards the Sun Tong. They were more curious. What kind of person eats wolf heart and dog guts and dares to mess with the person who was invited by the bigwigs of the military region? Only the murderous aura that came with their eyes almost scared the piss out of Sun Tong. Sun Tong's face completely lost its expression management. It was unusually ugly, and he almost cried out. Afterwards, a few of the young wolf guards mounted their horses, and surrounded Li Mu in front and behind, urging his horse to gallop away. Looking at Li Mu's departing back, Yin Changming let out a long breath of turbid air. He then bloated at Sun Tong and deliberately coughed. This cough scared Sun Tong so much that his legs went limp and he almost sat down on the floor in place. Seeing his embarrassment, Yin Changming couldn't help but feel a pang of darkness. Dog bastard. Aren't you crazy? It's not a kick in the teeth this time, it's a meat grinder. He turned back to the crowd and shouted, Let's go! Shabu shabu! The students rushed towards the square with a sudden excited shout. Sun Tong, on the other hand, stood in place for a long time with a pale face. Director, let's go! The aide gulped and whispered a reminder from the sidelines. Go! Sun Tong wiped away a cold sweat. Just as he was about to walk away, he jerked to a halt and gritted his teeth at a couple of the men around him. All of you, keep your mouths shut. What happened today must never be spoken of when we get back. He had just been thinking about the words he had threatened Li Mu with. More than anything, he wondered if Li Mu's relationship with the military region could be just a coincidence. Is it possible that it's because of something else? How could Li Mu, a student, have a big connection to the military region? Having so comforted himself, he decided to keep the matter under wraps. Never tell your boss. If it was really because of himself that the Genoa Consortium's plan to establish a relationship with the military region went down the drain, he knows the boss's methods. This side of Blackwater High, The school leaders returned to their seats and he then called over Xiao Lingtong and a few other students who were slightly familiar with Li Mu. Asked Li Mu about everything that happened after he entered the abyss. Xiao Lingtong's few people naturally added fuel to the fire. When the school leaders realized that Li Mu had just met and smashed one of the main instructor's legs, everyone was in a daze. At the same time, it occurred to me that Li Mu, just now, wouldn't have been captured. But after hearing that, Lemuel was called away, and then back again with a strange blood horse and a fine spirit treasure. The people were all looking at each other. There's a reward for injuring the master instructor? Does Li Mu have relatives in the military district? But there are also very smart students. Someone mentioned that Li Mu smashed the main instructor's leg and used the Ryan triple shock, but it hit 5 shocks, and a lot of students were videotaping the whole thing at the time. They pulled out their cell phones and showed the school leaders the whole thing. The school leaders naturally saw the strength of the flowing cloud 5 shocks at a glance. Yin Changming and the others instantly fell into silence. Yin Changming turned his gaze to the Minister of Logistics. The Logistics Minister instantly understood and stood up and shouted, "Xiao Lu, come over here. Librarians who are gorging themselves." Lu ran over with chopsticks cupped in his hands, chewing the mutton in his mouth. "Minister, what's wrong? I'm asking you, did Li Mu, the 7th class, pick up his feats in the library yesterday?" "Ah, Collard, I'm not moving an inch to watch." The administrator thought a little and nodded vigorously. "Which set of feats did he lead?" "Ryuan triple shock." "Wow." All the school leaders stood up in unison, and several had their stools rubbed out from under them. Took Administrator Lu by surprise. "Are you sure?" Zhao Qingshan's voice began to tremble as he asked word for word. "Okay, it's the Ryugan triple shock." Lu nodded heavily again after thinking about it. All of the school leaders were without exception horrified. That is to say, Li Mu had only learned the flowing cloud triple shock yesterday. It's been improved today into the Ryugan 5 shocks. A first-rate martial artist, using a set of gun and stick techniques that he had learned and refined himself over the course of a day, smashed the leg of a second-ranked martial artist. The point is that this incident was also seen by officers in the military district. If this is the case, then this so-called Minister Song and Prof. Su, which department are they from? It just cries out. It can't be called genius anymore. It's demonic. In the middle of the abyss, Li Mu followed the young wolf guards to the feats research department. A single room in the Ministry of Merit was set up with a round table dedicated to eating. A variety of wines and dishes were available. Li Mu knocked on the door of his room, and it was Qin Zhanya who pulled it open. "Get in here." When Li Mu entered the house, there were all familiar faces. Qin Zhanya, Minister Song, Professor Su, the head of the horse farm, Lao Zhou. All of these Li Mu knew. The only person who was sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man. The face was majestic and carried an air of superiority. The rank on his shoulder was the same as Qin Zhanya's, but the military uniform on his body was one level higher than Qin Zhanya. Li Mu was secretly shocked, guessing the identity of this person. The deputies and guards of the congregation stood guard outside the door. Qin Zhanya pulled Li Mu into the room and closed the door. Professor Su hurriedly stood up, an old face smiling. "I'm sorry to call you over so late. I didn't keep you from your business." No. Li Mu shook his head and rushed forward to press Professor Su back onto the stool. He was the oldest here, and when he stood up, he made Li Mu stressed out. Qin Zhanya immediately introduced Li Mu to the man sitting on the main seat. "Come, Li Mu, let me give you a grand introduction. This is the deputy commander of our military region, Wang Longchang." Li Mu was shocked in his heart, rushing to give a knight's salute. "The deputy commander, the 4th in command of this military district. Don't look at it as just the 4th in command, but it's an existence that regular people need to look up to. Don't say that Li Mu is a student. Even if their principal, Yin Changming, had come, he wouldn't even dare to breathe here." The Jin Yuan army formation, pushing up from 5-man squads, 5 men in a squad, 25 in a squadron, and 100 in a brigade, 10 brigades in a regiment of about 1,000 men or less, generally 10 regiments for a military district, 10,000 men or less. However, it does not exclude the appearance of 11 or 12 regiments, or even more, in some of the large military districts. The population of military districts floats around, and the difference is still pretty big according to the difficulty of the abyss being subdued. Like this entrance to the abyss where Iron Hand City is located. It's 2 military districts, 10 regiments per military district. The top officers of the military districts, in descending order: District Commander-in-Chief, Vice Commander-in-Chief, District Commander-in-Chief, Vice Commander-in-Chief. Further down the line, positions such as Head of the Regiment, Instructor, and Chief of Guards can be held by the Upper Wolf Guard. The highest upwardly mountable position of the Upper Wolf Guard is that of Deputy Commander. Deputy commanders further up must at least be above the rank of young tiger husband, like the Wang Longcheng in front of us, with the current upper wolf guard merit to be the deputy commander. It's already the highest position. If you want to move up further, it is impossible to merit less than the Xiaohuho, the district commander-in-chief. On the other hand, had to be at least an upper tiger marquis, or even a lesser dragon general. The ranks of the Jin Yuan army, from lowest to highest, are young wolf guard, middle wolf guard, and upper wolf guard, young tiger marquis, middle tiger marquis, and upper tiger marquis, young dragon general, middle dragon general, and upper dragon general, dragon and tiger major marshal, grand marshal of the dragon and tiger, district commanders-in-chief of some of the major military districts, up to upper dragon generals, and 2 military districts or more combined would be the legion. The number of legions is even more undefined, with numbers ranging from tens of thousands to tens of millions, and the legions, those who are not dragon and tiger marshals cannot dominate. Come on, have a seat. Wang Longcheng smiled and extended his hand at Li Mu, the military district, in an effort to show that it values its students. The highest officer in charge of the first battle of the Abyss was the deputy commander. Of course, Li Mu and his team really belonged to a special accident when they met a manager like Redhead. If the redhead doesn't happen to be dumped by a woman, colorful and bold, he would also weigh the consequences of such a thing, and Wang Longcheng can appear at this dinner table. It was purely because he had a good personal relationship with Prof. Su and Minister Song. Wang Longcheng was very attached to the Ministry of Feats and Techniques. These two blew a student out of the water today. Of course he was curious to come and see. Moreover, as a martial artist, he also admired and was very curious about Li Mu's natural talent. You have to know that the Ryugan triple shock was only the Ryugan second shock to begin with. It was the continuous refinement of several generations of gun and stick martial artists that slowly developed into the Lu Yun triple shock. If Li Mu had taken the 3 shocks of the flowing clouds and honed them over several years, he would have comprehended the 4 shocks of the flowing clouds. That's just as well. Li Mu was directly navigating the 5th shock. Moreover, he had heard that Li Mu had used the 6th shock live. This span can be a bit big. This is not hard work can make up for it. This is the absolute natural talent. He must come and meet the teenager. It was no exaggeration to say that if the 6 shocks of the flowing clouds could be popularized, it would definitely belong to the ranks of top-grade techniques. Everyone also greeted Li Mu and hurriedly sat down. Wang Longcheng looked at Li Mu with a smile and was about to speak. Suddenly his face changed slightly, and his body shook slightly before returning to normal. It looked like there was a cough coming out. However, Wang Longcheng was concerned about losing his temper and held it back. Li Mu, however, was quick to catch this. Curious, Li Mu unleashed his fiery eyes and swept them toward Wang Longcheng's body. The pupils shrank. Chapter 19, A Ruthless Animal. Wang Longcheng. Li Mu's eyes were like perspective, seeing through the meridians in Wang Longcheng's body. It's like a navigation map showing the path. All meridians are green. Only the location of his lungs had 2 meridians that were a very deep red color, and that red color is starting to spread to the lungs, and at that red intersection, the 2 meridians actually crossed and collided with each other. It's like 2 opposing lanes of traffic on a highway with travel markings that turn on opposite sides of each, and at this intersection, streams of vehicles are constantly colliding one after another. Li Mu couldn't help but stare. 2 meridians were switched with each other? Can't Wang Longcheng feel it himself? The yellow rank's internal vision relied on perception, while as soon as one stepped into the Xian rank, then the internal vision would become extremely clear. The spirit is mystical, and the spirit travels within. In that case, there was only one possibility, and that was that Wang Longcheng had not yet reached the Xian rank, but Li Mu could feel how powerful he was. It was at least the 9th rank of the Yellow Order, and the most evil thing is, how could 2 meridians be switched? Microsurgery? Did he change it himself? Or did someone else change it for him? There was no way for Li Mu to know all this. To know meridians, not blood vessels. He was a self-contained channel of qi within the body of a martial artist. It cannot be understood in terms of physical laws. It was often said that a powerful martial artist's dantian was as vast as the sea, and his meridians were as wide as rivers. He is a presence between the combination of imagery and reality. Raimu saw it though, but didn't dare to ask. It was only when his gaze was withdrawn that, however, he saw that Wang Longcheng was looking at himself with sharp eyes. Li Mu hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The level of his fiery eyes was still too low to the point of changing colors, but probing a 9th grade powerhouse with his pupils. How can people not feel it? The first time he unleashed his fiery eyes, Wang Longcheng sensed it. One could even clearly feel where Li Mu's gaze was gathered. On the surface Wang Longcheng's expression did not change, but the heart was flooded with waves. What's going on? This kid's pupil energy was clearly looking inward at his own body, and he was impartial. gazing right into his own lungs. What has happened there is best known only to yourself. Could it be that this kid could see his own hidden problems? Seeing that Li Mu didn't dare to speak, Wang Longcheng didn't tear him down. Instead, he smiled. Truly a hero. I heard that your Lu Yun 6 shocks, even Instructor Qin suffered a loss? Li Mu hurriedly waved his hand modestly. It was just a moment of carelessness when Instructor Qin gave way to me. Hey, you boys are quite polite now, Qin Zhanya said without any good humor. Where's that tiger energy when you were asking me for a reward? Why did it go out? As he spoke, Qin Zhanya smoothly said to Wang Longcheng, by the way leader, I haven't uploaded you yet. I gave this brat's reward 2 top-grade techniques, 1 fine spirit treasure and weapon each, and a special warhorse. Got it from old Chow. A finger was pointed at Lao Zhou after saying the words. Old Zhou on the side was so scared that he almost didn't stand up, and hurriedly put on a smiling face. At this table today, apart from Li Mu, the officer is the smallest. He couldn't even believe it when Qin Zhanya called him. Although Qin Zhanya promised him to mention their horse farm to the top, this happiness also came too fast. Not only did he sit down with Prof. Co. Minister Song, he was even able to sit and eat with Wang Longcheng. Simply flattered. How could Wang Longcheng not understand Qin Zhanya's mind? Qin Zhanya is taking the opportunity to repay his debt to himself. All these things that rewarded Li Mu, they were to be reported, and he himself happened to be in charge of this piece. Today they know themselves and they don't have to fight the application. Alright, the rewards are all fine. It's the merits that matter. Minister Song, Professor Su, all the teachers from the Gongfu department. How is your understanding of the 5 vibrations of the Lu Yun? Wang Longcheng turned to the 2 Professor Su and asked. Commander Wang, don't worry. Everyone in the Flowing Cloud 5 shocks is stepping up their communication. I believe there will soon be a new Flowing Cloud 5 shocks coming out, and the positioning will still be a mortal grade technique. It's just that the difficulty of cultivation is bound to increase a bit, and the poorer comprehension of the. At the very least, we can use the Ryukyu 4 shocks, Minister Song said. Wang Longcheng nodded. There are nearly 12,000 of us in the military district. There are at least 3,000 upwards of gunstick martial artists who can use the Flowing Cloud 5 shocks. If the death rate of gun and stick martial artists has decreased, the gold content of this Flowing Cloud 5 shocks is going to continue to rise. Wang Longcheng pointed at Li Mu and said, the Jinyuan army is most concerned with clear-cut rewards and punishments. It's too soon to tell exactly how much credit Li Mu gets. What followed was a meal of food and drink and small talk. As a junior, Li Mu was asked questions by the crowd. Naturally, the conversation quickly turned to the matter of being robbed of his S-rank talent and being removed from the Li family. Qin Zhanya was instantly furious. He didn't think there was such a brazen family. Minister Song and Professor Su were also very sympathetic to Li Mu. But sympathy is sympathy. Family power has always been a special group in China. Some huge families even control half of China. With them at the helm, forces like the family are unusually united. A Li family is naturally nothing, but without ironclad evidence. The Jinyuan army rashly meddled in the affairs of other people's families. It would give those bigger families something to hold on to. This would put the Jinyuan army in a great passive position. But if the Li family had dared to provoke the Jinyuan army, the situation would be completely different. It's not like the military has been arm wrestling with the family powers for a year or two. Finished eating, Raimu excused himself to go back to the ground. Wang Longcheng, however, said, I happen to be going back home as well. I'll give you a ride. Li Mu of course knew that Wang Longcheng was bound to look for himself, and he couldn't say no. Once on the ground, Wang Longcheng's adjutant drove Wang Longcheng's exclusive seat. A brawny military vehicle sped across the viaduct. Li Mu and Wang Longcheng sat in the back seat of the car. What do you see? The atmosphere in the car was suppressed for a while before Wang Longcheng suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Vice Commander Wang, wounded here? Li Mu pointed his finger at the location of the lungs and asked directly. He knew there was no use hiding. Besides, there was absolutely no need for him to hide. The adjutant who was driving in front of him instantly stalled his eyebrows and glanced at Li Mu from the rearview mirror. This young man is a bit of fun. The vice commander spoke, surprisingly, without much timidity. Unlike the officers that I shivered when I saw Wang Longcheng. Right. Wang Longcheng's eyes lit up slightly. 2 of the meridians intersected with each other, and the true qi collided one after another. As to why it affects the lungs, I'm not sure, Li Mu said. Wang Longcheng, however, breathed suddenly sharply and stared at Li Mu as he asked, Can you see which 2 meridians? Barely. Li Mu saw very clearly, but words couldn't be too full. Read it again. Wang Longcheng forced down the excitement in his heart. This coughing in his lungs was the biggest obstacle to him hitting the bottleneck of the Xian stage, and the more anxious he was, the worse the hidden lung problem became. He also knew it was the meridians, but without breaking through to the Xian rank, he was unable to clearly visualize all his meridians internally, making it difficult for him to repair himself. If he didn't get rid of the hidden danger, he wouldn't be able to break through to the Xian rank. The vicious cycle caused him to get worse and worse. This was a great hindrance to his cultivation and career. Li Mu nodded and had to unleash his fiery eyes. Now that the two were face to face and very close, Li Mu naturally saw extremely clearly. Keep an eye on him, Wang Longqing warned out loud. Li Mu directly stretched out his finger. Right here. As he spoke, Li Mu pointed his finger toward the location of Wang Longqing's lungs. Just then, Wang Longqing stifled a grunt. Li Mu only saw the two meridians he was staring at, but they actually clicked. It exploded right inside Wang Longqing's body. Asterisk asterisk. Li Mu was so scared that his whole body slammed backward against the car door. He thought he was showing people an explosion. However, after seeing that energy raging in the body for a moment, it was quickly suppressed by Wang Longqing. Now look, is there any more? Wang Longqing seemed to be in extreme pain, and his breath was trembling, but the excitement on his face couldn't be hidden. He suppressed the excitement that filled him and asked toward Li Mu. It was then that Li Mu came back to his senses and looked in horror. Those two red meridians had disappeared, and only green smooth meridians remained in Wang Longqing's body. Even the red areas of the lungs began to slowly diminish. Li Mu's scalp went numb at once. Self-exploding meridians. It's too much of a ing animal. Chapter 20, Into the Abyss. Reimu shook his head. Nope. Wang Longqing let out a long breath of turbid air. After the cow gasped for a few moments, it gradually returned to the calm and sophisticated air it had just had. Li Mu then realized that Wang Longqing was a real werewolf. He's asking his fiery eyes to aim for him. He was well aware of the danger of those two meridians. He couldn't pinpoint those two meridians on his own, and after he was able to sense where Li Mu's pupils were localized. When the time comes, a strong man's decision. If you really find a quiet place, let Li Mu solemnly help him locate it. Reimu could still make any mistakes due to mental stress. It happened to be the time when Li Mu had the least amount of heartache. The positioning is instead the most accurate. Although the human body has a strange number of meridians, 2 meridians do not hurt its fundamentals. But there's a lot of danger involved. And what if it's not positioned well and blows up the wrong way? That's irreversible damage. Heard Li Mu say no more. Even the adjutant driving in front of him could hardly hide the excitement that filled his face. As Wang Longqing's close guard, he was very clear about the trouble this strange disease caused to Wang Longqing. Once Wang Longqing was on a large mission, concentrating on giving orders to command the battlefield. In the heat of the moment, he coughed violently. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the command deck. It was also fortunate that the command room was full of Wang Longqing's inner circle at that time. Otherwise, if this matter spreads out, Wang Longqing's career will come to an end. And the one that caused Wang Longqing to seriously injure this meridian was a miraculous feat. Originally, with this credit, Wang Longqing enough to go one step further up, promoted to general commander. Nay, it was difficult for Wang Longqing's realm to go further up without entering the Xian rank. The disease is now gone. Wang Longqing could then impact the Xian rank without any distractions. First battle in the abyss. Confident? Wang Longqing adjusted his mood and revealed a smile as he looked at Li Mu. Yes. Li Mu nodded. Make sure you're careful during the first battle, and after the first battle, come and sit at home. Wang Longqing nodded and looked at Li Mu with eyes full of appreciation. The adjutant driving in front of him was filled with envy for Li Mu in his heart. He had been an adjutant for Wang Longqing for 2 years, and it was only this year that he got this treatment once. This kid Li Mu was going to soar. Wang Longqing owed Li Mu a huge favor. As the saying goes, a great favor is not appreciated. You casually said thank you. Just let them wonder if you're giving them away with this thank you? And it is precisely the absence of the word thank you that is more grounding. Would a deputy commander of such a large military region owe you this great favor? Sooner or later, it's payback. Letting you sit in the house is a sign of closeness. Good. Li Mu hurriedly answered. Back home. Li Mu only picked up what he could say to his family. To reassure my mother and sister-in-law. But the cousins are still young and their mouths are not tight. Li Mu is afraid that they will go out and say something they shouldn't say. Outside the knots, the next 2 days of military training had a very quiet life. Li Xiaohong and Li Lan did not look for Li Mu. Instead, they lied directly toward home. It says that the two of them went to see Li Mu. Li Mu didn't want to go back to the Li family and scolded them. The Li family members were immediately furious and rebuked Li Mu for not knowing any better. With their virtues, it was naturally impossible for them to condescend to invite Li Mu again. Leland and Li Xiaohong's purpose was achieved. They weren't going to try to persuade Li Mu to come back. Li Mu, a poor, must have agreed back in one go. That's just too cheap. Soon, 3 days of military training had passed. Fourth morning, the fortress above the entrance to the abyss in Ironhand City was buzzing with activity. 8 o'clock in the morning. Bastion Square was already crowded. Instead of students, the largest number of people gathered were parents of students from all walks of life. There is a mortality rate for the first battle in the abyss. It could be the last battle for any student. Although the odds are low, friends and family must be allowed to watch the battle. Li Mu's mom and sister-in-law's family all came. Chen Jiafeng took a special leave of absence today. Li Mu is ready to report. Mom and auntie had a good time telling Li Mu to be careful. Watch as Li Mu heads to the registration area. It took a large family to walk into the multimedia hall to find seats. The students registered in good order and entered the abyss through the elevator. And school leaders, families, relatives and friends, all entered the multimedia hall in the middle of the square. Above the entire huge multimedia hall, a huge three-dimensional main screen, and 20 subscreens in various directions. These screens are 3D stereoscopic and are positive regardless of the angle from which they are viewed. The huge scoreboard was also pulled up, and in the middle of the abyss, the students who had entered the abyss had begun to assemble. The Li family came, of course. Yang Suiying also saw the Li family's crowd sitting in front from afar. It was a moment of hatred. For this first battle of the abyss, Li Xiuhao was at the best Holy Dragon Martial Arts School in the Eastern District. The status of the Holy Dragon Martial School was definitely T0 level in Iron Hand City. Has two S-ranked talents. One is Li Xiuhao and the other is called Zhang Jiwei. As for this Zhang Jiwei, he broke through to the second grade on the day he awakened his S-rank talent. It had climbed even more rapidly in the past few days, and was said to have reached the late second grade. Everyone's cultivation would be compressed for a long time before they awakened their talent. It was the best stage for laying a foundation in the first grade realm. After awakening a talent, there will be a period of rapid climbing and thick growth, totally thanks to your efforts up front. This Jiwei belonged to the typical example of both natural talent and giftedness, and his influence was very great. As for Li Xiuhao, his popularity in this school is a bit worse. As the saying goes, there is no comparison. Li Xiuhao was also still only in the late first grade at the end of his military training. Compare it to Zhang Jiwei, plus his background of plundering other people's talents. Very unpopular. Multimedia hall on the second floor. The station was full of bigwigs from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources. Deputy Minister of Education for the Eastern District. Deputy Minister of Resources. Two important people sat at the front of the booth, surrounded by a host of officials from both ministries. Further back, there were the principals of the 20 or so schools that were involved in this war. Zhang Teng, the principal of Tanglong High School, as well as the president of Blackwater High School, Yin Changming, are included. 820. All of the participating students went into the abyss. All of the drone footage was focused on the students preparing to be lectured. Qin Zhanya rode his monstrous blood warhorse and personally arrived in front of the teleportation area, doing a pre-war mobilization. I'll emphasize that again. All people, do not go to areas not marked on the map. Any area on the map that you can see is specifically cleared. When you encounter monsters you haven't touched in the monster atlas, flee as quickly as possible. Any suspicious portals, caves, holes in the ground, energy bodies, or anything of the sort were found, report immediately and evacuate quickly. Now, join hands and enter the portal over there, according to your divided teams. To all, a triumphant return. Qin Zhanya raised his long sword high and bellowed. Li Mu looked to his tech watch. This tech watch is stylized in the shape of a small turtle. The state gives them out for free, one for each person who enters the abyss. What it does is an upgraded cell phone and locator, real-time connection to the map function of the abyss, which allows you to view the map in the abyss. It is also possible to port over some of the electronic information from cell phones. Look at the real-time standings, for example. And the name of this turtle is the Triumph Turtle. Humans wish to take the symbolism and return in triumph. 3 days of military training caused nearly 40% of the students who had originally signed up for the first battle to drop out of the first battle. I'm even directly planning to switch to liberal arts and get into a liberal arts college in the future, because the abyss is so depressing. Military training doesn't just make them train, they also watch a lot of informational videos. Those datasheets are the war records of the Jin Yuan army. It's nothing like the live streams on the internet. It's more real, more brutal, more bloody. Many people knew better and went back to school early, beating them to death with no intention of joining the Jin Yuan army reserves. The rest of these can be described as teenage powerhouses full of blood. They said they weren't afraid, but they were about to face the monster, and they were all inexplicably nervous. As soon as Qin Zhanya shouted with this long sword raised high, the crowd immediately yelled back, "Return in triumph! Little turtle! Jenny Turtle!" At this moment all the students ghostly yelled and shouted everything, even mixed with bursts of laughter. Everyone fought the pressure of that invisible abyss in such a hoity-toity and quirky way, rushing towards the huge semicircular area surrounded by a dozen portals. The students of Blackwater High School hadn't pulled Li Mu to form a team in the past few days, but Li Mu didn't even agree. He's only good for being a lone wolf. So while a number of students stopped in front of the Abyssal portal looking for their teammates, Li Mu has stepped into the portal. Chapter 21 may be a little hard on the kid. There are many distinctions between the talents of martial artists. Even in the combat category, there are defense-focused, group attack-focused, single attack-focused, and long-range focused. Melee. There are even those that can imperil beasts and weapons. As for the therapeutic and supportive categories, there are very few. The talent that really favors assisting and healing, and that's the life class talent. Nor will it go into the abyss. At most, it's a slightly auxiliary nature in the combat talent, and the main ability is still combat. To form a team, of course, you need to find martial artists who make up for their shortcomings. For example, if a team is full of long-range martial artists and there is no melee in defense, that is definitely very passive. And it's not like the more people you have into the abyss, the better. Too few people can't fight the monsters they encounter and can't take care of them. The more people there were, the stronger the aura of the martial artists gathered together would be, and would constantly attract monsters. It's like the smell of blood in the seawater that attracts countless bloodthirsty sharks. After a long time of figuring out the optimal number of squads, mankind finally summarized it. That's 5 people. So many people at the gate start looking for the missing abilities in their teams. Li Mu entered the abyssal portal and only felt a bright light before his eyes. He then crouched down violently and drew out his thorn blossom rod, confirming that the surrounding area was safe. He slowly stood up. The Li Mu at this time was a new person than the Li Mu before he came across. The black and silver-sized cloak swung lightly against the wind. It matched perfectly with the Blackwater School uniform of silver threads on a black background. Before entering the abyss, everyone was also temporarily issued 2 things: a drone locator, a makeshift space storage bag. Both of these things are eventually returned. The drone buzzed and automatically unfolded and flew up to a position 4 or 5 meters above the air behind Li Mu. Everyone has a drone behind them. The screen can be transmitted back to the multimedia hall. However, the screens in the multimedia hall are limited. Only the top points rankings for monster kills qualify for the screen. For each type of monster, the Ministry of Education estimated the points according to its energy. Kill monsters and the watch will automatically calculate the points. And as soon as everyone entered the abyss, before they could start killing monsters, some people then appeared on the big screen early on. Of course, it couldn't have been Li Mu in it. The S and A ranked gifted from each school, respectively, were also the star performers of this inaugural battle. The brightest of these, it belonged to the S-class gifted person of the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School, Zhang Jiwei, as well as Chongming High School's S-ranked talent, Lu Chunfeng. There are only 3 S-class gifted people in the Eastern District, and these 2 of them are all at the peak of the 2nd rank of the Yellow Order. The strength is extraordinary. The bottom line is that both of these men are single-handed. There was no teaming up. You can see there is a lot of confidence in all of them. And the same S-ranked gifted person from Holy Dragon Martial School, Li Xiaohao. It would seem a bit unlicensed. A late 1st grade and 4 2nd grade teammates. The image was of Li Xiaohao, carrying a long spear in his hand. The 4 people who teamed up with him were all 2nd grade martial artists. Li Xiaohao relied on his S-rank talent Heavenly Thunder movement that he had snatched from Li Mu. The lance twisted and crackled with lightning on its body, looking incredibly imposing. Standing straight and posing there, the Li family is headed by Mrs. Ma, sitting in a corner of the multimedia hall. Seeing the thunderous light surging from Li Xiaohao's spear, old lady Ma smiled and nodded. Little Hao is very smart. He knows that he will definitely appear on the big screen now. Showing your strength and aura early can attract more eyes. Li Xiaohao's mother, Li Mu's second aunt, crossed her legs and turned her mouth away. Humph. That's for sure. The last thing our little Ho needs is brains. They just finished boasting here. Several of Li Xiaohao's teammates then frowned at him. The look was as if they were all saying, "What's wrong with you? We haven't even met any monsters. So you're running out of true energy?" But no one dared to really open their mouths to scold him. They could all be teammates that the school had arranged for Li Xiaohao. At this moment, a burst of laughter inexplicably came from the multimedia hall. Because there's a special leaderboard out there. That's a real-time record of the number of students entering the Abyssal portal from each school. When these quantities are compared to those at the time of enrollment in military training, just know which school has the most deserters. Other schools, at least 200 or 300 into the deep end. No more than 100. With over 30 schools, the only one at the bottom of the double digits is Blackwater High. The number of people who went into the abyss was 66. The people in the hall looked at the Blackwater High School leadership camp intentionally or unintentionally. Only the school leaders of the Blackwater High School were seen to have green and red faces, obviously feeling very embarrassed as well. Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng know the most about what goes on in the education system. It had been giving Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong a lecture. Auntie, it's bad. Cousin, they have the least amount of people going in at their school. Chen Jiafeng monkeyed around and jumped up. Lemuel told them the same day he transferred schools. That's to be expected. But I didn't realize the school was this bad. Yang Suiying nodded, rubbing her hands vigorously on her own thighs to sweat on her palms. There's no such thing as a mom who isn't nervous, especially since she had just seen that Li Xiaohao from the Li family. Thunder and lightning surged on a long spear, and it looked very powerful. Monstrous anger and grief welled up in her chest. Such a powerful talent should have belonged to that precious son of his, taken by the Li family's trash. His own son, on the other hand, had to face that terrifying abyssal monster with an F-rank talent. The thought of it made her heart ache beyond words. Seeing that Yang Suiying's face was already starting to turn white, Yang Yurong glared at his son. Off. Little brat. I can see that. He also kicked him in the face without a good reason after saying that. But no sooner had she finished saying she could see it, than she grunted and asked again. Just tell me what to think of your cousin's picture. Chen Jiaqi explained from the sidelines. Mom, the cousin isn't ranked right now. That's just 21 images in all. The number 1 ranking in points for killing monsters will appear on the largest main screen. The next 10 will appear in the 10 subs above. The top 100 will appear on the 10 subs below for rotation. Cousin will have to kill at least the first 100 before he can appear in the picture. The total is now over 3,700. Now even sister-in-law Yang Yurong was nervous. Holy, 3,007 into 100. That's too hard. Outside the multimedia hall, the students from the few schools that were close to the Blackwater High School square did not hide the sound of laughter. Messing with the students of Blackwater High School. Tramp. Laugh at Nima. Your school is going to be all one piece. Try it. One of the students gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. Look on the bright side. Blackwater Collegiate has been the clown every year. Not even our year. That's right. Last year was even more humiliating. Just 4 dozen. Multimedia hall. 2nd floor. Yin Changming is receiving flirtations from the crowd with an embarrassed look on his face. Okay, Yin. That's a pretty good tactic. Ha! It's still old Yin who's great. Knowing how to conserve his strength. With such a high mortality rate in the first battle of the Abyss, old Yin loved his students like sons. How can you spare them the risk? Yin Changming, on the other hand, had no time to bother with them. He gathered his courage and went up to an official of the Ministry of Education in the Eastern District. Section Chief Shui. I've just entrusted someone to get a box of good cigarettes. Please give me the honor of tasting them. As he spoke, Yin Changming somewhat flatteringly pulled out a box of cigarettes and handed it to Shueku. Yin Changming gave out a cigarette in front of the crowd, and in turn was frank enough to say that it was not a bribe. So Lao Shui didn't avoid it. Smiling, he pulled one out and marveled. Oh, Yin, that's not a good smoke. I do have to try it. As long as you see fit. Yin Changming hurriedly climbed up the pole, rubbing his fingers together to create a flame that. Light the fire yourself. I was trying to explain to you. What about our school? The reason why there were so few participants this time. This one was a mistake in my arrangements. That's not to say that our students are overly poorly qualified. And I hope you'll put in a good word in front of the Deputy Minister and over at the Ministry of Resources. Don't cut our resources again for 1,000 years. Yin Changming has a pleading look, obviously a middle-aged man, but his face is full of vicissitudes. Old Shui took a deep drag on his cigarette and sighed. Old Yun Na, we've known each other for a long time. I just don't get it. You don't do a good job as Vice President of Forge. You come to open a school. What are you trying to do? You don't get it when you're at the bottom of the list year after year? With your current background? You can't do. You need to take my advice and close up. Old Shui advised in a low voice with an air of gravity. Yin Changming could only smile awkwardly and nod his head. Then look at the blinding number on the big screen, 66. All he could do was let out a long sigh. Old Shui felt Yin Changming's pain and pointed to a teenager carrying a long spear on the main screen. Zhang Jiwei, S-rank talent, Jingo Taima, ceiling level offensive and killing talent. For your school to rise to the top, it needs at least one strong man like that, and it has to be a dead ringer for you. Otherwise, can you see what I mean? Old Shui meaningfully pulled another cigarette out of Yin Changming's cigarette case. Yin Changming was lost in thought for a moment as he looked at the lance boy on the main screen. Yeah, if such a strong person belonged to their school, Blackwater High would only have the possibility of rising. But speaking of dead hearts, there was really a Li Mu 3 days ago. Not only did he rise to the 2nd grade realm, he also didn't get scooped up by Jinhua University. However, Li Mu's improved feats were certainly geniuses. But how many feats of genius in actual combat were not outstanding? If just because Li Mu was promoted to the 2nd rank and improved a stick technique, He just assumed that Li Mu would be able to top the F-level talent and crush his way to the top, shining like Zhang Jiwei and others. Yin Changming felt a little hard for the child. Chapter 22 is the one wearing a cloak Li Mu? Just when Yin Changming was out of his mind, someone exclaimed, "A squad has already had an encounter with the monster." On the big screen, a squad of 4 encountered a yellow rank 1 monster, the Spider Wolf. There were 2 yellow rank 2nd grades in this squad, but in the face of this terrifying monster, in a single glance, a martial artist was scratched. The squad had their hands full, and it took a lot of wasted effort to barely kill this monster. Got the first set of scores on the scoreboard. In the land of the Abyss, the greatest thing humans can rely on is mutual cooperation. Monsters possessed a strong physique and were often much stronger than martial artists of the same rank. And no one cared about Li Mu, who entered the Abyss for the first time. He was in no hurry to get on any scoreboard, but was very cautious. The area he was in seemed to be a rundown city. Between the rising and falling debris, there's no telling what's hidden. So Li Mu could only slip off to the side. Just after he went over a low wall, his foot hit a branch. Click. Raimu froze. Normal branches didn't make that much noise to be right, and he looked toward his feet. A broken bone. Li Mu felt a cool breeze begin to rise up his back. He jerked back around. On top of the short wall, a terrifying suture monster was climbing up the wall, staring excitedly at Li Mu. A wolf's body. Wolf's claws. 4 sharp spider legs on his back. 2 heads. A wolf's head that. A spider head. Yellow rank. Common monster spider wolf. It's 2 meters long. Unidentified blue saliva continued to drip from the corners of both the wolf's and spider's heads' mouths. Humans judge the level of a monster by detecting the intensity of the energy it releases. This monster's energy strength is roughly equivalent to a human's late Huang rank 1. That's the yellow 1 rank. Although Li Mu was 1 realm higher than it, but the bloodthirsty eyes of the wolf's head, coupled with the countless bizarre eyes on the spider's head, one look at it and fear sets in. In the next moment, the monster excitedly leapt down from the wall and pounced towards Li Mu. The wolf's claw swung out, and a huge claw shadow came crashing down on his face. Had to admit, that fear had pulled full force as the monster lunged at him. With the quickness of the movement and the ferocity of the momentum, Li Mu concluded that an ordinary martial artist would surely urinate if faced alone. Li Mu subconsciously tried to escape, but the 9 steps of Earthbound that he had learned from decades of experience gave him enough confidence. Li Mu lightly scurried, dodging the attack, and swept out the thorn flower rod in his hand. Ryukin shuddered. The spider leg deftly blocked it, hardening to catch Li Mu's stick and bouncing it away. Li Mu took advantage of the situation and took half a step back, returning to pump hard. Streaming clouds of 2 shocks. That spider wolf was still worried about Li Mu escaping. A spider leg blocked, intending to block Li Mu's attack again. The other spider legs had already started poking Li Mu's side, blocking his path of retreat. However, he didn't expect Li Mu to dodge at all. A stick went down, and this spider leg was smashed with a click in response. Raimu followed along. This time Li Mu madly infused his true chi towards the weapon. Ryugan triple shock, stacked chopping iron style. When the head was hit, the click directly smashed the skull of the wolf's head. The spider wolf tumbled with a strange cry. Right in between the struggles, a sharp spider leg suddenly broke out of this spider wolf's abdomen. The side of the spider's leg flashed with a cold light and snapped open, flying and chopping towards Li Mu. Li Mu's eyes stared at the dying counterattack of a monster like the spider wolf, known as the desperate chop. How many martial artists died in the previous period from this sudden attack? Li Mu was guarding against this. The thorn blossom stick in his hand blocked. Sparks were flying. The spider wolf's spider legs were directly broken by the thornflower rod. Li Mu slammed another stick directly on the spider's head, resulting in the life of the spider wolf. Winning. Gain plus 30 victory points. Li Mu was surprised. This first-rate arachnid wolf. The victory point is actually only a little lower than that red-haired instructor? This meant that red-haired instructor was just about as strong as this spider wolf. Outside of the abyss, though, there weren't many opportunities for Li Mu to have frequent victories over others. But within this abyss, killing a monster is considered a victory. Getting points is much faster. And there's the most important point. Martial artists, before awakening their talents, cultivate only by themselves. So the progress will be very slow. But once exposed to combat, especially life and death battles, a martial artist's advancement will skyrocket. Some geniuses can even rise to the level of a 5th or 6th grade teacher before college, or even higher. That's why liberal arts and martial arts colleges are rapidly distancing themselves. Many liberal arts undergraduates spend their lives as 2nd or 3rd graders. The vast majority of them are even more of the 1st grade or below, nourished by the aura that, it's just physically stronger than the average person on earth. Li Mu added these 30 points to Divine Warrior Technique without hesitation. 30 victory points consumed. Strengthening Divine Soldier Technique succeeded. Divine Soldier Technique gives weight to the weapon. Currently 100 pounds. Li Mu weighed it in his hand. Worthy of being a heavenly immortal technique, even with a second-grade cultivation. The body was so strong after the transformation. This Thorn Blossom Rod also has 60 pounds excluding the Divine Art. Li Mu just doesn't use the Tanshan Technique right now. It's barely possible to wield this 160 pounds. It just feels heavy in your hands. But if you use the Mountain Stretcher Technique, it's very light. 160 pounds of stick slammed down. This time it was estimated that Spider-Wolf would have trouble even with the Ryu and Airshawk. Li Mu shook his cloak. After the Spider-Wolf was killed just now, an invisible energy flowed within the cloak. Li Mu was feeling it. He set off again, moving quickly toward the edge of the red zone. A first-rate monster was still slightly too low for Li Mu. Going towards the red area, Li Mu might be able to run into early second-grade monsters. Let's see how many victory points there are. And along the way, Li Mu's points accumulated rapidly. Because the other teams have points that are split between 4 or 5 people. It kills fast but grows slowly. But Li Mu is the one who takes the points. Although cautious and slow to kill monsters, the points grew quickly. Above, outside the multimedia hall, the students of Blackwater High School, all gathered in groups outside the hall, observed the large screen inside through the clear glass. Some even played poker on the spot. We came from our school. We just came for the fun of it. If I wasn't allowed to leave the field early, I'd be staking out the school by now. I don't want to be the atmosphere crew. What do you guys say? Will Li Mu stand out? Didn't he break through the second grade? He's the only second grade in our school, but not in all schools. Out of these nearly 4,000 people, little half of them are second grade. How can it be that easy? Later, at that moment a man facing down the hall suddenly threw down the cards in his hand, and rose slowly too. Eyes were fixed straight on the screen in the hall. That one in the cloak. Is that Li Mu? In the meantime, Yang Yurong stood up mischievously. She grabbed Shinjuchi by her side. Juchi, look, is that your cousin? Yes, yes. Shinjuchi clenched her fists in excitement and pointed at the screen excitedly. That was indeed Li Mu. When they were at home, Lemuel's waddle and daub. The cape, let them both play with it. Of course they recognized it. Great aunt, auntie, look, cousin is on the list. That means he killed his way into the top 100. My cousin is so awesome. Oh ha. Chen Jiafeng jumped up and down in excitement, covering his mouth and even learning to scream like a monkey. It was a good thing that it was as noisy as a stadium around them, and no one cared that they were so excited. But Yang Suiying, who was sitting there, was white in the midst of her excitement. A few people could tell she was off as well. Sis, what's wrong with you? Yang Yurong asked. Why is Woody alone and where are his teammates? Yang Suiying's voice was even a little fearful. The others stopped yelling at once, and then remembered that it seemed like Li Mu was only one person. Be aware of the entire screen. Only 3 showed up single-handedly. First place Zhang Jiwei. Second place Lu Chunfeng. Other than that, it's all teamwork. Now Li Mu is actually acting alone as well? It can't be. Well, dead, can it? Yang Suiying grabbed her sister's hand, still shocked, and asked this question that she was most worried about. Everyone else was celebrating the fact that Li Mu had killed his way into the top 100. She was the only one worrying about her children being left unattended and facing the abyssal monsters alone. Chapter 23. Weapons are starting to get a little heavy. The school leaders of Blackwater School naturally saw Li Mu, but it's the rotoscoping screen that Li Mu is into. It only lasted 20 seconds before it was cut away. The crowd of school leaders at Blackwater School, all at the same time looking at the scoreboard. Top-ranked Zhang Jiwei, the second-ranked Lu Chunfeng. Both of these two had already decimated over a dozen monsters. Obviously, this was definitely not their first time entering the abyss. Lots of family sons and potentials. Ming and Qing have long been exposed to abyssal monsters under the protection of masters. Li Mu, on the other hand, was acting a bit cautious because it was his first time entering the abyss and he didn't have any teammates. But with the killing, Raimu feels like he's ready to hit hard. By the time he killed the 8th monster, Li Mu's Divine Warrior Technique had been raised to 240 pounds. 240 pounds, plus 60 pounds for the waddle and daub. Just under 300 pounds. Li Mu swung a club flower. Seems a little heavy. Li Mu could feel that the strength of 1 tiger and 3 oxen of the Tanshan Technique still had residual power to wield 300 pounds, but if you add more to it, your body can't take it. After all, an attack wasn't simply a swing, it was a feat to perform. Li Mu felt that his body could now withstand using the Flowcloud 5 shock at most, but a 300-pound weapon. The offense is no longer comparable. Li Mu meets the 9th Spider Wolf, infusing his true chi in advance. He slammed his head down with a chopping iron style. The power was simply devastating. The Spider Wolf was smashed on the spot. and a small crater was also blasted out of the ground. Winning. Gain plus 36 victory points. Current total victory points, 161. Li Mu thumped his thorn blossom stick and pestled it to the ground. Opened the system panel. Victory points could now support Li Mu in unlocking another spell. Just what would be a good spell to unlock? Inside the 100 points are Alchemy, Blessing, Borrowing Wine, Skyfall, and more. However, Li Mu still set his sights on the Fixation Technique that could only be unlocked with 150 points. After all, when on Earth? What teenager hasn't fantasized about pointing a small finger and yelling out a fix? 7 fairies time stood still, and then let you wantonly go to the peach garden to pick peaches to eat it. Li Mu had already experienced the thrill of killing in seconds with the Divine Warrior technique plus the Iron Chopper style. If we can pin the monster there. A stick of 300 pounds slammed down in chopper style. The man is dead and the horse is on its back. Wouldn't it be great? With that thought, Li Mu didn't hesitate to unlock the Fixation Technique. Stasis, shout stasis and hold the target enemy in place for 0.5 seconds. Costs 10% of one's true chi value. Jutsu reversal time 1 minute. Shit. Li Mu's eyes were glazed over. 1/10 of the value of true energy? Fix 10 strokes and just drain yourself? There's also a cooldown. Moving down the list. This is also an avatar with a skill tree. There are those that increase the fixation time, those that reduce the consumption of true chi, and those that reduce the cooldown. The ones that increase the damage of strikes while immobilized and so on. Whatever. Just be 100% set in place. It's 0.5 seconds, but it's enough to turn the tide of battle when it counts. And to enhance the avatar, just play around with swiping victory points. Go straight into the red zone. And what Li Mu didn't know was that after killing the 7th monster, he has ascended to the resident screen in the front 11 of the multimedia hall. Scoreboard. Li Mu, 496 points, in 11th place. Just as Li Mu suddenly leapt onto the 11th screen of the picture, the entire Blackwater High School student camp and teacher camp were all quiet. It's so out of character. If, in the early days, when the scoring just started, you were able to kill 1 or 2 monsters by luck, if you could be top 10 on the scoreboard soon. But what time is it? It's been over an hour since the war started. Blackwater School. Single. Top 11? Am I blind? That's Li Mu, right? That's right. Is Li Mu also a person? It seems like the 3 of them are the only ones in the entire room who are fighting alone, right? Whatever. Blackwater is awesome. Big Daddy Li Mu. Charge me. Charge. Boom. The camp of students at the Blackwater School roared and tumbled. The glass of the multimedia hall buzzed with the sound of the heavenly shouts. Blackwater students accept the reality of being taunted by other schools. Doesn't mean they don't have skin in the game. On the contrary, they want to get ahead more than anyone else. Although Li Mu just made it into an 11th place finish. But being in the top 11 at this point in time is still a solo effort. There is absolutely no water in this. At the moment, Li Mu was the dawn of hope for Blackwater High School. Lobby 2nd floor. Between a group of school leaders, Zhang Teng, the principal of Tanglong Martial Arts School, kept his hands wrapped around his head. He was very unhappy today, and there were 178 students from Tanglong Martial Arts School who entered the abyss. But to this day there isn't even one that makes it to the big screen. Just so many 5 or 6 barely squeezed into the top 100. In front of him were a row of bigwigs from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources, and he didn't even dare to go up and speak. The principals of those students on the list were talking and laughing with the bigwigs, making him so envious. On this 2nd floor, the students on the list are the bottom line for the school leaders, until someone reminded him, hey, this Li Mu made it into the top 11? Old Zhang, this is that Li Mu from your school, right? Where? Zhang Tang was instantly surprised and searched, quickly finding Li Mu on the 11th screen. He burst into a frown. Ahahaha, right, that's that Li Mu from our school. The one who got his talent replaced the other day. Geez, don't look at him without his talent. We're tapping into his talent in other ways. You can still train him to be a talent. Zhang Tang looked at the surrounding principals without any complacency between his words, completely oblivious to the fact that the vice principal was already covered in a cold sweat. One of the principals asked smilingly, old Zhang teaches well, but this Li Mu, are you wearing the wrong uniform? When he said that, the crowd burst into dark laughter. Zhang Teng froze and looked closely at the image, and immediately frowned. Li Mu was wearing a cloak on his body, and he hadn't paid attention to his clothes just now. Looking at it at this moment, what Li Mu was wearing was clearly the uniform of the Blackwater School. What's going on here? Why is this Li Mu wearing the Blackwater School's uniform? And, hiss, Zhang Teng looked to the scoreboard. Behind Li Mu's name, the suffixed school names are longer, and the words are somewhat smaller due to limited space, but that clearly says Blackwater High School. Even if the scoreboard is wrong, the school uniform is not wrong. The fact that both of these are consistent suggests that Li Mu is playing as the Blackwater School. What's going on here? Zhang Tang's old face instantly turned ironic as he looked towards Yin Changming, the principal of Blackwater High School, who was in front of him. At this moment, Yin Changming frowned greatly, eyes full of "what are you looking at me for" questions. You didn't know about Li Mu's transfer to another school? Okay, old Yin, don't you have nice students here? As long as we can keep our top 10 spot and get in front of the leaders more, you don't have to beg anyone today. On the side, Section Chief Shui touched Yin Changming with his hand and squeezed his eyebrows. They were all just surprised too, not really in shock yet. After all, Li Mu had just entered the top 11 as well, and none of the current top 10 martial arts teams were vegetarians, each one dazzling, but many people did gather their eyes on Li Mu, because Li Mu is the third solo action inside these screens. The top two go it alone, and everyone understands that they are all S-rated talent, but Li Mu, as we all know, was switched to an F-rank talent and also acted alone. How did he kill those monsters in front of him? Everyone stared at the question, and in a corner of the first floor of the hall, the faces of the Li family were very unpleasant, and they frowned. Chapter 24. Where is Principal Blackwater? Li Xiaohong had finished participating in military training, but of course she didn't dare to enter the abyss. After she retreated from the battle, she was also among the crowd of people watching the battle in the Li family. She cursed angrily. What the hell is going on? How did this punk get into the top 11? I have to admit, Li Mu did inherit some natural talent from his father. I don't know, Uncle Tu said blandly. The fourth aunt, on the other hand, bristled in disdain. Bah, his parents were both losers, so he's got no talent. I'd say it's dog luck. I haven't gotten him for that slap he gave Red. When he comes out, I'll have to make him kneel in front of Red and give it back. At the mention of that slap, Li Xiaohong unconsciously clenched her teeth. Ever since Li Mu finished setting her up, Sun Lung has been completely different to her, sneering at her and doesn't pay much attention to her either. This time, when Sun Long dared not participate in the first battle of the Abyss, citing a serious injury, she had originally wanted to accompany him. Instead, Sun Lung told her to get lost, messing with her heart. But it stands out more than Li Mu. Li Xiaohao's parents were obviously more concerned about their son. Li Xiaohao's team also appeared on the big screen, ranked 9th, but Li Xiaohao's performance, let alone against the other two S-class gifted heavenly prides, even these four people who were teamed up with Li Xiaohao looked stronger than Li Xiaohao, and anyone with eyes can see that. Li Xiaohao's combat experience was really poor. It was just a matter of relying on the strong attacks of the S-rank talent to hit the monster hard, but most of his output environment was created for him by the other four players. These four players work well together on offense and defense. Even if they encountered a second-ranked monster, a few people were able to quickly entangle and try to control the monster as much as possible. Then Li Xiaohao would wait for the opportunity to attack and cut the monster down. Its difficulty is basically equivalent to four people holding down a pig and letting him slaughter it. Good. Son is great. Auntie Tu clapped her hands and squealed with glee. Naturally, she couldn't see the point. All she saw was her son being very brave and being the anchor of the team. But Uncle Tu couldn't laugh at all. As a fellow martial artist, he could see very clearly. Li Xiaohao would simply be a piece of if he detached himself from these few team members and faced the monster alone. I'm afraid that even monsters of the same level would be difficult to defeat. Then look at the first place finisher, Zhang Jiwei, again with the lance, a man with a gun. Encountering a first-class monster was basically a second kill. Even when they encountered a second-grade monster, they were easily decimated in a few rounds. The air is calm, and the target is clearly the red zone. There are basically second-grade or even peak second-grade monsters there, with stronger challenges. On the second floor, the leaders of the two ministries were also full of praise for Zhang Jiwei. What a S-ranked Gingo Tai, worthy of being a top-tier offensive and killing talent. Yes, not only is this child gifted, his marksmanship is also top-notch. His natural talent is not shallow. Second place isn't bad either. Defensive S-rank talent, 1000 tough iron. Hard as a lump of iron. It's said that this kid is exceptionally obsessed with a strong body, and that he cultivates defensive techniques by leaps and bounds in a single day. Very scary. What the hell is wrong with this cloaked kid in 11th place? Since he's been on the screen and hasn't killed a monster yet, it's hard to tell for now. Just wait for him to strike. Li Mu hadn't been to the multimedia hall, so unaware that at this point his every move was being broadcast live in the lobby. In his perception, at least getting into the top 3 would not be noticed, so Li Mu opened his watch to check the map. The maps on the tech watches, the areas that humans have mapped in the abyss. A little bit of building out. The area Li Mu was currently in was still a yellow area, indicating an average level of danger. Further on was the red zone, With a high level of danger and a minimum of second-rate monsters, Li Mu resolutely advanced towards the red area, and in the crowd of school leaders, Liang Hai, the director of instruction who fired Li Mu, but it was a secret gulp. Li Mu was expelled by his own hand, and the principal would definitely look for him afterward. It would be fine if Li Mu had remained obscure. Now it's actually climbed to 11th place in the East End. If Li Mu really stops there, then he can barely give an explanation himself. But Li Mu actually entered the red zone. There were only two outcomes for him: getting killed by a second-rate monster, or get a second-rate monster killed. And the rankings continue to climb and show off. Li Mu, you better die in the red zone for me. Liang Hai gritted his teeth and cursed secretly, because the higher Li Mu's ranking was, the more attention he attracted. His own future could be in jeopardy. The moment Li Mu stepped into the red zone, the Blackwater High School students once again boiled over. ***. Red zone. Big Daddy Li Mu has entered the red zone. Tough. Damn it. I didn't think before I left the house today. Blackwater uniforms will appear in the red zone. Dry. Go Li Mu. A group of hot-blooded teenagers slumped outside the glass of the multimedia hall hissing and roaring. It was as if the Li Mu in the picture was themselves. And under everyone's expectant gaze, Li Mu finally encountered the monster. In the abyss, Li Mu was running when a huge black shadow rushed out diagonally in front of him, charging straight at Li Mu. Abyssal monsters that don't have as many appearances in time for you to prepare. Especially one like the one in front of me. Yellow second-grade fierce beast, golden-skinned centipede. The body length is more than 10 meters. Countless long legs all over his body are densely packed to see people scalp itching. A dark and shiny armor. It was extremely difficult to recognize when moving within the abyss. The four ethereal eyes glittered with a cold light and an astonishing aura. The moment the golden-skinned centipede appeared. Multimedia hall audience. Chen Juqi exclaimed. Second-grade monster. Yang Suiying stood up with a sound of miso. This was the first time Li Mu appeared on the screen and faced a powerful monster. It's actually a second-rate monster. It's thrilling to watch others fight a team of second-rate monsters for half a day. It was a completely different feeling to see your own son facing a second-grade monster again. But the next second, only a golden shield floated in front of Li Mu. Thick and dense. That golden-skinned centipede bit down hard on the golden shield. The shield exploded with golden light. The powerful explosion aftermath flipped the golden-skinned centipede backward, causing it to lose its balance. Raimu followed head-on. The iron chopping style infused the thorny flower rod, and the body of the rod faintly released a green light. At this moment, the golden-skinned centipede barely controlled its body and was about to counterattack. Set. The golden-skinned centipede instantly froze in place. Li Mu's thorny flower rod smashed impartially into the golden-skinned centipede's head. Since the golden-skinned centipede is set for a very short period of time, from the screen, it looks like the centipede was just flabbergasted for a moment, even in a fixated state. A golden aura also steeply surfaced on the golden-skinned centipede's head. Go defend yourself against Li Mu's thornflower rod. The reason why it is called the golden-skinned centipede, it's that it has a unique defense mechanism. A golden aura can emerge from specific locations on it before it is attacked. Greatly strengthened defenses. Even a martial artist of the same rank would find it extremely difficult to break through its golden skin defense without using a Jedi technique. Plus a creature like a centipede suddenly stands up in person, giving a great sense of oppression. It could be said that within the second grade, the golden-skinned centipede was a monster that gave martial artists an extreme headache. But, in front of 300 pounds of chopped iron style, it's not working. Click. With a shattering sound, Li Mu's thorny flower rod directly smashed the golden on and embedded itself into the golden-skinned centipede's head. The golden-skinned centipede's body folded in half at a weird angle, and its head was flung heavily to the ground. Seconds. Multimedia hall. Second floor. Big Brother area. The crowd that had been talking and laughing were quiet for a moment. The Deputy Minister of Education snapped out of his cross-legged state and sat up. The Deputy Minister of Resources, on the other hand, stood up straight away with a mischievous thud. It's an occasion that doesn't require the personal presence of the ministers of the two departments. So the two deputy ministers are the biggest officials here. The Vice Minister of Resources turned excitedly and asked aloud as his eyes swept over the principals. Where is the principal of Blackwater High? Chapter 25 Zhai Long backstabbing Tanglong Martial Arts School. Yin Changming was suddenly at, and his entire body was jolted. Leader, I'm Blackwater Principal. Yin Changming. Yin Changming immediately took 2 steps forward and came in front of the Deputy Minister of Resources. Even the Vice Minister of Education turned around and looked Yin Changming up and down with a warm smile on his face. Come on, tell me more about this student. The Vice Minister of Resources instantly pulled Yin Changming 2 steps closer. What was the purpose of the first battle in the abyss? Discovering talent. What do you do when you find out? Cultivating talent. And what's the point of having a friggin' abyssal premiere if the department of education and resources is only looking at talent level? The method of developing whoever is talented is already in place. And the reason for having the first battle of the abyss is to screen again. Screening for those with average talent, but truly powerful martial artists. Otherwise, if you have talent but don't dare to fight in the field, and you don't do anything with the resources, what's the point? So goods like Tanglong, even if they can get resources in the early stages, but as time goes by, without any abyssal war record, sooner or later they will be eliminated. And none of these bigwigs at the moment are idle. No one knew better than them how terrifying Li Mu's stick was just now. A second-grade martial artist, against the defense mechanism of a second-grade golden-skinned centipede, was killed with a single stick. There is no need to say what kind of strength. Even though Li Mu is only in 6th place right now, it doesn't stop him from standing out. It already has a very strong cultivation value. Yin Changming's entire brain was mush as he was dragged over to a group of bigwigs and the heart was already in his throat. Here comes his worst fear. What does he know about Li Mu? He had met Li Mu once 3 days ago. While he was at a loss for words, Zhang Teng, the principal of Tanglong High School behind him, suddenly shouted, "No! This student is mine!" He quickly stepped forward and said excitedly, "Several leaders, this Li Mu, he's from our Tanglong High School." Yin Changming's heart sank, and when he saw everyone looking towards him, Yin Changming could only nod deeply. "Leaders, truth be told, Li Mu did transfer to our school 3 days ago. The matter is not known to me, either, or, in this case, you will wait until I am called up by the Minister of Academic Records." Zhang Tang had an expression of "I told you so," while Yin Changming was on the phone. Zhang Tang also called both his own school registration department and the teaching office. In a short time, Blackwater's Minister of School Registration, the classroom teacher, as well as a group of leaders related to Tanglong High School and Li Mu were all present. The bigwigs from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Capital turned their heads to watch the battle for talent. This kind of thing is so common that no one thinks it's ridiculous. In the face of Yin Changming's question, Blackwater Academic Records Minister Old Ma said very seriously, "Li Mu did transfer to our school 3 days ago, and I personally did the enrollment. And Li Mu has an expulsion certificate from Tanglong High School." "You fart!" Zhang Tang interrupted with sudden fury. Seeing a few of the bigwigs glare at him, he realized he was overreaching and lowered his voice again. "Li Mu has always been a student of our school and has never been expelled. Where did he get the expulsion certificate? It is clear that you and others have forged certificates and violated the law to rob people. Leaders, this matter must be investigated severely." As Zhang Tang angrily weaseled his way out of the situation, everyone at the scene looked behind Zhang Tang. Only the Tanglong School's director of instruction and vice principal were already pale and covered in cold sweat. Invisible pressure made the Minister of Academic Records of Tanglong High School to raise his hand and report on his own accord. "Leaders, headmaster, the expulsion certificate was indeed issued by me." Hearing this, Zhang Teng only felt a blackness before his eyes. "What? It's Liang Hai, Director of Instruction. Liang Hai called me that day and said to expel Li Mu. I even told him at the time that the matter needed to be brought to the attention of the principal, but he said it didn't need to be reported. I took the initiative to admit my mistake. It was me who was afraid of Director Liang's power, so I just gave the dismissal letter." The Minister of Academic Records, with a good attitude of admitting his faults, shook out all the bottoms. "Liang Hai just feel weak legs. You horse denunciation on denunciation. What do you mean I have power? Saying I'm powerful in front of a bunch of bigwigs? Isn't that a death wish?" Zhang Teng gritted his teeth and glared at Liang Hai. "Why did you fire Li Mu?" Liang Hai was already trembling slightly. Li Mu he seriously injured his classmates, refused to apologize. "No teacher. I think the most important thing for students is the quality, the strength of the more. Too much quality is also detrimental to school spirit. After all, it is the director." Liang Hai played some official language, barely sort of pulled the situation back a little, but right at this moment, Li Mu's original homeroom teacher Zhai Long suddenly raised his hand. "Leaders, I'm Li Mu's previous homeroom teacher," the seriously injured student director Liang spoke of. "I know the situation. Li Mu's former cousin, who was the student president, in the name of chaperoning, arranged for Li Mu to go and play against our school's A-grade gifted. That A-ranked gifted person seriously injured the other chaperones, while Li Mu only injured his face and slightly punished him. Instead, Director Liang asked Li Mu to go apologize to the student, and Li Mu refused to do so. Director Liang, in a show of tact, crossed over to the principal and directly expelled Li Mu. I also approached the vice-chancellor about this matter that afternoon. The vice-principal was informed, but told me it was good to expel, that our school should defend the A-gifted. As for Li Mu, it doesn't matter, and the vice-principal said he was going to expel me along with him. I'm done." After Jai Long finished speaking, he took half a step back and slightly tilted his head with a contemptuous expression. After these words, he knew very well that he definitely couldn't do his job at Tanglong High School. But so what? Driving my students and not giving me a statement. The old man's anger must come out. The room is silent. The vice principal, who had thought he had escaped a moment ago, was already bleeding from his back teeth. He hated Mad Jai Long. Why did you bring me up when you exposed Liang Hai? Liang Hai was even more eager to eat Jai Long alive. As long as today's incident proved that Li Mu had character problems, he himself could barely dodge a bullet. Why did you just pop up? Headmaster Zhang. It seems like you're a bit of a disciplinarian. Let's keep focusing on the first battle first, and we'll discuss everything when it's over, the Deputy Minister of Education said lightly, his eyes turning back to the screen once more. Everyone in the room observed a moment of silence for the people of Tanglong High School. Because of the officialdom, the harder the leader scolds you, the lighter the board comes down. On the contrary, if the leader doesn't scold you, then you are going to be in bad luck. Zhang Tang had already turned blue and backed away with a smile and a nod. Looking to a few other school leaders, his eyes were eager to tear them alive. Instead, it's on the side of Blackwater High School. Yin Changming and Old Man Zhao Qingshan looked at each other. Both saw a hint of an indescribable feeling in the other's eyes. Being at this time, the lights suddenly flickered in the multimedia hall and the alarm ticked twice. A squad of the 30th plus martial artists steeply jumped onto the largest main screen. Above the screen, for squad members were pestering a powerful monster python. There was the stump of a martial arts student on the ground, and the remaining few squad members were even more extremely strained. With a loud bang, the monster python's tail ruthlessly slapped a martial artist onto the ground. While he was seriously injured, he swallowed him in one gulp. The upper half of that martial artist's body was still emitting a miserable scream from the python's mouth. The next second it was swallowed alive. The remaining few squad members were instantly dispersed. At the same time, an officer's order came from the tech watches of all the students within the screen. Attention all Abyssal First Battle students. Red Zone. Coordinates 358, 4972. Yellow rank 3rd grade ferocious beasts have been found to be infested. This level of ferocious beasts is not within the scope of the examination. Everyone stay away immediately. Stay away at once. All the squads panicked at once, and a large group of teams that were stepping into the red zone quickly retreated. The only 3 single figures in all the images. Instead, start running toward the coordinate location. Chapter 26, the 3 aces gather together. Everyone watching the battle from above instantly tensed up. Bad luck. It's a 3rd grade ferocious beast monster tail python. Strong defense coupled with extremely fast speed. Can't fight. Can't escape. It's over. It's too late for this squad to run. It's going to be all over. The scene was instantly thrown into noisy chaos. The family and friends of this squad member wailed and howled. This is really going to be their last. The atmosphere in the abyss had also begun to tense up. While Chief Commander Wang Longcheng gave the order to retreat, rescue teams were dispatched to the area of the incident in the first instance. The exam area is divided into 2 zones, yellow and red. The yellow area is basically a first-rate beast, and the red area is up to a second-rate one, or the pinnacle of the 2nd grade. A peak 2nd grade ferocious beast was already the limit for this first battle of the abyss. In fact, it was common for the Jinyuan army to kill monsters over the level and fight one against many. The battlefield of the abyss is ever-changing and the territory is unusually vast. There's no way to be all things to all people. These 2 main areas were also cleared out by a number of Jinyuan army specifically for these students. This is equally labor-intensive. It's all about giving students a relatively safe environment in which to take their exams. But these students were only martial artists who had just awakened their talents after all. Not the battle-hardened Jinyuan army. The battlefield at the monstrous python. An unsuspecting squad of 5 was closest. When they heard the alarm, they didn't evacuate. Relying on the fact that there were 4 2nd-grade martial artists in the team, they instead rushed to the coordinate point at the first opportunity. Forming an 8-man squad with the remaining 3 martial artist members, they began to forcefully carry the 3rd-grade ferocious beast. Hit him 7 inches, a captain shouted, while leaping high into the air, his giant axe in his hand heavily bombarding the ground. The ground rumbled and shook for a moment, and a terrifying chi rushed out from the ground underneath the monster python, shaking violently. There was a momentary lag in the monstrous python's movements. A martial artist with a sword and one with a short sword leapt up, taking advantage of this instant to kill the monster python in 7 inches. Dang! Dang! With 2 sounds, the 2 men's attacks were actually bounced off by the glistening scales. The monstrous python was unharmed, but instead, it was furious, and its giant tail swept violently across the room. I'll block. A tall martial artist stomped his foot violently, and a white mist shield rose on the surface of his body. Use your shoulder to harden against the monster python's attack. Click. Pust. the white mist shield shattered with a loud bang, and this martial artist was wholly jerked out, spraying a mouthful of old blood in midair. Can't hit it, can't carry it. It was at this point that this squad realized how insouciant their support had been. But it's not even a good idea to run now, because it takes time for the return stone to be activated. The more disorganized the true chi in his body, the slower the launch time of the return stone. Before that martial artist who was jerked away had time to get up, the tail of the strange python was already raised high in the air and chopped diagonally down, with a horrible wind whistle. If this shot hit, it could directly turn it into mush. Just when this martial artist was in despair, a golden lance shadow descended from the sky. It instantly pierced through the python's tail and nailed it hard to the ground. The monstrous python struggled violently. All the squad members looked backward in shock, and there was a sudden cry of surprise. Zhang Jiwei, only to see a short wall, a handsome young man wearing the uniform of Chongming High School, standing proudly against the wind, with a shake of the lance in his hand. His eyes gazed at the strange python, his voice steady and powerful. Go! Leave this place to me! The crowd rejoiced. A bright new star with S-class talent in the Eastern District, with a peak cultivation of the second rank of the Yellow Order, a well-deserved figure of heavenly pride. To say that someone could battle a third-grade monster tail python, it was only him. Everyone understands that staying here is adding to Zhang Jiwei's confusion, so they leapt up and evacuated in all directions as fast as they could. At this time, the golden lance silhouette that nailed the python's figure had already dissipated, and the strange python twisted its body to charge. The body twisted and swung wildly, shaking the ground like an earthquake. Zhang Jiwei's long spear in his hand spat out golden aura, and he fought with the python by virtue of his superior spear skills. At this point in the multimedia hall, almost everyone stood up. Everyone held their breath. Worthy of being an East City heavenly pride, to be able to shake a third-grade ferocious beast without losing a fight. The S-rank talent Jingo Taima lives up to its name. No good. What's that? One person let out an exclamation, and the crowd of bigwigs all panicked. Just to the right of Zhang Jiwei and the monstrous python battlefield, a huge black shadow rapidly approached. Surprisingly, it was a second monstrous python. This one even more gigantic than the first one. The body length was at least nearly 20 meters. The aura was even more terrifying. At least the peak of the third grade. Zhang Jiwei was dancing out a roiling spear mane to envelop the strange python, preparing to execute a surefire killing technique to severely injure his opponent. However, he did not expect a second monster python to suddenly rush in from his side. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Bang! The monstrous python jerked Zhang Jiwei fiercely away, and Zhang Jiwei sprayed a stream of blood right in midair. A monstrous python. Zhang Jiwei could still fight. Now that they were injured, the two monstrous pythons would never be able to defeat them. What's more, the second one had a strong aura, clearly entering the peak third-grade realm. The two monstrous pythons attacked at the same time, their huge python tails lashing haphazardly, and where they struck, all of them are huge deep pits. The ground shook. Zhang Jiwei pulled out an elixir and swallowed it hard. Extremely wretchedly, he rolled and dodged between the two python tails. The situation is worrisome. Meanwhile, the entire multimedia hall exploded. Oh no, how can there be two? Even Zhang Jiwei can't possibly have the strength to fight. It's over. It's all over. The president of Chongming High School stomped his feet in a big hurry. The vice minister of education personally took out his phone and called the garrison directly to the abyss below. Remind them to send a rescue team. Everyone's heart clenched. In the abyss, Zhang Jiwei dodged woefully, unable to escape the terrifying python tail formation. Eventually, he'll die of exhaustion and won't be able to wait for the rescue team. I'll help you. Right at this moment, a muffled loud drink came. Immediately after that was a small mountain-like figure leaping forward. Zhang Jiwei followed the sound. The visitor was nearly 2 meters tall. His body was as wide as a door panel, and his arms could run a horse. With a burst of energy, the uniform of Chongming High School suddenly crumbled with a snort. The muscles of his body were coiled like a full body of rock. Chongming High School. Lu Chunfeng, the second S-class alien in this first battle. Lu Chunfeng was like a tiger tank, against the haphazard pumping of two python tails, buried his head and rushed to Zhang Jiwei's side. The python tail smashed down head-on. This Lu Chunfeng didn't retreat but met it. His arms were elevated and he roared furiously. Good timing. Dang! In the sound of gold and iron clashing, the terrifying collision wind cleared the ground into an open space, and smoke and dust filled the sky. S-rank talent 1000 tough iron. Under the shelter of the green light, Lu Chunfeng's arms were actually unharmed. But, help me, can't get out. Lu Chunfeng blocked another monstrous python swipe once again and yelled at Zhang Jiwei. Zhang Jiwei finally got a breather, and only then did he realize that Lu Chunfeng's entire legs were nailed into the ground. It's up to his knees. Knowing that it was not the time to be polite, Zhang Jiwei shouted, "Protect the crotch." The lance had reached in between Lu Qinfeng's legs and slammed upwards. "Hey, this has to be protected." Lu Qinfeng's chrysanthemums tightened as he cried out, and his person had already been picked out of the ground by Zhang Jiwei. The two of them rolled out of the battle circle in a sorry state. Lu Qinfeng actually used his physical body to carry the two pythons' pumping attacks. Yelled at Zhang Jiwei, "You're okay. Nothing to fight." Lu Chen storm drank. His defense was indeed strong, but he also consumed a lot. That third-rank python he had no trouble carrying, but that peak third-rank python, he can't carry it for long. If they couldn't be killed soon, they were all in danger. His own attacks were average, and the kills could only come from Zhang Jiwei. The corners of Zhang Jiwei's eyes jumped hard a few times, wiping off the blood from the corners of his mouth and flying to join the fray. The two S-class celestial pride, and the two transgressing ferocious beasts fought back and forth. Zhang Jiwei quickly found the opportunity to use the weaker python as a breakthrough. After 3 false points, a spear with a tricky angle pierced straight through the python's 7 inches. The moment the gun came out, a huge golden gun shadow enveloped the tip of the gun. The terrifying chi caused the air to tremble violently. Thumbs up, a shot through. The weaker python, in pain, flung its body wildly and twisted, its mouth wide open, let out a strange wail. Instantly, the eyes of that peak third-grade python became bloodshot. The aura climbed with a bang. Crap, move. Zhang Jiwei was unusually decisive, not even wanting his own lance, scattering his hands and returning to prepare to flee. The bloody mouth of the strong python, however, was already open. A terrifying suction force erupted out, and the air around him distorted as far as the eye could see. Even the ground was scraped up a layer and sucked in by this terrifyingly huge mouth. The loud wind whistling sound was like the roar of 10,000 beasts, shaking people's ears. Lu Qinfeng stepped hard left and right, then thrust his hands into the ground. Hands and feet were like a staple stuck into the ground, resisting the suction. Zhang Jiwei, however, tumbled and struggled a few times, and was sucked backwards by the horrible suction. The giant python instantly curled its python body around Zhang Jiwei. The body of the python coiled and strangled Zhang Jiwei within it. Open! Zhang Jiwei roared up to the sky, his body's golden lightsword, and there was a faint sound of gold and iron in his body. Nay, the python's strangling momentum had been established. Despite the fact that his entire body's scale armor was rapidly slashing under Zhang Jiwei's golden aura, blood mist frequently collapsed. Nor is it enough to cause fatal injuries. Lu Qinfeng also shouted in panic and tried to get closer, but the dying python was wildly jerking around. It really blocked his path for a while. Zhang Jiwei felt the horrifying strangling power of the giant python and let out an unwilling roar. He was an S-class heavenly pride who hadn't yet had time to grow. How could he be willing to be buried here just because of a momentary lapse of judgment? The peak third-grade python similarly hissed up to the sky as its anger rose. It seemed to avenge the other python. Opening his bloody mouth, he bit down towards Zhang Jiwei. At the moment of death, Zhang Jiwei but saw himself right in front of him. A pure black silver-maned monster blood warhorse came galloping in. On top of the warhorse, a teenager held an iron rod in his hand. The black cloak on his body grinned. The warhorse galloped like a shooting star to the near front. The boy actually stood up on the horse, his feet on the horse's head, his body pressed down and shot out like a cannonball, straight to himself. In mid-air, he swept the iron rod in his hand across his head. At the same time, he let out a low gulp. Keep your head down. Chapter 27, 300 pounds of iron chopping style. A little goes a long way between the masters. Zhang Jiwei snapped his head down. Li Mu thornflower rod slammed into the python. Utterance. A muffled sound. The thorny flower rod unexpectedly smashed the python's scales hard and dented them. Blood collapsed. The thorny flower rod was then bounced off, and Zhang Jiwei mobilized his true chi to the extreme. Taking advantage of the momentary relief of the python's pain and struggle, Zhang Jiwei fiercely grabbed the thorny flower rod, yanked him hard off the python. Li Mu clenched the thorny flower rod, almost pulling Zhang Jiwei out, and the two flew backwards several meters away. Distance yourself from the python. Follow. On the side, Lu Qinfeng was entangled with another python and had already pulled Zhang Jiwei's lance out. Throwing it over with a shout, Zhang Jiwei reached out and clutched the lance. Can you tie through this big one? Li Mu asked toward Zhang Jiwei. That lance was pulled from the weaker python's 7 inches. It showed that Zhang Jiwei's attack was able to pierce through the python. Can. Zhang Jiwei gritted his teeth and droned. Do it. I'll control him. Fatty. You drag the other one. Li Mu drank low. Zhang Jiwei nodded his head and flipped backward 2 meters, scuffing and stepping on the short wall twice in a row. The whole person suddenly scurried up high into the air. The entire person then lagged in the air briefly, and a monstrous golden aura emanated from him. Zhang Jiwei raised the lance in his hand high, dazzling like the blazing sun. Li Mu, on the other hand, swung the iron rod in his hand and met the peak third-grade python. Lu Chunfeng responded, holding off another giant python coming to mess with him with his own strength. Although it was the first time they worked together, they each did their job under the command of Li Mu. This peak third-grade python had thought that the charging Li Mu was a threat to him, because Li Mu had just smashed his scales, but when Zhang Jiwei took to the air to build up its strength, it suddenly realized that the one in mid-air was the biggest threat. The figure that was about to collide with Li Mu also steeply twisted, preparing to dodge this fatal blow first. Set! Li Mu bellowed. The python instantly froze in place. Die! In mid-air, Zhang Jiwei roared furiously and struck out at the same time, throwing his lance. A huge golden gun shadow wrapped around his spear, resembling a star falling from the sky. It pierced through the python in a blink of an eye, nailed the third-grade python to the ground in death. By this time, Li Mu's attack had also arrived. Li Mu began to accumulate chopping iron style from the moment he rushed over. At this time, the thorn flower rod that was raised to mid-air was bursting with green light, buzzing and trembling. The thorn blossom rod crashed down with a terrifying sound of wind whistling, and space seemed to wail. Bang! 300 pounds of full storage chopping iron style smashed directly onto the python's head. The python's head shattered on the spot, and red and white collapsed, and Li Mu's tiger's mouth could hardly withstand the recoil of the blow. The tiger's mouth crumbled open and blood collapsed. Meanwhile, the other python had long been in a state of near death, its chi getting weaker and weaker. Caught by Lu Chunfeng, he snapped at a wound in its tail position. Surprisingly, he dragged that long python body all over the place. The blood gushing from the python's 7-inch wound drew huge circles on the ground. Li Mu took the opportunity to catch up and smashed the head of the third-grade python with another stick. That's when the scene completely died down. Zhang Jiwei covered his arm and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Lu Chunfeng was also tired and directly flat on his back, the cow gasping for more. Not caring in the slightest that the smoke and dust rising around him was sucked in by his big mouth, Li Mu also crouched on the ground to catch his breath, tearing off strips of cloth and barely wrapping his right hand around the tiger's mouth. But the whole right arm was trembling from the intense pain. Sure enough, one's flesh was still at its limit. The 300 pounds of Divine Warrior technique was just barely manageable by itself, and the true chi was also quite depleted. Although the battle just now had lasted for a short while, it had consumed nearly 70% of Li Mu's true chi, just killing the peak of the third grade that strike of the iron chopper style. Li Mu then frantically infused 20% of his own total true chi, and Tanshan jutsu is also jutsu that must be used whenever a weapon is held. The mountain stretching technique was even more of a continuous drain on true chi. Winning, gained plus 310 victory points. Winning, gained plus 167 victory points. However, Li Mu could hardly hide the ecstasy in his heart. Over 400 points at once. Sure enough, it was still more than enough to be given for killing the beasts of the Transcendent Order. At the same time, on the scoreboard, Li Mu's points for killing monsters instantly shot up to first place. 400 points more than Zhang Jiwei. 1,000 points more than Lu Chunfeng. Points don't lie. The watch detects the contribution value of team kills. Distribute points to the players accordingly. The points that Li Mu had gained from the peak third-grade python were faultlessly high. The other third-grade python was a little less than Zhang Jiwei. Boom! Inside and outside the multimedia hall, all of them instantly exploded. Shocking cries came from the tripartite camps of Blackwater High School, Chongming High School, and Holy Dragon Marshal School, especially Blackwater Collegiate. The broken cries of the word awesome rang out. Inside the hall, Cousin Awesome, Chen Jiafeng almost scurried straight up to the roof, waving his fist high in the air. Yang Suiying also covered her mouth with her hand and wept with joy. Just now Li Mu was galloping his horse in the picture. They thought Li Mu was moving away from the red zone. However, he didn't expect Li Mu to actually appear on the battlefield of the third-grade python. Yang Suiying was instantly nervous beyond words, but Li Mu soon became the center of attention on the battlefield, not only saving an S-ranked gifted person. Moreover, the three of them combined their efforts and actually killed two third-grade pythons one after another. To everyone's surprise, just then, it's also not clear who was actually controlling the drone footage. The main screen is still aimed at the three Li Mu people, and the subscreen that immediately followed actually aimed at Li Xiaohao, who had already teleported back to the safe area. At this moment, Li Xiaohao was sitting complacently, looking at the scoreboard with his tech watch. He couldn't see the drone screen though, but then you can see where you rank on the scoreboard. Team rankings they came in 7th, and for the individual ranking, he was actually ranked 31st. When he saw this, his face turned ugly. But when he saw the team rankings, the individual rankings at number 1, all of them were a familiar name. Li Mu. Li Xiaohao jumped at once. He can be seen on the multimedia hall screen breaking into something. a look of exasperation. This scene was seen by everyone. There wasn't a single one that didn't shake his head. This S-grade talent of Li Xiaohao, when compared to the top 3 awards of others, it is a tall order. From cultivation, from boldness, from actual combat, from character, none of the same can be taken. For a time, the faces of everyone in the Li family were as black as the bottom of a pot. This time, the Li family had been disgraced. The third-grade monster suddenly appeared. Zhang Jiwei, the heavenly pride descended, disregarded his own safety and rescued 8 students for safe evacuation. One person against a third-grade monster. Lu Chunfeng, hot-blooded and tough, supporting Zhang Jiwei at critical moments. The 2 great heavenly prides were double battling 2 third-grade fierce beasts. Li Mu, the god of heaven, came down to save Zhang Jiwei's life, and subsequently served as the core of the team that killed 2 third-grade fierce beasts. 3 teenagers. Abyss first fight top 3. Each show their power. How dazzling. How good would all this be if it belonged to their family's treasure? Li Xiaohao, 3 S-ranked talents. Each bagged the top 3 spots. It's simply a great story. But now what? First place, F-rated talent, side by side with 2 S-level talents, wrapping up the top 3 spots in the, and it made those 2 owe him a huge favor. And Li Xiaohao, 31st place, what a blinding S-ranked talent. In contrast to Li Mu's F-rated talent first, adding to the news of Li Mu's talent being taken away 2 days ago, Li Xiaohao is a complete joke. Asterisk. Damn, why isn't the first one our little hoe? The second aunt slammed the back of her chair furiously in anger. Damn Li Mu, stealing our Xiaohao's first place. Shameless, shameless, old Mrs. Ma's face was even darker and scary. How could she possibly think? Even Li Xiaohao's S-rank talent could only take 31st place? With that kind of performance, you still want to get the attention of the military? Still want to get through to the military? What are you talking about? They won't even look you in the eye. On the contrary, that Li Mu performance, a strong top, can definitely attract the attention of the military. At that thought, she gave the cane in her hand a hard thump. De Yong, find a chance to stop Li Mu later. I'll personally invite him back to the Li family. Li Mu's eldest uncle said at once. Mom, it can't be. How can you condescend to personally invite Li Mu back to the Li family? What can he do? Shut up, Xiao Hong and the girls invited. He refused to come back. And this Li family, except for me personally, who do you think is still useful? Old Mrs. Ma cursed without a good breath, then let out a long sigh. She didn't think that there would be a day when she would need to condescend to speak to Li Mu. Strike that, too. Who told her she had to keep the big picture in mind? Chapter 28. Can you, please, give me a stick? The second floor of the multimedia hall was also silent first. A moment later, the Deputy Minister of Resources slammed the railing and bellowed. Good. Well played. Even the group of unsmiling old guys in the school leadership group were clapping and shouting. Well played. Of course, Zhang Jiwei, who was just now, had no chance of survival. Who would dare to believe that Li Mu could save Zhang Jiwei with a single stick? Admittedly, that strange python's attention was on Zhang Jiwei, which was equivalent to being controlled. But that python's defense was there for all to see. Zhang Jiwei's dying golden light had only slashed the skin and flesh of the python's body. Li Mu actually smashed its scales. What's more important is how the next 3 matchup showcased the trio's superb strength. Compared to some of the Jin Yuan army who were struggling on the edge of life and death, the means were of course slightly more juvenile. But they're still students. It's their first time down the deep end. Having this kind of practical combat ability is already a genius among geniuses. Lu Qinfeng's terrifying flesh and superb defense. Zhang Jiwei's superb gun skills and unbelievable attack power. And Lemuel, beyond words, an F-ranked talent, yet it possessed an attack power second only to Zhang Jiwei's. Superb battle wisdom, calm battlefield command, and evil battle tactics. After attracting the monster with himself and creating an opportunity for Zhang Jiwei to strongly control the monster python, one still has the ability to kill in one hit, especially that set. Many people can't see clearly amidst the chaos of the battlefield. However, these bigwigs were able to see clearly that Li Mu was actually a voice of determination. Just strong controlled that python for about 0.5 seconds. What kind of evil kung fu is this? Words follow the law? Can this be the strength that an F-ranked gifted person can have? Yin Changming was already too excited to speak, and those principals who mocked Yin Changming before. At this moment, each face was covered in embarrassment and jealousy. Yet, they had to clap along with the leaders. Don't even get me started on how disgusting that feels. Just now they were not shady and said that people Yin Changming was some kind of 66 tactics, saying something about people loving their students like children and mocking them for getting in with fewer people. Who would have thought that Blackwater had produced a Li Mu? On its own, it has pulled Blackwater High to heights where it doesn't belong. At this time within the battlefield, the three Li Mu people looked at each other. Li Mu raised his chin at Zhang Jiwei. Hey, can't even say thank you? I'll remember the great favor for saving my life. Zhang Jiwei's face swelled a little red. He's not like the other rich kids. The family obviously has a business, but do not love beautiful women and luxury cars, but only love to cultivate. Even more so, he couldn't look at ordinary martial artists and had a natural arrogance, so he gave people a very cold feeling. But for Li Mu, who saved his life when he was on the verge of death, Zhang Jiwei was not only grateful, but even had a hint of awe. He was the only one who had personally felt the power of Li Mu's headbutt. If it smashed on your head, kill it in seconds as usual. Moreover, they were saved twice today by Lu Chenfeng and Li Mu respectively. It's a bit humiliating to say the least. That's not necessary. Say thank you and count it as your repayment, Li Mu said indifferently. The corners of Zhang Jiwei's eyes were viciously drawn twice, stubbornly holding back a single word. No, gentlemen, this doesn't seem to be the time for small talk. Lu Chenfeng spoke and pointed behind Li Mu, only to see smoke and dust rising in the distance behind Li Mu, followed by smoke and dust in all directions, everywhere, and in the midst of that smoke and dust, countless monstrous pythons twisted their bodies and gathered. It was so black it made your head spin. It seems like they're all second-grade pythons. Presumably the third-grade pythons triggered some kind of alarm before they died. Zhang Jiwei said in a deep voice. It was too late to activate the return stone at this point. An officer's voice rang out again from several people's tech watches. Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chenfeng, our rescue team is rapidly approaching you. Evacuate in the direction of the yellow zone and rendezvous with our rescue team. It was evident that the officer sounded very anxious. These three are the top three in this first fight. Each has extraordinary potential. Although all of the ones that appeared around them were second-grade monstrous-tailed pythons, there were too many of them. If these three people were to fall here, it would be a great misfortune. As soon as the watch's voice fell, Li Mu once again shook his horse's license plate and summoned remote bone. With so many pythons, there was absolutely no possibility of defeating them, and there was no choice but to run. Yao Bone was also acting extremely excited at this time. It was going into battle for the first time today, but in the face of the horrible monster, it was not afraid at all, but instead hissed frequently. Just now, if Li Mu hadn't taken the time to take it back to his horse license, Telebone hated to go up and headbutt a python. To Li Mu's surprise, Zhang Jiwei actually had a horse license as well, and waved his hand as a snow-white warhorse leaped out of the air. This white horse was almost as big as Telebone's stature, though not as robust as Telebone's, but it is also considered excellent among war horses. White body, white tail, black mane, a pair of golden pupils of eyes, divine steed very much. Zhang Jiwei also rolled onto his back. At the same time, he shouted at Lu Chenfeng, "Quick, get on the horse!" Hearing Zhang Jiwei's words, that white horse even subconsciously inclined its head to glance at Lu Chenfeng's massive size. The golden pupils visible to the naked eye swelled up. Lu Chenfeng's weight was visually estimated to be over 300 pounds. This thing would fly off the handle. Charming was ready to spit blood today. As if he could see the white horse's sorrow, Lu Chenfeng laughed. "Horses don't fear. I'll race you." After Lu Chenfeng finished speaking, his young hand slapped the two horses hard on their asses. The white horse neighs and suddenly accelerates, transforming into a white shooting star. Li Mu's warhorse also suddenly increased its speed, instantly catching up with the white horse. Lu Chenfeng sucked in a sharp breath and his body suddenly swelled up by half a circle, covered in green light. The veins of his legs ran back and forth like little snakes, and his entire body was launched out like a muscular cannonball, running wild on legs alone. Lu Chenfeng surprisingly quickly caught up with the two warhorses. Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei on horseback exploded into foul language almost simultaneously. One man, two horses, rushed towards the only gap that wasn't surrounded by monsters, pulling smoke and dust behind him. He suddenly passed through the encirclement of the strange-tailed python and headed towards the yellow area. TechWatch passed on the announcement. Attention all students. There is an anomaly in the assessment area. The first battle test has ended. All students return to the city immediately. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row. The purpose of the first battle in the Abyss was to give the students a taste of the intensity of the battle against monsters of the same level. Since a special situation has arisen and the time is almost up, it is better to end it early. Running a few miles out, Li Mu's trio saw an oncoming line of rescue teams. Each of them was lightly sabred and fast riding, running at high speeds, wearing Jinyuan military uniforms. Rubbing shoulders with these rescue teams, these Jinyuan army warriors cast glances toward Li Mu's 3 men. Just by looking at each other, Li Mu was secretly shocked. The majority of these Jinyuan army warriors were actually second-grade martial artists as well. Few third-grade martial artists seemed to be at the captain level. But the killing aura condensed from these martial artists was chilling. The might of a long time on the battlefield was incomparable to that of an ordinary martial artist of the same level. After that the three ran on for a few dozen more miles before stopping. Except for the multimedia hall. The command hall of the Jinyuan army was also continuously watching this first battle. The order to end the examination was given by Wang Longcheng. At this moment, Wan Longcheng and Qin Zhanya looked at Li Mu's several people in the picture and simultaneously revealed heartfelt smiles. Wang Longcheng murmured meaningfully, "Genius, can't be covered." Stopping at a clearing, Zhang Jiwei retrieved his warhorse. Lu Chunfeng sat on his but on the ground cow panting, pulled out the city return stone and waved it at the two men. "Hey, use mine. Just give me a minute." Back together. Li Mu was also happy to save a city return stone. The spare single purchase will cost $3,000 apiece. A return stone is a teleportation array, but he needs to be able to activate it when the caster's energy fluctuations are less turbulent. It also takes 20 to 30 seconds to open the teleportation array in a calm state. Using the return stone while in combat will take at least 3 to 5 minutes, and you won't be able to leave the teleportation area. Lu Chunfeng crushed the city return stone, and the empty space in front of him suddenly slowly gathered the energy of the spell formation. Taking advantage of the activation of the spell formation, Lu Chunfeng propped his hands back on the ground and looked at Li Mu. "Brother Li Mu, I beg you for something." Li Mu questioned. "Can you give me a stick?" Chapter 29, This lesson, is it lively enough? Ha! A question mark rose above Li Mu's head. Lu Chunfeng jumped up excitedly and smiled fawningly. Hey, just one stick. Let's see if it's your stick or my defense that's hard." Li Mu was speechless. I had heard that Lu Chunfeng was a fighting maniac, and was especially exceptionally obsessed with refining his body. Top-notch defensive talent, plus top-notch defensive feats. Basically, no one in the same rank or even oversteps the rank of a martial artist could break through his defense. Just use the intensity of the stick you just used. Come on, I can't wait. Lu Chunfeng became more and more excited as he spoke and tied down his horse. Zhang Jiwei spoke blandly. "Lu Chunfeng, I advise you to think twice." After saying that, Zhang Jiwei even subconsciously glanced at Li Mu. "We'll talk about it when we get a chance. Not interested right now. Student infighting is forbidden in Abyss Prime." Li Mu would still be in trouble if he really injured him. "Hey, don't. Why are you so stingy, brother, that you won't even give me a stick?" Lu Chunfeng's big face collapsed, and he even looked at Li Mu a bit pleadingly. Zhang Jiwei was numb from listening. The corners of his eyes twitched wildly as he looked at Lu Chunfeng. "You really have it weird." "Ha?" Lu Chunfeng looked at him suspiciously. "His hand is hurt, don't you see? If you want to compare, at least wait until he's better." Zhang Jiwei pointed with his chin at Li Mu's bandaged up right hand. "Oh, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, later then." Lu Chunfeng hurriedly scratched his head and came closer to look at Li Mu's hand. Li Mu shook his head breathlessly and took the lead as he walked into the teleportation array. At this time, the teleportation array had already opened, and Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng walked in. Go back to the same square where the crowd entered the portal. A large number of students have gathered here by now. Start riding the Abyssal elevator back to the surface one batch at a time. Countless people cast envious gazes towards Li Mu's trio, especially for Li Mu. It's not the 2S talents that shine the brightest in today's top 3. Instead, it's Li Mu, with an F-rank talent. He killed a 3rd-rank monster in seconds, and made a strong appearance at the top. This is definitely something that no one expected. Multimedia Hall, bustling with activity. The large scoreboard was clear. First place in the first battle of the East End Abyss, Li Mu, Blackwater High School. And among the crowd, Li Xiuhao glared at Li Mu with fire in his eyes filled with a sinister color. It was clear that he was the one with the S-rank talent. Why is it still not as good as Li Mu? He was not willing to do it. When he took away Li Mu's S-rank talent a few days ago, it was a blast. Having awakened a broken F-rank talent on his own, he had thought his life was gray. I didn't expect Willow to switch to Li Mu's S-rank talent. He felt like the chosen one. There is bound to be a bright future. This first battle in the Abyss was the first time he had shown himself. Take the title, and all eyes will be on you. Rise all the way up from there. But now, the script is not what he thought it would be. Take the elevator back to Bastion Square. The square resounded with the earth-shattering cheers of the Blackwater students. The bigwigs from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources called an emergency meeting and all went into the box. They need to meet to work out the rewards for this first battle and the appeasement of the dead students. The school leaders all left the hall at once, getting ready to go outside to meet the students who have a place in their family in the square. The Blackwater High School had surged to the exit. When they saw Li Mu come out, they instantly boiled over. Li Mu! Li Mu! Li Mu! Waves of shocking cries were heard. Covering his ears with a bitter smile, Li Mu had just stepped out of the crowd and it was then instantly cupped by the students of Blackwater High School and thrown high into the air. The crowd threw Li Mu up one at a time, venting their excitement. Before today, no one had the luxury of expecting their school to ascend to the number 1 spot, access to the Ministry of Education and Resources. In this moment, he was the hero of Blackwater High. Yang Suiying and the others were not in a hurry. She was already thankful that Li Mu was able to return safely. The students put Li Mu down, and Yin Changming said to Li Mu with a smile, "Come on. The leaders of the Ministry of Education and Resources want to meet you." Li Mu was a bit puzzled. It's usually the first battle of the Abyss where you can go back to school and celebrate after taking your place. Rewards will be distributed within 3 days. Li Mu then took out his phone and texted his mom. He then followed Yin Changming into the multimedia hall. Lobby 2nd floor. The bigwigs, who had long since finished their meeting, gathered to talk. In addition to a group of leaders from Blackwater High School, there was also a group of leaders from Tanglong High School. Of course, there were plenty of principals who stayed to watch the fun. As soon as Li Mu saw the crowd from Tanglong High School, he guessed what was going on. Immediately, he glanced at Liang Hai. At this moment, Liang Hai looked like he had been fished out of the water. Cold sweat dampened the strands of his bangs and they just clung wetly to his forehead. It looks very funny. Li Mu, this is the Vice Minister of Resources. This is the Deputy Minister of Education. Yin Changming introduced himself to Li Mu. In terms of rank, the two vice ministers are about the same, but in terms of real power in their hands, the Ministry of Resources can be much bigger than the Ministry of Education. Li Mu greeted them one by one. The Deputy Minister of Resources, a straight man, went up and patted Li Mu on the shoulder, not sparing any praise. "Not bad. This strength of yours is an eye-opener for me. I have a little question for you, though." "Minister, please." Li Mu nodded his head in an unassuming manner. In the absence of the main minister, it is only appropriate to address the Deputy Minister to his face and also the minister. The Deputy Minister of Resources pointed a finger at Zhang Tang. "This Principal Zhang Tang said that you were in their Tanglong High School before, right?" "Yes." Li Mu nodded. Zhang Tang immediately said anxiously, "Li Mu, this child of yours is really something. You said you were in Tanglong. Have I ever treated you badly? Why don't you come to me if you need something?" Zhang Tang said without any good humor. He's been through the ups and downs of the last few days. Originally the school came out with 1S and 1A talent. Tenant's Collegiate can also take off. But before he could be happy, the next day Li Mu's S-rank talent was gone. Even if he was angry, this was an internal matter of the Li family, and there was nothing he could do about it. One can only recognize one's own bad luck. He didn't bother with Li Mu after that. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so bad that he didn't even know that Li Mu was fired for days. At this moment, Director of Instruction Liang Hai hurriedly concurred. "Yes, Li Mu, look at you. You're a child with a really big temperament, too. I admit I have done something wrong, but I'm a teacher, after all. Oops, I have to worry about the teacher's face. So just be mean to you. Can you understand the director? Don't be capricious and hurry back to our school." Liang Hai spoke and kept winking at Li Mu. It was impossible to say whether it was a threat or a plea in those eyes, and the expression on his face twitched and, "Don't know how to laugh already." And seeing Liang Hai scowling there, the Deputy Minister of Education gave a light rebuke at once. He then looked at Li Mu and smiled. "It's okay, tell it like it is." This was meant to back up Li Mu without fear of retaliation from anyone. Li Mu took out his cell phone and opened a video and handed it to the Deputy Minister of Resources. "I can't really say anything about this, but I have the video." The others were puzzled and came closer to watch curiously. And Liang Hai didn't even have to look. As soon as he heard the voices inside, he instantly understood. This is the video that Li Mu recorded when he fired him. Damn it! How could this Li mock videotape at that time? Who the would have thought? Why are you recording this? For a moment Liang Hai felt his eyes go black and his legs go weak. Soon, Liang Hai's furious shouts of exasperation came one after another inside the video. "Li Mu, do you know the difference in value between you and Sun Long? I'll give you 2 choices. Senior Class 9, Li Mu, bring me the file. Expulsion, no need to report it. Do I, Liang Hai, even have this right? I say dismissal. Now." Diagonally across the street, Blackwater High School. Recruiting is going crazy, taking in any kind of goods. Hear it here. The leaders of Blackwater High School then cast a grateful gaze towards Liang Hai in unison. "You're the one who suggested that Li Mu come to Blackwater." And when Zhang Tang heard these words, he had the heart to tear Liang Hai alive. "You can't be a ING undercover agent sent to our school by Blackwater High." And there's the most ironic line of all. It was Liang Hoi himself who said so. People always pay for the choices they make. Is this lesson vivid enough? Chapter 30, I will be your Li family's undying nightmare. Vivid. So very vivid. The Deputy Minister of Resources finished watching the video and looked at Liang Hai with a cold smile. If it wasn't for the fact that the cell phone in his hand was someone else's, he would have already thrown it in Liang Hai's face. It's okay to devalue students to their faces. The point is that you have made a choice. Now how can you have the face to drag people back? Oh Li Mu, what do you choose? Tell me. I'll make the decision for you. The Deputy Minister of Education cut straight to the chase. It's a big deal that if you want to go to any school, I'll arrange it on the spot. Although I've only been at Blackwater High for 4 days, but the only offensive and killing feats I know right now were given to me by Blackwater High. It also gave me $10,000 in cash so that I can prepare for military training in the first battle. It would not have been possible to have a little success without the support of Blackwater High School. That's why I chose to stay at Blackwater High. Li Mu's words were half true, but it belonged to roasting Zhang Tong on the fire. The only one attacking and killing technique that you know is still given by the Blackwater High School? Zhang Tang's face went white after hearing this. The Vice Minister of Resources questioned Zhang Tang in a cold voice. Principal Zhang, any student who awakens a talent will be given a free set of mortal grade attacking and killing techniques. It's hard and fast. You can't be not sending it to Li Mu. Zhang Tong stuttered. Aye. Li Mu awakened the yes talent at that time. We were going to grandly prepare 2 top-grade feats for him, but then he switched talents and we were momentarily. He couldn't get the following words out of his mouth. All along, he knew that Li Mu was not well liked by the Li family, so he was extremely harsh on him. A little bit of currying favor with the Li family. Actually, after Li Mu was robbed of his talent, he was even more reluctant to waste his feats on Li Mu. So it's true that he didn't give Li Mu the feats, just wasn't going to give it away, was it? The Deputy Minister of Resources picked up coldly. Zhang Tong, you've got a lot of guts. I will definitely settle this score with you. Zhang Tong then felt his eyes go black, lost consciousness on the spot, and fell backward, caught by a group of school leaders. There was a huge pandemonium. This is the kind of drama that the 2 bigwigs don't have the heart to watch. In a moment the 2 big men snorted coldly and left the multimedia hall with their sidekicks in quick steps. The crowd of Blackwater High School and the other principals naturally caught up with them at a quick pace and sent the few leaders away. On the square, the Deputy Minister of Resources encouraged Li Mu a few more times before boarding his car and leaving. For their part, the group of leaders from Blackwater High School breathed a long sigh of relief. When you look at each other, you have the feeling that you're in a different world. Blackwater High School, bottom of the barrel for years. Favored Abyss turned in a Li Mu before the first battle. Rise to the second rank realm before military training. Powerfully suppressing the 2 major S-ranked heavenly prides, he strongly reached the top. Genoa University came to dig and couldn't dig. Tanglong High School came to grab it and couldn't get it away. Is this not God's heart aching for the Blackwater High School? Casting down such an anticlimactic boy. Principal, teachers, my family is over there. I'll go over first, Li Mu said to Yin Changming, pointing at Chen Jiafeng and Chen Juchi who were jumping and waving not far away. Oh, well, I should. Go. Yin Changming hurriedly smiled. Li Mu walked out not 2 steps, and Yin Changming laughed again. Oh yeah, don't forget the school gala in the morning tomorrow. You're the main character. Got it. Raimo raised his hand to indicate receipt. Leaving the Blackwater School leadership group, Li Mu walked towards his mom and sister-in-law's family. For a moment, he had the feeling that he was out of this world. A mom with slightly red eyes and loving eyes. Bouncy, lively cousins. Auntie with eyes full of approval and thumbs up. Tears of joy and immense pride for my sister-in-law. They were so strange, and so familiar, and Lemuel had never experienced kinship that. The moment wrapped him tightly. Li Mu jogged all the way to Yang Suying. Mom, told you not to worry about it. Yang Suying nodded and reached out to squeeze Li Mu's face vigorously, laughing as he wiped another hard tear at the corner of his eye. No worries, my son is awesome. Cousin, you lied. You even have a monstrous blood warhorse. You didn't tell me. Chen Jiafeng instantly hugged Li Mu's arm, his face going to his face. Li Mu hadn't shown the warhorse in front of them earlier. It's not easy to explain. It was only at this time that Yang Suying also remembered this and asked towards Li Mu. Son, this warhorse, did you buy it, or did you join the Jinyuan army reserves to issue it? Mom, are you against me joining the Jinyuan army? Li Mu was a bit surprised that his old mom actually knew to go into the Jinyuan army to give warhorses. Yang Suying shook her head. No objection. Go the way you want to go. Mom stays out of it. Actually, speaking of which, your father wanted to join the Jinyuan army back then, but the Lis won't allow it. They're short-sighted. Think your dad's proceeds from exploring the abyss might be partially confiscated, holding up your father's future and jeopardizing his life for that immediate gain. This is something that Li Mu was not too sure about. His father, Li Qianfeng, who he remembered, had bowed and scrapped for the Li family and laid the foundation of the Li family clan. nay father was too good at the time, allowing the Li family to rise quickly. This led to outsiders saying that the Li family was all supported by Li Qianfeng alone. The rest of the Li family are mostly drunkards. Since then, everyone in the Li family has hated Li Mu's family. On the bright side, relying on Li Qianfeng's reputation and the proceeds brought back from the abyss, he continued to grow the family industry. However, after the death of Li Mu's father, he instantly regarded Li Mu's mother and son as thorns in his side. Jealousy turns people's faces away. Mrs. Ma had always favored his second son more, always treating her third son, Li Qianfeng, like a chattel. No one knows why her heart is so hard, but the Li family hasn't been criticized much for this. Hey, if your dad had joined the Jin Yuan army back then, an officer too, I'm afraid fate will change too. My sister-in-law sighed softly in great regret. She was a great admirer of her brother-in-law. A family has just spoken. Yang Suying suddenly changed her face slightly and looked at the direction behind Li Mu. Raimu turned to look. Surprisingly, it was the large half of the Li family led by Mrs. Ma's old lady who walked over. Each one of them looked arrogant, especially Li Mu's second aunt, who looked at Li Mu with a very sinister look in her eyes. Her teeth clenched. Li Mu turned around to look at the Li family's crowd, and his face even took on a hint of playfulness. Old Mrs. Ma walked a short distance to stand in front of Li Mu, hands on top of the crutches. In fact, there was nothing wrong with her legs and feet, and she wasn't very old, just in her 60s. The crutches on the columns were mainly felt to be imposing. The Li family was at least a family for more than 10 years, and she felt self-conscious that she still had that much heritage. Li Mu, are you blind? Why don't you come over to greet grandma? The second aunt got angry when she saw Li Mu standing there without moving, and immediately chimed in coldly. Mrs. Ma reached out and stopped the second aunt. Li Mu, come here, let grandma take a look. Are you hurt? Li Mu looked at her, and the corners of his mouth gradually hooked up. Gee, what a spectacle nah. Li Mu, what do you mean? The eldest chortled in a cold voice. Old Mrs. Ma once again reached out to stop him, took a deep breath, and said to Li Mu as softly as she could. I know, you must be a little uncomfortable inside. I've been thinking back these days, you're at least a member of my Li family's bloodline. It never feels right to stray. 2 days ago, I asked Xiaohong and Xiaolan to invite you back to the Li family, but you refused. I'll tell you in person today. Son, come back. Old Mrs. Ma's mean triangular eyes actually squeezed out a trace of kindness. Oh, Li Mu spared a glance at Li Xiaohong and Li Lan. How could Li Xiaohong and Li Lan have thought that their grandmother would suddenly mention this matter? Immediately, both of them glared hard at Li Mu, their eyes full of threatening intent. Tell him never to tell the truth that the two of them hadn't approached Li Mu. Raimu snorted, suddenly realizing that it seems like the Li family can't rise with just one Li Shouhao, trying to use me as a stepping stone to get through to the military? Li Mu's smile slowly disappeared as he looked around the faces of everyone in the Li family. Word for word, remember this feeling of powerlessness you have today. This is the most relaxing feeling you will ever experience in the future, because starting today, I, Li Mu, will be the Li family's undying nightmare. Chapter 31, The Unsolved Yang Plot. The Li family members were furious when they heard this. Old Mrs. Ma, in particular, was so angry that she started shivering all over. She didn't think she'd ever stoop so low as to put out such a nice face to talk to him. This Li Mu actually dared to flip out. She is his own grandmother. They even didn't expect Li Mu to be so arrogant. How dare you threaten the entire Li family? This was compared to the previous Li Mu who had always been obsequious and allowed the Li family to pinch and flatten him. It's like a change of scenery. Good you treasonous thing. Big Bo instantly let out an angry cry, his entire aura instantly rising, staring hard at Li Mu. He was always at the forefront of all Mrs. Ma's instructions, but Li Mu didn't show any fear. Instead he poofed. I don't blame outsiders for saying that the entire Li family is supported by my father. The rest of the Li family are all drunkards. I want to laugh when I see your punk ass. A man in his 40s, with a third-rank yellow order cultivation. You're afraid that what's in your head isn't. I haven't seen you do anything but yell. If you but have a shred of male blood, you will strike out and teach me a lesson now. I, Li Mu, can still look you in the eye. Don't dare. Just hold your head and get out of my face. Stop barking. As Li Mu spoke, his body's true chi also rose up with a boom, and in his eyes was a monstrous rage. These words, it's just too crazy. Each sentence topped the eldest's dead center. It was simply a public slap in the face. And the key is that an individual can see that Li Mu was using a provocative method. Even if Li Mu's eldest uncle was cowardly, he couldn't maintain his sanity at this point. Dog scum, you seek death. With an angry roar, Li Daong immediately stepped forward and threw a punch towards Li Mu's chest. Don't do it. Old Mrs. Ma was appalled and wanted to go stop Li Daong, She suddenly reacted to the fact that Li Mu was deliberately trying to provoke him into making a move. This is simply a young plot by Li Mu, vicious to the core. Do you, Li Daong, still think that Li Mu is your Li family's junior and you can beat him up whenever you want? In the old days, if you crippled him it would be an internal family matter, and it would be difficult for the judiciary to interfere. Now Li Mu no longer had any relationship with the Li family. In a public place, a third-grade martial artist suddenly attacked a second-grade martial artist, or the champion of the first battle of the Abyss. This is not a fair engagement where injuries don't count. This is a crime. The point is that it's fine if you can actually beat him. Li Daong had been emptied of his body by alcohol and sex for so many years, and was only empty of his third-grade cultivation. Li Mu was in full swing. The third-grade abyssal monsters let him kill them with one swing of his stick. What do you count as an egg? If you really want to be beaten by Li Mu in public, people belong to self-defense and beat for nothing. And the scariest part is the involvement behind this. No matter how big a power is in the high martial world, without someone with a high cultivation level to hold it down, it would quickly fall. Your industry is someone else's cake. When Li Qianfeng was alive, he was of the 9th rank, with extraordinary strength, and completely subdued the Li family estate. And now, with the S-class talent, the Li family's industry is taking off. The force, however, is at a juncture where Li Xiaohao has not grown up and Li Daong cannot afford to pick up the slack. If Li Daong is beaten by Li Mu in public, it's hard to imagine how much of an obstacle the rise of the Li family will encounter. Old Mrs. Ma was usually the most calculating, and instantly figured out Li Mu's intentions. Only, unfortunately, it was too late. Seeing Li Daong strike, the corner of Li Mu's mouth couldn't suppress a smile. He stomped his foot violently, and a golden shield floated up in front of him. Li Daong had never thought that Li Mu would dare to resist, so he didn't even confiscate the force. A fist blasted into the shield, barely saving his wrist under the protection of his true chi, but the shield was untouched. Rotten garlic. Li Mu couldn't help but snort. The Dragon Song Jedi will not automatically explode until it reaches the limit of the strength of the attack it can withstand. The intensity of Li Daong's attack didn't even reach half of the tolerance limit of the Dragon's Breath Absolute. Li Mu could only detonate it manually, and the power of the explosion only caused Li Daong to stumble backwards, immediately followed by an iron bar smashing down on his head. Li Daong is at least a third-grade martial artist. Some means of pocketing, hands violently racked. A pair of small arms turned the color of wood and hardened to block Li Mu's attack, but his legs couldn't support him, and he fell to his knees with a thud. The knee clicked and smashed the bricks of the floor. With a miserable howl, he just knelt straight in front of Li Mu. Li Mu held the thorny flower rod and pressed down on Li Daong, standing proudly, his eyes full of contempt. Stop! Law enforcement division officers maintaining order on the plaza were the first to arrive. There were tens of thousands of people in the square today, and the law enforcement division sent a large number of police officers to maintain order at the scene. Patrol guards were closing in on the area as early as the crowd gathered here. As soon as you see a fight, be the first to arrive. Li Mu picked it with his hand and retrieved the thorn flower rod, his mouth all smiles. From the very beginning of talking to the Li family group, Li Mu had carried a purpose. The purpose of the day has been achieved. What's going on with you guys? Who started it? A law enforcement division squad leader frowned and droned. The Li family's crowd all reacted at this time, and a dozen people jumped and exploded. They all pointed at Li Mu to tell him off. Get him! He's the one who hit the people. My husband was knocked to the ground by him. Are you blind? This Li Mu hits people. Hurry up and arrest him for me. The Li family was completely enraged, and Mrs. Ma couldn't stop them no matter how she tried. The sound of her shouting was instantly drowned out by the cacophony of the scene. This captain was scolded for being blind, and immediately became furious as he coldly shouted, "Shut up! I am not blind. I saw it clearly just now. You guys started it." He was acting in self-defense. We are the Li family. Look closely. Li family. My son is an S-class gifted martial artist. Which branch are you from? I know your minister. The one who shouted this was Li Mu's second aunt. That squad leader couldn't wait to call her a retard. On the spot. Even if you know the minister, how can you shout like that in public? You're a cerebral defective, aren't you? Shut up. Take them all back. At the captain's command, more than a dozen law enforcement officers stepped forward to quickly bring the Li family's crowd under control. That captain glanced at Li Mu. Champion, you come with us first too. They had just watched the first battle and knew that the Li Mu in front of them was the champion. Laws, for high-ranked martial artists to attack low-ranked martial artists, is extremely important. A high-ranked martial artist who randomly strikes out to seriously injure, or even kill, a low-ranked martial artist, that's a strike against the vital forces of the state. God knows what's in your heart. What if you were sent by the enemy to eliminate the seedlings? This is where the subtleties of the martial arts fighting laws of the high martial arts world come into play. Martial artists of the same rank are encouraged to fight. Various ring games, competitive matches, martial arts fights to accompany and more. The state fully supports the act of competition as long as it is under legal witness, or even really mean fights and brawls. As long as they are of the same rank and age, the law turns a blind eye. But if it's an illegal martial arts fight that's not of the same age, not of the same rank, that's absolute iron fist high pressure. Yes, Li Mu nodded. He then turned to his mother. Since the fight just now, the lanky figure of his sister-in-law's husband had shielded a large family behind him. Seeing that their son was going to be taken away, Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong both quit. Come up and try to explain it to the law enforcement officer. Instead, Li Mu whispered something in the two men's ears. Amidst their worried gazes, Li Mu followed the law enforcement officer to the law enforcement car. A group of noisy losers from the Li family were also escorted onto two law enforcement vehicles. Old Mrs. Ma was left alone by that law enforcement captain because she was too old. Wait for the two cars to leave. The people watching around them gradually dispersed. Only Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong's family were left at the scene. A worried glance in the direction of the law enforcement car. Yang Yurong didn't have the good sense to look at old Mrs. Ma. However, she saw that old Mrs. Ma was staring at Yang Suiying dead in the face. The look was so hateful that it could eat her alive. It's all because of this precious son of hers. Today the Li family this heel is considered to be planted miserably. Yang Suiying just stared back at her coldly and without fear. I was afraid of you when I was in the Li family. And I'm still afraid of you now? Yang Yurong suddenly said in a non-condescending manner. Look at what? Old punk. Your first son is a coward. And your second daughter-in-law is a white wolf. My grandson is a loser who can't be saved by his S-class talent. And your two stupid granddaughters, who keep making eyes at our little Mac. Cootie. It's all so obvious they didn't even do what you told them to do. Your words are no different than a fart to them. These goods can be concentrated in one family. You're taking credit for that. With you around, sooner or later, the Li family will be able to rise up and prosper for 100 generations. Yang Yurong's paragraph was subdued, paired with that mocking expression, and a very subtle roll of the eyes at the end. Old Mrs. Ma's breath caught in her anger instantly, and her face began to turn white as it was visible to the naked eye. Li Mu, this sister-in-law, has a mouth even more poisonous than Li Mu. One comment scolded everyone in the Li family, especially the words to the credit of. It's simply the finishing touch. It was as if the entire Li family could produce so many retards thanks to her old lady alone. One sentence directly dried Mrs. Ma's blood pressure to 180. You, Yang Yurong, on the other hand, hurriedly skulked backward and pushed Yang Suiying. Dragged my husband and both kids and left. The mouth was still broken. Egu, go, this is going to be a violent death. Don't dip the bag. Egu, it's bad luck. Chapter 32, I'll take Li Mu with me. In the car, escorting Li Mu was none other than the captain of that law enforcement squad. After getting in the car for about 20 minutes or so, this squad leader's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone. Yeah, it was a brawl in the square. What? Why are they being transferred to the Lucky Road branch? Okay. Hanging up the phone, this squad leader glanced at Li Mu suspiciously, then said to the law enforcement officer driving the car, go to the law enforcement division on Lucky Road. Naturally, Li Mu heard it all. The law enforcement division, which is equivalent to the G Security Bureau on Earth. The entire city of Ironhand was so large that it could be seen as a small province on Earth. The four urban areas, east, west, south, north and south, can be seen as four smaller municipalities. Below the law enforcement division is the Department of Law Enforcement, which is the equivalent of some of the larger police agencies. After putting down the phone for a long time, this squad leader said to Li Mu, the Li family is looking for someone, so hurry now if you need to call. This squad leader definitely has a good heart to say that. It is implied that you will definitely have no good juice to eat when you go to the Lucky Road branch, and it is better to ask for help now. However, Li Mu was smiling slightly. Thanks. No. Since Li Mu dared to make a move, he had thought of the consequences. The Li family would be looking for someone he had thought of, but having just won the premier title himself, he's in the spotlight right now. The plaza was taken away by the Department of Law Enforcement in public. All the media are watching. Don't say 24 hours. As long as Li Mu can't get out of the Department of Law Enforcement for 3 hours, the media can then surround the Division of Law Enforcement. Li Mu didn't believe how hard his Li family's connections could be. Can it be so hard that this law enforcement department killed Li Mu for the Li family? And as long as this Department of Law Enforcement dares to lynch, Li Mu then dared to stand in front of the media with his injuries and shake things out as they were. We steal to the end. Combine that with the video from the plaza earlier. First fight for the title. Self-defense. Lynched. the leader of the law enforcement division on Geezer Road, would be on the news the next day. And after this incident, the Li family will find someone else to do the job to target themselves. Those people are going to have to weigh in. This was another fatal blow to the rise of the Li family. Li Mu was a blood-for-blood approach. Although they were both defeated, the Li family was definitely hurt worse. Soon, the car arrived at the law enforcement division on Lucky Road. When Li Mu got out of the car, he could already see a few reporter-like people approaching the area not far away. Let's not talk about Li Mak taking the first fight for the title. It was the 2 days of Li Mu's military training. There are tons of tabloid reporters who want to get to Li Mu to interview him about the talent being switched. Only the kind of opinion that doesn't hurt the Li family in any substantial way. Li Mu was too lazy to deal with it. The Li family's crowd was brought back in 2 cars, following close behind. When Li Mu got off the bus, Li Dayong's crowd was being escorted down. It's just that the Li family isn't being held in a death grip like they were in the beginning. And the attitude was once again arrogant. The second aunt even stared coldly at Li Mu and said with a mouthful of words, "You're done." Out of the Lucky Road branch came a couple of hangdog law enforcement officers, crossed paths with the squad leader who was escorting Li Mu. The escort van then left quickly. A law enforcement captain-like person looked Li Mu up and down, then coldly drank. "What are you floundering for? Get in there." An enforcer also came up behind him and shoved Li Mu. The Li family members were all excited at once. "As long as you enter this law enforcement division, you'll be skinned if you don't die." Li Mu just glanced at the law enforcement officer who had shoved him. The enforcer then screamed, "Hey, how dare you stare at me? You're still here." The words were about to go straight to work. Squeak! A long brake sounded. A military vehicle braked sharply to a stop in front of the law enforcement division's branch. As soon as they saw the car's license plate, the group of law enforcement officers just snapped to attention and stood nervously. The passenger side of the military vehicle opened and a cold-faced officer stepped out. First, he gave a night salute, and then took out his credentials and held them in front of that law enforcement captain. "I'll take Li Mu." 6 short words. There is no explanation. "Yes, sir." The law enforcement captain's eyes glazed over as he returned a knight's salute in fear. This officer Li Mu recognized. The adjutant by Wang Longqing's side, surnamed Zhang. Lieutenant Zhang nodded and looked at Li Mu. "No injuries, right?" "It's fine." Li Mu shook his head. "Get in the car first." Adjutant Zhang finished and personally pulled open the car door for Li Mu. Mu got into the car. The Li family crowd looked dumbfounded, especially Li Mu's second aunt, gnashing her teeth in hatred. He had already found someone to make sure that as long as Li Mu entered this law enforcement division, he would have to make him peel his skin. But I didn't realize that Li Mu's deadbeat old man's relationship was actually so hard. That officer came to fetch him even at such a critical time. In the end, what kind of friendship do they have with Li Mu's deadbeat dad? According to the current situation, they would have to weigh their options if they wanted to target Li Mu. That officer wouldn't have gotten to the point where he was going to avenge Li Mu's death and do his bidding. When he thought of this, Li Mu's second uncle was a little afraid. This is something we really need to think long and hard about when we get back. The law enforcement officer who had just shoved Li Mu was even more frightened and couldn't even breathe. Look at the attitude of that officer just now. They don't seem to be here to arrest people. They seem to be here to invite them. What the hell? Didn't I get orders to teach this kid a lesson today? Why would someone have a military vehicle to pick them up? Isn't this a death wish? He wiped his cold sweat as he watched the military vehicle drive off into the distance. Luckily, I didn't really do it myself just now. Lemuel got in the car. The car sped away from the law enforcement division branch. Only after getting onto the viaduct did Li Mu ask, "Lieutenant Zhang, what is it?" Li Mu didn't think that Lieutenant Zhang was just here to help him with this matter. Joy. After finishing, Lieutenant Zhang seemed to feel that he was too cold and added another sentence. "The commander is having a wedding. Got word that you had a run-in with someone in the plaza and asked me to come get you." Li Mu nodded. Taking out the phone, he explained the situation to his mom, Yang Suiying. The car drove all the way to the military district where Wang Longqing lived. There is a fancy hotel not far outside the military zone. At this point in time there were all sorts of high-end cars parked in front of the hotel. Not all of them are luxury cars, but they are mostly business cars, and they are also grand. Deputy Zhang parked his car and led Li Mu into the hotel, going straight to the hotel's second-floor lobby. The hall on the second floor was exquisite and elegant, and at first glance, it was specially set up for all kinds of wine banquets. At this time there were several tables of people sitting at the entrance, each looking very smart and competent. These people were chatting feverishly, and when they saw Adjutant Zhang bringing people up, the scene was suddenly quiet. But someone soon stood up and greeted Lieutenant Zhang. The others weren't willing to be left behind and got up to greet them, but they all looked at Li Mu suspiciously. I wonder who this high school student is. The first battle of Abyss took place in a non-disclosed process. and the AAA pops have just come out. These people haven't had a chance to recognize Li Mu's talent was taken away from Lemu and no interviews were given. That's why Li Mu's hotness only exists in some people who like to gossip to know. In the face of these people's greetings, Adjutant Zhang didn't even have a smile on his face and only nodded his head a few times in response. Then he led Li Mu through at a quick pace. Through these tables, in front of them was the formal reception. There were 5 tables in total. The table in the center was the biggest, and Wang Longcheng was listed, talking and laughing with people. The remaining 4 tables of Li Mu looked and were startled. Many of these have been seen on the news. All of them officials. The law enforcement division and the business sector predominate. That means that the tables sitting at the entrance are all the deputies or drivers of these officials. And approaching Wang Longcheng, Li Mu instantly understood. The aura on Wang Longcheng's body was very powerful, and it seemed that this area was under its control. Surprisingly, he had already stepped into the Xian rank. Breaking through the Xian rank, this was indeed a great joy. No matter who it is, it's time to celebrate, especially if it's the position of Wang Longcheng. It's only when you break through and don't put out a drink that you draw suspicion. In fact, this kind of wine celebration is still the most low-key of all. At this point the officials at these tables also took notice. Why did Lieutenant Zhang come with a high school student? Is this the son of some family? Coincidentally, among those present here is the minister of the law enforcement division of the auspicious road. He was friendly with the Li family, so of course he recognized Li Mu at once. Deng was startled. How did this Li Mu appear here? It was in the middle of his days. Just saw Wang Longcheng at the main table surprisingly smiled and waved amiably at Li Mu. Here, sit on my side. Chapter 33, Wang Longcheng Tongxin, Li Mu's big backer. Li Mu rushed forward and said excitedly as well, "Congratulations Commander Wang, for stepping into the Xian rank." Wang Longcheng was no longer comparable to his previous 9th rank. That pressure of a superior being, naturally flowing out, controlled everything. Ha ha. Wang Longcheng laughed from the bottom of his heart and reached out to personally pull out the empty chair beside himself. "Sit down. You're not so bad. You're still first class the morning of military training. You've broken through the 2nd grade in the afternoon. This first battle to the top, the strength is even more evident." Wang Longcheng was in an extremely good mood and talked more, and everyone else at the table, including a few other tables, were all dumbfounded. Wang Longcheng from just opening the table. This side of the stool has been tucked inside the table. Wang Longcheng didn't let. No one dared to sit there. Now you're actually pulling out the stool yourself and letting a high schooler sit there? And side by side, they just chatted like nobody's business. It's really amazing who this teenager is. However, Wang Longcheng's last sentence let everyone know that this seemed to be the winner of this first battle in the Abyss. But that's not right either. Which Abyss Premier Champion has had this kind of treatment? Wang Longcheng is the deputy commander of the military region, the winner of the first battle of the Abyss. Meet the military drill sergeant to receive a few words of praise and so be it. When do I get to sit next to the vice commander and eat? In shock, Wang quickly messaged his deputy. With quick hands, it took less than a minute to figure out Li Mu's identity. It turned out that this was the family's teenager who had been robbed of his S-rank talent that had been buzzing around the other day. But they still don't get it. What exactly was the relationship between this teenager and Wang Longcheng? Favorable Wang Longcheng did not introduce it. Wang Longcheng was really happy at this time. If Li Mu hadn't helped him lock those 2 bad meridians, letting him shed it on the spur of the moment, he didn't know when he would be able to break through the Xian rank. It wasn't even sure if it would be possible to step into the Xian rank. It proved to be the right adventure. After giving up his meridians, he smoothly stepped into the Xian stage in a single impact. As long as there were no accidents on his own, the rank of young Tiger Marquis was equivalent to being in hand. Another step up to the position of commander is just around the corner. It's just child's play for you. Li Mu laughed. Ha, at such a young age, why are you so humble? Isn't your kid's sharpness quite prevalent? Wang Longcheng flirted. If Li Mu was a humble good old boy, he wouldn't have broken the instructor's leg directly in military training. Just now your Auntie White was talking about you about this. Wang Longcheng spoke and dodged to reveal a woman sitting on the other side of him. The woman was in her mid to late 40s, with short hair, a beautiful face, and a cloud of Englishness between her eyebrows. There is not the slightest vicissitude of a few years of age, but rather gives people a feeling of sternness and competence. At this moment, he was looking at Li Mu with a smile on his face. Upon seeing this woman, Li Mu's heart shook hard. It's been in the news a lot on this one too. Chief Director of the Law Enforcement Division of the Eastern District of Iron Hand City, Bai Taiwei. Now it seems that she should be Wang Longcheng's wife. No wonder there were so many law enforcement leaders on hand to congratulate them. The 2 of them are 2 people after all. She was nicknamed Iron Rose. A woman is able to run the violent organs of a district. It's useless to have an empty husband who's a deputy commander. Without overpowering strength and means, It absolutely cannot be subdued. This is a high martial arts world. In officialdom, strength and background come first, and ability and seniority have to be put on the back burner. This is one of the major drawbacks of the high martial arts world. It's also the sad state of affairs in China, where there are an odd number of assholes. People who are strong and powerful don't necessarily become officials, and it's all up to them to decide what's good and what's bad. People with deep backgrounds, and most of them just know how to rake in the dough, and a corpse is considered good enough. People who are really talented don't sit in seats where they can talk. There are far too many people who harbor talent. At this moment, Bai Taiwei laughed immediately after Wang Longqing's words. Xiao Mu ah, Auntie hasn't thanked you properly for what happened last time. If there's nothing for you on your mom's end, you'll come home with me for a while. These words completely dumbfounded Li Mu. It was the first time he had seen Bai Taiwei. What about last time? And he also mentioned Li Mu's mother, acting very familiar with her, but only for a moment. Li Mu was suddenly blessed to understand Bai Taiwei's intentions. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Longchang were helping themselves. Most of the people present at the scene were actually Bai Taiwei's men. Wang Longqing's real connections were in the Jinyuan army. Maybe he's already hosted a celebratory reception down there. Today in front of so many people. Wang Longqing dragged Li Mu to his side. Bai Taiwei was again chatting like an old acquaintance. These two couples are clearly trying to back up Li Mu. Li Mu was very moved. It was probably because they also knew that they were in a stage of intense conflict with the Li family. That's why he took advantage of Wang Longqing's banquet to help Li Mu. Everything is at Auntie White's disposal. Raimu responded with a smile. Bai Taiwei nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, the group of leaders around them were ostensibly talking and laughing, but in their hearts they all turned over in shock. That gaze drifted to Li Mu from time to time, guessing how deep the relationship between Li Mu and Mr. and Mrs. Wang Longchang was. Normally, they didn't have much of a chance to flatter Bai Taiwei. The four tables in the outer circle, not to mention, have not even seen Wang Longqing a few times, especially in a role like the law enforcement sub-minister of Lucky Road. It took a hell of a lot of effort to squeeze into this reception this time. 2. Bai Taiwei is their top boss. He'd only seen it a couple times now and then at district-wide meetings. Bai Taiwei, that's a real tiger woman. When has it ever been as soft as today? And across Wang Longchang, every now and then, he had to whisper a few words to Li Mu and show a smile. And see this scene. The law enforcement sub-minister of Jishang Road only felt the sky spinning before his eyes. The heart was about to jump out of his throat and he was sweating profusely. Just half an hour ago, he received a call from the Li family. Said he had a conflict with Li Mu and asked him to help clean up Li Mu. He immediately arranged for someone to take care of the matter. I didn't expect Li Mu to be received here. And laughing with his top man. I don't know where Lieutenant Zhang picked up Li Mu from, and whether the people under his hand made a move on Li Mu. In case of a move, Li Mu sued at Bai Taiwei's, then one is really screwed. It's a good thing he kept his eyes on Bai Taiwei and Li Mu's side the whole time. From the beginning to the end, Bai Taiwei didn't even glance toward him. Li Mu certainly wasn't so bad as to tattle in front of Bai Taiwei. For one reason, it's not worth it. Things like favors are like checks. Wang Longchang did owe Li Mu a big favor. Such goods as the sub-minister of Jishang Road were not yet worth the check that Li Mu took out. Other people, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Longchang, have already stood up for you, Li Mu, in front of so many people. If you, Li Mu, go and sue a little raggedy minister again, that's just a bit too much to take in. It's a rule that the leaders go first as the banquet draws to a close. Wang Longchang and Bai Taiwei stood up and symbolically toasted everyone present. Then he took Li Mu to leave first. Bai Taiwei's secretary and Wang Longqing's deputy stayed behind to accompany the group to continue. However, once these two left, the remaining leaders began to gradually leave the table after exchanging a few pleasantries. The order of leaving the table is also well organized according to the size of the official position. The hotel is not far from the military district anymore. Wang Longchang and Bai Taiwei then took Li Mu all the way back to the military district on foot. Bai Taiwei also thanked Li Mu from the bottom of her heart. He knew best what kind of situation Wang Longchang was in before. At night sometimes the coughing is so bad that I can't even sleep. Barely stopped coughing and tossing and turning with worry. He, as a wife, followed the heart. I didn't expect that Li Mu, a student, would be able to get rid of Wang Longqing's heartache and help him step into the Xian rank. So back at home, Bai Taiwei and Li Mu talked for quite a while. Only after that did they send Li Mu away. Li Mu had just been sent away when an old man slowly walked down the stairs on the second floor of the Wang family. The aura on this old man was much stronger than Wang Longchang. When he glanced at them, he felt that there was a sharp sword hanging over his head. It was as if the sharp sword would run one through at the slightest twist of the heart. Chapter 34, The Mysterious Old Man's Observation Period. Dad. Wang Longqing bowed slightly. The man in front of him was his father-in-law, Bai Taiwei. On the other hand, sat there casually and inquired at the old man, "Dad, what do you think of the boy?" The old man did not reply. Instead, he slipped to the front with his hands behind his back and looked at Wang Longcheng inquiringly. "Longcheng, tell us what you think first." Wang Longcheng respectfully said, "Dad, there are 3 things I value about this kid. First of all, he was kind to me and very clean. Secondly, he is strangely perceptive, a genius in feats. 3 comes with the courage to top the first battle of the Abyss with F-rated talent. The gold content of this son is much higher than people think. Growing up is a matter of time. Of course, it was only a matter of time before we were targeted by the Paradise Society. Because of that, I want to keep him protected. If such a genius were to be tainted by the Paradise Society, the consequences would be unimaginable. And if Li Mu grows up, he will definitely be a fierce general in the human camp." On the side, Bai Taiwei nodded with deep empathy. Indeed, the Paradise Society has grown more and more rampant in recent years. The persecution of good people is also becoming increasingly difficult to prevent. All the more reason to pay attention point to point. Both of them looked at the old man when they finished. If Li Mu were here and heard about the Paradise Club, he would inevitably be scared out of his wits. Paradise Will, a worldwide evil organization, gathering the world's elite from all walks of life. However, the Paradise Society persecuted talented martial artists and robbed the resources of the Abyss, doing no evil. No one knows exactly what the Paradise Society is up to, but there is one thing that is frightening, that is that heaven will be everywhere. Not only has it infiltrated every country, but from the top to the bottom. There are all the shadows of the Paradise Society in the society of soldiers, peasants, farmers and merchants. But the people of the Paradise Society are no different from regular people. The only hidden mark is that they have golden eyes. Of course, it is only revealed when they show themselves as the Paradise Society. Usually completely normal. And anyone who has ever seen a golden eye either joins the Heavenly Society to be in the same boat. It's either that or no death. The Paradise Society was, arguably, the greatest threat to humanity besides the Abyss. They persecuted outstanding martial artists, doing exactly the same thing as decimating the outstanding seedlings of other forces. This was undoubtedly cutting down the power of the human race on behalf of the Abyss. Think about it for a while. The old man nodded slightly and said quietly, "I agree to go into observation." Wang Longcheng was overjoyed and solemnly bowed deeply. "Thank you, father-in-law." The old man grinned. "Longcheng, for you to make such a request to me, it seems that you really like this child. Alright, business is done. Don't be an eyesore. You too, go away. I'm going to wait here until my precious granddaughter returns." The old man waved the 2 away, glancing at the clock at the end of his statement. Wang Longcheng and Bai Taiwei looked at each other. Both shook their heads with a smile, and then walked out of the villa. Each went to work. The Lord Minister of the Law Enforcement Division of the Auspicious Road, after leaving the hotel, on the other hand, was not so happy. He got into the car with a bitter look on his face, and for a moment he forgot to tell the driver his destination. Just sitting there in the back seat in a daze, cold sweat still kept seeping out. It was a long time before he uttered, "Back to the branch." The driver hurriedly started the car and drove toward the branch. The minister took out his cell phone at this point to unmute it and found several missed calls. They were all from Li Daong and Mrs. Ma of the Li family. Just as he was getting angry, Li Daong's call came back. He picked up the phone and Li Daong's urgent voice came from the other side. Minister Song, I can finally contact you. I've just been calling you without getting through. There was some accident with that Li Mu, and he didn't stay in the Lucky Road branch. Do you think you could send someone to his house to get him? I know where he lives now." As soon as Li Daong finished, the minister just stormed right off. "Catch your mom, Li Daong. I damn near got killed by you. Don't call me for any more of your families." After saying that, Minister Song ruthlessly pressed hang up. He would not dare to rule the Li family in turn. Now the Li family's power was not good, but it still belonged to the category of people who were stupid and had a lot of money. Getting paid buys a lot of convenience. Only now he wouldn't dare to take this money from the Li family again. Compared to your own little life, that's not even a choice. In the meantime, Li Mu had returned to the blacksmith store. Hearing my son say he wasn't embarrassed, Yang Suiying's hanging heart was finally put down. My sister-in-law was acting very excited. Let's say they wouldn't dare to do anything with the premier champion. Those leaders and the media are watching. Gee, my great-nephew is just great. Super dinner tonight. Come on, sis, let's go shopping. My sister-in-law is approaching 40 but has a very lively personality. The 2 children's personalities are completely with her. When I heard that I was going to have a super meal, I cheered long live my cousin and long live my mom. My sister-in-law dragged my mom, Yang Suiying, away. Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng were left to surround Li Mu and squeal excitedly. The sister-in-law laughed. AI, You two don't keep bothering your cousin. Your head hurts from all the noise. Dad, I'm looking for my cousin on a matter of business. Chen Jiachi finished and asked towards Li Mu. Cousin, my generic kung fu also uses a lance, and after watching you fight, I'm tempted to use a stick. How are you better with a stick than a gun? Li Mu got up the idea of teasing the two. A pull from the ear. The thorn blossom rod appeared in his hand. These two don't have awakened talents right now, and they're both at the early stage of the first rank of the Yellow Order. It is the time to lay the foundation. The natural thing to practice are all generic feats. Li Mu came to the iron smithy and placed the thorn blossom rod across the center of the two iron platforms. Here, hold it up. The two little guys rushed up at once, scrambling to try to pick up Li Mu's weapon and play with it. It's the weapon of a first fight champion, and it's awesome to think about. It's just a shame that the two men reached for it. I can't believe it's not moving. Ha! Yikes! How come it's so heavy? Sis, one on each side. Let's carry it. The two men bared their teeth with vigor, and the 300-pound stick managed to roll back and forth a little. Besides, can't hold it at all. Now even my sister-in-law was curious. Ouch, what's with the weapon? Nephew? Let me try it. At that moment the sister-in-law's husband jerked his arm forward. Go Dad! The two Chen Jiafangs turned to cheer for their father. My sister-in-law's husband is no less a blacksmith. Although he only had a second-grade cultivation, he was also full of brute strength. He clutched the thorn blossom rod with both hands with such force that small snake-like veins rippled up his arms. The thorn blossom stick was then picked up by him. But the cheering of the two Chen Jiafangs wasn't over yet. The sister-in-law's husband then thumped the wattle and daub on the ground. The ground shook slightly. My sister-in-law's husband looked at thorn blossom stick in shock and wondered, how can this weapon be so heavy? No wonder it smashed the giant python to death with a single stick. Great nephew. You usually put this in your ear? Li Mu smiled and nodded, stepping forward to take the thorn blossom stick, flick it out and pull out a stick flower. Before, these three didn't feel much when they saw Li Mu playing with his stick, but after they felt the weight of the stick for themselves, and then look at Li Mu swinging so lightly, the feeling of shock is simply indescribable. Cousin, the maneuver. Chen Jiachi became a fangirl in excitement on the side, yelling for Li Mu to perform his stick skills. Li Mu was not good at spoiling his younger siblings' fun. Immediately, he bellowed with bravado. Yes, he then kicked the thorn blossom stick away with a clang, and subsequently accessed it in his hand. Executed a simplified version of the set of 5 shocks of the flowing clouds. The moves add some of their own interpretations. Wide open, oozing with wind, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. It scraped up smoke and dust all over the ground. Chen Jiachi and Shen Jiafeng both adoringly kept shouting cheers. Even my sister-in-law's husband yelled with excitement. He was genuinely happy for his great nephew. It was thought that the talent had been taken away, and that the future of this child had no light. But at this point in time, there's no need to worry about that anymore. And Li Mu, in the course of the maneuver, opened the system that, bit by bit, they began to add weight to the Divine Warrior technique. 300 pounds isn't even a fraction of a weapon. How could Li Mu have set a small goal first? Catch up on the zero for weapons first. 500 pounds. So Li Mu kept adding the weight of the Divine Warrior technique, and taking advantage of the maneuvers. Feel the weight limit of your dancing waddle and daub. Coming out of the first battle, Li Mak had 488 victory points. When Li Mu poured 88 points into it, the weight of the Divine Warrior technique had come to 328 pounds, and with the weapon itself it was 388 pounds. After adding to this weight, Li Mu just used the flowing cloud triple shock. Just feel the back pain and leg cramps. The cousins were still there cheering when they saw Li Mu suddenly stop. With one hand on his stick and the other covering his back, he moved step by step toward his room. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Li Mu didn't look back. Sucking in cool air, his voice hoarse, twisted back. Chapter 35, Champion Tutor. Jai Long. Li Mu returned to his room. Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiachi quickly brought the bruising medicine given by their sister-in-law's husband. Li Mu took over and dismissed them both with the excuse of rest. He's certainly not so sprained as to actually sprain it, but it did feel overpowered with the Ryugan triple shock. At 388 this weight seems to be difficult to manage on its own. And it's not just the body that can't take it. The mountain stretching technique also seemed to have reached its tolerance limit. The strength of a tiger and 3 oxen. Picking up 400 pounds is simple and easy, but using martial arts techniques is starting to struggle. Open the system. Li Mu began to take stock of his jutsu. Pinless Heavenly Immortal Technique, deepen the understanding of the insights of the cultivated technique for 50 years, making the Danhai broad. The meridians are strong and more at will to perform any feats. Attachment of the ear to listen to, the divine weapon will be hidden in the ear hole of the Sumeru. All the time enlightenment cultivation. The speed is 1% of the normal cultivation speed. Divine Warrior Technique, gives weight to the weapon. currently 328 pounds. The art of carrying mountains increases the chi strength of 1 tiger and 3 oxen. Stasis, shout stasis and hold the target enemy in place for 0.5 seconds. Costs 10% of one's true chi value. Jutsu reversal time 1 minute. Golden eyes, when activated, it can see through the meridians to the direction of the movement of true chi, which consumes a lot of true chi. Spells like Fixation and Fire Eyes were naturally strong when boosted high, but a little bit up front is enough. What Li Mu urgently needed to improve now was his own cultivation and physique. Right now there are only 2 ways: body refining techniques, body refining pills. So Li Mu set his sights on alchemy. Li Mu didn't remember that the great sage had the ability to make pills. Eating Dan is a good idea. And back then, there was no shortage of equalization of accounts for Taishan Laojun. Could it be that you've been sick for a long time, and you've been eating a lot and tasting the drug ingredients? But besides alchemy, there were many more in this system that he hadn't heard of. For example, this Bokuden technique, the borrowed wine technique, the skyfall technique, and other techniques. Alchemy, worth 100 victory points. It's not expensive. Buy it. Alchemy, finding the raw materials according to the formula. When the raw materials are in place, the elixir will be ready. Note, the system Dan formula can only be refined by the system, and it is useless for unusual people to take it. Li Mu opened alchemy and below it was the same skill tree. Each node is an elixir. In total, there are 3 main categories: ki, art, and body. Among them, chi was to help enhance cultivation, art was to enhance artistry, and body was naturally to train the body. At this point, only the Danmaku in one of the physical arts was lit. Second-rate bone hardening pill. Li Mu was clearly dissatisfied, and directly spent another 50 victory points. Unlock the one below this Danmaku. Lower grade body strengthening pill. 3rd grade demon blood. Steel lotus, crane grass. Hiss. 3rd grade demon blood was cheaper instead, about 2 to 3,000 for a vial. The other 2 herbs are expensive. Both of these grasses are bred by crossbreeding ground plants with abyssal plants. Not very productive and still late in ripening. With a little luck, 20,000 apiece can be found. As luck would have it, 30,000 small portions are still out of stock. 1 Dan is about $50,000, and 2 will cost $100,000. This lower grade solidification pill was enough. Now it was all about the money. He couldn't have asked Yang Suiying for it. The mother and father are still boarding at their sister-in-law's house, and they can't get the money. Raimu looks to victory point, 400 to 150, that leaves 250 points. Li Mu gave another 100 points to the mountain stretching technique, 100 victory points consumed. Strengthening the mountain taking technique succeeded. The art of carrying mountains increased the strength of 2 tigers and 3 oxen, a direct increase in the power of a tiger. Then Li Mu estimated that even if the divine warrior technique increased to 500 pounds now, the Tanshan technique can be easily wielded as well. Now it's just a matter of your own frail body. With that thought, Li Mu withdrew the thorn flower rod into his ear. The auto-cultivation effect of attunement listening began to activate. 1% of the normal rate of cultivation is just too subtle. Li Mu couldn't feel it at all. Only when it's very quiet. It was only then that one could feel a trace of aura entering the body in a steady stream. Rather, I've overlooked the effect of this attached ear. Stud. Add all the remaining 150 points to possessive listening. 150 victory points consumed. Enhancement of listening with ears succeeded. Attachment of the ear to listen to, the divine weapon will be hidden in the ear hole of the Sumeru. All the time enlightenment cultivation. The speed is 6% of the normal cultivation speed. Oh ho! Li Mu's eyes lit up, because as soon as the reinforcement succeeded, Li Mu could clearly feel that a stream of pure aura was converging towards himself. The body refined these auras as simply as breathing. A martial artist cultivates by drawing aura into the body through internal energy. Forge your own Danhai sea of consciousness and fleshly body. The process is similar to various physical and specialized training for athletes. Dull, boring, even painful. How many people resist practicing just because the process isn't enjoyable? Because of this, many strong people chose to enter the abyss, battle monsters to the death. Not only does it cultivate fast, but it is also a frequent source of enlightenment. As for Li Mu now, without moving or shaking, he was able to carry out automatic cultivation every moment. Cool. Look at the empty victory point. Li Mu couldn't wait to enter the abyss again to kill a few monsters. It's not enough. Far from enough. A large family had a happy dinner in the evening. Li Mu was also tired after a long day and fell into an early slumber. The next morning, Blackwater High School, and reporters piled up at the door. Most of them are journalists from small media outlets. As soon as Li Mu arrived near the school entrance, these reporters surrounded Li Mu. Nothing more than wanting some gossipy interviews with Li Mu. For example, what does Li Mac have to say about the Li family after being kicked out and winning the title? What do you think about Li Xiaohao displacing your S-rank talent but taking 31st place? It wasn't that Li Mu didn't want to use the media to crack down on the Li family, but Li Mu knew very well that as long as he opened his mouth, these media outlets just take things out of context and dig for those angles that are the most topical. The odds are that it won't go the way Li Mu wants it to. So watch as Li Mu enters the campus escorted by the school leaders of Blackwater High School. But there are two official media outlets authorized by the Ministry of Education. A championship interview with Li Mac. There's no hiding from this Li Mu. The championship interview certainly didn't ask the gossipy questions. Mostly, they just asked Li Mu about some of his insights, feelings, people to thank, and so on. It's to motivate other students. And in the meantime, in some diner in a corner of the city, Jai Long is sitting at a table eating fried rice. Every now and then you pick up a bottle of white wine and take a few swigs. There were already 2 empty bottles of white wine on the table. At this time, Jai Long's eyes were dark with divine light and slightly aged. The TV hanging on the wall of the bistro. What is playing is the championship interview with Li Mac. Jai Long sighed softly and picked up the bottle he had just put down and took another swig. He has injuries that are unknown to him. This resulted in him being unable to fight. With an empty 5th grade cultivation, he could only be a teacher. In his favor, he is also perfect for teaching because he is very good at it. At Tennessee Collegiate, he was the fastest teacher to be promoted to classroom teacher in the history of our school. It's just a shame. On the 2nd floor of the multimedia hall of the first battle of the Abyss, his backstabbing of our school's leaders was seen by all the schools. While he's not at fault per se, what school would dare have a teacher like that? Your teaching ability is unknown to others. The backstabbing ability is well known. The key thing is that he helped Li Mu. Li Mu, however, did not know it. So much for the so-called thankless task. Thinking about it, he couldn't stay in Iron Hand City. One can only consider leaving the city. It's time to go to a new city to get into this business. Only when the teaching profession pays. It's only barely enough to keep up with his medical bills. With that thought, he once again turned his attention to the television. It was only at this moment that the reporter on the TV was asking Li Mu a question. Student Li Mu, as far as everyone knows, you transferred to Blackwater High School the day before military training. There are rumors circulating on the internet about why you were fired from Tanglong. Everyone knows it's not you, but are you grateful to Tanglong High? Li Mu did not hesitate. No, it's a fact that Tanglong High School withholds resources from students, lets bullying go, and has a chaotic school spirit. As a former student of Tanglong, it's all the more important for me to stand up and say this. If I have to say Thanksgiving, I'm only thankful for one person at Tanglong High School. That's my former homeroom teacher of senior class 9, Mr. Jai Long. Hear this. Jai Long's hand with the spoon froze, eyes full of unbelievable light, staring dead at Li Mu in the screen. Mr. Jai Long is the best instructor I have ever had. He has not only benefited me greatly in terms of Gongfu understanding and practical combat maneuvers, even more so, we have fought for resources for many students who have suffered injustice, even taking out private money to reward his best students. I broke through the 2nd rank 2 days before the first battle in the Abyss. It is entirely due to the solid foundation that Mr. Jai Long has laid for me in the last 2 years. Without him, there would be no real-world results for me. Li Mu. Chapter 36, Fierce Aphrodisiac Effect. At this moment, Jai Long's fingers were turning white as he squeezed the spoon. The long handle of the spoon was all deformed by Jai Long's pinch. His mind was unsettled. He looked at Li Mu's face in the screen. It just feels like the heart is trembling. He loves each of his own students equally. A little more favoritism towards Li Mu. Li Mu's father passed away and he was bullied in the Li family. She was also abused by Li Xiaohong of the Li family in various ways at school. But Li Mu worked hard and diligently. With a solid foundation and excellent understanding. Who wouldn't love a kid like that? Because of this, when Li Mu awakened his S-rank talent, he stood behind him silently applauding. Li Mu suffered injustice and was fired. He was the one who was unusually angry. He didn't expect Li Mu to leave the school since he would still recognize him as a teacher. What's more, he didn't expect Li Mu to mention him in the media, pushing him into a position like mentor of champions. But really, the title didn't matter to himself. It's only important that Raimu remembers himself. The child who was robbed of his genius destiny did not lose his future. Show the world that you don't need S-talent to be strong by being a champion. It's only important. Jai Long put down his spoon and looked around to see that no one was looking at him. He rubbed his stubble with his big hand. The eyes, however, had gone red. He kept nodding his head for a long time. A proud smile resurfaced on his face. Boss, get another bottle of wine. Blackwater High School. Li Mu has finished the interview. After sending off the reporters, it was only then that Headmaster Yin Changming said to Li Mu, Li Mu, If you hadn't mentioned it in the interview, I would have forgotten. This teacher you mentioned, was he flat-headed, square-faced, with thick eyebrows? Li Mu looked at Yin Changming suspiciously and nodded. Yeah, this person. Ah, on the second floor of the multimedia hall. Spoke for you. At that time, that Liang Hai was sophomoric, and it was this teacher who came forward to testify, directly poking holes in all the words of Liang Hai and that vice principal. Only he didn't leave much later. I forgot to mention this to you too. Yin Changming was a little ashamed. He really doesn't know the inside story. He only thought at the time that it was infighting at Tanglong High School. It felt that Jai Long was using the opportunity to step on the director of instruction and vice principal to the death, not realizing that Jai Long was doing it for Li Mu. So this was something he really didn't take to heart either. Naturally, he couldn't remember to mention it to Li Mu. It was still Li Mu who took the initiative to talk about it today. He just suddenly realized. It turned out that teacher had flipped out with Tanglong High School because of Li Mu. Li Mu, however, was very surprised. So that means Mr. Jai may have left his job? Yin Changming nodded. Li Mu immediately felt a tug at his heart. He didn't realize that Jai Long had fallen out with Tanglong. When he said those things just now, he was actually trying to get some good job for Mr. Jai, because Li Mu felt that Tanglong High School was about to be finished. He put on a champion mentor status for Mr. Jai himself. It will be very convenient for Mr. Jai to be re-employed, and Jai Long does deserve it. What Li Mu said just now, it's all true. Mr. Jai Long is definitely stronger than the vast majority of teachers. The care and love for the students also comes from the heart. Do you have any contact information for this teacher? If he doesn't mind, ask him if he'd like to come and teach at our school. Yin Changming saw that Li Mu was depressed. An active olive branch was thrown. Only he was also worried about what would happen if people didn't want to come to school. After all, Blackwater Collegiate has produced a premier champion though, but it is a fact that students are generally poor. Even if the school has moved up in the rankings and has access to more resources, but it will take a process to raise it up as a whole. People are willing to come and share your Blackwater colleges. It's still unknown. This self-knowledge, Yin Changming still had. I'll ask around later. Raimu nodded perfunctorily, but the mind was already made up. Jai Long if he really lost his job because of himself. This call from Li Mu is a sure thing. Only he had already thought of a better place for Jai Long to go. Better than being a teacher. It's up to Jai Long to decide whether or not he wants to do it then. Yin Changming didn't force the issue and said with a smile. Back in the interview just now, there was good news waiting for you now. Your reward for winning the first battle has just arrived. Come on, I'll take you to the collar. Li Mu was instantly excited. And even more exciting, it's still back there. The reward for the winner of this first battle in the Abyss. It made Lemuel's jaw drop. $1 million in prize money. 120 cubic meters storage ring. A large bottle of Reiki original liquid. A set of top-grade feats. 5 Abyssal return stones. Don't look for much stuff. The value of each is bursting at the seams. That aura original liquid and the storage ring alone. Each one is worth no less than $600,000 or $700,000. Moreover, things like the original liquid of aura had a price and were hard to find. And this storage ring, the utility is very high. And 20 cubic feet is already considered not small. Claimed all the rewards. The gala at Blackwater High School begins. Li Mu's heart was growing like grass. After attending the gala absent-mindedly, he went straight to the herb market. The idea was to get all the ingredients at once. But Li Mu ran 3 herb markets one after another. Spent out $130,000 or $140,000. Only bought all the ingredients for 2 solid body pills. It was only then that he returned to the school's practice room again. Got a room. Li Mu began to improve across the board. The first is the original Reiki liquid. Reiki original liquid is to help enhance cultivation. By refining it after drinking it, it can greatly increase the speed of cultivation. The large bottle has almost 200 milliliters. Vials are usually no larger than 40 milliliters. Raimu drank it all in one go. The peerless heavenly immortal technique was instantly running wildly. Li Mu didn't know how others felt after drinking this original liquid, but after he drank it, it didn't seem to be the same as described in the books. Li Mu just felt like the top of his head was a funnel. The upper aura was like a water source that had been deposited for a long time. Finding catharsis through gravity, it began to pour wildly into his body. Even an aura vortex appeared above his head. Raimu was even a little terrified. This is also known as the pinless heavenly immortal technique. If you switch to the previous basic inner workings, it was simply too late to refine this majestic aura. But again, Lemuel couldn't tell the difference. The reason for such a majestic aura irrigating like a vortex, is it precisely because of the celestial immortal technique? Li Mu dismissed distracting thoughts and frantically operated the heavenly immortal technique to refine the aura. It lasted a good 2 hours. It was only when there was a complete lack of obvious aura entering his body that Li Mu stopped. The moment he opened his eyes, the divine light was internalized. Li Mu let out a long breath. The corners of his mouth simply couldn't be pressed. 2 hours of refined pure aura refined by the pinless heavenly immortal technique. It had actually raised Li Mu's cultivation to the peak of the 2nd grade. It had already touched the 3rd grade bottleneck. He himself had only broken through to the 2nd grade 3 days ago. 1st to 2nd grade. That's a strong foundation that's built up over a year or 2 of high school. Thick and thin. Explosive growth after the talent is revealed. That's acceptable to everyone. But only for 3 days. From the early 2nd grade if you break through to the 3rd grade. Li Mu didn't dare to imagine how many people would drop their jaws in shock. Feeling the majestic amount of true chi within his body, Li Mu felt that if he were to fight a peak 3rd grade python again right now, totally confident to go solo. After the excitement, Li Mu took out several more ingredients for alchemy. The system unleashes alchemy. Several ingredients disappeared at once, leaving some scraps. Immediately after that, the system spat out 2 blackish pills. Lower grade body strengthening elixir *2. Li Mu couldn't wait to throw the 2 pills into his mouth one after another. The elixir melts in your mouth. Rapidly enter the body. But it was only after eating that he saw it. Below the system's pop-up prompt to obtain 2 elixirs, there is also a row of instructions. Lower grade body strengthening pill builds up muscles and bones, strengthens the physical body, and increases vitality in a short period of time. It has the effect of fierce aphrodisiac. Eat sparingly, easy to fire. Li Mu, Maru Spicy. Chapter 37 Prince of the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School. After Li Mu read the instructions, he immediately felt excessively good about his entire being. The body started to get hot. Something not so clean started to pop into his head. Hiss. Raimu dug his fingers into his hair and strangled his scalp to try and calm himself down a bit. Attention shifted to his body. It's time to say no. These 2 pills went down. Li Mu then felt the skeletal muscles of his entire body burning and itching. He clenched his fist violently. In the past, when he was on Earth, he was an ordinary man. It's hard to know what it's like to be in control of power, but he understands it very well now. This swelling sense of power and feedback coming from the solid limbs. It's where a man's confidence comes from. It's worthy of being a solid body pill. The body is really much harder than before. Hard. Wait a minute? Why such a strange adjective? Damn. Li Mu shook his head fiercely, pushing open the door of the practice room. Li Mu then intended to find a larger open space. Try swinging a briar stick. Li Mu felt that these 2 solid body pills went down. Don't say 388. Even if it was 500 pounds, he could easily manage it now. I didn't expect to just push open the door to the practice room. Almost collided with one. A fragrant breeze hit his nose, and the person in front of him hurriedly took 2 steps back, looking at Li Mu nervously. Surprisingly, it's a wonderful girl, dressed in civilian clothes, but with the Blackwater High School insignia on his shoulder. It is not mandatory to wear a school uniform in senior year, but it is mandatory to wear a school badge. The uniform of Blackwater High School is black with a silver pattern. Boys wear it, slim and handsome. So the boys basically wore school uniforms, but it doesn't look good on girls when they're black and fat. Many girls who love to look good don't like to wear school uniforms. The girl was hot and very good looking. It's kind of high among the girls and has a great temperament, especially a pair of big watery eyes. Can be said that the beauty is very standard. The girl's name was Lin Yuya, and she was the president of the senior student council. I even danced at the gala today. Lin Yuya looked at Li Mu somewhat nervously. That. Li Mu student. I have something to find you. I'm afraid of disturbing your cultivation. I'm worried that I don't know how to call you. Sorry for almost bumping into you. The girl apologized while biting the corner of her lip with her shell teeth somewhat shyly. Raimu pursed his lips vigorously. His brow was furrowed into a chuan. Lin Yuya thought that Li Mu was angry, and even more so, she had a look of icy pity. Li Mu's voice was starting to sound a little hoarse. He clenched his fists, veins popping out on his arms. Mr. Lin, I just wanted to ask. You go to school. Why? To wear black silk. The girl froze, somewhat puzzled. She looked at the stockings on her slender legs. Ha! For the show today. Didn't you just see me dance? And I can't call these stockings. They're long leggings that only go a little above the knee. Look, it's not on the thighs. Ha! Mr. Li Mu, what's wrong with you? What's shaking? Are you cold? You're so red in the face. Do you have a fever? Ah! Somebody help. Li Mu student fainted. 5 minutes later. School infirmary. A group of students, both male and female, gather around the infirmary. On the hospital bed lay the unconscious Li Mu. The healer in the white coat lifted his hand from Li Mu. The white light on his hand also gradually converged. Yuan Yang rushing. Lust fire attacking the heart. Nothing serious. This kid has too much fire. The healer was in his 40s and also a medical teacher. He looked quizzically at his classmates who had brought Raimu here. Lin Yuya asked eagerly. Mr. Hua, what does it mean? Holding back. This teacher stood up. With his hands thrust into his pockets. He looked at Lin Yuya without a good look. You young couples nowadays. You need to pay attention. Sighing and shaking his head. He headed out the door. And not forgetting to instruct the crowd. Leave him alone. No, he'll wake up in a minute. But that line before he left. It made Lin Yuya's cheeks redden at once. A little couple? Held back? Seeing the students around him looking at himself strangely, Lin Yuya immediately blushed red and covered her face with both hands. Geez, how can a teacher talk like that? Shame on you. With those words he ran to the corner to face the wall. It seemed to be looking for a crack in the wall. The other girl didn't take it well. You die far away. You're laughing out loud. The infirmary was surrounded by 7 or 8 students. They all seem to be on good terms and don't get mad at each other for joking around. Geez, stop it. Think about what to do now. One of the male students said in a nonchalant manner. That limousine is picking up Li Mu, so it shouldn't be a bad thing. Just tell them that Li Mu fainted. Lin Yuya immediately shook her head. No way. There's no need for outsiders to know about Li Mu's fainting. It could have an effect on him. At that thought, Lin Yuya took out her cell phone and sent a text message. In the meantime, outside the gates of Blackwater High School, a black limousine pulls up to the door. There was also a male student wearing the uniform of the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School standing beside the car. The male student glanced at the time. Then very impatiently, he said to Xiao Lingtong, "It's been 10 minutes. Why is it so slow? Li Mu is dead, isn't he?" Xiao Lingtong, as well as the few Blackwater students behind him, all frowned at once. "Will you keep your mouth shut? Didn't I already go and call it for you?" Xiao Lingtong gathered her courage and said, "The one sitting in this luxury car in front of him was the son of the principal of the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School. 10 minutes ago this limousine suddenly stopped at the door. The man in the car aggressively asked his classmates to call Li Mu out. Xiao Lingtong thought that he had come to look for trouble. A dozen or so students then came out together. It turned out that the one sitting in the black car was the crown prince of the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School. They said they were here to pick up Li Mu. Just call out Li Mu. Since they weren't here to fight, Xiao Lingtong was also afraid of spoiling Li Mu's business. So he called Lin Yuya, explained the situation to her and told him to get Li Mu out. Turns out it's been 10 minutes and no movement. The male student, who was clearly the Holy Dragon Crown Prince's lapdog, broke into a curse. "What's wrong with you? You want me to talk clean? What can you do if I'm not clean?" The words were followed by 2 steps forward. Xiao Lingtong and the others really couldn't afford to mess with them, and were immediately suffocated. The dog-legged man snorted coldly when he saw their wimpy behavior. "You have 3 more minutes." Just after the words were said, Xiao Lingtong's cell phone rang. Xiao Lingtong took it out and looked at it. It was a text message from Lin Yuya's. "I can't believe they said that Li Mu had fainted and didn't know when he would wake up." He immediately blushed slightly, but still said, "You guys can come at another time. Li Mu is not at school right now." That dog-legged man immediately took 2 steps forward, almost sticking to Xiao Lingtong. "You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Are you kidding me? Asterisk 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 in hell. Don't tell me you don't have his number. You wouldn't call if he wasn't at school?" Being scolded in front of his face, Xiao Lingtong, however, did not dare to clash. Strength-wise he shouldn't be any worse than this dogleg, but if people were to retaliate against him alone, it's not something he can afford. So even though his face was swollen red, he could only endure it by gritting his teeth in secret. I don't have his number. Li Mu fainted. What's the point of him calling? One can only prevaricate hard. Asterisk asterisk. This dog-legged man was instantly annoyed, and with the words he rolled up his sleeves and was about to make a move. The black car's rear window, however, fell down. A lazy voice came out. "Hound dog, get him over here." Xiao Lingtong and the others could see it. A lazy teenager sat in the back seat of the black car. It's none other than the crown prince of the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School. Next to him, there was a beautiful student dressed in a sultry dress. This dog-legged man immediately choked Xiao Lingtong's neck fiercely. Escort him to the front of the black car. The crowd of Blackwater High School looked at each other in disbelief. They're all poor buddies, so if the other guy is going to hit someone, they're going to be on it. However, right now, the opposite side was somewhat humiliating Xiao Lingtong, not counting as a real move. That's subtle. At this point, if they do anything instead, they'll expand things. Forget it, a little loss is a little loss. It's not like we don't have it in our day. Xiao Lingtong was pressed in front of the black car like a small chicken. That Holy Dragon Martial School prince suddenly stretched out his hand. One clutched Xiao Lingtong's hair, yanked his face hard against the car window. Xiao Lingtong gritted her teeth and just stood there bent over in a wolfish manner. The eyes of the beautiful woman in the car and the scent of fine leather hit Xiao Lingtong's nostrils, a stark contrast to his undignified wretchedness at the moment. Xiao Lingtong's inferiority complex had reached an extreme. I don't care what method you use. Immediately, have Li Mu roll in front of me. I'm in a good mood now. If my good mood is gone, you're going to regret this. But he just finished. The lapdog then said, Crown Prince, Li Mu is here. Chapter 38, You'll be sorry. The dog-legged man pointed his finger toward the school entrance as he spoke. Raimu was really moving his neck as he walked out. Behind them were the anxious-faced Lin Yuya and the others. And the crowd saw Xiao Lingtong being dragged by her hair in front of the black car. All of them were frowning. Seeing Li Mu come out, the crown prince let go of Xiao Lingtong. Xiao Lingtong ruthlessly pressed her clenched hair a few times, but the feeling of humiliation simply could not be suppressed. Raimu walked a short distance to the black car and stopped, cocked his head toward the car. Looking for me? The lapdog frowned, pointing at the location where Xiao Lingtong was standing just now. He shouted lowly, Stand over here and talk. Raimu turned his gaze to him suspiciously. What breed of hunting dog are you? The hound was instantly furious. He followed the crown prince around, and the hound was still the one he volunteered to apply for the crown prince to call. The purpose is to please the prince and show his loyalty, but outsiders should never mention those two words. It's his scales. His gaze snapped and he walked quickly towards Li Mu. Reaching out, he slapped Li Mu in the face. Raimu laughed, laughing with excitement. The excitement of hair evil. Just a moment before the hound reaches out, a terrifying heat wave rose from Li Mu's body, and his entire aura was like a volcano erupting. A slap toward the hound went up. The hound didn't even see how the slap came. It felt like something hit him hard in the face. Then the right side of his face went numb and he went black. The whole person had flown out horizontally. In midair he regained consciousness. It only felt as if the bones in his face were actually shattered. The entire half of the teeth seemed to have fallen out. It fell heavily to the ground. Tried to stand up but felt the sky spinning. See this scene. The crowd of Blackwater High School all stood upright on the spot in fear. And Lin Yuya and a few others who had followed them to the infirmary mourned for the hound. You said you can't mess with anyone. You messed with him. He was so fired up he was holding his breath. TSK. Not bad for a premier champion. Temper is just great. The door to the back seat of the black car opened. The tall St. Dragon Marshal School Crown Princess walked down, leaning against the car door. He snapped and lit himself a cigarette. He took a leisurely drag and looked at Li Mu with interest. Xiao Lingtong quietly came in front of Li Mu, whispering to Li Mu. He explained. His name is Zhao Yi. He's the son of the principal of the Holy Dragon Marshal School, known as the Holy Dragon Prince, the son of the first college in the East End. It's also really powerful for them as students. Xiao Lingtong was also afraid that Li Mu didn't know the other party's identity. Really offend each other to death. Not bad. You have some insight. Zhao Yi pointed at Xiao Lingtong with his cigarette-clipped finger. He then turned to Li Mu. Li Mu, I was supposed to pick you up for a meal. You see what a mess it's made now. How ugly is it? Then I'll be blunt. I also use a lance. Come to Holy Dragon Martial Arts School and be my personal chaperone. As he spoke, Zhao Yi also flicked his cigarette ash aside. Not interested. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Mu directly rebuffed. Don't be so quick to say no. I know you're a little puffed up from winning your first fight. It's normal, but you'll soon realize. This is your peak. You're only going to grow more and more with everyone else. So it's sad to take yourself too seriously. Zhao Yi had a serious tone. Well, it kind of makes sense, but it's still not interesting. Li Mu first nodded, then shook his head again. TSK. That's not going to help. Zhao Yi looked up at the Blackwater High School's doorway with some difficulty. I know you want to be a chicken head. This padded school treats you like a baby. You're also fantasizing about bringing this crummy school back from the dead on your own. Enjoy that indispensable sense of accomplishment. But there's one thing I can promise you. If you're not going to be my dog, this Blackwater High School's resource ranking can't even enter the top 10 in the Eastern District. Zhao Yi said at the end. Apparently having lost his patience, he directly demanded that Li Mu be a dog. Start ripping off threats. Oh, you have that kind of power? Li Mu was instantly interested. Li Mak took the title, and one man greatly raised the average points of this Blackwater Collegiate, plus points from other students who participated in the first battle. Blackwater has no problem ranking in the top 10 for college resources in the East End, and there's a special bonus for Li Mu being the champion. Follow the subterfuge. When the resource department rankings are done, if there's an S rank, or A rank gifted person in the school, the elite ring champion and runner-up, the Abyss first battle champion and runner-up, and other powerhouses like that, generally a step up will be made where appropriate. The idea is to make schools more attentive to these cutting-edge students. So this time, Blackwater Collegiate is expected to be able to mention a resource ranking of 5 to 8 in the East End. Straight into the second tier. I don't have one, but my aunt does, Zhao Yi said without any complacency. Li Mu, on the other hand, slowly walked over to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was defenseless. He didn't believe that Li Mu would dare to move him, but unexpectedly, Li Mu violently reached out and clutched his hair, pulled his face to his face. Zhao Yi laughed angrily, gritting his teeth and sneering. Li Mu, you really don't know how many bowls of dry rice you eat. Are you having an illusion? Take a premier title shot and you think you're at a level where you can stand up to me? I'm so sad for you. Raimu smiled back. The hand clutching his hair tightened. You seem to have a bit of a delusion too. Prince, do you think your family calls the shots in education? You think I'm going to suffocate if I leave school? You think I'm going to get on my knees and beg you for forgiveness just because Blackwater Collegiate can't get into the top 10 in resources? I can't think of one, Prince. Why in the world should I be afraid of you? A fart of an official? Your family's official. No. Nay. Me. What? Li Mu ended with a single word, grabbing Zhao Yi's head and shaking it back and forth a few times. Zhao Yi's entire body was already shaking with anger. He suddenly understood what Li Mu meant. His own family is a top-stream college and has strong connections in both the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources. As long as they were students, whether they were from the Holy Dragon Marshal School or not, they were all like grandchildren when they saw him. That's because they have to go to school. And what Lemuel meant was that he was perfectly capable of not going to school. With his actual combat ability, he would have no problem even going to the Jin Yuan army. There was no need to look at his Holy Dragon Prince's face at all. Zhao Yi violently broke away from Li Mu. Looking at Li Mu with an extremely sinister gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, "Good. We'll see." He really didn't dare to make a move against Li Mu on the spot. Totally beaten goods in front of the first fight champion. There is no benefit to him if things go any further today. He sat back in the back seat of the car in a rage. The black limousine went off in a cloud of dust. The hound that was lying on the ground was pressing on. The crowd of Blackwater High School were all shocked in their hearts. Who the hell is the villain here? How did they feel that Li Mu was even more arrogant than that prince? Mostly, though, there was a sigh of relief. LOL. People, Li Mu, this is called fast and furious. Such a person cannot have a heart attack, much less a breast nodule. No one is afraid, much less looking at anyone's face. So what if he's the crown prince of the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School? How dare you talk to me? Gathering your hair and cursing you as usual. And actually everyone's heart, especially in Xiao Lingtong's heart, and a few touches. Li Mu's behavior today definitely had the intention of backing them up. Did Li Mu really need to pull Zhao Yi's hair to offend him? It wasn't because Zhao Yi had humiliated Xiao Lingtong like this. Not only did Li Mu stick up for his classmates, it also pulled all of Zhao Yi's anger onto himself alone. Zhao Yi absolutely couldn't think of targeting Xiao Lingtong right now. He would only hate Li Mu. Raimu turned back, seeing Xiao Lingtong looking at herself with red eyes. He went up and took Xiao Lingtong by the shoulders and entered the school gate. The other students followed closely. Lin Yuya asked towards Li Mu with some concern. You said, what if what Zhao Yi said is true? It really affects our school's resource ranking. Li Mu spread his hands. That's all Principal Yun needs to worry about. Ugh, pray he gets through this. Lin Yuya and the others then felt that there was split thunder falling above their heads. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Looking at Li Mu's back, there was a real sense of dashing disregard for other people's deaths. Xiao Lingtong was also amused. Whether or not Li Mu really cares. Without Li Mu, the Blackwater Collegiate rankings won't even move a bit. So what if they are affected? To say the only bad thing, it's Blackwater Collegiate if they don't make the top 10 this time. It would give the outside world the impression that they are getting too high on themselves. Become a laughingstock. Chapter 39, Ai Long leaves Lingyuan City. Afternoon dismissal. Li Mu didn't go home for dinner. Instead, he went straight to Zhai Long's place. Zhai Long used to call some of his students over for dinner and drinks, so Li Mu knew where he lived. Knocked a few times. The door to the room opened. The pudgy Zhai Long froze in the door at once. Mr. Zhai. Li Mu bent down respectfully. Li Mu. Zhai Long returned to his senses and looked back at his home with some difficulty. There didn't seem to be any intention of inviting Li Mu in to sit down. Li Mu, however, could see that Zhai Long was not in good shape. Are the old rules still working? I've come to rub it in. Li Mu laughed. Zhai Long shook his head and smiled, nodding as he opened the door and let Li Mu in. Turns out the house was packing up at this point. Big bag. Li Mu knew that Zhai Long had a very small space ring. You can't even fit half your stuff if you want to move. Where are you going, teacher? Li Mu questioned. Getting ready to move on to the big city. Linyuan City. Zhai Long said as if nothing had happened. Li Mu instantly understood something. Zhai Long for his backstabbing of the school. I guess no school would dare to take it. Despite mentioning him in his own interview, it looks like Jai Long doesn't seem to have much heart left. Teacher, there's something I'd like to ask you to help me with. Jai Long was puzzled. I've previously improved a feat in the Jinyuan Army's feat department. Then the Minister of Merit mentioned to me that they were very short of manpower over there. I wanted to know if you were interested. The pay is definitely many times what you'd get as a teacher. And it's staffed. The Jinyuan Army's healthcare is definitely better than up there. It should do wonders for your illness. The Daily Mu was called over for a drink by Professor Su and the others earlier. Professor Su and Minister Song complained about this to Wan Longqing more than once at the dinner table. Said they were understaffed. And now the treatment has been raised. Jai Long fits the bill in every way. Even Qin Zhanya hadn't complained much about having fewer people at hand who could be used. With Jai Long's teaching ability, he was more than suitable to be a teaching instructor. If he gave Qin Zhanya a recommendation, Qin Zhanya would even owe Li Mu a favor in return. Jai Long didn't have to start as a pawn either. Looking at the way Li Mu searched his heart and soul to find a way out for him, Jai Long gave a knowing smile. He reached out and gently patted Raimu's shoulder. Well, there's no need to persuade. The teacher has decided to go. Actually, I've wanted to leave the city for a long time. My illness is not something they can cure. Only I have the means. I'm going to Linyuan City this time for my own illness. Li Mu's brows tightened. He would have no more to advise. After a long silence, Li Mu sighed. When do we leave? Jai Long glanced at the time. 7 o'clock blimp. 1.5 hours to go. Then you'll have to buy me dinner again. Li Mu said with some caprice. Ha ha, good. Let's drink. Jai Long felt amused. This Li Mu's terse little expression was as if he was a pissed off child. But you have to pretend to be strong in front of your parents. It's still downstairs at that diner. Why don't you clean up and I'll go down and wait for you? After Li Mu finished speaking, he twisted his head and ran out. Jai Long suddenly smiled even more bitterly. This brat. He didn't say anything about helping himself to clean up. But yeah, you're so old. It wouldn't look good if you really cried. When you finish packing up and go down. Li Mu was already waiting at the restaurant. The teacher and student talked, laughed, ate and drank. Li Mu personally escorted Jai Long to the airship camp again. Jai Long smiled and waved at Li Mu before he boarded the blimp. Call me if you get a chance to go to Linyuan City. Li Mu, however, walked up very emotionally, gave Jai Long a big hug. Will do. Jai Long's waving hand froze in place. It was a long time before he turned his feet to pat Raimu on the back of the head. Good boy. Go back and have a bright future. Li Mu nodded and let go of Jai Long. A few big steps back in succession. Jai Long said nothing more and turned his head to stride onto the blimp. Soon, the blimp lifted off. Jai Long sat in front of the window and looked at the fading Li Mu below, a pleased smile on his face. It wasn't until Li Mu's small had become completely invisible that Jai Long withdrew his gaze, but just as he leaned back in his seat, just felt a giggle in my jacket pocket. Jai Long got up suspiciously, reaching into his pocket. Surprisingly, he pulled out a card. Jai Long was immediately shaken wildly in his heart. It's a bank card. The slip of paper stuck to it had the code written on it, and the amount was $500,000. One more word. It's only 5 short words. May the teacher recover from his illness. Jai Long's large, four-sided face, which was standardized and hardened, was completely seized into a ball at this time. It suddenly dawned on him. Understand why Li Mu didn't help himself to packing. Instead, go ahead and wait for yourself. Why give yourself a sudden hug? He covered his cheeks hard with both hands. How the tears dripped between his fingers. At this moment, Li Mu was looking up at the disappearing blimp. A long exhale, turned around and went back home. Around 10 o'clock at night, Li Mu was half lying on the bed, pondering whether or not to make a trip to the abyss tomorrow. 2 lower-grade solid body pills went down. Li Mu felt that his physique had strengthened very significantly. The current physique, combined with the 2 tigers and 3 oxen of the Tanshan Technique, it's estimated that 500 pounds is totally easy to manage. But now Li Mu has no victory points at all. I can't believe fighting that hound during the day doesn't count as combat. Not a single victory point was given. Li Mu's only hope was the abyssal monster. Moreover, his pinless heavenly immortal technique had also reached the peak of the 2nd grade. It could break through at any time. Going to fight the abyssal monsters and still have a high chance of breaking through. If we can break through to the 3rd grade, Li Mu felt that the divine warrior technique could at least be used up to 800 pounds without a problem. So go to the abyss and kill monsters. 2 birds with 1 stone. Gotta go. While he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Li Mu opened the door and it was his own mom. Yang Suiying. Yang Suiying went straight in the door then closed it. Son, mom wants to discuss something with you. You give mom ideas too. What is it, mom? Li Mu rushed to bring a stool over to his mom. Yang Suiying sat down and said somewhat ruefully. You and us mom and dad are always staying at your sister-in-law's house. Quite inappropriate. Actually, I've mentioned moving out privately several times, and your sister-in-law said nothing. I'm going to give her some money, and she doesn't want it, saying I've been working on the house too, and we really don't have much money right now. So mom was thinking, get a small business. From now on, we'll pay for groceries and cooking and energy bills and all that. Otherwise, as time goes on, your sister-in-law will be fine, but your sister-in-law's husband might have ideas too. Yang Suiying chanted a lot. Li Mu, however, listened with great interest and did not feel annoyed in the slightest. Yang Suiying looked at Li Mu and nodded his head as he listened. He said, "Hey, Bunny, you don't mind your mom's nagging now?" In the past, but when she spoke, Li Mu was annoyed to death. You can't hear more than 3 sentences without absolutely slapping your ass, but since being expelled from the Li family, it seems that his temperament has changed drastically. Of course, this change is something that Yang Suiying would very much like to see. He always felt that his son was invariably much closer to him. Hey, I think mom's right. Li Mu gave a sappy smile, then took out his cell phone. Mom, I kinda forgot and didn't get a chance to tell you. The reward for the winner of the first battle came down. There was $1 million bonus. I spent over $100,000 on drugs and gave my teacher $500,000. 370,000 left. I'll leave 70,000. And you can have this 300,000 for now. Li Mu said the words directly transfer the money to mom. Yang Suiying's entire body was petrified. The impact of this passage is just too great. $1 million bonus? Gave the teacher $500,000? Is that the teacher that you mentioned in your interview? Li Mu patiently explained about Mr. Jai Long's illness and his departure. Yang Suiying was relieved and felt that the money should indeed be given, but then he asked Li Mu, "Don't give me this 300,000. You need more resources for your cultivation. You take it, save it, and mom will just earn a little." Li Mu was adamant. "Don't worry, I can make my own money now. I'm only down to earth if you have money in your hands." After half a day's work, Yang Suiying nodded his head. Gladly, she said, "Okay, then mom will have startup capital for her small business." Li Mu immediately had a black line on his face. "Mom, I didn't give you this money to make a small fortune, but you're right, we really should have our own industry as well." After thinking for a long time, Li Mu suddenly asked with his eyes lighting up, "Mom, what's your gift again?" Yang Suiying was stunned. Brewing. Chapter 40. Zhang Jiwei came to transfer to another school. Snap. Li Mu clapped his hands together. "Yeah, brewing. Mom, haven't you always wanted an old-fashioned tavern? And that if she hadn't followed my father and become a housewife, she would have reigned over the wine world. Just make wine." Yang Suiying immediately blushed. Very awkwardly. "Actually, mom bragged to you earlier. Mom's a brewing talent no less, but the talent is E-rated. Almost didn't make it to college that year. If it weren't for your mom and I being a bit of a poser in chasing your dad backwards, where would you be?" Li Mu was petrified in place. And this, Yang Suiying seemed to be caught up in sweet memories. "In college, your dad was the genius schoolboy, always surrounded by pretty girls. But your mom, I'm tactful. A couple of lovey-dovey breakfasts took it for him. I was so dejected at the time. I love to show off in front of all those pretty girls, but I actually realized that later. Your dad, he already had a crush on me. He's just too dumb to say it. That's still what your dad told me himself." Yang Suiying even looked smug when she finished. "Mom, is it possible that my dad is afraid that you will lose face and said this on purpose?" Li Mu splashed cold water at the right time. Little bugger. Yang Suiying didn't have the heart to give Li Mu a violent look, but the eyes were full of laughter. Even if Li Mu said so, that could only mean that Li Qianfeng loved her more. Alas. In short, your father was a 6th grade martial artist in his 2nd year of college, and began to rise to prominence. That's when he was in a position to spend all his own money for me. My natural direction is in potent medicinal wines, which is a very awkward field. The cultivation process requires a variety of herbs and is particularly costly. It's also the fact that your dad supported me financially at the time, and I really started working on my gift. Then there was you, and there was just endless work in the Li household, except for bringing up the children, and slowly and completely gave up." Yang Suiying fell into reminiscence and narrated. Li Mu also heard it. Medicinal alcohol is indeed an awkward area. You can't beat medicine for potency, and you can't beat wine for flavor. There are a handful of talented winemakers at the top brewing companies. Together, these people add up to the power of capital. The wine you go to half the trouble to make isn't necessarily better than commercial wine. Add to that the horrendous cost of training a medicinal distiller. B-level talent is probably enough to hold up. There is no problem at all with E-level waivers. It's okay. Mom, go boldly. My son supports you in this dream. Li Mu firmly pumped. There was a borrowed wine in the Avatar technique, and although Li Mu hadn't learned it yet, he was definitely going to use it in the future. If you're going to drink alcohol, there's nothing more reassuring than wine made by your own mother. And mom did have this dream before. Must support. But this, Yang Suying didn't know why her son suddenly wanted her to make wine. But it does cost a lot of money. Don't worry about the money. Just do it. With Li Mu's ironic encouragement, Yang Suying really couldn't refuse either. She decided to revive her dream, starting with opening a tavern. To be honest, Yang Suying's brewing skills had been properly cultivated for a few years after all. At a cost of quite a bit of money, she can now pick it up and make a couple of decent medicinal drinks. It just takes constant research to keep refining it. With that out of the way, Yang Suying excitedly went back to writing her planner. Day 2. The first battle is done and the gala is over. It's going to be a regular class. Li Mu went straight to the abyss. It can't be helped. All the spells are wailing. Len Yu will have to go for more victory points soon. Today he was going to join the reserves. But he still had a large amount of merit value and contribution value that hadn't been settled yet. Wan Longchan gave him the promise that joining the reserves would be directly counted in the military merit system. Military resources that can be bought with contribution value. It's not a bit stronger than what you can buy above the abyss. And there's more time flexibility. I didn't want to stay down there. So I said I'd come back to class. Didn't want to go to class. So I said I'd go down there and kill monsters. Anyway, going to school is nothing more than Li Mu not wanting to officially enter the Jin Yuan army. And the pretense of being tethered by Jin Yuan's military law. In the meantime, Blackwater High School. In the school conference room, a group of school leaders were looking out at the school resource ranking public notice on the big screen. Blackwater High School. 17th place stings. Yin Changming and the others didn't look too good. The atmosphere at Blackwater High is not as class divided as other schools. Blackwater High School has been built up little by little, by everyone working together. So the meetings are also all more united and casual. It's too much. This is obviously someone targeting us. A school leader hammered the table heavily. This is going to be a big shame for our school. Ugh. It's good to know that our school isn't afraid to lose face. Someone tried to comfort everyone. How can it be the same this time? Those media outlets have been trumpeting our school since the first game. If it were before, it would be fine. Now Blackwater High School is being blown out of the water. There's been a lot of media fuss already. Indeed, so many school leaders have seen the latest news as well. Put the big celebration at Blackwater High School into context with this ranking. Words like champagne at halftime and giddy up were used. Some even say Blackwater is pants first. In short, how to say how shabby, so as to have a topic of conversation. It does seem like that incident at the school gates had a deep impact. Principal Holy Dragon's brother-in-law has deep roots in the Ministry of Resources. Yin Changming sighed. But on the day of the first battle, the Vice Minister of Resources looked like he was quite favorable to Li Mu. Someone wondered. That's all cosmetic. What leader doesn't say a few words of encouragement to a champion? And he likes also Li Mu as a student. It's not like he likes our school. Even school rankings affect Len Yu some. But do you think he'll go against the officials in his same department because of Li Mu? It doesn't make sense any way to think about it. The crowd all fell silent after the vice principal finished speaking. At this point in time, they have no choice but to accept the reality. Originally they went from T4 and crossed over to T2 or even T1 anyways. But now, they've moved up from T4 to barely T3 threshold. As for the T0 level, there were only 4 in the entire Iron Hand City. 1 per district. Everyone focused their eyes on the Holy Dragon Marshal School. Holy Dragon Martial Arts School still deserves to be the only T0 level school in the East District. In addition to having the most points from their first game, it's still the only school in the entire East End with a double S gifted person. All said and done, we might as well think about it. If it wasn't for Li Mu's appearance, we wouldn't even be able to enter T3, wouldn't we? What's the point of dwelling on this now? Do a good job. There's still a chance. A teacher finally got a burst of chicken blood. It's just a shame. All the top brass of the Tanglong High School across the street have been investigated, and the school is in a consolidation phase. A lot of students are looking to transfer outward. Originally, we were close to the water. As long as we were in the top 10 in the resource ranking this time, it definitely takes in a lot of 10 students. Now, the crowd also sighed darkly. There are only 2 things for the school to look forward to after their current debut. Rank high and get more resources to improve the overall student body. Rely on the rankings to absorb more talented students to once again pull the entire school up. In this way, to fall into a virtuous circle. Blackwater High School is even out of the bottom of the evil circle. This is why Blackwater High School has a gala and why the school leaders are so excited. This is what Blackwater High School has been hoping for how many years. But I didn't think it would end up like this. The rankings have been out for a couple hours now. If there was going to be a transfer, there should have been movement on Tanglong's side a long time ago. After all, The school was right across the street, just when the crowd was at a loss. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. A teacher pulled open the door, and standing in the doorway was none other than the student president, Lin Yuya. Lin Yuya gasped a little, excitedly. Teachers, there's someone outside to transfer. This teacher asked in surprise. Is it from the Tanglong High School side? How many people came? Just one. One, from the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School. Zhang Jiwei. Chapter 41, The Three Aces Gather at Blackwater High School. What? Hearing the three words Zhang Jiwei, all the school leaders scurried up in mischief. It's that S-rank talented Zhang Jiwei. Without waiting for the teachers to confirm, Lin Yuya knew what they were going to ask, so just confirm it out loud. Go! Yin Changming let out a low gulp and personally led the crowd down the road, down the stairs. A large circle of students was already gathered in front of the square of Blackwater High School, and in the middle of the clearing, a tall and handsome teenager with a cold face stood alone like a green pine. It's none other than Zhang Jiwei. He had a shoulder bag slung over his shoulder. The eye stared in the direction of the school building. Let the students around them whisper and save their eyes. A group of school leaders lined up in front of the crowd. Only then did Zhang Jiwei withdraw his gaze and look at the school leaders. Hello Principal Yun. Hello teachers. Zhang Jiwei bowed very politely and greeted the crowd. Mr. Zhang Jiwei, you have to. Yin Changming, as the head of a school, didn't know how to say this at this point. You're transferring to our school? This sentence would have been said if Zhang Jiwei hadn't said it himself. He'd be laughed at for even uttering it. Other people's first thought is, are you thinking about fart eating? But Zhang Jiwei was pulling the backpack behind him. From inside, he pulled out a folder of information. There's a testimonial on it. Zhang Jiwei, S-class talent, peak martial artist 2nd grade realm. Applies to transfer to your school. I hope Principal Yun will give me a chance. A school leader rubbed his eyes without a trace. He just couldn't believe he had woken up from his nap. Zhang Jiwei, transferred to their school? And apply to give a chance? It's a good thing that Yin Changming didn't lose his temper too much. It's not like he hasn't been exposed to geniuses before. My only Mu is not a more talented person than Zhang Jiwei. Everyone is also very aware of it. Zhang Jiwei is really going to transfer to Blackwater Collegiate if he's not kidding. That can only be because of Li Mu. Li Mu saved his life. At that time, many people witnessed him saying that he would definitely return Li Mu. Yin Changming suppressed his excitement and took Zhang Jiwei's information. The information is the school records. Nothing to see. Mainly the letter of recommendation above. He wondered who had written it. Yin Changming opened the letter. It was actually Zhang Jiwei's parents. The Zhang Group. Zhang's group said that as long as Blackwater High School accommodates Zhang Jiwei, they will donate a Class A standard drill hall. Yin Changming then felt his eyes go black. People are not cuties at Chang's. Zhang Jiwei coming to Blackwater High School was something that Blackwater High School could not even beg for. But why did the other Zhang group donate this martial arts arena? There are 3 reasons for this. The first is to make sure this is foolproof. The second is to stick up for your own son. Third, it's a signal to the outside world. Relationship between Chang's group and Blackwater Collegiate. This was simply a heavenly opportunity that one could not even dream of for the Blackwater colleges. Good. I agree. Welcome Zhang Jiwei's transfer to our school. Yin Changming nodded heavily. Reaching out, he was about to shake Zhang Jiwei's hand. Yet another noise was heard at the school entrance. A human alleyway gave way as Blackwater High exclaimed. A figure with a height of 2 meters walked quickly. He was also carrying a small school bag on his shoulder that was highly out of proportion to his size. It even looks a little funny. Lu Chunfeng. The crowd of Blackwater High School students let out another gasp of surprise. The person who came was none other than Lu Chunfeng. He came striding to heel. Before the person arrived, he rushed to greet Yin Changming. Oi! Hello Principal Yun. I'm thinking of transferring over. Can I transfer to the same class as him? See this. The leaders of Blackwater High School all felt a blackness before their eyes in unison. Here comes another S-rank talent. Lu Chunfeng was much more straightforward than Zhang Jiwei, directly stating that he was running towards Li Mu. Not waiting for Yin Changming to chime in, Lu Chunfeng then swept to the side and instantly saw Zhang Jiwei. Hey, the gunmen are here too? Zhang Jiwei instantly gave him a speechless look. The surrounding students were suddenly even more speechless. S-rank talent Jingo Taima you call them gunmen? Gentlemen, come with me. I'm the head of academic records. The old horse was the first to react. Step forward and offered to take the 2 men's school records. He didn't think about it as much as Yin Changming and the others. His part of the job was to pull people in. It's only been 2 days since we've had to change schools at the same time. So what's the big deal? Hurry up and finish it before they back out. Watching Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng follow old Ma to handle the transfer school, a thought rose in the hearts of Yin Changming and the others. Li Mu. It could no longer be said to be a student at Blackwater High. He is the totem of Blackwater High. A few minutes ago a bunch of them old things were sighing in their offices. A problem that can't be solved by racking your brains. Li Mu himself is not even at school, but because of him all the problems were easily solved. Blackwater College resource ranking suffers injustice. Blackwater College is the laughingstock. Li Mu, the champion, is even more of a laughingstock. These two heavenly prides transferring schools at this juncture were clearly here to help support Li Mu, and what Yin Changming didn't expect. And that's just the beginning. News of the two Zhang Jiwei's transfer to another school spread quickly. A short half-hour later, a large number of transfer students from Tanglong Martial Arts School have arrived. There has been a lot of talk about transferring to Blackwater High School. Blackwater High, boiling over. And in the meantime, Holy Dragon Martial Arts School Principal's office. The assistant principal roared open the door and walked in, hurrying to the desk. Headmaster, something's wrong. Say, Principal Zhaohong was looking at some document with his head buried in his hands. Not raising his head, Zhang Jiwei applied for a mandatory withdrawal and transferred to Blackwater High School. What? Zhao Hong instantly furrowed his brows and stared at his assistant in disbelief. When was that? It was just a moment ago. I also saw the news first before I went to check Zhang Jiwei's school registration. Jiwei Zhang is the one who put the defaulted contract and liquidated damages directly into the registrar's office. The assistant brought the news to the principal. Bang! Zhao Hong slammed the table and stood up after reading it. In order for a student to transfer to another school, it is necessary for both schools and the Ministry of Education to record the transfer. As gifted like Zhang Jiwei, often schools try to retain students. Will sign a two-sided contract. The school provides special resources for students. How long the student stays in school or something like that. Zhang Jiwei's resources are certainly top-notch, but the liquidated damages are higher. He didn't dare to imagine that Zhang Jiwei actually dared to directly shell out the liquidated damages to transfer to another school as well. Although it is true that this amount of money is nothing in the eyes of the Zhang group. But why? Why did Zhang Jiwei do this? Zhao Hong shouted angrily, purely venting and not directed at the assistant. But the assistant's face changed several times in quick succession. This naturally could not escape Zhao Hong's eyes. You know? The assistant swallowed hard. It might have something to do with resource ranking. Blackwater College, this time in the resource ranking, only got 17th place. Zhao Hong immediately felt a tightness in his heart. What's going on? Wasn't Blackwater High School secretly ranked 7th? The assistant knew there was no way this could be hidden. Sooner or later, you'll find out, and you might as well turn in early. Is the young master? He had a conflict with Li Mu yesterday, and then threatened to bring down the resource rankings of Blackwater Collegiate. After hearing this, Zhao Hong only felt a blackness in his eyes. He quickly figured out the ins and outs. His own brother-in-law, the aunt of his son Zhaoyi, was one of the deputy ministers of the Ministry of Resources. To avoid suspicion, this relationship is rarely known. The Holy Dragon Martial Arts School has made it to where it is today because of this relationship. Yesterday, my son went to see Li Mu by his own arrangement. This person, Li Mu, even though he was an F-grade talent, seemed to have a little bit of connections in the military there. So thinking it would work, he had his son go and invite Li Mu to come to the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School. What his son, Zhaoyi, told himself after he came back yesterday was that Li Mu didn't want to come. It does not say that the two clashed. Now that I think about it, it must have been Zhaoyi who had called his aunt and asked his aunt, who usually loved him the most, to make a decision for him. The aunt in turn pressurized the aunt to secretly manipulate the resource rankings. Zhao Hong's bones chilled at just the slightest thought of the possible consequences of this matter. On the bright side, losing Zhang Jiwei as a talented student was going to start the Holy Dragon Martial School ranking down. If it goes bad, if this relationship between myself and my brother-in-law is revealed, not only is the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School going to suffer, the brother-in-law will also be investigated. When that happens, it's really all doom and gloom. Chapter 42, Reserves are little pieces of. And the man who started it all, Li Mu, already at the abyss for the initiation ceremony. Joining the reserves means entering Li Mu's information into the army system. The establishment is the reserve, but the merit and contribution values are already there. 50 merit value, 100 contribution value, and a third-class merit badge. This part of the merit was earned by Li Mu's improvement of the 3 shocks of the flowing cloud. The most meritorious form of earning merit in the military is war service. All other military credits, except for conquests, most will be partially converted to be issued in the form of military medals. This is because of the military muqian. No one is going to serve softball officers who aren't very good at fighting, and merit value is the standard by which officers are measured. This will ensure the obedience of the Jinyuan army. Sure, it's not that officers with more medals are necessarily worse than war officers. It is only that war officers are better suited to lead soldiers into battle and have more prestige among the soldiers. And the more military badges an officer has, the higher his rank may not necessarily be, but his role cannot be underestimated. It is more highly regarded by the internal hierarchy and can be equally prestigious. People like Prof. CO, Minister Song, for example, they have a lot of badges and not a lot of rank, but they are very well respected. Jinyuan Army Base. Li Mu had changed into his Jinyuan uniform. The Jinyuan uniform is predominantly black and tightly lined and sharp. There is a blue circle on the back and chest with a golden cloud inside the circle. A large town was written between the clouds. The black background color symbolizes the endless abyss of darkness. The blue circles and clouds are the view from the abyss looking up at the entrance to the abyss. The mission of the Jinyuan army. It is what keeps the abyssal monsters from going through this hole to get to the human world again. Looking around the Jinyuan army base, Li Mu marveled. It's too big. The base was unusually spacious and flat, with countless military soldiers traveling through it. Seeing Li Mu's surprise, Qin Zhanya took the initiative to introduce him. To the left is the accommodation area, relaxation area, dining area and so on. Everything inside can be exchanged for contribution value. To the right are the mission area, the supplies area, the martial arts area and so on. You can pick up and deliver quests in the quest area. The Jinyuan army is also generally of the nature of a 5-man squad, and the most frequent missions are naturally patrol missions. You've come just in time for today. A recent patrol mission suitable for your stage of life is just when the shortage is at its highest. You're done with the first battle of the Abyss in the East End. Next up is Southtown. Southside starts military training today, so within 3 days there will need to be a large area cleared for their red and yellow colors. It's just like the battlefield you were on. After Qin Zhanya finished speaking, his tactical watch rang. Qin Zhanya frowned at the first glance. Instructor Qin, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. I'll turn around by myself. Li Mu immediately said to Qin Zhanya. He was supposed to come today to check himself into the military as well. I didn't expect Qin Zhanya to take the initiative to find him and take him through the process, always accompanied by such a large officer. Li Mu attracted almost all eyes on this journey. It made him uncomfortable. Good. Then you'll turn yourself around and call me if you need anything. Qin Zhanya nodded, then left with a quick step. After seeing Qin Zhanya out of the base hall, Li Mu ran straight to the mission area. There were quite a few people gathered in the mission area, but the people in front of the task handover window were not particularly numerous. Li Mu came to a quest window and asked, "Beauty, I'd like to see what missions are available." Sitting at the counter was a female soldier, smiling warmly and nodding, pulling a large translucent screen in front of Li Mu. "Please scan your tactical watch first." Raimo handed over his watch. All of his information has been consolidated on top of his military tactical watch. A sweep is equivalent to logging in. Li Mu's talent, cultivation, everything such as weapon type appears on the system. If you are at the peak of the 2nd grade realm, you are better suited for patrol missions in the 1st and 2nd grade areas. There's quite a few squads on standby at the moment. You can pick from that. The female soldier carefully taught Li Mu to swipe on the screen to view the list of tasks. Just see the translucent screen with the tasks categorized. Tasks such as 1st-class district patrols and 2nd-class district patrols are the most numerous. Of course there are other tasks like remote escort resource gathering and such. And further back, there are quests such as blind zone exploration, special area exploration, specific boss killing, and so on. Only these latter ones are shown as unselectable by Li Mu here, because Li Mu's cultivation was not enough. The lowest of those quests could only be taken at the martial artist 3rd grade realm. Li Mu had no intention of learning about other missions for the time being. He needs to beat the point. Patrol missions are most appropriate. I'll go with the 2nd-class area patrol mission. Li Mu pointed to one of the categories and said, "Okay, since you're on your first mission as a reservist, you can't apply for a personal tour of duty. There are no merit bonuses for 2nd-rate patrol missions. The tactical watch will automatically detect the grudge value of the monster's death to settle the contribution for you. The more damage you contribute in killing monsters, the more contribution value you have. When you go on a mission, the mission recorder on your watch turns on. You may access the footage at your leisure after the mission," the young lady patiently explained. Raimu nodded. Team play to avoid the kind of jerks that are out there. Tactical watches have a grudge detection feature. In short, the more effort you put into killing a monster, the more contribution you gain. Contribute less and get less contribution value. If you don't contribute, then you don't have anything at all. And this contribution value is assessed by the grudge formed by the intensity of the damage done to the monster. So it's absolutely fair and equitable. The recorder's video recording function, on the other hand, is to prevent the warrior from doing anything out of line, or discovering special monsters, secret areas, resources, or whatever. Command will be the first to intervene. Battlefield live streaming can help the command to quickly obtain the situation on the spot and give reasonable command, turning danger into safety. Okay, you are currently matched with a 4-short team. Please wait. The young lady finished with a smile and gestured in one direction with her palm outstretched. Li Mu looked away. The 4 martial artists who were sitting or standing idly chatting not far away looked at their tactical watches at the same time. The 2 that were sitting then got up, patted their asses, and all 4 of them came toward the place in unison. 3 men and 1 woman. The woman is quite good looking. The captain at the front seemed to be in the 3rd rank realm. A few people at the counter. The young lady took the initiative to introduce herself to a few people. Loyalty Squad. This is a reserve martial artist. First mission. Weapon is a stick. Despite being a reserve, the East End champion of the Abyss inaugural tournament. Currently attending Blackwater High School. The latter half of the sentence was what the young lady took the initiative to help Li Mu explain. However, the 4 members of this loyalty squad were looking at Li Mu at the same time. Especially the pretty girl, who didn't hide the dislike between her eyebrows. The captain also said to the counter lady without any emotion, "I'm sorry, we're planning to head to the 3rd grade area this time and don't want to bring newcomers. Although it's the military, squads don't go out on missions solely on mandatory pairings. It can also be extremely detrimental to combat effectiveness if the squad members are very exclusive from each other." The counter lady didn't expect this loyalty squad to refuse, and immediately looked at Li Mu with some embarrassment. At this moment that beautiful woman blandly said, "Please add a line to our group information. Cultivation may not need to be too high, but it must be a warrior who has been practiced in blood and fire. A hothouse flower like college reserves doesn't fit our team very well." When she said this, she didn't even look at Li Mu. However, the content of the words was directed at Li Mu in every sentence. In fact, she wasn't the only one with this mindset. The vast majority of the Jinyuan army, especially those who have been on missions, all of them think they've seen blood. Even the students at the same level of the university as themselves. In their eyes, they are all hothouse flowers. It's the kind of crap that just pisses its pants when it sees a monster. Even if the student had a higher cultivation level than them, they would also think that this student's actual combat was definitely inferior to them. The Bloodbath Warriors. This hostility was deeply rooted in the Jinyuan army. Li Mu, on the other hand, was very indifferent. He shrugged and said to the counter lady, "Doesn't matter, it's the same for whoever I'm teamed up with. Just find me a team at random." The female warrior thought that Li Mu would be furious and argue with her reasonably, but she didn't expect Li Mu to similarly not even look at her. And it said something like, "What do you mean it's the same with anyone? Just find a random team. Doesn't that implication mean, is any random team better than this one?" This irritated her greatly. Their squad was not bad, and they had such a great beauty like her. Li Mu, however, acted so breezily. It's amazing that there wasn't a hint of displeasure at being rejected by their squad. It was at this moment that a magnetic, thick voice sounded behind the crowd. "We're willing to carry." Chapter 43, I think you're in the right place. The crowd turned to look. It was only a stout youth who spoke. Flat head, slightly stubbled, nice sharp face with bright, sharp eyes. Pioneer squad, now missing a man. This lanky captain said this while extending his wide palm to Li Mu. Li Mu shook hands with the other party and introduced himself. Li Mu, Horse Army, and this stout captain gave his name, too. Then he turned around and introduced the 3 teammates behind him one by one. Coincidence? There is a pretty girl inside this team too. And this warrior woman. In stature, in looks, in temperament, all of them were much better than that female warrior from the loyalty squad. Pretty mind-blowing, and a cloud of Englishness between his brows. The cultivation level was surprisingly also of the 3rd grade. 1 grade higher than the woman from the loyalty squad. This Captain Ma Jun is the only one in this pioneer squad. And this beautiful female warrior called Zhao Meiting was a 3rd grade. The remaining 2 were at the peak of the 2nd grade. These few people also all said their weapons and talent types when they introduced themselves. And they were obviously very sincere. Li Mu immediately agreed to join the pioneer squad. The counter lady quickly organized Li Mu into the horse army squad. Any fighter, in fact, can be formed with a tactical watch. When you make yourself a captain, you can make up as many of the 4 players as you want. And you can also pick up missions remotely. But many teams are not fixed. It's very hard for most people to find 4 teammates who are totally compatible and work well together. So the mission district is the equivalent of a job market. People gather to find teammates to fill vacancies on the team. Lemieux joins the pioneer squad for the entire time. All of it was seen by the loyalty squad on the side. Especially when they saw Zhao Meiting of the vanguard squad. The beauty of the loyalty squad surged with endless jealousy. And to see them sucker Li Mu into the team. That female warrior from the loyalty squad skimmed her lips and snorted. It's just a shame. The people of the vanguard squad, including Li Mu, left the mission window with a smile on their faces. Didn't see any deliberate acting on her part the whole time. Exiting the base hall, the crowd rushed directly to the portal area. Portals are also categorized into random portals and location portals. The target areas for both portals are safe areas. Though, even on a blind zone exploration mission, it is a step-by-step expansion outward from a safe area. A few of them fixedly teleported to the area of the Second Great Patrol. Once in the combat zone, several people simultaneously drew their weapons. The horse army used a wide, thick greatsword which was 1 meter and 3/4 long and 2 palms wide. Very thick. And Zhao Meiting's weapon was surprisingly a longbow. It's still a long-range shooter. The other two, one named Zhang He, were armed with lances. There's another one named Song Biao, armed with a single sword. A few people first alerted the surrounding area. Only then did they summon their warhorses. The warhorses of Ma Jun and the others looked smaller than Li Mu's. When the crowd saw Li Mu's warhorse, they immediately let out a simultaneous gasp. "I'll go, brother, you're good. This is a fine warhorse, isn't it?" Zhang He couldn't hide his envy and couldn't help but all want to reach out and touch the remote bone. "Yes, fine." Li Mu laughed and didn't point out that his warhorse was a special item. Zhao Meiting, on the other hand, looked at the cloak on Li Mu's back with glowing eyes. "This cloak of yours, isn't it called the size cloak? A fine spiritual treasure." "Ah, you seen it?" Li Mu was quite puzzled. Was this woman so knowledgeable? Zhao Meiting nodded. "I've seen it in the boutique Lingbao district. It seems like 360 merits or more are required to have purchasing privileges." After Zhao Meiting finished speaking, several people looked at Li Mu meaningfully. "A fluke. A little credit." Raimu snorted. The crowd laughed it off, and it would be rude to ask any deeper. This only shows that Li Mu is awesome, and as teammates, they couldn't be happier. Zhao Meiting also smiled faintly and said no more. In fact, there was one thing she hadn't said, and that was that she really liked the cape. The moment she saw the cloak in the fine spirit treasure area, she made it her target. I didn't expect to be picked off by Li Mu first, but she couldn't bring herself to say such things now. That way it's like you're coveting someone's spiritual treasure. Ma Jun opened his tactical watch and looked at it. Then with a strangle of his horse's head, pointed in a direction. "Over here, there's a red zone that's targeted to clear to yellow. The color, here, refers to the degree of density. The densities are, from lowest to highest, green, yellow, red, and black. 4. The exam area is yellow at most, so now they need to kill the red zones into yellow zones. There must be tons of squads already in action in this area." At a command from the horse's army, several of the warhorses sprinted off at once. It didn't take long to run into the monster. The monster in this area is a long, muscular hyena, named Earth Dog, peak 2nd grade. The body is huge, with the smaller ones being nearly 2 meters and the largest ones going up to 4 or 5 meters. These hyena-form monsters have extremely thick hind limbs and can stand and run. People like Li Mu, who had come from Earth, looked and even felt a little weird when the hyena, possessing muscles more swollen than those of a gorilla, stands up and runs. What kind of spooky scene was that? Especially when these monsters show up. The eyes staring at the warhorse were even more greedy than those staring at Li Mu and the others. "Dismount!" The horse army bellowed, and everyone dismounted and retrieved their warhorses at the same time. All 5 of them. It is the first rule of the abyss that a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. If you think that by virtue of the charge of a warhorse, a single swing of a weapon kills a monster of the same level in seconds, that's stupid. Monsters have a million ways to topple your warhorse, and then take your life while you're falling over. Ma Jun darted in first and swung a blade. The Earth Dog ferociously bit down on the great sword, and though the corner of its mouth was chopped wide open, it also bit down hard on the long sword. The body twisted wildly, nearly toppling the horse army. Ma Jun shouted angrily and stomped the ground hard with his left foot. Surprisingly, with a huge force, he yanked back the long blade while yanking the Earth Dog. Zhang Yi's lance followed up with a shot to the Earth Dog's head. Dirt Dog's weightless body forcefully twists and turns, barely dodging the shot, but Zhang Yi's figure dodged away. But a flying arrow shot violently behind him. The flying arrows emitted a whimpering air-breaking wind whistle and pierced through the air. It was hard for the hyena to dodge any longer, and the flying arrow hit the hyena right in the right eye. Ow! The Earth Dog tumbled to the ground, letting out a guttural roar as its head was chopped off by a slash from the stored heavy blade. It all happened so fast. Raimu hasn't even had a chance to intervene yet. These 3 were clearly not working together for the first time, and the fit was smooth, tight and crisp. Li Mu saw very clearly. That last power-storing slash of the Ma Jun's heavy blade was also using the iron chopping style. However, when Zhang He made his move, there was wind dancing within a certain range around Zhang He. As long as friendly troops are in this range, the attack speed seems to be much faster. Zhang Yi's talent carries a bit of a supporting nature. Making the horseman's chopper style faster and easier to hit is indeed an excellent match. The only thing worth anything on this dirt dog is this dog's skin. Ma Jun looked back at the few people and withdrew his greatsword. Whoever wants to pickpocket doesn't bother enough. The warhorse was then summoned. The others, naturally, weren't going to want it, and rolled on to their horses. Li Mu estimated that aside from himself, even if these 4 people had storage rings, they wouldn't be too big. You can't skin a dog covered in blood. You can't sell it for a couple $100 and you can't get it. It's really not necessary. Ma Jun looked at Li Mu. Team fights are about cooperation. You see more monsters. Find out where you are in the fight. Raimu nodded. In the battle just now, Ma Jun was in charge of the first hand and acted as the role of carrying the monster at the front. Zhang He attacks. The attack misses. Zhao Meiting strikes again with precision, hitting the monster hard and then the horsemen fill in. The division of labor is clear. Ma Jun is asking Li Mu to find his place in the team. Several men mounted their horses and continued to gallop towards the target area. Every time they encountered a monster, the several members of the Ma Jun worked in tandem, and even Song Biao struck twice. When the 6th monster was killed, several people mounted their horses. Ma Jun Kai asked towards Li Mu, "How about it? Which position do you think you fit in? It's time for you to move around with the next monster." Li Mu pointed at the horse army. "That position of yours." Chapter 44 Fogging. When Li Mu said this, several people looked at each other, but they all smiled. Ma Jun asked with a smile, "You mean pioneer?" In every battle, it was the Ma Jun who rushed to the forefront, and sometimes a slash could even injure a monster, even if it can't be built. Facing a monster backlash, the horse army with its strong body and hard kung fu could also carry it. Buy time for your teammates. This was the spearhead of the team, and it was surprising that Li Mu pointed to his position. Raimu nodded. "Ha ha, good. You try the next one." Ma Jun didn't get the slightest bit angry and smiled bashfully. "Pioneering isn't that easy." "Are you sure?" Zhao Meiting also reminded with a smile. None of them had any intention of looking down on Li Mu in their smiles, but it's also true that they all felt that Li Mu was young and foolish. After all, it was the winner of the first battle of the Abyss. Seeing that the horse army is so powerful at the head of the horse, it is inevitable that the thought of disobeying rises. That's normal, too. Okay. Li Mu was decisive. "This old brother is much braver than me," Song Biao said with a smile. Having been following the horse's army, it wasn't as if he hadn't tried pioneering, but as long as it wasn't necessary and he was needed to face the monster alone, he wouldn't dare to fight the monster head-on. He specializes in deft guerrilla warfare. By vanguard, I mean the first to launch an attack on a monster, and take the first wave of the monster's fury counterattack. It's not good to go up and hide. After a while of joking and laughing, the crowd once again ran out a short distance. Encountered a 7th monster. Still a peak 2nd grade earth dog, but big enough to be 3 meters. It looks like it's a bigger circle than any of the previous ones, and it seems like it's about to break through. Dismount. When Ma Jun finished, he wanted to remind Li Mu, otherwise, this one or himself to be the vanguard. Let Li Mu next monster to say, but he realized that Li Mu had already dashed and rushed to his front. The feet left and right virtual point, seemingly slow but actually urgent, but in the blink of an eye arrived in front of the monster. A stick swept across the room. Li Mu realized that this kind of monster never dodged the big swords of the horse army. No-brainer hardcore. This monster is too good for its own good. And when Ma Jun realized that Li Mu had blasted out with a stick and made no move to defend, he hurriedly followed with a quick step, prepared to receive Li Mu at any time. But he didn't expect to see a scene that made his scalp go numb, only to see the earth dog bite at Li Mu's thorn flower rod. Bang! The thorn blossom rod destroyed the earth dog's mouth full of sharp teeth with ease. Smashed the hyena right through the cheek. Most of the dog's head was actually smashed into the chest cavity by this stick. The neck and bones shapeshift at an extremely weird angle. The powerful shockwave caused the ground dust to spread in a circular boom. The huge dog's body would have lunged at Li Mu with powerful inertia, but he was directly smothered in the air by this stick, and with a thud he fell so straight to the ground. Seconds. Everyone who was preparing to receive Li Mu's attack froze in place. Ma Jun was the closest and almost flashed his own back when he saw the scene. The air was instantly cold and silent for a full 6 or 7 seconds. The guys just looked at the dead hyena on the ground like that. Another look at Li Mu, who wasn't blushing. The shocked look on his brow could not be dispelled for a long time. Chopping iron style? Ma Jun's heart trembled as he asked those words. He could see clearly that what Li Mu was using was the iron chopping style, but he only dared to use his own chopping iron style for the closing. Monsters have fighting instincts, and if he starts off with the chopper style, he swings too slowly. The monster, anticipating a strong attack, quickly dodges and flanks itself. He also used it when he met the enemy. Also this earth dog. The earth dog quickly dodged before biting him in the thigh, and he never dared to use it again from then on. But Li Mu's iron chopper style. Why so fast? That earth dog had obviously sensed the strength of Li Mu's attack, tried to dodge, but it was too late. Li Mu's chopping iron style was simply faster than his normal attacks. Gifted traits. Li Mu casually made a perfunctory remark. As long as Lemuel can't explain it, or won't explain it, he can push it all under the guise of natural traits. One's F talent was traded anyway. You just froze and said, mutated, upgraded. What can you do? No one else can view their natural traits anyway. The other three were also skeptical about this explanation, but it's really impossible to keep asking when people have said so. Misty grass. But old brother, if you play like this, we really can't cooperate. I feel like I'm a bit of a liability when I team up with you. Zhang He, who had a more lively personality, clutched his hair and spat at Li Mu in a very exaggerated manner. I didn't realize it was so unbeatable either. Next time try it without the iron chopper style. Li Mu shrugged. He was telling the truth. After all, it was the first time he had faced this kind of monster, and in the spirit of respecting his opponent, Li Mu, the chopping iron style that used 1% of his true energy, but now it seems that it should work without using the iron chopper style. As he spoke, Li Mu added the 36 victory points he had just gotten to the Divine Warrior Technique. 36 victory points consumed. Enhancement of Divine Soldier Technique successful. Divine Soldier Technique gives weight to the weapon. Currently 364 pounds. Black lines popped up on all 4 team members' faces at the same time. Can't take a beating? Do people talk? The warriors in the Jinyuan army didn't value high or low talent though, and only respected those who were strong in actual combat. Using talent to argue about seniority in the Jinyuan army was the most shameful behavior. If you don't, the war effort will speak for itself. If you don't give in again, you'll fight. But Ma Jun and Zhao Meiting could both be B-ranked talents. The other two were also both C-ranked talents. They really couldn't figure out why Li Mu's F-rank talent was so strong. If you can't figure it out, you don't want to. Several people rolled onto their horses. The fact that their comrades were tough was a godsend to them, and they were only excited. There will be no half-hearted jealousy. That would be the most foolish behavior. Then it seems that I, the vanguard officer, can take a break. But you can indeed give up the chopping iron stance a try first to conserve your true chi and preserve your strength. The purpose of teamwork is to use the least amount of effort and hit the hardest. It's also good to let the brothers have a share of the contribution value. Ma Jun pulled the horse's rope and advised Li Mu. Indeed, Li Mu was taught with an open mind. What Ma Jun said was indeed reasonable. The next fight, Li Mu didn't use the iron chopper style, and with a stick of more than 400 pounds alone, it can also smash monsters into serious injuries. As long as Li Mu was involved, he himself was bound to take more than half of the contribution value. This resulted in him having to take turns with the horseman as the spearhead. Otherwise the others wouldn't have had any chance to perform. But it has to be recognized, with Li Mu's participation, the efficiency of killing monsters was not a bit higher than before. Like the scene at the beginning where the three of them worked together to kill the monster in seconds. That was actually kind of smooth. As we go deeper into the monster-heavy area, there are more and more times when 2 or 3 monsters appear at the same time. Li Mu's role would be very significant, even if all 3 monsters attacked at the same time. It also doesn't mess with the squad. Instead, Li Mu was silently harvesting victory points. Keep feeling out the limits of what your body can handle right now. This eventually increased the weight of the Divine Warrior Technique to 675 pounds. With the weight of the stick itself, that's 735 pounds. Li Mu had to admit it. Those 2 lower-grade body-fixing pills really weren't something to sneeze at. The strength of one's body had increased not a little. 735 pounds. If the Earth Dog couldn't dodge in time, its skull would be dry crushed by Li Mu's stick. No need for the iron chopper style at all. But with this weight, Li Mu felt that his physical strength and tensile mountain technique, it's all coming to a most comfortable stage. It's a bit of a struggle to get the weight further up, so Li Mu paused to add weight. Another 120 victory points were soon saved. Several of the teammates are getting better at working with each other. However, they were encountering monsters with increasing frequency and numbers, so they stopped riding, changed to walking. It's been over 2 hours and the area seems to have lightened up a lot. Zhao Meiting looked at the tactical watch map and said to Ma Jun. A few other people were happy with the results of today's battle. They're more than doubling their usual battle today. Well, cheer up everyone. We should be edging out of hyena territory now. Ma Jun instructed the group. He hadn't been to this area in front of him a few times. However, without walking out far, Li Mu suddenly stood still. Punch asked a few people in confusion. Wait, is there something wrong with my eyes? Or is it foggy? The remaining few all stopped and looked up. All of their faces suddenly changed, because just for the few seconds they stopped, the thick fog has completely enveloped and engulfed them. Chapter 45, Bone Ghost Field. Crap! Ma Jun bellowed. Mount up! Go! He finished summoning his warhorse and galloped furiously in the direction he had just come from. The remaining few quickly summoned their warhorses to follow. It was just a shame that a few people hadn't gotten very far. The fog had completely engulfed them, and they couldn't see out of the corner of their eyes. Snapped! A terrifying beast roared in front of several people. The warhorses of the horse army seemed to be overturned by something horrible. With a hiss, he fell heavily to the ground. Captain! The remaining few ran in goosefin formation behind him. Just ran past the overturned horsemen, all of whom vaguely saw the scene. Zhao Meiting, Song Biao, and Zhang He did not hesitate to strangle their warhorses. Quickly, he turned his horse around and went to meet the horsemen. Li Mu also strangled his horse and stood in place, unleashing his fiery eyes to observe the surrounding area. The fiery eyes can only see the flow of true qi though, but in the midst of this mist, it can be like a thermal imager that see the energy flow a dozen or even a few dozen meters away. A few of Ma Jun's men were in Li Mu's eyes. It's just a few green energies in the mists coalescing into an energy mass. Thankfully, so do monsters. At this moment a huge black shadow was frantically attacking the warhorse. The warhorses of the horse army let out bursts of miserable neighing. The blood light instantly stained the mist. Ma Jun also drew out his greatsword and hardened himself against one of the monster's claw strikes without sparing his breath, cutting it down with a single slash. Captain! Mount up! Zhang He was the first to arrive. Ma Jun was not polite, and with a tug on Zhang He's hand, he rolled onto his horse. That is, the horsemen just mounted their horses. 3 monsters suddenly rushed out from the slash. These 3 monsters had extremely clear goals, directly pouncing on the 3 warhorses. It was so fast that it shredded the entire front of the warhorse in almost a single glance, lifting 3 warhorses to the ground. The scene was chaotic. At this time, Li Mu has also rushed back, jumped up high, and in midair will be the remote bone back to the horse sign. Smash a monster's head with a stick. The remaining few people quickly tackled the 2 monsters, but the 3 warhorses on the ground had fallen to the ground, bleeding and dying. Li Mu, you take Mei Ting away. Find a safe place to activate the return stone. Without any hesitation, Ma Jun commanded with a wave of his hand. Right now, the entire squad only had Li Mu and a warhorse. It's a fine product, but it's definitely not going to take 5 people, and taking 2 people will affect the speed. At this time, the surrounding area also resounded with rising and falling roars of monsters, with bloodthirsty excitement, approaching quickly towards here. This sound is like the cry of ghosts and wolves, and it's exceptionally harsh. It seems to evoke one's deepest fears. Li Mu looked at the dead monster on the ground. Another glance at the tech watch and suddenly his face paled a bit as well. Running is no longer useful. The horse army was furious. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If we can run away one is one. There's no need for all of us to make unnecessary sacrifices here. That's an order. Ma Jun shouted angrily. Nay. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Mu let out an even bigger roar. Shut up, Ma Jun. I have higher merit than you. I'll take over the team now. Everyone on my command. Get into a team defense stance immediately and move 200 meters east. Check the comms. Turn on the logger. Turn on the locator. Execute immediately. The person with the highest merit value in the squad can directly take over the captain position. When he chatted earlier, he knew that Ma Jun's merit value was 35 points. Originally, Li Mu did not want to expose his merits, but time was running out, and pointlessly arguing with the Ma Jun would only be a waste of time, so straight to the less friendly way. Although the horse army was angry plus puzzled, it dared not fail to carry it out. A few others were even more flustered and grabbed Li Mu as their backbone, and immediately and quickly carried out their orders. Several people stood in a pentagonal position and quickly moved into a defensive stance, moving quickly to the east. At the same time, check everything that Li Mu had just ordered. It was only during the move that Li Mu explained. This is the Bone Ghost Domain, a special heavenly phenomenon of the abyss. There's no way for the city return stone spell to take effect in here. Returning to the city is impossible. This mist will constantly generate third-grade monster bone ghosts with an amazing sense of smell and extremely poor hearing. Hear the roar we've been on all sides, riding and running. The stench of warhorses will keep attracting monsters. The smell of dead bone ghosts' blood will also attract more bone ghosts. We must change places. This fog has completely interfered with localization, and the military district will try to find us. As soon as they locate our coordinates, they can command us out of the field. Conserve your true chi, conserve your strength, and wait to position yourself in preparation for a breakout. Li Mu explained it to the crowd as fast as he could. Ma Jun and Zhao Meiting several people also realized at once. Li Mu was the only one of the few who was in school. This should be something that Li Mu has learned. These are things they only half know. Most of it isn't very clear. Sorry, looks like I'm not qualified. Ma Jun apologized. In the time it took to speak, the few people had already run out more than 200 meters. Li Mu ordered the crowd to stop and move slowly. You're doing great, Li Mu said heartily. The horseman may not be aware of these responses. However, he was definitely a man of love and justice. Otherwise he wouldn't have let Li Mu take Zhao Meiting to escape, much less 3 teammates who had no choice but to strangle him to save him. And what if, say, the military district can't locate us? Zhao Meiting asked in a panic as she listened to the terrifying roars that kept approaching in the mists. Li Mu gulped and his palms began to sweat. Then we'll just have to hold out until this mist ends. When will it end? Zhang He asked. 1 hour. When Li Mu finished speaking, the roars of the 2 monsters had already pounced on him. In the meantime, the alarm at the military district command went off all of a sudden. Deputy Commander Wang Longchang was soon in place, commanding the alerts of the 2nd and 3rd grade patrol areas. Wang Longchang, the deputy commander, needed to sit in. The commander-in-chief will only need to step in when the 4th or 5th rank or a special area is being fought. Wang Longchang stomped into the command headquarters. The conductor quickly stepped forward to describe the scene. Red 2-point patrol area. Bone Ghost Field. The fog stretched for at least 100 kilometers and engulfed 22 patrol squads. Wang Longcheng quickly came to the command stage. Dozens of screens on the command deck's big screen focused on large swaths of thick fog at the same time. Pass the word down that all rescue teams of the 3rd rank and above are to stand by beyond the ghost mist, waiting to pick up the evacuating patrol. They are strictly forbidden to enter the ghost mist. Wang Longcheng calmly gave the first order. The Bone Ghost Domain was an extremely bizarre heavenly phenomenon, heavenly plague in the abyss. The monstrous bone ghosts inside are monsters in the area that have been transformed and mutated by the ghost fog. And the weird thing about him is that the higher the level of the martial artist you enter the ghost mist with, ghost mist would then generate more monsters that corresponded to this martial artist class. That is to say, if a martial artist of the 4th, 5th or even higher cultivation level enters the ghost mist, monsters of the 4th and 5th grade would begin to mutate continuously in the ghost fog. These monsters were an absolute devastating blow to the 2nd and 3rd grade patrol squads inside. The only way out is to evacuate. Yes, someone led the order and began to carry it out. Pull up information on all patrol squads. Bring up the live recorders of all patrol squads. Integrate the comms of these patrol squads. Strike assisted localization. Enhance localization signals. Search all squad localizations. Wang Longchang gave orders one after another, and the commanders executed them in a well-organized manner. Soon, all the squad information all appeared on a vertical screen on the left. The imaging technology of the tech watches on the hands of all the squad members, transmitting their battlefield live back to command. There are 22 screens zoomed in the center, selected from the perspective of the patrol leader. Wang Longqing's gaze passed over the screens of all the squads. Almost all of the squads were caught up in the monster tangle. Blood and light filled every screen. Even 2 of the squad's captains' perspectives had collapsed, struggling to move. Commander, comms integration complete. Someone shouted eagerly. Wang Longcheng pressed the microphone call button in front of him for the first time. Attention all squads. Attention all squads. This is Deputy Commander Wang Longcheng. What you are now facing is the Bone Ghost Realm. It is not common. Teleportation spells can't be generated within the realm. Don't count on the return stone. The field is interfering with your location information. We're locating it. Until then, all hands dismount. All hands dismount. It is forbidden to break out on horseback. All men on foot. Move into a 5-corner defensive stance for battle. Keep moving and don't stay where it smells like blood. Conserve your true chi, conserve your strength, and be ready to break out when your positioning is successful. Bone ghosts are basically 2nd to 3rd grade, with strong attacks, fast speed, and poor defense. The weakness is in the head. After saying this, Wang Longcheng released the call button. It was only then that the various squads quickly followed Wang Longcheng's instructions to carry out their orders. It was soon mostly stabilized. Instead, Wang Longcheng's eyes were fixed on a name on the squad's information. Vanguard Squad. 2nd grade martial artist, Li Mu, Reserve. Wang Longcheng's heart sank as he quickly searched the screen and quickly found the Vanguard Squad. Sure enough, I saw Li Mu in the full view of the pull-up. The imaging technology in tech watches isn't just a camera pointing at anywhere. It is the imaging technology of up to tens of meters in the square circle of the watch, which can move the view in all directions. From overhead, several people were in the standard pentagonal defense stance, fighting 4 or 5 monsters. Tune me into the voice of this Vanguard Squad. The voice of this squad immediately resounded through the front screen of the command. The chaos of monsters hissing and several people shouting and killing was deafening. However, a few people were not bad fighters, and they quickly resolved the monster in front of them. Only Zhang He exclaimed. Sure enough, what the commander said is the same as what Li Mu said. Now we're saved. Chapter 46, The Ironic Loyalty Squad. Hearing Zhang Yi say this, those in command were a bit surprised. What do you mean by saying the same thing? Wang Longqing's deputy reminded. Commander, just now it seems like before you gave all the orders, this image would have been in a defensive posture. This was actually something that Wang Longqing had noticed just now. He just didn't know at the time that Li Mu was on this team. At the time he gave the order, 4 or 5 of the teams were in a defensive posture and not riding around, and most of the rest of the team was in a man down. After killing over the monster, prepare to flee on horseback. Apparently, those fleeing on horseback were unaware of the bone ghost domain. That's normal. Some people who don't want to waste their youth in school and just drop out and join the military when they awaken their talents. Well, at least a couple years of study. And a lot of presses can't afford to go to school and just awaken their gifts when they come of age. A warrior who happens to have awakened a talent for combat and comes to join the army. It's more on the illiterate level. It's impossible to know something like the bone ghost field that's so off the beaten path in textbooks. Get me the footage of this vanguard squad as the mists descended. Wang Longqing ordered. The commander's job is to get all available information on the command scene as fast as possible. The more detailed he knew, the more it would help him make more precise judgments. Soon, what had just happened to the vanguard squad was presented on a side screen. First, the horsemen retreated. Several members turned back to the rescue, and then all the war horses fell in. Ma Jun and Li Mu get into an argument, and Li Mu takes over the squad on the grounds that he has a higher merit value. It all happened very fast. This was followed by Li Mu's extremely quick order. Defensive stance. Leave current area. Check comms. Locate. A series of orders were given in an organized manner. Everyone in the command was in shock. That's textbook reaction time. This is totally something that could be used as a special event learning resource piece for the Jin Yuan army. That's not all. As the team began to move, Li Mu explained their current situation to the players. It was simply exactly the same as what Wang Longqing had ordered. This is no longer a textbook operation. This kid is a textbook. After watching it, Wang Longqing had already included Li Mu's team as the most assured team. Dryly, he turned his attention to the other teams again, and the instructor on the sidelines had the operator save the footage. Go back and get it to the resource department and have them make it into a fact sheet for science. Commander, locating the first squad, an operator quickly zoomed in on one of the squads. Wang Longqing immediately pressed the call button, and his voice went straight to the technological watches of everyone in this squad. Loyalty squad, you have been localized. Don't panic. You're on the very edge of the misty zone. Stay calm. Open the map and retreat toward coordinates 2371, 975. There is someone there to meet you. In the mist, the loyalty squad that had previously rejected Li Mu at the mission area window. At this point, there were still 3 people left, and they were fleeing in disarray. The captain, and the so-called beauty called Zhou Qing, and another male teammate. At this moment, Zhou Qing was crying with a face full of flowers, completely frightened. She's been on a dozen or so missions and considers herself a veteran. But in the midst of this mist, the terrifying sense of the unknown that at any moment a monster could pounce on, keeps her spirits tight. And the fact that 2 of her teammates were being torn apart and divided by 3 or 4 monsters right before her eyes completely broke her. Their first thought was to crush the return stone. Even if the surrounding energy was disorganized and it took 10 minutes to activate the return stone. You can also go back if you stay dead in one place for 10 minutes. It was only a pity that 3 return stones were crushed one after another. Yet there was no sign of the half-assed operation of the phalanx. The 3 of them fought as they ran, and when they heard Wang Longqing's order, a few of them gained hope for life, determined the direction and dart towards the target point. Roar! With a ghostly howl, a monster swooped in from a diagonal, instantly pouncing on the male teammate. This bone ghost is a mutated earth dog, becoming larger in size. The hyena's head drooped forward to its forehead. The hyena's entire back cracked as if it were a cicada molt. The entire spinal skeleton arched out of the back of a dog-like, leathery head burrowed out of the back of the hyena's original neck. It looked weird and tough, and the ripping action was unusually raw. The male teammate stabbed this bone ghost. Bone ghost, however, was oblivious to the fact that he was trading his life for a bite on his male teammate's thigh. Lifted off the ground, a second one rushed out of the mists immediately afterward, biting hard at the male teammate. Ah, help me, help me. This male teammate immediately let out a miserable scream. The leader of the loyalist squad stood still and looked back for a moment, his brow filled with a tangle. But that Zhou Qing did not stop for a second when she saw the scene. Spread your legs and run. The captain gritted his teeth and glanced at his male teammate who was being torn apart, and with a stomp of his foot, he also chased towards Zhou Qing. The hope of life is at hand. What the is a teammate? It only slows down their quest for survival. Damn! The screams of his male teammates behind him echoed like hellish ghosts for a long time. That voice was laced with endless anger and resentment. 3 people, 2 monsters. The two of them came back and had no problem at all solving the two monsters that attacked them. Previously, when Zhou Qing was under siege, he had thrown his weight around to save her. I didn't realize that they had fallen on hard times and they didn't even look back. This scene, of course, was watched by everyone in the command, especially Wang Longcheng. His face was dark and scary. Seeing the behavior of this Zhou Qing and captain, the team name, Loyalty Squad, had all become exceptionally harsh. What kind of crap is this? If every one of the Jinyuan army's newborns is like that, how else can you reassure your teammates to give you their backs? Zhou Cheng and Captain Zhang Yi quickly rushed out of the mist. It was received by two members of the rescue team at the peak of the third grade. Zhou Qing instantly fell to her knees thankfully and gasped for breath. The eyes were filled with the excitement of the aftermath. The captain, on the other hand, was frowning in some pain. All in his mind were the mournful and miserable howls of the male members just now. Wang Longcheng snorted coldly and cut off this side of the screen, turning to the other squads. And that instructor was secretly ordering an operator again. Have him save this video of the Loyalist squad as well. The same will be put back in the resource department to be made into a promotional video, when the time comes for Cop to take it out as well. It's an excellent counterpoint. 10 minutes passed. One by one, the squads withdrew in an orderly manner under Wang Longcheng's command. Several squads encountered a situation similar to that of the Loyalty squad. Teammates were attacked during the retreat. However, almost none of his teammates gave up on the rescue. All of them chose to turn back and decapitate the monster. And all of them eventually escaped without a scratch. In the blink of an eye, 22 squads, 16 were withdrawn. There are 4 squads that are supposed to be totaled. There were 2 other squads that were slow to localize because they were too deep into the mist. One of them was the Vanguard squad of Li Mu and the others. At this point in the mists, several people from the Vanguard squad were already covered in blood. For 10 minutes in a row, they were killing almost non-stop. The mind cannot relax for even a few seconds. Li Mu had just viciously swung the thorn flower rod in his hand and smashed the head of a bone ghost. Wang Longcheng's voice then came from the watch. Li Mu, I'm Wang Longcheng. Hear the voice coming from the watch. Li Mu and the others were suddenly shaken in spirit. 10 minutes had passed since Wang Longcheng had given the order at the beginning. Contacting them again must have pinpointed their location. Who expected the next words to make their hearts sink? You are in the depths of the mists. It is difficult to orient yourselves. Find a way to move quickly in one direction. Yes, Li Mu had no other way but to take the crowd in one direction and start breaking out. But just then, in the thick fog directly in front of him, a roar that shook the sky and shook the earth resounded. Li Mu and the others only felt a buzzing in their brains and covered their ears. The terrifying sonic vibrations stirred the fog into a roaring tumble. Between the thick fog rolled over. It revealed the huge bone ghost that lunged like a small mountain in front of it. It's 6 meters tall. Chapter 47, 72 Changes. Looking at the huge bone ghost rushing in front of them, Li Mu and the others felt their eyes go black. The largest of the bone ghosts they encountered just now was only 4 meters. This one is actually 6 meters. This is a 4th grade monster. Spread out, Ma Jun shouted. In the face of this 4th grade bone ghost's charge, a frontal hard confrontation was likely to be crushed by him directly. But a few people realized that it was as if they were locked in. The body was unusually stiff and heavy, barely moving a little to the side. Couldn't do the tumble at all. Li Mu could only bellow. Set. This huge bone ghost instantly fixed itself in place, and even the inertia of its charge seemed to have disappeared. It was as if it wasn't the bone ghost's body that was fixed. Rather, it's the piece of space and time it's in. All of them felt their bodies lighten and tumbled woefully to the side. After a short 0.5 seconds, this bone ghost instantly resumed its charging state. The blast grazed the side of several people. The horse army, since all of them looked at Li Mu with incomparable shock. Li Mu only shouted out a fix, and the monster actually just stopped there. Their puzzled shock was even greater than the feeling of being robbed of their lives after nearly being killed in seconds just now. Don't freeze. Fight me, Li Mu bellowed, and several people instantly returned to their senses. At that moment, the bone ghost's claws dug deep into the ground, breaking urgently and scraping long grooves in the ground. Smoke filled the air, but before a few people could punch this bone ghost, the ground shook. 6 or 7 small bone ghosts followed close behind, and blasted through the defensive circle of Li Mu's few people. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Apparently this giant bone ghost came with a minion. Never disperse, Ma Jun roared, and the greatsword in his hand boomed and doubled in size. It had actually turned into a full 2-meter-long Panmun dagger. There was actually a gust of wind blowing as it swung. With a single slash, he chopped a 3-meter-long bone ghost into 2. A few others also rolled over and fought off the bone ghosts around them. Li Mu, on the other hand, had already tangled with the giant bone ghost. In the face of the bone ghost's giant claws smashing down, Li Mu's golden shield of the dragon's ghost Jedi floated up in front of him with a roar. Utterance. With a muffled sound, the giant claw instantly shattered the shield, and the sound of the shield exploding was like a dragon's roar that shook the sky. A huge shockwave lifted Bone Ghost off his feet. Li Mu snatched a step to follow and shattered the Bone Ghost's jaw with a stick, but the Bone Ghost was worthy of being a fourth-grade monster, and his jaws exploded with blood and flesh. Instead it countered with a life-for-life hit as fast as it could. A claw swept down on Li Mu. Li Mu flew out horizontally and smashed into the ground with a loud bang. 3 wounds were torn open by claws at the waist and back. This was the first time Li Mu had suffered such a serious injury in the abyss. A pang of fear ran through Li Mu. If it wasn't for the fact that he had eaten 2 lower-grade body-fixing pills earlier, his body had hardened up quite a bit again. That paw probably took out his own waist, and before Li Mu could stand up, this Bone Ghost actually rushed in front of Li Mu again. A claw slapped down again. Li Mu was horrified. It was too fast. Although the defense of this Bone Ghost was poor, its speed and attacks were just too swift. Li Mu couldn't even get up in time, and could only set up his Thorn Blossom Rod to fight back. The horseman, however, killed from the slant. The big sword in his hand has long been broken in two. The horsemen slammed their bodies into the claws of the Bone Ghosts with a loud bang. Knocking it off course, the claw slapped the ground beside Li Mu, smashing a huge crater. Several others backed up. No matter how great the threat of the small Bone Ghost was, it was not as great as the threat of this giant Bone Ghost. Li Mu could never carry it alone. But the horse army had just crashed through the giant claws of this Bone Ghost and had not yet landed on the ground. A bone knife suddenly popped out of Bone Ghost's side. The speed was surprisingly fast, and it impartially chopped across the calf of the horse's army. Click! Both of the horse army's calves were chopped off in unison from the knee down. The horse army, like a warhorse whose legs had been chopped off, hit the ground with a thud and tumbled out a long way. Tough guy as he was, he also let out a shocking scream. It was all too fast and too close to Li Mu. Blood burst directly onto Li Mu's face. Grass! Li Mu didn't have any time to be shocked and flabbergasted, and rolled up from the ground with an angry roar. The Thornflower Rod smashed down towards the Bone Ghost without a head. Zhao Meiting quickly went to check on the situation of the horse army, while Zhang He and Song Biao supported Li Mu in a 3-sided attack. The giant Bone Ghost was too fierce and too fast to fight 3 without losing. Li Mu's stasis has a 1-minute cooldown. Li Mu had wanted to drag it out for a minute, but he didn't expect that within a minute. Zhang He and Song Biao were seriously injured one after another. Both of them were at the peak of the 2nd grade, and they couldn't carry the Bone Ghost's attack at all. If you touch it, you'll break your bones and tendons. As Song Biao flew out backwards, Li Mu's stasis cooldown turned back just in time. Li Mu's eyes were red, leaping high. Set me. The giant Bone Ghost was once again fixed, and Li Mu chopping iron style blasted at the Bone Ghost's head. The Bone Ghost's head exploded like a water balloon, and even at the neck, it was smashed through by Li Mu. The giant Bone Ghost fell to the ground with a loud thud. The bodies of 6 or 7 small Bone Ghosts were also scattered all over the ground. A few people get a brief respite. Li Muyu gasped as he came to the horse's army. At this time, Ma Jun's 5 senses were screwed together. Zhang Yi's head was bleeding, and he had fallen into a coma. Song Biao's leg suffered heavy damage and his entire leg was shattered. Even one of Zhao Meiting's arms had been broken. The shoulder shattered open, the tattered arm limply resting on his body. Li Mu took out a medicine bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Zhao Meiting. Give them hemostatic pills, 1 each. He himself took out a strip of cloth and ruthlessly strangled the wounds of several members of the Ma Jun. Zhao Meiting, however, was sobbing uncontrollably. She had completely broken down. Several of his teammates' heavy injuries were shocking to the eye, all of them almost in a state of near death. Endless fog. Every Bone Ghost suddenly rushing out was a fatal blow. That feeling of fear of the unknown makes it impossible to calm down and completely break down. She shook her head and cried out, "Go! There's no hope. Just go." 4 people were incapacitated. There was no way they could survive the next wave of Bone Ghost attacks. Li Mu could still run. There was no need to accompany them to their deaths here. Hurry up! Li Mu broke off, frightening Zhao Meiting to a halt in her crying, binding the wounds of the horse's army. The howls of the Bone Ghosts were already resounding around them once again, getting closer. Inside the command post, Wang Longcheng and the others all clenched their fists in death, sweating for the vanguard squad. To be fair, the Pioneer squad has been pretty tough, facing the onslaught of the 4th grade Bone Ghost with 7 3rd grade Bone Ghosts, and it was in the midst of this mist that was extremely favorable to Bone Ghosts. It's a miracle it survived. All of their responses were close to perfect. Blame it on the Bone Ghosts being too scary. In this mist, humans are simply prey. The Bone Ghosts, on the other hand, are the hunters who have the absolute advantage. However, Wang Longcheng didn't dare to give Li Mu an order. At this point he couldn't interfere with Li Mu's choice. From the bottom of his heart, he wanted Li Mu to survive. but there was absolutely no way he would let Li Mu leave his teammates behind either. Although the situation at hand was different from the previous loyalty squad, even if Li Mu did leave his teammates behind, it would be justifiable. But soon, they saw the answer. It was only a short moment of thought for Li Mu. Then he suddenly reached out and unhooked his cloak with a huff. Spreading out against the wind, the cloak boomed in size, covered all 4 teammates in it. Zhao Meiting and Song Biao both reached out to catch the cloak and looked at Li Mu in puzzlement. Hide under here. Cover it tight and hide the blood. Li Mu only left this sentence and said no more. Instead, he opened the system panel. It was tight the whole time just now and there wasn't a moment to spare. Li Mu's victory points had accumulated to 912. Li Mu quickly found a divine ability among the divine arts that could turn the situation around. 72 changes. Chapter 48, Prey becomes Hunter. Reversal of attack and defense. Li Mu instantly unlocked the 72 changes. Consume 200 victory points to unlock the avatar 72 changes. 72 changes, changing into everything, acquiring its properties and retaining physical strength. Maintaining the transformation continuously consumes true chi. 72 changes are not numerical aptitudes, so also the type of skill tree. Li Mu unlocked the first change downwards. Flying Mosquito Transformation, transforms into a mosquito with no traits and can't even draw blood. Flight speed depends on true chi consumption. The good thing was that 72 changes actually didn't have a cooldown. Spend another 100 defeat points to illuminate transformation. Li Mu added all of the remaining 600 points to stasis. Li Mu now feels a 1-minute cooldown is just too long, and it's extremely draining of true chi. Each time it's 10% of the total amount of true chi. Li Mu just used it twice. From the time Li Mu entered the abyss until now, the consumption used in all battles was only 30% of one's own true chi. And just now 2 fixes used up 20%. Li Mu still had just over half of his true chi left now, and there are still 40 minutes until the fog ends. With 600 victory points, Li Mu lit up the 4 skill tree nodes of fixation at once. Consumption of Fixation Technique reduced to 5% of true chi consumed each time. The turnaround time of the fixation spell is reduced to 50 seconds. The turnaround time of the fixation spell is reduced to 40 seconds. When attacking a fixed enemy, deal 10% more damage to the strength of your true energy. Li Mu operated very quickly. Spend all of your victory points. To Zhao Meiting's few people it only looked like Li Mu stood there in a daze for a second. They had figured out why Li Mu had given them cloaks. Energy flowed above this cloak, and it seemed to have some defensive efficacy. The huge cape could fit the 4 of them perfectly, as long as it was sealed tighter. The smell of blood would be sealed in this cloak. Bone ghosts are only most sensitive to the smell of human blood. The smell of blood outside gradually dissipated, and they became the equivalent of invisible in a small area. Li Mu, what are you going to do? At this time on his watch, Wan Longchang was ultimately worried and asked towards Li Mu. Li Mu's eyes coldly swept over the surroundings, and his fiery eyes were unleashed, locked onto a bone ghost that was charging. Viciously, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Only one word was returned to Wang Longchang: kill. The next second after Li Mu finished speaking, it then disappeared with a poof as the crowd stared in horror. It just disappeared into thin air. A bone ghost roared in anger and charged over, impacting at the exact spot where Li Mu had just stood. But Bone Ghost charged. This Bone Ghost shook his head in bewilderment, looked from side to side, and seems to be wondering where the people from here just now went, but it quickly nose shrugged. Eyes were fixed on Ma Jun and the others who were covered by the cloak, just about to blast through with excitement. Instead, a vicious wind suddenly appeared at the back of his head. The long stick scraped with the sound of wind, seemingly appearing out of thin air. Hooded. Bang! It instantly smashed the Bone Ghost's head. Li Mu showed his figure and quickly hid into the mist again. Zhao Meiting and Song Biao as well as Ma Jun, at this time, used their cloaks to cover a few people's bodies in death. Only 3 pairs of eyes were showing towards the outside, when they saw Li Mu disappear into thin air, appearing out of nowhere behind the monster's head again and exploding his head with a stick. Both were shocked beyond words. What exactly are all the feats that Li Mu knows? The word follows the law, and when it is said to be fixed, it is fixed. Disappearing out of thin air, appearing out of thin air. What school actually teaches this stuff? Don't say they were confused. At this point in the command, it was frighteningly quiet. Wang Longcheng propped his hands on the command platform, his pair of tiger eyes staring at the big screen in death. Even he couldn't understand it. How in the world did Li Mu do it? Why can he suddenly become invisible? It cannot be said that there are no feats of this type, but it was definitely not something he could master at this rank. Not to mention the yellow rank. Even if Wan Longcheng now stepped into the Xian rank, it was also extremely difficult to find such arcane and bizarre feats. This was because he wasn't sure if he could learn this kind of technique without a spatial type talent. How is this possible? I've never seen such a feat before, the instructor asked in shock. It's the gift. His gift has produced a mutation. Wan Longcheng deliberately said this so that everyone around him could hear it. When he had chatted earlier, he had actually asked Li Mu why he knew the fixation technique, because Li Mu also used it in the first battle. Li Mu tells him it's because of a talent mutation that spawned the ability. This was the only credible statement, so Wan Longcheng accepted it openly. And it doesn't matter if those abilities are natural mutations or not. Wan Longcheng all had to endorse Li Mu. He had to protect the privacy that Li Mu wanted to protect. After Wang Longcheng's words, the people around him had abated a lot of their doubts, completely in shock, and everything just getting started. Though, Li Mu is like a ghost. The figure loomed within a dozen meters or so of the Ma Jun. Several people. The roars of the bone ghosts kept resounding around them, and once a bone ghost came close to a few of the Ma Jun. When they saw the bone ghosts, Li Mu inevitably appeared out of nowhere behind the bone ghost's head. A stick in the head. Stick seconds. Over time, the smell of blood from a few of the Ma Jun's men was completely hidden in the huge cloak, while the wound on Li Mu's waist was constantly emitting a pungent smell of blood. This leads to a bizarre scenario. All the bone ghosts ran to Li Mu, but invariably they would pounce and then look around in bewilderment. In their surprise, they found a few people from Ma Jun. Li Mu would then appear and kill him with a stick. 3, 5, 10, 20. Bone ghosts appeared more and more frequently. Li Mu, however, killed them one by one. Only no one could see that all the bone ghosts that were killed all produce an unseen energy. A steady stream converged on the cloak that covered Ma Jun and the others. The silver circle on the back of the cloak was slowly tinted with a light red color. Time passes. Nearly half an hour had passed. The mists had begun to fade faintly. The people in the command center, however, were not laughing at all. It's broken. Li Mu's speed is starting to slow down. The instructor worriedly pounded his hand lightly on the desktop. His true chi is at the bottom. It should be that stealth is too much of a drain on his true chi. That's not stealth. That looks like a transformation. It's like he's turned into some kind of little flying insect. The crowd had begun to talk, and those with sharp eyes had long since seen Li Mu become a flying insect. At this point, Li Mu was also really at the end of his rope. He doesn't transform the whole time. It takes a constant drain of true chi when transforming. The drain is extremely scary if you keep transforming consistently. Li Mu estimated that even if he was in a state of full true chi, the transformation lasts for a maximum of 10 minutes. Then the true chi will be completely depleted. So Li Mu was just wandering around in the surrounding mist. At the first sign of trouble, open your fiery eyes and take a look first. Determine that a monster is approaching. Turn mosquito around and attack from behind. The full duration of the transformation dare not exceed 5 seconds. Moreover, the fire eyes also required a constant drain of true chi. Li Mu dared to open it for a second at most. And now, Li Mu's true chi had completely run out of gas, for he had walked back through the much lighter mist to Ma Jun and the others. Apparently it was no longer possible to keep hiding like it was just a moment ago. Li Mu heavily planted the thorn flower stick on the ground. Tearing off a strip of cloth, he deadened the wound at his waist, then tightened his own sleeve. See this scene. A trace of pain was hidden in the gazes of several of the Ma Jun. If Li Mu really died in order to guard them, they couldn't possibly feel better in their lives. Li Mu. Ma Jun's voice trembled as he tried to say something. Instead, Li Mu gave them a firm smile. 10 minutes. This mist will last another 10 minutes at most. If the fog doesn't clear in 10 minutes, I promise you that I will leave. Remote Bone is Li Mu's bottom card. The fog was getting thinner and thinner, and if Li Mu had really reached his limit, he would have asked Yao Bone to take him away. But he's clearly not there yet. There's no need for fiery eyes at all at this point. A dark figure could also be seen running swiftly through the mist not far away. Li Mu let out a low gulp. Until then, hide. Don't come out and help. After saying that, he drew his stick to meet him and swept it across the room. As early as a moment ago, Li Mu had added the mountain stretching technique to 3 tigers and 9 bulls strength. With only the brute strength of the mountain stretching technique and the 700 pounds of divine weapons, this stick also smashed the charging bone ghost to the ground. But after all, without his true chi, this stick didn't kill in seconds. So Li Mu rolled over and added another stick, barely smashing the bone ghost's head, immediately followed by a second bone ghost rushing in. Li Mu killed him with 2 sticks as he did. Inside the command post, a roaring cacophony. Someone asked incredulously, "This kid, is he planning to? Will it last 10 minutes with pure physical skill?" Chapter 49, The Final Guardian. Corpse Mountain Circle. Facts. They guessed right. Li Mu clearly didn't have much true chi fluctuation left in his body. Li Mu was barely able to maintain the operation of the Tanshan Technique with only the constantly recovering true chi from his Danhai origin, purely relying on physical strength to wield the thorn blossom stick in his hand. Wan Longcheng's fists clenched white as he rushed the adjutant Zhang beside him and ordered in a low voice, "You go." "Yes." Adjutant Zhang led the order and stomped out of the command room. The people around them were shocked. What Wan Longqing meant by this should be for Adjutant Zhang to personally go and prepare to receive Li Mu. Avoid any mistakes. As a commander, Wan Longqing could not leave the command room until the battle was over. Otherwise it will surely fall on deaf ears. But having his own adjutant go personally shows how much he thinks of Li Mu. The fog around them, getting fainter and fainter. The bone ghosts rushed in with increasing frequency. Li Mu's attacks were also getting weaker. From 2 sticks to death in the beginning, to 3, and then to 4 sticks that won't kill you. When 2 bone ghosts rushed in at the same time, Li Mu would still be pressed by the bone ghosts and rubbed out a good distance. But after wrestling away 2 bone ghosts, Li Mu still staggered back, standing in front of Ma Jun and the others. The hearts of Ma Jun and the others were trembling. Li Mu's blood-soaked figure. The wounds are growing. The body had been stained with either his blood or the monster's. But the stance remains upright. How many times did Ma Jun want to climb right out, hating to use both hands to help Li Mu as well? But they're clear. For them to go out in this state, they were indeed doing Li Mu a favor. Song Biao and Zhao Meiting had already crushed 2 city return stones one after another, hoping that now that the fog had lightened, the return stone would take effect. The result, of course, was still a disappointment. The return spell formation within the realm was still unable to operate for half a minute. Blood. It almost stained the ground around it. The corpses piled up by the bone ghosts even began to obscure Li Mu's vision. Li Mu was just as a perfect warwalker, waving the weapon in his hand. At first, Li Mu could still perform the flowing cloud triple shock stick technique without true chi. It was still possible to maintain the stance alignment of the 9 steps of earthly walking. But in the end, everything is gone. All that was left was the staggering body, swinging the stick to block and chopping the stick to kill. The fog had almost completely cleared by now. The surrounding bone ghosts were also like mosquitoes in the fall, and began to become extremely frantic. It was as if he knew he was about to disappear. After Li Mu was injured in the eye by a bone ghost and fought back to kill the bone ghost, Li Mu actually stumbled and swung his stick in the air. 7 or 8 swings in succession. The scene. It made the tears of Ma Jun and the others run suddenly. The commanding officers crowd, moreover, felt their scalps tingle. Li Mu, already unconscious. The man had completely seemed unconscious. His body, it just swung the weapon so mechanically, attacking a non-existent enemy in front of you, preferably at this time. 2 bone ghosts that were 4 meters in size swept in. The target was none other than Li Mu. Zhao Meiting could no longer stand by and watch. She was the only one who could still move her legs. She violently lifted her cloak and rushed out. One hugged Li Mu, who was powerless to wield his weapon. Turning his back to the 2 bone ghosts, a green true chi shield rose around him. She didn't have much of her true chi left either. True chi shield, even if she carried off the monster impact, she couldn't cope with it if she couldn't return the favor next. Song Biao and Ma Jun couldn't hold out either. There was no way they could watch Li Mu die. The 2 men dragged their rotting legs up quickly and grabbed their respective weapons. Ma Jun even lifted his calves up. With a snort, he ripped open Li Mu's bandaged wound with a single hand. The blood reappeared crashing out. He let out a roar of rage as if he were dying. Come at me. Come on. Just to draw the bone ghosts in. The commanding officer saw the scene from a god's eye view camera. Uncontrollably everyone's heart clenched hard. The moment. The word guardian is becoming clear to this small team. Just then, a figure rushed in from the distance. As fast as a shooting star and rapid lightning, the latter caught up with the 2 bone ghosts from behind. Leaping high into the air, it slammed down on a bone ghost. Then surprisingly, he grabbed the back vertebrae of this bone ghost with his bare hands. Swing this bone ghost high as a weapon. It slammed down towards the other bone ghost. Click! The man is dead and the horse is on its back. The 2 bone ghosts were destroyed and crushed into mush. With the great inertia of the impact, it grazed the ground in long dirt trenches. Mud flakes splattered and smoke rose. The person coming out of the smoke was none other than Lieutenant Zhang. The mists had completely cleared at this point. It was also as if Li Mu had sensed Lieutenant Zhang's arrival. For a moment it was like a puppet out of control. Throwing down the stick, his body collapsed into Zhao Meiting's arms. With Lieutenant Zhang around, they're completely safe. Zhao Meiting sobbed uncontrollably, tears dripping onto Li Mu's face. You're lying. You're lying. You said you'd surely go if you couldn't hold out. You're lying. A minute or so later, the rescue team also rushed in. It wasn't that they were slow, but they weren't as fast as their own warhorses even at full gallop. This was already their maximum speed. However, Lieutenant Zhang was an 8th grade cultivator and ran at full speed, much faster than a warhorse. As soon as the rescuers arrived, they instantly crushed a return stone. Prepare to launch the phalanx as soon as possible and send the wounded back to the city, only to find that the spell remained unresponsive. He immediately wondered. The fog had clearly dissipated. It's no use. There's no way to get back to the city in this area for a few hours, Lieutenant Zhang said coldly. He then came to Zhao Meiting and reached out to receive Li Mu on his back. You guys take them. He ordered the 3 rescuers. Li Mu was escorted by him personally. The 3 rescuers quickly lifted Ma Jun and the others onto their war horses, not forgetting to bring the 2 broken legs of the horse army. One of the players stepped forward to pick up Li Mu's weapon, the thorn blossom rod. Reaching for it, his body was already leaning forward, ready to pick it up and get right on the horse, but he was stretched so hard that he nearly flashed his back. The thorn stick on the ground didn't move. Asterisk. The dude subconsciously grasped up a bit, then spread his legs wide and clutched the thorn blossom stick with both hands. With a fierce effort, his arms were bruised before he barely managed to pick up the thornflower rod. Why is this thing so heavy? He cried out in horror. At the same time, he looked at Lieutenant Zhang, who was trying to ask if he still wanted this thing, because if he was allowed to carry it, he would never be able to carry it. His horse wouldn't be able to take it. Of the divine abilities on Li Mu's body, the only one that didn't require a large amount of true chi consumption was the Divine Soldier Technique. Li Mu could apply or withdraw the Divine Soldier Technique on a certain weapon at will. As long as Li Mu had an ounce of true chi, the Divine Soldier Technique would last forever. Li Mu didn't retract the Divine Soldier Technique before he fainted. This thorn blossom rod is still naturally over 700 pounds now. Give it to me. Lieutenant Zhang stepped forward and took the thornflower rod. The entrant was also not surprised. He gripped it tightly in one hand and gave it a little shake, neither of which felt like it was in his hand. Even for myself, trying to use this thing as a weapon would take some getting used to. He was a yellow rank 8th grade martial artist, yet Li Mu usually uses this as a weapon? No wonder this kid is strong as a monster. Go! Lieutenant Zhang saw that several other people had packed up, carrying Li Mu on his back. He was ready to leave. However, he suddenly felt that Li Mu's body energy behind him was generating obvious abnormal movements. Immediately after, boom! Surging energy surged out from Li Mu's body, and a white light shot straight up into the sky. The crowd rejoiced. A breakthrough? One of the rescuers shouted. Another member of the team nodded, looking around and sighing. This kind of deadly battle, if he's in a bottleneck, it's definitely an excellent opportunity to break through. It's a life for a life. All of them feel the same way. Because they stood on the pile of corpses, they could more clearly see the sea of corpses around them. Wang Longcheng and the others in the command room pulled up the camera. Seeing is most clear. Only the place covered by the cloak of Ma Jun and the others was seen as a round point, between 10 and 30 meters square. Li Mu hard kills a pile of nearly 200 bone ghost corpses. Corpse Mountain Circle. Chapter 50. The Loyalist Squad is very unconvincing. Look at the scene in front of you. In the hearts of Ma Jun and Zhao Meiting and the others was an unspeakable feeling. Li Mu's toughness had broken the limits of their perceptions countless times. If we didn't happen to group up with Li Mu today, they will surely all be destroyed in the depths of this mist. Because back at the base they realized, another squad that was trapped in the same depths of the mists as them. It was all over early. The sudden appearance of the bone ghost field. Soon it was a sensation at the base of the military district. It was because the abyss in this area seemed to be very unsettled lately. Li Mu alone caught up twice. The monstrous-tailed pythons from the first battle of the abyss suddenly appeared in super large numbers in one area. There was also the sudden descent of the bone ghost field. On top of that there were some other special events that didn't kill many people. Engage in frequent meetings at the top. That afternoon, the Pearl Military Base No. 1 held a Jin Yuan Army frontline soldiers military-style rectification training. It is required that Jin Yuan Army warriors with 2nd or 3rd grade cultivation must attend if they are not on a mission. This order went down. The study halls of the various bases were instantly packed with Jin Yuan Army warriors. There was no one to talk to. Military-style reorganization? Why this training session? I don't know. But it seems like it's been a while since the military district has had a training session. This mandatory participation seems pretty serious this time. There are 10 bases in the Pearl military region. There are thousands of people at each base. There are 600 or 700 grassroots fighters. There were 400 or 500 people who came at random, and almost every multimedia hall was packed. Su Moore, the captain of the loyalty squad who survived, as well as team member Zhou Qing, who naturally came to participate. Suer's face looks bad. Zhou Qing also had an ugly face, but her unsightliness was not the same as Su Moore's. She was with some anger, but towing the line. There was even a bit of a disdainful demeanor as he walked into the multimedia hall. Ask her where she gets her pride from. Of course it's Bone Ghost Field survivor status. After the death figures of the Bone Ghost Domain Devouring Squad were announced, she felt like her gold standard as a survivor of the Bone Ghost realm was rising all the time. Their loyalty squad was the first surviving squad to be killed in blood, but what made her angry was this. So far, no officer has come to them to present an award. When they came back and went to turn in their quests, They just settled a little contribution value normally. Where's the merit badge? What about medals? Even a briefing and commendation? And officers' condolences? None of these collectives. It didn't help that she was furious. She had long been holding back on asking for a statement from above. She came late on purpose to take advantage of the crowd. Let more people notice her. Sure enough, as soon as she and Sumor walked into the multimedia hall, people at the doorway just started pointing at them. Hey, that seems to be the first squad to kill the Bone Ghost field. Yeah, I think it's called the Loyalty Squad. And in the end there were just 2 of them left. To be the first to escape in the face of a deadly battle. These 2 are frighteningly strong. Zhou Qing's head couldn't help but raise higher. She was late, though, and had to sit toward the back. The seats are counted towards the back, and the 2 rows, the 3rd and 4th from the bottom, clearly have a lot of empty seats. The penultimate and 2nd rows, however, were filled. It's not that these people like to sit in the last row. Rather, all the people sitting in this row are reservists. They were also all college students who were still in school, just like Li Mu's status. This was also considered an unwritten rule in the Jinyuan army, but any such group activity, the preppers had better huddle up and find a spot in the far corner to hunker down piece by piece. If you're not long for the world, sit in the head of one of those veteran piles. That's something you'll have to live with. Even if they don't beat or scold you, they give you a few reprimands you have to listen to. It's not uncommon to get beaten up if you're not paying attention. Actually, this kind of thing is really normal in the military system. Even if you're not one of the so-called preppers who's never seen blood, you're still a rookie, aren't you? So it's an unspoken rule of engagement. Seeing Zhou Chang and Sumor coming over, the back 2 rows couldn't fit. Reserve recruits sitting in the penultimate row. Scrambling to his feet, he moved to the side. But Chocharu came on strong anyway, shouted looking at the 2 recruits who were ready to sit down. I let you guys sit in this row? Get your ass to the back. Stand if you don't have a seat. She chided these 2, purely to vent, and shouted a couple of times in the process. Get more people to notice themselves. The first squad that killed from the field of bone ghosts and blood. It's perfectly normal to berate 2 new recruits, isn't it? Who dares to say anything? You don't give me merit. You don't promote me. Then I'll boost it myself. The 2 reservists looked at each other, and, though both had the anger that, but still, without a word, he walked to the back. The other recruits saw it and moved their asses. Making way for a small clearing, he greeted the 2 men as they made their way to sit together. At the same time, the gazes of all the reserve recruits looked towards Zhou Qing, all with a touch of anger. You're a veteran. You're marvelous. We've gone around the block when we see you. You're going too far if you're making it worse for no reason. Unexpectedly, this scene was seen by Zhou Qing, and she was even more annoyed. You guys are quite affectionate, aren't you? I told them to stand. Can't you hear me? Like to give up your seat? Then don't sit down. All of you. Stand up. Zhou Qing let out a loud shout. She was already full of anger, cursing 2 loser preppers. How dare these people look at themselves with such eyes? Who are you to stare at me? The first surviving squad member? Sumor frowned greatly at the side and tugged on Zhou Qing's clothes. Many of the people in front of them looked back as well. Can't hear me, can you? Seeing these people dilly-dallying, Zhou Chang once again became furious and got up to point at them, her eyes glaring. The crowd of reserve recruits sighed and could only stand up helplessly. There was no one to speak for them, and they had no choice but to hold their breath down here. Only then did Zhou Qing curse and sit down. After another 10 minutes or so, the entrance was filled with fighters. It took a couple of officers to walk in through the front door. The lights dimmed and the large screen in front of them began to show the command-integrated infomercial. An instructor stepped up to the stage and bellowed in a deep voice. I'm sure you've all heard many rumors about the Bone Ghost realm. The situation and difficulty of abyssal combat has become more and more severe lately. The strength of our warrior ranks is in dire need of improvement. But, I will say this, more important than boosting our strength, it's to straighten out our military style. The Jinyuan army, it's an iron army that can trust its back to its teammates. Team fighting, only unity, guard, mutual aid and love, in order to keep surviving the horrors of the Abyssal War over and over again. But there are always losers who can give us excellent counterpoints. In response to the video of today's combat in the field of bone ghosts, we've integrated a dossier. There's more to this than just science about the realm of bone ghosts. There are also extreme positive and negative sides. All of you, open your eyes to the kind of people you want to be. Play. Chapter 51. Did you just say that you also have war merit? The instructor said a play. The big screen in front of them started playing the video at once. Since it is a promotional video for the integration of information, various editing techniques are utilized. Lots of overhead macro views from various commands. The first thing that comes into view is the thick fog descending. Panic as the squads fall into the fog. There's also close-up footage of the Bone Ghost mutation. There's even a voiceover narration. Explain the formation of the bone ghost field and the characteristics of bone ghosts. It's like a blockbuster movie. Then it was Wang Longcheng from the command center who quickly entered the command center and began to command the field squad to retreat. Zhou Qing, who was sitting in the back, was instantly excited. If it's in here, if we can get a shot of her and show her off properly, that's okay. However, Su Moore, who was on the side, turned pale. Sure enough, the camera soon gave a close-up of the loyalist squad. Only this was when the 5 members of the loyalty squad were all together. They first panicked and tried to run out of the mists on their warhorses. The warhorse was then overturned by the bone ghost, and Zhou Qing was the first to fall into danger. The remaining 4 members of the team didn't give up on her. Instead, they came back to the rescue, and together they killed off the bone ghosts. At this moment, according to Wang Longqing's shout, they gathered together to kill the bone ghosts. But bone ghost is too fierce. The loyalty squad's fighting strength is just average. This Zhou Qing also kept yelling and crying and wailing. The noise was even a little distracting. When the video was seen, Zhou Qing was instantly filled with anger. Who edited this damn promo? Give me a close-up of my mom. Why do you have to take a picture of yourself being humiliated? Why don't you go backward and shoot yourself in the face of valor? The only time Zhou Qing was useful was when she took advantage of other teammates controlling Bone Ghost. She went up and slashed the Bone Ghost. Turns out I didn't realize that was the only high point she had left. Next, the loyalist squad was fighting and retreating. This Zhou Qing screamed and dodged the Bone Ghost, putting this Bone Ghost into their defense circle. This Bone Ghost instantly killed a teammate from behind. The defense circle was broken, and another teammate was instantly killed. The group was instantly dispersed. Captain Sumor shouted retreat. 2 of his teammates died tragically on the spot, and 4 or 5 Bone Ghosts were frantically tearing their flesh. These 3 teammates could only run for their lives. It was good that Wang Longqing located them at this moment. The next thing the crowd saw, a teammate is pounced upon by a Bone Ghost. Zhou Qing, who had been given the target point for retreat, actually left her teammates, who were still alive, behind and frantically fled for her life. Sumor also gritted his teeth and glanced at his teammates, escaping at a quick pace. The footage for this segment was obviously taken from Zhou Qing's recorder, because the camera follows her as she runs out of the mist and sees the rescue team. This Zhou Qing unexpectedly collapsed to the ground and kept panting, eyes filled with the excitement of the aftermath. Even the corners of his mouth, a smile that was glad to have survived. The video goes here. It actually started to slow down. The viewpoint gradually pulled up from Zhou Qing's smiling expression. A large swath of the warriors in the multimedia hall jerked back. Angrily, he glared at Zhou Qing in the penultimate row. But more than that, it was contempt. Zhou Qing was also very confused when she saw this. It's not right. It doesn't seem so heroic to shoot yourself in this promo. What idiot edited this? No technical skill at all. Can you cut it? Soon she felt the anger and contempt of the crowd. It was a moment of clarity. This video looks like, is it criticizing yourself? Thinking of this, Zhou Qing could not help but storm into a rage. She snapped to her feet and yelled, "What are you guys looking at? Can't you guys see how ferocious this Bone Ghost is? We were killed in blood. If you guys had gone, you wouldn't have been able to kill the ones at the beginning, okay?" The instructor at the front of the room suddenly frowned. When he saw that it was the heroine from the promo, he sneered. After all this nonsense, you, the heroine of the antithesis, are actually in this hall. What are you yelling about? The instructor pressed pause at once and asked coldly and drily. Seeing the official, Zhou Qing came to be bold instead. "Instructor, I don't understand. We survived a celestial phenomenon like the Bone Ghost realm, which is extremely difficult to survive. Not only is there no recognition, but what does it mean now? Edited me into a joke. I defy you. You can't erase my war service." Zhou Qing stomped her feet and shook her head, screaming like she was losing her mind. The instructor laughed angrily. "War credit? You killed 2 monsters the entire time, killed 2 teammates, and left 1 behind, assisting Bone Ghost to kill 3 of his teammates. Battle record checkable, right? That's your war credit." Zhou Qing instantly pointed at the screen. "Can't you see how strong this Bone Ghost is? I don't think there are many squads that can fight like that. Do you?" Her chest rose and fell in anger, and veins popped out of her forehead. With that she scolded the rest of the squad as if everyone was inferior to her. The veterans in front of her went crazy cursing her. The word asterisk asterisk came and went. The instructor was thoroughly exasperated. "Oh, well, just keep looking down." With that, the instructor pressed play hard. The promo starts playing again. After a few images of squads retreating in quick succession, finally getting to the point, the scene goes to Li Mu's vanguard squad. The first thing that caught his eyes was before Wang Longqing entered the command room. Several of Li Mu's men likewise fled on their warhorses and were then overturned. Li Mu and the captain erupt into a brawl and quickly take over the squad. after giving a series of instructions, started explaining to the team what the Bone Ghost Field was all about. That level of detail is nothing less than science fiction, and a minute or so after Li Mu finished, only then did Wang Longqing enter the command room, and the next thing you know, command was given a close-up on the team information. Pioneer Squad, Team Member Li Mu, Reserve, the 3 words reserve appear. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Uncharacteristically, he looked toward the reserve recruits standing in the last 2 rows of the hall. These recruits were also looking at each other, a little confused. I didn't realize there were preppers on TV. And next, the real cluelessness begins. Compared to the previous Loyalty Squad's combat power, the Vanguard Squad was simply a god. Not only do they work well together, but they are also extremely capable of fighting alone. A large sword of the horse's army stands alone. Zhang Yisong Biao's swords and spears flailed about in a deathless defense. Zhao Meiting basically made arrows that just hit the bone ghost hard. And the scariest. I can't believe it was the reserve recruit. The horse's army is a one-man show. Li Mu is able to hold 3 sides alone. That stick in his hand. As long as the smash is bound to break bones and tendons. Not to mention inter-squad comparisons. Just comparing the female members of the 2 teams alone. This Zhou Qing and Zhao Meiting were simply heaven and earth. The picture starts at this point. Simply high energy throughout. Giant bone ghost appeared and fought to the death. Li Mu fixed his body to kill the large bone ghost in seconds. The other 4 teammates were seriously injured. And Li Mu put his cloak over his teammates. Then it disappeared with a poof. The pale-faced Zhou Qing instantly found a chance to fight back. She stood up and shouted, "Look, he's shedding teammates too. That's prep." She had long since seen that this Li Mu, wasn't it the same reservist that he had rejected in the mission area? I didn't realize this son of a could fight so well. But after she shouted without waiting for the instructor to speak, the veterans in front of her hollered and stood up a group, turning his head to give her a death glare. One of the closer ones even said sternly, "If you make any more noise that affects my movie watching, I'll kill you." Everyone's blood had boiled as they watched the Vanguard Squad fight. It was interrupted by this pussy's voice at this exact moment. But many people also thought that Li Mu was going to abandon his teammates next. But soon, Zhou Qing's words became a joke. Bone Ghost appeared, and Li Mu began his god-awful performance. Li Mu's figure was hidden in the thick fog, always around the 4 teammates covered by the cloak. Any bone ghost that dares to approach a teammate, all of them were killed by Li Mu with a single stick. Gradually, the fog faded and Li Mu lost his true chi. Begin to fight the monsters hard with physical techniques. These 10 minutes had allowed these Jinyuan army warriors to see what it meant to truly fight in blood. Especially at the end. Li Mu unconsciously swung the long stick in his hand, attacking the air in front of him. Zhao Meiting stepped forward and hugged Li Mu. Ma Jun and Song Biao climbed out of their cloaks. Ma Jun ripping the bloody flesh from his own calf and yelling to attract the monster. The BGM is also starting to get sad. This scene caused countless Jinyuan army warriors to slowly rise, fists clenched in solemnity. Upon seeing Lieutenant Zhang arrive, kill the monster and save Li Mu and the others, the hall erupted with a subdued yes. Good. The hall erupted with a subdued chorus of yes. And the final image of the video. It was also framed in the white light of Li Mu rushing up to the sky. The camera slowly pulls up. After the mist has cleared, a mountain of corpses circled around the hiding place of the 4 teammates that Li Mu had killed. It's an incredibly powerful image. And that's what one man did to guard his teammates. This, then, is the warrior. This, then, is the strong one. The promo ended and the lights came back on in the hall. The instructor coldly looked at Zhou Qing and asked, "Did you just say that you were also killed in blood? That you also have war credits?" Chapter 52 I thought you were a bully. But you're a. At this moment, everyone in the hall looked at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing, after watching the video, had also long since turned pale and white. Until then, all her brashness came from the fact that she really thought she was good. She hadn't seen how the other squads had killed their way out. After all, she thought it would be really strong to survive the fog. Seeing Li Mu Vanguard squad frantically killing monsters, she also just thought they used their defensive posture well. But in the end, Li Mu guards his teammate's solo show. That had been stronger than she could fathom. That mountain of corpses full of blood. There are more than 200 bone ghosts. How is it possible for one person to do that? A comparison with the Pioneer Squad. The name of their squad is even a joke. All of Zhou Qing's confidence collapsed in an instant. And the angriest. It wasn't Zhou Qing. Rather, it was the 2 rows of reserves standing behind her. Almost all of the reserve recruits' eyes erupted in anger and their chests huffed and puffed. Pissed off. You grandma. I thought you were so powerful. But you came up here and told us to stand as if you were training your grandchildren. You. Before the words were finished, a reserve boy slapped Zhou Qing on the temple. It slapped Chocho in the face. Another reservist off to the side rushed to reach out and stop the dude who made the move. Frantic winked, signaling that his instructor was still there. I didn't expect the kid to struggle and roll up his sleeves hard. What the hell are you picking on me for? Hit me. At the word of command, all the reserve fighters rushed forward. They're really pissed off. They stood for almost 40 whole minutes just for one word from this dead woman, and for no reason at all. At first they thought how good this woman was. After all, what does it feel like? It's like you're in the middle of a college class. In walks a white lab coat who spends the entire class making you taste each other's poop. You didn't understand but executed. As a result, at the end of class, a couple of mental hospital workers came and grabbed him in an ambulance, and I said sorry to you guys before I left. The more pissed off. None of those veterans stopped Zhou Chang when they saw her being beaten. Normally they are probably on opposite sides of the fence from these preppers. It's also really hard to play together. These reservists are all 18-year-olds. The oldest of the veterans were in their 20s. But now, they were looking back at the instructor instead, afraid that the instructor was going to take care of this. If they hadn't been able to intervene, they would have wanted to go up and punch her a few times. The instructor saw the scene but acted as if he hadn't seen anything. With a wave, he strides out the front door with the men under his command. Zhou Qing is in for a rude awakening. Was taken directly to ICU an hour later, and at other bases. Once the promo is released, the name Li Mu immediately resounded through half of the military region. The bottom line is this. With a single stroke, Lemieux has turned around the gold of the word reserve. Overnight, there wasn't a single one of all the military reserve fighters who didn't thank Li Mu's 8 generations of ancestors. The so-called veterans looked at them with a lot more respect. There were even some third-grade reserve fighters who were actively invited into some squads. They kind of get it. When it really comes down to it, knowledge is what saves lives. Take away the fact that Li Mu is a perverted fighter. His knowledge of the Bone Ghost realm, that deployment to the squad at the beginning, definitely bought the squad a lot of time and greatly increased their survival rate. Though not everyone who preps has the same knowledge base as Lemieux, but at least the reserves are all in school and people are learning. Much better than no schooling at all. It's night. Pearl Military Command. The bed in Wang Longqing's lounge. Li Mu slowly opened his eyes and saw Wang Longqing who was flipping through a book. Commander. Li Mu weakly tried to sit up. Wang Longqing immediately put down the book and came to his body, gently pressing Li Mu down again. Don't move. I'm fine. I have to go home. Li Mu felt his body and there was no major problem. He gritted his teeth and tried to get up again. Don't worry. I already called your mom. Said I'd leave you here to train today and not go back. You're physically fine at all, but you're mentally drained, so you still need to rest more. Your mom is going to be heartbroken when you go home looking like this. Wang Longqing said with a smile. Li Mu then put his heart down. He was just afraid that Yang Suiying would worry about himself. Glanced at the time on the wall. Li Mu asked with some embarrassment. It's 10 o'clock. Commander, delaying your return home. I've also taken a leave of absence from your auntie. Ha ha, from now on, when no one is around, just call me Uncle Wang. Wang Longqing smiled faintly. Uncle Wang. Li Mu didn't make any pretense. Wang Longqing and Bai Taiwei stood up for themselves in front of so many officials last time. Li Mu then treated them as respected elders, because whether it was Wang Longqing or Bai Taiwei, neither of them were the type of people who played favorites easily. What they do for themselves is truly moving. You broke through. Do you know that? Wang Longqing asked again. Li Mu felt inside himself. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Indeed, it's already the third rank of the Yellow Order. Then opened the system and looked at it. The victory points actually came to 6,980. Horror. With so many victory points, Li Mu felt like he was going to start expanding just by thinking about it. He suppressed his ecstasy and pursed his lips. Well, feel it. The speed of your breakthrough is very impressive. Wang Longqing said. Talent mutation. Raimu smiled. Ha ha, are you trying to say that you can immobilize monsters and transform into mosquitoes that, suddenly appearing behind the monster's head? These are all talent mutations? Wang Longqing asked with a smile. Hey, Uncle Wang, you know how to snatch an answer? Raimu nodded seriously. Wang Longqing shook his head and smiled. Getting up, he walked over to the table and took out a piece of information and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu took the information and was about to read it. Wang Longqing, however, commanded, put it away and read it when you get home. This is all confidential. Never let anyone know. Remember to destroy it promptly after reading it. Li Mu was instantly more curious. However, he could only nod and put away the thick stack of information into his storage ring. I've edited the video of your fight into the promo. Now half the soldiers in the Pearl military region know about you. You don't have a problem with that? Ah no, it's too late to have a problem with that. Wang Longqing grinned. Raimu went huh? Gave a cry. That's for what? Cootie. Of course it's for the merit badge. Wang Longqing didn't have the good sense to say. He got up with his hands behind his back. Magnify your deeds for 3 benefits. The first is to expand my influence and make it easier for me to get credit for you. Secondly, this incident is also really worth publicizing, and will be of great use in rectifying the military culture. It can greatly enhance the cohesion of the team and is an excellent positive influence, and it has worked wonders for improving the status of the reserves in the military. Third, it's a prestige boost for you. Prestige is something that trumps everything in the military. Sometimes it's not even second to merit. This is the kind of thing you don't understand yet, but sooner or later you will. Li Mu nodded thoughtfully. These were actually unexpected to him, but Wang Longqing had saved it all for him. After chatting for a while, Wang Longqing suddenly asked another strange question. Li Mu, you were out of true qi, and said to the Ma Jun guys that, if it reaches its limit it will definitely go. But in the end you were still fighting with willpower even until you lost consciousness. You didn't go. Why is that? Wang Longqing asked seriously. Li Mu knows that. He didn't want a perfunctory answer like I didn't have time or I forgot. Think about it for a while. Li Mu also seriously returned 8 words. It's just a matter of having fun when you're in the mood. Chapter 53, just having fun? Having fun? Hearing this answer from Li Mu, Wang Longqing was very surprised. A battle of life and death is not a drinking game. The word exhaustion was really a bit incomprehensible to Wang Longqing. But savor it. The corner of Wang Longqing's mouth gradually floated up in an arc. I think since I've known Li Mu did seem to be different from the other students. Break the instructor's leg on the first day of military training. In broad daylight. Beat the Li family, his once great uncle, to his knees in the square. The Abyssal Prime Battle specialized in dangerous areas. And when he heard the appearance of the monstrous-tailed python, he was the first to go to his support. Guard your teammates to their spiritual limits. These are things that seem to be done with no regard for consequences at all by Li Mu. Wanton and wanting to do it. But you call him reckless, don't you? Again, he's definitely not like that. Li Mu's calmness and prudence on the battlefield was far beyond those of the same age and rank. The undercard is also extremely well hidden. If he was really asked to summarize Li Mu, he couldn't really comment in a few words. The word enjoyment, on the contrary, shows the meaning of spontaneity. It has the feeling of a reincarnated immortal god in a mortal body coming to experience the red earth to the fullest. What a way to just have fun. Get an early night's rest, and everything, tomorrow. After Wang Longqing finished speaking, he stopped disturbing Li Mu's rest and left the room. Li Mu was still really tired. Mental fatigue is rampant. Once Wang Longqing left, Li Mu fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Li Mu rolled over and sat up early, but didn't rush to get dressed. Instead, I couldn't wait to open the system. Victory points, 6, 980. Looking at this number, Li Mu almost went over with joy. Adjusting his mood, Li Mu began to calculate what he was going to do with these points. First, surely, you have to make up for the deficiencies in your strength. After yesterday's battle, Li Mu realized that he had one of the biggest flaws. That's a shortage of real energy. Too short, huge, blood short. The fixation technique that one relied on the most happened to be the one that consumed the most true qi. You can't spike a few big bosses with all your true energy. In a place like the Abyss where monsters are almost endless, it is indeed too inadequate. The second huge flaw, just too few means. There are still not enough tools that can turn the tide of battle. There are many other flaws, but these two are urgently needed. With this thought, Li Mu no longer hesitated. To solve the problem of true qi, you have to start with your own internal energy. When it came to internal martial arts, Li Mu really hadn't upgraded the pinless heavenly immortal technique. The pinless heavenly immortal technique was also one of its own divine abilities. Li Mu opened the introduction of the pinless heavenly immortal technique. Pinless heavenly immortal technique deepened the understanding of the insights of the cultivated technique for 50 years, making the Danhai broad. The meridians are strong and more at will to perform any feats. Looking down the list, an option that had never appeared before popped up. Detected the host's yellow rank 3. The heavenly immortal technique can be advanced. Asterisk asterisk. Hoping it was a realm restriction before. Even now that Li Mu is 3rd grade, that's the only option that's come out. No wonder I didn't see this option before. It should be that one's own martial realm was not in place, and one simply couldn't harness a higher grade of heavenly immortal technique. Consumption required to advance heavenly immortal technique, 100 victory points. Rise. The pinless heavenly immortal technique has been upgraded. Subquality heavenly immortal technique. Deepen your understanding of the techniques you have practiced for 100 years. The Danhai and meridians have improved greatly, and confuse internal arts and mind techniques, absorbing their characteristics and fusing them into the Tanshan Technique, which can currently fuse 3 kinds of internal arts. The fused inner workings are replaceable. Ha! Li Mu's eyes widened at once. Fusion of inner strength? Absorbing its characteristics and fusing them into the heavenly immortal technique? That's kind of interesting. Li Mu already has some ideas. Since he lacks true chi, then it wouldn't be enough to play around with fusing a few feats that increased the amount of true chi and the speed of true chi recovery. Li Mu couldn't help but spit out the heaven-defying aptitude of the Fixation Technique, deducting true chi as a percentage, which caused Li Mu to raise the total amount of true chi that it's not going to help with the consumption of stasis. You, even if your true chi is as vast as the sea, are now 5% per fixation. It's also just a matter of setting 20 times and draining yourself of your true energy. However, compared to the terrifying effects of the Fixation Technique, Li Mu could only be relieved. The first big problem at hand is barely sort of solved. Just go find a few internal feats. Now it's time to address the second one. Continue. Next, light me a borrowed drink first, and I'll see how it goes. Consume 100 victory points to unlock borrowing wine to grow stronger. Borrowing wine to create might. Drinking a sip of wine. The aura of wine fills the air and generates a field of might within 2 meters of the body. Enemies in the field are frustrated with their guts and slow to move. Your guts are strong and your swiftness of movement is increased by 5%. Lasts for 10 minutes. Fields. Li Mu first brightened up, but he quickly realized a problem. The field has no numerical value for the weakening of enemy movement slowness. This means that it doesn't ignore cultivation. Unlike fixation, the oppressive pressure that restricts an enemy's speed of movement depends on the strength of the opponent. When you meet the strong, you are weak, but against enemies stronger than yourself, as long as it takes effect. And after the domain was enhanced, monsters that were at the same level as or lower than Li Mu's, the threat to Li Mu will drop even lower. Very friendly to group battles. Whatever. There are more points anyway. Let's raise it first. Damn. Tap the borrowed wine skill tree. Li Mu lit up 3 nodes in a row. The wine power field expands to a 5-meter radius around you. Duration increased to 15 minutes. Allies within the field can also enjoy a speed bonus. These 3 nodes cost Li Mu 400 victory points. There are 5,480 victory points left. Li Mu got out of bed, and the thorn blossom rod and cloak had been placed beside the bed. Li Mu picked up the thorn blossom stick in his hand and weighed it. Next, first add all the zeros to the Divine Warrior Technique. The Divine Warrior Technique and the Mountain Stretching Technique were his fundamental sources of battle power. Even if we have to expand other means, these two can't be shortchanged. 480 victory points consumed. Strengthening Divine Soldier Technique succeeded. Divine Warrior Technique gives weight to the weapon. Currently 155 pounds. The entry hands sank hard. Li Mu suddenly had a feeling of being a world away. Now in your own hands, it's a half-ton. Think about your own time on Earth. Not to mention 1,000 pounds. Carrying 2 barrels of water up the stairs will take half a day to breathe. 500 points for the Tanshan Technique. Consumed 500 victory points. Strengthened the Tanshan Technique successfully. The art of carrying mountains increases the strength of 8 tigers and 9 oxen. With this enhancement, the Stretcher Mountain Technique is estimated to be able to be used up to 1.5 tons without the need for any more additions. So there are still 500 points left. Li Mu lit up the Blessing Technique again. Consume 100 victory points to unlock the Blessing Technique. Blessed Field Technique, creating an aura of heaven and earth, in which the divine soul can reside and cultivate spiritual plants and animals. For your own use. Farming? Li Mu's nature was greatly aroused and he attempted to enter this blessed field with his divine soul. Instantly one's spirit detaches from the physical body and enters another dimension. The eyes opened up. Heaven and earth. Sun and moon. White clouds and birds. Surprisingly, it's a bright side. The earth was unusually flat and green. Only Li Mu went backward and found a mirrored wall that reached up to the sky. Obviously there is a zone. The real version of my world, huh? Li Mu murmured as he walked back and forth, quickly finding the 4 boundaries. This location in the center isn't that big. 10 acres. Raimu exits Fukuda. This Fortuna technique is also in the form of a skill tree. Li Mu spent 600 victory points in a row to light up 4 nodes. Fountain expanded to 20 acres. Obtaining an eye of the spiritual spring. Realistic creatures may enter it. Fountain expanded to 40 acres. The reason why he ordered so much was that Li Mu planned to grow herbs in this. The description mentions that the blessed field is sown and the spiritual spring is irrigated by the herbs grown, and the growth rate are definitely different from ordinary herbs. There are a lot more herbs needed for alchemy. There are 800 victory points left. Li Mu intends to keep about 200 as a backup. This was because Li Mu intended to break through a ton of small goals for the Divine Warrior Technique first. So right now, Li Mu could only unlock 1 more avatar. So Li Mu set his sights on the avatar that was worth 300 victory points. Incarnation. Chapter 54. 18-year-old young wolf guards. Out-of-body incarnation. Also known as bilocation. 300 victory points consumed. Unlocked incarnation. Incarnation, change into a doppelganger to fight alongside you or play some tricks. Out-of-body incarnations are also in the form of a skill tree. But Li Mu sucked in a breath of cold air when he took a look. Don't look forward to unlocking a bunch of the avatars. And you can light up a few nodes in the skill tree at random. That's because the closer the skill tree is to the root node, the fewer points it costs. For example, that Fukuda technique. It takes 100 to unlock 20 acres and 200 to unlock 40 acres. Unlocking 100 acres further down the road would require 500 points. That's why Li Mu didn't click down. The more each divine ability was clicked into proficiency, the number of victory points spent almost doubled. A few thousand victory points in Li Mu's hand. To specialize in one or two aptitudes, all of a sudden it doesn't seem so rich. That's why Li Mu chose to light as many as he could and try to light up a few more first. Well, at least it's one more means to an end. But this incarnation, which costs 300 points to unlock, is by far the most expensive. The current effect is, externalize an inherited 100% strength. Divine Warrior Art. A diversion of the Tanshan Technique, lasting 1 minute. Honestly, the intensity isn't weak anymore. But it was obvious that this doppelganger wouldn't be able to use other divine abilities, such as Fixation or something like that. And the next node to unlock, surprisingly, would require 500 points. Li Mu gritted his teeth and lit up. Externalize 2 doppelgangers that inherit 100% of the strength. Divine Warrior Technique, and Tanshan Technique. When the main body uses Fixation, the doppelganger can also use Fixation once. The doppelganger lasts for 1 minute. Further down the node, 100 victory points are required. Li Mu didn't dare to order it. He now had exactly 300 victory points left. These Li Mu intends to keep for now. Wait until you've adapted to the intensity of the 3rd grade and raise the Divine Warrior Technique to the limit of the current stage before making any plans. After taking a slight inventory, there were already as many as 11 divine abilities that Li Mu had mastered. Secondary Heavenly Immortal Technique, Attachment of Ears, Divine Soldier Technique, Mountain Carrying Technique, Eyes of Fire Alchemy Fixation 72 Changes, Drinking and Power Fukuda Technique Out-of-Body Transfiguration. Though most of them can only be considered elementary and not sophisticated. But Li Mu felt only one word. Yes. This wave of big lifts had him all over the place. Li Mu dared to confidently say that he could hang any so-called heavenly pride at the same stage and beat them up. Hit 2. At that moment there was a knock at the door. Coming. Li Mu got dressed, put away his waddle stick and cloak, and opened the door to the lounge. It's none other than Lieutenant Zhang. How's the recovery going? Lieutenant Zhang's face was expressionless, but it was a rare question of concern. Very good. Very good spirits. Raimu moved around a bit. After half a day and a night of slumber, Li Mu's spirit had completely recovered. Okay, I'll take you to ordination when your merit badge comes down. After speaking, Lieutenant Zhang turned around and was about to lead the way. Li Mu, however, said, Lieutenant Zhang, I wanted to ask how those teammates of mine are doing? The horse army's leg, is it still attached? Lieutenant Zhang slowly shook his head. I don't think so. There's still some time. You can go see them. Yes. Li Mu rushed to the military medical department. Zhang He is holding Ma Jun back and forth. 2 metal prosthetic limbs were attached to the underside of Ma Jun's knees. Surprisingly, the foot is still the kind that allows dexterous movement. Zhao Meiting and Song Biao were also sitting on the sidelines, both of their bodies still wrapped in bandages. When they saw Li Mu appear, several people stood up. Hey, there you are. How's it going? Better? When Ma Jun saw Li Mu, his face didn't show the slightest pain from losing his legs. Instead, he was concerned about Li Mu's body first. Watching Ma Jun grasp his balance with open hands, as if he were a child toddling around, Li Mu inexplicably felt a tug in his heart. After all, Ma Jun lost these legs to save Li Mu. If it wasn't for Ma Jun sacrificing his life to knock away that claw of the giant bone ghost, Li Mu would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. There's absolutely no way it's going to last until the fog is over. What's going on? Can't the original leg catch? Li Mu asked in a low voice. The atmosphere sank, and Zhao Meiting sighed. Catch is catchable. But he. After saying that, she also looked at Ma Jun with some complexity. Ma Jun pretended to be bashful and laughed. It's going to take a long time to get it attached. And the doctor said the bone is bound to stay dark. The metal one is different. The flesh and blood is bitterly weak. Connecting to metal won't leave dark wounds. And it's quickly ready for combat and can be replaced if it breaks. In the future, when I'm rich, I'll replace it with a hard one. Maybe even with propellers. It's not a pair of feet I'm missing. It's a weakness, Ma Jun said with bravado. These are all excuses he keeps convincing himself of. But as a martial artist, an intact physical body is an inexplicable sense of security. Li Mu took a deep breath and didn't say anything more. The mind made up its mind. In the future, when there is a chance to get the medicine for limb regeneration, I will definitely let Ma Jun grow these legs back again. Come on. You saved our lives. We are very content to have survived. Seeing that Li Mu was a bit depressed, Song Biao patted his arm and said, that's right, and we've got a big one on you. Everyone actually busted out 20 merit points. Army brother 40 points. Zhao Meiting chimed in. They were killing themselves to think that they would be given 20 merit value each this time. The only battle they stood for in this campaign. It's their performance that can be held up as a positive with Li Mak. A special commendation for having a positive impact on the reorganization of the military style. Have you gotten your war credit down yet? Zhang He asked. No, I was just about to. Come on, we'll go with you. Li Mu couldn't argue with the crowd, so he had to let them follow a piece of them to the Department of Ordination. Along the way, many people recognized Li Mu, even if he didn't see his face at first glance. The sight of a few of the horse's army also know that this is exactly that pioneer squad. Some of the veterans greeted each other warmly. The reserve recruits, however, all immediately stood at attention when they saw Li Mu. Rushing at Li Mu snapped a knight's salute to show respect. Wang Longcheng though told Li Mu about making them a positive teaching material, but Li Mu didn't expect the impact to be so great. By the time he arrived at the ordination department, a large group of people who had followed to see what was going on had gathered behind him. A rough count would have to be 200 or so. This scale is already very large. Knowing the 10 bases of the Pearl military region, there are only a few thousand people at each base, with many high-level mostly on missions. The bottom 2 or 3 ranked warriors totaled only 5 or 600. Ordination is something you can watch, and there are some ordinations you can't do without. It's an incentive for honor. After Li Mu identified himself, an officer quickly came out of the ordination department, and he was followed by a large group of officers and soldiers and even the office staff of the Ministry of Ordination. One picks his neck and looks out curiously. This big man was around 40 years old, and after seeing Li Mu, his eyes were full of admiration. First, he went up and squeezed Li Mu's sturdy arm with his hand. How old are you, kid? 18. Li Mu replied. Good, that's ing classy. Know what rank you are now? I don't know. The big man smiled and turned back to take a box and open it. 1 second class merit guardian medal with a merit value of 150. Congratulations, young Wolfguard. Chapter 55, Second Grade Heavily Immortal Technique. Boom! When the 3 words Young Wolfguards came out, the whole room was in an uproar. It then erupted into an endless stream of applause and shouts. Especially the reserve recruits were in high spirits. Lenyu can now be considered a totem for half of the reserve recruits. 200 merits can be promoted to Young Wolfguard. Li Mu is a reserve. No need to test. But things like meritocracy are extremely rare. You must have outstanding battle merit to obtain it. A young Wolfguard of 18 years old. This is extremely rare. Even Li Mu felt a bit incredulous. According to his own estimation, it would be very good if he could obtain 70 or 80 battle honors this time. I didn't expect it to double straight away, but soon he realized that this was exactly Wang Longqing's good intention, expanding the impact of the deeds of Li Mac's squad, for the sake of good to get more merits for Li Mu. Everyone is watching. Li Mu is guarding his teammates to the death, fighting till the end. The monsters killed are even far beyond the limits of single combat. Such a warrior if not given a great deal of war credit. What do other fighters think? You're giving me a few dozen points for all this? Are you playing? Of course, Wang Longcheng, this wasn't actually considered kidnapping his superiors. It was also beneficial for the superiors to give Li Mu these merits to better motivate the warriors. 2 for the price of 1. Li Mu received the medal and gave the standard knight salute. Thank you, sir. He saw that there was a Young Wolfguard badge in that box in addition to the second-class badge. Above the Young Wolfguard badge, the head of a wolf cub is depicted. There was a touch of boyishness between the ferocity. According to the ordination specifications, it makes sense to award the rank of Lesser Wolfguard and have the Upper Wolfguard preside over it. The one in front of him was none other than an Upper Wolfguard, with a military rank similar to Qin Zhenya's. Go for it. I'm looking forward to you making another mark. This Upper Wolfguard also gave a salute and turned around to go back to the Department of Ordination. Zhao Meiting's several people walked up and congratulated them, not forgetting to touch Li Mu's medals as if they were all curious babies. How about a few of us recuperating from our injuries? Can't you wait to get your mission? Song Biao asked somewhat sourly. He was really clear that with his strength, it would be hard to team up with Li Mu again. This is the first and last time. Li Mu was definitely a liability with people like him and Zhang He. Raimu smiled and shook his head. I'm going to settle down for a few days. Go back to school first, and consolidate the 3rd grade realm. Yeah. Further down the line I guess you'll need to perform more advanced tasks. Ma Jun nodded inside. After a few more moments of chatting, Li Mu excused himself from a few people and went straight to the supplies area of the Jin Yuan Army's quartermaster's office. After yesterday's killings and the contribution value that Li Mu hadn't used before, Right now, Li Mu's contribution value was 210 points. That's quite a lot already. This still follows the merit badge giving 200 points all at once. Contribution value was much more valuable than money in the Jinyuan army. But it's still too little for Li Mu. This was because he could only buy a top-grade internal martial art after half a day of turning around in the merit area. It is worth 400 contribution value and can be purchased by those with 200 or more merits. Li Mu immediately spent 400 contribution value to take this set of Rejuvenation Inner Strength. If it was on the market above the Abyss, this feat would sell for at least $500,000. The Spring Returning Inner Strength was a very special existence amongst the top-grade feats. Many internal energies at the same level already have various attribute tendencies. For example, a person who cultivates fire internal martial arts can execute fire martial arts with half the effort. Martial artists who practiced speed-type internal martial arts were better at harnessing speed-type martial arts. There are many more internal types. For example, defense, physique, strong essence and refinement, 5 elemental attributes, and so on. Talent, inner strength, martial arts. These three are matched and bound to each other. It requires the martial artist to constantly grow and develop his or her own unique understanding in order to make it work. In addition to these specialized specialties, there are also whimsical ones. There was a quite famous martial artist before. With average talent, he could only extend his attack range, but he practiced internal martial arts with poison, and with a life-preserving and poisonous spirit treasure. Specializes in speed stance-type martial arts. On top of a battlefield with tons of monsters, this old brother went deep into the monsters. The poisonous swineherd filled the air wherever it passed, and the monsters all turned into limp shrimps. The Jinyuan army warriors rushed into the monsters and chopped them up like vegetables. This old brother escaped the monsters unharmed. A monster was not killed and took the top credit for that battle. And this back to spring inner strength. With just one speeds up the speed of true chi recovery. It would be among the top grade feats. It was a mediocre feat, so few people were willing to choose it. But it's too important for Li Mu. It wasn't enough contribution value to take down another top-grade feat, so Li Mu spent another 260 contribution value to choose 2 more sets of mortal-grade internal techniques. Anyway, the inner workings can be replaced in the future, so let's have 2 sets to use first. After picking a practice room, Li Mu directly began to absorb these 3 sets of techniques. The second-grade Heavenly Immortal Technique has fused with Rejuvenation Inner Strength, increasing the Rejuvenation trait. Rejuvenation dramatically increases the speed of true chi recovery. The second-grade Heavenly Immortal Technique has fused the Wood Spirit Strength Inch of Heart Technique. Increase Wood Spirit Inch trait. Wood Spirit increases the concentration of true chi by a small amount. Inch of Heart slightly reduces the amount of true chi consumed for equivalent martial arts techniques. Current state of the Sublime Heavenly Immortal Technique. Subquality Heavenly Immortal Technique. Deepen your understanding of the techniques you have practiced for 100 years. The Danhai meridians have improved dramatically, and they can fuse the internal heart technique and absorb its characteristics into the celestial immortal technique. Current traits: rejuvenation, wood spirit, inch of heart. Fused internal skills can be replaced. After the fusion of the 3 internal skills, Li Mu stretched long and hard, feeling the surging true chi in his body. It did seem to have become a bit denser, although that wood spirit strength was only a mortal inner strength. But since Li Mu could feel the true chi thickening, it shows that the effect is still significant. It's an inside job after all. It was the only technique that could support the growth of an uncommon martial artist. But on its own, it's nothing more than a trait. Li Mu instantly unleashed his 72 changes and turned into a mosquito. The true chi in his body began to continuously deplete, but the Sea of Dan began to run wildly. The body was like a thirsty sponge as it began to transform the surrounding aura into the body, returning a large amount of true chi. Though the rate of reply is not nearly as fast as the rate of consumption, but it's probably as good as a fifth or sixth of what was consumed. This has been quite horrifying. Li Mu lifted his transformation and was in a great mood. One of the biggest flaws at hand is sort of solved somewhat for now. It was at this moment that Li Mu's cell phone rang. The one who called was the class teacher, Zhao Qingshan. Li Mu didn't take a vacation today. As the class teacher, Zhao Qingshan naturally had to do his duty to ask about it. Getting a reply that Li Mu will return to school now. Zhao Qingshan laughed. Nothing much really. If you're needed over at the Jinyuan army, send me a text. Just let me know you're okay. By the way, did you know about Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng's transfer to another school? Raimu froze. Ha? Looks like you don't know. Lu Chenfeng and Zhang Jiwei transferred to our school. Apparently they're both coming for you. So if you come back, you can meet up with both of them first. All 3 of you are outstanding people, and maintaining a good relationship can be an extremely powerful force. Zhao Qingshan said meaningfully. These 3 will never be bad in the future. It would be nice to establish a strong connection as a student. In the future, they will take care of each other. and their future is absolutely unlimited. Okay, thanks for the reminder, teacher. After the two finished, Li Mu hung up the phone. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng actually transferred to their school? Is it because of the school resource ranking thing? With that thought, Li Mu walked outside while opening the news and reading it. Sure enough, the relevant news item ties up all the loose ends. Blackwater colleges suffer from unfair rankings and become a laughingstock. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng transferred schools one after another to stand up for Blackwater High School in a practical way. This move caused the Holy Dragon High School and Chongming High School to suffer a great deal of energy, especially the Holy Dragon High School. The Zhang group behind Zhang Jiwei was a super big gold master. As soon as Zhang Jiwei left, he directly siphoned off a small half of the Holy Dragon High School's life. And it's a move that raises even more questions about the unfair ranking of Blackwater's college resources. After the last 2 days of fermentation, things have gotten very big. There has been a flurry of requests for the resource department to come forward and give a statement. Resource rankings can only be updated once in the month following the conclusion of each school's first battle in the Abyss. To update again, unless you wait for the second month, or the next big varsity tournament roster change, the Ministry of Resources is now riding a tiger. Let's change the rankings of the Blackwater colleges right now. It's a change of heart. This is an indirect admission that they are the ones who made the mistake. Let's not change the rankings of Blackwater colleges. The pressure is mounting again. If this continues, the credibility of the Ministry of Resources is going to plummet. Think about it. The corner of Li Mu's mouth hooked up. He was eager to see what kind of expression that Holy Dragon Prince and his aunt had on their faces right now. Chapter 56, Seizure of a store is just a matter of convenience. Li family, banquet hall. Since the last time Li Daong called the sub-minister of Lucky Road, after being stunk at by the other party, they never answered his calls again. Now Li Mu had become a thorn in the heart of the Li family group. After originally kicking this piece out of the family, all they had to do was wait and see how Li Mu died. They've got a lot of family estates to run. There's still glory and riches to be enjoyed, but I didn't expect to be stirred up by a little Li Mu. By now the banquet hall had already set up a table for a banquet. The Li family crowd seemed to be waiting for someone. Li Xiaohao at the table was most full of impatience. Dad, it's just a little head of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. They came to our house a while ago carrying gifts. Why are you still inviting him to a banquet? It's too much for him, isn't it? Li Mu's second uncle, Li Ji, glared at his own son without any good reason. You shut up. In his heart, he said, it's not because of you. A loser. Took a 31st place finish in his debut at the Abyss. It made many people's attitudes towards the Li family change completely. The Li family has a project in the medical industry in the past 2 days. The other party is responsible for funding and the entire herb chain. The Li family, on the other hand, needs to take care of the more difficult pharmaceutical approval process. One of the ministers and supervisors of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry Management even paid a personal visit to the Li family when they awakened their S-rank talent at that time. There were quite a few gifts taken at that time. It also promised that it could take care of the Li family in business. No way. Family power is an extremely special power in China. When you're in officialdom, if you don't have two family forces standing behind you at a critical time, not at all a match for anyone else. But what the Li family didn't expect was that this time they called that minister from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. The person had a grunting look on their face. Obviously didn't put the Li family too much in his eyes at all. The Li family asked to meet and the minister said he was busy. Just send your supervisor over. The Li family has already blown the awesome out of the water with the project partners. Just harden your heart and host a banquet in honor of this executive. The Li family was no better than a second-rate family before. The family had awakened an S-rank talent, and had thought that it could be a second-rate top no matter how bad it was. I never thought I'd be reduced to having to host a reception for a supervisor. It's so suffocating. It's all the fault of that dog bastard Li Mu. Old Mrs. Ma snorted coldly and heavily stuttered the cane in her hand. She knows best. It was Li Mu's stick in the square that knocked Li Daong to his knees. Let the Li family's current dilemma in terms of battle power be shown to the public. Originally, if they were able to take Li Mu into custody, teach him some hard lessons, it was still able to salvage a lot of the situation. At least letting people know that there was a price to pay for pissing off the Li family. But what happened? People Li Mu is in the media's camera, just strutting around being picked up by a military vehicle. People beat you up and are still at peace. What kind of message does this send to the outside world? The Li family had been pitted by Li Mu this time. Li Xiaohao was very unhappy, disgruntled. He got up and said, if you want company you can have it. I'm not ashamed of this. He turned and walked away when he finished. Joke. He was a hallowed S-class talent possessor. What kind of success will he have in the future? You want him to make up for a small supervisor? That's right. Why would my son want to accompany a Thai supervisor? It's okay son. Go play. Li Mu's second aunt nodded in sympathy. Li Shi wanted to say something. He could not wait to yell at his son for being a waste, but didn't dare to speak. Now the Li family's only remaining bit of majesty is supported by him and his son. Calling your son a loser, isn't that slapping your own face? The rest of the Li family was silent, and the atmosphere was depressing, especially Li Daong. Ever since he was beaten by Li Mu, he couldn't even talk straight at home. He couldn't wait to be the one to tear this Li Mu alive right now. Li Xiaohao just left. The butler at the door then brought in a man. Li Ji and Li Daong hurriedly stood up and, Supervisor Lu, I'm sorry to miss you. Li Ji laughed and stepped forward to arch his hand slightly. Supervisor Lu had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was disgruntled. Why don't you go and welcome me if you know it's a mistake? You're talking here. The minister is rather busy and has sent me over to see what our Li family needs. Li Ji's face was a bit ugly. People's meaning is clear. I'm here on behalf of the minister, and I'm very dissatisfied that you don't welcome me. Ha ha. Yes. We're grateful that Supervisor Lu was able to come during his busy schedule. Please be seated. The wine and food are ready. Let's drink and talk. The crowd asked the Supervisor Lu to sit down. Supervisor Lu greeted old Mrs. Ma with a few light pleasantries. There was a bit of small talk, and the conversation got off on the right foot. Supervisor Lu immediately looked embarrassed after hearing the requirements for medical approval that the Li family wanted. Oops, as you all know, pharmaceutical approvals, have always been the strictest. Pills and liquids, that's even more stringent of stringent. It's not going too well nah. As he spoke, Supervisor Lu shook his head and went up to take a bite of the food. Suddenly praised, alas, this dish is delicious. This dragon-scented fish is not cheap. At least, it must be over 1,000? After hearing these words, Li Ji's face changed drastically. Supervisor Lu is secretly making conditions to himself. But the opening was $10 million. This is like a robbery. They expect the total profit for the first quarter after this project comes online to be just this much. Li Ji laughed. Aha, the fish isn't that expensive. Like 600 or 700. Supervisor Lu shook his chopsticks vigorously. Hey, that's impossible. You can't buy it for 600 or 700. At least 1,200. The minister set his authority at $10 million. He wants 2 million more. He's got to make some money himself, doesn't he? The Li family members who heard it out all hated it and clenched their teeth. A little business executive. The Li family begs you to do something. I can't believe it costs so much money. Is the face of the Li family worth nothing at all? This is just too much. Old Mrs. Ma clenched her teeth fiercely. Her smile already extremely unnatural. Good. Supervisor Lu's eyesight is accurate. This one is exactly $12,000. Supervisor Lu laughed. This is a promise from the Li family. He laughed. See, I told you so. Old Mrs. Ma, however, continued. However, we would also like to ask Supervisor Lu for a small favor. Supervisor Lu put down his chopsticks. Old lady, please speak. The other guy is making him an offer. $12 million was not a small amount of money, and if it wasn't a big deal, he could help. Mrs. Ma took a deep breath. There's a blacksmith store on Happy Street called Goldstone's Blacksmith Shop. The shopkeepers are Chen Jinshi and Yang Yuyong. I won't hide it from you. That rebellious son Li Mu from our Li family. He lives here. As far as I know, this blacksmith store is very problematic. I hope that the business sector will be properly penalized. I see that Supervisor Lu likes to eat fish. If they are punished enough, I can give Supervisor Lu another fish worth 100. Supervisor Lu's eyes lit up. Just checking a store and the Li family is willing to take $1 million? This Li family is really good at making money. Ah, of course. It's our duty to punish the black-hearted traitors. I'll go back and do this. Supervisor Lu patted his chest and said. Old Mrs. Ma then took a long breath. Last time in the square, those few words from Yang Yurong almost made her directly angry. What she hated the most right now was that Yang Yurong. It was even more than hating Li Mu. That woman's mouth is so toxic. Even if it cost a fortune, it would destroy her family business and make her suffer. Chapter 57, isn't it too much for him? Li Mu returned to school. It just felt very noisy in front of the school. A whole bunch of students blocked the doorway, but there were only 2 small doors open at the main gate, and a group of Blackwater High students were checking their information. The one responsible for maintaining order was none other than the student president, Lin Yuya. Welcome to the choice of Blackwater High. Don't crowd the class. Keep a little distance. Get all your student pages out. You'll get in soon. Don't rush. When you enter the school, go to the right. Follow the yellow arrow on the ground and line up at the entrance to the school registration department. Lin Yuya shouted loudly. The beautiful face and beautiful body immediately caused many male students to look sideways. However, Lin Yuya quickly discovered Li Mu's figure. His eyes lit up and he jogged towards Li Mu. With a gust of fragrant wind, she stood playfully in front of Li Mu. You're back at last. I thought you weren't coming today either. It is? Li Mu pointed at the crowd with his chin and asked with a smile. You weren't there yesterday. You don't even know what happened. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng have transferred to another school. Then there was the large number of transfer students from Tanglong High School who transferred to our school. Today is the second installment. And there are other schools as well. Lin Yuya explained. But her gaze toward Li Mu grew more and more adoring. All of this can be because of Li Mu. No wonder Li Mu made Zhaoyi lose so much weight that day. And joked about it so suavely. Said to let the principal, Yun Changmyung, go and hurt his head. It turned out to be such a horrible counterattack that had been arranged long ago. In person. I didn't even show up. What kind of horrible energy is this? Are Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng at school now? Li Mu asked. Already heading towards the school gates. They came early and asked for you this morning. That Lu Chunfeng. When he saw you didn't come to school again, he was still angry. Dragging the Zhang Jiwei to have a match with him. He. Lin Yuya said. Then remembered the comical scene in the morning and snorted. However, she also personally led Li Mu into a side door that was not open to the public. Into the school. There was a surprisingly long line of students at the entrance to the building of the Academic Records Department. It's all coming in from off-campus. There were also significantly more people inside the school. The not-so-big and not-so-small Blackwater High School was surprisingly a bit crowded for a while. Lin Yuya brought Li Mu directly to the martial arts arena. The Blackwater High School's martial arts arena was a spacious place though, but the equipment is old and outdated. And very little too. Some training dummies are even rusty or defective and still in use. However, at this time, the large empty space of the empty martial arts arena loosely surrounded by two large circles of people watching the fun. There seems to be a fight going on. The appearance of the two Li Mu people caused many people to gasp in surprise. Whoa! It's Li Mu! The one who spoke was a girl. And when she saw Li Mu, she couldn't help but let her eyes light up. It's Li Mu, hey! Li Mu is here! The ones who marvel from afar are usually the ones who have just transferred schools. The original students of Blackwater High School all greeted Li Mu enthusiastically. Li Mu also came to the sidelines to look inside, only to see that the one standing in the middle of the field was none other than Lu Chunfeng. Lu Chunfeng's legs were slightly bent, casually standing like an iron tower. There were three men around, one with fists and feet, one with a long knife, and one with a spear. The three of them frantically executed martial arts to attack Lu Chunfeng from three angles, but Lu Chunfeng was surrounded by a hidden layer of green light. The feet don't move at all, and the upper body beckons at will. Several people's attacks hit him, but it was like hitting raw iron. It didn't leave half a mark on him. Lu Chunfeng's face was filled with displeasure. AI. It's annoying. There's not a single one that can break defense. Attacks of your level are too weak to scratch an itch. Lu Chunfeng spoke and then snapped. Surprisingly, he clutched the slashing long knife in his hand just like that. A hard pinch. That long blade clicked and unexpectedly shattered just like that. At the same time, a strong aura erupted from his body, shocking the three away. That's a whole different level of intensity. There were screams and cheers all around. Lu Chunfeng didn't have the good sense to point at Zhang Jiwei, who was standing on the sidelines of the field. Oi, Gunny, let's fight again. Zhang Jiwei smiled bashfully, a slight lift of his chin in Li Mu's direction. Here comes the man you've been waiting for. When Lu Chunfeng turned his head, he immediately saw Li Mu. Lu Chunfeng's eyes lit up. Li Yizhang, you're finally here. After saying that, he took a big step and came to Li Mu. Look like I've been waiting for you for a long time. You just transferred to our school and you're arrogantly going around giving people nicknames. It doesn't fit, does it? Li Mu didn't have the heart to say. Just now he had heard that this guy called Zhang Jiwei a gunman and himself Li Yizhong. What the kind of nickname is that? You can start me too. I'm not afraid, but you can't run away today. I see your breath. You've actually broken through the third grade as well. Good. We're at the same level now. And you're not injured. So you should give me a stick this time. Lu Chunfeng said eagerly. Li Mu also felt Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng's breath just now. These two had actually just broken through to the third rank as well. Not bad for a genius. Looks like you won't die until you get this stick. Raimu asked rhetorically. Right. Lu Chunfeng was immediately excited. Looking at Li Mu's words. There is a chance. He had his own reasons for chasing after Li Mu to get Li Mu's stick all this time. The others just thought it was because he was a martial arts nerd and liked to get into fights. However, he did not know that he was gifted with the ability to become stronger by constantly pushing the limits of his defense tolerance. And that power, it couldn't come from someone who was too much higher than his realm. That would only be counterproductive. The more they were of the same rank as him, or even lower than him, the more powerful attacks such people had. It was able to make his talent grow extremely fast. It was just a pity that since a few days after he had awakened his talent, it was hard to find such an opponent. I'll make you whole. There was no need for Li Mu to push back any further. and he nodded in agreement. A large cheer rang out around them, and the crowd roared back. Make way for a larger circle. Everyone got excited. How many people beat up Lu Chunfeng before? And that was getting boring the more they watched. Not a single one that can break defense. But now that Li Mu was going to make a move, everyone's sense of anticipation was drawn up. Soon, the excited Lu Chunfeng took the initiative to pull Li Mu to the center of the field. Go Windy! In the crowd, 5 or 6 girls shouted loudly to cheer Lu Chunfeng. Obviously Lu Chunfeng's fangirl. Lin Yuya instantly stopped, raising her fist and shouting, "Go brother Mu!" When she shouted, the other Blackwater High girls followed. Lin Yuya glared at Lu Chunfeng's cheerleaders as if she was demonstrating. The look seemed to say, who doesn't have a fangirl? Comparing the number of fangirls with Li Mu at Blackwater High? Funny. These girls didn't look at Lin Yuya in a good mood. The voices from Lin Yuya's side completely overshadowed them. Clustered in the middle of these girls was a girl in a long green dress. Looking closely, the color of this long green dress was exactly the same as the clothes on Lu Chunfeng. The long-skirted girl had a good temperament and looked at Lu Chunfeng with a gaze full of adoration. A few cheers were shouted and these girls even talked about it. Should wind be okay? This Li Mu seems to be very powerful. The long-skirted girl pursed her lips and nodded her head slightly, her voice clear and cold as she opened her mouth. Don't worry, Brother Feng will definitely let this Li Mu out. It's really a bit high on this Li Mu. Looking at him, he seems to be very confident that he can break Wind's defense. It's a bit ridiculous. At that, the girl snorted and shook her head with a disdainful expression. The Blackwater High School students who heard it around them were instantly dissatisfied. These women are all transfers from Chongming High School. This long-skirted girl, in particular, was clearly Lu Chunfeng's super fangirl. But it's okay for you to be obsessed with Lu Chunfeng. There's no need to step on Li Mu like that. What's so ridiculous? Hey, can you keep your mouth clean? This is a friendly sparring match, a male student said with displeasure. This long-skirted girl glanced at him, smiled contemptuously, and withdrew her gaze again. It seemed extremely disdainful to argue with him half-heartedly. Instead, it was explained, intentionally or not, to a couple of the girls around her. Li Mu was able to decapitate the monster tail python at that time, but it was actually all because Zhang Jiwei zapped through the monster first. Destroying the monster's chi is what caused the defense to plummet. It's just a shame. So many people can't read that kind of detail. The long-skirted girl spoke and looked at the male student with intent. The implication was as if she was the only one who could read and everyone else was a cutie. I think so. I feel like a lot of people are a little high on this Li Mu. Wind was probably confused for a moment, probably bluffed by this championship title of his. A few of the other girls also felt polite and whispered their agreement with each other. The male student was furious, but he didn't know how to retort, so he could only grunt and turn his head away. At this point everyone had their eyes on the center of the field. Li Mu had already pulled out the thornflower rod. Lu Chunfeng bent his legs, still standing there, his arms clamped together and shouted, "Come on!" Chapter 58, Many people don't understand this kind of detail. Li Mu did not delay. His right hand pulled out a stick flower, and his left hand gently pointed at Lu Chunfeng's shoulder. Left shoulder. Then he only saw his thorn blossom rod retract backward. The right hand grabbed the end of the stick and just casually swung it up, smashing it into Lu Chunfeng's left shoulder. All the students watching the battle were confused. Play it. Li Mu's body actually didn't have any true chi fluctuations. This meant that Li Mu hadn't used any real chi at all, and the strike was completely devoid of any chi. Not even hard. It felt purely playful, gently slamming each other with their own weapons. To exaggerate a bit, teachers have been known to slap sleeping students in class with their books harder than this. Even Lu Chunfeng had a big frown on his face and was ready to speak out to scold Li Mu and tell him to fight properly. But when the thorn blossom stick smashed into his shoulder, he then felt a small mountain crashing down on him. The body sank. The bricks clicked beneath his feet. All shattered. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. Zhang Jiwei's eyes also snapped open. Lu Chunfeng, however, was trembling with excitement. Good boy. You're a bit too down on people. I can't believe you don't even use your true chi. Again. Show some skill. Lu Chunfeng pointed at Li Mu and said, while the green light on his body fiercely blazed out. His body's aura surged so much that even the lapels of his clothes began to move without wind. Yes, Li Mu instantly became interested as well. He was just trying it out. He didn't use his real chi, but the 8 Tiger Megapower of the Tanshan Technique combined with the 155 pounds of weaponry. Ordinary martial artists couldn't withstand it at all. He hadn't fought with Lu Chunfeng, so he'd explore the bottom first. I didn't expect Lu Chunfeng to really be fine at all. Raimo moved his neck, drawing back the thorn blossom stick. This time his body boomed with aura. Again, the thorn blossom stick was jerked backward. The end of the stick clutched in one hand. The other end was hitched to the ground behind Li Mu. It was then swung round by Li Mu and slammed down towards Lu Chenfeng. Boo! The thorn blossom rod smashed into Lu Chenfeng's shoulder. The energy spread out in all directions with a roar, and the clothes of the surrounding spectators shook violently with a huff, and the green bricks under Lu Chenfeng's feet were no longer broken. Lu Chenfeng stepped on a footprint on the green brick. White powder sprayed upwards from among the crevices. Surprisingly, the green bricks that Lu Chenfeng stepped on at the bottom of his feet were all in pieces. Li Mu, be serious. Lu Chenfeng laughed maniacally and violently pulled his feet out of the bricks, adjusting his position. He then roared. A snorting burst of clothing. The body swelled up a notch. It had actually risen to a terrifying 2 meters 2 or 3. The green light of his body was golden and green. The energy was even more explosive. This time even Li Mu was impressed. That stick just now. The third-grade monster's head was also dry-crushed at once. Yes. Raimu shouted a yes. Thornblossom's rod hitched backward, his body like a taut, curved bow, swinging the thorny flower rod over his head. He smashed down towards Lu Chenfeng with a terrifying whistling wind sound. Where the body of the stick passed, it actually closely followed a huge thorn flower stick shadow. This virtual shadow was nearly 2 meters long and arm-thick. Zhang Jiwei's eyes lit up. Li Mu's weapon silhouette was a bit like the weapon silhouette of his own Jingo Taima. In addition to not being gold in color, the might seemed to be substantial as well. The vapors are certainly substantial. This was manifested by Li Mu's flowing cloud triple quake of 100 years worth of insight after he had the second-grade heavily immortal skill. Under Li Mu's 100 years of understanding, the flowing cloud triple shock had completely turned into another kind of gong method. No stacking is required. It was possible to directly transform the strong might of up to 3 shocks into a single shadow. It looks like only one stick was hit. In reality, the strength of this virtual shadow's attack was entirely a superposition of the strength of the 3 shocks of the flowing cloud. Although this is slightly less intense than the chopper style, however, it saved too much true chi consumption than the previous chopping iron style, almost equivalent to a normal attack. That's why Li Mu renamed the flowing cloud triple shock himself as flowing cloud swiping shadow. The name is a bit middle of the road, but it's apt. Of course, the sublime heavenly immortal technique also caused the iron chopping style to undergo a qualitative change. Now with the iron chopping style, Li Mu could cause a terrifying tremor to be created after he infused his true chi into the body of the stick. The tremors were so violent that Li Mu felt like he could really cut through iron with a stick. He really didn't dare to use it on Lu Chenfeng. He was very sure that Lu Chenfeng absolutely couldn't carry it. Sure enough, feeling the terrifying might of the streaming cloud swiping shadow, Lu Chenfeng violently raised his arms to block Li Mu's thorny flower rod. Li Mu simultaneously unleashed his fiery eyes and observed Lu Chenfeng's flow of true chi. A bright and blinding stream of true chi rose up from under Lu Chenfeng's feet and rushed straight upwards. Almost instantly, it ran through Lu Chenfeng's entire body. Not only does it coalesce in a dazzling light at the blocking position, more so, the whole body is protected without any dead ends. Bang! Amidst the loud noise, Lu Chenfeng's huge 2-meter-tall body was like being hit head-on by a truck. It scraped and crumbled against the brick-covered floor and slid backward and flew out. There was a loud thud as his back slammed hard into a training dummy. That training dummy didn't even come up with the numbers. Being knocked out of shape on the spot, he scraped backwards. All the students were confused. A long gully of broken bricks on the floor, and dust rising from the house. It showed that what had just happened was not an illusion. Fong! The girl in the long green dress shrieked and was the first to rush over. A few other girls and some enthusiastic classmates all went up to help. But the laughter of Lu Chenfeng came from that smoke. Ha ha, ha ha. He shook off the man beside him and stood up. The arms were hanging down, and the right lower arm was obviously injured in the bone. Lu Chenfeng trembled and took a few steps forward, his feet stumbling in a false manner, but the face was full of excitement. He slowly walked closer to Li Mu and stretched out that uninjured hand, giving a thumbs up to Li Mu. Cow walk. Halfway through the word bye, his eyes violently rolled white, and his hill-like body plunged forward. Li Mu's eyes were quick to step forward to carry him. I'm glad I didn't use the iron chopper style. This would be if you stacked up the iron chopper style with the flowing cloud swipe. I'm afraid something is going to happen today. Lu Chenfeng completely fainted. Help carry him to the infirmary. He's okay, he'll live. Li Mu rushed the students around him. A few of the male students came up at once to help. The students gathered around were speechless. It's not a big deal. The small arm was injured, and the whole person fainted. If this were on the battlefield, it would have been slaughtered. Zhang Jiwei also came up to help and blandly said, I told him a long time ago. Li Mu gave him a breathless look. The crowd carried Lu Chenfeng towards the infirmary. The girl with the long green dress was left behind. She looked anxious, but seemed to scruple about her noble status, and don't want to be crammed in with all those students, so plan to wait until they go out before you go out. It turned out that the same students who heard her earlier passed by. Deliberately loud murmurs. Fortunately, this Lu Chunfeng is overestimating Li Mu. Taking out the strongest defense stance. If this is underestimating Li Mu, this hit is probably a direct waste, right? Hey, that's something you don't understand. You see Zhang Jiwei beside you, right? Lu Chunfeng didn't carry it, solely because Zhang Jiwei zapped Lu Chunfeng through first. Destroying Lu Chunfeng's chi is what caused Lu Chunfeng's defense to plummet. A lot of people can't read this kind of detail These two men were singing in unison, and when they said these last two words, learning the same tone as the long-skirted girl just now, didn't hold back his laughter at all, and laughed as he said it. The long-skirted girl grimaced as she listened. Never felt my face hurt so much. It wasn't that these students didn't respect Lu Chunfeng. It's mostly just for this long-skirted girl. This kind of person followed Lu Chunfeng to transfer to another school, but in his heart of hearts, he actually couldn't look at Blackwater High School, even look down on Li Mu. In her eyes, it was as if only Lu Chunfeng was invincible. It was light to taunt her with such people. She needs to be poked and prodded so hard that she learns to respect others. If there's a chance, let her also eat Li Mu a stick. To be honest, Lu Chunfeng wasn't in any serious trouble. Left arm fracture. This kind of injury was no big deal to him, and with medicine, it was just a matter of one night to recover as before. As for his fainting, it was diagnosed as an instantaneous overrelease of true chi that had rushed his meridians. Soon woke up. When Lu Chunfeng woke up, there were only two people in the infirmary, Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei. You're the one who brought up the tournament. You'll pay for the green bricks in the martial arts arena. Seeing him awake, Li Mu said jokingly. Lu Chunfeng sat up, saw that his arm was already wrapped, and didn't say anything, pointed at Zhang Jiwei with his chin. That won't be necessary. The drill hall will be remodeled soon anyway. Their family pays for it. Li Mu instantly looked at Zhang Jiwei in confusion. Zhang Jiwei's transfer to Blackwater High School already belonged to standing up for him. You're actually going to fund the remodeling of the arena? Sure enough, it's a rich and powerful consortium. Zhang Jiwei said lightly. Grade A. Do our parents have any plans to recognize their son? Li Mu asked very seriously. No. Zhang Jiwei also shook his head seriously. Okay, you two stop being poor. Lu Chunfeng rolled over and got out of bed, and when his body moved, that hospital bed creaked straight. He pointed at Li Mu. You've knocked me off my feet. It's almost noon. I'll treat you two to dinner. How about we have a drink together? Li Mu smiled darkly. If you want to put it that way, you can save a lot of money on meals in the future. Chapter 59, Buying and Selling Stolen Goods. Still not admitting it. 3 as the top 3. It would have been very natural to sympathize and become friends. Li Mu called his mom. Yang Suiying. Says he's back on the ground. Lunch with friends. Happy street. Inside the Goldstone blacksmith shop, Yang Suiying took the phone and smilingly instructed a few words, then hung up the phone. Woody's not coming back to eat again. Yang you wrong, who was preparing to cook on the side, asked. Well, he's got quite a lot going on right now. Said he was having dinner with those two S-class gifted kids. Yang Suiying laughed. Chen Jinshi, his sister-in-law who was quenching the iron billets on the side, nodded. It really should be good to favor the relationship. These two guys transferred to the school specifically, but they're just going to back Woody up. Now it's got the Ministry of Resources on the fire. There's a lot of sound bites online for Blackwater High School. Yang Suiying and others are only aware of the news on the internet right now, but did not realize that the cause of the whole thing was Li Mu. It was caused after he hit Joey. The family was about to prepare lunch. Suddenly there was a noise from outside. The three men looked at each other. A quick walk through the store. Just two heavy-duty pickup trucks parked in front of the blacksmith store. It's written on the body of the car. Comprehensive Law Enforcement for Industry and Commerce. Many of the surrounding merchants were in a hurry to pack up their front doors. I'm afraid it will be taken away in a moment. But these people were obviously not running to them. Only a fat man with a big belly jumped out of the car, and burped as soon as he landed. As soon as he got out of the car he walked straight over to the Goldstone blacksmith store. Behind them were 7 or 8 people in business and industrial law enforcement uniforms. Where's the boss? Come out. This fat man bellowed. Chen Jinshi rushed over. Hello, I'm the owner of the store. The fat man reached into his pocket and pulled out an ID and held it up to Chen Jinshi. From the business inspection unit. Routine inspection. With that, the fat man burped again and put his papers away. This time it was close enough that Yang Suiying immediately smelled a whiff of alcohol. Obviously the fat guy had just eaten and drank his fill. Ow, we're fully qualified here. It's all here. Chen Jinshi politely dodged and pointed to the wall behind the counter. It had a business license or something like that hanging on it. Is it up to you whether it's all together or not? The fat man coldly glanced at him. Check their warehouse for me. A few big men rushed inside the store and rummaged around for a while. The shelves in the front store and the surrounding walls were lined with many finished weapons. The store is still pretty big. The warehouse has a large dedicated storage area right in the yard. Several people went in and quickly ran out again. Reporting to team leader. Suspected high-value energy metal found. It seems to be the same batch that Zhang's group lost. As soon as I heard that, the three Chen Jinshi people's faces changed drastically. Yang Yurong angrily shouted. What Chang's group? The metal in our warehouse is incoming in. We have a record of the transaction. The leader of the group glared and bellowed. Shut up. Did I say you stole it? Why are you reacting like that? This batch of metal was reported missing by a steel mill owned by someone else's Zhang group. Even if you have a record of buying and selling, you're still buying stolen goods. I suspect you're pinning down. Shop seizure. Metal seizure. Any objections? If you have any objections, people also come with me for investigation. The fat team leader crossed his arms as he spoke, tilting his big fat head in an overbearing manner. There was no hiding the threat between the words. It means if you want to admit it, fine. If you don't admit it, I'll hold them together. Stolen goods? You say that with evidence, don't you? Yang Suiying pulled her sister away and said angrily, and it should be in the hands of law enforcement. It's not your turn. The other side had made it clear that they were looking for trouble. There was absolutely no need for Yang Suiying to be nice and theoretical with them anymore. The fat team leader immediately frowned and glared at Yang Suiying. He hated people like that who weren't afraid of them and knew a little bit about the law. Not so much fooling around. Are you blind? Business and industry law enforcement. What am I if not law enforcement? One more word of nonsense and I'll have you all arrested. Fatty angrily pointed at Yang Suiying's trio and said. This pugnacious aura indeed startled the three. See that they are afraid. The fat man was not unimpressed. With his own brother being the head of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, he'll be able to go anywhere. No one has ever dared to ask for money from a restaurant or tavern of any size. Humph, just know you're scared. Now, here's your chance. Just admit that you bought stolen goods. I can just close the store, not arrest anyone. If you dare to be recalcitrant, the net of the law is merciless. The fat man crossed his arms and coldly drank. The threat was already written on his face. Even though it was a law enforcement violation, he had to get them to admit in person that they were purchasing stolen goods. With the recorder recording and this evidence of their own admission, things will be very good. Otherwise it's a relative pain in the ass. Arresting people? You have that power? Yang Suiying asked in a cold voice. Fatty was instantly furious again. It's this woman again. The biggest resistance to him doing this today is this. He said the arrests were just to scare them into admitting to buying stolen goods as soon as possible. He, a business department, really doesn't have the power to arrest people. If someone resists the law, he can contact the enforcement division to enforce the law and arrest them. But if he violates the law and arrests someone, it's considered illegal detention. Humph, if you dare to say no, you'll know if I have the power. Yang Suiying sneered. I don't know how much money you've taken to willingly charge the Li family, but have you ever thought that if things go wrong, it's you who will directly bear the consequences? The Lis hold up a bribery charge. Don't you? The fat man really did blush, but only for a moment. In hell, almost got a kick out of this woman. Things have changed? What could possibly change? The old man in the industrial and commercial law enforcement area walks across the street, and his own brother-in-law's boss is a minister. If this gets really bad, you'll be the ones who die faster. So, you won't admit it? Fatty asked rhetorically. Yang Yurong also saw that Fatty had a weak heart. They were definitely coming for the Li family to take revenge on them. But the Li family only bought through the business sector, not the law enforcement division. Which is why the law enforcement division did not come. You don't have to threaten us. Our store is clean. Not a single stolen item. With those words, Yang Yurong directly rushed out of the doorway and shouted, Everyone come and see now. Business law enforcement is planting evidence to frame merchants. Law enforcement officers drunk. Lead us to admit to selling stolen goods. There is no reporter. Everyone take out their cell phones to record. Since this fatty had taken the Li family's favors, there was absolutely no way he could make things easy for them. If you do admit to selling stolen goods, it's really irreversible. Since the other side is violating the law, let's make a big deal out of it. Let's see if public opinion can rise. If you fat bastard can really do it with just your hands, then us as a family and we'll admit it. Sure enough, the fat man's face changed drastically, and he immediately drank at the few strong men. Arrest all three of them for me. Dogs, how dare you provoke the authority of the judiciary? You are simply tired of living. The sale has been materialized. Arrest the man for me and seize the store. A group of people immediately took all three under control. Chen Jinshi shoved the two burly men away fiercely and roared. You guys are simply lawless. Aren't you afraid that things will be exposed? Humph, I am the law here. The fat man, obviously drunk, slammed the table and shouted with great vigor. then looked around at a few of the business owners who were taking pictures. I'll see who dares to shoot again. People were instantly frightened and all put down their cell phones. Chen Jinshi struggled, but he didn't dare to really attack the law enforcement officers. Otherwise it becomes unreasonable instead. There were also many people on the other side, and they quickly took control of the three Chen Jinshi people. The three were quickly escorted to the car and were slammed shut with a bang. It was only then that one of the men came to Fatty's side and asked with worry, "Team leader, what now?" He's asking what to do with the people after they're arrested. They don't have the power to arrest people. There are also no overly strong connections on the law enforcement division's side that would make it impossible to transfer them. What should we do? They resisted the law and dared to provoke law enforcement officers. So of course they were arrested back. Just lock them up at the ministry, right here in my office, and I'll see if they confess. Chapter 60, Do You Know Me? With a command from Fatty, the burly men quickly collected all the cash from the counter, as well as anything of value in the store. Winds up in the wind, but as soon as the seal is put on, that's official behavior. And it's perfectly reasonable. Obviously it's not the first time they've done this. Yang Yurong sat in the car, looked out the car window at the owner of the store across the street, and made a wink at him. That boss instantly responded to her with an unmoving wink. This owner sells fruits and snacks, usually very close to the Chen Jinshi family. Although he didn't dare to mess with this fatty at this time, Chen Jiafeng and Chen Juchi weren't there. Yang Yurong was going to ask him to help look after the children. Just shortly after the two cars left, Chen Juchi and Chen Jiafeng then trotted back with their school bags. The school is not far away. It was their custom to come home for dinner. Both men ran to the door and were dumbfounded, froze for a long time looking at the seal. "Sis, are we going the right way?" Chen Jiafeng asked with a confused look on his face. Chen Jiachi, on the other hand, anxiously went up and slammed the door hard. "Mom, Dad." No one answered the door and she panicked, trying to reach out and tear the seal. "Don't tear." Behind her came the sudden voice of her aunt from the fruit store across the street. The two men turned their heads and saw that the fruit store was open halfway to the front door when everything had been put away. The fruit store aunt was waving at them. "Come on, get over here." The two ran quickly to the fruit store. Auntie dragged them both in and closed the door with a thud. "Auntie Lin, what's going on? Where are my parents?" Chen Jiachi asked sharply. "Business enforcement. He just came to check on your house and took your mom and dad away. And your great aunt," Auntie patiently explained. "On what grounds do we arrest them?" Chen Jiafeng was instantly enraged. "I'm not sure, but I heard your great aunt shouting at the time that there should be something in it for the Li family." Auntie spoke as she spoke. Chen Jiachi then took out her own cell phone to call her parents, only to find their phones all turned off. Concerned, Chen Jiachi burst into tears. What to do? What do I do? All she could do now with her scrambled brain was dial the phone over and over again. Auntie Lin was still nice and did her best to calm the two. "Don't ever be in a hurry. Not at this time of the year. Think about it. You guys, do you recognize anyone else? It'll save your mom and dad." "Cousin!" Chen Jiafeng suddenly shouted. "Where's my cousin? My cousin wasn't taken. Was he?" "No." Auntie Lin shook her head. Her eyes lit up as well. "Yeah, your cousin was the winner of the first battle of the Abyss, so he must know some people." Chen Jiachi cried as she dialed the number. "My cousin will never let them go." Hentaying Hotel. Inside the luxurious and cozy small private room, Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, and Lu Chunfeng were drinking. This hotel is still arranged by Zhang Jiwei, because this restaurant is owned by them. There are three pillars of the Chang Group: energy metals, pharmaceuticals, restaurants, summed up in Lu Chunfeng's joking tirade. Fish the abyss below, civilians in the middle, and martial artists above. The main fight won, no one will be able to escape them. Although Zhang's group is not top in any of these three areas, but supporting each other yet all in the upper echelon, keeping the behemoth that is the Zhang group standing. The food on the table was sumptuous and expensive, and the 3 bottles of wine were more than one would normally see. Li Mu had originally saved the idea of tasting the wine today, because he lit up with borrowed wine, but I didn't expect a small glass of wine. Li Mu was dumbfounded. He thought of everything but the only thing he didn't think of. This divine ability didn't enhance Li Mu's ability to drink. Li Mu, he simply, no alcohol. After a cup of 2 taels of wine, Li Mu felt himself begin to drift. But I have to admit, the wine is getting thicker as it goes on. 2 glasses of wine down, the 3 of them were already in a much more cordial mood, chatting and farting about everything. Seeing that Li Mu couldn't drink, Lu Chunfeng was still holding back, always wanting to take the opportunity to get Li Mu drunk, but it was mostly stopped by Zhang Jiwei. After 3 rounds of dishes, Zhang Jiwei asked towards Li Mu, "I hear you've been honored with a promotion to young Wolfguard? Oh yo? You're quite well informed." Li Mu was surprised. Zhang Jiwei shook his head and smiled. "It's not like it's a secret. A lot of preppers don't see it. Rima nodded and asked, "You two aren't going down into the abyss?" Lu Chunfeng slapped the table. "Who says there are no plans? I'm planning to do just that, but it's just that I've been busy making breakthroughs in the past 2 days. I won't hide it from you. That monster helped a lot when I came back and was able to break through to the 3rd grade. Battle sense is really too much stronger than practicing on your own. You can't stop once you experience it. Then the usual cultivation is simply a turtle's pace. So I'll enter the reserves tomorrow. My dad said I was born to be an officer." Lu Chunfeng immediately made his attitude clear. Zhang Jiwei smiled slightly. Same, even if Li Mu didn't mention it. The fate of the two of them joining the reserves was doomed. Lu Chunfeng's father was the minister of the 1st Division of the Law Enforcement Department, only 1 level below Bai Taiwei. The Zhang group behind Zhang Jiwei's 3 major industries covered an extremely wide range, but the reason it couldn't advance an inch was because there was no Jinyuan military background. Why do all the clans, forces, want to put their hands into the Jinyuan army? The first is interest. Huge benefits. Abyss, though there are a lot of social martial artists who also clean up monsters, but nowhere near as much resources as the Jinyuan army warriors produced. Monster remains, herbs, crystals, energy bodies, metals and more. The Jinyuan army warriors turn these things in exchange for their own merits and elevated status. Exchange it for contributions to buy finished military resources and improve your strength. And the Jinyuan army develops, processes, and makes these things into usable materials. Feed back to the Jinyuan army warriors. And therein lies the great benefit. Processing, production. Who does it? The usual factory to do it? That is a military material. There are military enterprises are bound to use military enterprises. There is no military industrial complex, and it has to be a top social enterprise that substitutes. The benefits of this were enough to drive any power crazy. And if you want to get the subcontracting authority of the Jinyuan army, or even set up a military industrial enterprise, no military background is pure bull *********. The second is the military's formidable war effort. If a family has the military standing behind it, then even if the family doesn't have any super strong martial artists, it also stands up, because the military districts are mostly ironclad. No one dares to test their hardness. The current Zhang family was still supported by the warlike power of Zhang Jiwei's grandfather. Counting on this one light is far from enough. Zhang Jiwei is the hope of Zhang's group to open the door of the Jinyuan army. Just as the 3 were chatting away, suddenly there was a knock on the door. The 3 men fell silent. "Enter," Zhang Jiwei said. Outside the door came a lobby manager, smilingly bowing apologetically at several people. "I'm sorry to disturb the 2 honored guests." He then turned to Zhang Jiwei. "Your Excellency, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Li Changkai, and the Vice Minister of Law Enforcement, Zhao Jinhe. He happened to be eating at the store as well, and said that he saw you just now, Gongzi, and wanted to come over to toast you." Zhang Jiwei immediately frowned. Lu Chunfeng also muttered with some displeasure. Annoying. That Zhao Jinhe was none other than his father's subordinate, and was bound to come at him. The Vice Minister of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, even more so, had to flatter Zhang Jiwei. He will be competing for a transfer in the future, and the amount of big business in his hands is his bottom line. Who doesn't know that Zhang's group is a seedling on 1,000 hectares of land? Zhang Jiwei grew up asking for the stars but not the moon. He then wanted to sell Zhang's group. His parents did it. Both of them were looking at Li Mu. Li Mu spread his hands. "I don't care. People are here to hug your thighs. I can't stop them. I'll pull over first," Li Mu said, but also leaned his stool back, looking like it was none of my business. Only then did Zhang Jiwei say, "Let them come in." These 2 were elders no matter what. And Zhang Jiwei was not that arrogant and condescending. Soon, 2 middle-aged men walked in with a few subordinates. The men were also wearing administrative uniforms, obviously from other departments. It's all smiles when you walk in the door. "Ahaha, I thought I was wrong just now. So it really is Mr. Zhang arriving." Li Changkai, 4 big face, old and mature, holding a glass of wine, laughed. Very affinity. Zhao Jinhe even had his eyes automatically locked onto Lu Chunfeng. "Ha ha, Mr. Lu, you also. Oops. Mr. Lu, what happened to your hand? What asshole hurt you?" Lu Chunfeng's face immediately sank. "Shut up. I hurt myself with a normal cut." Zhao Jinhe's old face reddened as he laughed and compensated, not getting annoyed. After all, Lu Chunfeng was such a character. Everyone knew that. Zhang Jiwei then politely got up and smiled. "I didn't know Minister Li and Minister Zhao were in." "Offense. Which compartment are you 2 dining in?" "Today is on me." Zhang Gongzi atmosphere. "We just came over to ask for a drink." "I don't know," Li Changkai said smilingly. After all, there are subordinates behind them, and the toast is said to be begging for a cup of wine. which is more or less a bit of face. And being able to get in a relationship with the son of Zhang's group was face in itself. Behind them are the supervisors, directors, and other petty officials who usually run around. Couldn't even get a word in. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw another sitting by the wall. When they saw clearly that it was Li Mu, this Li Changkai and Zhao Jinhe were both startled at once. Li Wolfguard. I'm really sorry. I'm really old and dim-eyed. I can't believe I didn't see Wolfguard Li. Forgive me. Li Changkai explained in a terrified voice. This operation confused Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng. Li Mu was also confused. You know me? Li Chengsai's old face was all smiles. Of course I know each other. At Vice Commander Wang's banquet. Chapter 61, Unlawful Detention of Military Personnel? Li Mu drifted off. The banquet held by Wang Longqing's breakthrough to the Xian rank did have many leaders from various departments, but Li Mu didn't have the heart to memorize them all. Zhao Jinhe also rushed to say, Yeah, I was there. Gee, truth be told, we were just mentioning you over drinks. Honored to be promoted to young Wolfguard at such an age. Truly young and promising. The future is absolutely limitless. These two leaders, as soon as they walk in the door, automatically target the people who are most favorable to them. Automatically, they ignored Li Mu, but the few people behind them had discovered Li Mu long ago, but they don't take it too seriously at all. After all, they were not qualified to attend Wang Longqing's banquet. But now once I heard Vice Commander Wang, Lesser Wolfguard, each one of them broke out in a cold sweat. It was fortunate that they hadn't thrown any unfriendly looks at Li Mu just now. Otherwise that would have had unimaginable consequences. I see. Nice to meet you. Li Mu had no choice but to stand up and politely reply. It's nice to see three young talents at the same time in one box today. It's really a blessing for us. Li Changkai laughed. But both he and Zhao Jinhe were very shocked inside. Wang Longqiang and Bai Tiewei's attitude toward Li Mu at the banquet was still fresh in their minds. And now to ascend to the young Wolfguard at the age of 18. This young man is definitely not to be messed with. This is a proper Wang Longqiang's man. That is, the military. A rising officer in the military. A son of a consortium. And the son of a police lord. Also all top 3 in the Abyss debut. Martial arts hard power that is. These 3 can sit and drink together. This is a small group with terrifying potential. The future energy is immeasurable. At this time, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng also completely understand the situation in front of them. Lu Chenfeng couldn't help but be playful. He said smilingly at Zhao Jinhe, Hey, didn't you ask? Who hit me with this wound? That's what he hit. Lu Chenfeng finished by pointing a finger at Li Mu, and then also lifted his gauze-covered arm. Zhao Jinhe then felt a black eye. What? Lu Chenfeng's injuries were actually inflicted by Li Mu. I think I cursed myself just now. What asshole hit me? A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The others were all in a state of shock. Lu Chenfeng was an S-class gifted martial artist known for his defense. How dare you be injured by Li Mu to the point of having to wear bandages? This lesser Wolfguard seems to be the real deal in terms of fighting. Li Mu naturally knew that it was Lu Chenfeng who was the bad guy. Those who don't know are not to blame. People only say that to please Lu Chenfeng. So Li Mu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no harm. Zhao Jinhe was greatly relieved, and in his heart, he was immensely grateful for Li Mu's generosity. Prepare to make a proper toast to Li Mu. Li Changkai said a few more words and the atmosphere warmed up. The group was about to toast the 3. Li Mu wine was poured. Instead, the desk phone rang grumpily. As soon as Li Mu saw that it was his cousin Chen Jiechi, he frowned, said he was sorry and picked up the phone. The house was quiet. Even if Li Mu didn't turn on the speakerphone, Chen Jiechi's screams inside were clearly audible. Cousin, something's wrong. What's going on? Say. Li Mu immediately took 2 steps toward the corner and asked sharply in a low voice. The business enforcement guys closed the store down, took Mom, Dad and Great-Aunt away. This cry clearly reached the ears of Li Changkai and Zhao Jinhe. They all instantly felt their scalps tighten. The wine glass in Li Chengsai's hand didn't even hold steady, and it fell onto the table with a bang. What did you say? Li Mu's voice suddenly went ice cold. My brother and I just got back. The store was boarded up, and the aunt across the street said 2 cars came from business and industry, falsely accusing Mom and Dad of buying the missing raw materials from Zhang's group, saying they traded in stolen goods. Just take them all. Chen Jiechi found her backbone at this time. It was also much calmer, and in a few words it cleared things up. After hearing this, Li Mu turned his icy gaze towards Li Changkai. Li Changkai immediately felt like he was being watched by a hungry wolf. He, on the other hand, seems to be a fat piece of meat. Li Mu asked in a deep voice. Any idea where they were taken? I don't know. Chen Jiechi cried. Meet me at the fruit store. Li Mu hung up and slowly put the phone down. The atmosphere in the room was stagnant and frightening. and the breathing of Li Chengkai and the others had completely stopped. Zhang Jiwei was the first to speak. There's no way we lost it. His words cut through. Word of mouth about security measures is something important. Even if Shang's group really lost something, what can be solved secretly is definitely solved secretly. Li Mu certainly understands this. He didn't even have to think about it. He knew it was the Li family who had bought the business sector to make a mess. But now dry anxious useless. He must first find out the old mother and sister-in-law where they were captured. The most convenient way to do this is with Li Sungjae in front of him. Even if he is not involved, the business sector is his people. One must put pressure on him. Minister Li, if you have any opinions about me, you can just say so. Why bother wreaking havoc on my family? Where did I go wrong? Tell me and I'll make it up to you? Li Mu words were said with a smile, but the eyes were murderous. Borrowed wine is already running automatically. Li Mu had just taken more than 2 sips of wine. Borrowing wine to make a start. Even monsters within a 5-meter radius would be emboldened and slowed down. Not to mention this group of pampered leaders. Everyone in the room felt severely suffocated, and cold sweat broke out thickly. It's not just mental, it's physical. They just don't know it themselves. The pressure of the domain that borrowed the wine was completely taken as Li Mu's killing aura. Wolfguard Li, I had absolutely nothing to do with the arrest. But don't worry, I'll deal with this matter seriously now. We'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Li Chengsai's voice trembled a little as he spoke. Hands trembling, he took his cell phone out of his pocket and immediately dialed. I just want to know where people are now, Li Mu said in a cold voice. The most important thing now is to find the people first and not get into danger. I know. In between Li Chengsai's phone calls, he kept nodding his head and gesturing at Li Mu. As soon as the call was answered, Li Chengkai growled loudly. Have the other side checked law enforcement records? Now. But the fat man was obviously violating the law and there was no record of enforcement at all. So it was a long time before Li Cheng returned with a cold sweat on his face. Wolfguard Li, there is no record of law enforcement. No. But don't worry, we only have 7 chapters in the East End. I'll go one by one immediately. Bam! With a loud bang, Li Mu had kicked the table in front of him that was in the way. Then he walked quickly toward the outside, full of killing intent. No longer look at Li Chengkai and the others. While walking out of the restaurant, he took his cell phone and dialed Lieutenant Zhang's number. There was no need to alarm Wang Longcheng about this yet. Li Mu is now a Jinyuan officer. The arrest of one's own mother, in and of itself, gives one the power to call upon the police force of the military district. Notifying Lieutenant Zhang just makes things less of a process. Zhang Jiwei and the others also followed quickly, but wait for the crowd to come out. However, he only saw Li Mu roll over onto his warhorse and bellowed. Telebones flew off, leapt high, jumped right over 4 or 5 cars on the side of the road, stepped onto the highway, and, speeding away. How am I going to explain this to Wolfguard Li? Li Chengkai immediately slapped his thigh in shock, and the whole person was in disarray. Zhang Jiwei drank coldly. Business enforcement is your turf. Do you think it's useful to explain yourself if something does go wrong? Have your men take inventory at once. Fix the mistake as fast as you can. If it's too late, no one can save you. After Zhang Jiwei finished speaking, he took Lu Chunfeng and quickly got into his car. A command to the driver to drive. The car sped off in direct pursuit of Li Mu. Zhang Jiwei also had a horse, but he didn't have permission to ride within the city. City riding on war horses is an officer's privilege. Li Chengkai was also awakened by Zhang Jiwei's words at this time. There's no other way to get it back now but to fight as hard as you can to get it back. He greeted Zhao Jin and got into the car while yelling, while pulling out the phone to make calls to start lining up the various business administration offices. Zhao Jinha and Li Chengkai were the same pants. He couldn't hide from today's events. Not to mention that he also had to perform hard in front of Lu Chenfeng. So when you get in the car you also immediately contact the entire law enforcement division to come out of the hole. Li Chengkai is really scared out of his ass. Li Mu doesn't drive a car, but rides a horse. The meaning of this is already obvious. It was a way of shining a light on his status as an officer of the town's abyss. His family? That's military family. Since the person is locked up in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, it is absolutely illegal detention. Unlawful detention of military personnel. It looks like someone is going to have bloody bad luck today. Li Chengkai was most terrified. Whether or not this blood would be splattered on him depended on whether or not he could handle this to Li Mu's satisfaction. Chapter 62 Catch. Li Mu galloped back to the blacksmith store on his warhorse. Lieutenant Zhang's side is already checking the location. The people were taken from here, and Li Mu returned here, wherever the next location was. He was able to get there as fast as he could. It's a small street with only 2 lanes in the middle of the street for walking cars. Li Mu galloped his horse and galloped up to it, immediately attracting everyone's side eye. When I arrived at the blacksmith store, it was really plastered with seals. Two men rushed out of the fruit store. It was none other than Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jieqi. Cousin. Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jieqi both had red eyes. They were young and had never encountered anything like this at all, and they were terrified. Mount up. Li Mu reached out and tugged, and both of them instantly flipped onto the back of Telebone's broad horse as well. The remote bone is exceptionally robust. The horseback to add these two little guys, not only does not appear to be crowded in the slightest, more than that, it didn't feel like much weight, and seeing Li Mu riding a horse, Chen Jieqi and Chen Jiafeng's hearts were greatly relieved. This means that cousin has gotten some merit in the Jinyuan army. At this moment, Li Mu's phone rang, and it was none other than Lieutenant Zhang who called. As soon as he answered the phone, Lieutenant Zhang gave a location. TNHSIN Street I. C. M. Vigilantes are on the move. Yes, don't get people killed on impulse. Remember to find out who's behind it first. Lieutenant Zhang reminded again. Aha! Li Mu hung up the phone and signaled Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jieqi to hold on tight. The warhorse then galloped off in the direction of Tianxin Street. Only after watching them leave did Auntie Lin from the fruit store walk out. Got together with a couple of shopkeepers who were watching. Ouch! This little Li Mu is something. Can an ordinary person have a warhorse? This Li Mu must have military honors. I really hope he treats those assholes well. And in the meantime, Department of Business Administration, TNHSIN Street, Yang Suiying, Yang Yurong, and Chen Jinshi were handcuffed and locked inside Fatty's office. The office room door was wide open. Fatty and a bunch of his men, just combing the office lobby for the belongings just collected from the blacksmith store. A blacksmith store is not like any other business. Business is cold, but profits are also high. After all, people sell their craft, not their iron. Whenever a transaction is generated, it's thousands and thousands of dollars. So there's really a little over $20,000 collected over the counter. The people under his command took it upon themselves to get $12,000 for the fat man. Tying it into a small brick, he fawned and handed it to the fat man. He. Team leader Lu. This time the harvest is not small. Fatty Lu smiled smugly and pocketed the money. The other junior said with some concern. Team Lu, what about them? It seems unorthodox to keep locking them up like this. They don't have a real brother who's a supervisor. They're all a little scared. Fatty Lu sneered. What are you afraid of? I'll take care of it if the sky falls. I'm the head of the Commerce and Industry Department. And detaining someone is still a problem? Go draw up a plea and bring it to me. He walked into the office with a big wave of his hand. A plea was soon drawn up and brought over. Now Fatty Lu had only one way to go. That is to force Yang Suiying several people to plead guilty to buying and selling stolen goods. As soon as they signed the plea book, he could turn them over to law enforcement. And things worked out perfectly. Otherwise, he wouldn't really dare to keep people locked up all the time. And things would be troublesome. At this point, the three Yang Suiying were locked to a pipe. This pipe is very low. Stand up and strangle the hand. The three could only sit on the ground. Fatty Lu clattered and shook the confession in his hand. Well, have you made up your mind? Will you admit to the crime? Save your breath. There's no way we're going to admit to something we didn't commit. I'm waiting to see how you end up. Yang Suiying said through gritted teeth. She was at least a daughter-in-law of the Li family before. When Li Qianfeng was alive, Yang Suiying had seen too much. She had long since seen that this Fatty Lu had a weak heart. Otherwise it's impossible to keep trying to get them to confess. Once you plead guilty, you have to be sent to law enforcement, and that's really the end of it. She didn't believe that the Li family could have so much energy. Dare to get them killed here today. Fatty Lu was furious. The only reason things are going so hard is because of this stinking. If it weren't for her, those two might have been scared into confessing. Good. You just keep resisting law enforcement like that. Let's see who's unlucky in the end. You two are trying to end up with her. Or do you want to fight for a lighter sentence? It's up to you. This is the chance I'm giving you. With those words he threw the confession hard in front of Yang Yurong and Chen Jinshi, trying to scare these two as a breakthrough. Het. Yang Yurong ruthlessly saved a mouthful of spit and hit the confession of guilt squarely in the middle. I recognize your mother. Yang Yurong said angrily. Humph. Well. Fatty Lu laughed in anger, then commanded. It's too dark in this room. Go get me a big lamp. At once someone went out and tried to push the huge searchlight. That horrible light and heat, not to mention roasting a person. Even a roasted egg would be cooked in a few minutes. Even a first-grade martial artist wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The point is that it doesn't leave a wound. And it's too good for lynching. It was at this moment that Fatty Lu's phone rang. He picked up the phone with a sudden frown. Hey brother, what's wrong? A growl came over the phone. Asshole, what did you do again? Fatty Lu was instantly puzzled. Ha? I didn't do anything wrong. Fatty Lu was puzzled that the seizure of the store was authorized by his brother. He didn't do anything except this. If you don't know, think about it. Don't move until I get here. Supervisor Lu on the other end of the phone hung up after saying that. He also didn't know what trouble Fatty Lu had gotten into, only knowing that a leader had just inquired about this place. Fatty Lu immediately frowned. What's going on? Hiccup. He hiccuped again and looked angrily at Yang Yurong's few people. You guys, stop ing around. Hurry up and sign your confessions and get the hell out of here. I've got business here. Yang Yurong heard that phone call just now. She had the brightest of minds and instantly thought of a possibility. She sneered at once. Dead fatty, with an IQ like yours, you didn't die unjustly at all. The words were not yet spoken. The sounds of screams were heard one after another from the building of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Ah! Countless screams came, getting closer and closer, while Fatty Lu's brain was still in a state of downtime. Then a couple of plainclothes vigilantes rushed over. Get down! With a bellowing cry, the steel-hard flying kick had arrived, kicking directly at Fatty Lu's leg socket. Fatty Lu was dumbfounded. Is this to crouch or kneel? He was kicked violently to his knees, and a large, steel-jawed hand closed around his neck, holding him dead to the ground. A few police officers came forward to uncuff the three Yang Suing and help them walk downstairs. Everywhere they passed, there were the big men of business and industrial law enforcement who had just resisted. Now they're all rolling around on the floor clutching their stomachs. Plainclothes police force. This was the first group of vigilantes to arrive. The vigilantes are the ones responsible for the policing of officers and military families on the ground, and are usually stationed in military neighborhoods. The plainclothes police force, on the other hand, tends to handle such jobs that require surprise. Being in civilian clothes, they were able to do so without drawing attention to themselves. Rapid infiltration and surprise operations. Fatty Lu naturally didn't know who this group of plainclothesmen were. It took being pinned to the ground to come back to his senses. Bold! Who are you to attack a public official? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish his sentence, he was dragged out by plainclothes police officers who gripped his hair. The severe pain caused Fatty Lu to struggle violently. The more he struggled, the more his hair suffered. The vigilante doesn't care what Yang Suing and the others are trading in stolen goods. That's for law enforcement to investigate. Their orders were to subdue the thugs and rescue the military families. Chapter 63 Honest, please let go. Fatty Lu shouted from his mouth. But being yanked out of the building was dumbfounding. Not only him, but the group of charging minions under him were all beaten all over their faces. One by one, they were dragged out of the building. Yang Suing stood outside being unsure of what was in front of him. Li Mu rode in at a gallop. Dad! Mom! Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng shouted. Rolling off his horse, he threw himself into the arms of the two men. Li Mu also ran to Yang Suing. Mom, are you okay? Yang Suing hurriedly shook her head. Don't worry, it's fine. However, Li Mu was furious because he clearly saw his mother and sister-in-law's wrists. There was a reddish bruise that strung out with tight cuffs. At this point a dozen plainclothes vigilantes dragged out all the injured burly men. Even many of the unresisting office workers in the building were escorted out. Make them crouch in the corner one by one. How could the office staff dare to be uncooperative when they saw the misery of Fatty Lu and the others? The group wasn't wearing any uniforms and they thought they were being robbed. Still wondering why the robbers had the audacity to escort them into the street. Fatty Lu was still clamoring. Tramp! What do you guys do? This is the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. This is a public office. How dare you attack a public official? You are simply lawless. Li Mu was about to come to him to ask questions. Suddenly a man in white came trotting by. It was the same Supervisor Lu who had been to Li's house before. Seeing Supervisor Lu, Fatty Lu immediately shouted, "Brother! Save me, brother!" Seeing the scene, Supervisor Lu was also a bit surprised, but seeing Li Mu, he quickly understood. It must have been his brother who ran Yang Yo-Yang's blacksmith store. Li Mu brought back the men. Regarding Li Mu's acquaintance with officers in the Jinyuan army, he had long heard about it from the Li family. Looking at the dozen or so people standing straight, it was needless to say that they were soldiers from the military region. It looks like Li Mu's deadbeat old man, and this officer's friendship is deeper than expected. Surprisingly, he was willing to lend him a dozen warriors to back up Li Mu. These people are dressed in civilian clothes. That is, they do not want to make a big fuss, but he really didn't give face to himself, so it seems that he's still going to suffer from this loss today. At that thought, Supervisor Lu smilingly came to Li Mu. Ahahaha, brother Li Mu. Oops, look at that. A misunderstanding. Why make such a big deal out of it? With those words he stretched out his hand at Li Mu wanting to shake hands, constantly winking at Li Mu. He said, "See if you can. For my sake, let's leave it at that for today." Fatty Lu shouted at once, "Brother, you're out of your mind. He's going to beat me to death." "What do you mean just forget it?" "Shut up." Supervisor Lu turned around and chided. Can't you see these plainclothesmen are all soldiers? You idiot? He was certainly angry inside. Angry that his brother had been beaten today, and he couldn't get it back. Can't we just arrest all these plainclothes fighters? Or get Li Mu under their noses? Today must be admitted. However, he turned back and realized that his outstretched hand had not yet been shaken by Li Mu. There was a frown. Li Mu asked with cold eyes. What are you? Supervisor Lu was instantly filled with gloom. The horizontal flesh of his face jumped hard twice. I didn't expect Li Mu to dare to talk to him like this. It was outrageous. You're just trying to get ahead of the game with your dad's connections, aren't you? And you're not as close as you think you are. Otherwise, these Xinyuan soldiers wouldn't be operating in civilian clothes. Instead, they come to you in a big way to back you up. Li Mu, don't you give your face away. Supervisor Lu lowly squeezed out a few words through his teeth. The voice was small, as if daring the plainclothes fighters to hear it. Li Mu then stared at him and asked, Did you order him to make the arrest? Supervisor Lu froze and glanced at young Suiying and the others. It was my brother who got the man back as well after all the fuss. No wonder the leader called to ask about the place. I'm afraid the leader was also bluffed by this bit of military connections of this kid Li Mu. Harmed himself with a shock. However, seeing Li Mu's attitude, Supervisor Lu became enraged. So what if it is? I'm telling you, today counts. Bang! Before Supervisor Lu finished his sentence, Li Mu slapped him with an ear. Don't talk about teeth. The slap even shattered his jawbone. Supervisor Lu fell straight down beside Fatty Lu, with a flash of white and then a flash of black before his eyes, slowly going from fuzzy to clear again. But it feels as if my mouth isn't working very well anymore. Immediately followed by a sharp pain that swept him away. Fatty Lu still grabbed his collar and shook it hard, calling out his name over and over again. Make it hurt more than it hurts. Would. Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong spoke out at the same time. They were afraid that Li Mu's men didn't have a light hand and it would be over if they really broke someone. These people are no longer public officials. Don't you dare hit me. Supervisor Lu climbed up with difficulty, pointing at Li Mu with a mouth full of blood, his eyes full of shock. Just then, the ground suddenly began to rumble and shake. A roaring cacophony in his ears was getting closer. The crowd of onlookers not far away ran away screaming at once, only to see a dozen or so military vehicles rushing by on the left side of the street in great numbers. On the right side of the street, 24 law enforcement vehicles arrived with sirens blaring and whistling. The street behind us, a dozen or so high-headed warhorses galloped past, aiming for the same place. The three parties converged and instantly surrounded the place. Several military vehicles even rushed directly onto the green belt, almost running over Fatty Lu and the others' faces. Fatty Lu was overjoyed. Saved. Saved, brother. He then looked at Li Mu and the others. Wait for death, you. Supervisor Lu, however, was dumbfounded because he knew very well that he hadn't called anyone. Could it be that these people knew he had been beaten and had come to arrest Li Mu? It's impossible to think with your toes. Is it possible that the brother called? It's not like my brother could have called in the military. This military vehicle and that warhorse came down, clearly wearing all the combat uniforms of the military district police force. Military district guard? Then he looked at the plainclothes fighters, unperturbed. He realized something. Suddenly, Yang Suiying rushed to Li Mu's side, and Yang Yurong and Chen Jinshi also rushed to surround Li Mu. They thought these people were here to arrest Li Mu, but unexpectedly, a police captain came to Li Mu with quick steps, snapped a knight's salute. Wolfguard Li, is the military man all right? Nothing. Hearing the conversation between these two, Yang Suiying and the others were confused, and Chen Jiafeng and Chen Zheqi's eyes were even filled with little stars. The adoration was overwhelming. Supervisor Lu, however, felt a violent blackness before his eyes. Wolfguards, military family, your own brother, who illegally detained a military family member. At that moment two breaks sounded again outside the crowd. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, as well as the sweaty Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinhe all ran over. As soon as they saw these police fighters on the scene, everyone's scalp tightened in fear. Li Chengkai ran to Li Mu and bowed. Wolfguard Li, give me a chance. I'll take care of it here, and I'll make you absolutely happy. Li Chengkai couldn't care less about anything. The police force had been mobilized, and there was a high probability that Wang Longcheng would know about this matter. If it's Li Mu himself who settles this today, then he really has nowhere to redeem himself. Good. I'll give you that, Li Mu said in a deep voice. If he had handled it himself, it would have been nothing more than a harsh confession. But Li Chengkai, as a person from the business sector, is most likely to grab the lifelines of these people. Li Chengkai was overjoyed. Turning to his assistant, he said, call Wu Zhio over to me, then contact the Palm Sword Hall. Li Mu had to admit that a minister was a minister. With a single word, that supervisor Lu's entire body scurried up. Don't, Minister Li, Minister Li, I say. I'll say anything. Li Chengkai called out to his assistant. He came to Supervisor Lu angrily. Whatever I ask, you answer. If there is the slightest concealment, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Good. Supervisor Lu has completely collapsed and himself. And Fatty Lu on the side was dumbfounded beyond words. He had just now kind of reacted to what had happened. It's like they messed with someone they shouldn't have. Who told you to arrest someone? Li Chengkai asked. I didn't ask for an arrest. My brother was the one who made the stupid arrest. We really didn't know it was military. Supervisor Lu had tears in his eyes and snot in his nose by this point. Otherwise I would never have let him arrest anyone. It's the Li family that paid the bribe. The Li family wanted to do medical approval and gave Wu Jiao a bribe of over $10 million. In exchange, the Li family had their blacksmith store sealed by the way. I also have a moment of confusion. Minister Li, I say everything. I'm willing to be a tainted witness too. I beg you to be lenient. Don't hand me over to the Hall of Palm Swords. Chapter 64, Going to the Li family to arrest them. Supervisor Lu sounded unusually alarmed. It seemed to be very sensitive to the words Palm Sword Hall. Palm Sword Hall. To wield the sword for the people. Specializing in cutting down corrupt officials. It's an agency that specializes in regulating officials. According to Li Mu's understanding, this Palm Sword Hall was actually more like the East Chamber. In addition to the cadre monitoring book, it also serves the important function of targeting the Paradise Society. It is more than capable of preemptive action at critical times. Some corrupt officials would rather die than fall into the hands of the Palm Sword Hall. This High Marshal World's authorities. Take this Fatty Lu. It's the leader of the group, who can already flaunt his power in front of the people. Above the group is the section, which is the level of Supervisor Lu. Above the section is the ministry, which is the level of Lu Chenfeng's father. Li Chengkai is a deputy at this level. Above the ministry is the division, which is the level of Bai Taiwei. Above the division is the department. Li Mu has not seen this level of leadership for the time being. Above the hall is the courtyard, the centerpiece. The level of a division is about the same size as that of a section, and a department like commerce and industry, which has a clerical bias, is called a section. Such force organs of law enforcement are called divisions. Of course, functional categories also lead to differences in status high ground. Many times, it is also not uncommon for the Minister of Law Enforcement not to take the Deputy Director of the Department of Trade and Industry Management seriously. Hearing Supervisor Li's whole story, Li Mu let out a cold snort. The Li family had finally let him get a hold of them. There's no evidence of them paying bribes. Li Chengkai asked again. There are records of their transfers. I'm talking about the details of your negotiating bribes. Li Chengkai droned. The transfer records plus his and Wu Jiao's statements can only go after the bribe thing, and the Li family will stir up trouble. Supervisor Lu immediately broke out into a cold sweat. He was the one who went to the Li family's dinner party. How dare he videotape the details negotiated at the dinner table? And even if it was recorded, they were talking very cryptically at the time. A lot of leaders or family executives speak. It's all very cryptic, and it's not that they're pretending. It's to eliminate the possibility of that falling out of favor. At that time at the dinner table, he and the Li family did not mention half a word about the bribe. Talking about that fish, knocking down the bribe chips from the price of that fish. Even if the video was taken out it wouldn't be of much use. However, Supervisor Lu observed Li Mu's expression in horror. Only Li Mu looked cold and murderous. He knew very well that the rightful owner today was Li Mu, and if this bogeyman wasn't satisfied, he'll never survive. Li Chengkai reminded again. Think carefully about who in the Li family it was that made you plot against the military. Supervisor Lu had a flash of insight. Yeah, the biggest crime of the day wasn't bribery. It was attempted murder of a military family member. He and his brother were the ones who carried it out, and had already committed the crime of murdering a member of the military in a tangible way. Li Chengsai's words were just a reminder to himself. The Li Mu in front of you won't be satisfied with you just mentioning the Li family bribe. Li Mu wanted more serious consequences. What are you waiting for if you don't pull the Li family into the water at this time and take the credit for your sins? He cried out instantly. It's Li Daong and Li Ji from the Li family. They're the ones who told us to target the blacksmith store. We were really kept in the dark about the fact that the blacksmith store had a military presence, but Li Daong and Li Ji surely know. When Supervisor Lu finished speaking, he saw Li Mu's face visibly relax. Obviously, Li Mu was satisfied. Raimu was also really satisfied. In his heart, he said that this Li Chengkai is also really a wonderful person. Li Mu was dissatisfied when he heard Supervisor Lu say that the Li family paid bribes. You can't hurt the Li family's bones with this offense. But premeditated murder of a military family member is different. What Li Mu wants is to cut the aorta of the Li family. I didn't expect Li Chengkai to lead the way. Supervisor Lu took a bite out of Li Daong and Li Ji. Li Chengkai turned back and glared at Zhao Jinhe. Zhao Jinhe also walked up quickly to stand with Li Chengkai and rushed Li Mu. Wolf Guard Li, the Li family has a grievance with you. How dare you buy a murderer to murder a military subordinate? This is a felony. Don't worry, I will immediately lead people to arrest the criminals, investigate this matter rigorously and give you an explanation. Li Chengkai nodded in agreement. Yes, the Li family is just too rampant. We have a black sheep in the business sector though, but I will do a good job of working on their minds. Let them give up all the details of the bribe and take the credit for it. Cooperate fully with law enforcement investigations. At this time, even Supervisor Liu, who was on the side, wailed and took 2 steps on his knees. He vigorously kowtowed at Li Mu and said with a sniffle and a tear, "Don't worry, Wolf Guard Li, I will give an honest account, and I will definitely make the Li family pay the price. I will reform," Li Mu said to Zhao Jinhe and Li Chengkai. "Then I'll trouble the 2 ministers." After faintly finishing these words, Li Mu turned around and came in front of his old mom. Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong were both completely dumbfounded early on. Chen Jinshi and Jiafeng Juchi were also dumbfounded. They watched the whole thing. These 2 deputy ministerial level figures groveled before Li Mu. That Supervisor Liu who had just smiled and asked Li Mu to give him face. Turning his head, he knelt on the ground and banged his head to beg Li Mu to let him live. And that flailing fatty Liu. Surprisingly, it's the bottom of the barrel in this trial. At this point a handful of us have long been scared as his own brother had to play life to the death to bite the Li family to barely save his own life. He's probably going to die for sure. Yang Yurong and Chen Jinshi looked at each other. When they were arrested at the blacksmith store, they thought they were really in a big mess this time. But I didn't realize it was the other side that was in a big mess. Chen Jiafeng and Chen Juchi were even more shocked. Their cousin. It's the young wolf guard. It's an officer. Mom, let's go home. Li Mu reached out and rubbed the bruises on Yang Suiying's wrists. With tears in her eyes, Yang Suiying tilted her head to look at her son's face, eyes full of pride. Vaguely, Li Mu and Yang Suiying's tearful eyes gradually blurred. She seemed to have met her longed-for husband, Li Chenfeng, the same young and talented man who had made a name for himself before he was 20 years old. The captain of the guard raised his hand in a gesture. A group of police reservists quickly came over and surrounded them, escorting Yang Suiying and the others to the military vehicle. Li Mu said to Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng before getting into the car, "I was just spoiled. Come sit at home." Although Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng did not help substantially, but people follow to deal with it. They are running to help. If you don't settle this yourself as a young wolf guard, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng would also use their connections to help Li Mu deal with this matter. This is a favor that one must bear. The 2 of them nodded, and Li Mu went ahead and got into the car. Those vigilantes on horseback also retreated quickly back to the military zone. A group of law enforcement officers were left behind to start detaining the relevant officers of the Department of Business Administration. Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinhe quickly came to Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng. "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu, please be sure to put in a good word for us." Zhao Jinhe arched his hand and smiled. Though they could have handled the matter properly to satisfy Raimu, but establishing a good relationship with Li Mu was their ultimate goal. Getting things done is better than anything. Zhang Jiwei smiled faintly and got into the car. Lu Chunfeng, on the other hand, gave Zhao Jinhe a wink, telling him to do it as soon as possible and come up with an attitude. After all, this stall of the Department of Law Enforcement. Li Mu also watched him Lu Chunfeng's reaction. After the 2 bowed and sent Zhang Lu and the 2 others away, Zhao Jinhe took a deep breath, and the frame of the Vice Minister of Law Enforcement was violently drawn up. With a wave of his hand, "For cars take the people back. The rest, follow me to the Li family immediately." Arrest. Chapter 65 As you wish. A check to the end. Li Family Villa. It is being celebrated at this time. The Undersecretary of Commerce and Industry Administration, Mr. Wu Zhiyou, has committed himself there. Pharmaceutical approvals will be coming down in the next couple of days. Originally, this bribe cost more than $10 million, and the Li family didn't bleed much. Nothing to celebrate. But they got word that the blacksmith store had been seized, and it seems like the 3 Yang Suiying were arrested. Mrs. Ma was cool with it. Specially instructed to go down and celebrate today. The Li family is finally back in the game. At the table, Mrs. Ma raised her glass high. Smilingly, he said, "Today, it's a double happiness. My old lady's heart is at ease. Here, drink this." The crowd laughed and raised their glasses. The one who laughed the most was Li Xiaohong. Li Xiaohong put down her cup and laughed. "This damned Li Mu. He should be suffering now. It's ridiculous for a poor to think of resisting us. But it's a shame I couldn't avenge that slap myself." She gritted her teeth hard at the end of her sentence. Li Xiaohao shook his wine glass and hung back, taking off his shoes and stepping on the corner of the stool. "Don't worry. I'll avenge that slap of yours for you." Everyone else looked at Li Xiaohao. Li Xiaohao said confidently, "Haven't I already broken through the second grade here? Zhang Jiwei of the Holy Dragon Marshal School is gone. And now I'm the only S-ranked martial artist at the Holy Dragon Marshal School. Their resources will be more skewed toward me. It's now 20 days until the All-City Classic. With my S-rank qualifications, 20 days of sprinting with these resources, I'll definitely be able to increase my strength dramatically. Don't let me meet Li Mu at the elite. Or else." "Ha!" Li Xiaohao smiled coldly and ruthlessly drank the wine in one go. He was now hating Li Mu like crazy. The S-class talent got a 31st place, and his name, Li Xiaohao, had become a joke. So many short videos spoofing those shots of him playing it cool. It even edited the fight between him and the three Li Mu together. The strong contrast in that combat strength was evident to anyone who was a martial artist. That's why he now hated for Li Mu to die immediately. At this moment, Li Ji said with a frown on his face, "It's good to have confidence, but you definitely can't afford to lose this time. The elite is your chance to soar. Don't you let me find out about going to those bad places again one of these days. You train hard for me and make sure you stand out." The second aunt naturally resented her husband for reprimanding her son in this way. "What are you being so mean for? S-rank talents are all backenders. It's not like you don't know that. You've got to give our little Ho time to grow. The longer it takes, the more the intensity of the talent shows. It's only less than half a month since the awakening. What's your hurry? Even if we do lose this elite, don't we still have the high school entrance exams?" The second aunt defended her son at every turn. This made Li Ji so upset that he couldn't wait to scold his wife. "Still not in a hurry? If we don't hurry, that Li Mu is almost as good as his father. What's this about a late start? So, Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, which one's backward?" Even Li Mu, an F-grade talent, was way ahead. He even doubted whether his son, a waste of space, and Li Mu's talent had been swapped successfully or not. Now the south side is about to have its first battle in the Abyss. Next up are two other urban areas. When the 4 city districts are done competing, it will be another 10 days or so. The top 250 of the first battle in each city district will then play a peak elite match. It's a total show of individual strength in the ring. This elite match isn't going to be a secret like the first one was. Instead, it's a big tournament that's completely open to the public. The whole city is concerned. Li Xiaohao leaned back comfortably and said confidently, "Don't worry, Dad. I can definitely soar this time." Old Mrs. Ma also nodded in satisfaction. "Worthy of being a son or daughter of my Li family. Magnificent." Big Auntie also picked up her glass and laughed. "Come, for the prosperity of our Li family. Cheers." The crowd raised their glasses. "Prosper, prosperity, prosperity." Suddenly, a sharp siren broke the laughter of the crowd. This was immediately followed by the sound of numerous harsh breaks. This was followed by the thumping sound of a car door closing. Everyone froze. "What's going on? Get out there and find out." Old Mrs. Ma put down her cup with great dissatisfaction. Li Daong just got up. Bam! The Li family's gate was unexpectedly knocked away with a loud bang. Dozens of heavily armed law enforcement officers rushed over, their swords and guns raised side by side in a stunning manner. These people rushed in and surrounded the dining table directly. Someone stepped forward without saying a word and directly pressed Li Daong and Li Ji onto the table with a bang. Both men's faces were pressed right into the dish. "What are you doing? What's going on? What's happening?" Everyone in the Li family panicked and asked in shock. Li Xiaohong and Li Lan and the other juniors went to stop the law enforcers, shouting for them to let go. The results were all pressed against the table as well. Li Xiaohao bellowed, "Bold! You know me as. Get out!" Snap! A super loud slap directly slapped Li Xiaohao backward a few thumping steps. How had Li Xiaohao ever eaten this treatment? Anger rose to the sky, his aura rising steeply as he roared and charged towards the law enforcement captain who had beaten him. That law enforcement captain had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Not a single movement. Old Mrs. Ma was horrified and tried to block it, but it was too late. Li Xiaohao had already blasted his fist into that captain's heart. There was a bang with no small amount of force, but the captain was motionless. Instead, he sneered louder. "Assault on a law enforcement officer. Arrest this one too." A law enforcement member came up at once and kicked Li Xiaohao to fly up on the spot, like a toad thudding to the ground. Li Xiaohao even spat out his bile. He's gone crazy with regret. He's come around. His own proud strength thought how strong he was, but it turned out that he couldn't shake the other person by the slightest bit. But the other guy stood still to draw him into the charge of assaulting a police officer. "What's going on here? May I ask what's going on?" Mrs. Ma trembled and said sharply. At this moment, Zhao Jinhe also walked in from outside. Coldly, "Li Daong, Li Ji, you are suspected of buying and murdering a military family member. You're under arrest." Li Daong. Two people were pressed in the dish cannot say anything at all. Old Mrs. Ma shouted sharply at once. Wait, Wait. We didn't. You can't make wild accusations. Zhao Jinhe sneered. Making wild accusations. Let you die with a clear conscience. Bribing the head of the business department to seize the blacksmith store was your doing, wasn't it? Mrs. Ma understood that it must be Supervisor Liu who was arrested. She certainly wasn't stupid enough to admit it. And the bribe transaction was done on Li Dayong's account. Even if things fall apart, there is only evidence to arrest Li Dayong. Everyone else just has to bite the bullet and say they don't know and it won't be a big deal. No way. We would never do such a thing. Oh, the evidence is overwhelming. It doesn't matter what you say. Zhao Jinhe laughed. That's even if they made that mistake. That's my daughter-in-law living in that blacksmith store. All relatives of our family. This is also our Li family's own family matter. Old Mrs. Ma stomped her feet in a hurry. Are you deaf with age? I just made it very clear that you are plotting against military families. Besides, if you say it's a family matter, it's a family matter? Who recognizes that? Did Li Mu admit it? Or does Yang Suiying admit it? Zhao Jinhe glanced at her. Military family? Who's a military family member? The old lady was alarmed. The charge of murdering a member of the military is too big. If you go in, you won't even get out. Zhao Jinhe wanted to laugh. Looking at this old lady's clueless expression, it was estimated that the Li family really didn't know Li Mu's identity. But that doesn't matter. What's the pretense? Li Mu is a young wolfguard rank. This is estimated to be the highest offer from your Li family. Oops. Sorry, forgot. Forget that you've already expelled Li Mu from the family. What a wise decision. Arrest them all and search the others. Are you still afraid of trumping up charges? Don't worry. We won't investigate your Li family clearly. We definitely won't close the case. Chapter 66 Growing Gifts. Zhao Jinhe's words could be considered a precise blow to Mrs. Ma. No less than a thunderbolt. Li Mu is actually a young wolfguard? When did this happen? How long had it been since he left the Li family? And Li Mu had actually reached the rank of young wolfguard? If this is all true, then Li Dayong and Li Ji will suffer completely. They're not the only ones who suffer. Just now, Zhao Jinhe's meaning was to check over their Li family. What family doesn't have up their ass? No family is forbidden to check. Now Zhao Jinhe is actually using the investigation into the murder of a military family member to investigate the Li family? Then more than 80% of the Li family's business has illegal records. Once it goes into investigation it has to be shut down altogether. And half of the Li family is going to be implicated and almost all of them are going to jail. Though she thought she was smart, and that she and some of her family's ladies were clean. But they don't run the family business. All those in charge of the family business were arrested. Then the Li family will collapse. I didn't expect the other side to be so ruthless. This is to drive the Li family to their deaths. It was a pity that crying was useless. And Mrs. Ma and the others were dragged out of the Li family alive and arrested back to the law enforcement division. This side of Goldstone's blacksmith store. Seeing Yang Suiying and the others being escorted back by several military vehicles, the neighbors were all dumbfounded. They guessed that Li Mu had some energy by now, but they didn't know that it was so powerful. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng arrived later. Yang Yurong several people first thanked Auntie Lin who was across the street, then left Zhang Jiwei 2 people in the blacksmith store for the afternoon, especially knowing that Lu Chenfeng's arm was hit by Li Mu. Yang Suiying even had to personally make a table of good food hospitality. At the wine table, the group of people were naturally most curious about how Li Mu's rank of young wolfguard came about. Mostly, I'm curious as to what kind of credit I can take in such a short period of time. It's only then that you can rise to the young wolfguard. Li Mu was completely unable to hide this time, so he had to recount the experiences of these days, hiding the part where he lost consciousness. Of course, lest Yang Suiying can't take it. Chen Juqi and Chen Jiafeng had completely idolized Li Mu. The wine went on until after 10 p.m. before the guests and hosts were happy. Zhang Jiwei and the 2 of them were sent away by the driver. And Chen Jinshi and Yang Yurong were also a bit drunk. Watching my groggy mom go to her room to rest, Li Mu also went back to his room. The thought crossed my mind that I should arrange a house for my mom and the others in the military area. At their own rank, mom and auntie and the others belong to the military. But it doesn't actually qualify you to live in a military neighborhood. It's not enough for Li Mu to have a rank. He must hold a specific military position. With a position, the military district can only allocate a house for free. And the specifications of the house, the location, and all correspond to the level of military rank. When he thought of this, Li Mu remembered the information that Wang Longcheng had given himself yesterday. Take the information out from the storage space. Raimu took a closer look. He looked a little confused. The information was actually from some classified investigations. The content is a record of people who have developed mutations after replacing their gifts in the country in the last decade. There are about a dozen copies. For example, it records an A-ranked gifted person and an E-ranked gifted person after displacing their gifts. His E-ranked talent adds some peculiar features. There was also a D-ranked gifted person who began to mutate his D-ranked gift after it was replaced with an S-ranked gifted person. Since it was upgraded to a C-ranked talent, it was amazing, even though it was a life-type talent. But Li Mu rummaged through a dozen or so profiles. These people's natural mutations only add some strange traits, but are not overly enhanced. Li Mu was a bit puzzled. Why did Wang Longqing give himself these things? He thought hard for a while, suddenly caught a line of thought. With Wang Longqing's ability, he had only investigated so many dozens of information. It shows that such examples are rare indeed. There are millions of people who replace their gifts every year, and it's surprising that there have only been a dozen or so cases of mutation after replacement in a decade, and the mutation doesn't enhance it much. And he himself told Wang Longqing that his fixation transformation technique was a natural mutation out of his talent. Wang Longqing is trying to tell himself, you can't do it with just your mouth. This claim can only fool the average person. The further you move up the ladder yourself, the more people who should be skeptical will still be skeptical. That is to say, Wang Longqing didn't believe his own lies at all, but he was willing to protect himself, even remind himself. It is necessary to form such written information that can stand up to scrutiny in order to hide the anomalies of one's strength. Only then will the yo-yo be plugged in advance. A very smooth and natural transition to genius. Otherwise, one day, with the extremely perverse F-grade talent, showing super strength in front of certain bigwigs, when people ask, they just come up with the line, I'm gifted with a mutation out of it. And if any of these bigots have their own enemy, God knows if you'll be keyed up or dragged off to be a guinea pig? One must put no trace of it. Change to a traceable one. At that thought, Li Mu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, the first one to become suspicious of himself was Wang Longqing. Just how would one prove it? Thinking about it, Li Mu felt that he should go and test his talent again. Let's see if we can find anything to say. It just so happened that tomorrow he needed to go buy some seeds for herbs and plow his blessed fields. Stop by for a talent test then. Figuring this out, Li Mu put away the information and turned off the light to sleep. The next morning, Li Mu had almost spent the only tens of thousands of dollars he had left, bought a ton of herb seeds, then straight into the abyss. Talent testing, an extremely energy-intensive event of national importance. It is conducted only once every 6 months, uniformly throughout the country, and is available to those who are 18 years of age or older, and those who have already awakened their gifts are tested for them again. Then there would be no need for such a huge amount of energy, but it also costs a lot of money. There was also such a testing organization within the Jin Yuan army. When Li Mu arrived at the testing organization, there weren't many people here. Not many people who have awakened their gifts usually come back to repeat the quiz, unless some special reason requires some kind of certificate of talent or something. Li Mu revealed his identity, and the staff attentively brought Li Mu to an observation room. The spacious and bright observation room is glassed in on 3 sides. In the center is a very large energy stone. Someone at this end of the glass is connected to a computer. Wolfguard Li, just touch the energy stone with the palm of your hand and instill true chi into it. Li Mu spoke and did as he was told, and began to slowly infuse his true chi. The 2 staff members at this end of the glass fell to chatting. An 18-year-old young Wolfguard, what a cow. It's just a shame it's an F-rated talent. The man pointed with his chin to the information registered after Li Mu awakened his talent displayed on the computer. You don't know? This guy was a family young master before. People awakened with an S-rank talent that was later switched to an F. The other didn't have the heart to click on the details on the profile. Inside, it records that Li Mu's first talent was S, which was switched to F. ***. There's more to this? The man's eyes widened. Let's just say I told you to watch less Abyss Live and more social news. The Abyss is our life. We can't get enough of the life and death related news. Who has the heart to pay attention to gossip? Between the 2 men chatting idly, the energy stones in the observation room buzzed brightly at once. However, seeing the color of this energy stone, these 2 were both petrified on the spot. If Li Mu was an F-rank talent, the energy stone should be purple. But now, a deep cyan light rose to the sky from the energy stone. This is the color corresponding to the D-rank talent. Sure enough, the intensity generated by the energy stone was also detected. A crisp mechanical sound echoed throughout the observation room. Talent, super pounding. Grade, D. Chapter 67, Pressure from the Ministry of Success. Hearing this broadcast, Li Mu was dumbfounded. Li Mu just wanted to take a test, get proof of talent, and see if there was anything to write about. How come the talent actually got upgraded? Could it be that Wang Longqing had moved, deliberately faking a D-rank talent for yourself? No way. Talent Awakening is a national database that can't be faked at all. Not to mention Wang Longqing, even if the commander-in-chief came, it would be for nothing. Li Mu hurriedly withdrew his hand. Enter the sea of consciousness to view your talents. Sure enough, The talent within himself had indeed changed. Used to be F-rated. Hard-hitting. Characteristics are, attacks come with 2% damage to the strength of the true energy. It has been a talent that has been simply ignored. Some people might think that percentage damage increase is awesome. Wait until later in the season when the intensity becomes apparent. But Li Mu's previous S-rank talent 9 Heavenly Thunder movements. There are 6 characteristics. One of them, attacks come with 30% true chi strength thunder sting damage. 2% versus 30%. The full effect is compared to 1/6. This was why Li Mu hated the Li family to death. Now Li Mu's talent has also turned into super heavy strike. D-rank talent with 2 traits. Attacks with 5% damage to true chi strength. When attacking with a weapon, damage to armor is increased by 5%. Very simple damage augmentation plus armor breaking. If you give it to the average student, the increase is actually SOSO. But for those who have the Divine Warrior Technique, the Tanshan Technique, the Iron Chopper style, for Li Mu, who had a bonus to attack methods such as Flowing Cloud Swiping Shadow, these 2 additions are just pure and direct violence. Still, Li Mu couldn't figure it out. Why? Why did the talent go from an F to a D? Growing talent? While Li Mu was thinking hard, the system suddenly popped up with a prompt. For every notch up in the Heavenly Immortal Technique, the talent grows upward by 2 levels. The Heavenly Immortal Technique is divided into no grade, second grade, lower grade, middle grade, and great grade. Li Mu was instantly appalled. Is the Heavenly Immortal Technique powerful to this extent? Actually have the gift of alienating themselves. But thinking about this, Li Mu secretly said he was stupid. The second grade Heavenly Immortal Technique would already be able to treat any 3 of this world's internal techniques as nourishment. If you really upgraded to a great pin, what's the point of remodeling a talent? This is presumably some sort of self-correction of the system, so that a great saintly aptitude could be made more reasonable in this high martial world. Li Mu did a dark calculation. No product is F. Second product is D. Lower product is B. Middle product is S. Wouldn't the larger product be SS? Just as Li Mu was shocked, the 2 operators were also stunned, because Li Mu's profile on the computer had automatically changed to D-rank talent. Growth talents, since they appeared in the system, meant that they must have appeared in history. But just how many had appeared and who they were was beyond their knowledge. The 2 men were the first to follow the process and report it. Li Mu was also the first to dial Wang Longqing's phone. 3 words to clear up the matter. Wang Longqing's pitch was raised twice as high over there. What? Raimo had to repeat himself. Grade D. It should have been auto-corrected in the talent filing system by now. Ha ha, yes. Wang Longqing laughed out loud. Maybe outsiders simply didn't understand what Wang Longqing was laughing at. However, he and Li Mu were aware that it was too important to Li Mu. I'll take care of the rest. You don't have to make too much noise. Just do what you have to do. Wang Longqing commanded. Okay, Uncle Wang. There's one more thing. I would like to appoint a military position. Do you have any arrangements? Li Mu thought about it. This matter should still be mentioned directly to Wang Longqing. Oh, Wang Longqing froze for a moment, then quickly understood. You kid. You're trying to put your mother into the military zone, aren't you? Actually, it's mostly about trying to do your part for the military community. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Then what are you doing when I put you in a military position that requires long-term in-service? Wang Longqing did not have the good sense to laugh and scold. Hey, no, Li Mu replied dryly. He wanted to hang on to a military position, but didn't want to be tethered to work down there. How about this? You go to Minister Song and hang on to an advisor position in the Merit Research Department. It's both cleansing and weighty. If you have any good kung fu comprehension, it's easy to take credit there. Wang Longqing thought for a moment and fixed Li Mu to the Feats Research Department. Others are racking their brains for credit and have to think about what they can do. And Lemuel Lipton only needs to consider what he wants to do. It was because Wang Longqing felt that even if he had hung Li Mu as an instructor or an escort leader or something like that, Li Mu can also just take credit for it. Only that kind of position was too bolstering for Li Mu to do. Okay. Li Mu hung up the phone and went straight to report to the Research Department of Great Class Feats. Kung Fu Research Department. Minister Song, Prof. CO and others are meeting again. But their kind of seminar can be different from some meaningless workplace meetings. Meetings are necessarily about substantive issues. The atmosphere in the conference room at this time was very depressing. Song took a long drag on his cigarette and exhaled, letting the smoke cover his face. He opened his mouth. The importance of reforming the paper of the sword-type feats goes without saying. The Department of Military Justice has given all 10 military districts in the 3 cities a mission this time. Optimize at least 5%. As soon as the words fell, the conference room erupted in a low cry. 5%? That's too much to ask. It's been 5 years since the paper reforms of knife feats have inched any further forward. Why do you want so much all of a sudden this time? That's right. If it's a stick figure, we should be able to deliver a perfect answer this year on the paper reform of the set of feats known as the Flowing Cloud Triple Shock. The crowd was a little sad. Minister Song sighed. Alas, the death statistics of the National Academy of Merit show that the death rate of knife martial artists has shown an upward trend for 6 consecutive months. The leader of the National Merit Academy has tapped the table, and all the major military justice departments are under pressure. The National Academy of Merit, in full, is known as the National Academy of Merit, Military and Political Integration. It is the highest organization in the field of gongfu in the whole of China. Martial artists' mortality rate. The gong methods bear a very important part of the responsibility. The Department of Military Law was the Jinyuan Military Law Research Department under the National Merit Academy. Feats. Except for the one-time feat stones exported by a human, there are also paper feats, which are feats drawn into books. It was only that such things as feats could only be realized and were extremely difficult to convey in words. Fusing their own gongfu insights into the magic stone, one could almost completely sense the subtleties of this gong method. Books would be very difficult to articulate the subtleties, but the yield of merit stones was really too low. The higher the level, the lower the yield of the feats. This led to very high prices for feats, and even a vanilla feat would have to start at tens of thousands. It cannot be universalized to all. The same kind of gongfu, such as Luyun Sanjin, is in the gun and stick type system of martial artists. It's not that they can't afford to use it when they can't get 40% coverage. Rather, it can't be built. The supply does not exceed the demand. That is why popularizing the paper work method has always been a difficult problem that the Chinese National Academy of Arts and Crafts has done its best to overcome. Because once the paper version of a certain type of feats can be fully comprehended, that would be equivalent to giving all martial artists of the same lineage an extra set of feats for free. After all, how much does it cost to print? It's perfectly fine to have a handful of copies, but despite the fact that some of the feats were constantly being refined and improved, nowadays, the best paper feats can only achieve 30% of the effect of a feat stone. It also has to be a well-realized martial artist. It's not unusual for a poorly enlightened fool to comprehend it 10%. For a moment the conference room fell silent again. At that moment there was a sudden knock at the door. Minister Song and the others frowned. Enter. The one who pushed the door in was Assistant Lu, who directly whispered, Minister, Li Mu is here. Originally, the people in the room were a bit upset, and meetings of the Ministry of Merit were generally not allowed to be interrupted. But hearing that it was Li Mu, everyone in the room had a look of relief on their faces. Minister Song even smiled. Quickly let him in. Chapter 68, This Broken Gongfu. Can you rewrite a book? Assistant Lu immediately turned back to let Li Mu in. Li Mu originally came to report for duty. Didn't want to interrupt their meeting. I met Assistant Lu and asked the minister where they were. I didn't expect Assistant Lu to take him directly to the conference room, because Minister Song and Prof. CO said so. As long as it's Li Mu coming, no matter what they're doing, they must be informed. If you're not in a meeting, you don't even have to be briefed. As soon as Li Mu entered the conference room, he saw that the conference room was filled with 20 to 30 bigwigs from various departments of the Ministry of Merit. All of them smiled when they saw Li Mu. Minister Song even rose to greet him with a smile. Ha ha, truth be told, I was just thinking about you, kid. That's true of him, and he's not the only one. Someone mentioned earlier that if the above is meant to be a modification of the Ryukyu triple shock, they might be able to deliver a perfect paper-optimized answer. In fact, they're already optimizing for paper. And as long as one mentions the 3 shocks of the flowing clouds, one is bound to think of Li Mu, this genius who had elevated the Luyun 3 shock to the height of the Luyun 6 shock. That's a real two-way run. I'm here with a mission this time. 2. Didn't interrupt the meeting, did it? Li Mu smiled, then asked apologetically at the crowd. Ha ha, this meeting will not avoid you. Sit down. Professor Su smiled and pulled the stool next to his own, gesturing for him to sit beside him. Assistant Lu sighed. It's still Li Mua. He'd never seen Professor Seo like someone so much before. Not just anyone is qualified to sit next to his old man. Li Mu humbled himself twice and sat down. Minister Song asked with a smile. You said you came down with a mission. What was it? Vice Commander Wang asked me to report to the Ministry of Merit as an advisor. Let me ask if we're still short of people. Li Mu said. Shortage. Of course. No one else is missing. But I'm missing you. Minister Song clapped his hands and laughed. Professor Su was also overjoyed. They had invited Li Mu for a drink before to give him a job and he didn't even agree. I didn't expect to actually get through to Wang Longcheng. Care to take a position in the Ministry of Merit? It's like a pie in the sky. Even the other supervisory bigwigs were greeted with a burst of joy. Ha ha, the initiation will come later. Let's finish the meeting. Minister Song finished expressing his happiness and instantly patted Li Mu's shoulder. Raimo nodded his head and sat obediently, listening. As it happens, you're late, so let me fill you in on the meeting just now. Minister Song explained the paper optimization task to Li Mu. I'm afraid that Li Mu doesn't know the power of this. It also makes clear the military-district relationship. The one who gave the order this time was the North Mountain Border Military Justice Department. On the border of the Northern Mountains, there are 3 cities, also known as the 3 cities of the North. The city of Iron Hands where they are now, the larger Lin Yuan City, the larger Blood Pond City. The Northern Realm Military Justice Department is located within Blood Pond City, the Merit Law Department that oversees the 10 military districts of the 3 cities, as well as the major Gung Fu organizations in the city. The Pearl military region that Li Mu was currently in was ranked at the bottom of the top 10 military regions, so there was a lot of pressure from the commander-in-chief on this one. Hopefully, this opportunity will lead to a nice commendation with the northern jurisdiction, boost the presence of the Pearl military district a bit. Li Mu dutifully listened to all of this and observed the reactions of the people around him, then said, Minister Song, leaders, I'm a new counselor, no understanding of the workings of the Ministry of Merit, much less some confidential data. So, can you allow me to ask a layman's question? Professor Su laughed. It's okay, just say whatever comes to mind. Ask if you're not sure, with the implication that my old man is backing you up, so feel free to toss it around. I'd like to know the optimization of this 5% given above. How difficult is it for our department? This was what Li Mu was most puzzled about. He used to be just a student. The difficulty of optimizing paper feats, this was an area he had no access to. Very big. Minister Song said very seriously. Prof. Su patiently explained. Paper feats, unlike mental insights, everyone's output of kung fu stones is not exactly the same. However, it allows martial artists to receive direct sensations, but paper feats are uniform. It has been transformed by the hearts and minds of many generations and has taken on its first form, and the feats are all one and the same, pulling the whole body. The process of optimization and improvement should be a breakthrough, but also should not destroy the original wholeness. Otherwise, it will cause the Gong method to malfunction and cause major problems. Therefore, it would be nice for any changes to the Kung Fu to not set it back. It is on this basis that improvements can be optimized. After hearing this, Li Mu was completely understanding. Since I'm now part of the Ministry of Merit, when the meeting breaks up, can you give me a blade-type feat stone and the corresponding paper feat? Li Mu had just finished his question. Minister Song directly pulled out 2 things and placed them on the table. Why adjourn the meeting? Right now, if you don't have anything else to do, you can totally feel and see it live. We have plenty of time for you anyway. He was waiting for Li Mu to say that. Why did the entire Kung Fu department treat Li Mu like a genius? Because they realized it afterward when they investigated a little bit. Li Mu only learned the flowing cloud triple shock the day before military training. The next day he broke the instructor's leg with the Ryan Gokushin. What does that mean? It shows that in the world of genius, time doesn't matter. What mattered was people's extraordinary understanding of the Gongfu they were sensing. This understanding, for Lemuel, just sensed would be a second. There is no difference between that and sensing for a month. Anyway, the world of geniuses they don't understand. Yeah, we're in no hurry. Just in time for us to guard you. The others also chimed in, with the air of not letting Li Mu leave until he learned. Li Mu had no choice but to take the feat stones and feat books on the table. The Kung Fu tome is very thin. It's estimated to total just a few tens of thousands of words. Comes with various diagrams of true chi operation or body meridians. Li Mu wanted to laugh as he watched. Kind of like a martial arts secret in a martial arts drama. This technique is called the falling leaf blade technique. Mortal instruments. It's all about a quickness, using high-frequency attacks to attack as defense. It is a very widely used one among knife martial artists. The falling leaf blade technique. The current highest comprehension rate is only about 25%. It's already very far ahead of the paper feats. Prof. Su explained. The comprehension rate is 25%. That is, a martial artist reading books to learn the falling leaf blade. It could only utilize 25% of the strength of the falling leaf blade technique comprehended by the feat stone. This is still the highest rate of comprehension. If you count the averages, it's just a little over 10%. Li Mu first concentrated on the books of feats. Only then did he begin to crush the feat stones on the spot and start comprehending the falling leaf blade technique. The second grade heavenly immortal technique automatically adds 100 years of insight. After allowing Li Mu to comprehend the falling leaf blade technique, he was able to strike straight at the essence of this technique. Even in words, Li Mu could express something different in the most refined language. So to speak, the current falling leaf blade technique was a completely superior feat in Li Mu's hands. By describing it in words, Li Mu was bound to cause a massive loss of essence as well. but it was also equivalent to just changing from a top-grade gongfu back to a mortal-grade gongfu. 10 minutes later, Li Mu opened his eyes. He picked up the paperback falling leaf blade once more. Minister Song and the others didn't dare to speak at all. Everyone stared at Li Mu, not daring to make a sound to interrupt Li Mu's thinking. Li Mu once again turned over the falling leaves blade technique and read it for a long time. The frown couldn't be rubbed away. He looked up to Minister Song and asked, optimizing the falling leaf blade technique. Does it have to be optimized from the current one? Minister Song and the others were a bit confused. What do you mean? Li Mu skimmed through 2 pages of feats and said, I mean, can we ditch this bit of stuff and write a new book? Chapter 69, Preparing to View a House, Meeting Bad Luck on the Way Out. When Li Mu finished speaking, the people in the room completely choked. Not a single gasp. A good half hour. It was only then that Minister Song asked, You have a different epiphany? I'm afraid to say there's a lot of sense. It just feels like the current paper feats are awkward and different from my understanding. So there's no way I can change on that. Can I write my own book of falling leaf blades? Li Mu didn't fill his mouth with words, except to say that he had a different understanding. Can. Of course you can. Minister Song was overjoyed. The others were even more extremely curious. Geniuses really do think differently than they do. Just comprehending it makes a difference. It was also not hard to see Li Mu's dislike for this current paper-based gongfu. He even wants to overturn this current book. There must be something more brilliant about that. As to what extent exactly, that will have to wait until after Li Mu has finished writing. The meeting was adjourned. Li Mu then first entered the establishment in the Ministry of Merit. Directly serves as a consultant for the study of the major categories of Kung Fu in the Kung Fu department. It's a little higher than those supervisors. A monthly salary of $100,000, plus allowances for his 2 medals, is $70,000 a month, and $50,000 for second class, $20,000 for third degree. His rank of young Wolfguard was not lower than many supervisors, plus his influence in the Ministry of Feats. It had to be hung 1 level higher or Wan Longcheng wouldn't even agree to it. After doing the induction, Li Mu went back to the blacksmith store. Finding a knife, he began to perform the falling leaf blade technique. 3 days passed. Of course, these 3 days Li Mu didn't just feel the falling leaf blade technique and the writing technique. Li Mu utilized these 3 days to thoroughly adapt to the 3rd grade intensity. Increases the limit weight of the Divine Warrior technique to 1,455 pounds, plus the weight of the thorn stick itself. Li Mu's weapon now weighed 1,505 pounds. The remaining 2,700 points beat the point. Li Mu first gave alchemy. Unlocked 2 elixirs, upper grade solidification elixir, lower grade reclamation elixir. The top grade body casting pill was an advanced version of the body solidifying pill. The effects are superb, but the herbs that need to be consumed are not only tremendously costly. The key is that there are 2 kinds of markets that can't be bought at all, and Li Mu can only buy herb seeds. There are a total of 3 herbs planted in the blessed art. The lower grade reclamation Dan, on the other hand, helped expand the Danhai and increase the amount of true Qi. These 2 remedies alone cost 700 points. After that, Li Mu lit up a new divine ability, Copper Heads and Iron Arms, priced at 200 points. Bronze Head, Iron Arm, body is instantly hard as stone. Defense is enhanced by 50 times. Lasts for 1 second. Li Mu spent another 800 points to light up 3 skill tree nodes in a row. Duration increased by 1 second. Defense enhanced 100 times. 30% of the shock of an enemy's attack. The spells further down the line could not be used for the time being, and the victory points required to illuminate them would be too much. So Li Mu added all the last remaining 100 points to Attachment of Ears and Listen. 100 victory points consumed. Enhancement of listening with ears succeeded. Attachment of the ear to listen to, the divine weapon will be hidden in the ear hole of the Sumeru. All the time enlightenment cultivation. The speed is 46% of the normal cultivation speed. 46%, which is already the equivalent of practicing half of the day. Li Mu could clearly feel the strength of the cultivation speed. Significant improvement can be felt every day. It's as if you press on with your homework every day after school. Yet the next morning your teachers all praise you for the awesome job you did on your homework. This feeling of lying down and upgrading, it made Li Mu feel very guilty, but it's kinda cool. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Li Mu pushed open the courtyard door and stretched. Inside the courtyard, Chen Jinshi is drumming on his iron billet. Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong cooked breakfast. Chen Jieqi and Chen Jiafeng sleepily woke up by sparring in the courtyard. The 2 held a broken blade blank in each hand, clanking and clanking as they fought more and more. These 2 have no talent, and both choose their weapons to their liking. Before that, they used lances, but because of the worship of Li Mu, they all switched to sticks later. However, yesterday, Li Mu finished writing the falling leaf blade technique, and then had the 2 men practice it for a day and a night. These two were obedient, willingly serving as Li Mu's guinea pigs, practice at school and practice at home too. It was surprisingly hard work to get up this morning and start sparring as well. Li Mu went up and observed for a while and couldn't help but nod secretly. These two aren't talented yet though, but enlightenment is really okay. The falling leaf blade technique was used with style. Stop. Raimo called for the two to stop. What's wrong, cousin? The two questioned. Jiafeng, you come here. Li Mu called Chen Jiafeng over, whispered in his ear for a minute or so. Chen Jiafeng's gaze grew brighter. Chen Jiachi was curious but couldn't hear what the two were saying. All right, go on. Li Mu finished and let the two continue their match. This time, the same falling leaf blade technique. Chen Jiafeng, who had been slightly behind just now. The situation was reversed. Surprisingly, he began to press Chen Jiachi to fight. Chen Jiachi immediately complained with a disgruntled pout. Cousin, why are you biased? Teaching him secrets and not me. Li Mu laughed. He just wanted to try to see if it was possible to use words to assist with textual feats. This method can obviously work. At the very least, it could directly make up for the martial artist's lack of understanding of the techniques. And the results were quick. Li Mu had to rush to point out Chen Jiachi as well. Yang Suiying laughed. Alright, don't fight. Hurry up and eat. Okay. Li Mu answered cheerfully. And the two of them followed to the dining table. Li Mu said at the dinner table, Auntie, why don't you close the door in a little while and follow us to the military neighborhood to look at the houses? Yesterday, Li Mu made an appointment to take his mom and sister-in-law to the military district to look at houses today. Chen Jinshi scratched his head in some embarrassment. I actually wanted to talk to you today. Just move into the military neighborhood for you two mothers. Will it trouble you if our family goes in too? At heart, of course, they want to live in the military annex. It wasn't that he was vain. Rather, their social status is different as long as they live there. He had been crawling around at the bottom for so many years, and knew best the coldness and warmth of the world. As long as you live into the military dependency, his blacksmith store would no longer be bullied by any sector, and his children would not dare to be looked down upon, and they don't have to suffer any more injustice. It's just that they were afraid that Li Mu would make any more mistakes in order to get them into the military zones. Chen Jiachi and Chen Jiafeng looked at Li Mu with a hopeful expression. They were very eager to move into the military neighborhood, and they naturally couldn't consider their father at that level. All they know is that as soon as they move into a military neighborhood, no one at school dares to bully them anymore, and the teachers definitely don't dare to treat them badly anymore. Li Mu smiled slightly, his tone firm. Don't worry, I've got it covered. I am a member of the Jin Yuan army, laying down my life for the people of China. I can't have peace of mind if my loved ones don't have even the most basic level of security. It was so clear and natural for Li Mu to say my loved ones. It made Chen Jinshi, a strong man, also couldn't help but feel warm and fuzzy in his heart. If he refused again, he would have to chill Li Mu's heart. He had to nod heavily. Yang Yurong and Yang Suiying looked at each other and also smiled heartily. Chen Jiachi and Chen Jiafeng, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and giggled, relieved to start picking at their rice vigorously. The family happily finished breakfast. Pack up your stuff and get ready to go out. As soon as they said they were going to look at houses, Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiachi also took leave to follow. They're not that heavy in school right now anyway. High schools in Takamura have a 40% weighting in liberal arts and a 60% weighting in martial arts. Taking time off is easy as long as you're not too bad at it. The family locked the store and were just about to leave. A few figures walked over at a quick pace. It was no one else but the Li family. Leading the way was the unusually haggard Mrs. Ma, followed by Li Mu's great aunt, elder aunt and second aunt, Li Xiaohan and Li Lan. Without exception, they are all women. Chapter 70, because of her words, all of you will die. These 6 people walked quickly to Li Mu and the others. Li Mu and the others were all frowning at once. It's really bad luck this early in the morning. Kamaki, Kamaki, old Mrs. Ma's voice is a little hoarse. Obviously the last 2 days on the fire. The entire Li family is now completely paralyzed. The cleaner women were reluctantly released. But as long as the offender is involved with the family business, all were investigated. Once you confess, you're bound to be sentenced. Li Dayan and Li Ji, in particular, were investigated for attempted murder of military personnel, with Supervisor Liu and others dead in the water. The odds are that this charge is a sure thing. Sentences start at 20 years. Li Xiaohao assaulted a police officer, went in, was beaten half to death, and released with serious injuries. The medication alone cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mrs. Ma has been using her savings to operate up and down for the past 2 days, spending money like water and not being able to touch the real stewards at all. The Li family is now out of pocket and has lost all of the family's business. An already third-rate family was now completely paralyzed. This one left Mrs. Ma with a deep sense of powerlessness. Thinking about it, she could only come to Li Mu. She had to admit that it was all because of Li Mu's energy. As long as Li Mu gave the word, Daong and Li Ji could definitely be released. The Li family might be able to come back from the dead as well. Xiao Mu, I know you have some misunderstandings about the Li family, but look at your grandmother. What she's become. Big Ant Li Wan acted well and said at Li Mu with a face full of aggression. There were tears in his eyes as he spoke. Old Mrs. Ma coughed twice in a very cooperative manner, raising those eyes full of acting skills. He spoke at length to Li Mu. Mako, I know you're a good boy. Can Grandma give you an apology? For the sake of the family, do something. Your great-uncle and the others. They've never been mistreated like this. The family business has come to a complete halt as well. I'm counting on you as my good grandson now, although I did not say it before. But you have always been the pride of my Li family, child. Speaking here, old Mrs. Ma actually squeezed out 2 tears. Li Mu quietly watched her finish her performance and faintly asked, "Oh, I'm proud? No, my pride. Isn't it transferred to Li Xiaohao? What? Not proud so soon?" Li Mu's 2 words choked the old lady's face for a while. Her expression twitched several times, obviously extremely unsettled inside. Mac, I know you have a grudge, but I also want to make the Li family better. I recognize that I made poor decisions, but my original intent. Her words were directly interrupted by Li Mu. Your original intention was pure. You favor your precious grandson, Li Xiaohao. Give him the best and expect him to take your Li family to the sky. Glory and wealth. It's just a pity that Li Xiaohao is just like you. Rotten to the core. Stupid you. Squandering away the last of the Li family's luck. Have you ever thought that if you remembered 1 ounce of my father's hard work? If you remembered 1 ounce of my father's hard work, 1 ounce of my blood, 1 ounce of my love. I can even have it now with an F-rank talent. If I were burdened with an S-rank talent, what honor should be yours? Li Mu's voice was as cold as ice and filled with mockery. These words completely froze old Mrs. Ma. Yeah, Li Mu F-grade talent. Our young wolf guards, the future is unlimited. What if he's still an S-class talent? Even if he didn't love him, even if he was just purely using him, with the love of Li Mu Nian's blood and bones, he has long since taken the Li family to level the playing field. Himself now. Why this? The second ant on the sidelines couldn't stand it the most when people talked about his son. You. What did you say? Do you have a conscience? Do you still know about blood and bone? You've victimized the family like this. Aren't you going to redeem yourself now? Li Mu instantly gave him a cold glance. To be honest, I did move a little bit of love just now for a moment. I'm even thinking about letting you guys off the hook. But you. What was said disgusted and angered me greatly. So, again, I don't want to help you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just such an emotional person. After Li Mu finished speaking, he turned to old Mrs. Ma again. Mrs. Ma, remember, it's not that I won't help. Everything, it's all ruined because of you. The second daughter-in-law. Just because she said this one more thing, upset me. So all of you, your entire family, will continue to pay for this. Li Mu finished and his smile tightened. Without looking at a few more people, he walked out quickly. Yang Suiying didn't even look at the old lady again the entire time. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded mothers and sons. On that rainy night, Yang Suiying could clearly feel the near loss of her son's life. The Li family didn't care about blood and bone in the slightest and wanted their mother and son dead. Why are they so cheap? Yang Yurong had all planned to help Li Mu poison a few words. Then I realized that I didn't even need to put myself out there. His own great-nephew's cussing skills were deeply rooted in his own truth. Old Mrs. Ma's entire body froze in place as if struck by lightning. She let Li Mu and the others leave, but she didn't dare to stop them. The other few people even dared not say anything else, although the eyes were all filled with anger towards Li Mu. But now they no longer even dare to fart. The second ant was even more pale. Li Mu's words just now were clearly directed at her. She gritted her teeth darkly, and for the first time, she felt in her heart that her son was not a man of honor. You've got all the S-class talent. Why are you inferior to this Li Mu? If you could be better than Li Mu, you wouldn't have to put your mom through this kind of now. Li Mu and the others took 2 cars and went straight to the military district, residential area for the families of the Jinyuan army, conveniently located a dozen kilometers or so away from the blacksmith shop, with an elevated road running right through it. The drive was just under 10 minutes. There are specialized police units in military areas. After Li Mu showed his papers, he was released by the police guards. Yang Yurong's family was marching into the genus area for the first time. Seeing the place at 10 paces and 5 posts, the sense of pressure came up. Yang Yurong even secretly instructed Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiaqi, "Don't talk or look around in a minute. You hear me?" Afraid they'll get into trouble. Li Mu smiled without saying anything, but he didn't tear down his sister-in-law either. It was indeed right to be cautious. Meanwhile, the entrance to the garden within the military zone. There were 2 people standing. a middle-aged woman, dressed smartly and competently. In the work formal wear of a military district property, there was a wonderful girl of 18 or 19 at her side. The girl was also wearing the property's coveralls, but it looked like an internship. The girl was pretty good looking and had a nice body. She had been standing here with the middle-aged woman for a long time and asked with some impatience, "Auntie, we don't have to wait like this, do we? It's a bit too humble." "Shut up," the middle-aged woman chided softly. "Zhang Yanyan, how many times have I told you not to talk nonsense in here? I'm not even following the rules by bringing you here this time." This Li Mu of others became a young wolf guard at the age of 18. A young man is a young man. I brought you out just to meet and familiarize you. If there's a chance to develop it, it might lead to a marriage. You've got to behave yourself and never talk out of turn. Zhang Yanyan skimmed her lips and stopped talking. The middle-aged woman sighed. He also knew that this niece of his was rebellious by nature. These days she's just gotten her niece to work on a military-affiliated property. My niece has seen more and more great people and her eyes have become high. It always feels a bit floaty. She wasn't worried about her niece getting a date. But yesterday, after receiving a notice to receive Li Mu, the above gave Li Mu's information. She took a look at the 18-year-old young wolf guards, which were truly handsome young men, even with eyes as wide as hers. She felt it would be hard to find such a fine young man again. If I could set it up with my own niece, my niece will really have no worries for the rest of her life. The two waited a few more moments before a line of people finally walked in at the door. This middle-aged woman rushed to welcome them. Enthusiastically, he extended his hand and said, "Hello, Wolf Guard Li. I'm the property manager of the military district. My name is Zhong Hong. I'll be hosting your viewing today." "Hello, Manager Chung." Li Mu smiled and shook hands, then introduced the family one by one. Zhong Hong is very easygoing, being the same woman. Enthusiastically chatting with Yang Suiying a few times brought the distance a lot closer. Then they led the crowd inside. Li Mu also glanced at the girl behind Zhong Hong at first. Seeing that Zhong Hong did not introduce himself, he thought that it was probably the interns who followed to learn the reception etiquette, and never looked at each other again. This in turn made Zhong Yanyan's heart come to anger. When he saw Li Mu at first, he had some good feelings. Li Mu had a stylish look, an unassuming temperament, and his age was a year younger than hers though. Yet it has a dry, manly flavor. However, Li Mu's glance at her was extremely bland, and did not have the slightest feeling of astonishment, and didn't even look at her for a second after that. This deeply irritated Zhong Yanyan. She hated this kind of Li Mu who obviously wanted to look at beautiful women, and yet, they willfully pretend to be oblivious to it. This kind of man is the most underhanded. You pretend to be noble on the surface, but in your heart, you're filthy, and what she likes is the kind of warrior who actually fights in blood on the battlefield. That's a real man. I heard from my aunt that this Li Mu's military position is an advisor in the Ministry of Merit. Needless to ask, the rank of this young wolf guard was earned from researching feats belonging to the scholarly type of martial artist. It is estimated that he has never even gone to war and seen blood. She was already rebellious. The more her aunt commanded her, and waited here early, and told her to be careful what she said, watch your demeanor, the more she rebelled, the more she had long resented Li Mu. After meeting Li Mu as actually this kind of goods, she felt even more disgusted inside. That's why the face has been so bad. As for Li Mu's rank of young wolf guard, she didn't feel rare at all. Your own aunt is still the property manager of the military district. Know a whole bunch of mid-wolf guards on wolf guards yet. Chapter 71, Not a Care in the World. Zhong Hong, on the other hand, is very dedicated, leading the crowd inside, his mouth describing the neighborhood environment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the security in our military district is the highest specification in the entire Iron Hand city. A first-class environment with over 60% green space, medical, performing arts, leisure shopping has it all. The creek that runs through the military district comes from a diversion of the Yuchuan River through the city. With Zhong Hong's introduction, Yang Yurong himself forgot what he had instructed his son to say. The family couldn't help but eyeball it and marvel at it. The entire military zone is not only a beautiful environment, complete with those so-called luxury neighborhoods, an exotic fragrance of flowers and plants is even more refreshing and intoxicating. Living in a place like this is simply a pleasure. In the center is a large and spacious event plaza, surrounded by a martial arts arena, a superstore, gardens. The casino has it all, and yet it didn't feel noisy and crowded. There were adults with children spilling their guts out in the square. There are also people with pets who walk and play in the park. There isn't a single tall building in here, just 3 or 4 stories at most. There are only a few hundred people in the entire military district. Zhong Hong led several people to a small building. Wolf Guard Li, I have prepared 4 houses for you this time. The floors, the views, the household types are all different. As she spoke, She secretly glared at her niece Zhong Yanyan, gesturing for her to hurry up and open the door. Why didn't she have any eyes at all? Zhong Yanyan, however, acted as if she didn't see it and snapped her fingers there, deliberately glancing aside. Zhong Hong could only very naturally walk up and pull open the door herself, welcoming Li Mu and the others in. It's a 1-2 leap, totaling 240 square feet, 6 bedrooms, 4 baths, 2 halls up and down. The upper level is a little more compact and cozy. The lower level is spacious for guests and events. The front yard can be used as you wish. As Zhong Hong explained, Li Mu's family went around the house. Yang Suiying and the others were 10,000 satisfied in their eyes. This is like a mansion within a mansion. This is decorated in a quaint and elegant, turnkey way. I can't believe this house didn't cost a dime. As long as a military position in the Jinyuan army is actually given for nothing. His heart was happy, but his mouth didn't dare to ask. Li Mu asked, "Who lives upstairs?" "Upstairs from you is the deputy instructor of the Pearl Military District, with the rank of Lieutenant Wolfguard." After Zhong Hong finished speaking, she couldn't help but sigh a little in her heart. It's not rank that's looked at in separate rooms. It's rank. Although Li Mu was a young Wolfguard, his military position was no worse than that of a vice instructor. That's a rare young talent. If it weren't for the fact that her own daughter was still young, only 13 or 14, she wouldn't have been able to introduce her niece. If this were his own son-in-law, he could go crazy with joy. "Mom, how are you guys feeling?" Raimu looked to the family. "Pretty good." Yang Suiying gave a somewhat restrained smile. Yang Yuron's family also nodded their heads. Zhong Hong, however, laughed. "There is no need to decide in haste. If you are not too busy, we can look at other houses to compare. That would be a pleasure." Li Mu also felt that it made sense, so he said at Zhong Hong. Zhong Yanyan, who was on the side, suddenly let out a long breath of impatience. She had thought that Li Mu's family had said they were satisfied, and that she would be done for the day. "I didn't realize that my own aunt had offered to look at the others on her own, delaying her from going back to the restroom to play the game." It was full of impatience. Zhong Hong was so angry that she wanted to slap her. Naturally, Li Mu felt her emotions, but pressed on. "I'm already full of bad luck from running into the Li family this morning. Why spoil your mood for a stranger again? Anyway, this kind of person and himself will not have half a chance to cross paths in the future." The crowd looked at 3 other houses. "I wonder if it's a preconceived notion." Yang Suiying and Yang Yuyon and others unanimously said that the first set is still better. All Li Mu did was to make his mom happy. It didn't matter where he lived. Anyway, he figured it wouldn't be long before he got a promotion in his military position. "I guess the house will have to be changed to something bigger by then." Revisited the first house and took another closer look. Chen Zheqi and Chen Jiafeng ran up and down the stairs, even thinking about where they would live. Zhong Hong was also very happy. "I'll do the paperwork and stuff as soon as I can. You'll contact me when you're moving and I'll arrange for a man and a car to help move things. Also, if there is anything you need to acquire, you tell me in advance and the property will be ready for you. In terms of passes, I can only do 6 for the number of people. If you need more or a replacement, feel free to contact me as well. A small walk through the process is all it takes. Let me add one of your contacts for easy contact." After Zhong Hong finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and looked at Li Mu expectantly. Li Mu took out his cell phone and added Zhong Hong's chat app. Zhong Hong added to Li Mu. "This is Zhong Yanyan, also an intern at the property. Let her add your contact information as well. You can just set her up if you need something later." As she spoke, Zhong Hong hurriedly made a wink at Zhong Yanyan. Zhong Yanyan, however, squeezed out a faint smile. A businesslike attitude said, "It's fine. You can just come to us at the property if you need anything. Or just call the property. We are ready to serve you." Li Mu laughed after hearing this. Pressing on, he retrieved his cell phone. Zhong Hong, on the other hand, turned pale. She really didn't expect that she would go through all the trouble of arranging for Zhong Yanyan to get to know this young handsome man. Zhong Yanyan is actually such an asshole. He himself, the manager of the property department, has to smile at people. "You're a loser who flunked out of high school and got a job. What gives you the right to look like that? I've just been attentive to people for half a day. You're tearing my stage apart with those 2 words. Zhong Hong hated herself. How could you be so larded up that you didn't see that your niece was such a heartless thing? You've gotten yourself killed this time. Zhong Hong didn't bother with her anymore and looked at Li Mu with apologies. Wolfguard Li, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. This intern of mine really doesn't know any better. I'm sorry. With those words, Zhong Hong bowed deeply towards Li Mu. Li Mu could certainly see that this Zhong Hong must be somewhat related to Zhong Yanyan. But this Zhong Hong didn't have any bad intentions. So he waved his hand. "It's fine. So let's do that for now. I'll contact you afterward and we'll head back." With those words he was about to walk out the door. Zhong Yanyan saw her aunt actually bowing exaggeratedly towards the other party to apologize. There was a big frown. I thought to myself, how could you do that? You're sick. You're the property manager of a military district. Why are you so humble? Zhong Honglian said, I'll walk you all out. Just then, a few people suddenly walked in through the door. The leader was none other than Bai Taiwei. Behind her were her secretary and 2 members of her security detail. As soon as she saw Bai Taiwei, Zhong Hong froze in place in fear for half a second before she hurriedly said, Hello, Director Bai. Bai, I'm showing Wolfguard Li the house. She was so anxious and incoherent that she stood upright as she spoke. In fact, in the eyes of them all, the people of the Jinyuan army were bound to be more powerful than the local people. But the Jinyuan army is down there, far away. Instead, it was a figure like Bai Taiwei who stomped around the city and caused earthquakes. It gives them a stronger sense of oppression. Some days it's better than his husband's deputy commander-in-chief. Bai Tai smiled faintly. Hard work. She then turned to Li Mu, and her smile was suddenly much more cordial and natural. Anti-white. Li Mu took the initiative to greet him aloud. Bai Taiwei laughed as she stepped forward and said to Li Mu in a good-natured manner, And don't introduce me. Li Mu rushed to introduce them one by one. Aunt Bai, this is my mom, Yang Suiying, this is my sister-in-law Yang Yurong, and my sister-in-law's husband Chen Jinshi, my cousin's cousins, Chen Jiachi, Chen Jiafeng. Li Mu introduced at the same time. Bai Taiwei then took the initiative to go forward and hold Yang Suiying's hand. Finally, Li Mu was introduced to his mother and others. Mom, Auntie, this is the director of the Law Enforcement Division of the Eastern District, Bai Taiwei, also the wife of the deputy commander of our military district. Yang Suiying then felt the hand she held with Bai Taiwei stiffen. Director of the Law Enforcement Division. Chapter 72, Leave a contact information. Right, Mr. and Mrs. Yang Yurong were even too scared to breathe. Chen Jiachi and Chen Jiafeng both had their little mouths open. Chen Jiafeng also subconsciously looked at his pants. Good thing it didn't pee. Bai Taiwei held Yang Suiying's hand and smiled. I'm a year younger than you, and I've wanted to meet my sister for a long time. This time, you moved into the military neighborhood, so our 2 families will be much closer in the future. Bai Taiwei speaks very kindly and softly, together with Bai Taiwei holding Yang Suiying's hand with both hands and not letting go. Using this particular body movement quickly brought the 2 closer together. Yang Suiying was less nervous. You can't embarrass your own son. Definitely. This child Li Mu has worried you all. He doesn't talk much at home about how much you guys have helped him. I never got a chance to thank you in person either. Bai Taiwei immediately gently patted Yang Suiying's hand and laughed. Come on, you and I, we're getting too polite. Anyway, let's take our time together and you'll know what I'm like. We're practically our own people. Bai Taiwei's last sentence was subtle. Although Yang Suiying and the others didn't understand much, they could really hear the sincerity in the words. All of them were also in a completely relaxed mood. It seems people don't come up here to be polite. And hearing this conversation, that Zhong Yanyan was also stunned. She didn't expect Li Mu to know Bai Taiwei. She naturally knows well what Bai Taiwei's status is. Even she, the niece of the property manager of the military district, couldn't say a word. I didn't realize she was so hot for Li Mu's family. And Zhong Han lamented. She had long known that Li Mu's identity was not simple, but she did not expect it to be so uncomplicated. It was a mistake to bring this punk Zhong Yanyan here today. Bai Taiwei complimented Li Mu again. And speaking of help, we really didn't help Li Mu much either. On the contrary, Li Mu, the young wolfguard that he is, but it's from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, one knife at a time. The strength of his power is something that all martial artists of the same rank have to look up to. The most popular positive military-style textbook in the military right now is his combat video. In the future is unlimited. Bai Taiwei's intention was to praise Li Mu and make his family proud. However, Li Mu is secretly sighing Bai Taiwei. Should not say this. Sure enough, after she finished saying this, Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong both had gusts of white on their faces. Chastisingly, he looked at Li Mu. When did you kill your way out of a mountain of corpses? Why not a single word was mentioned to them? Bai Taiwei was instantly embarrassed, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. But Zhong Yanyan's eyes gradually lit up after hearing this. She thought that Li Mu's merits were earned by changing his feats. I didn't realize it was from a mountain of corpses? If that's the case, it's not that it can't be considered powerful, seen blood, good rank, a house in a military neighborhood, and good looking. Isn't that your ideal type? Except for that pretentiousness that feels a bit down. But it's a good thing. At this moment, Bai Taiwei's phone suddenly rang. Bai Taiwei looked away and apologized to Yang Suiying. Sister Yang, sorry, I have to go beforehand. Go about your business. Yang Suiying hurriedly said. People are the secretary of department, and they took time out of their busy schedules to meet them. It's already very facetious. Before leaving, Bai Taiwei also instructed, Be sure to let me know when you move in, and the old king and I will come over for a warm meal. Definitely, definitely. Yang Suiying nodded repeatedly. Bai Taiwei then led the people to leave at a quick pace. As soon as she left, Yang Suiying immediately glared at Li Mu without any good reason. Little brat, if you don't tell me, I'll be even more panicked when I find out from other people's mouths. Hey, Mom, I was wrong. I'll be sure to tell you next time. Lemuelton playfully began to muddle through. At this moment, Zhong Hong opened his mouth. Li Wolfguard. Ugh. Her face was frighteningly white, and she determined that Li Mu would definitely sue her in front of Bai Taiwei. She really wanted to ask for mercy and didn't know how to ask. After all, Zhong Yanyan was the one who brought her here, and even Bai Taiwei saw it. It would have been out of order for her to bring her intern niece on such an important reception. She couldn't explain it any way she could get away with it. Li Mu, however, waved his hand. Manager Zhong, we'll have to trouble you more for the aftermath of our move-in. There's still a lot of accommodation to be asked of you in terms of various formalities. Zhong Hong instantly looked at Li Mu in shock. More trouble in the future. Li Mu means that he will not be held responsible. She felt a twinge in her nose all of a sudden. Endless gratitude welled up in his heart. It should be. The heart is dark. Now that's a real man among men. This kind of pattern. If it was an ordinary second-generation ancestor, being offended by Zhong Yanyan like this, it's bound to take it out on itself, and it won't stop until it's screwed up. But Li Mu felt it really wasn't necessary. Zhang Hong, besides having a stupid lack of relatives, there was no problem with the professionalism of the people, and the service was very attentive and on point. There's no need to be so hostile. At this time, Zhong Yanyan was the one who suddenly said, Wolfguard Li, why don't we just add our contact information? The manager, she's usually busy, so if there's anything you can contact me directly. As she spoke, Zhong Yanyan took out her cell phone with great confidence. Open the Add Friends screen of your chat software. Li Mu, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Forget it. He then turned to Yang Suiying and said, Mom, should we turn around again? Or just go straight away. We're moving soon anyway. It's just as well to move in and turn around. Okay, thanks to Manager Zhong. See you later. After Li Mu finished speaking, the family headed out. I'll see you all off. Zhong Hong hurriedly said. Yang Yurong, who was walking behind, stopped her at once and laughed. Manager, why don't you mind your own business? To be honest, you're a little uncomfortable strolling after us. Yang Yurong had long since seen the virtue of that Zhong Yanyan. Couldn't look at our little Woody before, and now they're rushing to get Woody's contact info. The face is not wanted at all. If Zhong Hong followed them, this Zhong Yanyan would probably follow all the way. She didn't want that to happen. Gross. So it was a direct block for Li Mu. Hearing people say this, Zhong Hong was embarrassed for a while and had to stop. Witnessed the departure of Li Mu's family. A long sigh escaped her mind. LOL. Although Li Mu didn't blame her, people also made it clear that they didn't have an attitude of deep friendship. If you don't take Zhong Yanyan with you today, it would definitely leave a good impression on Li Mu and take care of their family more in the future. Sooner or later, you can get closer to them. Now, is hard. Seeing her so lost, Zhong Yanyan retrieved her cell phone and was also filled with anger. Li Mu actually gave her such a big embarrassment to her face. She was a girl, and she took the initiative to ask for his contact information, so he really wasn't a gentleman at all. What are you pretending? She mumbled something inoffensive and tucked her cell phone away. Zhong Hong suddenly snapped back to glare at her, gritting her teeth. Zhong Yanyan, I've really blinded myself. I usually know too little about you. I didn't realize you were this brain dead. If it wasn't for your father begging me, with your condition, you wouldn't have been able to enter the military district property even if you were beaten to death. Where the hell did you get the nerve to dare to give a young wolfguard a face? You say? Zhong Yanyan instantly yelled with a strained neck in defiance. I don't get it either. You're the property manager of a military neighborhood. What are you so afraid of him for? Aren't those middle wolfguards and upper wolfguards also pleasant to see you? You have such a wide range of connections. It's not so bad as this one. Zhong Hong was almost furious. If it weren't for the culmination, it would have been a slap in the face. She cursed hatefully. You're just retarded. She couldn't really find a more apt description than that. The military's own property is made up of just the best of the best property elites selected by the housing authority. We're just working in this. It's for their betterment. No semblance of a military background. People are pleasant to me because they are polite. Instead of being in awe of who I am, I'm just a waiter in here, do you understand? What do you think the young wolfguard is? One word from him and I'd have to roll with it. Speaking of this, Zhong Yanyan's eyes had rounded. She couldn't believe that her aunt's position was so different from what she thought it was. Zhong Hong chopped his head off. I've been kind to you, so get the hell out of here now. Don't give me any more trouble. You may not believe me, But today is your only chance. In this life, you will never have another chance to bond with a young talent of the young Wolfguard's level. After saying that, Zhong Hong shook his head and left in stride, leaving Zhang Yanyan stunned on the spot. Chapter 73, Living Crystal Secret Mission. Leave the military zone. Li Mu was going to the Abyss to hand over the falling leaf blade technique to the Ministry of Merit. Yang Suiying and the others went home and started packing, getting ready for a complete big move tomorrow. Li Mu returned to the Abyss, returned the falling leaf blade technique he had written to the feats department. In fact, one day is enough if he catches some tight, because the original falling leaf blade had over 30,000 words. Li Mu wrote just over 10,000 words, but there was no rush anyway, and there was no need for Li Mu to be so shocking and tire himself out. Ministry of Kung Fu. Minister Song and the others looked at Li Mu's finished falling leaf blade technique. One was too stunned to speak. This is actually really the falling leaf blade technique? Although Minister Song knew that Li Mu was strangely enlightened. But this is just too much. Not only has it been reduced to over 10,000 words, but it is concise and to the point. It seemed to be even better than the previous falling leaves blade technique, compared to the set of feats written by Li Mu. The former falling leaf blade method actually appears. Redundancy. You should know that the falling leaf blade technique has been around for 20 to 30 years. Paper optimization has also been going on for over a decade. This is the result of more than 10 years of research by how many Gongfu scholars? In Li Mu's case it was like dross. This is more than a 5% boost? As long as a martial artist with good perception, I guess they can comprehend at least 50 to 60%. Professor Su's old eyes couldn't help but be a little cloudy. His hand was shaking slightly as he held the book. In his eyes, the Jinyuan army were all a bunch of children. It's going to make these kids a little bit stronger, a little bit more, and it's going to save their lives. This is his ultimate quest in this life. This paper gong method of Li Mu, according to their estimation, the bottom line is that it is half as strong as the previous feats. The specifics will depend on the implementation. Either they or the Judge Advocate General's office would find a group of knife martial artists and have them learn the paper version. Then with the other half of the Kung Fu Stone Blade class of martial artists, a control group is tested. It is only in the end that concrete conclusions can be drawn. If Li Mu can really optimize the paper version to 60% intensity, that would truly be the equivalent of all blade-type martial artists adding a feat for free. This is definitely a big credit. Quickly, immediately find 10 martial artists who haven't practiced the falling leaf blade technique knife class and conduct a control group test. Minister Song immediately began to make arrangements. Professor Su, on the other hand, tugged on Li Mu's hand. If you want to study any feats in the future, speak directly to me. Top-grade feats are fine. Professor Su's old hand clutched Li Mu tightly, his eyes full of appreciation. He gave Li Mu this promise, and it was also convenient for Li Mu to improve his gongfu. Even though Li Mu was a genius, he was now a member of the Ministry of Merit. However, they couldn't force Li Mu to have to improve his gongfu, because once you cause Li Mu to resent, he can't change a word. There's nothing you can do, so you can only come soft on Li Mu, never hard. It's something that depends entirely on Li Mu's subjective will. Promising him to take any top-grade technique he wanted was also mobilizing Li Mu's subjective initiative. Li Mu really took it to heart, because he's still missing 2 upper-grade internal skills. Li Mu was immediately overjoyed. Really? Really? But you'll have to work hard to optimize the mortal grade feats to do so. Professor Su laughed. Fine. I'm missing 2 top-grade feats right now. Let's go. After Li Mu finished speaking, he dragged Professor Su towards the Gongfu storage room. Professor Su burst out laughing, hoping that he was dragged off to be a hostage. Li Mu went on his own for fear that the people in the merit room wouldn't believe him. Prof. Su is very generous. Allowed Li Mu to pick a top quality and a fine quality feat. The mortal grade feats were even more open to Li Mu's selection. Li Mu took 1 fine inner strength and 1 upper grade inner strength. There were also 12 mortal grade feats, 10 of which were gun and stick feats, 1 blade, and 1 sword. Li Mu would have liked to take more, but he noticed that Professor Su had sponsored these feats for Li Mu entirely at his own expense. The military has military law. Li Mu has made a great achievement, and the army will reward him for it. However, Professor Su couldn't take the entire Gongfu department to reward Li Mu alone. It would be a total mess if that went on. And there are such things as feats. It's never too much to chew. With so many feats at once, Li Mu had already made Professor Su incomprehensible. But Li Mu had his own plans. Even if it was a mortal grade technique, under the enhancement of the substandard heavenly immortal technique, it wasn't any worse than a top-grade attack and kill technique. All the feats arrived at Li Mu, and after 100 years of insights, they were augmented. It all becomes another kind of kung fu, straight to the essence. Li Mu incorporated those 2 internal skills into the sublime heavenly immortal technique as well. The second-grade Celestial Immortal Technique has fused with Killing Intent Feedback, increasing the feedback trait. Feedback: when attacking an enemy, loot a small portion of true chi back to yourself. The second-grade Heavenly Immortal Technique has fused with the Bone-Penetrating Dark Force, increasing the Bone-Penetrating feature. Penetrating Bone enhances the penetrating power of attacks by a huge margin. Among them, this Bone-Penetrating Dark Strength is a fine inner strength. Sub-quality Heavenly Immortal Technique: deepen your understanding of the techniques you have practiced for 100 years. The Dan-Hien Meridians have improved dramatically, and they can fuse the Internal Heart Technique and absorb its characteristics into the Celestial Immortal Technique. Current traits: Rejuvenation, Reflection, Bone Penetration. Fused internal skills can be replaced if the two new features are understood in a playful way. Attacks: Return Blue, Armor Penetration. As for those other mortal grade feats, after Li Mu's second grade Heavenly Immortal Technique was understood, totally blended. Now Li Mu, understanding of the use of sticks such as sweeping, chopping, poking, and chopping. It has reached a new level. Every move and every stance all perfectly displayed the martial arts they had learned. This was the strength of the sublime Heavenly Immortal Technique. Once he reached a certain height, this world's attacking and killing techniques would just be icing on the cake for him. The Great Sage Avatar was simply a descending blow in this world. Now he had quite a few means of the Great Sage Avatar. Attacking and killing feats were becoming more and more limited in terms of their usefulness to Li Mu. As for the two mortal feats of the sword and the knife, Li Mu was purely trying to familiarize himself with these feats in advance. Prepare for the future when you want to optimize paper feats. This time, your improved falling leaf blade technique has to be tested by our own people first. It's reported to the Judge Advocate General's office in a few days, and they verify it and give a characterization of the specific strength. You will not be able to settle the exact military credit until then. You still have to be patient for a few days. Professor Su walked with Li Mu with his hands behind his back and explained with a smile. It's okay, I'm not in that much of a hurry. The two slipped out of the Ministry of Merit, looked up at the Abyssal Dome, and were about to chat for a while. Suddenly an escort appeared in the distance ahead. It seemed to escort a few people on a quick trip to the military headquarters. What happened? Li Mu asked suspiciously. Professor Su also shook his head. In the meantime, large conference room at military headquarters. A bunch of bigwigs are sitting together in a meeting. Liang Huanjuan, Commander-in-Chief of the Pearl Military Region, sat high at the head of the table. Deputy Commander Zhang Qing, Chief Commander Liao Feng, Deputy Chief Commander Wang Longcheng. The four military district chiefs were gathered, and the smallest officers sitting below them were all upper wolf guards. The atmosphere was heavy. Liang Huanjuan spoke first. Living crystal ore is an unrivaled energy metal, extremely important for boutique and above weapons manufacturing. The people from the institute have arrived, and their opinion is to map it out first. Everyone say what you think too. When he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Cheng. Vice Commander Zhang Cheng spoke after a moment of contemplation. I don't think that there is a need for mapping. Concentrate your forces directly on them, and then do it big. At least grab some of the resources. He spoke impassionedly, but few responded. Wang Longcheng objected. That's a little too dangerous. Many of the monsters feed on living crystals, and a large army pressed through would be exposed too quickly. As long as there's an upper gen monster, the warriors won't even have a chance to retreat. And once the vein is exposed, there's no more chance to mine it. My suggestion, too, is mapping. Zhang Qing faintly swept a glance at Wang Longcheng, anger hidden in his eyes. Wang Longcheng's words were unanimously approved. There was already a shortage of men at this juncture, and it would be a big deal to concentrate forces in case they were completely wiped out. Then, touch base first. Liang Huanjuan clapped his hands and said, the red line for mapping is below the third grade, and there can be no more than 4 people in the whole area. Squads can't be more than 2 people. Only 1 researcher is coming to the institute, and there can only be 1 escort. Does anyone have any more recommendations? With such a question, the people present all looked at Wang Longcheng. Wang Longcheng had to say, my second daughter happens to be a guaranteed student in abyssal surveying. The strength is the peak of the 3rd grade. It should be able to handle this survey. Chief Commander Liao Feng nodded. Vice Commander Wang's dedication is touching. Your daughter would have absolutely nothing to gossip about if she was also involved in this operation. The institute. It means a lot. Everyone else nodded. Wang Longcheng added. However, I have one request. The person who escorts my daughter must be appointed by me. Chapter 74, we choose Zhang Kong. For this proposal from Wang Longcheng, everyone was fine with it. People even give up their own daughters. Why don't you order a bodyguard? An hour or so later, Li Mu, who was drinking tea at the Ministry of Feats and Techniques, suddenly received a call from Wang Longcheng. Hey, Uncle Wang. Well, where is it? The Ministry of Merit. Okay, there's a mission. You come to command. Li Mu was stunned. Command? Moreover, Wang Longcheng hadn't taken the initiative to give him a task. He would never call himself on a normal mission. Be right there. Li Mu hung up the phone, said goodbye to Professor Su and ran to the command headquarters. When we arrived at the commanding officer's headquarters, Adjutant Zhang was already waiting there. He personally led Li Mu into the command headquarters. 7 turns to a small conference room. As soon as he entered the conference room, Li Mu felt his scalp go numb, then rushed to salute and greet. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief. Deputy Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief. Deputy Commander-in-Chief. Li Mu greeted it first as if he were announcing the name of the dish. This conference room was filled with bigwigs from the Pearl military region. Liang Huanjuan smiled faintly. I haven't heard much about you these days. Serve your country. Li Mu responded in an unassuming manner. Yes, everyone's here. Let's talk about things. Liang Huanjuan rushed Chief Commander Liao Feng and said. Raimu began to survey the people around him. There were a few other people in this room besides a couple of bigwigs. 3 of them were dressed in institute clothing. Surprisingly, they were the ones he had seen escorted by the guards when he and Professor Su had gone out earlier. A middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, and a girl in her 20s. And in front of Vice Commander Zhang Qing stood a long-built teenager. Looking at the facial features, there was a 6 or 7% resemblance to Zhang Qing. This kind of doesn't even need a DNA test. You can tell at a glance that it's Zhang Qing's son. And in front of Wang Longcheng, there stood a girl whose beauty was trembling. This girl Li Mu had never seen before, but there was a bit of Bai Tiawei's shadow among her features. The eyes were like autumn water as they looked around. The temperament is surprisingly a bit of Lin Dayu's poignant softness. It seemed to have sensed Li Mu's gaze. She glanced at Li Mu, and at once her eyes quickly averted, her eyelashes dropping and, surprisingly, the cheeks are starting to flush a bit. So sensitive? Li Mu wasn't so narcissistic as to think that people were looking at him. I guess the other side pressed the tone. Chief Commander Liao Feng nodded. I've invited you all here this time for a secret mission. At a certain coordinate point in the 4th grade monster zone, our pioneering team has discovered a mining site, verified as a living crystal mine. This crystal ore is extremely valuable to our military region. But right now, we can't determine the breadth or depth of its veins. You all know very well, within the abyss, breadth is extremely important. Once the number of people exceeding the red line, or martial artists exceeding the red line grade appears, it would just quickly attract tons of monsters and super monsters. The monsters in this area are of the 4th grade, with a high level of perception. A 4th grade martial artist entering will be just as slow to attract monsters, so to make sure the mission gets done as quickly as possible, this time, the red line is set at the peak of the 3rd rank of the yellow order, and you must team up in pairs and split up. Survey the exact data from both directions as soon as possible so we can make the next move. This is the newest outstanding researcher of the Northland Research Institute, Jiang Linlin, responsible for this primary survey. As he spoke, Liao Feng pointed his finger towards the young girl from the institute. Ginger Lin stepped forward with an expressionless face. This is Vice Commander Wang Longqing's daughter-in-law, Wang Inhuan. Silver Ring is a bonded Abyssal energy major, also adept at surveying, and is in charge of this secondary survey. The middle-aged man and woman from the institute. At this moment the middle-aged woman emphasized. The above faced the survey very seriously, in order to make sure to ensure that the task is accomplished. It also guarantees the safety of the 2 surveyors, and also wants to find the strongest veteran within the 3rd rank. After saying that, she faintly swept towards Li Mu and Zhang Qing's son. She purposely said this before introducing the escort, to remind Liang Huanjuan and the others. Our human lives are precious. It has to be with the best of the best. Liang Huanjuan and the others became furious. Not just a small director of the Northland Military Science Research Institute. You're a big bully. Other people, Wang Longcheng, have put their own daughters on the line. Why do you have to say this kind of? However, since she had opened her mouth, Liao Feng turned his words around. That's natural, and the 2 escorts have very special identities. This is Vice Commander Seng's son, Zhang Kong, with a peak 3rd grade cultivation. Extremely strong, 170 merits, currently captain of the guard. Zhang Kong held his head high and looked proud. Zhang Qing arranged for his son to participate in this mission, also with the intention of honing his son. If this mission is successful, the merit is definitely a large amount. Moreover, although the 4th grade area was dangerous, Zhang Cheng was the escort. When it really comes down to it, he has the means of escape. Liao Feng pointed at Li Mu again. This is Li Mu, middle 3rd grade, but extremely strong in actual combat, possesses the Order of the Guardian of Merit, 2nd class, the rank of Young Wolf Guard, and is currently a senior advisor to the Department of Merit. These are 2 rare Heavenly Pride level figures in our 3rd rank. We respect the Institute's opinion on who to choose to escort, Liao Feng said, handing over the choice to the people from the Institute. The original plan was for Li Mu to escort Wang Yinhuan, which was designated by Wang Longcheng, but now that the Institute had said that kind of thing, Liao Feng made a temporary change. Aren't you guys afraid that the bodyguards won't work? Let you pick your own, so that you don't blame us for faulty arrangements when things go wrong. The three people from the Research Institute looked at Li Mu and frowned at the same time. Mid-third grade? Commander Liang, you can't find a second peak third-grade warrior in your military region? The woman asked. I thought to myself that this Pearl military region was too much. Just pick 2 people out of the entire military region. And there's actually a mid-third grade? Isn't that taking this mission for granted? Lian Huanjuan swept a faint glance at her this time, but did not say anything. The woman at this institute seemed to have felt Liang Huanjuan's coldness as well. Sensibly, he kept his mouth shut and talked it over with the other 2. Zhang Linlin didn't even bother to look at Li Mu, pointed at Zhang Kong. I'll take him. Their thoughts were simple. Zhang Kong is the son of the vice commander. No matter if it's a technique, a weapon, a spiritual treasure, all resources are best, and it's the pinnacle of the 3rd grade. On the contrary, that Li Mu, a mid-3rd grade, also had no background. Looking at the position, he was also from the Ministry of Merit, so I guess he got his rank from merit. As for the Guardian Medal, they at the Institute don't know much about its gold content. Read their choices. Liang Huanjuan and Liao Feng glanced at each other, both with faint smiles in their eyes. These guys, they have a big rack, but unfortunately they don't have much vision. The Guardian Medal, that's awarded for saving at least 3 teammates from a desperate situation. This is not only a proof of strength, but also a proof of quality. On the battlefield, you can always give your back to the person who has the Guardian Medal. This is the greatest testament to a warrior's reliability. Wang Longcheng was greatly relieved to see them pick Zhang Kong, the entire military district. Any other third-ranked warrior besides Li Mu escorting his daughter, he couldn't even be relieved. Good. Then Li Mu escorted Wang Yinhuan. Do you all have any objections? Liao Feng looked at Li Mu and Zhang Kong again. After the mission was finished, he also had to ask if they agreed. These 2 individuals are also unable to carry out their tasks without their will being in place. Agreed. There was no way Li Mu would drop the ball for Wang Longcheng at this time. Zhang Kong more or less reluctantly said in agreement, but his gaze glanced at Wang Yinhuan from time to time. He usually hit it very well and acted like a try-hard image in front of his father. But his greatest passion is women, always colorful and bold, and ever since he saw Wang Yinhuan, he's been racking his brain to get his hands on her. It's so beautiful. It's stunning. Such a soft woman, with an air of melancholy with a touch of morbid beauty. Those eyes were soft enough to be cloying. This kind of woman is most likely to arouse his strong desire for conquest. Today, if his old man hadn't stated in advance that the institute was strong, the other guy picked him again of his own accord. He hated to directly introduce himself as Wang Yinhuan's bodyguard. Okay, if there are no objections from any of them, we'll leave tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Chapter 75. This chick is so much fun. When the meeting breaks up, Wang Longcheng then called out to Li Mu and led him and Wang Yinhuan back to his lounge. Entering the restroom, Wang Longcheng walked towards his desk. Wang Yinhuan was very good and understanding and went forward to pour water and make tea. See how familiar they are with pouring water and making tea. Obviously worked a lot and wasn't one of those messy rice patties. Wang Yinhuan poured 2 cups of tea. A cup was handed to his father and a cup was placed on the table, and glanced at Li Mu. Not even a word was said, and his face was red again. Wang Longcheng first looked at his daughter, then at Li Mu, and let out a bitter smile. Alas, I'm sure you can see that. My daughter is a mimosa. She's afraid of touching other boys since she was little. It will be a struggle to find an in-law in the future. Dad. Wang Yinhuan instantly blushed even redder and glared at her father in dissatisfaction. Wang Longcheng was amused for a while. Come on. Li Mu, I've mentioned it to you more than once. It's not like he's an outsider. So take him as a brother. No, it should be brother. Silver Ring is a few months older than you. With that said, he looked at Li Mu. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. No matter if the mission is successful or not, I'll bring her back to you alive and well. Li Mu naturally knew what Wang Longcheng was most worried about. So there's no nagging. One sentence straight to the point. Wang Longcheng nodded heavily. I am naturally most relieved to leave Silver Ring's safety in your hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't have named you. I'll have to make it up to you a bit for forcing you to go on this mission. That weapon of yours, isn't it time to change it? Go to the quartermaster's office and find a special weapon. The stick you use, it's a bit of a cold weapon. It must be too late to fight now. And if the quartermaster's office doesn't have it, go out and look for it. How much? I'll give you out. Li Mu couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth at once. Uncle Wang, are you rewarding me? Or are you doing this for your daughter's safety? Hiss. Little brat, you want it or not? Wan Longqing immediately glared without any good reason. To be. Li Mu hemmed and hawed. Of course you have to. Special weapons 2 million to hit the bottom nah. In fact, as long as the weapon was on the special product, and further up, Li Mu felt that he would have a hard time finding a finished product again. The more advanced the weapon, the more exclusive it was supposed to be. It all has to be built, and it's a matter of luck to find a finished weapon that's just right while it lasts. Get lost. Remember to come to the house for dinner tonight. Your Aunt Bai still has to instruct you. Wang Longqing laughed and cursed. Okay. Li Mu smiled, and then said in a deliberately loud voice with a slight forehead at Wang Yinhuan. I'll go first, mate. Wang Yinhuan didn't expect Li Mu to suddenly at himself, and suddenly her face swished red warm. Li Mu even felt that the top of her head was smoking. Wang Longqing angry. This little brat knows that his daughter is shy. It was a deliberate attempt to tease her, or in her face. He was about to snap when Reimer raised an eyebrow at him, turned and pulled the door shut and ran out. Who says this Wang Yinhuan is shy? This king's silver ring is so much fun. Like a chameleon. Little. Wang Longqing cursed without a good mood. Then he looked at Wang Yinhuan again. You said that you, too, and I pointed at you that. Will I ever have grandchildren? Wang Yinhuan was less dramatic when he was alone with his old man. The little mouth deflated and looked to the side arrogantly. Ignoring Wang Longqing's preaching, after exiting the abyss, Li Mu directly called Zhang Jiwei's phone. Hey, Mr. Zhang, help find a weapon? Zhang's group home is in the metal fabrication business. It is an upstream industry for weapons processing. Finding a high-level weapon is naturally not difficult. After a bit of questioning, Zhang Jiwei really did find a specialty stick weapon. The two of them made an appointment at a location. Li Mu had thought that when they met Zhang Jiwei was taking himself to that weapon city. As a result, once Zhang Jiwei got off the bus, he then took out a rod from his space ring and threw it towards Li Mu. Li Mu instantly took it in his hands. It was heavy in the hand, and estimated to be at least 200 pounds. The body is silver in color, and at each end is a one-piece stripe of what appears to be a rolled-up ghostly face. Ghost face rod, 220 pounds, forged of silver flare crystal iron. Inside is the throat bone of the 7th grade monster, the ghost-faced man-pig. Swinging it has a ghostly sound, and the stronger the true chi, the more penetrating the sound. It can shock the enemy's internal organs. Zhang Jiwei explained. Li Mu waved it lovingly. Sure enough, there was a windy sound to the swing, like a ghostly scream. It gives you goosebumps and chills down your back just by the sound of it. The sound was penetrating, but controlled and did not travel far. He hadn't used his true chi yet. If he did, the strange scream of swinging a weapon is expected to startle the monster by surprise, and this penetration is very spiritual. It just so happened that one's heavenly immortal technique now had the characteristic of bone penetration. With the combination of the two, Li Mu felt like he had pulled his armor-piercing attribute full. How much? Li Mu rarefied for a while, then asked toward Zhang Jiwei. It's not much money, so I'll give it to you, Zhang Jiwei casually said, directly pulling open the car door and sitting in. 1 foot on the gas and you're off. Hey, where's the receipt? Li Mu was speechless. This kid really didn't leave a single chance to make himself pay. He didn't want to be pretentious with Zhang Jiwei. The favor can be returned sooner or later anyway, but you give me the ING receipt. How do I go to Wang Longqing for reimbursement? For dinner, Li Mu went to Wang's house. As Wang Longqing said, Bai Taiwei instructed Li Mu a whole lot. Although Li Mu didn't have a receipt, Wang Longqing still reimbursed Li Mu $3 million. Li Mu was simply awesome. Add $3 million for a special weapon. At night Li Mu went home and gave his mother $2.5 million. But Li Mu's good mood was spoiled by a phone call before he went to bed. It's an unfamiliar number. As soon as the call is connected, the opposite side then questioned in a deep voice. Is it Li Mu? Yes, I'm Zhang Kong. First thing tomorrow morning, you apply with the people at the institute to switch with me, Zhang Kong said in an undeniable tone. No change. Li Mu casually refused. What did you say? Zhang Kong seemed to be in disbelief of his ears. No change. Say it again if you're looking for death. Zhang Kang's icy questioning seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. When he was introduced there today, Li Mu was aware that he was the son of the vice commander. I didn't expect Li Mu to know his identity and actually dare to disobey his orders. Simply don't want to live. Li Mu was annoyed. What breed of a asterisk are you? You heard me loud and clear. You ask your mom back? What's wrong with asking 800 times so I can change the answer? If you don't have anything else to ing say, hang up. Ask me that again and I'll whip your ass. There was instant silence across the phone. After more than 3 whole seconds of silence, Li Mu heard a loud intake of breath slamming from the opposite side. It's like a prelude to an outburst of fury. Li Mu directly hung up the phone with a quick eye. What happened on the other side he didn't know. But this Zhang Kong didn't call again. Li Mu sleeps in peace. Early the next morning. Pearl Military Region Teleportation Array Area. The surrounding warriors quickly dodged out of the way as they were escorted by a large group of escorts. Watching the action from afar. In front of the teleportation gate, all the bigwigs of the military region, except for the commander-in-chief, were gathered. The two-man teams began to check their equipment and medicines. Every time the Jinyuan army goes on a mission, you can receive free medicines after reporting the level of the task. Things like stop bleeding pills, closure pills, exhaustion pills, and the like are standard. It's all about eating normally, which is not much use, and saving your life when it counts. After teleportation, you can use a warhorse to catch up, but you must dismount when you enter the 4th grade area. 2 bodyguards. Once you encounter a battle, resolve it quickly. Never get involved in a fight. Vice Commander Wang and I will be in contact with you the entire time. Liao Feng made his final instructions. Roger that. After a few people responded, they all walked towards the portal. For 2 people to pass the same spot, they need to maintain physical contact. Li Mu naturally took Wang Yinhuan's hand. Wang Yinhuan's breathing stopped for a beat, and he subconsciously shrank, but the force was too small to break free from Li Mu's large hand. All of a sudden his face reddened to his ears again. On the other hand, Zhang Kong glared at Li Mu with a deadpan look of cannibalism. From the moment they met today, Zhang Kong hated to glare at Li Mu with his eyes. He went home yesterday and his mind was full of Wang Yinhuan. He couldn't wait to rip Wang Yinhuan over and ravage him on the spot. He had to go out on a mission with Wang Yinhuan piece by piece to create an opportunity. Thinking about it, he thought it would be best for Li Mu to be the bad guy. Li Mu went furtively towards the people of the institute. Jiang Linlin chose Li Mu, so he could be paired with Wang Yinhuan. This beautiful plan was broken by Li Mu's sentence no exchange, and Li Mu even scolded him a bit. Simply damned. He hated Li Mu like crazy right now. Lust and bile had eaten away at his brain, and in his fantasies one only needs to go on a mission with Wang Yinhuan. There was no chance that Wang Yinhuan would be taken down by himself during the course of the mission. It's exciting to think about, but the duck in the mouth was made to fly by Li Mu. He hated it to the core. Raima wanted to laugh when he saw his gaze. Not only did he not let go of his hand, he also clutched Wang Yinhuan's hand and raised it slightly. Let Zhang Kong see more clearly. Zhang Kong was enraged, but Li Mu had already pulled Wang Yinhuan and stepped into the portal. There was a flash of white light. The two had emerged into the spacious wilderness. There were no building ruins here, but the ground was full of black crystalline debris. The ground was cracked everywhere, filled with all sorts of broken branches and leaves. The strange sky-high trees were extremely sparsely divided, and not a single one could be seen for dozens of meters. And it's basically dry. Li Mu first looked around carefully. It was only then that I felt a slight force coming from my hand. It turned out to be that he was still holding onto Wang Yinhuan's hand. Rushed to get loose. Li Mu opened his watch and looked at the map. 120 kilometers is a long time to run. With those words, Li Mu summoned Teleborg. Wang Yinhuan let out an O and also took out his horse license. However, Li Mu said, "How can I protect you by riding 2 horses? In case a monster appears, what if the horse spooks and runs away?" "Ha?" Wang Yinhuan froze and looked at Li Mu. What? Get on this horse." Li Mu pointed to the spot in front of him. Wang Yinhuan instant red win. Chapter 76, Gallop Kills. Every time Li Mu saw her like this, she actually felt quite cute. Wang Yinhuan stood there tangled up. He felt that what Li Mu said made sense. "But you are a girl. How can you sit in? Come on." Li Mu's sudden voice scared Wang Yinhuan. Wang Yinhuan had to purse her lips vigorously and came to Li Mu's horse, putting his hand into Raimu's. With a sharp tug, Raimu yanked her up onto the horse and sat her down in front of him. Li Mu, on the other hand, shielded her in his arms. Wang Yinhuan was in a red temperature state the whole time, and he didn't dare to move like a stone statue after sitting on it. She could feel Li Mu's hot body heat behind her. Raimu's arms wrapped around her body, pressing against her back. It didn't hold her, but it made basically no difference. But this security is instantly pulled full. Li Mu was as steady as an old dog on the surface. In fact, the heartbeat is in overdrive. It was also the first time he had hugged a fragrant girl so close, and such a pretty, soft girl at that. Li Mu pretended to be calm as he drew out his cloak and shook it off with a clatter and draped it over his body. The back of the cloak floated over, and the silver circle embroidered on it instantly made Li Mu laugh. A silver ring. Isn't this a silver ring on your own cloak? But when Li Mu took a look, he let out a soft eep. Only something seemed to be in that silver circle. Raimu grabbed it and took a closer look. A blood-red eye appeared faintly in this silver circle. It's hard to tell without looking closely. Li Mu was pretty sure that it hadn't been there before. The previous cape only had a black and red background, which was empty in this silver circle. Moreover, Li Mu clearly felt that the energy of the cloak was incomparable to before. Since the last time he came back from the Bone Ghost realm, Li Mu hadn't had time to look at it. It seems to be the energy from the last time it absorbed a dead monster. Let this growing spiritual treasure finally grow. After touching the cloak for a moment, a spiritual thought was transmitted into Li Mu's mind. Li Mu's mind wandered. It seemed as if the cloak communicated to itself the use of the ability it had grown out of. Shut! Li Mu let out a soft whimper. Only the red eyes in the silver circle were seen, slowly closing. Immediately afterward, Li Mu felt his own breath being drastically shrunk, narrowing down to within this cloak, though still emanating outwardly. However, it was at least cut in half compared to the aura from a moment ago. Li Mu was overjoyed. The ability that grew out of this cape was actually closed air, sealed breath, which doesn't look amazing in action, but within the abyss, it can be just too practical. Not to say it's completely invisible on the monster's radar, but at least it greatly narrows the range of what can be detected. Good baby! Li Mu couldn't help but shout in his heart. That said, it seems that system victory points can transform spiritual treasures. His own victory points were too barren, all of them previously focused on how to strengthen and unlock the great sage avatar. You can also think about moving the spirit treasure next. At that thought, Li Mu waved his cloak and covered Wang Yinhuan in front of him as well. Wang Yinhuan was suddenly completely covered by the cloak. First, he froze. She sensed that the cloak could hide her breath. But, now she had a strong sense of vestigial feeling of being under the same blanket as Li Mu. It's simply humiliating. Can you stop the smoke from the top of your head? I can't see the road. She was dying of shame when Li Mu's exaggerated spitting came from the back of her head. Wang Yinhuan then felt the sky spinning. Oh heaven and earth. Open a crack in the earth and let me go to hell. This planet is not for me. Li Mu finished teasing her and prodded remote bone. When the war horse moves, that is even more bumpy. Wang Yinhuan has the illusion that she is already a woman. Command center at this time. 2 command stations, one for Liao Feng and one for Wang Longcheng. Wang Longcheng opened the screen of Li Mu and Wang Yinhuan while sitting on the stool. His butt had just dipped on the stool, and when he saw the scene in the picture, his whole body stood up again in misery. Eyelids thumped wildly. The surrounding people could even clearly hear Wang Longcheng's whispered tirade, a son of a. But after cursing he took a deep breath and gradually let it go, resumed his seat on the stool, though there was the feeling that a good homegrown cabbage was being frantically arched around by a small wild boar. But thinking about it, it's good to know that this little boar was raised by his own hands. It's also reassuring to know that you're arching around in your own garden. If it were any other wild boar, I would have rushed into the vegetable garden and broken his tusks and torn his mouth off. The pig's egg exploded. This was a third-grade monster area, and Telebone ran as fast as he could, but no monsters appeared. Li Mu was afraid that Wang Yinhuan would burn to death with red temperature, so he had to divert his attention. What was your gift again? Li Mu asked casually. Grade A, Destiny Ascension. Wang Yinhuan whispered. Li Mu was right behind her head, and when she spoke her breath went through her long hair and, blowing behind her ears. It gave Wang Yinhuan an extremely strange feeling. Wang Yinhuan's hair was dark and long, and the hair on the side of both temples met at the back of her head and was tied together. Tie up the massive hair at the back of your head. Although the hairstyle is very simple, it inexplicably looks fairy tale. How is it sublimated? Li Mu wondered. Puppy, sort of a summoner. Wang Yinhuan pursed her lips. Sublimated puppies? Turning into your summoned beast? Pretty much, but I only like to adopt stray puppies, so I'm not very strong. Wang Yinhuan explained. Li Mu drifted off. There are pet dogs and cats in this world as well, and the abyss has many low-ranking but beautiful creatures. Breeding with pet dogs and cats has produced many beautiful dog and cat pets. Just abandonment is everywhere and there are many stray dogs and cats in the city. Anyway, all of the humans have a martial arts initiation base, so any pet that dares to hurt someone will be killed. Even many pets that don't hurt people are often killed or disabled for no reason. Most of the talents of the summoning classes go to enhance the summoned beasts, so the summoners themselves are generally brittle. At this moment, a monster with a black body rushed ahead, ape-like, 2 meters in size, but covered in hard rock armor as black as carbon. It's still clattering off when you run. The 2 scarlet eyes on his head looked a bit oozy. Wang Yinhuan thought Li Mu was going to dismount, but she heard Li Mu instruct her. Don't move. Then Li Mu unexpectedly disappeared with a poof. Wang Yinhuan was horrified, because the creature was already charging towards himself. Li Mu, however, disappeared. Is this an attempt to feed himself to the monsters and then he takes the opportunity to kill them again? Big brother, your fighting style is a bit costly. Silver ring. This horse too. It actually ran straight at the monster and continued on. Silly horse. Dead horse. Run the other way. She was so anxious that she had clutched Telebone's mane in her hand in a death grip, but at that moment, Li Mu suddenly appeared more than 10 meters in front of the horse, and it was appearing in mid-air. The stick in his hand swept across the sky and swung through the air, along with an oozing ghostly sound. The rod swung out in a cloud of silver light, smacked the monster hard in the chest. Just as Wang Yinhuan wondered why Li Mu didn't whip his head, pumping the body which could do much damage to the monster. Instead, the monster was found to be like dough that had been pounded by a rolling pin. The area swept by the weapon instantly collapsed, the entire body folding at this point. It's no exaggeration to say that the monsters flew out. The shattered black rock armor on its body was still stalled in place for an instant, still maintaining the shape of a monster. The images are very impactful. Before the pieces of black rock armor hit the ground, Li Mu disappeared again with a poof. The next second it was back on the horse behind Wang Yinhuan. Suddenly embracing Wang Yinhuan scared her to the point of screaming ah. Shoo, quiet. Li Mu didn't have the heart to say. Wang Yinhuan was ignoring the fact that she was wrapped in Li Mu's arms at this point. She was still deeply shocked by Li Mu's tactics just now. What's that? Teleportation? Kill a monster of the same level in half a second and then instantly move back? What kind of counterintuitive tactic is this? In fact, Li Mu is pretty conservative. The transformation technique also consumed true qi. If it wasn't to completely ensure Wang Yinhuan's safety, Li Mu really would have just drawn his stick from his horse and knocked the monster to death. How much less work would that have been? Other warhorses may not be able to do it. Facing a monster might scare off, but Telebone won't. Remote Bone was an exceptional warhorse, and Li Mu had slowly discovered one of its characteristics. That's just fat guts. The bastard wasn't afraid of monsters at all, and he even hated to rush up and do battle with them himself, though it was not even as strong as a second-grade monster. But it's just not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? Silly. Chapter 77, Can you change the bodyguard? And in the command room, Wan Longqing saw that Li Mu had actually used the method of change to kill the monster. Just know that Li Mu does take his daughter's safety seriously. And the other side in front of the command deck, Liao Feng leaned back on his stool with his hands on his chest, observing the battle between the two Zheng Kangs over here. Zheng Kang's strength is indeed not bad. A long knife is incredibly powerful. His warhorse was also obviously a special item. Extremely fast, but also afraid of monsters. Ginger Lin rode a horse by himself. When he encountered monsters, Zheng Kang also had to dismount and go forward to fight. It's basically seconds too. But in terms of ease, it was completely incomparable to Li Mu. It's also very delayed in catching up. The pair of middle-aged men and women from the institute stood in the center off the main command deck, but will occasionally look over at the sub-commander's side of the table. Instead, they saw that Li Mu's warhorse hardly stopped. When you see a monster, you flash, kill it in seconds, and return to your horse, all in one go. And by riding a horse with Wang Yinhuan's safety was greatly increased. Steady as an old dog. These two couldn't help but look at each other. Is this one called Li Mu a spatial system gifted person? But what happened to his terrifying attack that could also kill monsters in seconds with a single stick? Blunt weapon spikes, and sharp weapon spikes, are both spikes though, but anyone with a discerning eye knows the difference. This mid-third grade goods had such tactics, so the two began to focus more on Li Mu's side of the screen. Read it quickly. This Li Mu is not a bit stronger than this Kong. No wonder he was involved in such an important mission. The female researcher immediately glared at the male researcher. The male researcher cleared his throat, said to Liao Feng, Commander Liao, can we recall them first and have the two switch bodyguards? They had to say it as soon as possible for the sake of Jian Linlin's well-being. Otherwise it'll be even worse when we get to our destination later. You can't mention it halfway through the mission. Wang Longqing frowned at them. Liao Feng was also very upset. I'm already giving you guys face. Let yourself pick before you leave. You're yakking about people not being able to do the same with Li Mu. Picked Zhang Kong by himself, and now he's damn near to his destination. Recall? Playing? The bigwigs of the Pearl military region had long been dissatisfied with these two. If it wasn't for the old guys within the institute holding extremely heavy sway, how dare the people at the institute be so arrogant? Of course, there was another reason why they were so arrogant, and that was because the Pearl military region had the lowest status in this northern realm. It would be a very ugly situation to fall out with the institute again. Liao Feng said faintly, missions are not child's play. Switching people? What's the reason? The female researcher stepped forward. We think that this Li Mu is more suitable for the job of Jian Linlin's escort. Liao Feng glanced at her. This really doesn't have a shred of shame to just say it shamelessly? I think you have a point, but I can't make the call on this matter. You guys go find Vice Commander Zhang to react. Vice Commander Zhang agrees. We'll recall immediately, Liao Feng said in an unsympathetic manner. Both of these men blushed, and neither of them spoke. Zhang Kong is the son of Vice Commander Zhang. Let them talk to Vice Commander Zhang? Say what? Say we think Li Mu is a little better than your son. Can we get them to come back for a visit? Changed your son? This Liao Feng simply did it on purpose. The female researcher grunted faintly. Change or be changed. You're really ashamed to think highly of Li Mu? Zhang Kong isn't that bad. What's the big deal about not switching? The two of them also stopped ignoring Liao Feng. About an hour or so, Li Mu's voice came from Wang Longqing's side. Commander, we have reached the 4th grade area. 7 kilometers to mission target point. In the picture, Li Mu and Wang Inhuan had already dismounted. The surroundings had grown more and more vibrant. Green trees, grass, and even a few small animals began to appear. There should be mountains ahead. Follow the edge of the mountains and try not to enter the dense forest. Roger that. Li Mu signaled Wang Inhuan to walk behind him. This greenish scene in the abyss is actually even weirder. Ruins and desolation are the norm in the abyss. And wherever humans have cleared it's more like there aren't even many critters. And here, squirrel-like creatures with fangs hugged the crystal-shaped food and nibbled on it constantly. With scarlet eyes, he stared at the two Li Mu who were passing by. In the sky 2 large birds with beaks as sharp as scissors fought ferociously. The strange screams were deafening. Feathers spilled from the sky accompanied by a mist of blood. Before it even landed, one of them was already defeated and was being picked up by the other in preparation for another takeoff. A strange creature as dexterous as a cat, but nearly twice as long as a cat's body. Surging up, his body instantly rolled the 2 birds together. All 6 claws clasped the bird's body in a death grip, and together they fell heavily to the ground. Then quickly unfolding his body, he scurried off with the 2 birds in his mouth to hide in the canopy of a large tree. Humans continue to study the creatures of the abyss. It was found that all the creatures of the abyss could not be separated from the shadow of the blue star creatures. It's as if they're all mutated from blue star creatures. But none of the supernatural energy sources in the abyss have ever been on the blue planet. This leaves humans exceptionally confused. Through the continuing development of archaeology, humanity has discovered that many of the geological features in the abyss that extremely similar to blue star tens to hundreds of years ago. It's almost like flipping blue star. Until the supernatural flora and fauna came along. Abyssal creatures gradually begin to mutate as a result of consuming supernatural flora and fauna. Become stronger, bigger, more vicious. The next step is to kill. An extinction. There are many ruins of buildings in the abyss, suggesting that a civilization existed up here. Humans have even appeared. In the end, they all disappeared. Is it extinct, or is it alienated into something else? Humanity is still in the midst of discovery. As for when and where those supernatural energies started appearing, even more so, no one knows. Li Mu observed the small animals around them that were leering at them. Usually these animals are of little grade. Holding up a grade. People who encountered Li Mu's kind of aura were walking around. However, just to be on the safe side, Li Mu still took out a wine gourd from space. He had bought it a few days before, specifically to hold his wine. Opening the wine gourd and taking a sip, he hissed at the spiciness. Wang Inhuan instantly looked at him in confusion. I don't know why Li Mu is drinking, but after Lemuel's drinking, critters within 5 meters or even further, all of them ran away shivering in terror. Li Mu opened the system again. I killed a dozen monsters on the way here just now. The victory point is 410. Li Mu spent 300 points to unlock the law of settling the body. Anatomy, draw a circular boundary on the ground with your weapon. The defense of the boundary is about half that of Copperhead and Iron Arm. At the same time allies within the boundary's aura are greatly increased, and the strength of their true chi is enhanced by 10% when attacking. Lasts 5 minutes. Another percentage enhancing skill. Your own Copperhead and Iron Arms are now 100 times your own defense. And one's own defense benefits from one's physical strength and true chi strength. Many of these conversions were unclear even to Li Mu, but the system can just figure it out. This 10% enhancement of true chi is a bit of a harsh condition though. It requires an ally to stand in the middle of the boundary, but in the future, with a larger range, this ability would be terrifying. This avatar is likewise a skill tree. Li Mu spent 100 victory points to light up a node. Duration increased by 10 minutes. This Ansatsuka is now protecting Wang Inhuan. And blocking some small monsters is definitely not a big problem. The two walked out for 5 or 6 kilometers. Small animals were increasing in number, but there was not a single large monster. At this point, the mountain ahead also began to trend upward. It was actually a mountain that stretched backward. The trees and rocks are starting to multiply. Wang Inhuan raised his hand and 2 large dogs leapt out from the space in front of him. Li Mu looked at it and secretly praised it as beautiful. The 2 dogs looked like sheepdogs, but were a good 6'8". One is pure white and one is black and white and looks very witty and well behaved. As soon as the 2 dogs came out, they were extremely happy and jumped joyfully around Wang Inhuan. At the same time all of them looked at Li Mu from time to time, without hostility, but with their ears alertly perked up. No screaming. Wang Inhuan first made a gesture of silence and, A white cotton swab was then taken out and given to both dogs to sniff. The two big dogs both sneezed a few times after sniffing it, causing Wang Inhuan to burst into light laughter. She petted both dogs on the head and commanded, "Go find it." The two dogs instantly took orders and ran towards the front. "Looking for what?" Li Mu asked. "That's the perfume I made to imitate the smell of living crystals." As Wang Inhuan spoke, he took out a device from his storage ring. "Start probing everywhere to move forward. Obviously it's been put to work." Li Mu, on the other hand, asked Wan Longcheng in his communicator while he was on guard in all directions. "Commander, what's the situation over there?" Wan Longcheng in the command room glanced at the main command console. Unsaltedly, he said, "Just entered the 4th grade area. Chapter 78, who the hell are you?" Li Mu laughed darkly. It seems that this Zhang Kong is also a drunkard with A-grade talent. Although he was at the peak of the 3rd grade, it was estimated that his strength was not even necessarily stronger than Zhang Jiwei, who was at the beginning of the 3rd grade. But it's been 4 or 5 days since Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng joined the Jinyuan army reserves, right? With the two of them's perverted rate of progress coupled with the inexhaustible amount of original aura liquid, it's estimated that it's up to the middle of the 3rd grade by now. While Li Mu was thinking, Wang Yinhuan's instrument suddenly emitted a buzzing and slight vibration sound. Li Mu was instantly energized. Wang Yinhuan scooped the surface with a small spatula and picked up a fragment. "There's debris. It should be around here somewhere." Living crystals absorb a lot of energy and are in a semi-alive state. A lot of monsters really like to eat this stuff. It causes them to evolve and mutate. So fresh crystal ore is plentiful. Odds are there will be monsters. Wang Inhuan crumbled as he walked forward. Nor did he know whether to explain to Raimu or talk to himself. All in all very involved. The two explored for a full 20 minutes. It was only then that Zhang Kong and Zhang Linlin entered the area from another direction. Zhang Linlin also got into the swing of things, taking out her instruments and surveying everywhere. Neither side encountered monsters. The occasional glitch was casually cleared away. The work state lasted about 30 minutes or so. Ginger Lin frowned at the feedback. "Command, we've been surveying here for half an hour. Only a lot of inactive crystal fragments were found. There's no sign of any living crystal mines underground either." A man and a woman in the command room both nodded as well. It seems that crystal veins may indeed have existed here before. Only it's been tapped clean. The woman researcher gave the order immediately. "Here's the deal. You move closer to the mountain and find 3 more exposures to probe. You can call it a day if you haven't already." "Yes," Ginger Lin said. "Exposure points, that is, places where crystal fragments appear in a more concentrated manner. Generally if a vein exists, the probability of finding it is greatest by exploring underground in this neighborhood." These few people had no intention of asking Liao Feng and the others for their opinions. More so, he didn't care much about Wang Yinuan's side. There's nothing to find out over there anyway. So in the end, you'll have to listen to them. Wang Yinhuan then took out a small book. "Explore for a while, then write and draw in your little notebook for a while." Li Mu found a chance to get up and take a look. What Wang Yinhuan drew seemed to be something like a map of the distribution of ore veins. Liao Feng, who had been looking at both sides of the picture from an objective perspective, then looked out. Li Mu and Wang Yinhuan had already searched a huge area of at least thousands of meters. Wang Yinhuan is painting as he walks. Those two big dogs also kept bringing back something to give Wang Yinhuan feedback. And although this Jiang Linlin looked like she was also working hard, there was nothing regular about the places she went. A curvy curve, much of which was not explored at all. I don't know if it's because of laziness, or because of the dishes. Another full half-hour passed. Feedback came again from Ginger Lin. "Command, I've detected 3 exposure points. There are only traces of what was once a vein here, but there really is no vein detected." She was also very angry. The pair of middle-aged male and female researchers also had very ugly faces. This Pearl military region is simply lying about military intelligence. And I don't know what cutie pie. It was reported that living crystals were found in this neighborhood. Was expecting a credit to arrive. It turned out to be a wasted trip. Get ready to come back. The middle-aged female institute ordered without a good mood. Then he looked at Liao Feng. Wang Longcheng then inquired. "Wang Inhuan, have you found anything on your side?" Just now, Wang Inhuan has been immersed in the work. Did not report back, but instead, the more he searched, the more excited he became. When she heard her father speak, she immediately snapped back to her senses, looking glowingly at the mountainside. "Commander, I think that there may be a mother stone present here." "What?" Wang Longchen was immediately shocked. Liao Feng, who was on the side, also looked over in surprise. The middle-aged man and woman frowned even more. What is the basis? Wang Longcheng also knew that this was no joke, and immediately asked urgently. Wang Inhuan said, "I've just examined all of the crystal fragments that I've searched for within range. The fragments are fanning out, and the farther toward the far end of the sooner the crystal fragments become inactive. This suggests that the former crystal veins here disintegrated themselves in a regular pattern from far away to near. The female researcher came over at once and said in a cold voice, "That's a load of crap. How did you determine when the crystal fragments became inactive?" "Color," Wang Inhuan said decisively. "The color differences are very slight, but with the collection being large enough, the samples are large enough, it would be easy to tell." The woman researcher was dumbfounded. That's true. Zhang Linlin is searching for a line, while Wang Inhuan searches for faces. In terms of detailed work, people are indeed better. Since the two of them spoke just now, Liao Feng had turned communication sharing on. Zhang Linlin could also hear Wang Yinhuan's conclusion. She was instantly very disgruntled. "As a professional surveyor at the institute, I don't think so. You say the vein is self-collapsing. What's the reason?" It wasn't really because she was the best at her profession that she was able to come on this mission. Rather, it was just because she was the more outstanding in the stage of the third rank of the Yellow Order. But even then, one comes from a professional institute. "I just told you there's no vein here. How dare you? A stinking student, question my conclusions?" Wang Yinhuan said immediately. "Only the mother crystal has the sense to disintegrate itself. The chipped-off crystals will quickly give off an energetic aura, attracting monsters. The purpose of the mother stone is to devour monsters. It keeps crumbling the crystals, like scattering food on the ground to attract birds of prey. Step by step, it draws its prey into its trap. That's where it's at." As he spoke, Wang Yinhuan pointed to the mountainside location. "As deduced from the distribution map I drew, that's the center of the vein extending outward." Hearing that Wang Yinhuan actually drew pictures, Zhang Linlin immediately had the feeling that her authority had been greatly provoked. "I'm the one who did the institute. You're nothing. You are also worthy of drawing a picture. It's really outrageous." She immediately sneered. "Humph. Ridiculous. Not to mention that there is a mother stone. But any vein with a bit of broken body would have been detected a long time ago. Command. I don't want to hear any more bull **** from this amateur. Request a return trip. Permission to return to the city. The mission is over. Commander Liao, give the order." The female commander chimed in coldly. Liao Feng glanced at Wang Longcheng. Wang Longcheng gave him a look. Liao Feng then said, "Zhang Kong, Zhang Linlin's squad is returning to the city. Li Mu, Wang Inhuan team, continue surveying." Liao Feng finished. The middle-aged male and female fellows quit at the same time. "Commander Liao, what do you mean? Didn't you hear me when I said the mission was over?" Liao Feng instantly got up violently and stared at her coldly. His body's aura erupted with a roar, pressurizing the space around him with a humming sound. The aura of a Xian rank or above martial artist was terrifying to the extreme. The bones of these two 6th and 7th grade martial artists were emitting gusts of soreness. "I gave you face, didn't I? The mission is over and I've got your people back. We in the military district perform our own survey missions, and you dare to point fingers? What are you?" Chapter 79 Going and Coming. Facing Liao Feng's sudden outburst, the middle-aged man and woman instantly broke out in a cold sweat. They only felt that they could be shattered by Liao Feng's mighty pressure in the next second. Liao Feng finished cursing and let out a cold snort before he withdrew his aura. These two men gasped at once. Inside they were a moment of fear. In retrospect, I did cross the line a bit, mainly because of the usual arrogance. The institute was honored everywhere it went. Military districts bigger than that have been kind to them. It's just that Wang Yinhuan's words just now. It's a rebuttal to Ginger Lin's authority. To refute Jian Linlin is naturally to refute the authority of the institute. So they want to use authority to harden you. Wang Yinhuan must obey. That's why he commanded Liao Feng in the heat of the moment. Still, in retrospect, the two had a dark hatred in their hearts. Even so, you, Liao Feng, have gone too far. How dare you get rough? It's outrageous. The two men looked at the surveillance that filled the command room. The hearts were sneering. Commander Liao is so powerful in his cultivation. If you need our institute, smile. Feel free to heckle when you find out there's no vein and you can't use us anymore. Good. I'll go back and react to your hospitality with the leaders. The female researcher said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them, Zhang Linlin, were still waiting for the teleportation array, they would have already turned around and left. Zhang Kong Zhang Linlin crushed the return stone. The return spell gradually coalesced. On the other hand, Li Mu and Wang Yinhuan, who had received the order on the other side, continued up the mountain. From just now, Wang Yinhuan said that there is a mother stone on the mountain. Li Mu then unleashed his fiery eyes and began to survey the mountain. Fire eyes can't see through mountains though, but you can see the flow of true qi. The ones that can see through people can also see through monsters. And I don't know if there are any living crystals. Regarding living crystals, he knew far less than Wang Yinhuan, but know what's going on with the mother lode of living crystals. Living crystals? as the name suggests, are alive. They'll carry through monsters, move themselves, geological changes that floods and other causes move to various locations, absorbing energy. It gradually grows and develops into a vein. The mother crystals, on the other hand, are the source from which these crystals are reproduced. The rate at which the parent crystals reproduce the crystals. It is several or even 10 times as much as if the crystals that left the mother body had grown on their own. If you can get a mother crystal, it was equivalent to obtaining an inexhaustible mine of living crystals. Li Mu took this look and really saw a little something. Only a few points of true chi activity were scattered on the mountains in the distance. It's faint, but it's there. There's something there. I'll go over and check it out. Li Mu reminded Wang Yinhuan and then pointed in a direction. Wang Yinhuan nodded his head at once and headed there as well. Lemuel hasn't reached that place yet. One of the big dogs was seen jumping and running ahead of the others. It was the big dog with the black and white flowers. As soon as this big dog ran to the target spot, he found a soft crystallized piece. The smell was exactly the same as the stuff Wang Yinhuan had smelled, but the ones I had before were hard, and here they were actually soft. It took a sudden bite and puckered up and began to playfully tear itself out. Right at this moment, Li Mu suddenly shouted, "Stupid dog, get out of the way." As he spoke, Li Mu's feet violently crushed the stones under his feet. The whole person was like a discharged cannonball streaking out, heading straight for that big dog. Who says this dog is stupid? This dog is not stupid at all. As soon as it heard Li Mu yell, it instantly exploded with fur all over its body in alertness. The hind legs lashed out and the whole dog leapt high into the air, and as it leapt up, the same spot where it had just bitten the crystal, the ground rumbled and trembled. In the next instant, a bloody mouth blasted out of the ground, straight up in the air, chasing the prancing big dog and biting the air twice. The terrifying bite made two muffled sounds of bonbons in midair. You can see that being bitten into was absolutely crunchy. But while those two bites missed, the big dog was at the limit of his jumping height. Once whereabouts, it must fall directly into people's mouths. Li Mu has arrived. A stick swept out. Directly, the monster was jerked sideways and flew out a dozen meters away. In a flash, where the creature had burrowed out, a 10-meter-long finger-thick, colorful strips, like an umbilical cord, it was pulled out by the creature in long lengths. It then crumbled with a click. The moment it breaks, where the creature's tail joins this umbilical cord, as well as this part of the umbilical cord attached to the monster that was about 10 meters long. With a click, it shattered into countless crystal-like shards. The monster was also directly blown half of its body away. The debris was splattered all over the sky. There is clearly no sunlight here, but these fragments shine brightly. Even the fireworks Li Mu had seen were less than a tenth of the splendor of this scene. The remaining umbilical cord, on the other hand, was rapidly shrinking back into the large hole that the monster had drilled. In the meantime, the teleportation array on Zhang Linlin and Zhang Kang's side just happened to be activated. With a flash of light, the two of them had returned to the military area teleportation array. Inside the command room, seeing the scene where this monster appeared, the two fellows, the man and the woman, were all confused. How is that possible? Is there really a mother stone here? And seeing this monster, Wang Longchang was surprised and delighted. Quickly ordered, "Li Mu, quickly take silver ring away." There is indeed a high probability that the mother stone exists in this mountain, but such monsters are guards manipulated by the devouring of the mother stone, and since they have been found to be, there will be other monsters out to attack you. Evacuate to the rear immediately. Wan Longcheng had just finished giving the order when Wang Yinhuan felt that her waist was fiercely embraced. With that, the entire person was carried on Li Mu's shoulders, just left the spot. The ground beneath Wang Yinhuan's feet where he stood just now broke open with a loud bang. Another monster rushed out. This time it was a giant crocodile-like monster with one of those crystalline umbilical cords attached to its tail as well. But as soon as it rushed out of the mountain, the umbilical cord snapped automatically with a click. The crocodile monster, on the other hand, was frantically chasing after Li Mu and biting. The small half of its tail was all that clear crystal. Even the eyes are colorful crystals. Blossom, great white. Wang Yinhuan shrieked in alarm, and the two big dogs instantly flew over. Wang Yinhuan quickly took them back into his imperial beast space. Li Mu, on the other hand, carried Wang Yinhuan and flew towards the downhill position. Every now and then monsters sprang out of the ground ahead. Mostly the back part of the body is crystalline. There were all kinds, wolves, apes, but all of them had been transformed by the crystals to lose their original shape. But with Li Mu flickering around, not a single one of them was hurt, because Li Mu unleashed his fiery eyes throughout. Before the monster rushed out of the ground, he could see a glow of true chi from the ground rushing upwards. It was the same reason why I was able to save that stupid dog just now. Li Mu had a scare and finally got out of the range of the mountain with Wang Yinhuan. But there were hundreds of monsters rushing out behind them. Bright shiny swaths are extremely scary. Li Mu. Run. Don't stop. Motherstones are not very intelligent, but they have instincts. The pile of debris that just blew up will give off a very strong odor. All the monsters within a radius of hundreds of kilometers will soon all gather towards here. The Motherstone knows it will soon be discovered and partaken of. So it's dying. Otherwise it wouldn't have sent so many guards out in pursuit. Wang Longqing said in a deep voice. Li Mu did not stop his feet and asked sharply. Hundreds of miles around? That big of a range? This is still a conservative estimate. Wang Longqing's tone was heavy. If I had known, I should have let my daughter come back earlier just now. Although it was determined that there was a Motherstone, this Motherstone would surely be the end of the monster's share. His own daughter would still be in danger. Absolutely every monster within hundreds of kilometers was now starting to converge towards this place. Going outside will require a kill. Even with Li Mu. Wang Longqing's heart clenched. Then why run? Li Mu instantly put Wang Inhuan down in place, then slammed his weapon on the ground. Draw a golden circle of light 3 meters in diameter. Crush the return stone. Quick! Li Mu loudly commanded. And at this time, Wang Inhuan faced the large number of monsters that were about to rush in. There was no time to get over it. One could only mechanically execute Li Mu's order and crush a city return stone. Just stay in this circle. Don't move even if the sky is falling. And don't use your true chi. When Li Mu finished speaking, he stomped his foot violently and poofed twice. Wang Inhuan felt his eyes blink, and 3 Li Mus appeared in front of him. This hand, not to mention Wang Inhuan, Liao Feng looked dumbfounded. What's this new program? He'd just heard about things like shapeshifting. Turning around and transforming isn't even new? Starting to split? He looked horrified at Wang Longcheng, who was also in a daze. By now the monster had arrived. The 3 Li Mu spread out in a fan shape towards the front, facing the monster group head-on. Everyone in the command room, from the overhead view, felt that the 2 Li Mu would be instantly overwhelmed by the monsters. All of these monsters were of the 4th grade, and the smallest in size had to be more than 2 meters. The larger ones are 4 meters or more in size. Compared to the galloping hundreds of monsters, Li Mu and his 2 men were too small. But the next moment they realized, the 3 Li Mu were dead center in 3 directions, almost like windshield wipers on a car windshield. Li Mu alone executed the flowing cloud swiping shadow, and the roiling stick shadow stood alone. The 2 doppelgangers were defending the sides with death, and wherever that silver iron rod in their hands swept through, the monsters almost always folded and flew backwards on the spot. Stick seconds. No suspense. What's most shocking is that there are always a few monsters that slip through the cracks. Go and attack the Wang Inhuan in that golden circle. Wang Inhuan was so scared that he crouched down holding his head, but the next second it was like the creature had hit a wall of air. Even though the monster attacked frantically, it was unable to cross that golden circle by half a step. The monsters quickly formed a circle to attack, and Li Mu and the 2 doppelgangers had to split into 3 directions. After the diversion lasted for a minute, Li Mu quickly summoned it again, and within that golden circle, the return spell formation quickly gathered. The Wang Inhuan who initiated the spell formation did not use his true chi. Plus the true chi within this boundary was not disordered, so the formation is very fast. Close to 3 minutes in, the city return spell had taken shape and began to emit light. Wang Inhuan said sharply, "Get in here." Wang Longqing's heart was also instantly solidified. He was not expecting Li Mu to be able to protect the return spell formation from being activated. Now the 2 were completely safe. Wang Inhuan also thought that Li Mu was protecting her after the formation was activated and jumped directly into this boundary. The 2 of them can then go back to the city. But he didn't expect Li Mu to enter the circle at all. Feeling the white light of the spell submerging him, Wang Inhuan exclaimed, "No!" But in the next second, the white light disappeared, and she had already appeared at the entrance of the military district's teleportation array. There was no Li Mu around. Instead, his father yelled over the communicator, "Li Mu, what do you want, kid?" Li Mu, however, had already slaughtered more than half of the monsters. Without the little liability of Wang Inhuan, Li Mu completely stretched out his fists. Shouted the commander, "Commander, what does that Motherstone look like?" Wang Longcheng was immediately furious. This kid even played this idea? Looking at the size of this, it should be the size of a human head. Multicolored, and heart-shaped. You can find it by following those holes. Right. Yes. On the screen, Li Mu fiercely made a circular sweep, smacking the surrounding monsters apart. It then surged up into midair, yelling, "Go go go!" Before he could shout, he clattered into a bird of prey, leaving the ground full of dumbfounded monsters behind. He flew towards the rocky hole in that mountain where these monsters had rushed out. It went straight in. Chapter 80, Entering the Tiger's Den. Exploring the bag. Seeing Li Mu just become a bird in that watery way, the command room momentarily froze for a moment. although Li Mu had shown his transformation technique before. But it becomes a mosquito and people can't see it. It looked similar to a flash instant. But again, they knew it wasn't as strong as an instant. But this time they were watching with their naked eyes as a large living person turned into a bird. In this world, they had all seen martial artists with true instantaneous movement in the spatial system. Teleportation erase teleporting large living people thousands of miles is nothing new. But the living become animals. Definitely a shock to their worldview. Open his view now, Liao Feng said sharply. He desperately wanted to know how Li Mu was doing when he went in. Because just now, Li Mu had killed over 100 monsters, but there are 200 or 300 left. These monsters seem to have received a call from the Mother Stone. It began to run wildly back up the mountain, through those rocky holes and back again. Apparently it's starting to get back on defense. All lost. Looks like the kid's shapeshifting has changed even the tech watch. Wang Longqing shook his head, constantly maneuvering around the console personally. Still can't find Li Mu's signal. Outside Li Mu can fight. If inside, Liao Feng said with a million concerns. The inside of the mountain is, after all, the Mother Stone's lair. Wang Longqing shook his head. The Mother Stone must have opened up a great deal of space within the mountain as well. As long as there is a place for these monsters to land, Li Mu can fight. With his strength, he can definitely do it. In the last sentence, Wang Longqing did not know if he was comforting Liao Feng or himself. Time passes by. Li Mu's signal still couldn't connect. The door to the command room was pushed open, and Zhang Kong and Zhong Linlin walked in quickly. Ginger Lin was furious. When he came to the middle-aged man and woman in front of the institute, he said without any shade, "Teacher, let's just leave as soon as possible. The other Pearl military region doesn't seem to trust us too much." Spoken with an air of arrogance, Liao Feng was simply furious. "I'm the commander-in-chief of the military region. When did it become your turn to be shady as a junior staff member of the institute? If it weren't for the fear of those old guys at the institute, and people send people for good tech support, I'll slap you back." So he pressed on, staring at the not-so-signalized image with his back there. Ginger Lin didn't realize that both the middle-aged male and female fellows were making eyes at her. Not only did they not leave, but they all watched the scene nervously as well. At this time, Wang Yinhuan outside the door also ran back quickly. She was panting and looking anxious. "Dad, how's Li Mu?" In the heat of the moment even the name calling became personal. "No signal for now," Wang Longqing said. The words were not yet spoken. The image suddenly flickered in black and appeared on the screen. But the screen is dark and you can't see anything. "Li Mu, Li Mu, answer me," Wang Longqing called out sharply. "Fly the drone if you hear me and I can help you observe the environment." The imaging technology on the watch is perfect though. However, many times they are limited by the particular circumstances of the user, or by terrain, interference, etc. That's why many martial artists are equipped with small scouting drones. The drone signal is much stronger and can provide a view for command in special situations. But Li Mu didn't respond. Only deafening roars of the beast could be heard. Imaging signal pulled to maximum. "Pull up the angle of view," Liao Feng said. Wang Longqing hurriedly operated. The viewpoint kept pulling outward, to hundreds of meters beyond. It has been pulled out of the mountain. Pulling back even further, the screen began to shake for a moment. Only a black line on the distant horizon was getting closer. Everyone held their breath as they looked closer. That turned out to be an uncountable number of monsters. They ran frantically, tearing at each other as the smoke tumbled and rose from the sky. A number of dying, blood-covered monsters were bound to fall on the ground wherever they passed. The shock of the scene. It made Wang Yinhuan's entire heart hang in the air completely. Wang Longqing was also frowning. He and Liao Feng were both Xian rank, and having seen a lot, they've seen more horrific scenes than this. But at this moment, they were all sweating for Li Mu. These monsters had reached the front of the mountain in the blink of an eye, like a shark that smells blood, started frantically heading for those caves. "Li Mu, find a way to get out. Retreat now." Wang Longqing wasn't sure if Li Mu could be affected by the communication, and only one try. In just a few dozen seconds, these monsters had already covered the entire mountain. It's so dense that it makes your scalp explode. Wang Yinhuan was so scared that she sat on her but on the ground because almost all the passages, all blocked by monsters. Those passages weren't that big in the first place. Zhang Kong showed a snicker. The heart is in the right place. That punk actually went inside the mountain? You deserve it. How dare you curse yourself? You deserve to die a long time ago. Even if you don't die on this mission, I'll find a way to screw you when I get back. You're lucky to die in the abyss. The entire command room fell into a dead silence. But just then, Liao Feng suddenly pointed at that mountaintop location. Up there! Wang Longqing quickly adjusted his viewpoint and aimed at the top of the mountain. Only gusts of debris first rose from the top of the mountain. Immediately after, boo! Debris splattered. Something the size of a round human head whooshed up into midair. Immediately after that was when Li Mu scurried out. At this moment, Li Mu was covered in colorful crystal fragments. Like a colored man, he landed on the ground with a shake that shook apart countless colored fragments. The countless monsters under the mountain instantly locked onto Li Mu. Li Mu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle even as he glanced downward. He quickly pulled off his cloak. At that moment something in midair happened to fall, pocketed in his cloak. He was casually tied by Li Mu. It was followed by a vicious toss into the air with the cloak. The entire person once again leapt into the air and changed. It turned into a huge flying eagle, articulate to that cloak, only for the image to suddenly disappear again from the moment Li Mu turned into a flying eagle, leaving Wang Longcheng and the others with deep question marks. Did you get the cape? Did any monsters jump in midair and attack him? How far could Li Mu fly and could he cross the monster tide? The silence in the room was suffocating. Even Jiang Linlin and the others didn't even dare to breathe. Of course, they weren't worried about Li Mu's safety. Instead, they're worried about their prospects. They saw it clearly just now. The thing that Li Mu wrapped up in his cloak. It is the mother stone of living crystals. The mother lode is extremely vital. As long as it's not destroyed by monsters forcefully chewing on it, it's easy to survive. Just now, they could all have judged that there was no mother stone in this place. I didn't realize that not only was there, with such a counterintuitive difficulty in obtaining it, it was surprising that it was still possible for Li Mu to do it. If this mother stone is taken back, how would that make them feel? And it's a heavenly feat. A mother stone that constantly reproduces living crystals. Its role is for the whole city. No, the entire 3 northern cities. For the entire weapon forging industry of the 3 northern cities would be directly elevated to a higher level. The middle-aged male and female fellows secretly glanced at each other, both seeing in each other's eyes what the other was thinking. Not only can they not be punished, still have to figure out how to split the credit. Of course, the premise was that Li Mu could really bring back this mother stone. The suffocating silence lasted for more than 10 minutes. That image only flickered for a moment during this time. Then it disappeared again. After 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Longqing finally came back to his senses. He smiled mysteriously. His expression suddenly greatly relaxed. Turning around, he smiled at Liao Feng. Come on leader, let's go to the door together. How about greeting the meritocracy? Chapter 81, Word Game? It's useless. I have surveillance. Wang Longcheng had just walked out of the gate of the command headquarters with the crowd. He saw Li Mu riding a high horse in the distance. In his hand, he carried a bundle made of a cloak. The round thing in the bag was still bulging and bouncing. And although Li Mu didn't suffer any injuries, but his body was covered in the slag of colorful debris, and his combat suit was torn in several places and blood was all over it. And I don't know if it's his blood or the monster's. Coming close, he rolled over and dismounted. Li Mu directly brought the cloak to Wang Longcheng. My subordinate, Li Mu, by order of Commander Wang Longcheng. Mission accomplished. Liao Feng was furious on the sidelines. Is this son of a using all his heart for this? Hoping you sneak back into town, in order to hand over something to Wang Longcheng in person. You're afraid someone else is going to take credit for your leadership, aren't you? This little brat definitely has his eye on Wang Longcheng's daughter. Liao Feng's heart was sore as hell. This Wang Longcheng has picked up a treasure. Wang Longcheng was also extremely moved in his heart. From Lemmy flashed a signal and lost contact again. Obviously turned back into a bird after transforming and crushing the return stone. Wang Longcheng then guessed what Li Mu was thinking. Li Mu obviously also knew that taking back the mother stone was a heavenly feat. If he swaggered back to the city, the commander-in-chief and the others would surely head to the portal to greet him. When the time comes, Li Mu will have to hand over the mother stone to the supreme leader as soon as they meet. He was afraid that when the time came, this credit would not be Wang Longcheng's turn. So bring this directly to Wang Longcheng. Wang Longcheng secretly laughed. This kid did have a good heart, though the idea is really a bit simple. Merit is merit, and he, Wang Longcheng, is not a soft touch in this military region. The commander-in-chief won't get much credit for them going to greet it. But despite this loyalty of Li Mu to his Wang Longcheng was enviable. Wang Longcheng smiled faintly and went forward to heavily pat Li Mu's shoulder. First, he asked with concern. No injuries. It's fine. Li Mu laughed. He did experience a brutal fight in that mountain cave. But once the ansatz was drawn and the wine was drunk, the force was all out. With the 2 major reply additions of the rejuvenation and feedback of the 2nd grade heavenly immortal skill, true chi consumption was completely keeping up. Li Mu still had half of his true chi left when he rushed out of the mountaintop. Yes. Wang Longcheng smiled appreciatively. Wang Inhuan, on the other hand, let out a long, big sigh of relief. Li Mu protected her all the way. If she really died in the monster group, she really couldn't take it. I didn't realize that Li Mu was so strong that he would also turn into a strange martial art like a big bird. At that thought, Wang Yinhuan couldn't help but recall the scene of Li Mu holding her and riding a horse. The pretty face began to heat up involuntarily. For the first time she felt a man was so different. Li Mu is handsome, powerful, calm and mysterious. That unrivaled sense of security. She had never experienced it in anyone before. Li Mu opened the cloak in his hand and presented the mother stone in front of Wang Longcheng. A living mother stone as gorgeous as a crystal heart. With a gust of throbbing, a stream of energy spilled outward. Show me. The middle-aged female researcher walked over quickly. Reaching out, he was about to snatch the mother stone. Wang Longcheng immediately gave her a cold cross-eyed look. The woman researcher stiffened in her steps and stopped in place in fear. Excuse me, the mother stone is precious, and from now on, it's in a state of special supervision. No one is allowed to trespass. Stand back. Wang Longcheng gave a cold shout. Liao Feng also immediately contacted the commander-in-chief. Something like the mother stone of living crystals has to go into special supervision in the first place. Extraordinary supervision. That is, all military districts of Xian rank and above must report their whereabouts. At least 1/3 of the Xian rank powerhouses are guaranteed to die in the military area and are not allowed to go out. The mother stone is not accessible to any uninvolved person and continues to be so until the mother stone is ready to be developed. One reason for doing so was to prevent powerful monsters from breaking into the military zone to grab the mother stone, although the probability of that is pathetically small. The second was to prevent members of the Paradise Society from coveting such top-notch resources. The three men from the institute were suddenly furious, especially Jiang Linlin, who glared hatefully at Wang Yinhuan. His face was even more green and white. Today she was slapped in the face hard by Wang Yinhuan. Looking at the mother lode, she hated that it was her own discovery. Soon the commander-in-chief and others arrived. Warm commendations were given to all present, especially Wang Yinhuan and Li Mu. Said he would personally ask for credit for Li Mu from above. Wang Longcheng had long ago taken down the entire record of the command room, just for the purpose of asking for credit for Li Mu. The commander-in-chief Liang Huanjuan then personally initiated the extraordinary supervisory conference. Include the living crystals in the strict jurisdiction room. Living crystals had life attributes and could not be included in the storage space. Otherwise, Li Mu wouldn't have to carry it all the way. Now that it was thoroughly regulated, Li Mu didn't have to worry about it anymore. The mother stone's return to the military district is still classified. The next step is to have a professional on board to ensure that it is active. Then a site is selected. A military-industrial complex is established, developed, and put into production. And the so-called professionals in the field. It's the energy program at the institute that comes in. After Liang Huanjuan reported it to the institute. After 3 hours, the experts and several leaders of the institute finally arrived. A lot of people come with bunks, because they're going to be living here for a long time to come. Ensure that the mother stone is able to take in energy properly and keep reproducing living crystals. Something like a portal. It can only be operated within the abyss and is very expensive to build and maintain. Teleportation distance on the ground is extremely short. That's why cities on the ground still rely on airships to travel from city to city. Then is it possible for the abyssal bases of two cities within the abyss to establish teleportation arrays with each other? The answer is no, because they simply can't find each other. Let's say the distance between Iron Hand City and Lingyuan City is 2,000 kilometers. Then the abyssal entrances to these two cities are also theoretically 2,000 kilometers away. But once you enter the abyss, start exploring from Iron Hand City in the direction of Lingyuan City. Don't say 2,000 kilometers. You explore 20,000 kilometers. Couldn't even find Lingyuan City. It's as if the space in the abyss is not on the same level as the space on the ground. As of now, there were more than 100 cities in Huaxia, and no two of them had explored each other in the abyss. So there aren't any two cities that can make an instant jump either. Teleportation on the ground and mutual contact with the abyss. These were the two major topics that all human spatial system martial artists had been desperately trying to overcome for generations. Humans entering the abyss is like falling into a forest full of dark mists. Only by constant exploration, dispersing the mists, mapping the landscape, reclaiming resources, raising the force of, keep exploring, until the final answer is found. It's only when mankind really stops. As soon as the institute arrives, all four bigwigs from the Pearl military region are out in force. Because this time among the leaders of the institute who came, there are 2 veteran professors with over 40 academic medals. The rank was only on the same level as Liao Feng. But if you want to convert the medals, even Liang Huajun, the young tiger marquis, had to call out to a senior. Ha ha, Elder Tong, Elder He, long time no see. Liang Huanjuan quickly greeted the institute team and kindly greeted the 2 old professors. Elder He and Elder Tong were both very kind and exchanged pleasantries with a smile. Obviously there had been some previous friendships. Liang Huanjuan then turned to the middle-aged man in his 50s who was leading the team at the institute this time. Director Lu, thank you for leading the team to come for technical support. Director Lu smiled and said as he shook Liang Huanjuan's hand. This is, after all, the mother stone of the first living crystal in our northern realm. Its research value is inestimable, and the institution is taking it very seriously. Elder He and Elder Tong have both volunteered to come. Secretary Lu finished. That 70-something-year-old professor he actually rubbed his hands together in slight excitement and laughed. Yeah, the mother lode of living crystals. We've only visited before at the Rincon Front and Lingyun Wannabe City, but people are all fine and dandy, too, and they don't even let us touch them properly. This time, our northern realm also finally has its own mother stone. Prof. Ho's rubbing of his hands made everyone smile. Director Lu looked at the pair of middle-aged male and female fellows at this time and also encouraged a smile. You guys worked hard too. The female researcher immediately seized the opportunity to step forward and smiled. It wasn't hard work, and this time I was able to bring back the mother lode. It's all thanks to the outstanding work accomplished by the Pearl Military Region's fingerprints. We just did some survey work. Compare that to the merits of all of you Pearl Military District commanders. It's really nothing. The male researcher to the side nodded in agreement. After the female researcher finished speaking, she looked at Liang Huanjuan and the others with a smile on her face. She absolutely could not let the leader know the exact process of obtaining this mother stone, though they had nothing to die for in this operation. But when they didn't explore the mother stone and ordered it to be abandoned, they brought it back instead. If the leaders find out about this, they really won't have a single chance of advancement in the institute in the future. So she preempted it, played with words, obviously did some bull survey work. Instead, it was described as only doing survey work and the Pearl Military District doing combat work. It sounds like the two worked together to get the job done. The point is that her move was smart in first recognizing the fingerprints of the Pearl Military District. The glance she gave Liang Huanjuan was a reminder to them. All right, I've even gone ahead and affirmed your heavenly credits. We're just fishing for a little credit. A commander of your stature isn't so classless as to insist on poking us, are you? Jiang Linlin was not happy though in her heart because she didn't get most of the credit, but the result is barely acceptable. You can't be too greedy. Liang Huanjuan laughed and really didn't say anything, but Wang Longqing spoke at this time. I see that the two professors can't wait, so let's go to the mother stone as soon as possible. I also have video footage of the entire process of obtaining our mother stone there. It is convenient for several of you to learn more about the mother stone in a more detailed and comprehensive manner. Chapter 82, A New Approach to Mother Stone Development. Wang Longqing finished those words. That middle-aged male and female researcher as well as Jiang Linlin. The face swished white at the same time. Scary white. There was nothing in his heart that was not frantically cursing Wang Longqing. What are you doing with this? The female researcher smiled very awkwardly. This, Vice Commander Wang, is this necessary? As she spoke, she stared at Wang Longqing dead in the face. Wang Longqing, however, did not even look at her. Instead, he looked at the two old professors with a smile. Hearing this, that Tong Lao was suddenly excited. Ha ha, this one is a must-see. Director Lu also looked at the female researcher with a slight frown. It seemed puzzling how she could ask such a layman's question. The others, Wang Longqing, knew to let them look at the mission records. Not only do they have to watch it, but they have to watch it right from the start of the mission. And they can't wait to put on a magnifying glass and watch it, because what they study is surveying, is energy resources, the environment around this mother stone, the terrain, the location it inhabits, what kind of monsters it devours, and so on. They all have to be analyzed frame by frame. At this time Wang Longqing added, this mother stone is surviving inside the mountain, controlling the monster to open up a huge crystal cavern. There was no signal there, and we would have had no chance to record the scene inside, but thanks to that warrior of ours who personally dug the mother stone out of the mountain, he filmed the scene of the shocking crystal space inside the mountain in the midst of a 9-death peril, and brought back the mother stone. At this moment, he is also resting near the mother stone superintendent's office, ready and waiting to answer questions from a few scholars. These few words instantly made he and Tong even more overjoyed. They couldn't wait a moment longer. Let Wang Longqing quickly lead the way. They did have countless questions to ask Li Mu. More than anything, I can't wait to see that crystal space. As the crowd left, both the middle-aged male and female fellows and Jiang Linlin fell behind. The three of them were already ashen-faced and disoriented, especially Ginger Lin, who, when she thought about her bad judgment in there, it will be seen by the likes of Secretary Lu, just feel short of breath. Of course, out of some twisted jealousy, the thought of Wang Yinhuan's professional and precise survey results would be shown to Director Lu and the others. She was even harder with her hair roots hurting. If Wang Yinhuan enters Director Lu's field of vision in this regard, Into the institute on this? She didn't dare think about it. She just didn't want to see Wang Yinhuan well from the bottom of her heart. Wang Longqing's thoughts were quite simple. It's just a matter of giving your subordinates and your daughter a nice treat. Li Mu brought his own daughter into the world, and he had to maximize that credit. Getting into the bigger picture. As far as being able to strike these three losers. Smooth things. Vice Commander Zhang Qing's face was also very unpleasant. He was naturally much more cultured than these guys, but Zhang Kong didn't take any big credit in this mission, which made him a bit depressed. But the good thing was that Zhang Kong hadn't done anything wrong, and deserved the credit. The crowd came to the mother lode supervision. First, he studied the mother lode. The two old professors then pulled Li Mu to ask many detailed questions. The final step is to watch the video recordings of the mission's execution together. Originally, the three of them, Jiang Linlin, were still holding on to their last glimmer of hope. As long as the video doesn't show footage from the command room, it's barely acceptable. I didn't expect Wang Longqing to be so ruthless that he even put in all the footage of the command room. Upon seeing that not only did the middle-aged man and woman in Jiang Linlin not take credit for this mission, and it came very close to desperately trying to stop the survey mission, Director Lu's face darkened as he looked at these people. People's Pearl Military Region specially prepared this video material. There was clearly a hint of disgruntled tattletale mixed in. The biased Director Lu still couldn't say anything, not to mention that he couldn't blame the Pearl Military Region. Because as far as the arrogance shown by this middle-aged man and woman in Jiang Linlin in the picture, how dare you heckle the chief commander of a military region? That's just out of sight. We at the Institute work diligently on academic research. Generations of people have worked hard to achieve the reputation we have today. People's military leaders are in awe of the Institute. And this is how you squander the reputation of the Institute. It is simply outrageous. Seeing Director Lu's thick eyebrows furrowed in anger, his face sank. The middle-aged male and female fellows in Ginger Lin knew it. Their sky is falling. It's night. Li Mu directly rode Wang Longqing's car back to the military district. Today Yang Suiying and Yang Yoyang's family have completed their move and are completely living in the military neighborhood. The two families were going to get together for dinner tonight under Bai Tiawei's arrangement, because Bai Tiawei had said that Yang Suiying must warm the stove for them when they moved in. Only given that the Wang family is a bit higher up, nor could they really let Wang Longqing's family go to Li Mu's house to put together a meal. So this warming of the stove was a formality, and it was changed to come and eat at Wang's house, the King family's parlor dinner. The chef and nanny served the dishes one after another, and Wang Longqing even took out the good wine that had been treasured for many years. Bai Tiawei, on the other hand, arranged for the people to be seated one after another. The seating arrangements were interesting. The main seat was Wang Longqiang. To the left of Wang Longqiang was Bai Tiawei, and beside Bai Tiawei was Yang Suiying. In that order, Yang Yurong, Chen Jinshi, and to the right of Wang Longqiang was Li Mu, and beside Li Mu were Wang Yinhuan, Chen Jiaqi, and Chen Jiafeng in that order. The beauty of it is that the adults are on one side and the children are on the other. After being seated, Chen Jiafeng already had his fingers in his mouth, his eyes glowing as he looked at the table full of delicacies and seafood, just waiting for an order from his lordship. He was going to be rude. Chen Jiaqi, on the other hand, was very fond of Wang Yinhuan and talked and laughed with her. The most that was said was that she complimented her sister on her beauty. When the dishes were almost served, Bai Tiawei smiled and rushed at the impatient Chen Jiafeng. The food is almost ready. Let's eat. It's our family dinner. We can eat whatever we want. Never be constrained. Chen Jiafeng's eyes were happy and he turned his gaze to his mother. After receiving Yang Yurong's confirming gaze, he then said thank you and started to lay down his chopsticks. And the meal began. Yang Suiying was the first to raise her wineglass and rushed the two Bai Tiawei. Thanks to Commander Wang and Director Bai for taking care of this first glass of wine. Allow me to toast you both. After all, they had only met twice, and they said they were allowed to be casual, but they couldn't really be too casual. Wang Longqiang immediately laughed. Sister Yang, we're all sitting here at the family table now, so don't be such an outsider. You're older than both of us, so from now on, call me my oldest brother and him your sister. It's the only way to not chill our hearts. Wang Longqiang spoke very sincerely. Only then did Yang Suiying completely understand in her heart that the two of them really didn't have much of a rack. Bai Tiawei also raised his glass. This glass of wine. It is I who will toast first. For one thing, it is the joy of your housewarming. Secondly, it's that today in the abyss, if it wasn't for Li Mu's protection, it would have been any other person. My daughter's little life is accounted for, not to mention any credit. So here's to your family. Chen Jinshi snorted at this point. That's not acceptable. If you want to honor me, I'll have to honor both of you. Yang Yurong also chimed in. Come on, it's all in the wine. The crowd burst into laughter and all raised their glasses, not knowing who was honoring whom in the end. Anyway, the atmosphere warmed up quite a bit. It's kinda like a family dinner. During drinking and eating, Yang Suiying asked Bai Taiwei what mission Li Mu and the others were on today. Knowing a general idea, Bai Taiwei began to explain. At the same time, Yang Suiying turned her gaze frequently to Wang Yinhuan, who was sitting beside Li Mu. Somehow, it's the more you look at it, the better it looks. The girl was good looking, not to mention, with a gentle demeanor and a quiet smile. Especially cute when you smile with your cheeks flushed. And as an old mother, she was attentive. Although Wang Yinhuan had been chatting with Chen Jiachi, her eyes glanced at Li Mu from time to time. Seeing that Li Mu had been chatting with Wang Longcheng, Wang Yinhuan had some small loss in her eyes. But seeing Li Mu finish his drink and drink the tea in his cup again, Wang Yinhuan then casually pushed her teacup gently in front of Li Mu. Not only did Yang Suiying see this little action, even Bai Taiwei saw it. For her part, Bai Taiwei's mouth slowly hooked up, unable to suppress it. For his part, Li Mu really didn't notice such childish things. He was listening to Wang Longcheng's words with full attention. Wang Longcheng said, "The next most important step is to develop it, realizing that once the living crystals are put into manufacturing, the first is that the production of fine weapons in our military region will increase dramatically. Both the overall strength gains and the recruiting will be of great benefit. We don't have our own energy metal military industrial complex in the military district. It's just going to be able to continue to find companies to partner with to subcontract. The military region is home to nearly 70% of the energy metals industry. It's all being manipulated by the same OEM military industry. My proposition is that you can't put your eggs in one basket. If the living crystals were given to them again, one family would be the only one. Not only does it make them more uncontrollable, but the decline in competitiveness also makes them inert. That's why we're looking at a new steel company to take over the development of the mother lode. I've roughly looked for some data, and in the past 2 years, Zhang Group's metal industry, it seems to be developing well. Aren't you close to that Zhang Group's son? What's your opinion?" Chapter 83, Twice the Speed of Cultivation. Hearing Wang Longcheng finish, Li Mu smiled, looking to his aunt Chen Jinshi. "I do know something about the Zhang Group family, but Cheng's Group Metal Industries, we have a frontline worker at this table. My aunt's husband's blacksmith store has always gotten its raw materials from the Zhang Group's metal industry." Wang Longcheng immediately looked at Chen Jinshi. Oh, Chen Jinshi was a little far away and hadn't heard the two chatting just now, so when he saw them looking at him, there was a moment of doubt. "Auntie, Uncle Wang wants to know, how is the metal industry of Zhang's group?" Li Mu explained. Wang Longcheng also said, "It's okay, just be honest. I'm just doing a little work research." Chen Jinshi hurriedly said, "Oh good. This is too deep for me to understand. But honestly, ever since I've been using the energy metals from the Chang's line of, just never used another one. The first is that Zhang's prices are slightly higher, but the goods are real good. Also Zhang's aftersales are good, and our scraps were previously not cared for by other families. But Zhang's family also manages to recycle waste at a fair price, and one call and they send a truck to haul it. When you do the math like that, it saves money, it saves effort, and the stuff is real. For the past 2 years, as long as it's blacksmiths like us who have our hearts set on making good weapons, we've all used the Zhang family's goods. There's a circle." Speaking of the line, Chen Jinshi also opened the box. Wang Longcheng nodded repeatedly as he listened. "Observe a leaf and know the fall." Zhang's group was able to get word of mouth from frontline staff. You can imagine that its metal industry is definitely not bad. Li Mu saw that Wang Longcheng's heart was moved. Then he said, "I'll meet with Zhang Jiwei tomorrow and ask their family if they mean anything first. If their family has the power to do that, preparations must have already begun to secure this tender for a cooperative military enterprise." Wang Longcheng nodded his head. "Good. Then you'll have a hard time. If the Zhang family is really interested, you'll want a copy of their business plan and send it directly to me. We have the most say in the development of this mother lode. And this time, the advice given by the Institute is not to cooperate with OEMs. Rather, it's a true military-grade enterprise. All those big-name metal companies, and their plans are full of empty words. In this bidding environment where it's all about profit and background, really following the bidding process, I'm afraid that the Zhang family's proposal will be killed before it reaches the final round, and it won't reach us at all." Wang Longcheng was helpless when he said this. Zhang's group, according to its size, is not small in the Eastern District, but in terms of the entire Iron Hand City, it really wasn't as advantageous as those few businesses with a military background. This time he has a word in his own hand. Just never let those abusive companies take over the living crystals. This was extremely important both to him, Wang Longcheng, and to the Pearl military region. "Yes," Raimu nodded in response. Turning back, he casually picked up the teacup in front of him and drank from it. However, he realized that there were 2 teacups in front of him, and he instantly looked at Wang Yinhuan who was at the side. It happened to coincide with Wang Yinhuan sneaking a look at him. The speed at which Wang Yinhuan's pretty face reddened and warmed startled Yang Suiying on the opposite side. Thinking to myself, this kid is ripe for the picking? Boiled prawns don't get red that fast, do they? The meal is over. On the way out, Yang Suiying also intentionally and unintentionally got closer to Wang Yinhuan to observe. It should be said not to mention that this little girl is cute and pretty, not to mention extremely well built. Both hands folded and gripped together at the small of her back, squeezing her breasts higher and higher. The legs were not too fat and not too thin. The waist was slim, and the delicate curves outlined an amazing waist-to-hip ratio. But Yang Suiying didn't say anything. Back home, the family each put the mess away in their own rooms. He worked until the evening before Li Mu lay down. Call out the system. On this trip to the mission, Li Mu had killed a total of 7,850 victory points, much more than the last time I killed in the Bone Ghost Field. The main reason was that this time, the monsters behind Li Mu were all 4th grade monsters that he had killed. Right now, 4th grade monsters basically couldn't resist a single stick in front of Li Mu. Taking away Li Mu's learning in body technique, 72 changes unlocked the flying bird change and flying eagle change. There are 150 points left. Without hesitation, Li Mu first gave 500 points to attachment listening. 500 victory points consumed. Enhancement of listening with ears succeeded. Attachment of the ear to listen to, the divine weapon will be hidden in the ear hole of the Sumeru. All the time enlightenment cultivation. The speed is 246% of the normal cultivation speed. Once the points were given, Li Mu could clearly feel a qualitative change in his cultivation speed. This lift is just too much. The speed of cultivation was much stronger than when one was fully engaged in cultivation. And that's a lift all the time. It was only that although this cultivation speed was fast, Li Mu always felt that it wasn't solid enough. Still need to keep fighting to hammer the cultivation level up. The foundation can be more and more solid. After this battle, Li Mu felt that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd grade. Unsurprisingly, with the current cultivation speed of the attached ears, you can break through the 4th grade within a few days. After adding attunement listening, Li Mu added another 545 points to Divine Warrior Technique. 545 victory points consumed. Strengthening Divine Soldier Technique succeeded. Divine Warrior Technique gives weight to the weapon. Currently 200 pounds, plus the weight of the weapon itself, 220 pounds. Raima stretched his arms long and hard, finally broke through a ton. 605 victory points left. Li Mu then took out his sizable cape. Victory points could be transformed to upgrade spiritual treasures, but Li Mu had never been able to use the Great Sage Avatar enough, so just forget about it completely. In this battle, Li Mu realized the importance of spiritual treasures. The cape could be fun instead. How do you transform a spiritual treasure? Inject victory points into the spirit treasure to obtain a reinforcement phrase. The more points injected, the stronger the properties of the word. Inject 1600 points to strengthen the cloak. Li Mu chose to just pike. Please provide the direction of reinforcement, killing, protection, recovery, magical arts, and domains. Protect it. Li Mu is not lacking in attacks for now. When the cloak is on, it has 70% of your body's defense. And when it's off, having 50% of your own body's defense. Li Mu raised an eyebrow. What the hell? The spirit treasure is starting to whore out my body for nothing? But I have to say that this phrase is very strong. One has the heavenly immortal technique, the elixir, and even if one doesn't unleash the copperhead, defense was also far beyond that of an average martial artist. As one's cultivation level grew higher and higher, a spiritual treasure was able to possess 70% of one's defense all the time. This has been very rare. The point is that there is still room for improvement. Think of the potion. Li Mu was now in desperate need of boosting his body's strength again, and he was still waiting for the effects of the superior grade body solidifying pill. With that thought, Li Mu's consciousness directly entered the blessed field. At this moment, in the middle of Fukuda, the warhorse Telebone was running around. After running for a while, the horse's leg flexes and he pees. The piss is so strong that it can bear a puddle right on the ground. Then proceeded to run to that spring to play with the water. Ever since Li Mu got the warhorse remote bone into this blessed field technique, it had ed with this spirit spring. It is assumed that the spirit spring can transform its body. However, this spirit spring kept bubbling upwards. There was no shortage of water in here, so Li Mu didn't care about it. At the spirit spring Li Mu had already dug a water pit. The puddle has 2 openings, and when full it overflows into the 2 herb fields. There is no such thing as overwatering or not overwatering in this blessed field. The growth rate of the herbs in here can absorb the nutrients from both the blessed land and the spirit spring like crazy at the same time. Infinite growth. The growth rate is dozens or even hundreds of times faster than outside. It had only been 3 to 5 days of work, and Li Mu's herbs had already turned into small plants. It's estimated that in 3 more days, it will become a large plant, and as soon as it grows large leaves, then you can use it for alchemy. Li Mu crossed his arms and looked at the 2 small pieces of land. If all of these herbs were to mature, it was estimated that the top-grade body solidifying pill could make a dozen or 2 dozen pills. I don't know if taking it as a meal will create drug resistance. What a headache. Early the next morning, Li Mu got up and went straight to school. I didn't see Zhang Jiwei, so I called him. Gunny, where is it? Something good is coming for you. Chapter 84, Come with me to see Wang Longcheng. Before Zhang Jiwei received the call from Li Mu, the Chang family is having a family meeting. The meeting was about this very application for military-industrial cooperation. Although the Zhang family didn't have any military background connections, they still had quite a few eyeballs. They got the exact news last night. It said that the Pearl military region had actually gotten a mother stone of living crystals. Living crystals were excellent materials for making fine, special, and even rare weapons. One material across 3 major grades shows its extreme adaptability and harmonization. Once we take the co-production rights to this thing, Zhang's group could be on the green side even if the other 2 pillar industries were completely abandoned. It is important to realize that the industry of weapons, spiritual treasures, and spiritual medicines are irreplaceable in this high martial era. So got the news yesterday. Zhang Jiwei's old man was up for more than half the night. Overnight, he led several leaders in the energy and metals industry to produce a business plan of the highest standard. The atmosphere at the conference table at this point was a bit frosty. Zhang Jiwei sat on the edge with a worried frown as well. Above the first seat, sitting at the helm of the Zhang family now, Zhang Jiwei's grandfather, Zhang Jiuhe. Zhang Jiuhe was over 70 years old, but his spirit was extremely full. With a Xian rank cultivation, a cloud of sadness also coalesced on a weathered old face. This tender is just too important to our Zhang family, but the competition is also bound to be one of the fiercest. The Yi family of South City originally held more than 70% of the energy and metal industry cooperation in the Pearl military region. This time, the mother stone is also imperative for them, and they've all started looking for downstream partners in advance. It is extremely difficult for us to break through. Ji Wei, you've been in the Jinyuan army for a few days now. Do you have any insights? Zhang Jiwei sighed helplessly. Grandpa was really sick too. He had only entered the Jinyuan army for a few days. Though there is a bit of merit in having the Abyssal first battle runner-up and playing hard to get on missions, but it's far from being taken seriously by military bigwigs. This time the Pearl military region got the mother stone. He himself, a reserve of the Jinyuan army, knew even later than his father and the others. Grandpa, I haven't opened up in the military yet either, but Li Mu is very active with the big leaders in the military region, so there might be some news. The most I can do is ask him for some more information. Zhang Jiuhe nodded. It wasn't difficult for Zhang Jiwei, the precious grandson. Even he, a veteran, didn't have deep connections in the military, let alone him. Is that your little buddy who saved your life? Zhang Jiwei's old man, Zhang Chaoyang, asked. Zhang Jiwei nodded. Well, any opportunity to ask is not missed, so ask if you can. We'll just have to do the best we can. I'll be there for the tender in a few minutes. Based on our reputation in the energy and metals industry over the past few years, it shouldn't be a problem to get this business plan into the eyes of the big leaders, said his wife, Li Ru, who was beside him, the Yi family's main mother, inviting us to dinner. Probably want to talk about letting us be their downstream chain. Should I? Zhang Chaoyang immediately waved his hand to interrupt. Not allowed to go, even if I, Zhang Chaoyang, starve to death. I won't go to be his Yi family's laborer. For a few bucks like that, he wants to ride over the likes of us? Humph. Nice try. Li Ru nodded. At that moment Zhang Jiwei's phone rang. Zhang Jiwei said sorry at his parents and grandfather and went aside to pick it up. It was Li Mu who called, saying that something good had come to him. Zhang Jiwei didn't say much on the phone, only saying, okay, I'll drive to you. With that, he hung up and returned to the table. It's Li Mu, asking me to meet. I'll leave first. A few people nodded. Zhang Jiwei then quickly left the house. Zhang Chaoyang finished another half of the cigarette in his hand before getting up. Alright, I'm off too. After Zhang Jiwei and Li Mu met, Li Mu got into Zhang Jiwei's car. Zhang Jiwei drove an SUV, which was considered a very low-profile kind inside a luxury car. Getting into the car, Li Mu to the co-pilot's seat, suddenly felt that he also really should buy a car. This is so much more comfortable than Marco. And while riding a horse in town is a status symbol, you can't just ride a horse for nothing. So the car is still necessary. What good thing? Zhang Jiwei asked succinctly. Is your family going to bid on the living crystal mother stone fight? Li Mu opened the door and asked. Zhang Jiwei immediately looked at him with great suspicion. He didn't think it was about this. He was still trying to find Li Mu to find out information. but Li Mu was looking for him first. To do what? Of course. That's fine. Take me on a tour of your energy metals business. Li Mu sat down, and without further ado, made a direct gesture of departure. Zhang Jiwei pondered suspiciously for a long time, but did not ask any more questions, and drove straight to his factory. There must be a reason for Li Mu to do so, and there is no point in asking more questions by himself, but it makes sense for Li Mu to ask. Sure enough, after entering Zhang's group of companies, it was only then that Li Mu began to ask questions frequently, allowing Zhang Jiwei to explain on the spot. It took Zhang Jiwei to give Li Mu a clear explanation. Something like living crystals. It's not as simple as taking the crystals from where the mother stone grows and just starting to pound iron and build weapons. Crystals are soft before they lose their life state, and once they do, they're incredibly hard, difficult to process, to incorporate the metal while the crystals are in a living state, adding different other ingredients. Converted to energy metal. It is only then that these metals are sent down the line to continue to be processed and hammered, and then subdivided down the line, and in the process of incorporating the metal, different grades, different weapons, different attributes, all require different levels and strengths of energy metals. What is the process to make these target metals? What ingredients to add? Length of time, etc. There are hundreds of ways to do this. Everyone has a few secret recipes in their family. Sometimes it is even necessary to immediately and individually research a new energy metal on special order. This requires an extremely strong technical team and relevant industry experience. Zhang's group, which spends a lot of money to train a large number of bottom-feeding practitioners. These officers are truly from the front lines, extremely professional and creative. Loyalty to the Zhang family was also extremely high. Zhang Jiwei guaranteed that there was no one in the entire Ironhan city who was more willing to lay down this amount of money than their family. Li Mu couldn't help but nod after the tour. Tell you what, do you have a copy of your family's business plan in your hands? Zhang Jiwei froze, but there was a sudden flash of divine light in his eyes. It's at home. I can go get it. Well, go back and get it. And then you'll come with me to meet Vice Commander Wang. Li Mu was already heading out the door as he spoke. Zhang Jiwei was numb, quickly catching up. He asked incredulously. See who? Deputy Commander of the military region. Wan Longchang. Give him your proposal in person and answer his questions. Li Mu finished answering positively. Zhang Jiwei then felt his eyes darken and his breathing began to catch. See Wan Longchang? And to give him the proposal directly? Could it be that Wan Longchang is the key figure in this decision to cooperate with the military-industrial enterprises? If not, it was unlikely that Li Mu would have suddenly come to this. Li Mu was bound to know the inside story. He realized this was his family's chance, and this opportunity was not brought about by anyone else. It's Li Mu. If it wasn't for Li Mu using his connections, even his own grandfather wouldn't have been able to meet Wan Longcheng. So Zhang Jiwei dared not delay, went home at the first opportunity to get a duplicate copy of the alternate business plan, followed Li Mu straight to the Abyssal command, and in the meantime, Zhang Jiwei's old man, Zhang Chaoyang, just took a beating in the bidding department. Chapter 85, I'll give you a military enterprise. Jinyuan Army, Department of Military Industrial Enterprise Cooperation. Zhang Chaoyang just turned in his business plan in there. Like a schoolboy, he honestly sat in front of a few leaders of the cooperation department and explained his business plan on the spot. Nice words. All I got was a feint. Go back and wait for the news. As soon as he walked out of the bidding room, Zhang Chaoyang wilted like a frosted eggplant. He knew it was definitely cool again this time, because if the other guy was interested in it, he will be told to go back and prepare for the second round of audits. The other side was not informed, so absolutely no chance. Once in the waiting room, the bosses of various metal industries all gathered here, looking at Zhang Chaoyang with a smile or a laugh. There is strength to come here and bid on these people. Take out any one of them, and it is also the object of the business sector on its knees. But here they are now, all of them in the same sorry state. Old Zhang, confused. What's the point of voting or not voting? Someone smiled and patted the stool beside him. Sit. Just wait for the Yi family to reward you with food. Someone else was also depressed. Yeah, who asked for someone with a military background? I heard that once the news came out last night, the Yi family finished the celebration banquet overnight. This Mother Stone Yi family is determined to win. When the time comes, it's not bad for us to wait for a few bowls of soup downstream from the Yi family's alms. Zhang Chaoyang hummed faintly and prepared to leave. He wasn't interested in being around this crowd. But just then, a middle-aged man with gold teeth walked over with an exaggerated smile. Ha ha, good morning, bosses. They say the early bird gets the worm. You guys are just great. Ha ha, these bosses could only stand up and smile one after another, even though they were being called birds of a feather. Greetings were exchanged with the visitor. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi looks good. Is there something good going on? Someone joked. Mr. Yi never forgets his friends when he has a good deed. Would you all be interested in a little while? In getting together for a meal? Let's share a good thing together. Ha, Mr. Yi said smilingly at the crowd. It was clear to everyone that this was the manufacturer downstream of the living crystals that Mr. Yi was looking for. Those who feel they have the strength and are willing to be in his company. Then they all began to agree. Mr. Yi is simply a man of God. How did you know I didn't eat in the morning? Mr. Yi invited me. How dare I not comply? Mr. Yi smiled all over his face. He suddenly saw Zhang Chaoyang. Zhang Chaoyang has always been an alternative, with a business scale that doesn't compare to their Yi family, but never took the initiative to climb the Yi family. Previously, Mr. Yi hadn't paid any attention to Zhang Chaoyang. However, Zhang's group has been very strong in the energy and metals industry in the past few years. The rate of growth is so fast that many people have a sense of crisis. Mr. Yi had long wanted to pull him under his command. Brother Zhang, it's rare for us to see each other. Do you want to go for a meal together to enhance our relationship? Mr. Yi asked smilingly. Zhang Chaoyang said without being humble. I'm sorry, I have some family emergencies to get back to, so I'll find another chance. See, Zhang Chaoyang refused. Mr. Yi's smile then tightened a few points. Although Zhang Chaoyang refused politely, but he still felt humiliated. Brother Zhang, it seems like you don't like us people too much. Didn't mean that. Zhang Chaoyang said blandly. Opportunities often only come once, and we're getting a bigger and bigger table from now on. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you want to come just because you want to. Mr. Yi smiled faintly. The meaning is very obvious. My Yi family was originally the leader. By taking the Mother Stone this time, the Yi family was even more powerful. The expansion is only gaining momentum. The Yi family's business empire is getting bigger and bigger, and it will be hard for you to join then. And once the Yi family completely dominated, there were only two endings for other businesses of the same type. Annexed, or get crushed. Zhang Chaoyang's face was red for a while and white for a while. That was actually quite nonchalant, even with a bit of a threat. This was clearly the attitude of taking him as a subordinate drudge, making Zhang Chaoyang extremely annoyed. He hadn't seen the Yi family as arbitrary and domineering. As businessmen, they knew best how unethical the Yi family was. How many conscientious entrepreneurs have been driven alive by their business bullying behavior? Though this sort of thing isn't really a crime, and the Jin Yuan army doesn't know about it, but they are the ones who know the depths of it best. That's why he would never be with the Yi family. Even if he quit the industry, he didn't bother to say any more nonsense. Farewell. With that, he turned around and walked away, watching Zhang Chaoyang leave. Mr. Yi laughingly reached out and put his hand on the shoulder of one of the bosses and laughed. This brother Zhang has a lot of character. The others could only snort. However, Mr. Yi's smile quickly turned into a grin and said grimly, but usually people with character don't live long. LOL. Everyone else felt a chill at once. Command. Wang Longchang had just learned on the phone that Li Mu was going to bring Zhang Jiwei over. After meeting and exchanging pleasantries, the two were made to sit down. He then already knew that Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei's relationship should be very good. Li Mu was intentionally trying to get Zhang's group to take over the Mother Stone. Otherwise, what was said at the table yesterday was for Li Mu to bring the business plan over. How could Li Mu bring someone directly to himself? But it's good for Li Mu to expand his network. Since he was here, Wan Longchang also helped Li Mu pick it apart directly. I thought we agreed yesterday to just bring me their proposal to look at. You're trying to pressure me by bringing people directly to me? Wang Longcheng fainted at Li Mu. Zhang Jiwei then felt his cold sweat come down. Pressure? Who dares to put pressure on the deputy commander of the military region? After all the fuss, Li Mu recommended their Zhang group to Wang Longcheng yesterday, and today, he broke the rules and brought himself before Wang Longcheng? While his heart was infinitely grateful, Zhang Jiwei also sweated for Li Mu. Dude, you're playing this a little big. Li Mu laughed. How dare I? I visited the Zheng family's conscientious enterprise, thinking of sharing your worries. That's why I hurriedly brought him to see you. Wan Longcheng grunted with a smile. What wouldn't you dare? You brought back all the Mother Stones. You're at the institute now, and you're talking more neutral than I am. Humph. When he finished speaking, he smiled and looked at Zhang Jiwei. Mr. Zhang, could you show me your business plan? Zhang Jiwei was dumbfounded. What were you saying? The Mother Stone was brought back by Li Mu? Li Mu's words are starting to sound good at the research department. What the hell have you been missing these past few days? Ah, yes, of course. Zhang Jiwei came back to his senses and hurriedly returned. Li Mu smiled darkly. Zhang Jiwei is usually a cold and facepalm boy. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Jiwei look so overwhelmed. Zhang Jiwei stayed in the office for more than 3 whole hours. As the young proprietor of Zhang's group plus the school bully, Zhang Jiwei's relevant specialty is more porcelain than his father's. Even Zhang Chaoyang couldn't be for half a day. With Li Mu there to interject a few words now and then, Zhang Jiwei was not intimidated, chatting straight until noon. Wang Longcheng stayed him and Li Mu to have a meal together before finishing. Zhang family villa, the lunch table. Zhang Chaoyang rubbed his temples and came to the dining table. He hadn't slept much since last night and had just caught up on his sleep. The more you mend your head, the more it hurts. He had little interest in looking at the table full of delicious food. Seeing less people at the table, he asked, "Where's Jiwei?" Li Ju said, "Called. He's not coming back for dinner." Zhang Jiuha said, "I guess he's also running around for this. Forget about him for now. Let's eat." A few people just moved their chopsticks. Just saw the door pushed open with a thud. Zhang Jiwei walked over with a slight blush on his face. Looking at the crowd, both eyes were a bit glazed over. "Vi, what's wrong with you?" Li Ru instantly got up with concern and asked. His own son looks but something is not right. Usually cool and handsome. Why are you a little frothy and goofy today? "I'm fine. Li Mu took me to see Wang Longcheng in the morning. I told Wang Longcheng about our proposal." Zhang Jiwei took out the plan as he spoke. In just 3 short sentences, it directly silenced a room of people completely dry. All Chinese characters, read them together once. Zhang Chaoyang felt that his CPU was going to burn. "You said, you went to see, and then what?" Speaking of the last 3 words, Zhang Chaoyang stood up directly. His voice changed tone. Zhang Jiwei said, "Vice Commander Wang, not satisfied with this business plan for a military-industrial cooperative venture." Zhang Chaoyang and the others immediately felt like falling into an ice cave. "I was in hell today. Just got Ed to heaven with a comment, and now I'm back in hell." But with Zhang Jiwei's next sentence, none of them knew where they had been. "Ed, Vice Commander Wang asked me to ask you guys. Willingness to work deeply with the military district. Come up with another plan to build a military-grade enterprise in conjunction with the military district." Chapter 86, Giving a little shock to the Northern Realms Military Merit Division. After Zhang Jiwei finished speaking, the entire Zhang family fell into a state of temporal stagnation. Even the nanny who was serving food in the distance saw what was going on here. Both rushed back to the kitchen with their dishes, and tell the others not to go out yet. As the Zhang family subordinates they were certainly very observant. Although Zhang Zhuo and Zhang Chaoyang were shocked. After all, one of them was a powerful Shen-ranked martial artist. One is a big businessman. After digesting the shock, Zhang Jiuhe waved at Zhang Jiwei. "Go to the conference room and elaborate." He then quickly led the 3 into the conference room. Zhang Jiwei told them from beginning to end. From the time he himself was called by Li Mu to ask him out. Li Mu visited his family's factory and took him to meet Wang Longcheng. Even what was said in between, the key points Zhang Jiwei all remembered. Hearing that the mother stone of this living crystal was actually brought back by Li Mu himself, Zhang Chaoyang and the others were shocked. That Li Mu was an F-grade talent the other day. Participated in the first battle of the Abyss and saved Zhang Jiwei. At that time, when Zhang Jiwei said he wanted to transfer to Blackwater High School, they knew what was going on. Zhang Chaoyang and Li Ru also felt that they should return a favor to others. That's why it also donated a Class A martial arts arena to Blackwater High School, though nowhere near enough to save a life. But it was also considered that Zhang's group was covering that little guy named Li Mu. Didn't realize, in the blink of an eye, Li Mu gave Zhang Jiwei such an amazing gift. And it's a joint military enterprise. Instead, it's a cooperative foundry. The implications of this are very different. This morning Zhang Chaoyang and the others went to bid. The vote was for cooperative foundry. The development of the mother lode must be in the abyss, where the population is complex and the force is not centralized if it is above ground. Easily coveted by those with an agenda, especially the Paradise Club. The entire development process must take place in the military area. Cooperative OEM, that is, Zhang's group brought their own team and went to the abyss to build a factory that, working for the military district. Even so, the profits involved are staggering, and as the partnership grows longer, the intimacy between the business and the military region will also grow. But all in all, you're just a protocol worker, and the military district can always switch to another company to do it. And the joint construction of the military-industrial complex, it's the community of interest. The close relationship with the military district was going to be far greater than the foundry to begin with. One could even say, once the military-industrial complex is established, the Zhang family is even half a military family. This is a direct pass to heaven. And in the business world, a military-grade enterprise is a gold standard that is hard to buy. In the future, the Zhang family will have no disadvantages in the shopping mall. It was also the most important springboard for the family to jump to other cities. Of course, benefits and difficulties go hand in hand. A military-grade company is not something to be taken lightly. The Zhang family must show 120,000% sincerity and do their best. Only then can there be hope. Knock knock. Zhang Jiuha knocked on the table twice in a dull manner, pulling everyone's thoughts back. He said in a hushed voice, "Let's not get too happy too soon. People just want a business plan. It's not like we were directly identified as the company to work with on this one. Moreover, the relationship in this matter is not so simple." Ji Wei, is there any news from the Yi family? Zhang Jiwei nodded. This OEM partner company is really just the first round of screening. After the first round of quality screening by OEMs, it's the second round that will be the bidding for the JMB. The probability is that the Yi family is passable. At this time, Zhang Qiang's brain was running rapidly, and he took a deep breath of smoke. It seems that this time it's Wang Longcheng who wants to arm wrestle with Vice Commander Zhang Cheng. Li Ru couldn't see the connection and looked at her husband questioningly. Zhang Qiang sighed. Just as his father said, this is not simple. Behind the Yi family is Vice Commander Zhang Cheng. This time the Mother Stone Yi family is determined to win. Vice Commander Wang obviously doesn't want to put his eggs in one basket, so he's going to find a family to work with to snatch this peach. It just so happens that at this time that little buddy of yours, Li Mu, is crucial in this event. It's the king's commanding officer again. He mentioned our Zhang family before Commander Wang threw us an olive branch. Zhang Jiuha nodded appreciatively. It's good that you can see that. This is a heavenly opportunity for our Zhang family. At the same time it's a crisis. Just get involved in this godforsaken fight in the upper echelons of the military district. Success is a green cloud. Failure is an abyssal. Zhang Jiuha looked deeply at Zhang Qiang, signaling him to think it over. Zhang Qiang, however, fiercely waved his big hand. Dad, we've waited so many years for a chance like this, haven't we? Opportunity and risk go hand in hand. As long as we can take down a military-grade company this time around. Our relationship with Commander Wang is far stronger than the Zhang and Yi families. I've gotten a feel for the Yi family over the years, and they are indeed larger than us. The strength is better than ours. But when it comes to quality and professionalism, humph, the Yi family is not enough to fear. Zhang Jiuha smiled faintly and did not say anything else. Zhang Jiwei also said, by the way, Commander Wang did mention several times that it is imperative that they be fair and impartial in this matter. Let the really good quality companies take over Motherstone. Zhang Qiaoyang nodded. I'll call a meeting with the team right now and get him a shocking military grade. Zhang Qiaoyang strides out of the room, pulled out the phone as he headed out the door. Skipping his meal, Zhang Jiuha marveled. Jiwei, this friend of yours called Li Mu, is no mortal na. Invite him over to the house when you're free. Li Ru also said. Yeah, I've always heard you mention it, and I've never had a chance to meet it. This time, regardless of whether it works out or not, the person is also considered to have two great favors with my Zhang family. Speaking of which, this young man is still in our family. Zhang Jiwei nodded his head and smiled bitterly. Who says it isn't? He hadn't returned Li Mu's favor of saving his life, and now it's back to owing such a huge favor. Zhang Jiuha also got up and said, it's been a long time since my old bones have been active. If the Zhang family can truly co-build this military-industrial enterprise, and I'm finally ready to go into the deep end again. Zhang Jiwei understood his grandfather very well. As a Xian-ranked martial artist, Zhang Jiuhua's abyss was where he belonged. However, as the Zhang family became more and more prosperous, Zhang Jiuhua did not dare to enter the abyss after entering the Xian instead. His well-being was directly related to the rise and fall of the Zhang family, not to mention dying in the abyss. Even if they were seriously injured in the abyss, the Zhang family would immediately be coveted. Pitifully, a Xian-ranked martial artist was just tethered to the city by his own family. And if the Zhang family ultimately wins this time alongside Wang Longcheng, then the Zhang family became Wang Longcheng's absolute beloved. This is exactly the kind of powerful military background they dream of. And it's a one-step, too dreamy to be true background. Zhang Jiuhua is even free. Re-enter the abyss to explore the resources, to improve their strength, or even join the Jinyuan army in the battle as well. All of them were able to give more help to the Zhang family and were not afraid to sacrifice. He'd thought about joining the Abyssal army before, but a Xian-ranked martial artist joining the Jinyuan army if he is cowering inside the barracks, you don't get much prestige no matter what position you hold. It's better to go than not to go. In the meantime, thousands of miles away, Blood Pond City, in the middle of the largest Blood Sea military region, a pure black building was like a beast in the dark night, creeping below the entrance to the abyss. The dragon coiled and stared into the abyss, a few big letters shining in gold on this building. Northern Realm Jinyuan Army Merit Law Research Division. At this time, the top floor office of the Department of Military Merit, more than 20 old men with white hair and, was sitting at the conference table looking intently at the information in his hands. In front of each of them were stacks of books and materials. The oldest of these looked to be over 100 years old. The only sound in the quiet conference room at the moment was the clattering and turning of books. A few old men in their 50s and 60s, covered in military uniforms, also sat there, looking over the information. One of them looked at the book for a while, then rubbed his eyes and put it down, commanded his subordinates, "Go get the professors a cup of fresh tea." Then to the professors, "Seniors, we must be careful to combine labor and rest. We've been watching for over 6 hours straight. Everyone take a break and have a drink." But not many of these old professors echoed his words. There were even many that seemed to have been suppressed. One had a frown on his face, and none of them looked happy. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head, somewhat helpless, but did not continue to demand. Another middle-aged man in military attire sighed from the side. There are more than 60 paper merit improvement programs handed in this time. In addition to the ones from the major military regions, there are also the major Gung Fu research departments. As of now, not a single one has met the standard. Not to mention these old codgers. I'm a little overwhelmed. This middle-aged man took a deep breath. How could it be so easy to improve a merit law? And the task given down this time was still a 5% boost. Many departments have even given 2 or 3 copies of their feats. It's not at all uncommon to not meet the standard. But just then, an old man flipped open the paper gong method with the cover that read Pearl Military Region Paper Gong Method Improvement Program. Falling Leaf Blade Method. With just one look, the old man frowned and let out a "huh" sound. This was because this falling leaf blade technique was obviously completely different from the falling leaf blade technique he knew. But just read a few hundred words. The pupils of this old man's eyes then slowly dilated. Wait to read about 7 to 8,000 words. Bang! This old man violently slapped the table in front of him with a mountainous sound. The old man who was concentrating on the information at this moment was invariably scared and shivered fiercely. An old man next to him went into a frenzy of curses. Asterisk asterisk, you immortal. You old turtle. You're an undercover agent of the Paradise Society, aren't you? There are about 2,000 people in this house. Are you planning to send a few away with a slap on the wrist? Several old men directly threw the books in their hands and flew up in fear. At least half a dozen of the old men went pale, hands over their hearts, and began to go to their pockets for their medication. This old man who stood up was however flushed with excitement, ignoring the cursing old man at all. His eyes seemed to be glued to the gongfu in his hand, but his mouth was saying to the crowd, "Pearl Military District. Falling Leaf Blade Technique. Look, show me everything, now." Chapter 87, I have a problem with that. Seeing that this old man was so out of it, the other professors realized the gravity of the situation. Since everyone reads the information from top to bottom, Pearl Military District is ranked relatively low. So down there, only this old man was the one who had disrupted the information to look at it randomly. All at once, the crowd all found out the revised version of the Falling Leaves blade technique sent by the Pearl Military Region. Even the few middle-aged men in military uniforms were curious and began to look through them. Other feats are less than 20,000 to 30,000 words. Many have even been changed to 50,000 or 60,000 words. The professors were all watching and verifying the research inside their heads. That's why it's so time-consuming. But this falling leaf blade technique is only 10,000 words out. And it was almost a complete reversal of the lengthy and convoluted understanding of the previous falling leaf blade technique. Easy to understand and concise. How is this possible? Is this still the falling leaf blade technique? Someone laughed out loud. Perfect. Perfect. If this blade technique is comprehended, will it be worse than a merit stone? Some people's voices were starting to tremble. This technique was a step above the intensity of the previous falling leaves blade technique from the very beginning. This blade technique has a mix of a not bad footwork and a more efficient use of true chi. It is faster, more dexterous, and more lethal than the falling leaf blade technique comprehended by the previous feat stone. Even if someone with poor comprehension comprehends it, this intensity is also at least a step up from the previous paper feats. 80%. Miso. Those military middle-aged men stood up in unison. One bullseye stare. Professor Wu, what did you say? An 80% increase in strength from before? Other professors chimed in. Pretty much. Only more. This is completely different from the previous optimization. I've been studying feats all my life. Never seen such a novel angle. This speaker is none other than a 100-year-old professor. He had really studied Kung Fu all his life. It was just a pity that the feats he had studied were too many and too varied. The falling leaf blade technique was good enough for him to dare to say at most that he had studied it off and on for a few years and 10 years. Moreover, his enlightenment was no match for Li Mu's heavenly immortal technique. Li Mu's heavenly immortal skill comprehended feats. Each of these feats was equivalent to 100 years of targeted comprehension of the heavenly immortal technique. Casually writing down paper feats could also benefit a group of old guys like them. If Li Mu personally condensed a merit stone for them to comprehend, I'm afraid it would immediately turn their worldview upside down. And this gong method definitely came from one person. It can't be the result of many people's research. Yes, that's obvious. This Pearl military region has definitely produced a supreme genius. Genius? I'm afraid these two words are not worthy of the author of this gongfu. The middle-aged man in the military uniform instructed the adjutant. Go, immediately find 50 blade fighters who have not practiced the falling leaves technique. Nope. Find 200. Conduct a depth test. The more individuals testing the feats, the more accurate the measured strength would naturally be. And the longer the test, the deeper the strength of the feats could be revealed. This measurement was for days. Iron Hand City, Pearl Military District. 3 full days have passed since the bid. The first round and the second round of bidding are over. That night, the final round of bidding took place in the base conference room of the Pearl military region. At this time, the base's conference room was filled with a group of leaders from the military industry sector. As they looked expectantly at the open doorway, the 4 major chiefs of the military region, as well as the institute's director Lu and 2 professors walked in one after another. The leaders of the military-industrial sector rose at once to pay their respects. The entire staff waited for Liang Huanjuan to reach out and say sit. All the talents were seated. Although it was a bidding meeting, the 4 squad members who were directly involved in the Motherstone mission were permitted to observe. Li Mu, Wang Inhuan, and Zhang Kong all sat in an inconspicuous fringe position. As for Jiang Linlin, she didn't come. I don't know why. The commander-in-chief, Liang Huanjuan, opened the meeting with a few words and then let the meeting begin. They, the leaders, came this time to observe plus adjudicate. It's still these leaders in the military-industrial sector who really carry out the process. With Liang Huanjuan's order, a leader of the military industry department went out and came back a few moments later. 2 groups of people followed behind them. Each group of 4 or 5 men stood apart and positioned on either side, all holding information in their arms. Zhao Han, the Minister of Military Engineering, cleared his throat at this time. Hello leaders, hello entrepreneurs. Today is our Living Crystalline Motherstone Development Program, the final round of the JCI RFP. There are 36 companies participating in this application for development. After a rigorous selection process, these 2 companies came out on top. It's the Yi Group and the East City Group respectively. I would like to ask both companies to demonstrate your sincerity and professionalism, to fight for the right to develop the mother lode. Next, first of all, I would like to invite Yi Group. Before Zhao Han could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Longcheng raising his hand. Everyone was stunned and looked at Wang Longcheng, only to see Wang Longcheng blandly ask, Minister Zhao, I would like to ask, the process of screening companies, were you involved in the whole process? Zhao Han froze at the question and subconsciously turned his gaze to Zhang Qing. He was Zhang Qing's man, and the final result of this bidding meeting was also Zhang Qing's instructions. Zhang Qing's gaze was extremely calm, and he didn't seem to care at all, just looking at him indifferently. Zhao Han shivered. He didn't know what Wang Longcheng was going to do, but it was his duty to screen companies, and he could only be hard-headed. Ah, yes, Vice Commander Wang. Wang Longcheng's tone turned and laughed. Oh, then I'm relieved that this time the professors from the institute are. We can't afford to be sloppy. Zhao Han hurriedly smiled, but in his heart, he cursed Wang Longcheng to death. Mud scared the out of me. You old fox trying to make your presence felt in front of the institute. What are you doing? He had to turn around again to signal that Mr. Yi to start, the representative of the Yips group. It was Mr. Yi who invited Zhang Chaoyang to be a co-conspirator outside the bidding meeting that day. Chief Yi was dressed like a man today, and walked up and first confidently displayed a smile. He also smiled extraordinarily brightly while looking at Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, on the other hand, surveyed Wang Longcheng with his afterimage. He always felt that just now. Wang Longcheng did not just ask that sentence out of the blue casually. The heart is vaguely unsettled. Good evening, military chiefs and leaders. With great sincerity, we, the Yi Group, have, on the Motherstone Development Project made a military enterprise program. Here I come to explain for the leaders. As he spoke, several crew members behind him opened the curtain, dropped the electronic information they prepared behind them as well. Businesses that want to work with military districts are considered in all aspects: enterprise size, capital, technical team, type and number of technologies, market reputation, business ideas, etc. Eventually even the step of selling profit and promotion has to be involved. Yes Group has been a leading company for how many years? More than that, they have the background and experience of doing OEM military-funded industries. Strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Some explanation down. The leaders are frequently nodding. It was a full hour or so before Mr. Yi wrapped up his speech with a smile. Bowing at the leaders, he stepped aside, but there was no hiding the excitement in those eyes anymore. At the earliest when he received Zhang Qing's instructions, he thought that it was another substitute processing. I didn't realize this was a joint venture to build a military-grade enterprise. If we can get it, there was no more rival in the entire Iron Hand city. As for that Dongcheng group next to it, it was cannon fodder arranged by Zhang Cheng. Zhang Qing knew that the tender ended up with the involvement of the institute, and even he had a hard time swaying the outcome, but he needed to take the rights to develop this mother lode so badly. It's a powerful bargaining chip in his push for the commander's position. That's why he's also desperate this time, applying heavy pressure to exclude other businesses. And only Yi and an upper-middle-class group made it to the finals. The institute may be disgruntled if there is only one Yips group left, but the single-choice question becomes a two-choice one, and the institute can't be so thing-be. As long as the Yip group comes up with a plan, and then let the East Side group come up with a plan that's worse than Ye's, then this is a done deal. Sure enough, the next step was for the East Side group to bring out its fullest form and strength, but there's still no match for the Yi group. It made a few of the leaders of the institute blandly insensitive as well. The corners of Mr. Ye's mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. After tonight, their Yi family will have risen completely. Zhao Han and the others pretended to confer for a while, then came to the center of the field to address the heads of the military regions. Leaders, after the comparison we just made, we feel that the Yi group is more suitable for the heavy responsibility of this joint venture to build a military-grade enterprise. I wonder if the leaders have any other instructions? Liang Huanjuan looked directly at Zhang Cheng. Vice Commander Zhang, tell us your opinion first. Liang Huanjuan is a clean person. He not only does not have any family business to climb, even his family and friends are not allowed to go through the crooked paths in his name. He also knew a little bit about Zhang Qing and the Yi family, only he didn't have any actual handle on them. Liang Huanjuan really couldn't control people either. This direct naming of him after the meeting was also with some sarcasm. The military-industrial sector is more specialized in this area, so it's better for me, as an amateur, not to get involved in the opinions. What do Director Liu and the two professors think? When he finished, he looked to the people at the institute, but a slow voice popped up beside him. It was none other than Wang Longcheng. I do have a bit of an opinion on the outcome. Chapter 88, Pulling the Nail. Hearing Wang Longcheng's words, everyone once again turned their gazes towards him, especially that Minister of Military Industry. Cho Han, he said, what are you doing? You're the one who said there was a problem again. While everyone's attention was drawn, Li Mu quietly got up and walked outside. Zhang Kong was not sitting far from Li Mu, so he naturally noticed this and frowned greatly, staring out at Li Mu's back. Wang Longcheng said, there is a lot at stake in this mother lode development. That's why I've been focusing on the companies that are bidding on the military-industrial sector. This attention, I found a big problem. As Wang Longcheng spoke, he looked straight at Zhao Han. Minister Cho, let me ask you this. Do you know which is the best-rated energy and metals company in Iron Hand right now? Wang Longcheng asked this. Zhao Han's cold sweat instantly came down. Wang Longcheng, this is straight to him. He stumbled and said, word of mouth, is, Yi Group. Not to mention Zhao Han, Mr. Ye's face became unnatural. In Iron Hand City, the Yi family's energy metal industry was the largest, but it was definitely not the one with the best reputation. The one with the best reputation on the market is that Chang's group, but all these things are only known to those within the business community. There's no clear one list. How did Wang Longcheng know? It seems Minister Cho hasn't done his research properly. I've investigated. Through a large number of practitioner visits and research, Zhang's group has had the fastest improvement in quality and reputation in the past 2 years. That's why I collected 2 copies of Chang's group's business plan. With those words, Wang Longcheng threw the 2 planning books on the table. The first book is their OEM partnership program. The second book, a plan to build a military-grade enterprise by sentence cooperation. Minister Zhao has never seen it, right? That's because you shot Chang's in the first round, right? Wang Longcheng could now have the courage to say these words. It is that there is enough confidence, because Zhang Chaoyang has already given him a lecture on the planning of military-grade enterprises. It's more than one step ahead of the Yi group. Zhao Han was confused because he did lose his heart. He had read the plan of Zhang's group. In terms of strength, it absolutely beats the Yi group. Why did Wang Longcheng catch Zhang's group? Seeing that Zhao Han was dumbfounded by just a few words from Wang Longcheng, Zhang Qing was instantly greatly disappointed. But at this point, if he didn't say anything, things were going to leak out. So Zhang Qing said, Deputy Commander Wang, do you understand this Shang group's plan? Can you expand on this for us live? Or can we listen to it? He's blocking both ends. You, Wang Longcheng, don't know anything about business, and if the plan is good, you will never understand it. And to show this business plan directly to other people, it would be far less effective than a live presentation. But if you, Wang Longcheng, can really tell it, That means you're deeply in touch with Chang's group. Then you're stuck with the favoritism hat. Wang Longcheng laughed. Speaking is of course necessary, but it's better to let Zhang Group's own people speak more clearly. Wang Longcheng's words fell. Li Mu pushed open the door, followed by Zhang Qiang and Zhang Jue, father and son, and the three experts behind them. Zhang Qing immediately looked extremely ugly. He did not expect Wang Longcheng to dare to shade him. This Zhang family was obviously prepared, and Wang Longcheng actually didn't even pretend anymore. Vice Commander Wang, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to let them use the back door? Zhang Qing blackened his face and fired directly at Wang Longcheng. It's close to just saying he plays favorites. Wang Longcheng was full of it. I'm questioning the unfairness of the planning review in order to provide a level playing field. What's with the backdoor talk? Humph. Skip the vetting process and take their group straight to the final stage. You King Commander are so fair. Zhang Chang was cold. He absolutely cannot afford to lose this opportunity. So even if he flips out, definitely can't let Wang Longcheng have his way either. It was at this point that the director of the institute, Mr. Lu, said, Vice Commander Zhang, since the people are already here and Vice Commander Wang has a big objection, shouldn't we give Zhang's group a chance first? After listening to it? Professors Tong and he also laughed. Yeah, well, if Chang's planning is really too bad, then Vice Commander Wang must be responsible for it. If Zhang Group's plan is really very good, we may not be unable to consider it. Consider it one more finalist to listen to first. The two professors spoke, and Zhang Qing could no longer say anything. There was a muffled grunt, and when he heard these words, Zhang Chaoyang's heart jumped out of his chest. I didn't expect the two chiefs to tear themselves apart on the spot, and just now that if Zhang's group planning is too poor, Wang Longcheng will be responsible. This now puts more pressure on Zhang Chaoyang. Chang's group, right? Commander-in-Chief Liang Huanjuan clasped his hands on his chest and asked out loud. Yes, I, Zhang Chaoyang, am the current chairman of Zhang Group. Okay, here goes. Liang Huanjuan spoke and pulled Zhang Chaoyang back to reality. Zhang Chaoyang took a deep breath and did not say any polite words. Those words no longer made any sense, and the three assistants behind him opened the information directly. Zhang Chaoyang, on the other hand, began to introduce the plans of the Zhang Group. Mr. Yi of Yi Group felt bad the moment he saw Zhang Chaoyang, and as Zhang Chaoyang's speech unfolded, Mr. Yi's face was red and white and red, because Zhang's group's planning is just too strong. The forging innovations alone possessed were twice as many as his behemoth. You know, Yi's group hasn't been doing much innovation at all over the years. Innovation is costly and laborious, and in the end, the gains may not be proportional to the effort. It has been lying on the previous book of credits and eating old money, and the money has been spent on running relations and laying the market. So the hard power piece has actually been left behind by Zhang's group by a large margin. That's where Zhang's group took their bottom card out today. Otherwise he remains unaware. Zhao Han and a group of leaders of the military industry department, each of them sweating coldly. Many of them are simply unaware of this. Zhang's group was kicked out by Zhao Han's people in the first round. They didn't even know that Zhang's group was actually so fierce. The way these people looked at Zhao Han, they couldn't wait to eat him. This time, I was victimized by Zhao Han, a bee breeder. The polar opposite of them was the crowd at the institute. Director Lu listened with glowing eyes, and even the two professors were nodding their heads, full of appreciation. This is what a military-industrial level enterprise should look like, and it is indeed much stronger than the Yi Group just now, except for individual size, funding, etc. But those, for military-grade companies don't matter, nor does it matter. The most important thing is quality. Commander Liang, I think this is the Zhang Group. Not waiting for the crowd to ask questions, Prof. Tong directly spoke bluntly and quickly, pointing at Zhang Chaoyang. Wang Longcheng gratefully glanced at Tong Lao. He was helping him draw fire. Tong Lao directly exported the clap, surely pulling a wave of hatred. But since someone from the institute has spoken, the weight is not normally heavy. After all, people specialize in resource utilization. The institute has made the board, and it is useless for Liang Huanjuan to oppose it. Not to mention that he couldn't possibly object. Ha ha, if Elder Tong says it's okay, then it's definitely okay. Agreeing to the Zhang Group's joint construction of a military-industrial enterprise. Let's have a show of hands. He was the first to raise his hand when he finished speaking. Wang Longcheng was the second, followed by Liao Feng and Secretary Lu and others. Zhang Qing also had to raise his hand in agreement. It couldn't be helped. The situation was stronger than the man. There was no need for him to hold on to it. At this time, Mr. Yi's soul was restless, and his eyes looking at Zhang Chaoyang were extremely complicated. The most obvious of these, though, is hatred. It's a cooked duck. It's all in the mouth. Froze and flew. Zhang Chaoyang, on the other hand, took a long breath of relief. He hadn't been able to sleep a day in the past 2 days. Today was even more treacherous than he had ever anticipated. But after today, the Zhang family will be considered to have completely stood up. And looking at the extent to which Zhang Qing defended the Yi group today, the Yi group took over the Mother Stone today. It's actually the nail in the coffin. Zhang Xiaoyan then looked at his own son and Li Mu, and immediately had to sigh. Himself and the old man's sorrowful affairs. It was surprisingly solved by this little brother and sister with some running around. Especially this Li Mu. He dared to pull out the nail that was nailed to the board in this military region. And he pulled it out. One has to sigh. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Chapter 89, Assassination. When the bidding meeting is over, Commander-in-Chief Liang Huajun then ordered Zhao Han to be put under control. Order a thorough investigation of the matter. In this case, it is impossible for Liang Huajun to find out that Zhao Han took a bribe. Because he was working for Zhang Cheng, Zhang Cheng hadn't given him any favors for the time being. Even if you give it, you can't find out in plain sight. Zhao Han, as long as he wasn't stupid, bit the bullet and said that there was no such thing as Zhang Qing in the Yi group. In the end, it's just a crime of dereliction of duty, and not likely to be much of a handle. This is a battle between the upper echelons, and even if it is a violation, the violation does not reveal itself. It's not something you can easily target if you want to, and a poorly targeted one can easily be cleaned up by the person you're trying to target first. Li Mu was supposed to go back to the ground with Zhang Qiaoyang and the two of them, but Minister Song called, said there was an important meeting, asked Li Mu if he had time, hoped he could come. Li Mu wasn't far away, so he went straight to the Ministry of Feats and Techniques. The content of the meeting wasn't really a big deal. It's the paper version of Ryan Gokushin that's already out. Minister Song and the others wanted Li Mu to calibrate it. Li Mu gave revisions, but not major changes. This was because the Flowing Cloud 5 shocks were not as obvious as the shortcomings of the Falling Leaves blade technique, and the power has been increased a lot after its own improvement. So Li Mu didn't bother to overhaul it. Although this martial skill had turned into a flowing cloud swiping shadow in Li Mu's hands. However, the flowing cloud swept shadow would at least be a top-grade feat if it was output with a paper feat. Martial artists below the 3rd or 4th grade simply couldn't manage it, and it was even harder to understand. To output into paper feats, 10, 000 or 20, 000 words would definitely not be enough. It's a lot of work. Li Mu can't lift the bottom card all at once. Otherwise it's a bit of wood show in the forest. Not a good thing. By the time Li Mu came out of the Ministry of Merit, the time was already after 9 o'clock at night. It was also completely dark in the abyss. Fewer and fewer fighters are carrying out missions at night. Li Mu slipped on foot to comb through his gains of the past few days, judging by the fact that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow that Solid Dan will be ready to start refining. By attaching his ear to the frantic cultivation of the past few days, the cultivation level had also reached the bottleneck at the peak of the 3rd grade. As long as he breaks through to the 4th grade and takes the solid pills, his weapon should be able to be mentioned 300 pounds upwards. Should I go out on a mission to stimulate it and see if I can break through? While he was thinking, 2 figures appeared on the road ahead. Li Mu's pace also slowed down. Look around. It's all far away from the portal area and there's no one around at all. These 2 figures seem to be waiting for him right here. Li Mu stopped 5 meters away from the 2 men and had thoroughly seen their appearance. A man and a woman. The male had an evil smile on his face, wearing a long shirt with long flowing hair and holding a folding fan. It looked as if he was imitating a jade-faced scholar from an ancient costume drama. This world, besides not having literature like Journey to the West, it also lacks the many cultural legends associated with it. But the broad historical trajectory is very similar to Earth. It also came from a feudal dynasty. That's why movies and TV shows also have ancient costumes. And the other girl, with a double ponytail, half red, half blue, the exaggerated heart-shaped stickers on his face, chewing gum and carrying a baseball bat over his shoulder. Li Mu felt hilarious. The man was imitating the image of an oriental costume drama, and this woman was imitating a Western clown woman. However, the aura on these 2 was not weak. Li Mu couldn't see through it, but it felt like it should probably be around the 5th or 6th grade. Both of them laughed when they saw Li Mu standing there. You messed with the wrong people, the costumed man said with a smile, as if they were chatting. Oh, Li Mu faintly returned a word. Reaching in his ear, the ghost face stick appeared in his hand with a poof. Oh, ha ha. He seems to be very unconvinced by you, hee hee. The clown girl grinned a very exaggerated grin and said mockingly at the man in the ancient costume. The costumed man smiled slightly and shrugged in what he thought was a dashing manner. He then raised his hand and stopped talking nonsense. The folding fan in his hand swung violently towards Li Mu. 3 black shadows shot in at an extremely fast speed. It's hard to tell with the naked eye in the darkness, but once Li Mu's fiery eyes opened, the trajectory of these 3 concealed weapons was clear and unusual. Li Mu grunted lightly. the dragon roaring Jedi in front of him surfaced with a roar. 100 years of understanding of the dragon's Jedi was far beyond the simple shields of before. Not only was it able to instantly become with Li Mu's beliefs, the defense was incomparable. As for the force of the recoil from the shield explosion, Li Mu instead felt less of a need for it, because this shield is much more useful in front of you than blowing it out. Unless it's perfect for a critical moment that requires an explosion. Li Mu's Dragon Song Jedi didn't explode easily anymore. Bang bang! The three fanbone-shaped concealed weapons unexpectedly nailed deeply into the Dragon Bard shield. The terrifying impact caused the surrounding space to shake viciously. The Dragon Bane shield shattered and crumbled where it was hit, hitting the ground and instantly exploding into several small craters. Li Mu secretly said, "This bee is still very strong. This strength is at least at the peak of the 5th grade. The attack is horribly powerful." Ha! The costumed man's head tilted slightly, a little surprised. Although Zhang Kong had reminded them when they arrived that Li Mu was extremely strong. Tell him to make sure they treat it like real people and make sure they bring Li Mu to him crippled. If things really can't be done, then kill Li Mu on the spot. In short, he couldn't let Li Mu leave intact. But to be honest, neither he nor Joker Girl took it too seriously. After all, the Li Mu in front of him was only at the peak of the 3rd grade in any case. He was 2 realms higher than Li Mu. And even if Li Mu was strong, that's all he was, right? Woohoo! Shame on you. The clown girl on the side suddenly laughed again in an exaggerated manner. Schadenfreude looked at the ancient man. The man in the ancient costume was furious and once again violently swung the folding fan in his hand. However, Li Mu had already roughly figured out his opponent's strength, so there was no need to be passive anymore. With a fierce dodge, he launched the 9 steps of ground walking that he had understood for 100 years. The whole person was quick out of the stump, seemingly taking only 3 or 2 steps. However, it seemed to be slow and urgent, and in the blink of an eye it came to the 2 men. At this moment, the ancient costume man's folding fan had just been swung out. Instead, it ran head-on into Li Mu's ghost face rod. A mournful ghostly whine. The costumed man's entire wrist was instantly swept away by the ghost face stick in a bad skin and bone. The hidden weapon in the folding fan also shot crookedly, grazing Li Mu's body. It had to be said that these concealed weapons were incredibly powerful, grazing Li Mu's arm. But Li Mu didn't care. He just didn't use his copper head and iron arm. Otherwise the 3 ancient men wouldn't have been able to hurt him. See the moment. That clown girl immediately changed her face slightly, but her feet were light and sharp as she dodged back to the side. The costumed man was totally unexpected. I didn't expect Li Mu's attack to be so terrifying. Anna dropped. I can't believe he let his hand break. He was furious, and his aura exploded from his body. Li Mu had already swept another stick toward his waist. A strong aura violently erupted from the man in ancient clothes and shook with a boom. The real chi impact that was visible to the naked eye unexpectedly blew Li Mu's body directly and slid backwards. The stick in Li Mu's hand grazed the ancient man's waist and swept over. This astral energy was too terrifying. Although it couldn't hurt Li Mu, the impact force Li Mu couldn't top it at all. The astral aura bounced Li Mu away, and this ancient man's intact left hand slammed his chest. Boo! 6 long swords vibrated out of nowhere from behind him. Li Mu's brows furrowed. This ancient man could actually control a sword out of thin air? However, Li Mu soon realized that at the hilt of each sword, all of them had a thin thread of true chi if any connected behind the ancient man. It seemed that he did not control the sword out of thin air, but rather manipulated the long sword like a silk puppet. The costumed man raised his hand and pressed. The 6 long swords carried the roiling astral aura rolling in front of the man in ancient clothes. Flying sand swept up wherever it passed, and the momentum was amazing. Li Mu felt that the dragon's breath jade should not be able to block the longsword in front of him, and it doesn't block all the way. So Li Mu directly kicked the baguette horizontally and held it fiercely with both hands. Pick up the messy point of the heavenly palace. The ghost face rod turned into a trail of shadows in front of Li Mu, dancing in front of his body. The flying longsword encountered the 1-ton ghost face stick, and was instantly knocked out a long way. In shock, the man in ancient clothes controlled the longsword to fly back again and began to circle back. In his thoughts, Li Mu's attack strength shouldn't be able to carry his long sword. Not to mention the fact that Li Mu was now having such a fancy stick technique that it was difficult to exert any force at all to do so. But what shocked him was yet to come. I only saw Li Mu messily pointing at the heavenly palace before turning over and flipping backward at the same time. One hand clutched one end of the ghost face stick and swung it round to dance up and down horizontally. Moreover, a trail of golden light residue began to appear wherever Li Mu's ghost face rod was wielded. It's much more powerful, both in range and in power. Between the body flipping and prancing, the golden light rolled chaotically, and it was even more difficult to enter the water dripping from the dance around the body. Spirit apes haunt the sea. The power of this one-handed clutching and swinging of the ghost-faced stick. It was not a little bit more powerful than just now when his hands were messing around pointing at the heavenly palace. As long as that long sword was swept by the ghost face rod, it would inevitably spark and crumble tens of meters. Each one seems to rip off the connection to the costumed men. There was a crunching sound. A long sword was actually broken on the spot by Li Mu's stick that was interspersed with the iron chopper style. The tip of the sword crumbled away. Damn! The costumed man was completely enraged. He didn't think that he would go through so much trouble to kill a third-grade martial artist, and having the other guy break his weapon. The last of the protective astral energy on his body also blasted out of his body and swept toward Li Mu. Li Mu, who was not far away from the spirit ape-haunted sea, suddenly had his eyes wide open. He had waited for this moment. The strength of this man in ancient clothes was indeed not weak, and with that protective astral aura in place, it was really hard for Li Mu to get close. But now, poof, Li Mu instantly disappeared between tumbles, as if he had never appeared. The man in the ancient costume lost his target and suddenly looked around with both eyebrows furrowed. Finally, he looked to the clown girl, not far away. Clown girl playfully spread her hands. Probably ran away? The man in ancient clothes clenched his teeth in anger, looked to his smashed right hand, and cursed fiercely. Dog scum, next time I will absolutely. Buzz. Suddenly a very discordant sound of fluttering mosquitoes reached his ears. The instincts of a fifth-grade martial artist caused him to sweat suddenly. It was because he felt that there was an extremely terrifying energy body right behind his head. He shouted angrily, wanting to raise his protective astral energy again. However, it was too late. Li Mu appeared in midair behind his head with a poof, and the ghost face rod carried a huge stick shadow that. Ghostly cries came crashing down on his head. Sneak attack plus headshot plus streaming cloud swipe plus overdrive plus chopping iron style. Chapter 90, bodies hung out to dry in the military district square. Utterance. A horrible muffled sound. The costumed man's head suddenly contorted. After all, he was a peak 5th grade martial artist with his own defense in. But the head did get smashed and dented in the center, kind of in the shape of a peach heart. Li Mu didn't even have time to check on him. A red and blue baseball bat whistled from behind his head. A bad wind. Li Mu instantly unleashed Copperhead and Iron Arm. The body was suddenly as hard as gold and stone, and the defense was increased by 100 times. The clown girl's attack was successful, and before she could collect her smile, the baseball bat in her hand was like hitting a lump of iron. There was a loud bang. Her tiger's mouth shattered and crumbled suddenly, and the weapon in her hand was instantly bounced away. The clown girl was not flabbergasted, and in a moment of shock, drew back to dodge. Li Mu's counterattack had arrived, swinging backward and chopping his long stick violently. A stick was lashed at the clown girl, who couldn't dodge back, but the clown girl exploded into a puddle of red and blue liquid dye-like color, scattering all over the floor. Li Mu's eyes lit up. Spatial? Or some other means? There are countless types of talent, and the means will become more and more plentiful when you get to the 5th and 6th grades. All kinds of strange martial arts were endless, and it didn't necessarily have to be the space system to have such means. But Li Mu didn't panic at all. The reason he had such a hard time fighting the costumed man just now was because there was an enemy next to him. Li Mu didn't dare to casually use other divine abilities. All the avatars are reserved for this clown girl. The moment clown girl disappeared, Li Mu's fire eyes launched. A pair of eyes flickered faintly in the darkness with the essence of light. The obvious flow of true chi in the air was quickly captured. The clown girl's form appeared as a whole like thermal imaging not far behind her. This meant that she wasn't using the method of gathering and dispersing chi, but was simply using her true chi to be invisible. Clumsy, Li Mu sneered, pretending not to notice her. He turned his gaze deliberately in the direction of the clown girl with his back turned. Sure enough, creepy laughter sounded behind Li Mu, and the clown girl appeared and slammed down another baseball bat. Ha ha, can you block again? This time it was not only extremely fast, and the intensity of this attack was much more terrifying than just now. Apparently it was the clown girl who had used her full strength, and wherever the baseball bat passed, space wailed. If he were to receive this stick, Li Mu would indeed be a bit unable to carry it. But the good thing was that Raimu respected her enough. Set. Definitive word exit. The clown girl stopped in midair in an instant, maintaining the attack in an eerily fixed position. For his part, Li Mu drew back and chopped, slamming his stick on the clown girl. The clown girl was smashed into the ground by a vicious jerk, which directly knocked a big crater out of the ground, and it then rolled out a dozen times. Li Mu couldn't help but secretly praise the fact that a 5th grade martial artist was truly resistant to beatings. With this stick, the 4th grade monster also folded directly. Clown girl did have enough defense as a melee martial artist, didn't get deformed by that stick, but just as she landed on the ground and regained her mobility, she looked at Li Mu with horrified eyes. She couldn't understand how she was fixed in midair, and at that moment, Li Mu had already risen up in the air. The body spun violently in the air for 2 full revolutions. The ghost face stick in his hand carried a mournful ghostly whistle and danced out a golden shadow in the air, swung round and slammed down at her. Bang! Li Mu used the upper streaming cloud sweeping shadow plus the iron cutting style of a stick. 2,000 pounds blasted at both of Joker Girl's thighs. The ground was smashed out with a huge crater. Both of the clown girl's thighs were shoved into the pit. The toe folds directly over and kicks the clown girl in her own face, which can be seen by the tricky angle of the break. Ah! The clown girl let out a shocking scream. Her body trembled violently, and the unparalleled sharp pain overwhelmed her completely. Li Mu then came to her and slowly crouched down, looking at the clown girl who was losing her voice and shaking violently. Reaching out, he ran a hand through her hair, which was dyed in exaggerated colors. What's not good to learn? Learn hairdressing. The smile was tinged with endless scorn. The clown girl didn't even have the strength to scream at this point. Looking at the body of the ancient man not far away, she was terrified to the core. Tears washed away her exaggerated black eyeshadow, and 2 black lines ran out of the more than a little clownish. It's just a shame that in Li Mu's eyes, she's a real bit of a clown. Zhang Kong sent you guys, right? Li Mu left her dog alive just to ask for clarification. The clown girl said with a shudder. If I tell you, will you leave me alone? Rima shook his head honestly. The clown girl's fears suddenly turned sinister. If I die, the people who sent me will never let you go. All you need to know is that that's someone you definitely can't afford to mess with. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely give me a burial. Learned that he was not alive. She chooses to beat a dead horse, threaten Li Mu, and take a gamble. Because it's dead anyway, it's useless to beg for forgiveness. So we might as well go out on a ling. Sure enough, Raimu smiled. You kind of surprised me. Usually like you who are cheeky and staggering before the fight starts. Asterisk 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 ting your pants when you're dying. I didn't really expect you to have a bit of a backbone. In that case, you may have to suffer a little. The Abyssal Villa, the Zhang family. This was the place where the strongest people in the military region stayed temporarily in the Abyssal military region. Since the beginning of Motherstone regulation, all those above the Xian rank in the military region are required to report their whereabouts. Every day, at least 1/3 of the strongest Xian rank or above must be left on duty in the military area. Among those who stayed on duty at the Abyss today was Zhang Qing. It was night, and Zhang Qing was contemplating something in the living room while holding a hot tea. The living room didn't have lights on, so Zhang Qing sat in the darkness like a prostrate beast. Suddenly the door rattled and Zhang Kong pushed the door and carefully walked in. He turned on the porch light and was ready to sneak upstairs. Instead, he saw his father sitting in the living room, which startled him. Zhang Qing glanced at his son and questioned in a deep voice, "What did you do?" Zhang Kong playfully thought of a perfunctory excuse. Zhang Qing waved his hand somewhat distractedly, and he didn't need to guess that he was going to spend his days drinking. He didn't bother to ask again, and in a rare gesture, he pointed to the opposite couch. "Come and sit down for a while." Knowing that he was going to be lectured again, Zhang Kong wilted and sat across the table. Zhang Qing didn't ask him again what he had gone to do, but instructed, "It's been a rough time lately. There must be less interaction on Ye's side. The more times like this, the more stable you have to be. We can't intervene too much in the Motherstone development, though, but you more or less deserve the credit, and I'll make a good case for you. Promoting to young Wolfguard is more than enough. We'll figure out the rest when we've smoothed things over." Zhang Qing spoke slowly, as if he was trying to deepen Zhang Kang's impression, fearing that he wouldn't listen. Zhang Kong, however, frowned and muttered, "So we're just going to be bullied like this by Wang Longcheng? He's a sub-commander who dares to turn on you. The vice-commander. Do we have no sign at all? Wouldn't that be a little too wimpy?" Zhang Qing naturally understood his son. Even he, an old fox, had a hard time swallowing that. My son was young and vigorous, and the son of a commander, and had never suffered such a loss. It's all too normal to have anger. On the contrary, it would be unusual for a son to not give a single fart and act like a teenage mutant ninja turtle. However, Zhang Qing still heavily knocked the water cup onto the table. "There are some things that you can't understand right now. All you have to do is listen to me, especially that one called Li Mu. Don't mess with him. Hear that?" Zhang Kang's face was a bit unnatural as he inclined his head and muttered, I can't swallow this anyway." Zhang Qing frowned and was about to reprimand again, but seeing his son's expression, coupled with his words, his heart sank as he questioned in a cold voice, "What do you mean? What did you do?" The killing intent of a Xian-ranked martial artist began to fill the air, and Zhang Kong immediately felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. The legs were weak. He knew that once Li Mu died, he wouldn't be able to hide it sooner or later, so he could only show his hand now. I got 2 guys to kill him." Zhang Kong finished. "Me so." Zhang Qing stood up violently. The glass of water in front of him clicked and was crushed by the substantial aura. Zhang Kong was so scared that his entire body shrank into a ball, thinking that Zhang Qing was going to hit him again. "What did you say?" Zhang Qing's eyes shot out a forced cold light. "It's okay. The killers aren't from the outside. It's that COS assassin group I trained myself. God won't recognize us after the kill. Surely we can't be traced. Zhang Kong is still defending himself. Zhang Cheng, however, asked in a chilling voice. Rubbish. Is this how I usually teach you? Expect defeat before you expect victory. I ask you, what if they miss? Zhang Kong looked relieved. If you're going to say this, that's impossible. Both of them are at the peak of the 5th rank. It's not like it's the first time we've done this kind of thing. It's definitely more than enough to kill a peak 3rd grade. I asked you if you've thought about what happens if you miss. Zhang Cheng was furious, suppressing his voice and roaring in a low voice. Zhang Kong were scared silly, swallowed hard and stammered. I thought if it misses, he'll at least be honest, even if he has the dog's guts to report it. Then when the matter comes to the detective department, you say hello. Just let our people in the detective department take over, and after a while it'll be over. Zhang Qing directly ordered, contact them for me immediately. Withdraw the operation immediately. Now, Zhang Kong said, we contact each other without leaving a phone trail. We all meet at secret bases. After I gave them the order, I told them to look for opportunities. I guess it's going to take a long time to find the drop chance. I'll just meet up with them tomorrow. Zhang Qing coldly glared at him. Zhang Kong knew it was useless to continue being stubborn. Geez, okay. I'll go find it now, okay. He rose with a look of impatience and ran out in a lumbering manner, avoiding his father as he walked toward the front door. After leaving the door, Zhang Kong still looked reluctant. The honorable deputy commander wimped out like this. But if you had been more radical, I would have been the commander-in-chief's son long ago. He gritted his teeth and whispered a curse as he headed straight for the Abyssal elevator. It was Zhang Qing's order to let's spend the night here tonight, and now it's just the right time to get away from him. You can go up there yourself and find a store for a good night's sleep. Anyway, once Li Mu dies tomorrow, the wood has been turned. His own old man was done with a little movement of his hand and a wipe of his ass. He didn't believe that Wan Longcheng could really go against the Zhang family to the death for a person who was already dead. Early the next morning, Pearl Military District, the drill ground outside the base hall in Sector 1. Countless warriors gathered around to see what was going on. As more people gathered, someone went to inform the military leaders. In the large open space in the middle of the crowd, Li Mu lay down on a rattan chair and dozed off. And behind him, on the weapon rack, 2 lances picked high above 2 men who didn't know how to die. A man and a woman. There are banners hanging below. The murderer assassinated a meritorious officer and was heavily rewarded for information. Chapter 91, I've made contributions to the military region. Do I care if someone kills me? As the crowd of onlookers grew, the scene became noisier and noisier. Li Mu hadn't slept porcelain napping there. It was eventually woken up by the crowd. Li Mu looked around the crowd. Standing up from the wicker chair, he first let out a long yawn. He then wiped his eyes while pointing at the 2 men above him. Everyone, look at these 2. Does anyone recognize them? Or have they seen them somewhere? Last night these 2 stabbed me in the military district. There's no reason to come up and kill. I'm confused. But again, I'm very thankful that they're targeting me, because they even dare to beat and kill military district officers at will. If they're targeting our soldiers in the military district, the consequences are unimaginable. That's why this matter must be thoroughly investigated. And we must be returned to a stable and united military region. Right or wrong, people. Li Mu already had a lot of influence among the fighters. These words were even more so that there was no way for everyone not to empathize. If they dared not support this kind of thing, if he really met himself one day, he would not be sure of killing back. Who wants to have to be on edge in the military zone? Right. Yeah. For a while, countless warriors raised their arms and shouted, their voices shaking the world, alarming the fighters from the other bases as well. More and more people gathered around, and in the blink of an eye there were thousands of people, crowded and poking at each other. Li Mu reached out and stopped the crowd from chanting. Again, he said aloud, everyone can rest assured that our military district's detection department is not a vegetarian. I'm sure they can do it for us. Bring out the people who are making waves. Pull it clean. As a member of the Jinyuan army, we must also take the initiative to contribute. Everyone take all the pictures and ask around for clues. At one time all the fighters took out their cell phones and clicked and started taking pictures. Even if you don't know, it's good to take it out and gossip about it. There's usually nothing too new in the military district, except for the war. This today could be the biggest gossip in recent memory. Not long after, the people from the scouting department and the guards all came in a crow's nest. Of course, the heads of the military districts all received the news. Wan Longcheng heard the report and learned that Li Mu had actually been assassinated. There was an angry clap. Is the boy hurt? Lieutenant Zhang said. No, 2 5th-grade martial artists, both slaughtered by Li Mu. Their bodies are hanging in the square in front of the base being displayed. heard Li Mu hang the body in the square. Wang Longqing first froze, wondering what Li Mu was up to, but soon he made the connection to yesterday. This is definitely not something that Zhang Qing has done. Rather, it is very likely that Zhang Qing's son has done it. Thinking of this, Wang Longqing couldn't help but let his eyes light up. This little mongrel, this is planning to poke a hole in the sky. Lieutenant Zhang's mouth also moved slightly at the side. He also didn't expect Li Mu to be able to do such a thing. Li Mu definitely knew that the assassin was sent by Zhang Kong. The killer may not have confessed directly, but even if you confess, it's actually useless without getting actual evidence. So Li Mu didn't even ask for any evidence. Instead, they chose to make a big deal out of it. The bigger the better. Imagine if Li Mu had been assassinated, and if he had chosen not to alert the police. He still has two bodies to deal with. One bad one, and the justified becomes the unjustified. And what about reporting it directly to the detective branch, who won't make a big deal out of it? All that could be done was to start a covert investigation. In that case, it gave Zhang Qing room to power up. Even if Wang Longqing intervened, he would not be able to control the whole situation forcefully. After all, the influence of Wang Longqing in the military region is still slightly inferior to Zhang Qing, and making a big deal out of it could be great. The bigger the fuss, the more pressure on the detective department. Several chiefs intervened jointly, giving no room for anyone to play favorites. This is simply not going to end until the matter is finally investigated to its fullest. As the saying goes, one hair moves the whole body. As long as something went wrong with Zhang Kong now, Zhang Cheng would probably be caught by Wang Longqing. But I have to say, this kid Li Mu has too much guts. How dare you openly call the deputy commander's bluff? Boss, then we, Lieutenant Zhang inquired in a low voice. He was more or less worried about Li Mu. Wang Longqing smiled coldly, picked up his clothes and headed out. Come on, this kid is waiting for me. If we don't go, it's not going to be easy for him to move on with this play. Lieutenant Zhang laughed a little. Indeed, Li Mu did this, partly for his own sake. On the other hand, it was estimated that it was also for the sake of Wang Longqing, because Wang Longqing's military service had long been enough to become a Xiaohuo. The military rank and file had been suppressed because they hadn't gone up the Xian rank. Don't feel that this is a loss to Wang Longqing. Not being strong enough to palm a soldier can be extremely difficult. If Wang Longqing's strength doesn't go up, put the rank and file on him. He's going to be in big trouble soon. But now, Wang Longqing's strength was on the Xian rank. The top is already looking for a location for Wang Longqing. Li Mu is trying to get Zhang Qing to make room for Wang Longqing. Only they were also all well aware that Li Mu was still thinking slightly too purely. Wang Longqing hadn't been promoted to Tiger Marquis yet. He was still an upper wolf guard. But Zhang Qing is the Marquis of the Middle Tiger. The rank is too higher than Wang Longqing. Without a substantial and deadly handle, it was too difficult for Wang Longqing to bring down a Middle Tiger Marquis. Good chance Li Mu caught this one though. But the time is not right and it can only be a pity. At this time on the base square, the people from the escort guard and the scouting department are surrounding Li Mu to put in a good word. They thought about putting the two bodies down first, but it was strongly opposed by Li Mu. As soon as they persuaded him, Li Mu played the fool. I just finished giving credit to the military district. Someone is about to kill me. I'm waiting for the leadership to decide for me. Don't you dare put anyone down. You're accomplices. You want to harm me. These people from the detective department also really didn't dare to do anything to Li Mu. Controlling Li Mu in front of so many fighters? Isn't that just asking for death? This kid may be a jerk, but he's in the right. But the bigger this gets, the more they can't account for it to the top. And even if they do, gotta put someone down first. 2. Can't have the body hanging here rotting until things are cleared up. What's the military district then? They're doing the thinking with Li Mu here. The commander-in-chief has arrived. Someone shouted. And the commander-in-chief, Liang Huanjuan, and the deputy commander, Wang Longqing, walked quickly through the crowd. The two chiefs were present, and the guards and detectives had stepped aside. What's going on? How dare you hang a corpse in the military district square? What's the matter with you? Liang Huanjuan gave 2 symbolic reprimands. Li Mu began to cry in aggravation at once. Cast out that set just now. The general idea is that someone assassinated me. Do you care? If you don't care, who will dare to make a merit in the future? It pissed off Liang Huanjuan. You little brat, credit are not even approved yet. You take out first will be my army. But he was also really angry. How dare someone assassinate Li Mu in the military district? This whole thing might have something to do with the Mother Stone. It's definitely a felony. He didn't have the heart to look at Li Mu. Alright, I know you've been wronged. And the military district will definitely do it for you. The military district will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly to the end. You put these 2 bodies down first. With these words, he was telling Li Mu, I'm in charge of this. Your boy's play can be wrapped up. But unexpectedly, Li Mu pointed at the clown girl and said, "Commander, it's not two bodies. The man is dead. This woman is alive. I wasn't forced to ask anything, but handing her over to the Ministry of. Maybe he can even just identify the mastermind behind it." Chapter 92, A Strong Man. Zhang Kong in prison. Hearing Li Mu say that one of them was still alive, everyone in the room looked at Li Mu in shock. The woman's thighs were so flattened and rotten she couldn't look at them. If you didn't know better, you'd think a road roller went through there. And the woman's forehead was picked in midair by a lance pierced through it. It was the right chest though, no puncture to the heart. But that's a whole night's worth of picking. The blood was glutened and dripping on the floor. This blood hasn't drained? Or did Li Mu give her the stop bleeding pill? A living hell. But Li Mu just finished. Bang! Bang! The muffled sound of two explosions came. The backs of the clown girls and the costumed man's heads exploded. Dead as dead can be. Li Mu was stunned. Liang Huojun and Wang Longcheng were also instantly furious. Two of their Xian rank experts were here, but none of them actually detected any hidden weapons. The force of that explosion came from behind the heads of these two killers. Indicates pre-buried explosives. "It's me!" A startled cry came. All the warriors flashed away with a crash, revealing a middle-aged man standing in the crowd. It was none other than Zhou Han, the Minister of Military Industry. Zhou Han's eyes were red at this moment, his lips trembling, and he was holding a small remote control high in his hand. He cried out in despair, "I killed him, and I found the killer. I turned myself in." The escorts and scouts instantly went up and surrounded him. Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and in his eyes were deep confusion and shock. Wang Longcheng and Liang Huojun looked at each other instead, both seeing a hint of horror in the other's eyes. A group of people from the detective department instantly pressed Zhou Han to the ground. In the meantime, someone yelled out, "The vice commander is here." The crowd looked over and saw that not far away, Vice Commander Zhang Cheng was walking quickly. In his hand, he also carried a man with a swollen nose, which was his son, Zhang Kong. On his way over, Zhang Cheng saw Zhou Han and even snorted coldly. Without waiting for Liang Huojun to open the question, Zhang Cheng took the initiative to say, "Humph. I didn't expect this culprit to turn himself in quickly." Liang Huanjuan took a deep breath and asked, "Commander Zhang, what are you?" Zhang Cheng said in exasperation, "Commander Liang, I've come to apologize. Last night, this indisputable son of mine came back with strange movements. I didn't really care too much at the time, but early this morning, I learned that something had happened in the military district, and I didn't know until I pressed the issue. This asshole, he even accepted a bribe from Zhou Han and the Yi group. Yesterday, Ye's group lost the competition, and Zhou Han holds a grudge against Li Mu. Then they gathered killers to take action against Li Mu. Before making his move, Zhou Han actually brought his assassin to meet Zhang Kong, take credit in front of Zhang Kong. Instead of objecting to it, this indomitable son of mine has acquiesced to it. That's outrageous. I don't have such an asshole son. That's why he was brought here today, to hand him over to the Ministry of Detection, to be court-martialed." Seeing this operation of Zhang Qing, even Li Mu was a bit confused. Zhang Qing's hand of righteousness made him a bit impervious. Is Zhang Kong really just an accomplice? Is Zhou Han the mastermind? It doesn't make sense. But if not, how did Zhang Qing manage to make Zhou Han willingly die for him? What kind of handle can make a man give up even his life? What's even weirder is that if this is Zhang Kang's doing, Zhang Qing may not be able to prohibit the investigation if he gets it this way. In the end, if the investigation still goes to Zhang Kong, wouldn't Zhang Chang have gotten himself into trouble with this hand? Is it possible that he was wrong? Is the murderer mastermind really Zhou Han? Li Mu looked at Zhang Kong. At this moment, Zhang Kang's nose was bruised and swollen, and he also happened to look at Li Mu. Under his eyes was endless anger and gloom. He didn't expect Li Mu to actually dare to hang these two killers in the square. I can't believe they actually had the nerve to make a big deal out of it. This is simply to screw yourself to death. Though his father's thunderbolt dealt with it in time, he was going to suffer for a long time. All of this was caused by the scumbag Li Mu. Liang Huanjuan stared at Zhang Qing for a long time before looking at Zhou Han. Did you find the killer? Zhou Han fell to his knees in tears and disheveled. Why did you kill him? Because of the money. The Yi family promised me a large sum of money, and the Mother Stone development blew up. Liang Huanjuan asked in a cold voice. The one who raised the objection was Vice Commander Wang. Why did you kill Li Mu? When this question was asked, Zhang Qing's eyes on the side stared for a moment. Zhou Han continued. It was Li Mu who walked in with Zhang's group that day, and I didn't dare to plot against Vice Commander Wang, so I can only plot against Li Mu. Liang Huanjuan knew that there was no point in asking any more questions. Detective Department. Take Zhang Kong and Zhou Han away for investigation. Escort. Get rid of the body. At Liang Huanjuan's order, the scene quickly dispersed. Although Zhang Qing was full of anger, but the great act of justice kept him out of the affair for a while. The entire time Zhang Qing didn't even look at Li Mu. However, Li Mu could feel that invisible sense of oppression on Zhang Qing. Li Mu first followed to the detective department to take a statement. He was then picked up by Adjutant Zhang and went straight to Wang Longqing's lounge. Inside the lounge, Li Mu expressed his doubts. Wang Longqing, however, said, "Come on, if you have any questions, you can just ask." He didn't make things clear the first time, intentionally exercising Li Mu, trying to get him to find out for himself and then think for himself. This is good for Li Mu. What I don't understand is whether Zhao Han did this or Zhang Kong. If it's Zhang Kong, then wouldn't Zhang Cheng be authorizing people to do this? Wang Longqing nodded his head. You're right to think so, but you're underestimating the energy and tactics of a deputy commander. Zhang Qing decided to make a strong move and avoid the heavy burden after he learned what you did in the square. He set everything up quickly and had Zhou Han take the blame. From now on, all the evidence the detective department can find will all point to Zhao Han. Even if Liang Huanjuan and I pursue it together, this matter will only be confusing. Definitely can't catch Zhang Qing. Li Mu was puzzled. Then what exactly does Zhao Han have on him that he is willing to go to his death willingly? It's not like larger-than-life things don't exist. And who's to say he's going to die? While assassinating an officer is a felony, they are only advanced to the death row camp. This is what Zhang Qing intends to do. As long as Zhang Qing is still in this position, Zhao Han and Zhang Kong still have a chance. After Wang Longqing reminded him of this, Li Mu also understood. He had forgotten that this was a high martial world, where martial combatants were extremely scarce. When a martial artist commits a crime, they are thrown into a military death row base. Death row inmates also go on missions and battle the Abyss, except they have no human rights. It's often the most dangerous missions that use them as cannon fodder. It is possible to seek a reduction in sentence if there is good merit. Squeeze every last bit of value out of the criminal. But don't worry, this dog scumbag dared to find someone to assassinate you. I'm going to die chasing this thing, and the sentence will start at least 70 or 80 years. Unless his old man becomes the Dragon Tiger Grand Marshal, he won't be able to come out. Wang Longqing said with hatred. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Longqing's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and listened to it, and scuffed up. He looked at Li Mu in shock. The phone in his hand hung up, and eagerly said, "Go! The Northern Realm Military Merit Division has come to lead. Am I going to?" Li Mu was stunned. The head of the military region could receive it. Why should he go? Coming for you. Chapter 93, to break through. Use all your strength. Pearl Military District Department of Major Class Feats. The corridor outside the large conference room was filled with people. All were aides and adjutants of the various leaders, neatly arranged on either side. Li Mu followed Wang Longqing through. These people all cast puzzled and surprised glances. Push open the door and walk into the conference room. The stars will shine in the conference room. Several middle-aged men in military attire with powerful auras sat at the table. The atmosphere was very strange. There was talk and laughter though. But Zhang Chang and Liao Feng were standing and chatting. The only people sitting at the conference table and talking in the Pearl military region were Liang Huanjuan and Professor Su from the Gongfa department. In addition to the middle-aged man in military attire, there were also a few old men on the table that Li Mu hadn't seen before. All of them were also wearing the clothes of the Department of Merit. But on the clothes was the insignia of the Northern Realm Military Merit Division. Seeing Li Mu come in, the room went silent. Wang Longqing hurriedly saluted and said aloud, "Young Wolfguard Li Mu is here. Please instruct me." "Sir." Everyone present looked at Li Mu, especially those few old men from the Department of Military Achievement. All of them had light in their old eyes. The middle-aged man in military attire sitting in the first seat smiled slightly. Crossing his arms together, he leaned back slightly and asked with a smile, "You're Li Mu?" "Yes." Li Mu nodded his head, his tone unassuming, actually more or less panicked at heart. He had seen the rank of this military middle-aged man. The Lesser Dragon Will. The highest rank in the Pearl military region was Liang Huajun, the Marquis of Shanghu. The three middle-aged men in military attire beside this young dragon general were all Upper Tiger Marquis. "Did you change the falling leaf blade technique?" The old man on the side snatched the question. "Yes." Li Mu nodded again. The crowd's eyes changed once again. It's one thing to guess. It's another to hear him admit it in person. That's too young. They thought some old monster had changed it. But I didn't realize that what this Professor Su and the others were saying was true. "I heard that you also improved the flowing cloud 5 shocks?" An old professor asked again. "Yes." Li Mu nodded. This was no time for modesty. "Young man, do you mind performing martial arts with the falling leaf blade technique?" A Tiger Marquis beside Su Qianyuan said. Performing martial arts. That is, letting Li Mu perform the falling leaves blade technique once by himself. It's really about identification. You can't have your Ministry of Merit saying he is who he is. Being able to write the falling leaves blade technique. that Li Mu used it was very different from others. A martial artist can tell at a glance. Could be. Li Mu was not repulsed. This is the normal process. Imagine if Minister Song and Professor Su and the others were bad guys today. Find an official to take credit for your work. People from above don't even check their identities. They just give out merits and rewards? Okay, then let's go outside and take a look. Su Qianyuan nodded with a smile. The first to get up and head out the door. Li Mu once again walked towards the center of the field, and immediately felt a bit dazed. It hasn't been more than a month since the last time we performed martial arts here, has it? The status of the people watching the battle was skyrocketing. From a group of martial arts-obsessed teachers in the Ministry of Feats and Techniques, it had turned into a group of military region admirals and 6 or 7 Xian-ranked martial artists. The 8 or 9 products of the Yellow Order were even more underused. Qin Zhanye, Liang Huanjuan greeted towards the crowd, and Qin Zhanye, the chief instructor of the military region, walked out. Once again, he stood opposite Li Mu. Li Mu and him smiled at each other. Rivals or old rivals? Qin Zhanye took out 2 knives from his storage ring and threw one to Li Mu. Use my spare knife. No need to hold back. Li Mu took the knife and immediately had a thought. Then I really won't hold back. When Li Mu fought those 2 last night, there was a vague sign of a breakthrough. It was hard to fight Qin Zhanye today, so Li Mu planned to give it a try. Qin Zhanye nodded his head without any good reason. This brat, he's really not polite with himself. If not for so many big leaders around, he had to beat him up himself while he had the chance. Coming! Without any more nonsense, Li Mu bellowed, and the falling leaf blade technique was executed. It seemed like a whirlwind blowing toward Qin Zhanye. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Su Qianyuan and the other group of generals and professors from the Department of Military Achievements saw the power of Li Mu's execution of the sword technique. It was 100% certain that Li Mu was definitely the one who had improved the falling leaf blade technique. That flowing sword technique, terrifying speed and tricky angles, combined with Li Mu's stance that was suitable for both near and far. The efficiency of the attack was strangely high. Even the 9th grade strength Qin Zhanye was surprisingly a bit stretched to defend with just his longsword. It must be combined with one's own protective feats. You should know that Qin Zhanye is an instructor, specializing in the combat aspect of martial arts training. That's the teacher of teachers. A long sword actually couldn't protect his entire body, and was able to give Li Mu a chance to take advantage of it. Of course, this was if Qin Zhanye didn't fight back. Soon, Qin Zhanye had to start fighting back, certain that he shouldn't be able to hurt Li Mu. Occasionally, he swung his sword and attacked, forcing Li Mu back. Unexpectedly, Li Mu was fighting more and more aggressively, and his long sword even began to attach the iron chopping style. Although Qin Zhanye didn't feel too overwhelmed, he wondered what this kid was mad about. And Su Qianyuan and the others had actually long since seen that Li Mu was an improver. The purpose of today's maneuver has been achieved, but they were all looking a little out of it, so no one shouted to stop. Li Mu's fight can really be called beautiful. Whether it's offense, defense, stance, the way to use true chi. The shadow of the falling leaf blade technique could not only be seen in him, one could also see the shadows of the many feats and martial arts that had been perfectly fused by him. For these old monsters in the Department of Military Merit who study feats, watching Li Mu perform martial arts is simply a pleasure. Dang! The ferocious slash in Li Mu's hand was blocked by Qin Zhanye, and was instantly cut off by Qin Zhanye's long blade. It crumbled out. Qin Zhanye was about to yell out a stop, but he found that Li Mu did not hesitate for half a minute. Scattering his hands and throwing away the long sword in his hand, the silver ghost-faced rod appeared with a poof. It was swung round and swept towards him by Li Mu. Watch out! Li Mu shouted. Qin Zhanye also sensed the menace of the stick and stomped his right foot violently. A light breeze whipping by. Qin Zhanye's aura around him was violently quiet. It was as if the gale was frozen around him, and Qin Zhanye waved the long knife in his hand, lifting the weight as if it were light, seemingly slow but actually urgent. He met Li Mu's ghost-faced stick and chopped it up. Li Mu was secretly shocked and thought that Qin Zhanye had been careless. The weight of his own stick is a ton, and with the chopper style, if Qin Zhanye still treated the long knife like he did just now, he would be at a disadvantage. He secretly blamed himself for his haste. To break through, just go down into the abyss and kill monsters. Why are you looking for Qin Zhanye? If he gets a beating from himself, in front of all the leaders, you'll have to die of guilt yourself. But Li Mu's rambling thoughts didn't last long. When the stick slammed into Qin Zhanye's long knife, Li Mu then felt like smashing into an oncoming van. Qin Zhanye's seemingly slow but sharp slash, the power was actually at least twice as powerful as his own stick. There was a loud bang. Li Mu's ghost-faced stick was nearly bounced off the ground, and his entire body was shaken and stumbled. Qin Zhanye swished and pulled out a sword flower, reached out his left hand and hooked it at Li Mu. To break through, use all your strength. Qin Zhanye was also considered to have finally seen that Li Mu, This kid even drew a stick to fight with himself. This must have touched the threshold of advancement. This is to help him cultivate himself. Although Li Mu was extremely strong and could be said to be an invincible existence at the same rank, but he does look like a brat to the group around him. All those above the 7th or 8th grade could see Li Mu's intentions. Wang Longcheng also instructed, Li Mu, don't worry about fighting, put your best foot forward. Instructor Qin's Windfall Sword. It's not like anyone can force it out. Chapter 94, Windfall Sword. Li Mu looked toward Qin Zhanya. Obviously the wind is picking up all over the place here and the sand is flying. And Qin Zhanya stood with his sword. His clothes and hair on his body didn't even move a bit. Even the dust would begin to fall slowly when it came to him. He stood there as a constant statue. Windfall Blade. The Descent of Descent. It was a powerful blade technique that unloaded the opponent's strength and helped his own, and was an oddity among the upper grades. Very few people practice it because it's extremely difficult to penetrate. If you don't participate well, it's at most a mortal merit technique. And if the enlightenment was deep enough, it could bring out the strength of an extraordinary merit technique. Li Mu immediately stopped hesitating. Drawing his stick, he flew up. Launch another onslaught. This time Qin Zhanya was obviously serious, and the windfall blade technique slowly danced in his hands. Yet every time, it managed to shake Li Mu's attacks away. It could even suddenly change its stance and attack Li Mu extremely quickly. This has caused Li Mu to be a bit stretched. But the more Li Mu fought, the smoother and sharper he became. Relying on his strong combat strength, and Qin Zhanya began to fight back and forth. Tinkerbell is so good. And Su Qianyuan and the others all had their eyes wide open. Especially those old professors, each with their old fists clenched tightly. A slight tremor of excitement ran through his body. They didn't expect it. The person who was able to improve the falling leaf blade technique, which was so excellent. It was surprising that the original weapon was not a sword. People use sticks, and Li Mu's attainment with the stick was still far above that of the sword. Especially Li Mu's streaming cloud swiping shadow, that golden light shadow smashing down. The damage was extremely not bad. They froze and couldn't see what kind of gong method Li Mu was using. It just vaguely felt like there were some shadows of the Ryukyu triple shock in it. But this technique is again too much higher than the flowing cloud triple shock, and it doesn't require the triple shock to store up power. It seemed that each strike could possess an intensity that was no less than that of a triple shock. Li Mu's attacks got faster and faster. The more it hits, the fiercer it gets. Suddenly, Qin Zhanya violently erupted, and a blade chopped horizontally towards Li Mu's head. At the same time, the terrifying aura of a 9th grade martial artist suddenly pressed down on Li Mu, like Tarzan pressing down. Pressing Li Mu couldn't move. Li Mu had the feeling of being locked by the Grim Reaper. He instantly unleashed his copper head and iron arm, but the blade suddenly stopped at Li Mu's ear. Even after unleashing his bronze head and iron arm, the terrifying blade wind still cut through Li Mu's ear. A drop of blood comes out for a moment. Li Mu let out a long breath of turbid air, followed by a terrifying energy that suddenly rose up. Dazzling white light shot straight up into the sky. 4th grade martial artist. Breakthrough. As the white light dispersed, Li Mu held his hand on the ghost face rod, and the cow gasped. Gratefully, he looked toward Qin Zhanya, and Qin Zhanya wasn't having an easy time of it at the moment. Sweat was already running down his cheeks between slight gasps. Only the leaders of the Pearl military region knew that Qin Zhanya was afraid that it wouldn't be easy. Li Mu's killer technique. The Fixation Technique. But it didn't work at all. If it was truly a life and death battle, Li Mu's ability to find opportunities was extremely strong. If you are fixed by this kid, it is inevitable to get a solid stick from him. The taste can be unbearable. Good. Yes. Su Qianyuan shouted 2 good words in a row. His appreciation overflowing. Li Mu's toughness no longer needed to be explained by anyone. Not only was his Gongfu enlightenment strangely high and he was able to improve the falling leaf blade technique, his own strength was even more terrifying. Su Qianyuan laughed. Truly a hero is a young man. Arriving in front of Li Mu, Su Qianyuan looked serious. Since I've checked my identity, Li Mu, the young wolf guard of the Pearl military region. Here, Lemuel instantly stood at serious attention as well. Su Qianyuan took out a brocade box. Improved paper feats are effective. The mission to execute the living crystal motherstone plays a decisive role. 2 merits and reward. Gain 1,500 merit points. Promoted to upper wolf guard. Also awarded the Order of the Mountaintop Removal. First class. Hiss. The moment the 4 words mountain moving metal came out, everyone around them sucked in cold air. This is a special honor second only to the Special Order of the Open Heaven. It can only be owned by those who have made great contributions in a particular field. There are no more than 10 people in the entire north who have this medal. Li Mu was also surprised and stunned in place, mechanically reaching out to take the box. Box Li is a gold medal. It was engraved with the word mountain. Su Qianyuan added. Your merits will continue to rise in the future as the fallen leaf blade technique becomes more popular. But given that you're only 4th grade now, how about we make a deal? For every grade of realm you raise, your merits will be raised and settled once. How about that? Naturally, Li Mu had no problem with this and nodded his head. He also knew that his current rank was far beyond what he could manage with his current strength. I'm afraid that even if the rank arrives, Li Mu's military position can't be hung too high, otherwise it would be a danger to him instead. Therefore, it was imperative to raise one's cultivation level as soon as possible. It was only then that the surrounding area remembered the applause that followed the shock. Wang Longcheng smiled with great pride. The others looked different. Some were surprised, some were joyful, and some were envious. Of course, there were many less than flattering faces. For example, Zhang Qing. From the very beginning when he knew that the people from the military merit division were coming for Li Mu, he felt bad. After that, Li Mu performed martial arts and awarded merits, which made him feel a strong crisis. But it's a matter of fear. After awarding Li Mu with military honors, Su Qianyuan suddenly looked around. Then to Li Mu asked, I heard that someone stabbed you last night. Is that true? When Su Qianyuan asked these words, everyone intentionally or unintentionally turned their gazes towards Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, on the other hand, felt a wave of unprecedented trepidation. He knew he couldn't wait for anyone to speak before himself. So he made a snap decision and took a half step forward and said, General Su, I'm sorry for the military district. The matter has something to do with my ungrateful son. The Minister of Military Industry and my son were jointly bribed by the Yi Group. Yi Clan's competition for the Motherstone failed, and Minister of Military Industry, Zhao Han, found someone to assassinate Li Mu. My son was complicit in that, while I pulled my son out in the first place, but it doesn't undo the bad publicity this has caused. Please punish me, General Su. Zhang Qing no longer had any desire to struggle at all. Originally, he thought that he had put his son out on a limb, and that this matter should be able to come to an end. However, he did not expect that the Department of Military Merit would come and give Li Mu a heavenly merit. Upper Wolf Guard, the Order of the Mountain Mover, plotting against such a figure. His own son would never get out of the death camp in his life, and it's definitely hard to escape heavy punishment this time yourself. Su Qianyuan looked at Zhang Qing for a long time. Zhang Qing, the rank of Marquis of the Middle Tiger and the military position of Vice Commander. These are all things that you have traded back with your blood. I'm sure the reason you joined the Jinyuan army in the first place was to defend the lights of all the families behind you, right? Zhang Qing swallowed hard. Yes. Su Qianyuan looked around. You say, like the Minister of Military Industry who can't resist temptation after being in a high position. Abuse of power to appoint unscrupulous businesses and become an umbrella for unscrupulous businesses or forces. Sacrificing the lives and safety of martial artists in exchange for benefits for public enrichment. Is such a person not hateful? Zhang Qing naturally heard Su Qianyuan's finger pointing and cursing. It was Zhao Han who said it, but it was he, Zhang Qing, who ordered it. But he could only say stiffly, hateful. Su Qianyuan nodded. The good thing is, they only went off the rails for a moment. They have shed their blood and made their mark for the Jinyuan army. There is no fear of taking a crooked path. As long as one is willing to turn back and can continue to make a contribution to the human race. It's also a homecoming. Commander Liang. Su Qianyuan looked at Liang Huajun and said, the war in the Blood Sea military region is severe, and there's an even greater need for war power. These two people who plotted against Li Mu, I want to bring back to the death row base in the Blood Sea military region and wear my sins. Is that okay? Liang Huajun nodded. Listen to General Su's arrangement. Everyone's gazes looked towards Zhang Qing. This was the meaning of transferring Zhang Qing to the Blood Sea military region to take the blame for his crimes. It's only to give you, Zhang Qing, a decent ending. Although Zhang Qing's face was white, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Chapter 95 Zhang Qing's past. The awarding of merit badges came to an end. Su Qianyuan then sent the others away, leaving only Li Mu to stay in the merit law department. After all, the main purpose of their visit this time was for Li Mu. Those old professors were holding back to talk to Li Mu alone. These old professors are like Prof. Su. It could be completely described as love for Li Mu. Often, as they spoke, they excitedly grabbed Li Mu's hand or arm. He hated to understand what was going on in Li Mu's head directly through physical contact. They were the leaders in the field of feats, in the presence of Li Mu, but can often feel frustration. And that's all with Lemuel's arm around it. Actually, Li Mu has a bottom line of his own. He needed to improve his feats to gain merit, yet they can't be made to feel omnipotent. The fighting victory system determined that Li Mu had to kill the abyssal monsters. Li Mu was most afraid of being forced to improve his feats all day long and not being allowed to go to the abyss. So where does one get victory points from? He couldn't let these old guys in the kung fu world think that he could change anything as long as it was a kung fu. So when these old professors actually took out a few sets of major category feats and asked Li Mu to try again, Li Mu then pretended to have little comprehension. These old professors are old characters. Whether or not Li Mu is pretending, they then all stopped talking about how they wanted Li Mu to be. Because if Li Mu really didn't have much comprehension, that would mean that Li Mu's change of feats also depended on fate, and that he came across feats that were suitable for him to utilize. You can't change it until you're inspired to do so. And again, the more and more varied the feats you learn, the less accomplished you will be. It's not like they can force Li Mu to stuff 800 sets of techniques into his head a day, then sift through and improve what can be changed. The production team's livestock can't take it. And if Li Mu is comprehending something, but is not willing to say it, all the more reason not to push him. If people refuse, it means that they are already disgusted. And if you push him further, he will just give up. But even so, this group of old professors from the Division of Military Merit was very rewarding. Several times, Li Mu was invited to go to the Blood Sea military region, but Li Mu only said that he would consider it. In fact, inviting Li Mu to the Blood Sea military region was already crossing the line a bit. It's these old guys who were just too eager to do something like this. If Liang Huojun and Wan Longcheng and the others were here, they'd dare to say something like this. Liang Huanjuan are going to be upset. This guy Li Mu. Same thing with the living crystal motherlode category. All belong to the baby. It's the heart and soul of someone's Pearl military district. It is an unwritten rule in all local military districts not to rob the heartland. Take this living crystal motherstone out in the Pearl military district. Then we have to let people develop the Pearl military district, even if they won't develop it. Whenever they want, the institute above has to come down with people for technical support. It's the only way to convince the public. Otherwise a military district has a baby and indiscriminately turns it in immediately? Then who's going to fight tooth and nail for the baby? Unless it's the kind of thing that really doesn't develop a role here. Or people are willing to turn it in voluntarily. They didn't let Li Mu leave until it was almost dark in the afternoon. Naturally, Li Mu had to report back to Wan Longcheng first to see what the current situation was. Once they met, Wan Longcheng was in a good mood. Taking the initiative, he said to Li Mu, "Zheng Cheng is gone." Mu froze. To the Blood Sea military region? Yes. By noon I had already applied to the top for a transfer out of the Pearl military region. Lower yourself 3 levels and go to the Blood Sea military region as the Deputy Minister of Exploration, leading a team to preside over literacy. Literacy is exclusively referred to as blind spot exploration, often the most dangerous missions, and certainly the most likely to have a meritorious performance. A deputy commander of a military region, rearmored to go to work for Abyssal literacy. Zheng Cheng has indeed been relegated this time. It was only then that it completely dawned on Li Mu. Earlier, he had listened to the words that Su Qianyuan had said, and it wasn't hard to hear that they were directed at Zheng Cheng, but to fully hear the meaning of it, he was still a little short of the mark. But now he understands. Su Qianyuan used Zhaohan to refer to Zheng Cheng instead. After that, he told Liang Huanjuan that the battle in the Blood Sea military region was even heavier, and that he wanted to transfer Zhao Han and Zhang Kong there. This naturally also meant that Zheng Qing should ask for his own punishment and go to the abyss to establish himself, transferring Zhang Kong over. This is also to fish and dangle. Zheng Qing must follow him over. After all, in an unfamiliar military area, if he was too far away, it would be even less to take care of your own son. All of Zheng Qing's minions are in Iron Hand City. This being transferred over in the cold, Zheng Qing is equivalent to starting from scratch. Zhang Kong, this kid must have suffered a lot as well. His father can't protect him. You can rest assured of that. In fact, speaking of which, Zheng Qing being transferred is probably also a practice by Su Qianyuan to protect you. He's under the watchful eye of Su Qianyuan, and if he can be rehabilitated, Su Qianyuan will probably let him off the hook. If Zheng Cheng is unrepentant, Su Qianyuan may as well take it down nearby. Regardless of the outcome, Zheng Qing's threat to you has definitely been lifted. Wang Longcheng said, "That vice commander position." Li Mu looked at Wang Longcheng and asked meaningfully, "The meeting is over. The vice commander is mine, and Xiao Huho has been promoted." Wang Longcheng nodded, but when he finished, he took a deep breath and slowly sat down in his chair, slightly out of breath. But there's really nothing to be too happy about. Seeing that Wang Longcheng was a bit despondent, Li Mu quietly waited for him to speak down. Wang Longcheng sighed. Ever since Zheng Qing became vice commander, he's become more and more greedy and his appetite has grown. The harm is also increasing. You probably wouldn't know that G Group relies on having Zheng Qing, the great Buddha, at its back. Too many people have been forced out of their homes. On the surface Zheng Cheng is doing a clean job. It's hard to investigate him, but the sins Yi Group has done are too many. Zhang's group has been able to make it all these years solely because of the Zheng family's old man sitting in the middle. Otherwise, alas, you must know that weapons, feats and techniques are related to the life and death safety of martial artists. It's more about the safety of our species. That's why I must bring down Zhang Qing. These words, you should also remember them in the future, and have a chat with Zhang Jiwei when you have the chance. I won't be the second Zhang Cheng, nor will we allow the Zhang group to become the second Yi group. As long as Zhang's group is bent on doing good business, I won't hold them back from earning money. There are some things I can turn a blind eye to, as long as they stay the same here. With those words, Wang Longcheng pointed to his heart. Raimu nodded deeply. Wang Longcheng, as a person, cannot be said to be perfect, but definitely a very decent person, though he occasionally plays favorites and pulls some tricks to help establish Li Mu at his own celebratory drinks, standing behind Li Mu to back him up. However, he had never used illegal means to help Li Mu destroy the Li family. This is the principle of Wang Longcheng. When Wang Longcheng finished speaking, it was as if he was a bit frustrated all of a sudden. Actually, Zhang Cheng, this person, wasn't like this before, charged and bloodied, just like you. From an obscure pawn, step by step, he killed his way to become the deputy commander of a military region. I also heard a funny story about him. It says that the day Zhang Qing came to join the army, the clothes he was wearing had several holes in them. Join the army for your first meal and learn that surprisingly, you don't want money. He ate 40 buns. Speaking here, Wang Longcheng stretched out 4 fingers, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. I guess, is poor and scared. You're still fastidious and boyishly chivalrous. When you grow up, maybe you'll grow to understand. Why is it that people up there know everything and turn a blind eye to some things? This world, by nature, is not black and white. Chapter 96, Dragon and Phoenix Gourd. Li Mu for Wang Longcheng's words. There was some realization, but it was also quickly released. There was no need for him to rush to empathize. It's enough to be yourself. It was evening by the time we got back to the city. At this time, it didn't matter if it was near the teleportation area or the Abyssal elevator. There are a lot of people, and most of them are still in the reserves. Li Wolfguard, Li Wolfguard. All the reservists who saw Li Mu were all instantly saluting and standing at attention. A single gaze blazed. Due to the Jin Yuan army's confidentiality agreement, preppers aren't allowed to go around spouting nonsense about Lemuel up there. Some dogs can't hide 2 tails of sesame oil in their stomachs. That is to say, I read about Li Mu with my closest relatives and close friends. The spread is very narrow. That's why Li Mu's name didn't ring a bell outside, and was only known to some well-informed people. But in the military district, the reserves all regarded Li Mu as a god, especially after today. They knew that someone had come from the Northern Realm's military merit division, and immediately after that, Li Mu's rank had changed to Upper Wolfguard, 2 jumps in a row, and Li Mu is only 18 years old. Li Mu's current merit value was 1,700 points. It was only a step away from the Marquis of Xiaohu. The merit value required for rank advancement is Young Wolfguard 200, Middle Wolfguard 500, Upper Wolfguard 100, Young Tiger Husband 200, Middle Tiger Husband 400, Upper Tiger Husband 700, Lesser Dragon General 1200, Middle Dragon General 200, Upper Dragon General 300, Major Marshal of Dragon and Tiger, Special Contribution plus 500, Grand Marshal of the Dragon and Tiger, Special Contribution plus 800. I heard that Wang Longcheng has 3,480 merit points. One of his greatest feats was none other than the Deathmatch Paradise Society for protecting that vital resource. Now that his injuries had healed, he had raised his rank to Young Tiger Marquis for Wang Longcheng. But Wang Longcheng was a man in his 40s, more than 20 years in the military. Only then was he promoted to Xiaohu Ho. Li Mu, the 18-year-old Upper Wolfguard, is absolutely unique. Li Mu lightly nodded his head as he walked through the crowd and up the Abyssal elevator. That invisible pressure makes a lot of preppers want to get on but are afraid to. It ended up being a couple of Blackwater High preppy students who got on the elevator with a proud look on their faces and ride with Li Mu. This is the unattainable Upper Wolfguard in your eyes. In our eyes at Blackwater High, he also had a more affectionate identity. Senior. The elevator rose and a fellow student from Blackwater High asked, Wolfguard Li, tomorrow is the Iron Hand City Zone 4 Elite Tournament. Are you in or out? Li Mu nodded. Unsurprisingly, it will. That's great, as long as you're in it. I feel like even that Iron Hand City's only SS-ranked gifted martial artist isn't good enough. That's right, the media is blowing it out of proportion, saying that it's the strongest student in the Eastern District that you won't see for 100 years. I don't think so. He'll just pretend to be in school. If he joins the army, just know how big the gap is between you and Li Wolfguard. This time, our school will finally be able to rightfully realign its resource rankings. Let's see what else they can say. Several other students chimed in. Regarding this SS gifted person, Li Mu had heard about it, out in the south side, didn't join the army, but Li Mu wasn't very interested in him. Rather, he was interested in that resource ranking they talked about at the end, so he asked, by the way, I've been busy down there for a while, haven't been following the news over at the Ministry of Resources, which ranked us unfairly last time. What's the follow-up? Hearing Li Mu take the initiative to ask, several people were excitedly scrambling to explain things to Li Mu. After Lu Chenfeng and Zhang Jiwei transferred to the school, public opinion was lopsided for the Ministry of Resources to give a statement. But the final interpretation of something like resource ranking is supposed to be with the Department of Resources. Resources says it will be reordered after this classic. Sort of gives an ambiguous account. The heat went down on this. Li Mu nodded. It seems that the Holy Dragon Prince's aunt still has some energy. Let's see if Blackwater Collegiate's roster can adjust after the elite. If they dare to make another mistake, then we need to find a way to fix it. Smooth things. Li Mu returned home. A constant aroma of wine wafted from the house. When Li Mu came to the side hall, he found his old mom, Yang Suiying, lying on her back on a wine jar and chatting with someone. And the one chatting with her old mom is none other than the red worm girl, Wang Inhuan. It was from this large vat that the aroma of wine wafted out. Seeing Li Mu come back, Wang Inhuan only glanced at it and instantly rushed Yang Suiying. Auntie, I'll go back first. Oops, what's the hurry? Stay a little longer. Yang Suiying hadn't stopped it yet. Wang Inhuan didn't forget to say hello as she passed by Li Mu. Good evening. This kind of greeting Li Mu didn't even know what to say back. Yang Suiying chased her to the door and looked at Wang Inhuan's back as she left. Without good humor, he looked back at Li Mu. Brat, what a bad time to come back. Hey, Mom, you didn't set a time point for me either. Li Mu was greatly aggrieved. I'm telling you, this girl is actually particularly interested in brewing. I've basically been coming every day since I found out I was brewing. Yang Suiying looked at Li Mu with a smirk. You're taking on an apprentice? Li Mu asked. Gee whiz, you're not wrong about that little name Woody. Go go go. Go play aside. Yang Suiying dismissed Li Mu, and plopped down in front of the wine jar with glowing eyes again. And I don't know what I'm observing. But Li Mu was very pleased to see his mother's seriousness. He could sense that Yang Suiying loved winemaking very much. A person's whole mental state is different when she is doing what she loves. Li Mu didn't bother her and returned to his room. Open the system. Enter Fortuna. Li Mu smelled the fragrance of the medicine that filled the courtyard and finally stretched freely. It took 12 days for these herbs to finally mature. In fact, these herbs can be kept for a while longer. The longer you keep it, the more potent it will be. But right now, Li Mu didn't need it. Right now the spirit spring can irrigate such a small plot of land. And the pursuit of perfect medicinal efficacy is too cost-effective. What Li Mu needed was to improve his strength and gain more victory points. Expand the blessed field with victory points and increase the spiritual springs. Enhance the effect of blessed fields and spiritual springs on the accelerated growth of herbs and so on. As these raised up, Li Mu sowed more seeds and could refine stronger pills. Li Mu harvested all the herbs. Using alchemy, he refined 4 upper-grade body solidifying pills. The current Li Mu was of 4th grade strength. Disregarding drug resistance, if these 4 pills went down, together with the current 4th grade cultivation, Li Mu felt that the Divine Warrior technique could be raised to 300 pounds should not be a problem at all. This time Li Mu learned his lesson. First, he swallowed a body solidifying Dan and quietly felt the transformation of the body solidifying Dan in his body. But after feeling it for only a moment, Li Mu felt that his estimation was still low. This top grade body fixing elixir was not a bit stronger than the lower grade. Just by going down with this one, Li Mu had a feeling of being transformed. Every part of the body was hardened. Li Mu felt that now that the Divine Warrior technique mentioned 300 pounds his body was completely overwhelmed. Unfortunately there are no victory points for now. This made Li Mu's heart itch to go to the abyss and kill some monsters right now. He was about to eat the second solid body pill. Chen Jiafeng's shouts rang out from the first floor. Cousin, someone is looking for you. Lemuelton got up and went downstairs. Chen Jiafeng pointed at the door. Just outside the door stood Lieutenant Zhang. Li Mu asked in a small voice as he quickly stepped forward and walked out the door and then closed it. Lieutenant Zhang, something wrong? Lieutenant Zhang took out a beautiful wine gourd. The body is red and black. A dragon and a phoenix hovering up, carved all over the circumference of this wine gourd. That gourd also has a handmade piece knot woven from red cord around its waist. The whole gourd looks very nice. Spirit treasure. Silver ring for you. Lieutenant Zhang spoke with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha? For me? Li Mu was instantly surprised and took it, flipping through it carefully and lovingly. There is also a small plate on this gourd that is an instruction manual. Dragon and Phoenix gourd, fine spiritual treasure. Drinking the wine in the gourd will stop the bleeding and pain, and speed up the recovery of your true chi. Stopping bleeding and pain is already a good attribute. There's such an attribute as true chi recovery? This spiritual treasure has been very good indeed. Although he himself had bought a wine gourd before, it wasn't a spiritual treasure. It was just an ordinary object. This is what she traded for at the quartermaster's office with all her contribution value. Chapter 97, Growing Gifts Appear. Lieutenant Zhang smiled and gave Li Mu an explanatory sentence. Li Mu had wanted to give Wang Yinhuan a top-grade body-solidifying pill in return, but thought better of it. He himself is not too rich in elixirs right now to be blindly generous. Besides, such things as pills, although the high martial world exists for the making of pills, still, the less people knew about his potion, the better. If you don't intend to give it to Lieutenant Zhang yourself, don't go through him. To give Wang Yinhuan pills to eat was also given in person, and it has to be as secretive as possible. It is better to let her close her eyes, open her mouth, and stuff the elixir directly into her mouth. Thank her for me. I love this wine gourd and it's just what I need. Li Mu shook his wine gourd and said. Lieutenant Zhang smiled and left. Li Mu then took the wine gourd and went back to his room. What quality of spirit treasure was actually not particularly important to Li Mu. He can use victory points to remodel, but this heart of Wang Yinhuan's is very rare. The Mother Stone mission itself drank once with a wine gourd in front of Wang Yinhuan. She then knew that her drinking was combat effective and took it to heart. It's kind of fun. Back in his room, Li Mu began to absorb the next few pills one by one. The body did start to show resistance to the drug by the time it reached the third solid body pill, and after Li Mu absorbed the fourth elixir, the effect was only half of the first one. Li Mu was a bit torn, because it was not clear to him that the resistance was a result of taking too much of it himself in a short period of time. Or is it always there, no matter how long the interval? Can resistance be eliminated? These questions would have to be verified after the next batch of pills came out. Moreover, Li Mu actually wanted to try the chi-gathering pill. A little bit of accelerated cultivation, although right now he was cultivating at nearly 3 times the speed all the time, but he still felt slow. It seems that upgrading the effects of the spirit springs and blessed fields is imminent. The next day, a.m., Iron Hand City Center Plaza. The huge ring has been set up. Banners fluttered in the sky. Iron Hand City District 4 Elite Martial Artist Ranking Competition. The surrounding square was even more crowded. There were large swaths of small banners among the crowd, presumably self-organized banners from various schools. And of course some personal banners. For example, what is the word Yin Yen Baby Support Group Yin Bao First, Goddess Invincible and so on. Li Mu came fairly early. The entire Blackwater High School square is not yet full. Li Mu made his way to the front of the docket. Xiao Lingtong's sharp eyes saw Li Mu in the audience. Smiling, he ran over to Li Mu and greeted him. Li Mu then casually asked, that baby Yun is that SS-ranked martial artist, right? Yeah, you still don't know her name, do you? Xiao Lingtong explained with an air of I know it all. Song Yen, the only SS-ranked martial artist in Iron Hand City currently. It's now at the peak of the 3rd grade. Not only is the strength extraordinary, the person is also extremely beautiful. It has become a new generation of otaku girl goddesses, with countless face powders, hotter than some stars. She attends Golden Scale High School, which is also currently the #1 school in all of Iron Hand. Our Blackwater High School is ranked 17th in the entire Iron Hand City. Raimu nodded. Go for it, boss. Blackwater High is counting on you. I'm betting $3,000 on you to come in first. The 4 champions of the first battle of Abyss are all favorites. Xiao Lingtong gave Li Mu a cheering gesture. And you bet on it? Li Mu didn't have the heart to say. Hey, it's a small fight. The school leaders are here. I'll go back to the audience first. Go for it. As he was talking, Xiao Lingtong saw a school leader coming over in grayed out and ran back to the audience. All students in this competition are in the preparation mat. The reserve seat is in front of the leadership seat, and the leadership seat is in front of the college audience. The college auditorium is in front of the mass auditorium, and in this way radiates in a backward fan. Several school leaders smiled and nodded their heads at Li Mu, although Li Mu basically didn't come to class these days. But the news of Li Mu's honorary promotion to Wolfguard had been known to the school leaders for a long time. Upper Wolfguard, what's the point of eating if you're not going to class? Li Mu could have come to the school to teach the school leaders if he wanted to. So the press even saves the need to take a vacation. Yin Changming directly allows Li Mu to be exempted from taking a vacation. Today, Li Mu can come to this elite match. It all gives the feeling of coming to play. Not long after, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng also arrived one after another. The Blackwater High School fan club was fine and started running to the contestants' table. Water, flowers, food. Take these opportunities to get close to these 3 men who are usually hard to see. Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, and Lu Chunfeng all have their own fangirls. Of course, there are not immune to those who like 2, or even 3, at the same time. The players on the competition table at this time were naturally the center of discussion in other schools, and the Blackwater Collegiate Square. Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei is already tall and handsome, plus Lu Chunfeng. These three people stood together with an imposing aura, looking down on everything. It's drawn a little differently than all the other contestant seats. There was a murmur. I heard that the East End's top three in the first battle are at one school. That's them, right? Orphaned. That's called the Three Towers of the Blackwater. Yeah, I heard that, too. The reputation started out being spread by the middle sophomore fangirls at their school. All the neighboring schools know about it. Indestructible tower, Lu Chunfeng. Strong defense no one can break. Gold-piercing pagoda, Zhang Jiwei. The golden lance pierces through everything. As for Li Mu, I only know it's called Tongtian Tower. As for the reason, I don't know. Someone grunted in amusement, smiled and didn't say anything. The others looked at him at once. Hey, you're laughing your ass off. Hey, by the way, you're a Jin Yuan army reservist. Do you know something on the inside? This preppy student said smugly. It seems that you guys, are not as well informed as those fangirls from Blackwater High, the Tower of Heaven, meaning the means to reach the heavens. It's just a pity you guys have also only seen Li Wolfguard's words on the first battle in the abyss to fix the monster. If you join the Jin Yuan army, you'll know what a truly heavenly means is. This student finished, pretending to be superior by clasping his hands. Let the others pick him up and ask him more questions, but he stopped talking. If it weren't for the non-disclosure agreement, he would have been able to give the crowd the science. He's one of the well-informed ones in the military district. The military district has a confidentiality agreement on the ground for the sake of social stability and not causing panic. But there are few secrets within the military district. The video of Li Mu going on a mission to bring back the Mother Stone was played in front of the institute crowd. Li Mu's godly skills of transforming, splitting, and anamnesis had long since been rumored. Originally, many fighters didn't see it with their own eyes, and it was just a rumor. But it's a fact that the Military Achievement Division came in person, and Li Mu helicoptered up to the Wolfguard. The gold of these rumors was suddenly different. Some even think the rumor mill is too conservative. Just then, on the big screen above the ring, images are starting to appear. Countless spectators began to boil, which meant that the match was about to begin. The screen is a points leaderboard. The biggest names at the top are the top 5. Separately, first place, Song Yen, SS Talent, points, 9,718. Second place, Monday Hill, S Talent, points, 8,715. Third place, Li Mu, D Talent, points, 8,650. Fourth place, Hua Feng, S Talent, points, 8,610. Fifth place, Sun Dongdong, S Talent, points, 8,560. These 5 names are the largest and most prominent. Sixth from the bottom is Zhang Jiwei, with 8,430 points and a very tight bite. As for Lu Chunfeng, he had more than 7,000 points and was in 8th place. But there's always been an argument, saying that the East End was the unluckiest of the first battle. They were the only ones who encountered the Red Zone Monster Mutiny event. There were also deaths that caused them to end the test an hour or two early. Otherwise in normal time, the top 3 points in the East End would be more than what they are now. But that's not the most shocking thing. Rather, it was that very conspicuous D-grade talent of Li Mu's. What's going on? Isn't Li Mu's talent F? That's it. Am I misremembering? Or did the organizers get it wrong? Li Mu was stripped of his S talent and replaced with an F talent. Little half of Iron Hand City knows about this with the Li family. Could it be that Li Mu's talent has mutated? Holy Dragon High School squares. Seeing this scene, Li Xiaohao in the contestant's seat could not help but let his eyes spit fire. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 98, The Strange Ranking of the Elite Match. Li Mu's D-grade talent instantly became the center of public opinion in the room. Almost everyone was talking about Li Mu's change in talent, and the most shocking of the whole scene, none other than the Li family members who came to watch Li Xiaohao's match. Almost all the male members of the Li family are now in jail. Apart from Li Xiaohao and a few sons and nephews who had no business dealings, there were about 10 women left. Mrs. Ma had pined away too much. From the old age of the old man, all of a sudden he was in his dotage. At this moment, he saw that Li Mu had actually grown into a D-grade talent. Old Mrs. Ma's mood was extremely complicated. Is this even a growth talent? What's wrong with a growth talent? It's not just a D rank. Li Xiaohao's mother Fenglan said sourly. Since the last time Li Mu targeted Fenglan, old Mrs. Ma had also scolded Fenglan severely once. Now everyone looks at Fenglan in a bad way, although we all also know that Li Mu is just pure provocation. But it is true that Fenglan's mouth is cheap. If it wasn't for the fact that the Li family had completely run out of any back roads right now, and only Li Xiaohao was left with this back road. Mrs. Ma hated to get her killed. Fenglan didn't dare to speak casually much now, but something like a cheap mouth couldn't be helped. Mrs. Ma gave her a hard stare. Not just a D rank? Do you have any idea how rare a growth talent is? And it's simply unheard of to go up 2 grades. Those divine abilities that Li Mu can't explain that are now being rumored outside. It just might have evolved from this talent mutation. The Li family had always been concerned about Li Mu. For Li Mu's news, naturally, he was much more informed than those of the general public. Li Mu's fixing, splitting, transforming, anamnesis, and some other divine aptitude techniques. They had heard about it before. Even when Li Mu was honored with the promotion to Wolfguard, they were the first to know about it. Previously, they couldn't understand how Li Mu, an F-rank talent, could be so strong. But now Li Mu's F-rank talent jumped 2 levels in a row and became D rank. With a little bit of brainstorming, the growth talent mutates out of avatars that don't match the strength of his talent. It's the only reasonable explanation. Mrs. Ma finished. Fenglan first subconsciously shrunk her neck, but soon became furious again. What are you yelling at me for, you old hag? It wasn't your decision to change the talent on the treadmill? If you want to be angry, I should be the one to be angry. My son can't utilize the strength of this S-class talent right now. Obviously it's the talent mismatch that's causing problems. If my son hadn't changed his talent, then this growing talent is my son's. As the saying goes, mother and child are connected. At this moment, Li Xiaohao, it was exactly what his mother had wanted. Listening to the people around him talking about Li Mu, saying that it was no wonder that Li Mu had so many strong divine abilities. It turned out that his talent was a growth-type talent, and with 2 grades at once. Is it possible to get a higher grade? The thought of Li Mu's kind of godly divine ability techniques, fixing, splitting, transforming, it's unthinkable to think of an anticlimactic means, and compared to these, this 9 heavenly thunderbolt instantly stopped smelling good. Li Xiaohao's eyes were red. Treadmill. If you don't change your talent, that growth talent is your own. These means, these achievements, all on their own. Now that the switch was reversed, one could not utilize the strength of this S-rank talent at all. This is entirely because the gift is not one's own, so it is not a good enough fit for the body. The fire of jealousy instantly engulfed Li Xiaohao. A moderator appears in the ring at this point. He took the microphone, his voice rousing and high-pitched. Welcome, everyone, to the Iron Hand City Zone 4 Elite Tournament. Let me introduce you to the tournament. Now on the big screen you see, it's our original ranking according to the points from the first battle of the Abyss. Our format is a challenge. Challenge from low ranking to high ranking. If the challenge is successful, then you can swap rankings with your opponent. All persons have only 2 chances to fail a challenge. And after accumulating 2 failed challenges, disqualified from the challenge. All persons are compelled to accept at least 3 challenges, and after 3, the challenged person voluntarily decides the next challenge. If there is a difference in ranking of 50 places or more, the challenged may choose to refuse to accept the challenge. In addition, we, the 4 district champions, have one more privilege, that the district runner-up is the ring protector of the district champion, and to challenge the district champion, the ring protector must be defeated. The ring protector, on the other hand, can challenge the champion directly, and if the challenge is successful, the identities of both ring protectors are swapped. The race system is quickly articulated. This elite competition is the event of all time. Extremely commercial with citywide attention. There's no point in playing mind games. It just makes you a laughingstock to be reviled by millions. In terms of the race, those with low rankings will have to choose their opponents carefully in order to move up the ladder. As long as you keep winning, as long as you have real energy, you can keep moving up. However, only 2 losses are allowed, and always be prepared to deal with others challenging you. You know the top 1. 000 in Iron Hand City. In addition to the rewards of the tournament, with every couple of rankings up, you might get the pull of big groups and powers that. It's something that's tied to its own value, and those who rank high are the ones who have to think about how to solve at least 3 challengers as quickly as possible, so that you can save your true energy to challenge a higher ranking than yourself. As for the privileges of the 4 district champions, let's just see what happens. There aren't many people who aren't open to challenging for the title. The ring is divided into 7 rings. Challenges within the top 20 will take place in the center grand ring. The rest of the matchups will take place in the 6 rings below. Now, if all the contestants would please choose your challenge, the system draws lots to decide to compete on stage. I declare that the elite ring tournament of the 4 districts now begins. With a shout from the host, the whole place was abuzz. The cheers were earth-shattering. The organizers then spun around and handed out an electronic device to all the players in the competition table. By logging in your information on it, you can select the challenge, Record your challenge scores and challenged tips. Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei Lu Chenfeng all chose not to challenge for the time being. They are all ranked in the top 10. Not to mention the top 10. There weren't many people in the top 100 rankings who were eager to challenge upwards, because the higher up you go, the stronger you challenge them. Win or lose, there was a high probability that a large amount of true chi would be used up. Even if the challenge is successful, someone else is waiting in the wings. Challenge you and you can take your place outright, doing the graft for others. So most will choose to be challenged 3 times first, reach the maximum number of times you've been challenged, and then go back to challenging upwards at full strength with no distractions. That way, even if they failed, they wouldn't even lose their current ranking. That's why the center ring isn't used at all in the lead up to the match. Those 6 rings were instantly full. Started catching up on the war. Those who were able to enter the top 1,000 of the first battle were at the very least at the peak of the second grade. Such were still in the minority, with the most being the early and middle third grade. Third grade feats and battles were already horrifyingly loud. The true chi glowed dazzlingly, and the weapons clashed with each other with power in all directions. There are boundaries around the edges of each ring, protecting the spectators on the outside. It is also possible to force a pause in the game through the instantaneous gravity space within the boundary. Try to prevent human life. The race went faster than many could have imagined. Fighting against a monster was completely different in intensity from fighting against a martial artist. Although the monsters were stronger than normal martial artists, there were many people in the points ranking who were teamed up to kill the monsters. Groups are allowed to touch fish. Not to mention that monsters generally don't have too high of an IQ. But martial artists are a different story. The only thing you can rely on in the ring is your own strength. This elite tournament is like a rigorous screening that, all at once, those who were not strong enough in their own right were exposed. Only an hour into the game, the rankings came in for a complete reshuffle. Li Xiaohao ranked 31st in the Eastern District and 122nd in the entire Iron Hand City. Surprisingly, though, 3 people challenged him, Li Xiaohao had actually withstood them all, and 2 of them were early 3rd grade. As Li Xiaohao's strength increased, the characteristics of the 9 heavenly thunder dynamics did begin to slowly unfold. Normal opponents couldn't even carry his attacks. Li Xiaohao didn't know where he had learned a set of defensive feats, and it had really become somewhat difficult to deal with. Well, at least he's a topic of conversation, so he's attracted some attention. Only in Li Mu's eyes, Li Xiaohao was still a clown. As long as he can climb up and challenge himself by winning 2 sets in a row, fold him with a stick of his own. But Li Mu never moved. He's the East End champion and Zhang Jiwei is his ring protector. If you want to challenge Li Mu, you must first defeat Zhang Jiwei. Only Zhang Jiwei could directly challenge Li Mu, but he had no intention of doing so. As time went on, players within the top 200 all began to play their 3 keepers one by one. They adjusted their true chi and began to push for a higher level of ranking. The main ring has finally been activated by someone. The main ring was much better to watch, with frequent moments of excitement that, the audience atmosphere quickly peaked. And as the game continued, there was an interesting change in the ranking list. Lu Chenfeng took the lead. It's a bit interesting. It seems that this Golden Scale High School wants to slaughter the list. It's very arrogant. Next, it's definitely time to challenge Li Yizhang. Chapter 99 The Golden Scale High School with Great Ambition. Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei looked over. The moment was found as well, only to see that the top 5 of the leaderboard had completely changed, except for Li Mu's 3rd place. 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th place, all from Golden Scale High. 2nd place above Lenmu, and 4th place below. Both are district champions. Both have ring protectors. Just now, these 2 district champions almost both lost on the same tactic. All of them had first been hit by 2 protracted battles that had consumed a large amount of true chi. Only then was the fight quickly ended by a 3rd challenger with a don't kill fight. This looks like a total tactical matchup for Golden Scale High. Golden Scale Collegiate clearly has a plan to try to slaughter the list. You can't blame people for being ambitious though. People have the power to beat through ring protectors and district champions, so they should slaughter the list. People's schools have a call to action, a battle plan, and an emergency to give resources to enhance their strengths. Just should be tough. It's just that now Li Mu's Blackwater Collegiate, sandwiched between the names of those 4 Golden Scale colleges. It's looking pretty solid. At this time, the Golden Scale High School had completely boiled over. Golden Scales, Golden Scales, Gold Scale. The shouts were endless, and the aura of the Golden Scale High School crowd had even reached its peak. Should I take the fight myself? Li Mu smiled and asked toward Zhang Jiwei. The next step for Golden Scale Collegiate was definitely to pull out the thorn in Li Mu's side. He was afraid that Zhang Jiwei would be stressed. Zhang Jiwei shook his head. At that moment, the challenger in his hand did light up as well. Someone has challenged Zhang Jiwei. Without a word, Zhang Jiwei walked out of the contestant's seat and towards the main ring. In the entire Iron Hand City, there were only 5 S-ranked gifted people and 1 SS-ranked gifted person. The East End alone has 3 S-class gifted people. Other than that Li Xiaohao, the other 2 were quite scary. As for Li Mu, the district champion with D-level talent, there is definitely water. In that first battle, Zhang Jiwei would have definitely been the champion if he hadn't been controlled by the high-grade monster. I'm afraid Li Mu is a much better fighter than either of the previous 2 district champions. The real difficulty is rather Zhang Jiwei. Zhang Jiwei ascends to the main ring. Across the street walked up a lean male student as well. The man was likewise carrying a lance in his hand. I have to say that the quality of students at Golden Scale High School is really high. This bastard's A-rank talent was actually the same as Zhang Jiwei's, who was at the peak of the 3rd grade. After getting on the stage, the male student raised the lance in his hand without pointing it at Zhang Jiwei. Instead, he pointed remotely at Li Mu, who was in the Blackwater High School's competition seat. This action, once again, lit up the audience of the Golden Scale College side. I guess I thought the declaration of war move was too cool. After all, other schools are just challenging individuals for rankings, and the goal of Golden Scale College is to completely dominate the list. Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation of what was expected to be an exciting contest. No matter what, this A-ranked gifted person could consume a large amount of Zhang Jiwei's true chi, but I didn't realize that it had just opened. Zhang Jiwei then launched a stormy attack. The figure is as fast as lightning, and the exquisite gun skill is to beat the opponent without any strength. The man was so enraged by the beating that he didn't have time to fight back. Zhang Jiwei's lance had then been accurately pressed against his brow. The golden aura on the tip of the gun had pierced the flesh of his brow, and blood dripped. It was too late to even control the gravity boundary. It could be said that if Zhang Jiwei wanted him dead, it was a matter of lifting his hand. Zhang Jiwei let out a light rebuke through his nose and violently retracted his lance. The male student had long ago been so frightened that his legs trembled, and the lance left his forehead. It took that deathly aura to get away from him. In the first match, Zhang Jiwei won. In the second game, as expected, it was still Golden Scale High. It was a pity that this one was no match for Zhang Jiwei either. It lasted only 30 seconds or so before falling again. The shouts from the Golden Scale High School instantly became much smaller. Zhang Jiwei went down. And surprisingly, there was no battle in the main ring for a while. The whole challenge seemed to be in some kind of strange stasis. At this time the Golden Scale Collegiate Square contestants table. Song Yen, who had a stunning appearance, was gazing faintly at the Blackwater High School's competition table. The coldness and loneliness in her eyes set off her power and mystery. The people from the Golden Scale College Square all started talking. What should we do? We're short-handed. Damn it, how come I can't even beat Zhang Jiwei? It's so close to being on the brink. That's right, we'll be able to pull out this nail of Li Mu soon. Look at that ranking. Our Golden Scale High School is neatly organized, with one Li Mu sandwiched in between. It's driving OCD to death. Someone please kick this rotten garlic out in a hurry. It seems like there's only one Zheng Quan left who can fight now, but Zhang Jiwei hasn't consumed much of his true chi yet. In case Zheng Quan loses again, then we won't be able to finish the hegemony list. Golden Scale Collegiate Entry Seat. A male student named Zheng Quan played with a small square box in his hand. Inside was an elixir. Surrounding them were a group of students who were participating in the hegemony ranking of the Golden Scale High School this time. This hegemony was organized by the student president of Golden Scale High School. Not only has a full feasibility plan been developed, a short-acting strengthening elixir was also applied to each person. This elixir could boost one's true chi and physique in a short period of time, and it was expensive. It's just that the medicine only works for a few short minutes, and it's all about wrapping up that fight to take it, and only one per person per day. The only thing less than satisfactory about this program is the lack of manpower. Even if there were short-acting elixirs that consumed the true chi of those powerful martial artists, and those that defeated them, all require a large number of martial artists of extraordinary strength. Even though the Golden Scale High School already had far more martial artists like this than any other school, but it's still not enough to make it to the top of the list. That's not true. It's seriously tight right now to the point where there's only one left. Zheng Quan quickly made his way to the ring though. The hosts at ringside were stunned. Zheng Quan whispered a few words into the host's ear, who instantly revealed a small smile. He then handed the microphone in his hand to Zheng Quan. The Region 4 Classic, which is highly commercial in nature, has a large share of the organizer's capital, and in the eyes of capital, traffic and profit are paramount. Flat games are obviously not fun. Someone wants to fix the show. That's great. Happy to do it. Zheng Quan instantly grabbed the microphone on stage and pointed it in the direction of the Blackwater High School's competition table. Blackwater High School. Third place, Li Mu. I'm going to challenge you directly. I wonder if you dare. Agitation. The ring protector is a privilege for Li Mak. but Li Mak does have the option of not using that privilege. Direct acceptance of the challenge. Zheng Quan was the only one in the Golden Scale colleges whose true chi status was still good, and there was only one elixir. He had to use agitation to directly get Li Mu to fight and defeat him first. As long as he defeated Li Mu, he could choose not to accept the challenge anymore, because he's reached his limit of 3 challenges. This is the closing tactic of their Golden Scale High School. Someone's doing a whole job. The scene's noisy again. Some people were already starting to clamor for Li Mu to accept the challenge, but Li Mu hadn't spoken yet. Zhang Jiwei has made his way to the main ring once again. Coldly, he said, "Get past me first." Zheng Quan, however, gave him a disdainful look. Said the microphone again, "Li Mu, if you're not dumb, come out and say something. I can fight your ring protector if you just say you don't dare." The students of the Blackwater High School were in an uproar. What the hell? It's clearly him who is unruly. How dare he use agitation? That's right, Golden Scale Collegiate really does whatever it takes to win. I wish Li Mu would go up there and smash his ass. No, if Li Mu casually accepts it, it'll give the impression that he's foolishly caught in a trap. But if I don't accept it, I'll give the impression that I'm a wimp. What to do? I guess Li Mu is just hesitating over this. Damn Golden Scale colleges. So shady. At this time, a burst of neat shouts had begun to emanate from the Golden Scale High School's square formation. The more you yell, the more aligned you are, the more penetrating you are. Pussy, pussy, pussy. Zheng Quan, on the other hand, stood there smiling smugly, while the rest of the gallery didn't shout. But there were also quite a few people who all looked in Li Mu's and their direction. Li Mu finally moved, walking off the contestants' mat and down to the main ring with light footsteps. Li Mu was just considering it just now, just thinking that the overall tactics of Golden Scale High School were a bit interesting. Whoever was able to develop this tactic is definitely a talent. But this last provocation, for Li Mu he didn't care. Why don't we just go all the way through? But just then, in the direction of the Iron Hand City abyss in the distance, a piercing air defense siren instantly resounded throughout the city. Li Mu's tactical watch also dripped with a red light. Li Mu opened his watch and only glanced at it before his face changed drastically. He scurried up to the main ring in a few steps, grabbed the microphone in Zheng Quan's hand, and bellowed, "Jin Yuan Army Reserves, assemble!" 2. There are dozens of ROTC soldiers in each of the 4 urban areas, east, west, south, north and south. There were more than 1,000 people gathered. At this moment, he heard Li Mu's order. In unison, a neat shout of 2. Just one word. The dragon's roar pierced through everything. It shook the hearts of all the people in the room with a hard shudder. Compared to the Golden Scale Collegiate shouting the word coward just now, it was rigid and powerful by an unknown number of times. At the same time as the shout, all the reservists scampered away from the audience as fast as they could, rushing to the front of the main ring. There was no need to form a line, but they stood in orderly squares. Mount up. Li Mu summoned Yao Bone and rolled onto his horse. All the reserves summoned their war horses neatly. Li Mu also stopped talking nonsense, reached out and yanked in the air. The size of the cloak was draped over his body and waved in the air. Remote Bone stood up with a long hiss and galloped towards the exit position of the audience. Behind them, thousands of reserve fighters followed without a word. All that was left was a cloud of horse dust and a stalled racetrack. Chapter 100 Monster attacks the city, thanks to chopping tree branches as walking sticks for the Great God certification. In fact, back when the people from the Golden Scale High School kept shouting the word cowards, many of the Pearl military reserves laughed. Exasperated laughter. What kind of garlic are you guys talking about? How dare you call Wolfram Li a coward? Still really ignorant. Yesterday, Li Wolfguard had hung the corpses of 2 5th-grade assassins in the square for public display. You a broken elite tournament. Double S gifted person Son Yen against strong you strong than 2-5 products? Not to mention you, a punk named Zheng Quan. Lemu is thankfully not on stage, or even the stage would have to be dried up for you with a stick. If you dare to yell these 2 words at Li Mu in the Jinyuan military area, it would have been torn alive by the soldiers of the military district. What the hell? And when Li Mu left the scene with his soldiers, the audience was still in shock for a long time. There are those who are worried. Yang Suiying and the others had been sitting in the audience at the back of Blackwater High School. The moment Li Mu rushed out on his horse just now, he rushed her far away and gave her a comforting look. Yang Suiying packed up her things with a sad face and pulled her sister outside, trying to figure out what's going on. Shocked people have it. Son Yen and a group of people from Golden Scale High School, they had just been shouting the word coward. But in the blink of an eye, Li Mu casually raised his arm and called out, and was actually able to easily order thousands of reserve fighters. You know, ROTC fighters are usually in school. That's a lot of people to be courting. Some of them even disdained the company of powerful martial artists like them who did not join the army. After all, Joining the reserves is the equivalent of going for a roll from a mountain of corpses. How bad can it be? The mental toughness, the real-world ability is superb. And regardless of the location, genuine army fighters who form groups, and when there is no leader present, the one with the highest rank is then automatically promoted to temporary commander. Everyone has to listen to him. It's military protocol. Li Mu shouted a word to gather, and the responders Jing followed. This shows that all the reserves are very aware that Li Mu's rank is above everyone else. That's why it's such a horrible execution. Who the hell is this Li Mu? There are those who are jealous. Li Xiaohao originally saw that Li Mu was defeated. He was secretly pleased to be called a coward. But I didn't expect Li Mu to shake things up. Became the leader of the Jin Yuan army reserves, and all the reserves looked up to him. The fearful are even more so. Naturally, it's Mrs. Ma. Upon seeing that Li Mu was able to easily order all the reservists, old Mrs. Ma knew that Li Mu wasn't just an empty rank. Rather, they have prestige in the military. It took these reserves to get to that point. Imagine if Li Mu was a drunkard. How could these reservists serve him so well? Her old fists were clenched white, her eyes filled with remorse and resignation. She repented her liver. If Li Mu was still her grandson now, what a sight she would have been. And more, naturally, the entire audience. At this time, in their eyes, the Golden Scale High School, which had just been crying out the word coward. It has become a joke. You guys are making a big deal out of an elite tournament. In order to force Li Mu to make a move, any underhanded trick was used, just for a first place in the race, calling people cowards. And when the air raid sirens went off, the Abyss went to war. You guys are instantly mute and sitting here dumbfounded. And the cowards you all talk about are crossing their swords into the Abyss, to face 1,000 monsters. Go and fight for the defense of the human race. In comparison, those who shouted vigorously in Golden Scale High School were clowns per capita. In the meantime, the Pearl Military Region has been in complete disarray. Not only the Pearl Military Region, but also the Red Moon Military Region next to it. The two major military regions, the Pearl and the Red Moon, were each in a semicircle around the Abyss entrance directly below the. Together, they put together a circular circle of defense. When Li Mu arrived, simply can't wait for the Abyssal elevator, turning directly into a flying eagle. He swooped down from the entrance of the Abyss. On the way down, he was then shocked by the sight in front of him and his scalp went numb. One could only see the endless monsters surrounding the outskirts of the military zone were making a frantic onslaught. Military districts are stratified from the inside out. The innermost circle coming down from the entrance to the Abyss is the means of transportation up and down the, including stops for blimps and stuff like that. There are also a lot of large fortresses, similar to a mall supermarket, with weapons, pills, and spiritual treasures. Everything is available here, such as food, daily necessities, and lodging. After all, the ones who came to the Abyss to kill the monsters were not only the Abyssal Suppression Army, but also a large number of social martial artists as well. The inner circle, outward, is the barracks, the major military bases, the plazas, the drill grounds, and so on. Further out in the circle is the teleportation area, which allows you to go directly to the wilderness through a portal. That's about as far as the average warrior will go in terms of activity, out on quests and such. And further out, there's another floor of buildings, the death row base. And besides the death row inmates, a number of fighters were also stationed. And further out from the death row base, there was a special teleportation array for death row bases. Beyond that, there is the final layer, also known as the walled city defense. The city wall defenses certainly couldn't hold back any monsters, and monsters could easily climb the walls. The walled defense line is primarily a landmark used to measure the outskirts of the military zone. When you see the walls, you know this is the edge. And times like today when monsters are attacking the city in super large numbers, the wall came into play, and it was only necessary to push out a line of defense to the outside with this wall as a boundary. At this time, the military district has already activated the United Star Defense Formation. It was a multi-point defense formation linked by multiple sets of formation flags. There's a boundary between the flags and the flags, and as long as the flags aren't destroyed, this boundary alone has superb defense, and the formation flag can be moved, as long as the team is sworn to guard the flag. This horrible bout today, Li Mu estimated that it would take at least hundreds of formation flags to encircle the entire defense circle of the two major military regions. Above the entrance to the Abyss, the evacuation of the masses had begun to radiate outward. Abyssal elevators and airships, transporting martial artists down like dumplings. Many social martial artists also joined the Guardian team and fought alongside the Jin Yuan army. The two major military regions are in disarray. Li Mu turned around and flew directly to the first base command of the Pearl military region, stormed the command post. However, he realized that Wang Longcheng was not in the command room. and even Lieutenant Zhang was not there. The person in charge of the command room was an instructor who had previously followed Wang Longcheng. This instructor is only in the 5th rank realm, and his rank isn't high, but it's a good thing he's been following the command, more familiar with command. And there was a group of old professors in the command room with anxious faces. If it wasn't for the death order from above not allowing them to move, they would have hated to give up their old bones. Instructor Lu, 1200 3rd grade reservists are outside Ho battle. Li Mu quickly walked over and exclaimed. When the instructor heard and then saw Li Mu, he immediately hammered the table. His thick eyebrows stretched for a moment, and said excitedly, "Yes, great. Instructor Lu, what's the situation? Where's the commander and commander?" Li Mu asked anxiously. The instructor pointed to 2 of the images. "We're activating scale space." "Scales? How many levels?" Li Mu asked in shock. 2 layers. Li Mu looked into the picture, and there were indeed 2 large masses of dark clouds floating in midair, with thunderclouds rolling in. The so-called scale space is a means of defense for humans in response to mega battles. Humans have a long history of fighting monsters. Spatial and formation martial artists played a decisive role. This Libra space and the United Star Defense Array are extremely representative of the crystallization of human intelligence. Libra space, simply put, is battlefield division. Once this technique is activated, the battlefield within a great range will be layered. All monsters above the Xian rank within range will be pulled into a separate stratum. Go and fight against all the martial artists above the Xian rank in the military region. Liang Huajun, Liao Feng, Wang Longcheng, and other military region Xian rank powerhouses. Even the director of the Institute Lu, who had come to visit, was the one who had been pulled into the metaphysical space. Director Lu said there were 2 layers. That's the monsters and Jin Yuan army warriors that are within range of the 5th to 9th grade. It was also pulled into a separate tier. Lieutenant Zhang and the others are presumably on this sublevel, and it was only under these 2 layers of dark clouds that the monsters were no higher than the 5th rank. Of course, now people or monsters who step into this area over the 5th or Xian class still get pulled into the scale stratification. This Libra space is mainly about dividing the battlefield, soldier to soldier, general to general. The main reason was to prevent powerful monsters from directly exterminating large swaths of martial artists with one big move. But this is a high martial world after all. To put it bluntly, it's still a fight for the highest combat power. Within the scale space, whichever side's top powerhouse killed off the other side first, the other side suffered. As long as the Xian rank stratified monsters were killed off, Wang Longcheng and the others need not be said to have all survived. Even if only one of them survived, killing these low-grade monsters would be like slaughtering ants, and vice versa. Why are these monsters suddenly attacking the military zone in force? This is a vacuum zone. Li Mu couldn't figure out why the monsters were attacking the city in force. The Mother Stone. They're coming for the Mother Stone. Prof. Tong said with certainty. Chapter 101, Run. My ass. Kill back. The Mother Stone is important to us, and even more important to the monsters. This time, it's a dozen powerful Xian rank monsters calling the shots at the same time. They just want to take the Mother Stone. Prof. Ho is also very positive. Lu instructed. Without opening the scale space, they can guard the Mother Stone, but the Genji monsters will slaughter our warriors. Commander Liang decisively chose to open the scale space, and before they went up there, the order is for us to defend the Mother Stone to the death. Once the low-grade monsters get their hands on it and rush into the military area to grab the Mother Stone, then it's useless even if they kill all the Xian rank monsters, and as long as we hold the Mother Stone. They said they'd put their best foot forward to kill all the Xian rank monsters and come down to support them. Instructor Lu was obviously a bit flustered as well. This Tarzan burden was on his shoulders alone, and he was truly terrified. Although Li Mu was in the reserves, he was now the highest rank in the military district. He was at least able to discuss it with Li Mu, which put him at ease. At this point, Professor, he sighed. Unfortunately, when the Mother Stone leaves the abyss, it begins to lose its activity and doesn't stay on the ground for long. Otherwise we can move to the floor first. Raimu didn't answer. It wouldn't make much sense. If the military district can't hold it, monsters will likewise chase the ground to grab the Mother Stone. The world will be even more chaotic then. Still, Li Mu said, Instructor Lu, there's no turning back. Command us well to fight a hard battle. In fact, there was one final retreat that Lemuel didn't talk about. True to the last step, he could try to pack the Mother Stone one more time and turn it into a flying bird to carry it out. Of course, the flying monsters that roamed the sky must have been madly pounding themselves. There's not much of a fight in the air in his own bird form yet. Changing around to fight, there is a very high probability that the Mother Stone will not be preserved. And one can't fall into the endless swarm of monsters below. That's also a 9 deaths. Instructor Lu nodded heavily. I've already sent a message for help to Lin Yuan and Blood Pond City. The earliest they can get here is 2 hours. The regional channels are all set up as well, and the social martial artists can connect through them as well. But we're starting to lose ground in the war. Director Lu spoke in a very heavy tone at the end. That's why he panicked. A battle so big that he, who had only seen pigs run, had never eaten pork. It's straightforward to taste which spices are in this roast. It's too hard. The battle now seemed to him to be full of holes, and his head buzzed with anxiety. Raimu nodded. Don't panic. I believe you. I'll leave this place to you, and I'll keep in touch with you. When Li Mu finished speaking, he didn't stop for a moment and transformed into a flying bird before the person even stepped out of the door. Swish through the window, in midair and hula into a flying eagle. Wings spread, straight into the sky. Fly towards the fence at the edge of the military zone. By this time the reservists had long been on the fence. They didn't dare to move without military orders, in case the support was in the wrong place. But instead they helped. As Li Mu flew in the air, he saw flying monsters hovering in the sky not far away. Though none of the grades were high, 2 or 3 at most. To rush over is to be killed in seconds. But every now and then the swooping array of big flags is annoying. The walls were so wide that horses could be run, and it wasn't crowded with over 1,000 people standing on them. Lemuel hovered in the air in a large circle. After getting a general idea of the situation, he directly contacted Director Lu inside the command center. Instructor Lu, the situation at the scene is now chaotic. I'll split the reserves into 400 men each way. I, Lu Chunfeng, and Zhang Jiwei are the captains of the 3 teams respectively. We'll just keep an eye on the flags, and we'll be responsible for picking up teams with unfavorable flag defenses. Instructor Lu's eyes instantly lit up. Good. 2 good words in a row. Li Mu instantly grounded him with one sentence. Just now he had been in a state of anxiety. The social martial artists are great variables. Countless social martial artists flood the channel. Confused and noisy asked him where he was going for support. It took him a lot of effort just to divide these social martial artists into batches and regions to support them. There will also be a presence in the Motherstone area. It is also important to keep a running tally of the living forces and to watch where the battlefield changes and how to use them. That alone made his head spin, let alone use any tactical layout. But Li Mu's 2 short sentences. But it's a one-liner. Li Mu conveyed a key message that the formation flag was more important than anything else. Why is the war being lost? It's because the flags keep backing up, and it's likely that one of the flag escorts is taking casualties. The battle force plummeted and had to retreat. If 2 of the flags disconnect because they are too far apart, then the consequences are unimaginable. Li Mu directly split 3 rapid reaction units to address the ending of this issue. Naturally, it was a great relief to lose guidance. Li Mu immediately landed in front of the reserves and loudly ordered the reserves to split into 3 teams. Each team had around 400 people, led by him and Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng each. Li Mu is team number 1, Zhang Jiwei number 2 and Lu Chunfeng number 3. The team had just split up and came to life, requesting team 3 to support Southwest, flag 17 in support. Roger that, Lu Chunfeng shouted in excitement. Having never seen such a big battle, he in turn looked more and more excited. Leaping down from a dozen meters above the city wall, smashing into the ground like a cannonball. Smash out a big crater. Running towards the 17th formation flag flew. The 3rd team behind him did not show any weakness, and one by one, they rolled over and leaped off the walls. The Jin Yuan Army Reserves, basically, did not have a 2nd grade, but at least an early 3rd grade. One by one, under the influence of Lu Chunfeng's dragon essence, wailing, the escorts of the 17th formation flag, were 200 or so Jin Yuan army warriors. A quarter of them were wounded at this point. The remaining 100 or so people protected their teammates while fighting to the death. But still, they were being killed by the monsters. They were facing a very fierce long-armed monster. Facing the long arms and sharp claws of these monsters, no tactics would work well. One must gather around the formation flag and use defensive feats to fight hard. And these monsters seemed to know the importance of the formation flag, frantically attacking the person holding the formation flag. It's almost as if whoever takes the formation flag will be injured as a result of the monsters quickly breaking out and laying down their lives to attack. At this moment, a warrior had just received the formation flag when he was hit hard in the back by the monster. The formation flag was dangerously close to being dislodged, but right in the path of the crowd's retreat, a 2-meter-tall strong man stormed in. A head-on punch, directly into the chest of the monster that rushed into the defense circle. The fierce force instantly dented the monster's chest. The monster flew backwards out of the defense circle and was seriously injured if not dead. Lu Chunfeng bellowed as he took over the formation flag. Hang on. Support is here. These retreating warriors looked in the direction Lu Chunfeng was charging from. The spirit was lifted. Hundreds of men shouted and rushed up. Although they were all wearing school uniforms and were obviously reservists, they were very aggressive. Not in the least a veteran. Lu Chunfeng directly inserted the formation flag into the clothes on his back. Take off your top and tie it around yourself and strangle it. Head on into a couple of monsters that were charging. The green light was dazzling, and these few monsters' claws were like sweeping on top of steel as they screamed and retreated. Lu Chunfeng hadn't taken a step back since he tied the battle flag to his body, allowing the monster to attack. He was like a mainstay, firmly fixed in place. By this time the large force had arrived. The guns and swords were raised together, and the killing aura began to slowly push back. On the other side, the 29th Formation Flag Escort likewise began to lose ground. The speed at which the banner backed up was almost equivalent to being chased by the monster. Just as the formation flags were retreating or on the verge of losing connection with the flags on both sides, 400 reservists in school uniforms urged their horses to arrive. The leading one even reined in his horse and took to the air, erupting in the air with 10,000 feet of golden light. As bright as the blazing sun. Surprisingly, it caught the monster's eye for a moment. Immediately after that, there was a huge golden lance falling from the sky. Straight through into the group of monsters running after the escort. Wherever the golden light passed, blood mist roared up. The last vestiges of fear in the reserve fighters behind them were pierced by the shot. Morale was at an instant peak. Zhang Jiwei landed on the ground and didn't bother to pick up the formation flag, but instead coldly shouted 3 words, "Kill back." Then, clad in golden light, he met the monsters head-on and killed them directly, and behind him the reserves arrived, following close behind Zhang Jiwei. Like the blade of a sharp sword, it directly plowed a bloody path through the monster in front of it. Chapter 102, The Three Sons Settle the Score. Li Mu led the number 1 team and soon supported a formation flag escort as well. Lu Guidance at this time also felt the critical role of these 3 reserves, not to mention that this reserve is raw power. Just about every team had nearly twice as many people as each of the flag escorts. As long as the support was there, it was bound to be overwhelming to push the monsters back. Lu Guidance is also very smart. Did not let the reserve battle group support after that stay there to guard the formation flag. Rather, it was after the reserve battle group supported the flag guards, utilizing the time gained. Mobilize social martial artists or the living forces behind them to replenish the formation flag guards. Then draw out those 3 reserve battle groups again. Let them continue to be a quick reaction force to go around and save the day. You simply can't find a better quick reaction force than these 3 battle groups at one time. The group of uniformed boys wailed in high spirits. Like a zombie. Like a father and son competing with someone else to move bricks. At the critical moment Dad flashed his back, then tapped his shoulder and told his son, "Son, I'm counting on you to win today for both of us. What else is there to say?" The son absolutely exploded in a small universe on the spot and yelled, "Pie kidneys." At this point in time, the preppers have this feeling of carrying the load for the adults. On weekdays in the barracks, they were always tapped on the shoulder. "Young man, work hard and wait for you to grow up." And now, they are the best looking boys on this battlefield. Raimu backed up the guard 3 times in a row. Hundreds of enemies were killed and victory points came to over 7,000. Li Mu took the time to start adding points. The first thing to add is the art of divine warfare. It took over 1,000 points to raise the divine warrior technique to 3,870 pounds, plus the 200 pounds or so of the stick itself, 4,090 pounds, 2 tons. Then Li Mu was spending 2,800 points, tapped the skill tree of the Yansutsuki method 5 times in a row. The range of the anamnesis is extended to a 10-meter radius. The strength of the Yansutsuka knot is 70% of the strength of the Copperhead's iron arm. Enhanced true chi strength of allies within the embodied technique is increased to 15%. Within the Ansatsuki method, slowly recovering blood and true chi, the range of the ansats was extended to a 30-meter radius. The further down this skill tree you go, the more points it costs. And on the last phrase, Li Mu spent a full 100 points. A full half hour had passed since the start of the battle. Monster corpses littered the battlefield. The casualties among the warriors also began to increase, and their physical strength, true chi, and willpower all began to decrease drastically. Even if the 3 reserve battle groups supported a dozen formation flag escorts, but the entire defense circle of the 2 major military regions had more than 100 flags. At this time, it didn't matter if it was the Pearl military region or the Red Moon military region. Both had begun to shrink within the full battle circle. Once they had shrunk to the outer ring of walls and were unable to retreat, the consequences would be extremely disastrous. There are very few escorts that survive. The casualties will be astronomical. No way. It's still backing up, Director Liu said worriedly in a separate channel with Li Mu. Li Mu gritted his teeth. He looked up at the 2 layers of dark clouds in the sky. Were Liang Huojun and the others up there playing mahjong with Xian rank monsters? It's mahjong. This round should be over. It's a good thing that Li Mu added a bit of Ansatsuka to deal with this moment. You lead. Li Mu yanked over a warrior who had been following him on the front line of the charge. Me? This warrior was having a good time killing, and when he heard Li Mu ask him to lead the team, he was confused. Mu nodded. The long stick is then swung violently on the ground, drawing an anagram, and then withdrawn from the standing circle. In the guise of a flying eagle, he rushed directly across the street in the direction of the Red Moon military region. The 3 reserve battle groups have been supporting the Pearl military region side. They didn't bother with the Red Moon military region side. The Red Moon military region had more people than the Pearl military region, but it had held out until now and had begun to lose. Flying Eagle Change not only flies fast, but also has unusually sharp eyes. Li Mu was overlooking the battlefield from a high altitude, and he could see it even more clearly than Instructor Lu did from the command center. It's like looking at a nearly circular polygon. Whichever corner starts to dent inward is the flag that is going to fail to hold. Li Mu then dives in headfirst. The Red Moon Military Region Command, at this time, was also a substitute commander in command of the battlefield. They didn't have a clear-thinking and powerful upper wolf guard like Li Mu to coordinate the battle. The reservist is used as a social martial artist, and is exhausted from fighting fires everywhere. As the battle became more and more routed, this commander's head was already covered in cold sweat. Commander! 71st Formation Flag Escort can't hold out much longer. Commander! Flag 92 Emergency, requesting retreat. Flag 59 has suffered heavy casualties and is about to retreat to the outer city wall. This commanding officer, listening to a catatonic report of an emergency. The whole thing had fallen into a state of chaos. The screen was given to the 59th Flag Guard. Only 156 of the 200 or so men were left at this time, and almost all of them were wounded. It's all about holding on with your last breath. This commander was shouting over the channel frequently for someone to back up this position. Nah, there's simply no one around anymore. This instructor even propped his hand on the command deck in a somewhat disheveled manner. He's very clear. The next fate of this escort was to be pushed to the city wall, unable to retreat. Then it was totaled by monsters and the flags were destroyed. This opens a huge gap, and the monsters pour wildly into the military zone. Pass the word. Everyone withdraw and prepare for an alley fight. Commander, look! Before the conductor could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by an excited shout. The conductor looked over and saw the main screen descending from the sky with a man. When he was in mid-air, he violently drew a huge golden circle towards the ground with his stick. It covered the escort that was losing the battle. The escorts didn't know what it was at first and all withdrew past the golden circle. Instead, they found that those monsters were actually completely blocked by the golden circle edge boundary. And it's amazing that none of the people who drew the circle landed on the ground. Shouted after the drawing. Mini Fortress. It then transformed directly into a giant flying eagle and flew away again. The fighters within the Ansatsuki method were instantly stunned by the scene before them. The monsters frantically impacted this edge boundary, but could not get inside the circle. And being in the circle, they felt that their chi and blood and true chi were actually starting to slowly recover. Only the circle wasn't big enough to fit everyone. It barely fit half of them. The captain quickly understood the 4 words that Li Mu shouted. To put it succinctly, it's a small fortress. He immediately shouted, "Those who are injured, withdraw behind the golden circle and defend yourself accordingly." At the same time, he very cleverly inserted the formation flag to the very front of this circle. In this way, the monster was stopped right in front of the formation flag. The significantly reduces the area that can be attacked to the circle boundary. Instead they can attack the monster. God knows how many attacks this Li Mu thing can withstand and how long it can last. They have no choice now. Inside Red Moon Command, the conductor realized that Li Mu had flown directly to the 72nd and 91st flags that had just sued for retreat. As it is, swooping down, pausing in midair to transform, drawing down a huge golden circle of shout-out mini fortress. Then it directly turned back into a flying eagle again and flew directly to the next stronghold of the formation flag. 5 short minutes. Li Mu had already flown 12 formation flag strongholds and drawn 12 circles. Moreover, as long as the cooldown of the split technique was up, Li Mu would still leave behind 2 more splits to help kill the monsters. It's that upper wolf guard from the Pearl military region. It's that Li Mu guy. Some people had already recognized Li Mu and shouted excitedly. The conductor was also looking dumbfounded. Li Mu merely left behind his doppelganger and rushed into the monster group like nobody's business. That stick in your hand is like a windshield wiper. A sweeping piece. The 4th grade monster's body is dented. The 3rd grade monster folded on the spot. Those who fought alongside Li Mu's doppelganger's escort all looked dumbfounded. Unfortunately, Li Mu's detachment could only last for a minute. If it would have lasted 10 or 8 minutes, one of Li Mu's doppelgangers was worth 20 people. Maybe even more. And even more staggering, as long as it's Li Mu drawing a golden circle, this escort guarded accordingly, and then it was stuck there as hard as a nail, not retreating a step further. The duration of the anamnesis is 15 minutes though, but there is a limit to how many attacks you can take. Li Mu's third 91st formation flag stronghold where he drew the Ansatsuki method was not as smart as the first captain. A large number of monsters frantically attacked the Ansat's boundary, and the boundary shattered in response after 4 minutes. And just then, the dark clouds in the sky erupted with a loud bang and suddenly blasted apart. Countless corpses fell from the sky. The battle for the upper levels is already showing results. Seeing this scene, Li Mu didn't hesitate for half a second. Spread your wings and fly to the Mother Lode Repository in the Pearl Military District. Chapter 103 Victory Without Cheers. Li Mu's idea was simple. If the human race fails, then he takes the Mother Lode and just throws it as far away as he can, to lure the monsters away. If you stay with it, you'll have a chance sooner or later. However, when he flew over the Pearl Military Region, Li Mu quickly stopped. The ones falling from the sky were basically all huge Xian rank monster corpses, and the low-grade monsters faded away like a tidal wave in a frenzy. The Abyssal monsters were defeated. Lemu flew in front of the command post, only to see Liang Huanjuan and the others were returning from the direction of the battlefield. Liang Huanjuan had a huge wound on his forehead that was deep enough to see the bone. If you didn't look closely, you might even think it was his head that was cracked open. Liang Huanjuan personally carried Wang Longcheng, who had already fainted. Behind him were 7 other Xian-ranked martial artists such as Director Liao Fenglu. Lieutenant Zhang and the others also ran from all directions in the distance. Some were carrying wounded on their backs as well. Basically everyone is carrying injuries. Li Mu quickly greeted him. Fire Eye's golden eyes were activated and could still see the flow of true qi on Wang Longcheng's body, indicating that Wang Longcheng was still alive. Just wounded. Lieutenant Zhang's own shoulders and thighs were also bloody. However, he caught up with Liang Huojun first and took Wang Longcheng from his back. The first time to check Wang Longcheng's injury. Commander, I am ashamed of the cultivation of the military region. Instructor Lu came forward with tears in his old eyes and a guilty look on his face. Liang Huanjuan took a look at Instructor Lu's performance. Just know that this casualty is definitely not small. He raised his hand to interrupt Instructor Lu. No time for bull ********. Pass the word around. All those who can move. Turn over the wounded on the battlefield for me. Live and let live. No warrior will be allowed to be left in a sea of corpses and blood. Contact the Ministry of Health on the ground and urgently mobilize all the medics to come down here and do everything they can. Liang Huanjuan gave orders methodically. All of them led the order to go down and carry it out. After resting for a while and recovering some of his true qi, Li Mu also joined the team looking for the injured. Li Mu transformed into a flying eagle to patrol the sky and swept with his fiery eyes. However, any living thing with a flow of true qi could not escape Li Mu's eyes, but Li Mu flew all the way there. Can't help but feel sad. In the old days, Li Mu lived in a peaceful country. I've only heard people talk about how brutal war is, but I've never experienced it firsthand. And now, he experienced it. Humanity triumphs. And yet there were no cheers. Gusts of agonizing cries came from the mountain of corpses and blood. Along with the smell of blood, it filled the 4 fields. The monster corpses stretched for miles and piled up. Very few intact corpses, mutilated and disfigured. It's like hell. Just rescuing the casualty fighters. Li Mu had been busy for more than 3 whole hours. Military support from Lin Yuan City and Blood Pond City arrived one after another. Started helping Pearl and the Red Moon Military District with post-war work. And the fighters in this battle were ordered to heal their wounds if they should, and go to rest if they were not injured. After all, everyone has worked hard. Li Mu and the others also received orders from above to leave the abyss first. Go back to the ground and rest. Staying underneath is also messy. The post-war work, at least, should be dealt with for a day or two. The first thing to do is to count the casualties. Make every effort to treat the wounded. Bury the dead and provide compassion to the military families. This is followed by disposing of monster corpses and resetting and reinforcing defense-based means of warfare. For example, scale space, United Star Defense Array, etc. So that the monsters would not make a comeback. It's only at the end that the combat footage is tallied and rewarded. Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, together, they took the elevator back to the floor. It was all heavy-hearted as they watched a team of medics board the blimp and transfer to the abyss. The 3 of them got into Zhang Jiwei's car together. Sitting directly in the car, he launched himself. The atmosphere was silent for a good 10 minutes. Lu Chunfeng spoke directly. Going home? Zhang Jiwei started the car. I'll arrange a place to wash my body before going home. Li Mu looked at the trio covered in blood and nodded in agreement. Zhang Jiwei drove. Li Mu called his mom to report peace. The system was then tapped. Current victory point, 12850. Li Mu had already added a bunch. And there were actually more than 12,000. But there were so many things that Li Mu needed to improve now. 12,000 or so. Li Mu didn't really think it was much. Begin to dish it out. Right now the Divine Warrior Technique was another addition to the limit of one's cultivation tolerance. No matter if it's a military rank and file, or the higher Divine Warrior Technique and Celestial Immortal Technique, both need to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. So Li Mu has targeted 3 areas. Listen with your ears. Alchemy. Blessedness. The first is to attach your ear and listen. However, when Li Mu wanted to directly use 500 victory points for attachment listening, instead, they were prompted to only start with 175 points. Li Mu had to use 3175. 175 victory points consumed. Enhancement of listening with ears succeeded. Attachment of the ear to listen to, the divine weapon will be hidden in the ear hole of the Sumeru. All the time enlightenment cultivation. The speed is 500% of the normal cultivation speed. Li Mu froze. Could it be that 5 times the cultivation speed was the upper limit? However, he once again uses 100 victory points towards the attached ear. It can continue to be strengthened, but the speed of cultivation stopped increasing. 100 victory points consumed. Enhancement of listening with ears succeeded. Attachment of the ear to listen to, the divine weapon will be hidden in the ear hole of the Sumeru. All the time enlightenment cultivation. Speed is 500% of normal cultivation speed. Can hear bad winds from enemy attacks, mindlessly and without cooldown. Instantly sends out your current strongest defense feat with an effectiveness of 10%. Ma. Li Mu's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Ilua no consciousness no cooldown plus instantaneous Li Mu's strongest defense technique right now is the Dragon's Breath Absolute Sound. That is, from now on, even if someone was sneaking up behind him, Li Mu didn't even see it. Then Ear Attunement will also anticipate its attack and automatically instantly send out a Dragon's Breath shield. And if there was a tentacle monster attacking itself from multiple directions, that would generate countless Dragon Jin Jinxes to fend off. 10% effectiveness. That means this autocast has 10% of the original version's shield defense and blast power. Though now weak and not always able to block attacks, but the value doesn't matter. As long as there are victory points sooner or later you can move up. The key is form. Skill patterns are good enough that the values are just a matter of time. Li Mu secretly praised the power. Look at the 8,675 points left in the victory point. He hated it all plus attaching his ear to it. But cultivation is important now too. So Li Mu opened alchemy. Spent 100 points to unlock 3 elixirs. Lower grade Qi Gathering Pill, 100 points. Upper grade Qi Gathering Pill, 300 points. Earth Vein Spiritual Flower Pill 600 points. Unlocking lower grade Aura Gathering Pill is because it is a prerequisite skill. You can't order top quality without lighting it up. But Li Mu didn't think it was a waste. Because of the lower products, he always felt that he could use them sooner or later. The top grade Qi Gathering Pill, as the name suggests, gathered Qi into the body and directly accelerated cultivation. And this Earth Vein Spiritual Flower Pill was 1 level higher than this top grade Qi Gathering Pill. Its function is to make the aura solidify and strengthen the meridians. If the Qi Gathering Pill was to increase the height of cultivation, this Earth Vein Spiritual Flower Pill was to increase the depth and breadth, belonging to the tamping down the foundation one. It just so happens that no matter whether it's from the cultivation of attaching the ear to the ear, or from the cultivation of the aura from the Qi Gathering Pills, there's a refining process for all of them. At this time, an Earth Vein Spiritual Flowering Pill came to refine the voiding aura in an instant. It's a perfect match. 675 victory points remain. Li Mu opened the Blessing Technique. Bokudenjutsu can be a lot more costly than alchemy. Li Mu only ordered 4 enhancements. It cost 500 points alone. But the effect is also extremely dramatic. Using spiritual spring water to make pills can increase the effectiveness of the pills by 10%. Acquisition of an adaptive flow infinite loop of the Spirit Springs River. Fountain range expanded to 200 acres. Fortuna's fertility increased to 1 day and 2 years. 1 day and 2 years. As the name suggests, planting a plant for 1 day is equivalent to 2 years of growth. Earlier, Li Mu roughly calculated that the blessed fields plus the Spirit Spring irrigation added together, it's also only the equivalent of a day a year. And with adaptive flow rivers, Lemuel wouldn't need to dig puddles to store water. Much less do you need to consider whether the water coming out of the Spirit Spring's eyes is drought or flood. When you need to irrigate, just divert water directly from the river. Now the fertility of the blessed fields coupled with the irrigation of the spiritual springs. How can we get to the point where 1 day equals 2.5 years? Now the cultivation piece can come to an end. The next step would be to buy seeds in bulk, plant a large field, wait for the harvest, and make pills. There are 175 victory points left. Li Mu locked his gaze onto a new divine ability. Chapter 104, The Mechanical Song Chua. With the existing divine abilities, Li Mu had nothing that needed to be sharply upgraded. But he saw an interesting avatar. A little bit of Skyway. It takes 500 points to light up. It wasn't cheap, but Li Mu also chose to order it. Consumed 500 victory points and has learned a little heavenly might. A point of heavenly power. Ordering a point of heavenly power to descend and weigh down an area. Power is 10 times the current weight of the Divine Warrior Technique. Cooldown time 2 minutes. The current weight of the Divine Art of War is 3,870 pounds. 10x. Also known as 38,700 pounds. 19,35 tons. Even in the high martial world, this weight was not something a 6th or 7th grade martial artist could easily resist, was it? At this point there are 3,675 victory points left. Li Mu once again inspected his divine abilities. It seemed like this, Fire Eyes, hadn't been strengthened for a long time. That being said though, this Fire Eye has no offensive ability. However, it was a divine ability that Li Mu used very often. Li Mu immediately flipped down the skill tree. Gritting his teeth, he spent 400 points. Ordered 6 enhancements. Common use, the amount of true chi consumed by Fire Eyes is halved. Small plan, see through enemy attacks and counterattack at this point. Increasing true chi strength by 30%. Thin miasma, see through all illusions. Casting miasma, can be acquired and unleashed in a stronger form for illusions that have been seen through. Mingcha, with eyes open, you can see into the smallest detail. And with eyes closed, you can see all around you. The universal laws, when one observes others in battle, one recognizes all the strengths and blends them into one's own strengths. Have to say, it also has to be a great saintly means of becoming famous. Each enhancement actually has its own little name. High-end atmosphere and very affordable at the same time. Except for Mincha and Manifestation, which cost more, a total of 200 points. But this is really affordable compared to the Photo Matrix. Li Mu couldn't wait to unleash his Fire Eyes. I realized that everything in front of me had become unusually clear. With extreme eyes, able to see through the rear window glass of the car in front of them. See the 22 flakes of dandruff on the co-pilot's shoulder. And when Li Mu closed his eyes, his perspective instantly became full view. Front and back, left and right. 20 meters in a circle, 360 degrees all round without dead angle, and that view is not from above, and it's more like a direct projection of everything in range to the brain. The core position is still your own, but nothing around him escaped him. It's more like a perception. There's still 1275 left. Li Mu intended to keep it for the Divine Warrior Technique for the time being. As one's cultivation level increases, the Divine Warrior Technique uses the most scattered victory points. Not much longer. Zhang Jiwei had already brought the two of them to a hotel under the Zhang group. Washed up, all changed their clothes. Li Mu was not polite and said that he needed a large batch of herb seeds. Zhang Jiwei was wondering what he needed the seeds for. It's not enough to give Li Mu the herbs directly yourself. As a result, once he heard the amount of herbs Li Mu wanted, he simply gave up. It can't be said that there aren't any of these herbs that Li Mu wants, but many of them are decades-old herbs. It takes decades to mature. You know that when you make medicine on the market nowadays, 3 to 5-year-old herbs are considered to be potent. 10-year-old herbs are already priced out of the market. Herbaceous plants that are decades old. Unless it's one of those big cities that started developing their herbal industry decades ago. Or some of the herb families and powers behind the bottom. In a place like Iron Hand City, it was very rare to find the seeds of these herbs. Zhang's group didn't even consider doing business in this kind of herbal medicine. Just kidding. Sow seeds now and start making a profit in a few decades? But they do sell seeds of such herbs. There are some herbal families and strengths or organizations that have secret recipes for accelerating the growth of seeds. These seeds can be sold to those people. Followed Zhang Jiwei around their drug company. Li Mu had collected all the seeds he wanted. This batch of seeds, if it grows, the body solidifying pill, qi gathering pill, and Linghua pill were harvested at least 10 or more each. Of course, this batch of seeds alone is worth more than $2 million. Zhang Jiwei, however, made it clear that he would not allow Li Mu to give money. Li Mu was too lazy to be pretentious. Anything Zhang Jiwei owed him had long been unspoken of. In the meantime, Golden Scale Collegiate Student Council. Almost all of the students who participated in the District 4 Classic. There were also many students whose strength was higher than the 3rd grade and who had a reputation in the school all present. There were 50 or 60 people, and the atmosphere was somewhat subdued at the moment. Song Yan sat in the first place with a bland expression. The face as cold as snow was expressionless. Song Chuhua, have you thought this through? A student asked impatiently. Song Chua sat down at the table and clasped his hands together against his chin. Coming back from his contemplation, a gentle shake of the head. I am opposed to the continued challenge to Blackwater High School. The reason for the interruption of the game was an air raid siren. We've got 7 of the top 10 and Capital has been watching us for a long time. We've accomplished most of what we set out to do. 3 consortiums have already thrown their weight behind us. And that's the signal. That's why I think it's for the best that this is over. Song Chua finished and looked around. This collective domination plan of Golden Scale colleges was fully planned by him. To get more benefits for their school, he ran around, contacted school leaders, lobbied the student government's resource people, and mobilized students for this program. It's all his handiwork. Once the plan succeeds, the entire Golden Scale High School will be on the list, and it's bound to be a sensation. It will cause a collective pursuit of capital and establish the Golden Scale College as the top college in the city in one fell swoop. It is also very convenient for students to enter university in the future. However, Song Chua could see clearly that this one was not perfect, but it ended here. Obviously, Song Chua's attitude made the students unhappy. Song Chua, aren't you a bit too easily satisfied? The organizers of the Iron Hand City Elite Tournament came to us personally and asked us to continue the challenge. How many more resources can you pull in if you offend them? Someone asked back in a cold voice. Song Chua frowned. The organizers want buzz and traffic. For their own benefit, we have to challenge Blackwater if we don't think of ourselves. It will be us who pay for the consequences. The organizers won't help us when the time comes, and we'll be lucky if we don't step on them hard. A few sneers came from the crowd. Unconscionable. Song Chua, you're a bit too long on others, aren't you? The one who spoke was none other than Zheng Quan, who had challenged Li Mu in the ring. Zheng Quan said, it's obvious that Li Mu just knows that his strength won't keep him in third place, so just in time to run away on an air raid siren. How dare you say that we are out of our depth? That means we are not as strong as him? Zheng Quan is the most supportive of continuing to challenge Blackwater High, and he must be allowed to come. Song Chua's plan, though, is to have the big picture as the end result, but the personal benefits of just sitting in the top 5 are also extremely scary, and he happened to be the one who was going to challenge Li Mu at that time. Once the challenge is successful, he is the top 3 in town. There was no one more honorable than him to challenge Li Mu. Now Song Chua is against this proposal. This is blocking his way of wealth. Song Chua Dao. I mean, it's more advantageous for us not to continue the challenge, because everyone knows that Li Mu and Lu Chenfeng didn't do anything. I don't know the depth of their strength. There will also be speculation that they are avoiding the war, which is a good thing. It basically amounts to them losing, and that doesn't hurt us much. But if we go on with the challenge, in case we lose a game, then the result is not as good as it is now. Song Chua's tone had become somewhat anxious. He hated to break up his words and crumple them up and feed them to these people. There was one more thing he didn't dare say. That was Li Mu's merit value, which was definitely higher than they had imagined. Maybe it's an officer. Otherwise he couldn't have had such a strong rallying cry to make all the reserve fighters look up to him. It was only that he was afraid that if he said it, he would be drowned in the saliva of these people. Going to challenge an officer is definitely a death wish. Humph. All I know is if the challenge doesn't continue, people will just think our school is afraid of someone else. Blackwater Collegiate has a solid top 10 without doing. People are waking up laughing in their dreams. I can't accept this kind of pro-people thing, Zheng Quan said in a cold voice. Song Chua frowned greatly. Haters? My purpose in proposing this plan is to fight for the collective good. All the other schools are just being counted out of our program. To be more serious, the champions of the other 2 districts were victims of being squeezed out by a sea of people. Where are the enemies? But he also saw very clearly that this Zheng Quan had been overwhelmed by personal interests. All he could think about was that top 3 spot in the city, and how much more he said. No amount of reasoning is going to help. That's why Song Chua no longer bothered with him, but instead looked at Song Yan. Goddess Song, say something. He's very clear. Although he was a planner, he was not as strong as them, and these people looked down on him. When lobbying the students to participate in the program, he also convinced Song Yan first. It was Song Yan's rallying cry that got him this far. That's why he wanted Song Yan to come forward and speak. Song Yan, however, seemed like she didn't even care about what the 2 parties said. Instead, he stared in one direction, clearing his head and talking to himself. What would be the strength of a reserve officer? It should be interesting. Chapter 105, let's make them happy. Hearing Song Yan's words, Song Chua's face changed. Song Yan's meaning was already obvious. She's interested in Li Mu. Highly lonely. Song Yan's strength grew extremely fast. Abyss topped the first race with half a point ahead of second place and was absolutely strong. She hadn't participated in many sparring matches to improve her strength. There is no enemy, so she should have also seen that Li Mu was not simple. But the more this happened, the more she wanted to feel out Li Mu's strength and wanted to fight him. Students around them also chimed in at once. Yes, with Goddess Song sitting in the town, Song Chua, you're a bit too wishy-washy. Zheng Quan was also afraid that Song Yan would personally step in and steal his chance to perform. Then he took the initiative to say, ah yes, don't worry Goddess Song. I'll go and scout Li Mu's path for you first. Let's see if he's a looker or not. Many of the students also began to raise their hands in agreement. There were actually some others who felt that Song Chua felt justified, but the jig was up, and they all kept their mouths shut. Song Chua smiled to himself and secretly lowered his head and lightly shook it twice. It's night. Li Mu returned to the military district. First, I went to Wan Longcheng's house. I don't think Baektiwei is at home. At this time, Wan Longcheng had long woken up, and he was sitting in his pajamas in the living room drinking tea. There were also a couple of military intelligence insiders on the table. Wang Longcheng had a cloud of worry hanging over his brow. It was only when he saw Lieutenant Zhang walk in with Li Mu that a small smile appeared on his face. Slowly, he raised his hand and beckoned at Li Mu, signaling him to sit beside him. Uncle Wang, feeling better? Li Mu asked as he sat across from him. Aha! Wang Longcheng nodded. He then appreciated. Your performance in this battle has caused the Red Moon military region to personally come over to give credit, and the reserve warrior's performance this time around, which arguably played a key role, this time on merit. Your rank is definitely enough for a Xiaohuo. In normal terms, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say you're the fastest rank promoter in history. Only your cultivation. You must raise it as soon as possible. Otherwise it is inevitable that there will also be a delay in settlement. Raimu nodded in understanding, but was not complacent. Wang Longcheng then got up and said, Come on, take a stroll outside with me. Yes. Wang Longcheng led Li Mu out the door, with Lieutenant Zhang following far behind him at a distance of 3 or 4 meters. The purpose of this monster attack is most likely the Mother Stone. Whether it is the natural attraction of the Mother Stone to there, or are they afraid we'll get stronger once we get the Mother Stone? That's good news for all of us. It also just goes to show the importance of the Mother Stone. But the cost of our victory this time can be extremely painful. We lost a total of 698 men from our 2 military districts in this battle. There are 71 of them above the 5th grade. It's adding to our already stretched war chest. Li Mu listened quietly, knowing that all of this was confidential. Wan Longcheng usually had no one to talk to and needed someone to confide in. But hearing that the army was understaffed, Li Mu asked the question that had been puzzling him. Our former military school in Iron Hand City, why did it fall? And it was never built again. Wan Longcheng smiled with satisfaction. It's a relief that you're thinking about it. It's actually kind of a secret, and it's okay to tell you about it after all this time. About 10 years ago, there was a military school in Iron Hand, but the principal of that school, having come to high office, joined the Paradise Society. When the matter was later exposed, that principal had been in the Paradise Society for several years. Too many resources were betrayed backstabbing by him at the time, and all the elites from all walks of life who came out of that military academy were checked. The people who once gathered under his wing were transferred to various places and the school was eradicated. Raimu nodded his head in understanding. Military schools were universities, and Iron Hand City didn't have a military school, but Lin Yuan City and Blood Pond City did. So in the Pearl Military District, Li Mu hadn't really seen a few college reserves. Since he graduated from high school and did not intend to enter the Jinyuan Army, he enrolled in a social and vocational college. And those who plan to enter the Jinyuan Army will be admitted to the military schools in Lin Yuan City and Blood Pond City. Those who really couldn't pass the exams dropped out of school and went straight into the Jinyuan Army. Some of those students who went to the military academy were then transferred back to Iron Hands after joining the army. But this still couldn't solve the problem of the Iron Hands Town Abyss Army's lack of combat power. After all, it still can't catch up with the ease of mobilizing a military school in your own military district. You know that a military academy, in one session, can produce the living forces of half a military region, even if you graduate in the future and get parted out. But you're still deployed under the local military district when you go to school. Then why wasn't it built again for 10 years after that? Raimu asked again. Wan Longcheng took a deep breath and straightened his back. Military schools, generally, are under the direct authority of the deputy commander of the local military district. I mentioned it to Zhang Cheng before, but he didn't dare to do it, because he was afraid that he would be mistaken by the top for a remnant of that former principal's forces. He's afraid to check. He's not clean enough under his ass to be investigated. But right now, I'm the vice commander, so this is something I'm going to do. I, Wan Longcheng, walk the talk and sit upright. I'm not afraid of investigation. Raimu smiled. Involving the Paradise Society Party, that Wan Longcheng was indeed the leader in the entire Iron Hand City who was not afraid to investigate. He's got a deadly grudge against the Paradise Society. As the two chatted, a figure suddenly trotted over not far away. It's none other than Wang Yinhuan. She clutched a jacket in her hand and drifted in with a fragrant breeze. Dad, put on a shirt. Ha ha, well. Wang Longcheng immediately smiled broadly. From a chesty deputy commander of a military region that turned into a middle-aged dad, Raimo raised an eyebrow at her. Compare the gourd with his hand at his waist. Wang Inhuan instantly reddened to the point of smoking, lowered her head and pursed her lips, and took Wang Longcheng's arm. Wang Longcheng was rarely in a much more comfortable mood. Then he led the two men around the garden. The next day, Li Mu woke up from his sleep and stretched. Looking at the time, it was already late. Last night after he came back into the blessed field for hours of planting and having to turn over the Spirit Springs River Canal to irrigate. Tired enough, Li Mu got up and went straight to Blackwater College. Halfway there, Li Mu received a call from Zhang Jiwei. Tell him to come directly to the drill center conference room when he arrives at school. Once inside the college, a bunch of students greeted Li Mu. A large number of students entered and left the new, imposing performance center. The Performing Arts Center has been renovated by the Zhang Group. It's big and luxurious. Exercise room, weight room, training dummies, ergometers, fitness area and much more. All of it is A quality. The student union also has a special small meeting room here. Li Mu quickly found Zhang Jiwei and the others in the conference room on the second floor. Lin Yuya and Xiao Lingtong were also there. What's wrong? Is the atmosphere so serious? Xiao Lingtong took the cell phone with some melancholy. Boss Li, look at the local news. The first item on the local news was, of course, the air raid siren that was sounded yesterday. There was a lot of speculation about what had happened, but the Jinyuan Army's non-disclosure agreement is no joke. The media is moreover never allowed to spread news of war without a briefing from the military region. Now, the media hasn't been briefed by the military region, so they don't dare to say anything. There has been speculation in a non-serious tone to appease the masses, and whatever happens on the battlefield, capital will always be in control of traffic. The second item on the local news is the first break in the Iron Hand City Quad Classic called off by the. Does it continue? The top 10 Golden Scale colleges have 7 places alone, and Blackwater colleges have 3. Blackwater Collegiate and Golden Scale Collegiate in a 30-70th split? The two participants from Blackwater High School did not make a move. Zheng Quan of Golden Scale High School challenges Li Mu to continue this unfinished duel. Blackwater High School, dare you answer the battle? And that's just the news content. Look at the replies from users below, and it's even better beyond belief. People's Golden Scale colleges are running to collectively dominate the list. This is an embarrassing mess. There was a whole family top 10, but 3 disgusting pieces of rotten garlic were sandwiched in between. It would be fine if they had stood on their strength, but they didn't fight at all. The OCD should fall to the ground. Golden Scale Collegiate is really strong and really trying hard to run into this kind of thing. Ugh. Golden Scale Collegiate really lamented this year. The perfect situation was ruined. Are you guys blind? People, Li Mu is an officer. Didn't you see him take the reserves to support the Abyss? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of officer? Isn't it just more merit value? And there's a big event in the military district that could use the reserves? Take the chicken feather. I think he's using that as an excuse to avoid the race. Not wanting to come down from 3rd place. Hanging exclusively on the top 5 list to discuss Daryanbei. People, Li Mu, this is what is called smart. Not having to fight doesn't mean you don't have to move the rankings. No bloodshed. Talent. The comments section is shady and angry and wild. Of course there were those who spoke up for Li Mu and Blackwater High, but it was soon drowned in the spewing of spit as well. After reading this, Lu Chunfeng angrily cursed. Asterisk 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 in hell. Can this be directed at us too? Zhang Jiwei said blandly. You're mistaken. The Golden Scale colleges did not mean to target us. They have been planning for a long time to collectively dominate the elite ranking competition and attract the attention of major capitals. We just happen to be in people's way. Li Mu said. Humph. This rhythm looks like it was brought up by the Golden Scale High School's water army. The media and organizers want traffic and are going along for the ride. But those capitals aren't cuties either. Have long since seen the strength of the Golden Scale. Golden Scale Collegiate has achieved its goal of attracting capital. Yet it wants to sway public opinion? Zhang Jiwei shrugged his shoulders. Maybe people are looking for perfection. Our 3 rotten garlic hanging on the list does delay people from sunning their friends. Or maybe, that Zheng Quan guy really wants your 3rd place in the city. Li Mu sneered. Humph. Then we'll just have to make them whole. Zhang Jiwei smiled helplessly. This Golden Scale Collegiate counts very well. Good plan, good strength, good operation. But 1,000 good things. They didn't count on Li Mu being in a bad mood. Chapter 106 Heavenly Might. Seeing Li Mu nodding, Lin Yuya asked tentatively. We, then, accept the challenge? Accepted. Lu Chunfeng directly bellowed with a roll of his sleeves. Son of a, not only does Li Zhang accept it, but so do Gunny and I. Don't they want to collectively dominate the list? With a tidy top 10? If you want to fight, fight us 3. Lin Yuya spat out her little tongue and looked at Li Mu inquiringly. She still had to listen to Li Mu in this matter. Li Mu burst out laughing. Don't look. What a nice thing to say. Comrade Tiu. Just do what he says. I accept any challenge from anyone at their school, no matter how many times. If their school can beat me once, the three of us hold our heads and get out of the top 10. Lu Chenfeng said. Right. He glared at Li Mu without any good humor. Is this ing according to what I said? Isn't this becoming your own personal battle? Zhang Jiwei nodded. Looks okay to me. He was really curious as to how many sticks Golden Scale Collegiate could take. Soon after, Blackwater High sent out a message. Accept the challenge of Golden Scale High School. The organizers of the elite tournament instantly smelled the traffic, tightening up the announcement, organizing the venue on an ad hoc basis for the extra game. This afternoon, 2 o'clock sharp, Sands Plaza in the East End. Blackwater and Golden Scale colleges go head-to-head in a top 10 showdown, but after all, it was an impromptu match. Elite people treat it like an extravaganza with a huge crowd. A lot of people really can't make time for this impromptu race, so the numbers can be less than a tenth of what they were at the elite, and the vast majority are students at major universities. They are the only ones most concerned about this big inter-campus buzz. 2 p.m. sharp, Sands Plaza. The crowd was disorganized and noisy, sitting or standing, and it was noticeably less formal than it had been at the elite. Almost all of the people from Blackwater High School and Golden Scale High School had come. Even the freshmen and sophomores came to cheer on their seniors. This one was a feast for the younger crowd, so the site looked extraordinarily full of various banners. The most numerous were of course those who supported Song Yan and those who supported the Golden Scale High School, but Li Mu actually found a lot more support for himself. Support Blackwater Collegiate. All three towers of Blackwater. Li Mu leads the Blackwater Student Council once they enter. The Blackwater High School side of the scene then let out earth-shattering cheers. The organizers had built a very large ring, and no one announced the rules. This time it was a two-college date under the supervision of one organizer. They set the rules themselves, and the organizers are only responsible for changing the rankings at the end according to the agreed results. Arguably the biggest date in the history of Iron Hand. The Golden Scale College's square also let out a burst of shouts at this time, attempting to overshadow Blackwater High School. It's a good show this time. Why do I feel it's even more exciting than the District 4 Classic? At the Classic, even though Len Yu didn't do anything, he was able to call on the reserves. It's probably extremely strong as well. Will he fight Song Yan this time? The non-Song Yan fans in the audience were all still relatively objective. Song Yan's fans and the people from Golden Scale High School were not so polite. Someone took a long breath. Holy, Blackwater High School has finally come. I was really afraid they wouldn't come. Me too. I'm afraid they won't come after they've said their tough words and hang on to the top 10 to disgust people. My OCD is about to be soothed. You don't even know. I'm Virgo. I really didn't sleep well last night because of this ranking. I'm sure I'll get a good night's sleep tonight. At this very moment, Zheng Quan thought the same thing. He was very excited now, as if third in the city was already in his pocket. Song Yan was currently standing at the front of the Golden Scale Square formation, sizing up Li Mu on the opposite side. Getting closer, she finally realized that she couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. The corners of his mouth curved up in a more interested manner. She was at the peak of the third grade, and the fact that she couldn't see through it meant that Li Mu was a fourth grade. As for Zheng Quan, he was in the middle of the third grade and only thought that Li Mu was at the peak of the third grade. With the explosive elixir in place, he was completely unafraid. Song Chuhua, on the other hand, was sitting in the audience at a distance. The look was bland. Ever since he offered to refuse to continue challenging Blackwater, he's been completely isolated. Also, the plan was all done, and he, the plan initiator, was useless. And it's so wimpy that it's not even worthy of being looked up to by this elite group of people. As for Li Mu, he had just arrived on the scene and walked right up to the main ring. There is a microphone in the main ring. Raimu picks up the microphone and faces Golden Scale Collegiate. I accept the challenge from all students of Golden Scale High School, without limit. No need to beat me, just as long as you can stand on this stage for 30 seconds. All of Blackwater High School is out of the top 10 rankings. This, then, is my rule. Li Mu finished and casually threw the microphone out of the ring. An undeniably domineering demeanor. The entire room was shocked into silence by Li Mu's words. Madness. The wild flying sidekick is up. This is like gouging out the Golden Scale Collegiate's eyeballs and stepping on them as bubbles. Even if they are strong enough to defeat the Golden Scale High School, and no one is going to make the conditions so harsh. It's only 30 seconds. Even if it's a sea of people, you're exhausted. And Raimu favored that choice. Everyone could intuitively feel that Li Mu was more than just crazy and angry. Aren't you trying to sway public opinion and collectively dominate the top 10? I'm going to use the most humiliating way to make you Golden Scale Collegiate unable to raise your head. I really laughed. This Li Mu is a brainiac, isn't he? A group of students from Golden Scale High School laughed in anger. How does he say such things? Is he really not the least bit afraid of being humiliated? Putting on such big words, and then a moment later when he can't do it, does he say you're joking? Zheng Quan, you won't live if you don't beat him today. For a time, the Golden Scale High School group was excited. There was also a lot of chatter from the surrounding audience. Zheng Quan, however, let out a cold laugh and walked quickly towards the main ring, taking advantage of the fact that he pressed down before going on stage, threw the elixir into his mouth. When he walked across to Li Mu, the potency of the medicine began to manifest. At this time, Lin Yuya went up and picked up the microphone that Li Mu had thrown out and blew on the dirt, shouting, "Let the game begin." Li Mu was talking about 30 seconds. She didn't want the villain to talk for 30 seconds just saying his lines. Zheng Quan had nothing to say. The medicine erupted, and all he wanted to do was to beat up Li Mu as soon as possible. A long knife in his hand chopped towards Li Mu like a wild wind. Li Mu stood still for a moment, just as his long blade chopped down with a breaking stream of light. Raimu moved, without even taking out his weapon. He dodged the slash with a flick of the wrist. His right hand directly clutched Zheng Quan's neck. Li Mu is now the 4th rank, the strength of the 8 tigers and 9 oxen of the Tanshan Technique. Swinging a weapon weighing several tons is like playing. Zheng Quan only felt like he was being strangled by the neck of fate. With that, he was lifted up by Li Mu's entire body. Li Mu took him as a weapon in his hand and swung round to blast down towards the corner of the ring. Bam! Zheng Quan's entire body was flung to the ground. There was a loud bang and the mountains shook. Zheng Quan also crashed into the defense shield like mud. Li Mu stepped forward and shoved the unconscious Zheng Quan out of the ring with his foot. The whole place is dead silent. Many people guess that Li Mu put that kind of harsh words. The probability is extremely strong and will win. But I didn't think it would be such a win. Not even a weapon? Just drop someone half dead with your bare hands? Li Mu frowned as he watched a group of people from the Golden Scale Collegiate Squadron flinch, reaching toward Lin Yuya for the microphone. Li Mu said blandly, "The rules have been changed. 20 seconds. Stand for 20 seconds and count yourselves as winners. And besides, hurry up, please. I hate delays." The audience was instantly abuzz. Li Mu's madness has run out of bounds. Not a single dirty word was said in these words, but the Golden Scale Colleges had already despised the Golden Scale Colleges to the head. It means 30 seconds is really high on your list. The Golden Scale Colleges were in the sound of monstrous anger at this time. Song Yan got up. With a frosty, cold aura, she slowly walked to the main ring. The people in the Golden Scale College Square finally cheered. Song Yan finally stepped in. A lot of people were relieved. Yun Pa stepped in. "This is finally stable. Zheng Quan, this trash scared me to death." "Don't worry. Yanbo Masters have been lonely for a long time and this time they can finally release it properly. Let's hope Li Mu can stand for 20 seconds. There's a price to pay for being crazy." Mud. Piss me off. It makes me angry to think that he was so mad just now. The crazier he was just now, the more clownish he can only be in a little while. I'm waiting for a good time. Each and every person from Golden Scale High School gritted their teeth and waited for Li Mu to be brutally beaten. Song Yan came to the ring and opened her mouth in a clear and cold manner. Her temperament like an orchid in an empty valley. The corners of her mouth lifted in a nice curve, and she lightly opened her lips. "You? Interesting. Yeah. You got one too. Come on." Li Mu nodded his head repeatedly with an extremely impatient expression. Song Yan finally broke the ice with a smile. "As beautiful as ice melting. Okay, here goes." Li Mu reached out and pointed at Song Yan, lightly spitting out 2 words. "Skyway." Boom. From the top of Song Yan's head and down, it enveloped the majority of the ring. A heavy pressure of the heavens came crashing down. Space suddenly let out a wail. Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, Lin Yuya and the others around the ring all violently covered their ears. A pained look on his face. And a huge deep pit sunk out at the ring where Song Yan was standing. And Song Yan, who was frosty and beautiful just a moment ago, at this moment, prostrated at the bottom of the deep pit by the terrifying heavenly might. Trembling, he braced his body from being crushed. Chapter 107, the sickly form is just as beaten. The audience roared. Countless people were on their feet itching to rush right onto the field to get a better look. An SS-ranked gifted powerhouse. Even if this Li Mu was strong, he wasn't that strong. Not even a weapon? The heavenly might lasted only a second before slowly dissipating. When the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing Song Yan at the bottom of the pit, disheveled and covered with bruises, the entire Golden Scale High School stared in death. Li Mu, on the other hand, didn't bother to watch them gawk and reach toward Lin Yuya for the microphone. Lin Yuya hasn't brought it yet. Song Yan in that huge pit then suddenly let out a burst of suppressed laughter. Oh, ha ha, with a shudder of extremely suppressed excitement. Song Yan braced herself and slowly climbed up. That sickly laugh was bone-chilling. She had lost her frosty, high-flying beauty at this point, and her clothes were scuffed everywhere, exposing large swaths of snow-white skin. The hair was disheveled, the delicate face still playful, but at that moment she slowly raised her head, and on that face was a kind of madness. It's as if he's a completely different person. The aura of the entire person also radiated out, becoming extremely terrifying. After feeling it a little, Li Mu summoned the ghost face rod. At this moment, Song Yan stretched her body, her bones emitting a crackling and popping sound, and an extremely frantic voice emerged from her mouth. Ha ha! I told you long ago, this body should have belonged to me originally. You don't deserve to control it at all. Then her expression changed, and she was that cold as ice face again, snarling through clenched teeth. Get away! Get away from my body! Get away! The expression changed again. Ridiculous! It was the awakening of my power that got you back on your feet. You've already lost. To a D-grade loser. Who are you to tell me to get lost? She surprised herself by talking to herself. The audience exploded. What is this? Dual personality? Mental categorization? Nope. I've heard that this woman's SS talent is called Pisces ghosting. This might be her talent manifesting? Looks so sick, but so strong. Once again, the people of Golden Scale High School came to their senses. I can't believe I forced out Yunpo's second form. Li Mu's life is in danger. Serves him right. He deserved to die a long time ago for driving Yanbei into such a mess. Yunbok, don't show any mercy. At this moment, Song Xiaoyan had already turned those bloodthirsty and excited gazes towards Li Mu, leaping up from the deep pit like a cannonball. In his hand, he somehow manifested a half-black one-handed large axe and slashed down towards Li Mu. That terrifying speed, power, and aura oppression, far beyond all martial artists of the same rank. The feeling given to Li Mu was like a frenzied 6th grade abyssal monster charging in. It was a pity that Li Mu wasn't afraid of 6th grade monsters. Fire Eye saw through the opponent's attack and pressed his body in a flash. Song Xiaoyan slashed his axe on the ring, and that ring was instantly cleaved through a huge gully as well. She smiled morbidly and was about to turn around, but he heard Li Mu coldly drink. Set. Song Xiaoyan's pupils rounded up in shock at once, realizing that he couldn't move. One can only watch Li Mu, but what shocked Song Xiaoyan and the entire audience was, after Li Mu fixed her, he didn't strike out to attack. Shout out after the fix. Li Mu looked indifferent, clutching the ghost face stick and taking 2 leisurely steps around her. Nothing to sneak around. The eyes were distinctly teasing. Half a second later, Song Xiaoyan lifted her fixation and snapped out of her shock. Once again, the horizontal axe was swept. Anyone with eyes can see this sickly version of Song Yan. The strength was extremely terrifying, as evidenced by its weapon, a one-handed giant axe. Combined with her crazy aura and speed, the power was even stronger. However, Li Mu chose to swing the ghost face rod in his hand to harden her one-handed giant axe. Dang! Sticks and axes collide. The giant axe of power that Song Xiao research was so proud of was like being blasted head-on by a train. It nearly flew out of his hand, shocking the sickly version of Song Yan so much that he stumbled back a few steps. Li Mu, however, was not affected in the slightest and rode the wave of victory. Flying forward, a stick smashed down on his head. The huge golden stick shadow was mingled with mournful ghostly whistles, heading straight for Song Yan's shoulders. Song Yan twisted his body strongly and raised his giant axe to parry. In the midst of a shocking collision, the ring beneath Song Yan shattered with a loud bang once again. The entire person was slammed into the depression again by Li Mu's stick. Once again, he was unconscious in life and death. Winning. Gained plus 127 victory points. Li Mu glanced at the time. Almost 16 or 17 seconds until the sickly petite version of Song Yan stood up and lay down again. It's fine if it doesn't take more than 20 seconds. The crowd erupted into a stunning chant. On the other hand, the Golden Scale Collegiate Square was completely dumbfounded. This time, there was no need for Li Mu to shout at all. Lin Yuya took the microphone and shouted at Golden Scale Collegiate. Next, hurry up please. The Golden Scale High School didn't even have the heart to be angry this time. And the next one? The number 1 SS gifted person in all of Iron Hand City didn't even stand for 20 seconds combined in Li Mu's hands. That Zheng Quan was even beaten like a dog by Li Mu. Nope, you still need a stick to beat a dog. If you do that math, Song Yan is just enough for a dog roll. Zheng Quan isn't even a dog anymore. Humiliation. The people of Golden Scale High School only felt endless humiliation. Even the school leaders of the Golden Scale High School were all turning blue at this time. None of them were going to get involved in any of this in the first place. A battle of wills between the student councils of 2 schools. It's not fun for school leaders to get involved instead. Today's challenge is also their tacit approval. Anyway, a lot of capital has already started to contact their school to talk about funding the school. It's also good to take a collective bully list to be a little more perfect. But I didn't expect it. The situation has gone backwards instead. This is all because of the extreme humiliation of Reimu. From Li Mu's harsh words at the beginning, the unlimited number of times that Golden Scale Collegiate challenged him. One win counts as a win. By the time Li Mu changed the rules and stood on the stage for 30 seconds, after that, change it to standing for 20 seconds. One step at a time. Li Mu was completely stepping on the dignity of the Golden Scale Colleges into the mud. And the most detestable of all was Li Mu's stance walk. Anyone who wasn't stupid could see that fixation for half a second. Li Mu could beat Song Yin to death twice if he wanted to attack, but Li Mu fixed the walk. It is clearly a demonstration of fault tolerance. Fixing you, not hitting you, favoring the hardest of your most confident forces, and dry shattering your confidence with a single stick. And now, it was one person who pressured the entire Golden Scale Colleges to lift their heads. How is this going to make those capitals continue to look squarely at Golden Scale Collegiate? True, overall, Golden Scale Collegiate remains in the lead. Capital investment, of course, depends on the overall quality of the school. The rise and fall of an entire school cannot be determined by the strength of one person. But Reimu had this magic. His terrifying growth rate, his heaven-defying growth-oriented talent, his mysterious and powerful means of ruthless and decisive character, coupled with the prestige of the Jin Yuan army. You can ingratiate yourself with the entire Blackwater High School without going for him alone. However, they had to consider the consequences of cooperating with Golden Scale High School and standing in opposition to Li Mu. So, this challenge from Golden Scale High School today, it could be said to have instantly capsized the huge benefits that Song Chua's plan had worked so hard to build up before, even poured some prestige into it. For a long time, Golden Scale Collegiate had a hard time straightening its back again. The ambulance corps was the first to rush to the ring and free Song Yun, who was set into a depression in the ring. Li Mu, on the other hand, looked around at the Golden Scale Collegiate square, seeing that no one from Golden Scale Collegiate responded for a long time. Li Mu pulled a club twist and put the ghost face stick in his ear. Turning, he jumped out of the ring and headed out the same way he came in. A lot of people didn't react. There is a sense of trance. How much time has passed in total since the announcement of the war between the two universities? 3 minutes? Or 2.5? Put it this way. Many of the audience members who entered the venue were still looking for seats with their tickets. The one that found a seat and the chips in his hand had just opened the package. The game would have been over. Blackwater Collegiate retired to a stunning cheer, and the Golden Scale Colleges were plunged into a horrible death of silence and agony. Everyone's face was as hard as, especially those who were originally glad that Li Mu came. Those with so-called obsessive-compulsive disorder. Most of the students of Golden Scale High School could be in favor of continuing to challenge Blackwater High School, if they don't make such a big deal out of it. If they were content and kept the status quo, outsiders would all think that Li Mu was avoiding the war. It's in their favor instead, and it was their persistent challenge that gave Li Mu a chance to prove himself. But the result, it seems, is not something they can afford. Only one person is different from the others. That would be Song Chor-ha. At this time, Song Chua smiled faintly and let out a long sigh up to the sky. Standing up, he walked out of the Golden Scale Collegiate Square. Instead, there was a slight sigh of relief in his chest. Only one word can be given to Golden Scale Collegiate. But at the same time, sigh for yourself. He came from a humble background. His talent was average, and his strength was barely more than mid-range. Only some brains can help him turn it around. He had thought that as long as this plan was successful, he would be considered a contributor to the Golden Scale High School. It's just a way to get a slightly brighter future. I didn't realize that I had raised an objection yesterday. In an instant, he went from being a meritorious official to a wimpy bee that everyone scorned. As it turns out, one's decision was not problematic. What's in question is this hole's timing. Chapter 108, A Pearl in the Dust. Actually, there was really no problem with what Song Chua had planned either. Even without the air raid siren thing, even at yesterday's classic, it didn't matter if Zheng Quan challenged Li Mu, or if Li Mu went to challenge Song Yin. Win or lose, Li Mu definitely wouldn't have killed the match in such an extremely humiliating way either. Even if Li Mu took first place, Golden Scale Collegiate still has a bright record and still has access to a large pool of capital. But Golden Scale Collegiate is wrong in that it shouldn't be called out on the internet. And that's even with Li Mu in an extremely bad mood. The military district fighters were fighting for their lives down there. Instead, the top is playing with public opinion over these matters of competing interests. True, it's the way the world works. As long as there are people, there's just less of these disgusting hookups. But it doesn't matter. You fight yours. I hit mine. You fight once. I'll fight once. Play. The matter of Li Mu furiously abusing the Golden Scale High School quickly spread throughout the city. A lot of people took video at the time, and it should have gone viral pretty quickly. Song Yan Song family, the first time to put blood money crazy public relations. Try to suppress the video of Songyun being brutally beaten from going viral. East End. Inside a private room of a KTV, Zhao Yi, the crown prince of the Holy Dragon, was pouring wine for a teenager wearing a designer label and half lying on the sofa. This teenager had his arms around two beautiful women on his left and right. Zhao Yi finished pouring the wine and sat back to his seat, lifting his wine glass and saying, "Come cousin, I'll toast you. Thank you for speaking up for me at my aunt's." The teenager was none other than his cousin, Ling Da. Ling Da's father, Zhao Yi's aunt, was none other than the Vice Minister of Resources of the Eastern District, Ling Haidong. Last time Zhao Yi messed with Li Mu, Zhao Yi pampered his aunt, who felt sorry for him. Then he forced Ling Haidong to move Blackwater Collegiate down so many places. It turned out that this thing festered so much, but Ling Haidong was put on the fire for a long time. Fortunately, Ling Haidong has deep roots, and slowly suppressed this matter. The Ministry of Resources is a recognized department of wealth. Ling Haidong's involvement is naturally extremely deep, but even so, Ling Haidong still cursed his brother-in-law Zhao Hong. It's said that Zhao Hong, as the principal of the Holy Dragon Martial Arts School, couldn't even manage his own son. Zhao Hong naturally smoked the 7 wolves after returning home, beat Zhao Yi so badly on the spot that he couldn't even recognize his mother. Zhao Yi was very honest for a while afterward. This time, the matter of Li Mu violently beating Song Yan was spreading. The organizer's side did move Li Mu to first in town. For once the Ministry of Resources did not make a mistake. According to the point total, it pulls second place in the city for Blackwater Collegiate. Every month, the Ministry of Resources allocates free scholarships, merit laws, and spiritual treasures. Resources such as pills directly quadrupled about 4 times. Blackwater Collegiate is already very happy with the result. Because of the total score, Golden Scale Collegiate is still number 1, fair and square. If the Department of Resources puts Blackwater Collegiate in first place for this violation, I'm guessing it's going to draw a lot of verbal abuse again. Linda smiled and picked up her glass of wine and drank it. Then with an educated tone, he said to Zhao Yi, "I know you've had problems with that Li Mu, but no one can shake the result this time. If you intend to continue targeting Blackwater High, I advise you to die." Zhao Yi hemmed and hawed. "Don't worry cousin. I know what's going on. I have no intention of targeting Blackwater." Linda dropped her heart and leaned back, saying quietly, "You say you, too, have no brains. The hallowed crown prince of the Holy Dragon can't fight an outcast from a lousy family. You've become a joke in our circle. I'm ashamed of you." The corner of Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. "I said, you're the one who's been publicizing it the most after I've had a bad day. If I didn't have to count on this cousin of mine, I really wouldn't bother hanging out with him." He did become the joke of the circle though. These young masters of theirs, they do nothing but eat, drink and find women all day long. The greatest pleasure is also to be good and brave. Those who have money use money to suppress. Those who have power use power to suppress. Otherwise who knows he's the young master? Who knows how good they are? There's a saying, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Villainous revenge all day long. He didn't want to avenge Li Mu for pulling his hair all the time. Nah, he's still true to what Li Mu said. Can't help him at all. It's not that I don't have anything in my stomach. Unlike you, cousin, who are so resourceful. I'm sure this wouldn't have happened if I had approached you earlier at the time. Hearing Zhao Yi say this, Ling Da smiled with great satisfaction. He is known in his circle for being mean. That's not a pejorative in their circles. It's a positive. If you mess with him, you have to weigh when he's going to stab you in the back. Humph. Count on you to understand. Let me tell you, there's no need to deal with this kind of person by yourself. Linda laughed. What do you mean? Zhao Yi came to be interested. Ling Da craned his neck and said with a cold flash in his eyes. This time, Li Mu beat Song Yan violently. What can you think of? Zhao Yi vaguely shook his head. All I can think of is that this Li Mu is very strong. Definitely don't clash with him head on. And then, was gone. Linda snorted. Against anyone, you must learn to take advantage of the situation. Did you know that Song Yan has a lot of true fans? Oh no, brain-damaged fans? Zhao Yi nodded. Now these brainwashed fans must be very angry. You're saying that once they get together because of an opportunity, they'll go to Blackwater High and cause trouble. Do you think that Li Mu will spare them? If these brainwashed fans lose their minds and strike after seeing Li Mu misses and kills a few, what do you think the consequences will be? After hearing Ling Da's words, Zhao Yi's eyes all gradually brightened up. Yeah, these brain-dead fans could not wait to eat Li Mu alive right now. Only they didn't dare to call Li Mu's bluff head-on, and at most they would troll the internet. But if all these people get together, it will definitely have the effect of lawlessness. They would be absolutely unafraid of Li Mu. So all I have to do is find a few people to pick on to lead the charge and then pull back and sit back and watch the dog eat the dog. Zhao Yi said indistinctly. Linda nodded with a childish expression. And you have to remember that the media will always be chasing traffic. You get a couple of media outlets to track this down. If he does do it, the media immediately shoots the evidence live and sends it out. Even if he has a heavenly background, he must die. And in the meantime, Blackwater High School. Shortly after Li Mu and the others returned to the school, an outsider came to see Li Mu. It was a tall boy, and as soon as they met, they gave a Jin Yuan military salute directly to Li Mu. Li Wolfguard. Li Mu smiled when he saw him. I recognize you. I even gave you the captain's task at the monster attack battle. The person in front of him was the same captain that Li Mu had designated before he had to leave the team on the day of the monster attack. At the time the guy was confused and asked, "Me?" The boy's eyes instantly lit up, and he stood upright in excitement. I didn't expect Wolfguard to remember me. My name is Xing Yang, now studying at Genoa High School. What's up? Raimu asked rhetorically with a nod. Xing Yang looked around, and the only people around Li Mu were Lin Yuya and the male classmate who had just brought him here. These two men had the good sense to walk away quickly. Only Xing Yang and Li Mu remained. It was at this time that Xing Yang said, I have a twin brother named Interlight at Golden Scale High. That's the one that's ranked 9th in the elite right now. Yesterday he came back and told me something that I felt it was important to report to you. Oh, Li Mu was instantly interested. According to the relationship in the military, all reservists are required to call themselves sir when they see them. It's normal for him to report to himself when he has a situation. This collective domination program of the Golden Scale colleges and universities. It was planned by a student named Song Chua from the student council. According to my brother, this Song Chua doesn't have much of a background and his strength is average, but it's very tossable. He first convinced Song Yun to use her appeal to unite the students. The students will then be utilized to go to the school leaders to request a battle placement, utilizing school and student-based holistic programs. Then go and convince the existing capital of the student body to get them a batch of the outbreak elixir. The purpose of the program, naturally, is to get more capital investment. Li Mu was instantly surprised. It's such a big deal. It's rigging the outcome of the elite of one city tournament. The benefits involved are astronomical. This was actually made by a student with no background? Xing Yang smiled. It's interesting that the classic was called off yesterday. Golden Scale High School held a student meeting to discuss whether or not to continue the crusade against Blackwater High School. This Song Chua, surprisingly, is adamantly against continuing to challenge Blackwater. He said they've pretty much accomplished their goal and there's no need to make an issue out of it. Continuing the challenge may affect existing interests. It's just a pity that the Zheng Quan has gone mad for personal gain. Song Yan finally also thought that Wolfguard your strength should be very interesting, and wanted to meet you. So she nodded. Song Chua doesn't have much of a place among these people at all, so he's isolated. After hearing this, Li Mu felt that this Golden Scale High School was really self-inflicted. It was clear that this Song Chua had fought for great benefits. Froze to let this called Song Yan's sentence interesting to Oanada vanish. This Song Chua is at Golden Scale High School. It's really a jewel in the rough. Li Mu appreciatively patted Xing Yang's arm and said, okay, I got it. Plus I'm going to bother your brother to do something for me. Chapter 109, We Can Die for Yunbei. Xing Yang stood upright at once. Please instruct the Wolfguard. He took the initiative to run to Li Mu to offer his services. One, because he really admired Li Mu. Want to get up close and personal with an idol. Hopefully, it will be good enough for Li Mu to remember him. I didn't realize that Li Mu actually had orders to give. That's awesome. If you have an order, you have to repeat it yourself. One way or another. You will be able to have more contact with the Li Wolfguards. It's nothing much. It's just that he should continue to closely observe this person called Song Chua. You leave me a contact information so you can report back to me easily. Li Mu finished taking out his cell phone. Yes, sir. Xing Yang was overjoyed and quickly pulled out his cell phone to add Li Mu. Seeing that Li Mu had no other orders, he simply saluted again. Quickly, he left the Blackwater High School. Li Mu was slightly interested in this Song Chua. It takes a student with no background or strength to do something like this. It's not simple. If there is an opportunity for me to use it, it is not a bad help. In the evening, Li Mu went home. Before I even entered the house, I smelled a scent of wine, and it looked like my mother had opened the wine jar again. Li Mu just entered the house. Yang Suiying then exulted to Li Mu. Come, good son. Hurry up and taste it. My wine is ready to drink. Li Mu smiled helplessly and was dragged to the wine jar by Yang Suiying. Wow, it smells so good. Li Mu exaggerated his praise. That's for sure. I put in dozens of herbs and spices. Yang Suiying crossed her arms in triumph. The corner of Li Mu's eye twitched furiously. Dozens of herbs? What about alchemy? You don't have more than 10 kinds of alchemy yourself. Commercially available wines usually don't have herbs in them, either, because the flavor of the herbs is not manageable. It takes a lot of flavoring to press, And medicinal wines are usually several herbs and dozens of spices. If you can make it doesn't smell like medicine, it's all about the wine. That's already considered superb. How does mom manage to make these dozens of herbs smell so good again? Did you put puffy street flavor in it? The world doesn't have that either. Taste it. You can't wait. Yang Suying picked up a wine spoon and scooped up a spoonful, served it into a wine glass, and handed it to Li Mu. Rai Mu took it, and he did chant for a drink all day, but it was all to make mom happy. Watching her son look forward to it all day long makes Yang Suying's brewing all the more motivating. So the brew was the first thing to try first for my son. Li Mu first took a small sip, then his eyes lit up. Not to mention, in the past, Li Mu was actually not considered a drinker, but with the aptitude of borrowing wine, Li Mu consciously practiced wine. Nothing to drink at dinner with gunny iron bowl. The rest of the wine tastes no different than Earth's white wine. Spicy, choking, drink up rip. But mom made this wine. The mouthfeel is smooth and unaggressive, like a sip of luscious marshmallow. Surprisingly, there was a hint of sweetness. Raimu took another small sip. A warm stream ran down his throat and moisturized his lungs. Li Mu soon felt some slight heat in his body, and his muscles were slightly tingling, but full of strength. Wait a minute. Mom, why is this wine a little different when you're done with it? Li Mu took the wine flute and said. Yang Suying smiled. Of course it's different. It's medicinal wine. It must have medicinal properties. But it's not like a potion. It evaporates quickly and violently, and disappears quickly. Only a bout of booze. This jar of wine is called Thousand June wine. After drinking it your strength rises for a short period of time. Those jars over there have other potencies, some of them over 100 herbs, but it's still fermenting, so I can't drink it for a while. More than 100 kinds? Li Mu went numb. What kind of brewer are you? With so many herbs interacting with each other, how do you get the potency? Isn't that proper alchemist? Mom, wait. Li Mu put down his glass and took out his own jug. At the same time, the system was secretly turned on, because he remembered that there was an enhancement related to the potency of wine right underneath the avatar of borrowing wine. Find it quickly. When drinking alcohol, the effect will be according to the strength of the alcohol. This enhancement requires 100 victory points, and there's another one immediately below it. Allies in the wine weaver's domain can enjoy this effect. It costs 300 victory points, a total of 400 points. Li Mu immediately lit up continuously, played Song Yun today and gave 127 points. Now at 1402, the original effect of the borrowed wine was, borrowing wine to create might, drinking a sip of wine. The aura of wine fills the air and generates a field of might within 5 meters of the body. Enemies in the field are emboldened and slow to act. Your emboldened and ally's swiftness of movement is increased by 5%, lasts for 15 minutes. On this basis, if different effects occur with what you drink, that would be the equivalent of a 15-minute temporary enhancement buff. And after lighting up the ally sharing effect of that wineway field, that's a ranged group buff. Li Mu instantly took a sip of the ordinary wine in the jug, then unleashed the borrowed wine. A hint of the buffs this wine provides popped up. Liquor, mortal, provides effect, reduces pain by 10% and increases all speeds by 1%. Ha! Li Mu cursed. What kind of industrial blended wine is this? Still buying nice wines myself. This doesn't even have room to go down, does it? Once again the point of the wine is presumably to start providing debuff. Li Mu then picked up the wine brewed by his mom and drank the small half cup in one gulp. Liquor, specialty, provides effects, 50% increase in chi, 15% damage reduction, increase all speeds by 20%. Li Mu's eyes were shining brightly. Holy, the small workshop undercuts are just fierce. Lemuel was itching to yell out a hail to the alchemists, though that effect isn't really overwhelming. This is the world of high martial arts. As long as the cultivation level is raised, the true chi is the root that determines the strength of everything. Gas is not that critical, but Li Mu is different. With the mountain burdening technique in place, Li Mu's power was far beyond the realm of common understanding. The power of 8 tigers and 9 oxen, enhanced by half, 4 more tigers out of thin air, and it's a percentage increase, with immeasurable future strength. And it's only a specialty wine yet. What if in the future mom brews immortal wine? Your own base will be higher and higher. That will come with a sip of wine. The intensity is unthinkable. Well, Yang Suying watched with anticipation as her son tasted the wine, comparing his own wine to ordinary wine. If her son had come up with something less than ordinary wine, she would have probably broken her Taoist heart on the spot. Yes, Raimu stuck out his thumb. Young said, Mom, you're a brewing genius. You using those low-grade herbs is simply an insult to your talent. From now on, you must use good herbs in your brewing. The better the less too good. Don't worry about money. Your son doesn't lack money now. I must support your alchemy career. Yang Suying was in a state of bliss as she listened, laughing even more. Brat, said so exaggerated. What big business? Li Mu adjusted his state and passionately corrected. Brewing greatness. Late night. In the middle of some nerd's room in the South City. The modest room is piled with clutter and the walls are covered with posters. The posters are all filled with beautiful photos of Song Yun taken from various angles. Especially a picture of Song Yun with a rare smile on her face. It was specially enlarged until the pixels were starting to blur and taped to the bed. In front of the computer, a pimple-pitted, flat-headed male student was clutching her pajamas with Song Yun's picture on it and crying all over her face. A video of Li Mu tyrannizing Song Yun with Heavenly Mic was playing on the computer. From a forum called Guardian of the Best Yeomanry, the public forum chat area at this time. Frantic comment messages flashed by as fast as pop-ups, moment by moment. Damn. Why doesn't this scumbag named Li Mu go die? How dare he do this to Yanbei? He had #%Yuan. Add hashtag. I heard that Yanbei's organs were seriously injured and she went straight to ICU. You shut up. Yunbok will be fine. My heart really hurts. Yunbok is so flawless that if it were me, it would be a luxury for me to even touch her. What makes him dare to treat Yanbei like that? I really want to kill him. Kill him. This pimple-pitted man sobbed and tore viciously at the clothes in his hands. Like these people, his hatred for Li Mu had reached its peak, but they could only clamor online. No one dared to go to Li Mu in person. So it's also just a matter of getting together for impotent rage. But just then, an honored member account, in a special bolded and reddish font, sent out 2 sentences. Are we just going to let Li Mu off the hook? Nah, we should gather and go to him to put pressure on him. The law is not responsible. If we can force him to hurt someone with his hands in front of the media's cameras, then we can avenge Yanbei. It floated at the top of the chat area for a while after this was posted. The entire chat area went silent. It soon blew up completely. Genius. Great idea. We should unite and do something for Yanbei. Well said. The law is not against the people. Time. Place. I'm going. I can get hurt for Yanbei. I can too. I'll take the initiative to provoke Li Mu when the time comes, and I'll make sure to send him to jail. I can die for Yanbei. I'll make Li Mok sit through the bottom of the jail cell. Chapter 110. I heard you were looking for me. Early the next morning, Li Mu was then awakened by a knock on the door. Li Mu thought something had happened and rolled over and scurried to the door to open it. Cousin Chen Jichi's anxious little face was red. Cousin, something's happened. Look. With those words, he handed his cell phone to Li Mu. Li Mu frowned widely. This is a live stream from an official Lace Media account. The live feed was none other than the entrance to Blackwater High School. It was too early in the morning and none of the schools were open yet. And the countless students gathered at the entrance gathered together. They wore uniform white clothing, parading back and forth down this street with a giant whiteboard held high. It's written on the whiteboard. Li Mu is cynical and murders SS gifted people. Song Yan was seriously injured and is still in a coma. Guard Yunpa and severely punish Li Mu. And back and forth marched the crowd, shouting slogans neatly under their breath. Champion of the whole city. Classless. Psychologically shady. Seriously injuring the heavenly pride. The earth-shattering shouts startled the passing crowd with sideways glances. And the uniform white attire looks and feels cohesive. Oppressive. The parade also quickly spread all over the internet because of the live media coverage and made a big deal out of it. There was not a large turnout for the Covenant race yesterday, so it's really new to a lot of people that the number one in town has come out of the woodwork. Not the SS gifted girl. Instead, it was Li Mu, who seemed to have seriously injured the SS gifted. That in itself is excellent conversation starter for spreading the word. Plus these true believers aren't all stupid. Obviously, they are asking for justice for their own fan, Song Yun. But new to falsely accuse Li Mu of being psychologically dark and jealous of Song Yan's dual SS talent. That's why he deliberately beat her to death. In one fell swoop, Li Mu was portrayed as an abomination. But Li Mu saw this and snorted. Chen Jechi hammered her cousin at once. Cousin, you're still laughing. What's to be done when they slander you like that? It's not ruining your reputation. Chen Jechi was on the verge of crying. She was furious that her own cousin had fought and died in the abyss, only to come up and be treated like this by these people. Li Mu tapped his finger on the chuan shape wrinkled out of Chen Jechi's head and laughed. Hey, strange, don't you follow the stars? Can't you understand the anger of these true fans? Chen Jechi was speechless. I don't understand. These people aren't true fans. They're just brain dead. They give everything to their idols, including intelligence. Lemuel was happy. Ha ha, that's since it's a bunch of brainiacs. How about brother goes over there later and beats them all up? Li Mu spoke seriously, not at all like he was joking. It's not good. It's broad daylight. Chen Jechi didn't doubt her cousin's strength, but in front of the media, if her cousin dared to do this, it's got to be an arrest. That's something, and I'll have to arrest them after the fight. There's going to be accountability for arrests. believe it or not? Li Mu laughed. Ha! Chen Juchi was confused. Wait for the news. Kid. Li Mu finished laughing as he pushed Chen Juchi out and dressed himself. Li Mu wasn't really afraid of any law. This group of people are just looking for death by causing this kind of trouble at this juncture. If they really just said that they were psychologically twisted to injure Heaven's pride, then it would be just that. But these people were afraid that Song Yan wouldn't know that they were holding out for Song Yan. Write something like Guardian of Yunpa on the whiteboard. That would be fun to watch. In the meantime, Blackwater High School. When it was time for morning classes, students came to the school one after another. Seeing that these marchers were actually cursing Li Mu, who basically didn't enter the school, all gathered in front of the school. The tiger looked at the group intently. Every time the parade turned to the entrance of the school, the students of Blackwater High School leaned over of their own accord. It's like if you walk into me, I'll you up. The purpose of those who marched was to wait for Raimu, so there was no intention of clashing with the people from Blackwater High School either. As the parade of true believers grows, Blackwater High School is also getting more and more students. Two large gangs of students gathered in front of Blackwater High School. Thousands of them, blocking the street to a T. The scene was as spectacular as before a gang fight. With swords drawn, people from the law enforcement department also rushed to preside over the order of the scene. Fearing a real fight, things really do get bigger and bigger. And at the top of the parade, the one holding the Guardian Yanbu sign was none other than Flathead Pimple Pit Guy. By now the flat-headed pimple-pitted man had long since clenched his fists and shouted until his voice was hoarse. His eyes were bloodshot, and he obviously hadn't slept a wink last night. Probably cried all night too. At this time to see more than 10 o'clock has not yet seen Li Mu. He couldn't help but raise his arms and shout, "Hand over Li Mu! Tell Li Mu to get out!" The students of Blackwater High stood tall at the school gates. A tall student looked at him coldly and drank. "Damn you, look at that dog money virtue of yours. Are you worthy of letting Li Mu out? You dare to shout like that just because Li Mu isn't here. Li Mu is coming, and you be like are the first to piss your pants." This tirade, which poked straight into his lungs, instantly stung the heart of a geeky true fan. This flat-headed pimple-pitted man shouted angrily, "What did you say?" The parade fanbase also instantly exploded. A group of people pointed at the man and were about to fight. The crowd of students from Blackwater High School behind that man were not vegetarians, and swarmed up to them. Standing tall with his head held out in front of him, he waited for his opponent to strike. "Li Mu, coward, get out! Li Mu, coward, get out!" This flat-headed pimple-pitted man started shouting again, and the whole crowd of marchers began to chant in unison. The Three Lace Media arranged by Zhaoyi were the first to broadcast this image live across the city. The number of people in the live stream was staggering, but no one noticed that just as the marching crowd was shouting, the parade was on the outskirts of the crowd watching. There are a number of plainclothes people who are secretly evacuating the crowd. Divide the parade crowd from the spectators watching. The plainclothesmen vaguely formed a huge circle, completely replacing the watching crowd. At that moment someone in the parade crowd shouted, "Li Mu is here." The entire scene went silent, looking in the direction of the shouting man's finger. Sure enough, Li Mu had appeared in the inner circle of the crowd at some point, was standing in the clearing looking at these people with a smirk. The people who had just cried out for Li Mu to get out were all mute for a moment. The parade of people looked at each other and glared at their companions, trying to get someone else to shout out the first sentence. Nay, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The quieter it gets, the less anyone dares to shout. Li Mu snorted and slowly walked towards the steps in front of the Blackwater High School gate, eyes looking disdainfully at the parade of people below. He spoke coldly, "You want me?" Chapter 11. None of them can run away. Seeing Li Mu appear, many students from Blackwater High School secretly lamented that Li Mu shouldn't have come. The school leaders had given them orders not to clash with the group, and in a moment they would disperse. With this arrival of Li Mu, I guess the conflict is going to escalate today. The brave flat-headed pimple-pitted man was the first to speak up. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Li Mu and drank. "Right, looking for you. You hurt my yanbei." As the saying goes, the colorful courage is as big as the sky. At this time, he has the love for Yunpa to protect his body. It's like a god of war descending to the world. Sound like rolling thunder, brain like a skyrack. "Oh, you're Yunbu? You're all Songyun's fans, right?" Li Mu smiled and asked the parade crowd rhetorically. "Yes, damn it Li Mok. You hurt Yunpa. You must apologize to her. You don't deserve to be the champion. Give the title back to Yunpa." The marchers instantly united, raised their arms and shouted, and had the same momentum as earlier, but they just shouted up. Then he saw Li Mu's face turn suddenly cold. Reaching out, he pointed to the crowd and gently drank. "Skyway." All of the Blackwater High School students were in an uproar. Li Mu is out of his mind. In broad daylight, this a heavenly power down Song Yan cannot suffer. These people have to die. How much? Is Li Mu losing his mind? It's just a shame they can't stop it. Only to see a Tarzan weight descending from mid-air, instantly enveloping all the marching crowds. That range was 10 times greater than when he hit Song Yan before. Caged the whole place. Yet the power seems to be very much diluted as well. A heavenly might went down, and the marchers were pressed down with gurgling screams, or prostrated on the ground. Can't stand up, or with both feet injured, rolling around on the ground clutching their legs. The worst that can happen is a broken bone. When Li Mu dared to make a move, he certainly had the courage to do so. First of all, he had spent 500 victory points before he came here to light up one of Skyway's reinforcement phrases. A little bit of heavenly power can expand the range, but the power dilutes as the range expands. The minimum range is the original range. Second, it was that Li Mu had already communicated with Wang Longcheng. Wang Longcheng's reply was only one sentence. Beat me to death. I'll arrange the rest. The moment the marchers were crushed, the countless plainclothes around them instantly swarmed up and pressed those that could still move to the ground in death. An alarming siren sounded on both sides of the street. Countless law enforcement vehicles came from both sides, and in the blink of an eye, countless people jumped off, surround all the marchers with death. Fully armed and imposing, a military airship flew out from behind a huge building, directly over this parade of people. A majestic voice came out from the airship and resounded throughout the world. All marchers, not a single one of them, and those who resist will be punished for their crimes. Boom! The surrounding crowd of spectators instantly dispersed a large area, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The students of Blackwater High School also instantly backed away, looking like it was none of their business. The fans at the parade all went crazy with fear, facing an uncountable number of law enforcement officers. One loudly questioned his screaming companions around him. What's going on? Isn't it the law? Wasn't there a live media broadcast? Why did the Department of Law Enforcement dare to come at them with such a big commotion? Who gave the order to arrest so many people at once? Are you not afraid of public opinion? Law enforcement officers don't care, as long as there are still standing, directly on the feet and start kicking. Hard kick to the leg socket. If you don't crouch then get on your knees. The marchers were beaten and wailed all over the place for a while. All of them were rubbed on the ground. A leader shouted at the Blackwater High School crowd. Open the school gates. Put them in your school first, then come back later with a group of cars to arrest them. There were so many people that the law enforcement department cars and military vehicles brought in could only grab half of them first. The Blackwater High School crowd was at once as open as a rebel lead. Shouted the upright salute. Please don't worry, officers. Our school will do a good job of watching over them and make sure none of them get away. The live streaming lace media was also caught in the act, but they weren't going to be as wimpy as these rowdy students. They have a voice no matter how small they are. Inside the building of a media company that has been arrested on site, the general manager looked at the scene and was furious and happy. Someone ran anxiously to report. General manager, our people have been captured. Should we get someone to get them out first? Get a fart. It's an opportunity. This GM bellowed, his eyes rolling a few times. Zhao Yi paid to find him to do something about it. He also didn't expect this one called Li Mu to be so fierce, daring to take on thousands of people in broad daylight. What's more, I didn't expect that someone behind Li Mu would dare to risk universal condemnation. Thousands of people were arrested at once. You know what's wrong with these people? They're just fans that. It's just a fight for your seriously injured female classmate. You dare to arrest everyone for Li Mu? He's angry that these people aren't taking their company seriously. How dare you arrest the media who have a voice? And joyfully, he sees the heavenly benefits of this. This thing went out live for sure and couldn't be squashed. The conversation level pulled full circle and the traffic exploded. That's one of the benefits. One just has to pursue it to the death. Someone will definitely come along and pay big bucks to seal their own mouth. That's the money they make. That's benefit number 2. So he made a snap decision and waved his hand. Immediately send me an article just questioning who exactly is acting as an umbrella for Li Mu. Gave him such big dog guts, assaulting fans and beating up media reporters, and dared to arrest people. What a reversal. The other two lace media companies both reacted pretty much the same way. Have started posting queries, paired with Li Mu's arrogant and domineering heavenly mighty heavy pressure parade crowd, complete with live video of the Department of Law Enforcement's frantic arrests. Huge headlines, one sharper than the other. Who are the protectors of the innocent marchers who were beaten and arrested in broad daylight? It's a fact that the all-city champion seriously injured Ten Genjio, and the fan parade is arresting him? Where's the justice? Such a lovely fan was beaten and arrested just to give justice to his classmates. Is there any law left? Is there still a law? The winds of public opinion were instantly misdirected. It was as if Li Mu was a second-generation bully official with a strong backer behind him. Lawlessness and evil. The only official and most authoritative military media in Iron Hand City is called the Voice of Jinyuan. At this time, inside the media building of the Voice of Jinyuan, in the middle of the multimedia hall, Tu Hua, the chief station manager of the Jin Yuan voice. With his backhand, he looked at the summary of information in the multimedia center console in front of him. The entire media of Iron Hand is all under the control of their center console. The voice of Jin Yuan usually made very few announcements, only some military briefings. Vocalizing must be a big deal. In terms of discourse, this is the granddaddy of all media in Iron Hand. Someone came over with a tablet and said, "Mr. President, 3 media outlets have already popped up questioning the story. The opinion winds are getting deeper." Someone on the side hated it. These unscrupulous media outlets really want traffic. Uninvestigated and uninformed. How dare you just openly call out the law enforcement agencies? Still really think you can just manipulate public opinion? Tu Hua, however, spoke faintly. Wait another hour. When all the assholes pop up together, I'm going to get them all. Chapter 112, Regret now? It's too late. Things festered until 12 noon. The fire has spread all over the city. Everyone is getting highly concerned about this. After all, the relationship between the people and the government is itself very delicate. All the things that are based on power and oppression are abhorrent to the people. The facts are often glossed over in the media's intentional misinformation. At this moment, Zhao Yi and his cousin Lingda were soaking in a hot spring. Beside him was a fruit plate and fine wine. Zhao Yi flipped through the live broadcast and various news on his phone. Mouths are laughing. Ha ha, this damned Li Mu. He really thinks he can be so egotistical just because he has a bit of strength. Cousin, thanks to your brilliant plan this time, it takes no effort to get a bunch of brainwashed people to get things done. And not a single leaf. It's really high. Lingda, on the other hand, was looking smug with an expression of enjoyment as he was half lying on the edge of the hot spring. Just learn. Zhao Yi continued to flip through his cell phone. He's got to stay on top of developments. Let's see when the forces behind Li Mu can no longer suppress this public opinion. Either that or shed Li Mu and push out to get killed. Either that or the entire force has been uprooted. But he soon saw a video that forced its way to the top of the city's Hot 100. Clicked on it and only looked at it a couple times. Zhao Yi smiled and froze on his face. What's wrong? Lingdi noticed Zhao Yi's change and asked suspiciously. Zhao Yi was instantly appalled and asked Lingdi to look at his cell phone. Linda swam over to look at the cell phone video. The hot video turned out to be from the sound of Jin Yuan. The voice of Jin Yuan is an official media outlet with mandatory voice rights. As long as he speaks out, all of the top hot searches on all media platforms all have to be forced to give way to him. Guaranteed to be seen by all in the first place. The video sent out by the voice of Jin Yuan is a live press conference. There were 4 people sitting at the interview table on the set. Iron Hand Town Abyss Military Region. Pearl Military Region. Commander-in-Chief Liang Huanjuan. Vice Commander Wan Longcheng. Red Moon Military Region. Commander-in-Chief Wu Yafeng. Vice Commander Hong Weiqiang. And those seated under the stage, without exception, were all the heads of Iron Hand City. Includes leaders at all levels, including the Division of Resources, the Division of Law Enforcement, the Division of Education, and the Division of Industry and Commerce. They all sat down like schoolchildren and listened to the lectures. One opening. Commander-in-Chief Liang Huanjuan was then the first to speak. Today is a somber day for the city of Iron Hands. I want to be here, to communicate a sad news. The air raid siren 2 days ago was due to a monster attack battle in the military district. In this battle, our Jin Yuan army warriors, more than 600 people were killed or injured. Blessed be the souls of these warriors. We won the battle and guarded the peace of Iron Hand. And proper arrangements have been made for the military families of all the fallen soldiers. I would like to bow here, on behalf of the thousands of people living in Iron Hand City, to the generals in heaven. With those words, Liang Huanjuan stood up. The whole room followed and stood up. Then Liang Huanjuan bowed deeply at 90 degrees, and everyone in the audience followed suit. The silence lasted 3 minutes. After paying tribute, Liang Huanjuan slowly sat down. Above, a casualty briefing for the battle. When he finished, he broke the microphone aside. On the other side, Wu Yafeng, the commander-in-chief of the Red Moon Military Region, spoke. Though the sacrifices of this campaign have been great, it is gratifying to note that our warriors have shown exceptional strength. I would like to commend all the warriors for fighting to the death, as well as strong support from college ROTC members across the city. The combat style of this college reserve fighter, it's unparalleled in all of college prep. They are as fast as wolves, as powerful as tigers, and as imposing as dragons on the battlefield. A great help for this battle. Wu Yafeng finished. It was Vice Commander Hong Weikung's turn to take over. Hong Weikung has a big four-sided face and very few words. The Jin Yuan army has a clear distinction between reward and punishment, and on this day, it will begin to discuss its merits. After saying that, he looked directly at Wan Longcheng. Wan Longcheng took the microphone and spoke slowly. Today, we also got a special message. There's a parade that's making a lot of noise around Blackwater High today. We made it a point to find out. Guess what? The purpose of the parade was? Wan Longchen coldly scanned the entire field below. Humph. They turned out to be a bunch of star-crossed fans. The purpose, then, is to get a reserve officer to give them a statement. What's the claim? That this reservist maliciously injured their idol goddess. And according to my investigation, it was an open engagement. And it was initiated by Golden Scale High School taking the initiative to provoke on the internet. It's ridiculous. Bang! When Wang Longcheng said this, he slammed his palm on the table in front of him. The microphones on the table all jumped hard. Wang Longcheng's thick eyebrows were raised upside down, and his eyes exploded with killing intent. This reserve officer, the very same reserve fighter who led the charge in this battle. A credit to a narrow escape from death. He gave up the so-called elite competition to lay down his life for the people. What did he get? He got a deliberate provocation from a school ranked for a game of profit. As a warrior, he answered the call to arms and defeated his opponent with a strong hand. What did you get again? What you get is a bunch of fans who don't know what they're talking about, vocalizing their crusade against him. I, Wang Longcheng, would like to ask for whom they are pleading. To plead for what? Wang Longcheng stood straight and said coldly with his head held high. In the face of the racial crisis of our invasion by the monsters of the abyss, as a martial artist, as a student, they do not worship the strong and do not sharpen themselves. And yet, you're going to go to some cult of face value, to go stargazing, to be a fan? We must break this twisted social climate. This matter must be investigated thoroughly to the end. How many people are involved in this provocation? Who initiated it? Which media is fanning the flames? Not a single one. Speaking of the end, Wang Longcheng waved his big hand, showing extraordinary and firm determination. The leaders at all levels seated below, especially those in the law enforcement division, were silenced. Even Liang Huojun and a few others had serious faces. It was also the first time they had seen Wang Longcheng in such a temper. Spa. Zhao Yi looked at Wang Longcheng's fury in his cell phone. The whole head felt like it had been struck by lightning. Rumbling. His face was white and he was sweating coldly. He swallowed hard and said to Linda, "Cousin, what about this thing? Will it be traced back to us?" The media is what he got. The guy who led the idea in the forum was one of his guys too. At this moment, Ling Da's face was also iron blue, and when he heard Zhao Yi ask, he immediately frowned. What do I have to do with this? I'm warning you, Zhao Yi, everything that happened was your own doing. I've never even seen you. Stir me up and I'll you up. With that said, Linda got up violently and quickly went to the locker room. Only Zhao Yi was left at the scene with a pale face. Only after a long time did Zhao Yi come back to his senses and took out his cell phone to dial his aunt. And in the meantime, in the middle of the Lace News media building, the general manager had gone crazy with anxiety and rushed into the multimedia room shouting, "Hurry, quickly, take down all the videos and articles posted today. All of them." Everyone moved instantly, but none of the faces look good. They are all very aware of the consequences of this. You now undo those articles and videos again. What's the point? Chapter 113, Mrs. Ling, who is both a man and a woman. This release is out. Almost all of the big media outlets quickly followed suit. All the ins and outs of the reports about the whole thing are clearly shown. This includes the provocation of the Golden Scale High School and Li Mu's response. The truth quickly spread throughout the city. The entire populace of the Iron Hand City were all but cursing the lacy media for misleading the masses. There has been a groundswell of support on the internet to severely punish this bad social trend. Strictly punish stargazers and unscrupulous media. The Jin Yuan army warriors fought to the death to defend the human race. Definitely don't let them get cold feet. Blackwater High School was even more shocked by the whole school. The moment I saw Li Mu suppress the parade with my own eyes, I thought it was over. This is definitely going to be a bad time for Li Mu. And the result? The 4 commanders of the military region came out in thunderous anger. Strongly support Li Mu. What do you mean the law doesn't apply? Li Mu's favoritism is about to be blamed on the masses. Beat you and hold you accountable. What high school student can do this kind of bullying? The principal couldn't do it either. As for the prep fighters at various colleges, watch this release. The admiration for Li Mu is like a torrent of continuous water. It has been worshipped to an unimaginable height. In fact, this launch was not specially prepared for Li Mu. The military district would have been briefed on something as big as a siege. The siege is over. It won't cause much panic, but it will solidify the Jin Yuan army's position among the population. This type of thing is mandatory and can't just be hidden. The unlucky Zhao Yi and the brainwashed fans. It just happened to hit this juncture to make trouble. The 2 military districts have no place to vent their evil fire. Doesn't this deserve it? And the most innocent of the whole thing. I'm afraid I have to count the Song family. Where Song Yan is from. Countless amounts of money were spent on PR in order to keep Song Yan's beating from spreading. This group of fans is so much better. The fuss is much bigger than before. Even the dogs on the side of the road knew that Song Yen was being rubbed on the ground. Twice. It was simply a strange shame. And the Song family couldn't wait to directly chop up all those rowdy fans. With the instructions from the military district and the monstrous anger of the people of the city, the Department of Law Enforcement will not dare to fail to do its best. In less than 2 hours, Zhao Yi fell into the net and was arrested, indicted for maliciously assaulting a reserve officer. And just after 4 in the afternoon, Yin Changming called Li Mu. Hey, principal. Yin Changming on the other end of the phone said to Li Mu with a bitter smile. Li Mu. Ah, just now, Vice Minister of Resources Ling Haidong's wife called me. Wanted me to take you to meet her. I'm going to shrug it off and say you're off on a mission to the abyss. You see. Don't. Li Mu said. The wife of the Undersecretary for Resources. Isn't her last name Zhou? Yin Changming thought for a moment and then said. I really don't know about this. Ling Haidong's wife's name seems to be quite mysterious all the time. I'm not sure. Li Mu, however, smiled. Earlier when he himself clashed with Zhao Yi had mentioned that his aunt had the ability to make the rankings of Blackwater colleges change. It really happened after that. And this Ling Haidong is presumably Zhao Yi's aunt. Now Zhao Yi has just been arrested and Ling Haidong's wife is calling? Cootie. Can figure out the connection too. Promise her and ask her where to meet. Is this appropriate? Yin Changming was a little unsure if Li Mu was speaking in anger. Suitable. I'll see what she wants. Li Mu knew how difficult it was for Yin Changming. Yin Changming was naturally reluctant to allow himself to meet the wife of the Deputy Minister of Resources. Fear of being hard done by. However, they do not dare to directly disobey the Ministry of Resources. After all, with the exception of the Jin Yuan army and some of the top families, the Ministry of Resources, which held a large amount of resources, that's a real department. The strength and depth of involvement is unimaginable to ordinary people. At Li Mu's strong request, Yin Changming could only agree. The call was soon returned. Right now, at the Cloudwater Hotel. The moment. Inside the box on the second floor of the Yinshui Hotel, the large table was mountainous and seated around 7 or 8 noble women. All of them were dressed as noble women. Basically, they are in their 40s and have a lot of style. Sitting in the main seat across the hall was a noblewoman with a full head of beautiful red hair. It was Zhao Yi's own aunt, Zhao Hong. Sitting next to her was the wife of the head of law enforcement for the South Metro area. The others were accompanied by the wives of some leaders who could usually talk to each other. Today Zhao Hong is mainly feasting on the minister's wife. The purpose was naturally for her to think of a way to get her nephew Zhao Yi out. Zhao Yi was arrested, and she was now gripped in her heart, because she already knew about her own son Ling De giving Zhao Yi ideas. She was now afraid that Zhao Yi wouldn't be able to hold out and give up her son Ling De. Who knew that the minister's wife said there was nothing she could do about it, because the arrest was made by Lu Jinshan, the head of the law enforcement department of the Eastern District, and that guy doesn't give face to anyone. Not to mention that Iron Hands is a city with 2 divisions. It was also by Tai Wei, the director of the East City Law Enforcement Division, who was in charge of all the law enforcement divisions in the East and West City districts. 1 law enforcement division in South City, in charge of all divisions in North and South City, and they belonged to the South City, and they weren't even in the same system as People's East City Law Enforcement Division. Zhao Hong was instantly worried, but the minister's wife gave her the idea of going straight to the root cause, looking for Li Mu. As long as Li Mu was convinced to give up pursuing this matter, it would be much easier. Even if they can't be released right away, the matter won't go any deeper. One of the wives immediately provided the phone number of the president of Blackwater High School, Changming Yin. Only then did Zhao Hong call Yin Changming and ask him to bring Li Mu over to see him. At this moment, Zhao Hong let out a long sigh, somewhat despondent. Don't worry, this Li Mu is just a kid anyways. He won't be too insensitive if you say something nice and give him some face, the minister's wife advised. However, Zhao Hong's eyes swept her lightly. I'm upset that my own son will be involved. You think I'm thinking about how to communicate with this Li Mu? I'm the wife of the Undersecretary of Resources. Do I have to bow down to a student? She was instantly furious. He himself could talk and laugh even when he met the upper wolf guards of the military region. Someone like this, what's his name? The president of Blackwater High School. You're the only ones who have his contact information. Otherwise I would never have been exposed to such a low level. Even if Li Mu was a reserve officer, he had to be left to his own devices. Give him some face? Is that necessary? Zhao Hong asked faintly. The minister's wife knew what she was thinking as soon as she heard it, and immediately sneered darkly. But his face was like a spring breeze. We are the ones who begged for something. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Hong's face pulled down. Saying you have a request for a student in front of all these people? I asked you to do something and you didn't even do it. And you're being sarcastic? I'll show you that I'm not on the same level as you. I still have to fight and curse to get them to do my work. She grunted faintly without speaking. Just then, footsteps sounded in the hallway. There was a knock on the door immediately afterward. Enter, Zhao Hong shouted faintly. Li Mu pushed the door in first, and Yin Changming followed. There was also a helpless compensatory smile on his face, because he doesn't even know Zhao Hong. She only knows the lady who has his phone number. So greeted. Hello Mrs. Lin. Hello ladies. That Mrs. Lin immediately reached out her hand to Zhao Hongdao. This is the wife of the Deputy Minister of Resources. You'll be called Mrs. Red. Mrs. Red. Yin Changming also knew that Red was not her last name, but since people's last names were kept secret, it was better not to ask. Zhao Hong faintly swept a glance at the two. He then pointed to an empty seat on the table and said to Yin Changming, Principal Yun, right? Have a seat. An empty seat, which she named for Yin Changming, with no intention of letting Li Mu sit. This was clearly meant to give Li Mu a hard time, to make Li Mu stand and lecture. Yin Changming wasn't ready to sit down. Li Mu then smiled and rushed Yin Changming. Headmaster, it doesn't look like there's anything for me to do, so I'll be off then. Li Mu finished smilingly, turned around, and then directly left the box. There was not a moment's hesitation. Zhao Hong's entire body froze on the spot, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely for a few moments. Chapter 114, Like to pretend? Then pretend to stay. As soon as Li Mu left, the box was instantly as dead as a tomb cellar. Zhao Hong froze there, his face green and white, rapidly changing. She had never experienced this feeling before. It was her intention to give Li Mu a hard time, but he didn't expect Li Mu to dare to turn around and leave. Of course Li Mu couldn't spoil her. In fact, before he came, Li Mu probably guessed that it was Zhao Yi's aunt who wanted to ask for his favor. Li Mu had thought of probing more about their relatives, and that's about it. I didn't realize that this Zhao Yi's aunt was trying to be a whore and set up a house of cards at the same time. It's obvious that you're asking for it, and you have to give yourself a hard time about it. To pose as the wife of a vice minister, then you just set it up. As for holding Yin Changming over the fire, that's okay. What's an old man afraid of? What can a couple of women do to him? Yin Changming was also dumbfounded there. Just pulled out the stool and couldn't sit down either. Stumped. Ah. Here. Look at this. Zhao Hong was instantly annoyed. This what? Go get him back here. Yin Changming had also reacted. What are you yelling about? Oh, you called us Li Mu here. Obviously there's something to find Li Mu. It turned out to be a downer when I came up, and you asked me to call again when Li Mu left. With this thought, Yin Changming also gave up. He was afraid when he didn't meet this vice minister's wife. The fact that Li Mu was even giving her the slip now meant that Li Mu didn't need her at all either. Then why should I be afraid of you? And I'm not afraid of your hole. Anyway, Blackwater is now relying on Li Mu to hold it up, and it's not relying on me? Yin Changming instantly pulled the wool over his eyes as well. Oops. He did answer a phone call just now. The deputy commander of the military region has something to find her. He's already making time by coming over first. I just can't call it. Why don't you call the commander? The other ladies around the room could barely hold back their laughter. This Yin Changming is really solid. Your vice minister's wife is bigger than the vice commander of the military region? If you're really good, you shouldn't be huffing and puffing around here with a Thai principal like me. You call the commander directly. Zhao Hong suddenly huffed and puffed in anger. Principal Yin, this is the student you taught. Is this the quality? I asked him to come here because I had something to ask of him, and he just says he's leaving? Yin Changming clapped his hands at once. Oh, you are looking for him. I thought you were looking for me when you walked in and sat me down. It's also my fault for not making it clear. This Li Mu of ours, he eats soft food, but not hard food. You want something from him, so why don't you let him sit down when you enter? Oops, this is a big deal. Excuse me ladies, I'll take my leave. Yin Changming feigned difficulty, stomped his feet and shook his head, sipped his teeth anxiously, and directly excused himself and walked out. Since people are looking for Li Mu to do things, and Li Mu left, they don't intend to look for Li Mu to come back. What's the point of staying here? Zhao Hong was even more annoyed. Hate teeth. On the other hand, the wife of the Minister of Law Enforcement, who was on the side, clasped her hands on her chest, the corner of her mouth hooked up. Just one word. Yes. These words of Yin Changming's just now completely echoed his own earlier words, directly referring to Zhao Hong when and where he was standing. It's obvious that you're looking for someone to come in for something, and you're going to give them a hard time about it. I've been trying to remind you to speak nicely to Li Mu and give him some face. Gives you a begging attitude. You're still humming and humming. Who are you humming for? Now that's, isn't it? And as soon as Li Mu left the Cloudwater Hotel, straight away, he called Lu Chunfeng. Hey, Teen Yo, tell your father that. Push Xiaoyi hard to find out about his involvement with Vice Minister of Resources Ling Haidong. Let's see if there's anything else going on here. The Minister of Law Enforcement of the Eastern District was Lu Chenfeng's old man. Lu Zhinshan. Good. I got it. Lu Chenfeng hung up the phone after saying that. Li Mu then dialed Zhang Jiwei's number again. Hey, it's me. What is it? I remember drinking earlier and you said your dad was okay with the other Deputy Minister of Resources. Li Mu remembers that the Ministry of Resources has two deputy ministers. One was Ling Haidong, and the other was the one who had backed up Li Mu in the first battle of the Abyss before. The one that brought down Tanglong Martial Arts School. Well, it was my dad who licked people before. Zhang Jiwei was blunt. Li Mu also knew the implication that it used to be that way. But now that Zhang's group had a military-industrial enterprise, it's not certain who licks who. Just now Ling Haidong's wife, Zhao Yi's aunt, approached me, tried to get me to let his nephew off the hook. I didn't. All you have to do is tell that vice minister about it, and he should jump at the chance. Zhang Jiwei's side froze for a moment. Then came a soft laugh. Thanks, and then hung up as well. Ah, Li Mu put the phone down and stretched. Today, I have to thank this Ling Haidong's wife myself. If Zhao Yi really pulled the Ling family down, then Lu Zhinshan will have to make a big achievement. And another resource minister will have to owe Zhang Jiwei a big favor. Finished the call. Li Mu just didn't bother getting involved in this and went straight to the abyss. Today is the day to discuss the rewards, and he should be able to settle a lot of merit. Fruity. In this battle, Li Mu made a lot of achievements. Receive a first-class merit badge, plus 800 merit points. 800 points of merit. It didn't sound as if it was too much compared to what Li Mu had obtained before. But that's because Li Mu has been taking more credit for one thing than another. That's why his hundreds or thousands of merits don't seem like much. But regular people can get merits in units of 10. 30-50 merit badges are considered extremely difficult quests. Put it this way, Wan Longcheng had forcefully killed two Xin stage 3rd grade monsters in this battle. In the end, he was also seriously injured and fell unconscious because he was protecting the commander-in-chief. Liang Huanjuan. Almost lost my life. Merit value 100 points. Second class merit badge. Commander-in-Chief Liang Huanjuan also only 900 points. No medals. Reserves range from 20 to 100 points across the board. Everyone's tech watch has a kill stat, and those without special contributions are credited as kills. Lu Chenfeng and Zhang Jiwei, each with 200 points of merit, were awarded the third-class merit medal. The main reason was that the duo of Li Mu and Zhang Lu were too good, especially Li Mu, though not the most kills in the battle. Not even as many as Zhang Jiwei killed, but Li Mu's functionality is drawn out. One by one, the Ansatsuki technique steadily stabilized the retreating trend of the United Stars Grand Formation. If it wasn't for Li Mu, the United Stars Grand Formation would have definitely broken. At that time, the entire Jinyuan army fighters must retreat back into the interior of the military area. Engage in bloody and brutal street fighting. If there's an alley fight, the odds are that you'll still win in the end, though, but I'm afraid the number of casualties will have to double again. As for Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng, with their strong personal combat power, they led the charge, greatly boosted the morale of the reserves. It's what allows the reserves to act as a high mobility to put out fires all over the place. As the saying goes, a soldier is a bear and a general is a bear. It's hard for a normal person to achieve that with a bunch of new recruits. That's where the general comes in. However, Li Mu's merit value had reached 500 points though, honored to be promoted to the rank of Marquis of Shaohu. Any rank nowadays is by definition eligible for the post of Commander-in-Chief. Nay, his cultivation and seniority were still too low to hang such an important military position. But Wang Longcheng also said, the seniority piece is something Lemu can skip. There's a reserve knowledge base, and a battlefield act that has held up well on several key missions. This resume is hard as can be, but the cultivation side is something that must be raised. Even if Li Mu himself is not afraid of any unconvincing obstacles and strongly requests to hang on, then it would also have to be at least the 6th or 7th rank before they would consider giving Li Mu a posting. Li Mu was in no hurry. He himself was supposed to improve his strength as soon as possible. For the cultivation piece, one only needs to wait for another 10 or so days for this batch of chi-gathering pills and earth vein spirit hua pills to come out, estimated to be guaranteed to go up at least 1 pint. As for killing monsters, you can go now. The need to beat the point for yourself is growing anyway. Li Mu came to the lobby of the first base of the Pearl military region to receive a single-player blind zone exploration mission. In fact, Li Mu received the mission just to register and keep a record. Every warrior has to register whatever mission they go on, lest you die out there and no one knows. After receiving his quest, Li Mu went out and summoned Yaobon, and was ready to mount his horse and head to the teleportation area. Unexpectedly, someone behind him called out to him. When Li Mu turned around, it was actually Qin Zhanyet. Li Mu smiled and arched his hand. Congratulations, Instructor Qin. I should call you Vice Commander Qin now? Qin Zhanya's credit in this battle was not small, and he was likewise promoted to Xiaohuho. After Wang Longchang was promoted to vice commander, the vice commander was vacant. Qin Zhanya was then promoted to this position. Qin Zhanya hurriedly reached out to interrupt Li Mu, but the corners of his mouth were still smiling. Shoo, but don't yell. Keep your head down. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Then I also congratulate you. The youngest and fastest promoted young Tiger Marquis in the Pearl military region's history. Qin Zhanya patted Li Mu's arm and smiled. Li Mu hurriedly begged for forgiveness helplessly. This praising someone in front of his face did make it a bit embarrassing. What are you doing here? Qin Zhanya asked. Take a mission and go out to move your body. Li Mu casually said. It really is true that the stronger you are, the harder you work. Qin Zhanya praised, then saw Yao Bone beside Li Mu. Ever since I saw Yao Bone just now, I've felt that this guy isn't honest. And he's been resuming his chaotic screams. All four hooves kicked around restlessly. Ooh, what's with the cheerfulness of this remote bone? Qin Zhanya asked. Li Mu spread his hands. Who knows? Ever since he's been with me, this guy is getting more and more cheerful. And huge drinker of water. Megapotent P. Running around all day like an ADHDer. As Li Mu spoke, the two of them looked at Yao Bone in passing. But then he saw that Telebone had found a pile of horse manure from some unknown horse on the ground. It hasn't had time to be cleaned up by the sanitation team. Remote Bone actually lowered his head and nibbled furiously without saying a word. Hey, don't eat it. Li Mu bellowed and kicked the horse in the ass. Telebones was chewing more cheerfully. However, shaking the dung up and tossing it into his mouth. Qin Zhanya took one look and immediately yanked Li Mu over. Not, Mac. You can ride it. You have to feed it. This kid is so hungry he eats and you're stopping him. Li Mu immediately opened his eyes and his pupils dilated. How is that possible? I fed. I really fed. Isn't it a special warhorse? It only needs to be fed twice a year. I fed him the same day I took him back. Lean jerky, and he ate over 20 pounds. Qin Zhanya slapped his head. Oops. It's over. Old Chow at the stable mentioned it to me once. This Yao Bone was alienated into a special item by stealing monster meat. While the abilities are specialties, the eating habits are likely still fine, and they have to be fed every day. Keep eating monster meat to maintain the specialties and even continue the mutation. He told me to tell you that I've got too much to do, and when I'm busy, I'll just assume I've told you and forget about it completely. Qin Zhanya tried his best to explain. He also did stream of consciousness reply once that he thought he had told Lemuel. However, there is no Li Mu and Yao Bone. One person and one horse. Frozen place at once. For I stared blankly at Qin Zhanya. A whole little month. It's been a small month since Li Mu brought Yao Bone back. Just had a meal. No wonder this guy spends all day in the blessed field doing nothing else but bam flashing spiritual spring water. Drink and piss. Piss and drink. Dare I say it? I'm hungry to fill up on water all day, and then hungry to run around like crazy. If it wasn't for that spirit spring being full of spiritual chi, it was estimated that this Yao Bone had already starved to death of his ass. Li Mu returned to his senses and glanced back at Yao Bone. You heard me. It's not my fault. Then with a finger pointing at Qin Zhanya, he shouted with a sudden malady. Create him for me. Chapter 115, Ghost Axe Creation Pill. Telebones is no less than a wise creature. When he heard Li Mu's command, he suddenly shook his silly body, revealing ferocious gums. There's still horse manure on the gums. The hind legs froze straight and the front legs thumped up to Qin Zhanya's heels. As a result, Qin Zhanya pulled out a large chunk of monster meat from his own storage ring. Throw it to the ground with a thud. 5 minutes later, near the teleportation array, some Jin Yuan army warriors saw Yao Bone carrying Li Mu slinking toward the transmission array from afar. Li Mu walked and cursed no talent. Food. Stupid dog and so on. For his part, Telebones was striding along at a six-fold pace, chewing something with satisfaction in his mouth. A throwback look. The next 7 days, the only big thing that's happened in Iron Hand. It was Ling Haidong, the Vice Minister of Resources of the Eastern District, who was secretly detained for investigation. The Holy Dragon Martial Arts School was also reorganized. That untouchable Mrs. Ling Haidong, Zhao Hong. After running around and failing to find Li Mu, he looked for Bai Taiwei and Wang Longcheng. Of course, when she was the wife of the vice minister, these two didn't always take her up on it. Now it's even less visible. In the end, she even anxiously begged Yin Changming to bring a message to Li Mu. Yin Changming was smiling on the surface, but in reality, he didn't even give Li Mu a phone call. He couldn't find Li Mu either. This week, Li Mu was almost a semi-closed state, not coming to school once. Even Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng have become secretive. In fact, Li Mu had had a very pleasant 7 days. Nothing else to do during the day is to go to the abyss and kill monsters. Of course, most of the day was spent looking for monsters. You can kill a 300 or so victory points a day. In the afternoon, There is nothing to do. So I drink and blow awesome with Zhang Jiwei Lu Chunfeng. The following days Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng also followed Li Mu to kill monsters. A few people specialized in areas with lots of monsters. At night, Li Mu dug into the blessed art to drum up herbs. The last couple days have played out to about 200 victory points. With the points Len Yu orders the blessing technique. Spent 600 points to light up 2 more enhancement effects. Spiritual springs are of higher quality and double the aura. 1 acre of land may be selected to receive rain every 3 days. Each Ganoderma increases the maturity of the plant by 50 years. Li Mu had to spit out that out of all the current avatars. The fortification nodes of the Fortuna technique cost the most victory points. It takes 400 points just to light up the Gamblin enhancement. But who called it by far the most useful for their own strength enhancement as well? All of the blessed arts to support alchemy. Boosting strength more than attaching an ear to hear. With these 2 enhanced effects, Li Mu was all the more glad that he had planted that most difficult to mature herb in one area. An acre of sweet rain the size of an acre just covered it. On the 7th night, all of Li Mu's herbs had matured. Li Mac's ecstatic collection of dishes. Directly harvested 31 top-grade body-fixing elixirs * and 24 top-grade chi-gathering elixirs *. Earth Vein Spirit Hua Dan * 16 PCS. Military-affiliated areas. Li Mu's room. It was 2:07 in the morning. Li Mu looked at the refined bed full of pills and took a deep breath. Rumble of a stomach. Having stayed up all night, Li Mu's stomach was getting a little hungry. Li Mu directly picked up the 2 top-grade body-fixing pills and ate them first. It had been roughly 10 days since the last time he had eaten those 4 body-fixing pills. Li Mu felt carefully. These 2 pills did still have drug resistance, but drug resistance has clearly turned back a lot. The medicinal effects exerted by these 2 pills were equivalent to the 3rd and 4th pills from last time. This goes to show that time can cut down on drug resistance. It just might take a little longer. Li Mu still had to find a way to eliminate the resistance quickly. Otherwise it would be a matter of not being able to digest so many pills on their own. Immediately after that, Li Mu ate 4 top-grade chi-gathering pills in a row, and 2 Earth Vein Spirit Hua pills. The medicine hasn't even begun to take effect yet. Li Mu is full. Immediately afterward, terrifying auras began to converge from all directions. Li Mu rushes to end his body to meet the glorious evolution. At this moment, Li Mu was like a giant whale in the deep sea, whaling thousands of auras into his body. After giving the Earth Vein Spiritual Flowering Dan a further purification and refinement, it crazily enhanced the quality of Li Mu's Danci. After only a few moments, Li Mu's body blazed with white light. Even with the curtains drawn, the light from inside Li Mu's house penetrated the night sky through the cracks. The 5th grade node on the Yellow Order lifeline was easily broken through. Heading straight for the 6th grade node. About half an hour later, boom! A second white light, laced with a faint golden color, pierced through the night sky once again. The Yellow Order 6th grade shackle has been broken. Li Mu digested the medicinal power thoroughly. With the help of the Earth Vein Spiritual Hua Dan, the strength of the Danci and veins in the body were completely stabilized. It had reached the middle of the 6th grade. It wasn't until the medicinal power had almost completely disappeared that Li Mu opened his eyes in ecstasy, crossing 2 realms in a row. The top grade elixir was really powerful. Moreover, with the help of the Earth Vein Spiritual Flowering Pill, not only was this realm not vain, it was also exceptionally sturdy. Marred. No wonder so many people have been obsessed with alchemy throughout the ages. It's a pity that I can't experience the pain of failing to make pills. There would be no way to experience the joy that comes with becoming a Dan. What a shame. This kind of boring 100% Dan formation. Please let me experience it all the time, haha. Li Mu was in a great mood to open the system. The first time was to look at the 2nd grade Heavenly Immortal Technique. Inner strength was the most central foundation of Li Mu's powerful strength. At 1st grade cultivation it was the no-grade Heavenly Immortal Technique, and at 3rd grade cultivation it rose to the 2nd grade. Then the 5th grade should be able to be upgraded again. Sure enough, the advancement option that Li Mu had dreamed of finally appeared behind the substandard Heavenly Immortal Technique. You can advance to the minor Heavenly Immortal Technique, but after just one look at the price, Li Mu couldn't stop laughing. Requires 100 victory points. Li Mu had 400 victory points left right now. It's not that you can't get it. Rather, Li Mu realized that it took 100 to raise the no good to the 2nd good, and 100 to raise the 2nd good to the minor, and so on up to 100,000 victory points. It would be nice to go straight up to the big one, in case it's a medium one up there. So a medium to a large grade is $1 million? Forget it for now. Li Mu directly spent 100 victory points to advance the Heavenly Immortal Technique. The 2nd grade Heavenly Immortal Technique has been upgraded. Minor sketch of Heavenly Immortal Technique, deepening the understanding of the 200 years experience of the technique practiced. The Danhai and meridians are vastly improved, and the effects of the 3 traits of rejuvenation, feedback and bone penetration are doubled. when attacking an opponent. If the opponent possesses a talent, it will seize their talent when they are on the verge of death and condense it into a spirit crystal of creation. Creation spirit crystals can be refined into pills by searching for a formula in alchemy. Li Mu was shocked. Killing people? Taking talents? Making pills? Li Mu snapped back to his senses. It seems as if the great sage's great piece of heavenly immortal decision is originally a magic door that seizes the creation of heaven and earth, capturing the creation of heaven and earth, invading the mysteries of the sun and the moon, not to mention people. Li Mu immediately opened alchemy and found the Dan formula mentioned in the heavenly immortal secret, worth 200 victory points. Ghost Axe Creation Pill. Li Mu didn't hesitate to light up. The first thing he thought of when he saw the efficacy of this heavenly immortal skill was a person. Li family. Li Xiaohao. To this day, Li Mu's mind could clearly remember when the talent replacement was successful. Li Xiaohao's smug and rampant face. Smile and say to yourself, I'm going to make good use of your gift to get to the top. Ghost Axe Creation Elixir Formula. 100 years of dead bone grass. Soul returning 7-colored flower. Earth rising lotus. And creation spirit crystal. Ghost Axe Creation Elixir. The person who drinks the elixir can obtain a creation talent that coexists with his or her own talent. And each person can only have one creation talent. That means it's possible to take away a person's gift, rest in another. He himself had taken Li Xiaohao's talent to use it. Can't you take other higher level talents to use in the future? Doesn't matter though. The purpose of taking his talent was not to enhance himself, but to make him lose it. Even if he took Li Xiaohao's talent and didn't use it himself, he could feed it to the dogs. Chapter 116, Wherever the Divine Elephant Passes, all belong to you? Early the next morning, Li Mu then went to find Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, dragged them both to a cultivation martial arts center, tugging the two into a single practice room as the waitress looks on in shock. The practice room is meant to be private. The sound of a lock being reversed rang out as soon as the three men entered. The waitress was really curious. Taking advantage of the patrol, he came near the practice room. With his amazing ear power, he heard a chilling sound coming from inside. Quick! Close your eyes and open your mouth. What for? A cool, slightly wary voice came. TCH, cut the crap. I'm not hurting you. Open your mouth. You too. It was immediately followed by a jarring voice cursing. Holy, it's black and so big. What is it? This is the baby. Don't know. Who told you to open your eyes? Eat it. The entire waitress was struck by lightning. Tingling and shivering hard, he ran quickly to the front stage. Find your own sisters to gossip about. Haven't even opened my mouth. That practicing room fiercely lit up with two streaks of rushing white light. In the meantime, inside the abyss, the four members of the vanguard squad, Ma Jun, Zhao Meiting, Zhang He, Song Biao, was riding a warhorse on an abyssal blindness exploration mission. All four of them were now at the 4th grade realm. Since the last time Li Mu was promoted to Wolf Guard, although the few of them were still on good terms with Li Mu, they were indeed deeply struck. So consciously keep a distance from Li Mu, not to be a burden to others. Since then, though, they've stopped taking patrol missions. Instead, they took up the more dangerous task of exploring the blind zone. Strength is even increasing by leaps and bounds. While several people were concentrating on the movements around them, Ma Jun's tech watch suddenly rang. Any squad in the regional channel that can hear this channel, rush immediately to coordinates 32547, 1248. Vacuum belt found here. The voice sounded very excited. Several people from Ma Jun looked at each other and quickly opened their tech watches, rushing his horse to the area of the coordinates in his watch. The warhorse galloped furiously for a while before entering a small hilly area. A dozen warhorses and shambling figures had gathered at the highest point of the distant mound, and after entering this area, Ma Jun and the others also felt the aura on their bodies clear up. Several people quickly rushed over. At the highest point of the hill here, the battle flag of a Pearl military region was waving in the wind. A group of Jinyuan army warriors with joyful colors on their faces laughed and chatted. Seeing Ma Jun's few people arriving, this group of people all greeted each other warmly. Hey, Pioneer Squad! A lot of people knew Ma Jun and the others because of that military-style rectification promo that Li Mu had at the time. These guys are showing their faces. Ma Jun asked in surprise as he rolled over and dismounted. How big a vacuum belt is this? And who found it? The man was also chatty, and said with a finger pointing to a smiling captain not far away. The evil Tiger Squad was the first to find it. But since we've been called here, the credit must go to those who see it. This vacuum belt was just measured by Happy Horse, about 1,000 acres, and there's an outward extension of the. Someone's already gone. Ma Jun asked again. Has anyone gone back to inform the military district? Well, someone went and the military district is arranging for someone to come over and test them. Zhao Meiting several people also couldn't hide the joy in their hearts. The discovery of a vacuum zone is a rare event in a blind exploration mission. the credit is naturally not small. Although they weren't the first to discover it, the first ones, as long as they kept watch, waiting for a large force to come and garrison is considered meritorious. The vacuum belt, in the abyss, is of strategic importance to mankind. Humans will constantly attract monsters once they gather in numbers of more than 5 in the middle of the abyss. This is caused by breath exposure. And the vacuum zone, the area of the abyss that naturally prevents humans from giving off their scent. Humans can congregate in superabundance in the vacuum belt region, without giving off an aura that attracts monsters in large numbers. Just keep clearing the monsters around you outwards. This vacuum belt would be able to serve as a great new stronghold for humanity. The area directly underneath all the abyssal entrances around the world. Often it is the largest vacuum band. It varies from a few square kilometers to tens or hundreds of square kilometers of vacuum belt. It wasn't until after mankind discovered the concept of vacuum belts, only then did they dare to start the infrastructure below the entrance to the abyss, station their armies, and gradually radiate outward to explore. And like here, there is no entrance to the abyss above, but a naturally occurring vacuum zone. It's a very important springboard. This means that the military district can start infrastructure here, station troops, establish a teleportation area that, rapid outward expansion. The crowd talked and laughed and waited for a while. Suddenly a man shouted, "What's that?" The crowd looked curiously, and immediately saw several huge monsters trotting towards the area. Alert! Alert! All the warriors instantly retrieved their warhorses and stood in a line with their swords and spears raised side by side. Getting closer, the monsters on the other side slowed down. That turned out to be 4 black-skinned elephants. On each elephant's body, a huge crosspiece of wood was carried. There were 8 people sitting high up on that wooden frame. All were dressed in white cloth, with beards, thick eyebrows, and long-handled scimitars in their hands. Not Chinese at first glance. Someone among the warriors instantly recognized the other and frowned. It's someone from the Divine Elephant Kingdom. The others were instantly alert. The Divine Elephant Kingdom is one of the neighboring countries of Huaxia. In the early stages of the Abyssal outbreak, the Divine Elephant Kingdom was nearly destroyed directly by the Abyssal monsters. But the mind boggles. After the Abyssal monsters invaded the Divine Elephant Kingdom, but they began to die on a bizarrely large scale. It was only afterward that the Divine Elephant Kingdom found out. These monsters actually died because they ate the corpses of people from the God's Elephant Kingdom. Poisoned. The Divine Elephant Kingdom at once cried out for the blessing of the Elephant God. And combined with the outbreak of aura, a large number of mysterious magicians rose to power. Utilization of spreading superbugs. Hard to discuss the abyssal monsters back into the abyss. Subsequently, the era of the great eruption of the aura of the Divine Elephant Kingdom, which gained the power of faith in the Divine Elephant, started the rise of combat units such as Elephant Force Warriors, Black Plague Warlocks, song and dance musicians, and so on. In fact, since the outbreak of the abyssal monsters, the aura has revived. Most of the country was wiped out. Only those countries with strong beliefs, or deep cultural heritage survived. These forces of faith and culture, along with the revitalization of the aura bestowed upon mankind transcendental powers, Chinese martial artists, in the population of other countries, known as metaphysical power martial artists because of the metaphysical cultivation system that Huaxia follows. Unfortunately for this parallel world, there is a lot less of the mythological system of Huaxia on Earth. Otherwise, if you awaken the flood system, and the vampire, werewolf, and wizard systems of the Great Eagle Kingdom, and the Oni system of the Sakura Kingdom, the pharaonic tree system in the desert state, all have their own unique characteristics that were developed and then stood their ground. Some years ago, the Divine Elephant Kingdom advocated the Sea of Men tactic, playing hard to get with procreation, resulting in a population explosion in the God's Elephant Kingdom. Underground began to expand the abyss. The ground also began to expand the territory. No less in China friction. Nay, there was the pact to the abyss, so the two sides had never clashed head-on. However, the God's Elephant Kingdom's strong aggressive intentions for territorial expansion were known to everyone. It must be no good for them to appear at this time. These 4 elephants walk slowly. The people haven't arrived yet. A strong smell of curry then wafted in all directions, making people retch. Stand still. This is the vacuum belt of China. Get out of here. The leader of the evil tiger squad was the first to step forward. Pointing to his planted battle flag, he shouted a warning. A man stood up on the giant elephant in the forefront. Shaking his head in broken Chinese, he shouted, "Here, the territory of the Divine Elephant Kingdom. All of it." He also gestured with his hand toward a large range in the distance as he spoke. Captain Evil Tiger was instantly furious. "We were here first. Flag planting prevails. I warn you again, leave our territory." The man was angry too. "The Divine Elephant guided us here, and wherever the Divine Elephant passes, it is my Divine Elephant land. This was meant to be a place that belongs to our divine elephant kingdom. The Jin Yuan army warriors were all grumpy as they cursed out a shameless sentence. This land of the Tama Abyss. Whether it's a vacuum belt or some supernatural resource, it's all about whoever finds it first. Flag insertion prevails, first come, first served. This divine elephant kingdom actually said that it was originally their territory. It simply intends to rob it outright. But the crowd also cried out for bad luck. Cities within their own countries have not touched each other within the abyss. It's amazing to run into the divine elephant nation here. Could it be that this place was on the verge of touching one of the borders of the god's elephant kingdom at the abyss? Seeing that the Jin Yuan army warriors refused to back down, that curry boy instantly yelled out a godlike Mandarin. All the divine elephant kingdom warriors suddenly shouted. All of them jumped down from the giant elephant and one stared up as hard as he could with huge eyes. It's even a little comical to feel like you're trying to stare someone down, one after another. They drew their scimitars in their hands, a forceful and intimidating stance. Chapter 117 Run. The Huaxia Jin Yuan army naturally did not show any weakness, drawing their swords and stepping forward, ready to do battle. But just then, under the mound at the back of the Huaxia camp, a warhorse neighs. There were half a dozen men urging their horses to arrive. Most of them were Jin Yuan army warriors. A dozen or so were unarmed, though, and all looked to be dressed as some kind of scholars. It seems to be someone from the institute. Discovering a new vacuum belt is not likely to come down to a large group of people at once. Need the institute to field survey the specific data first, then go back and design based on actual data. What type of stronghold to build, how to build it, how long to build it, what material to build it on, what equipment to build it on, how many people are stationed, etc. It's all planned out before you can start operating this way, lest we do something useless. And when the opposite divine elephant kingdom saw that someone had come from Huaxia, they all immediately put away their stances and slowly backed away. The leader gave a wink, and they dusted themselves off and got back on the giant elephant. Without a word, the elephant of the tune headed back. A new officer on the Chinese side came up and asked, "What's going on?" Captain Evil Tiger returned. "Wolfguard LV. It's obvious that we discovered this vacuum belt first. The flags on the highest hills are planted, and this group of people from the god's elephant kingdom nonetheless say that this is their territory." Lu Wolfguard frowned slightly as he watched the back of the divine elephant nation's people, then rushed behind him and commanded, "Fellows, hard at work, let's get to work as soon as possible. Everyone else, work in groups of 3 to protect the fellows as they carry out their work. Don't move an inch. The rest of you, in teams of 2, go on guard patrols around the perimeter and keep communications open." This middle Wolfguard calmly commanded, and the men moved in an orderly fashion. Instead, he personally led his men to alert the direction where the people of the god's elephant kingdom had left. This place is out of the communication range boundary with the Pearl military region. Only regional communications can be used. Otherwise the people from the evil Tiger squad wouldn't have to specially run back 2 people to report it. To report the situation here back to Pearl military region HQ, or just go back to the city. Either that or run hundreds of kilometers back. About an hour or so had passed. The fellows were very efficient and mutual cooperation quickly mapped out the specific data of the vacuum belt, regrouped at the highest point of the hill. "We'll hold here while the fellows go back and report," Wolfguard Lu ordered again. It then crushed the return stone. Who knows that the return to the city array is only slightly lighted, and then it is like a flame that is quickly extinguished when it meets cold water. It disappeared with a stabbing sound. LV Wolfguard was shocked. The other one also crushed the return stone, which similarly failed. Just then, a strong smell of curry wafted in. The crowd was alarmed and alerted in all directions. Only a few dozen meters away in the open space, the space was twisted in bursts and a person dressed in black clothes and black robes just slowly walked out from the space. "Pull back!" LV Wolfguard shouted at once. If the other party was able to get so close without being detected, their strength must be far above their own 8th grade martial artist. It is never wise to meet a battle. But the black-robed man was shaking his head and raising his hands to the sky, and the limbs make strange movements, kind of like they're dancing. Instead, the people on the Jin Yuan army's side were horrified. Their feet suddenly became extremely heavy. When he landed again, the ground had turned a dark color, and their feet felt like they had stepped on strong adhesive water, and they couldn't pull them out. Wolfguard Lu was immediately startled, completely certain that this black-robed man was at least Shin rank. Otherwise it would be impossible to use this evil method to control hundreds of martial artists at once. The people were so anxious to shed their shoes and pull their feet out, but even that couldn't be done. The feet were deadlocked to the ground. Right at this moment, behind that black-robed man, a burst of earth tremors resounded. Immediately after that, dozens of giant elephants rushed out, and running below were at least 600 or 700 warriors of the god's elephant kingdom. A couple of them ran really fast. The strength was clearly far above him. Lu Wolfguard instantly realized that it was not good. This group of damned Divine Elephant Nation people obviously had planned this in advance. Maybe their reinforcements had arrived long ago and were just waiting for their own people to gather. All in one net. Prevent yourself from reporting to the military district. Though they occupy this place, China will turn against them. But they just have to exterminate all of them. There were no witnesses, and the Divine Elephant Kingdom could have pulled the wool over their eyes. Despicable. Wolfguard Lu gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. But suddenly he heard someone behind him yell, "Quick! Harder!" He jerked back to look, only to see Ma Jun of the Vanguard squad helping the female teammate pull her leg outward, and the horsemen seemed to be able to move their feet freely. LV Wolfguard bellowed, "Horse army!" Ma Jun's eyes were red with anxiety at this point, and he immediately looked at Lu Wolfguard. That's when LV Wolfguard saw clearly that Ma Jun's feet could indeed move. Those feet of his are actually iron. This means that this black ground can only control flesh in close contact. Prosthetics are not included. Run! Run back and report! Lu Wolfguard was almost roaring madly with all his strength. Ma Jun also seemed to have realized something violently. "Let's go!" Zhao Meiting gave him a deep look and suddenly jerked her tech watch off, shoved it into the horse's army's hand. The horse's army did not hesitate any longer. Vicious strides were taken toward the black area beyond. He had prosthetics below his knees, but he could still feel the immense suction of this ground above his knees. It was like a strong magnet dropping him downward. Ma Jun felt that if he fell, must be as immobile as a mouse stuck to a sticky mouseboard. Seeing the horse's army trying to run, a leader among the people of the God Elephant Nation pointed at him and shouted something. With that, a few Divine Elephant Kingdom martial artists accelerated their speed like crazy. It's just a shame that the horseman quickly got out of the black zone. After running wildly for hundreds of meters, he summoned his warhorse and flew up, his speed increasing steeply. As he was about to run out of the vacuum belt, the horse's army looked back. Just see everyone in the Jin Yuan army. All eyes were gazing back at him. Some are crying, some are laughing. The Wolfguard of Lu cried out, "Run!" Zhao Meiting, on the other hand, revealed a beautiful smile that he had never seen before. Immediately after, the army of giant elephants violently crushed through. Lu Wolfguard and the others swung their swords as hard as they could, and blood light instantly filled the air. There are huge elephants that have had their legs cut off and have fallen heavily to the ground, but the angry people of the God's Elephant Kingdom also completely overwhelmed them in the next instant. The horse's army snapped out a heartbreaking roar of rage and, it was as if those swords and knives were hacking at his own body. The group of Divine Elephant Nation people in hot pursuit behind them were able to close some distance at first, but the horses under the horse army seemed to sense the critical situation and ran wildly with their lives. Soon, with their superb endurance, they left the God's Elephant countrymen running on 2 feet behind them, far behind. In the meantime, Pearl Military District, Talent Quiz Room. Li Mu stood in front of the quiz boulder and stretched out his hand. After he gave Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng both pills, he came here at the first opportunity. Wanted to see how far this talent had improved after rising to the 6th rank. The ones responsible for the operation were still the same 2 employees who had given Li Mu the quiz before. Last time, Li Mu had evolved his talent from F-grade Heavy Strike to D-grade Super Heavy Strike. And this time, again, the 2 were dumbfounded. A golden yellow light shot up into the sky. The computer showed Li Mu's new talent, D-rank talent like brute force, and 3 characteristics of the new gift appeared in Li Mu's spirit. Attacks with 15% damage to the strength of your chakra. When attacking with a weapon, the damage to armor is increased by 30%. Increase your speed by 20% when attacking. Li Mu didn't know if the other B-rank talents were strong or not, but Li Mu felt that his B-rank talent was blood strong. There aren't any fancy abilities, but they're all basic core boosts, especially on top of the fact that his own attack, destructive power, and speed were already ridiculously higher than his class. A further percentage boost is simply overpowered. After the test, Li Mu walked out of the quiz room with satisfaction, not waiting for those 2 to come up and congratulate him. Li Mu's tech watch then chirped sharply. Chapter 118 Hostile Aura Attacks. At the highest part of the hill, the Divine Elephant Kingdom had already planted its own battle flag. Hundreds of Divine Elephant Kingdom warriors were cleaning up the corpses of the Chinese Jin Yuan army that were all over the ground. Some people were also rescuing injured giant elephants. The death of Wolfguard Lu was especially tragic. He was the one who decapitated 2 giant elephants, killed 3 Divine Elephant Kingdom warriors. In the end, he was killed by a Xian-ranked Divine Elephant Kingdom warrior with a single slash, and was subsequently split into pieces by a chaotic blade. The black-robed man looked out in the direction the horse army had fled. The look of gravity. A turbaned officer of the God's Elephant Kingdom said, "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare do anything and there's nothing they can do about it. We now have 4 martial artists equivalent to their Xian rank strength. Troops are stretched thin in every country but ours right now. They definitely wouldn't dare to come with too many Xian rank or above martial artists. otherwise their lair is in danger. The black-robed man shook his head slowly, folding his hands together and shaking his head slightly a few times. I detect a hostile atmosphere coming our way. Very dangerous. That Divine Elephant Kingdom's officer had a respectful face though, but the mind is very unimpressed. What bull ****** hostility. He had despised the wizard's plan from the start. It had to wait until the Chinese Jin Yuan army fighters got together and left no one behind. What's the need for this? Since they had already encountered Chinese warriors, it meant that this was the abyssal junction of the Chinese and elephant countries. Sooner or later, there's going to be friction. It's a good way to show your side's toughness. Even if we don't leave them alive, the Chinese side will find out sooner or later. On the contrary, it looks like your side is weak, as if you are afraid of the other side. The world situation now. In addition to the strong war power of the God's Elephant Kingdom after its great population explosion, all the other countries are in a state of shortage of troops. That's something they're very confident about. We are intentionally sneaking up on them, and have violated the Moon Never Falling Convention. China may use this as a basis to tear us apart, the black-robed man said without a trace of humor. The hooded officer sneered. So what if we tear them apart? Just the thing to occupy them. And the Moon Never Falls Empire is on our side. The black-robed man stopped talking, and the turbaned officer was unimpressed. Order the men to begin unfolding the camp. Although the God's Elephant Kingdom is very odd, one has to admit that they have a lot of oddball technology that Huaxia doesn't have. For example, they have steel camps in pockets. Finding a nice flat plot of land, a dozen or so people in higher positions brought out several square boxes from their storage spaces. The boxes began to unfold slowly, ever enlarging and piecing together. A makeshift barracks with 8 huge tin spaces was put together in 10 minutes. The turbaned officer orders the crowd to start burying pots and pans to make curry. Instead, he sends someone back to inform their garrison base. Also have someone from the garrison base come over and measure the data. This place is already theirs. An hour or so later, the turbaned officer finished enjoying his lunch of an unknown mixture of coffee color. Take out a chaise lounge and sit outside the barracks, admiring the overcast sky of the abyss. He definitely won't get any less credit for occupying this one vacuum belt. I guess I can go back and compete for the position of Lord of Bali Bali City. Was thinking beautifully, he suddenly noticed a black eagle that seemed to have been circling in the sky. Although it was very far away, it inexplicably made him feel a sense of crisis. And just then, a giant elephant's cry resounded through the heavens and earth. The hooded officer snapped to his feet and looked off into the distance. Only smoke and dust could be seen rolling in the distance. Countless Jin Yuan army warriors charging on warhorses ran wildly. The number was at least 700 or 800. Welcome! The turbaned officer was furious. I didn't expect the Chinese Jin Yuan army to really dare to kill back. Simply looking for death. He violently shook his arms and his clothes exploded with a bang. Rock-solid oil muscles expand rapidly. The whole person swelled up a circle, and his aura was as terrifying as a Super Saiyan. The Divine Elephant Kingdom warriors' morale was boosted, and they greeted towards the other side. Soon they met on the flat of the hill. The two armies collided. No half-assing it. Open kill. The Huaxia Jin Yuan army warriors carried great anger, although only 700 or 800 people came this time, but none under 4 pints, and strong men of the Shin class and above, no matter which side they're on. The first thing was definitely not to slaughter the other party's low-ranked martial artists. Instead, they were looking for the other party's high-ranking martial artist first, lest they be attacked while they were having fun killing. How to die without even knowing. The Xian-ranked martial artists from both sides quickly locked breaths with each other. On the Chinese side, there were 3 Xian-ranked martial artists in officer uniforms. This delighted the turbaned officer, because on the Divine Elephant Kingdom's side, there were 4 Xian-ranked martial artists. On the side of the Huaxia Jin Yuan army, the strongest is a Xian-ranked 3rd-grade martial artist. He is a close associate of the commander-in-chief, Liang Huanjuan. Liang Huanjuan called him Mute Man. This person doesn't want a rank, doesn't make military achievements, and has been following Liang Huanjuan with his heart and soul. Execute the orders of Liang Huanjuan alone. Currently holds the position of Commander's Guard, previously responsible for guarding the Mother Stone. Ever since Li Mu had met this man, he hadn't seen him open his mouth to speak. An extremely ruthless character. As soon as the Mute Man entered the battlefield, he went straight to the black-robed sorcerer of the God's Elephant Kingdom. This black-robed sorcerer was definitely the strongest Xian-ranked martial artist in the Divine Elephant Kingdom without a doubt. And the other 2 Xian-ranked martial artists on the Chinese side. One was Qin Zhanye, who had just been promoted to the Xian rank a few days ago. One, on the other hand, was an upper wolf guard who had come over from the Ling Yuan City military region. Due to the previous battle of guarding the military region sacrificed a Xian rank powerhouse. That's why the Ling Yuan City military region recommended over a Xian rank upper wolf guard. The name is Su Wanlin. The Pearl military region now had the mother stone of living crystals, and it was a time of great potential. When Xian rank came to the Pearl military region, it was very easy to build a career as long as he stood on his feet. It was estimated that the recommender behind this upper wolf guard was also harboring such thoughts. He didn't know if his luck was good or bad. As soon as he arrived, he stumbled upon such a great event, so he volunteered to come and fight. At this moment, Qin Zhanye and Su Wanlin were each facing two other Xian-ranked martial artists from the Divine Elephant Kingdom. The turbaned officer immediately laughed maniacally. He observed the battlefield and realized that the other party really did not have the aura of a Xian rank or above martial artist anymore. With all three Xian ranks being held back, one could then go to the low rank area and kill everyone. With a loud shout, he was about to charge into the low-grade battlefield, only to find that the eagle that had been circling in the sky suddenly let out a sharp whistling cry. It suddenly zipped downward, like a heavenly sword, swooping down toward him. Being in mid-air, this eagle suddenly transformed into a humanoid form, and a voice that sounded like an evil spirit appeared above his head. Heaven's might. Chapter 119, Then I want you to kill me with your own hands. Boom! A terrifyingly heavy pressure suddenly fell from the sky, pressed hard against the turbaned officer. The ground beneath the turbaned officer's feet dug down with a loud thud, his legs plunging deep into the rock. But the turbaned officer's body violently erupted with a strong force. Muscles as textured as rock, sinews coiled like tiny snakes. The face is twisted and distorted from the force. Strong looked up against the terrifying pressure. He found that the person in midair was holding a silver rod in both hands and smashed it down towards his head. The hooded officer's hands snapped up high. A giant elephant silhouette suddenly emerged. Li Mu's headbutt slammed into both of his arms, nailing the turbaned officer's legs hard into the ground a few more inches. The giant elephant silhouette shattered with a click. But the turbaned officer was not mortally wounded. This turbaned officer immediately roared out in anger. He had already sensed that Li Mu wasn't Xian rank at all. It was probably just a 6th to 7th grade cultivation breath. But this strength was making him so wretched. How could he not be angry? The turbaned officer's aura exploded, shaking Li Mu back several meters hard. He violently pulled his feet out of the ground and charged towards Li Mu. With every step he ran, the turbaned officer's size and the giant elephant silhouette on his body grew larger. Only 4 or 5 steps out, the turbaned officer's figure then skyrocketed twofold. The ground shook around them. Even the barracks not far away were shaken to the ground. And the giant elephant on him was tens of meters tall. The vastness of the pressure shook the surrounding air, and the ground rocks were shaken and cracked by inches. Coming closer, this turbaned officer stomped his foot towards Li Mu. The giant elephant shadow's big foot smashed towards Li Mu like a Tarzan. Li Mu was locked by the terrifying pressure, making it extremely difficult to dodge. All that was left to do was to draw down the anagram in place, lift the cloak behind him, and unleash the copperhead. 100 times the defense. Li Mu was instantly hard as a rock. The turbaned officer felt that not only did he not trample Li Mu to death with this kick, the giant elephant shadow's feet were still cackled underneath. After the rubble and smoke, although half of Li Mu's body was embedded into the ground, he only grazed his clothes. Li Mu took out his gourd and slammed it. Crimson eyes stared at the hooded officer. You're dead. Seek death. Although the turbaned officer was shocked, he was once again furious in the face of Li Mu's provocation and both hands slammed down towards Li Mu. The giant elephant raised its upper body high and stomped down heavily. With these two slaps, even a piece of raw iron would be shattered on the spot. But Li Mu disappeared into thin air with a poof first. Both palms slammed down heavily and slapped the air. The turbaned officer cried out in dismay. A bad wind appeared in his ears. He instantly raised his hand to block. Li Mu did appear and didn't attack, but instead poofed out and illuminated again. Surprisingly, he turned into 3 identical Li Mu in place. The turbaned officer was horrified. What kind of weird spell is this? Split? But the key was that the energies of these 3 doppelgangers he perceived were actually exactly the same. It's impossible to distinguish which is the essence. The 3 doppelgangers began to frantically attack the turbaned officer from 3 angles. The turbaned officer roared in rage, and with disbelief, he began to frantically attack the 3 doppelgangers. The double-arm defense is gradually starting to go haywire as well. Suddenly, just as he reached out to hold a doppelganger in a death grip, intending to strangle it right off, behind him rang a voice full of anger. Set. The turbaned officer felt like he couldn't move at once. Instead, the sticks in Li Mu's hands all smashed down impartially towards the turbaned officer's head. The turbaned officer's brain roared with a cry of disaster. He finally got it. He himself was at least at the Xian rank, but Li Mu had a hard time breaking through the defense of his arms, and the other party had summoned the doppelganger, surprisingly, to lure himself out, exposing the head as a weak point. It's just a shame. He understood late. And body technique 15% true chi strength plus 200 years of chopping iron style plus 200 years of flowing clouds swept shadow plus borrowing wine to make a difference, mom's wine, plus B rank talent like brute force. The turbaned officer stated. This stick, it really makes your head explode. With a bang. The extremely heavy curry smell filled the air in all directions. Winning. Gained +1. 980 victory points. Acquired S-grade spiritual crystal, divine elephant brute force. 6th grade kills the 2nd grade of the Xian rank. This was the strongest creature that Li Mu had killed so far by crossing the ranks. It's a bit difficult, but if you have enough aptitude and find the right way, the difficulty is not much. Li Mu didn't stop for a moment and flew to the mute man for support. That black-robed man felt like he should be at the 4th rank of the Xian class. His strength was terrifying, and it's very much a bit of a creepy tactic. After jumping a few times to the great god, the body became extremely hard. However, it soon fell under the attack of Mute Man and Li Mu as well. Li Mu waited for the CD of a fixation spell. Mute Man hit him hard and heavy, and along with Qin Zhenya's third support came. This black-robed sorcerer had actually cast a spell to escape invisibly, only he moved stealthily for only a short distance, trying to continue his stealthy escape, but Li Mu's fiery eyes recognized it at once, leading the Mute Man and Qin Zhenya to chase after him again. Once again exposed to entanglements, the black-robed man was quickly slashed in the head by Qin Zhenya's windfall blade. This last one was not a Li Mu filler though, failed to gain victory points over this black-robed wizard. However, it harvested the spirit crystal of creation, acquisition of S-grade spiritual crystal, black ancient witch, and since lighting the all laws of the fire eyes, observing others fight allows you to meld the strengths of their techniques, whether it's Mute Man's heavy mace or Qin Zhenya's windfall blade, all of which allowed Li Mu to absorb a large number of practical techniques. After killing the black-robed sorcerer, Li Mu's true chi had also been mostly depleted. The three quickly returned to the top of the hill. At this time, the low-grade war zone had also entered the closing stage. This battle could only be described with the word miserable. Huge carcasses of giant elephants and human remains littered the landscape, especially the makeshift tin barracks, the entire lower part of which was red with blood at this point. The good thing was that it was the vast majority of the corpses that were on the side of the Divine Elephant Kingdom, but Lemieux had long been hovering high above the. Then he saw the bodies of Zhao Meiting and hundreds of other warriors. It was piled up in one place and was shocking to the eye. At this moment, Li Mu gritted his teeth and glanced at those remains, quickly running back to the low-grade battlefield, prepared to sweep away the last of the God's Elephant Kingdom warriors. Instead, they found many Jin Yuan army warriors escorting some surrendered Divine Elephant Kingdom warriors towards a makeshift barracks. The Jin Yuan army warriors each had a furious look on their faces, but those warriors of the Divine Elephant Kingdom who had survived had an expression of having survived a robbery. Li Mu immediately frowned, drinking loudly. Who told you to take prisoners? A Jin Yuan army warrior gulped and pointed towards Su Wanlin, who was not far away, directing the crowd to collect the prisoners. Su Wanlin also heard Li Mu's angry roar at this time and walked over quickly. Who gave you permission to take prisoners? Li Mu questioned in a cold voice. Su Wanlin instantly frowned as well, seemingly dissatisfied with Li Mu's attitude. According to the Moon Never Falls Covenant, it should have been. Still need to be allowed? Su Wanlin came to the Pearl military region this time, and he also brought a few of his close friends with him. At this moment, several of his close friends gathered beside him, also looking at Li Mu with dissatisfaction. Li Mu, however, said in a chilling voice, the Moon Never Falls Convention? When these God's elephant countrymen massacred our people, ever think about abiding by some bull ***** convention? Li Mu's anger increased at the mention of this month not falling convention. The so-called Moon Never Falling Pact was in the early days of the Abyssal invasion of the world, led by the Lunar Empire to get it right. It is a war pact in which the nations are united. The core says it's in the spirit of solidarity with the outside world, but in fact there is a lot of behavior in it that is very favorable to the European powers. And HWA. There was never a nod to follow this bull ***** convention. Just in the way of the situation at the time, many countries nodded their heads. China is self-conscious, not to mention that it doesn't want to cause public anger, so it doesn't explicitly oppose it either. The other countries then began to publicize that China had acquiesced in an attempt to sit this one out. After all these years, Huaxia does not commit crimes against other countries, buries its head in development, and has taken firm root. I didn't realize that the God's Elephant Kingdom would be the first to commit a crime against them. When Su Wanlin heard Li Mu cursing, he instantly gritted his teeth to endure his anger as well. He wanted to take prisoners to claim credit for himself as well. Come directly and decapitate as many or as little of the Divine Elephant Nation, and a few of them share the credit. And he himself advocated taking prisoners and handing them over to the top, no matter what the top did with them. That looking after the big picture, credit must go to him personally. Li Mu immediately looked at one of the warriors escorting the Divine Elephant Nation and asked, how many did they drop? Yes. Over 200. Less than 300. The warrior returned. Not far away. Ma Jun clenched his fists violently. The Divine Elephant Kingdom only had 600 to 700 people in total. And surprisingly, half of them survived. Kill them all. Li Mu waved his hand and ordered. All the escorting warriors were stunned, then delighted and ready to strike. Su Wanlin, however, shouted violently. I'll see who dares. I came to the Pearl Military Region under orders from the Blood Sea Military Region headquarters. I'll see who dares to disobey. He glared at Li Mu with a deadpan look. All the warriors were cold in their hearts. Those warriors of the God's Elephant Kingdom who were escorted by the road, tied up and sent to the makeshift barracks. All of them breathed a huge sigh of relief. At the same time all of them were secretly happy in their hearts. They brutalized so many Chinese warriors without giving them any chance. And after the death of their own Xian-ranked martial artist, they surrendered at the first opportunity. This Su Wanlin actually agreed to take prisoners. This is fantastic. The Ma Jun standing in front of the makeshift barracks had his teeth clenched. As he fled, the images of LV Wolfguard and Zhao Meiding's tragic deaths under the swords of the Divine Elephant Kingdom were vivid in his mind. His eyes were red with anxiety. Su Wanlin sacrificed the flag of the transfer order of the Bleeding Navy District. Obviously someone behind the scenes would have the nerve to say such a thing. Li Mu, however, laughed in anger and reached out to point at Su Wanlin. I order you now. Kill the prisoners. And I want you to do it yourself. Hands. Kill. Chapter 120 I advocate fighting. Word by word, every word crumbled out of the steel teeth he was about to gnash. The battlefield instantly fell into silence. Su Wanlin, in particular, wrinkled his brows and glared at Li Mu. He couldn't figure out why this had to go against him. As soon as he arrived he actually knew that Li Mu was not simple. The cultivation level was clearly only 6th rank, but the military rank was Xiao Hu Ho. Originally, he thought he was going up by some dog's luck. He also paid special attention to Li Mu during the battle just now. Li Mu unexpectedly single-handedly challenged a second-grade Xian-ranked Divine Elephant Kingdom officer and killed him in a few dozen breaths. The strength and status are exactly right. He, Su Wanlin, had come here to build a success. And even if he didn't become a friend, then didn't want to cause more trouble. I didn't expect my first credit to be blocked by Li Mu across the board. Now he even dared to call his bluff directly. He himself has just said who dares to disobey. Li Mu then gave himself an order. If you don't carry it out, you will first carry a disobedience of military orders yourself and be investigated when you return. And how is it possible if it is executed? He himself gave the order that whoever dared to kill a prisoner would personally carry it out just because Li Mu said so. Isn't that a slap in the face? That's why Su Wanlin stood there coldly and angrily, but didn't do anything. Li Mu is clearly a two-headed block. How you do it yourself is wrong. Seeing that he didn't move, Li Mu's face suddenly turned cold. Disobeying military orders. Take them down. Several young wolf guards quickly stepped forward and violently yanked Su Wanlin to cocoon his hands behind his back. Although Su Wanlin was a Xian rank powerhouse, he couldn't resist. As soon as you resist, the nature changes. Although Li Mu's rank was high, he had no military position, and he himself did not belong to him directly. Even if he disobeyed his orders, the most he could do for himself would be to get himself court-martialed. But if he dared to make a move to resist, there were two Xian-ranked powerhouses and a Xiao Huho next to him. At this point he backtracked and figured it out. The matter itself is not afraid of scrutiny. Even if they were court-martialed, it would be to their advantage for this matter to be clearly shaken out. What's wrong with observing the moon and not dropping the convention itself? In terms of reasoning, Lemuel can't stand up at all. And if Li Mu dares to spell out the background to distort the facts, then we have to see you Li Mu's background hard. It's me, Su Wanlin, who has the hardest backstage. That's why he looked cold and unresisting as he was grabbed by a few young wolf guards. Qin Zhanya was also furious at the side. This Su Wanlin is really good without eyes. This is no longer a matter of public or private convention today. Rather, the people of the God's Elephant Kingdom simply cannot stay. People brutally killed hundreds of your Jin Yuan army generals, and you came to kill half and leave half captive. If this gets back to the military district, what's the impact? People kill your whole family. You come to the door with a knife, and they plop down on their knees and say, "Big brother, I was wrong." And then you say it's okay, all buddy? And what do people think of the God's Elephant Society? Publicize it. What would people from other countries do when they came across Chinese warriors? So he was firmly on Li Mu's side. But whenever the Su Wanlin dared to resist, he immediately moved to take half of his life. Control Su Wanlin. Li Mu gave a cold shout. Do it! All Divine Elephant Kingdom warriors. Not a single one left alive. I, Li Mu, am solely responsible for anything that happens. Kill for me. All the warriors at once answered loudly. and their hands rose up and it then rushed into the makeshift barracks where the warriors of the God's Elephant Kingdom were being held. The warriors of the God's Elephant Kingdom who were smiling after the robbery just now. It was instantly non-easy. The miserable screams that resounded through the 4 fields kept coming. Su Wanlin sneered and said at Li Mu, "You're going to regret this." Li Mu, on the other hand, looked at him with contempt. "You're lucky I don't have a military position. If you were my soldier, I'd be the first to kill you." Su Wanlin's little mind, Li Mu has long seen through. For the sake of his own interests, he did not consider the feelings of the generals of the Jin Yuan army in the slightest. As the saying goes, a general will be a great success. On the contrary, there are quite a few people like Su Wanlin. After the battle was fought, Qin Zhanye and the mute man led the men to stay behind to make good the guards. Li Mu, on the other hand, took a group of people and escorted Su Wanlin back to the city to resume his duties. Since we're already in such a big conflict with the Divine Elephant Kingdom, then this vacuum belt can't be developed in an unprotected state. At least 2 teleportation zones should be established in this neighborhood. It's only fair to make sure that the military district can back it up quickly. And it was also important to explore just how far it was from the borders of the Divine Elephant Kingdom. Li Mu returned to the Pearl military region and directly through Su Wanlin to the Department of Military Justice. He himself explained the situation to Wan Longchang and Liang Huajun. Liang Huanjuan immediately reported to the highest military region in the north, the Blood Sea military region. There are several very important factors in this matter. First, it is the matter of exchanging words with the Divine Elephant Kingdom, which is the fault of the Divine Elephant Kingdom in the first place. There's a tactical watch video of the Horsemen in. The whole thing could be seen as the Divine Elephant Kingdom slaughtered the Jin Yuan army warriors. That one isn't even the trickiest. Secondly, there is this matter of meeting at the border between the Abyss and the God's Elephant Kingdom. This is very important, which confirms that the Abyss is indeed connected. Instead, each entrance to the Abyss is a separate abyssal parallel space. The probability suggests that all the cities of China are on an abyssal level. This was undoubtedly a shot in the arm to the already slacking abyssal bordering program. As long as the cities of China can border the Abyss, mutual transmission of support, combat power, resources, and information exchange become closer. It is extremely beneficial to the strengthening of China. So this article would require another group of scholars from the Blood Sea military region in the study of space and abyssal geography. Thoroughly investigate the matter. Thirdly, there is the question of the utilization of this vacuum belt. Originally, if there had not been the appearance of the Divine Elephant Kingdom, the primary use of this vacuum belt is still an exploration stronghold. Go around and find fresh resources. But now that we're in contact with the God's Elephant Kingdom, this would have to be turned into a combat camp with border defense capabilities. And the main use of it is to deter the border troops of the God's Elephant Kingdom. And in conjunction with the second article, go explore the possibilities of bordering the Abyss. This article required the major military regions to draw powerful martial artists of Xian rank or above to sit in the camp. Afternoon, Blood Sea military region. The 3 mid-dragons will be seated at the front of the conference table. Respectively, they were the highest officer of the Northern Realms Military Merit Division, Zhonglong General Luo Dongyun, Commander-in-Chief of the Blood Sea Military Region, Zhang Xinghai, Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Revelation Military Region, Zhong Hongyuan. In the main seat, directly east of these 3, sat the Supreme Governor of the Northern Supervisory Headquarters, General Shanlong, Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Supervisory Army, Zhu Yuanji. Zhu Yuanji is in charge of all military affairs in the 10 major military regions in the north. Upwards, answering only to that basically never-before-seen Major Marshal of the North's Dragons and Tigers. At this time there were major military governors sitting below. After listening to the report sent up by the people under his hand about the warriors of the God's Elephant Kingdom, everyone lapsed into silence, watching each other for the reactions of the others. Zhu Yuanji, on the other hand, picked up the teacup in front of him and spoke faintly. Tell us what you think. Each of the 3 middle dragon generals, in addition to their respective positions, also held a secondary position at the supervisory headquarters. The supervisor's headquarters is in charge of inter-military transfers. That's Su Wanlin. He went to the Pearl military region through a transfer order from the supervisory military headquarters. It's in the debriefing that's being reported now. I can't believe it's mentioned that Su Wanlin advocated taking prisoners, and a young Xiao Huho killed 300 prisoners of war. And they also court-martialed Su Wanlin. Zhong Hongyuan, the Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Enlightenment Military Region, spoke first. The top priority at the moment is to figure out the mystery of the bordering abyss, and to get to the bottom of this mystery. The exchange of information between us and the Divine Elephant Kingdom's abyssal base would be very important. If we collect the captives this time, we can use it as a bargaining chip with the Divine Elephant Kingdom. But now, things are getting really tricky. Zhong Hongyuan said meaningfully. The implication was that he was accusing that young Xiao Huho of being reckless. In reality, it was to excuse Su Wanlin a bit, because Su Wanlin was recommended there by one of Zhong Hongyuan's cronies. When that crony came to himself, Zhong Hongyuan nodded. So he had an impression of Su Wanlin. So Su Wanlin is considered one of his own. It's going to chill the handlers if they don't help out with a few words themselves. Zhang Xinghai, Commander-in-Chief of the Blood Sea Military Region, immediately opened fire. I advocate fighting. Damned God's Elephant Kingdom ****. How dare you massacre my Chinese Jinyuan army? This is clearly a provocation to us. I think it's right to kill prisoners. I wasn't there. If I had been, I would have just taken my men and killed them. Zhong Hongyuan was annoyed by this blast from Zhong Xinghai, but without moving, he picked up the water and took a sip. Zhong Xinghai squinted at Zhong Hongyuan. I thought to myself, I have long been looking at you, this old pimp who is a wimpy bird, and I don't like it. If you dare continue to advocate some bull ***** friendship thing with the God Elephant Kingdom, I'll blast you to death today. Chapter 121, then punish him for being a king. At that moment someone spoke. Commander Zhong. Although it was the Divine Elephant Kingdom that violated the Moon Never Falls Convention in the first place, but we are equally in violation of the Moon Never Falling Pact. Will other countries use this to pressure both of us to take advantage of? The one who spoke was Zhong Hongyuan's close friend, the same one who had recommended Su Wanlin to go to the Pearl Military Region. Only before he could finish his words, he was interrupted on the spot by Zhong Xinghai's cold glare. Zhong Xinghai said, what kind of bull ***** Moon Not Falling Convention? When did I, China, ever promise to join this bull **** convention? What a thing the Moonless Empire is. Worthy of establishing a convention? A bunch of self-righteous big-tailed wolves. Holding back is never respectable. If they dare to provoke us for such a thing, that's even if we don't violate some bull **** convention. They also pick fights over our people spitting in the abyss. It's their inferiority. Now that this moon-blessed empire can't even defend itself, with all the pretense of having a few allies, it looks powerful. I think it's just a couple of small bullet countries hugging each other. If the Moonless Empire dares to stir up trouble because of this, I advocate beating him up as well. Zhong Xinghai slammed the table with a murderous aura. Zhong Hongyuan asked rhetorically. I don't know if Commander Zhong watched the video of the scene just now. This kid named Li Mu is bossy and domineering. But there was another Marquis Xiao Hu on the scene, who didn't ask a single question, dictated military orders, and made the first decision, using power to pressurize people to fabricate charges for Su Wanlin. You and I can see these things clearly. In your opinion, this Li Mu not only didn't pass, but got credit instead? Zhong Xinghai slammed the table with a bang. That's right. The general is in a foreign military order. You have to report? Then you can't even get a hot bite of. I think this kid named Li Mu has a lot of gumption. Killing and decisive. Quite like me back then. Zhong Hongyuan said in a cold voice. Commander Zhong, watch your words. Words like yours reach the ears of the generals. It's a big no-no to create an image of a dictatorial bully for an officer. Zhong Xinghai also stopped pretending and slowly got up, glaring at Zhong Hongyuan in return. So let me ask you, what are you going to do? Penalty. Zhong Hongyuan said directly. Let's not talk about whether the Su Wanlin is right or wrong. At least there are superiors in his eyes. This Li Mu, tyrannical and overbearing, without regard for his superiors. This kind of person loves to get into trouble the most. Impunity is not enough to right the ship. Zhong Hongyuan actually just wanted to excuse Su Wanlin for a moment or two at first. I didn't realize that Zhong Xinghai was going for his cheek sentence by sentence. If he himself didn't take this matter back against this Li Mu, then he would have completely lost the battle. This Li Mu I know. Suddenly, Luo Dongyun, the chief director of the Northern Realm Military Merit Division, spoke. Everyone looked toward him, even Zhong Hongyuan frowned. Luo Dongyun's position in the supervisor headquarters was second only to Zhu Yuanji, holding the power of the Military Achievement Division's merit law. He is a talented writer and military man, and even Zhu Yuanji respects him 3 times. Luo Dongyun had an elegant temperament and spoke slowly. This little fellow is a genius among geniuses. The falling leaf blade technique was improved by him, and he's also improved the flowing cloud triple shot to 5 shocks. To single-handedly kill that Divine Elephant Kingdom officer with a cultivation of the 6th rank shows that he is well versed in literature and martial arts, and by virtue of his own step-by-step acquisition of military service, he was honored at the age of 18 to be promoted to the rank of Marquis of Xiaohu. Such a strange man is the only one Luo has seen in his life. Luo Dongyun finished. Surprisingly, directly closed the microphone. Zhong Hongyuan's face darkened. You said an egg. I asked you to comment, but you didn't say a word about Li Mu's killing of the prisoners. Just directly praised Li Mu. Isn't this a clear case of backing up Li Mu? At this moment, Zhu Yuanji, who was listening to the crowd bickering around, finally spoke up. As far as I know, this Li Mu doesn't have a military position yet, right? Since it already has the strength to decapitate the second rank of the Xian class, why don't we just let him serve as a border station commander? A new border camp is being built in this vacuum zone, and a commander is also needed. How about just punishing him for taking over this border camp? After Zhu Yuanji finished speaking, he also looked at Zhong Hongyuan. Zhong Hongyuan's face instantly darkened. This is the penalty. This Li Mu was tyrannical and domineering, and his strength was already extraordinary. Throwing him alone in this border camp is clearly giving him a crack at the king. What kind of penalty is this? This is clearly a great reward. You know, the new vacuum belt, surrounded by all the exploration of the unknown. It is the perfect soil to build a career. Throw Li Mu into this place, and he's bound to rise quickly, and it can quickly cultivate a force of its own. Zhu Yuanji, however, followed his own words and said it was punishing Li Mu. That's clearly a point in itself. This showed that Zhu Yuanji was dissatisfied with his performance just now. Obviously Zhuanji is going to set the tone and fight. Let Li Mu be the commander of this place. It's all about letting the Killjoy kid go for a tumble. I agree. That's how he should be punished. Zhong Xinghai couldn't wait to laugh. Planned to go against Zhong Hongyuan. He didn't feel energized enough by whoever was put in charge of this border combat camp, in favor of this brat who dared to kill a captive. Best 4. Just let him go and ruthlessly kill the sharpness of that group of junkies in the Divine Elephant Kingdom. Luo Dongyun also laughed. In that case, the Division of Military Merit could set up a station there as well. I'll send in Xian Rank 3 forward to assist in the battle. In addition, the Department of Military Merit provides a surprise compass. Everyone's hearts were shaken. This Luo Dongyun is really hemorrhaging money. The amazing compass? That was an extremely rare piece of rare spiritual treasure from the Military Merit Division. Its function was that it could detect the aura of a strong person of Xian Rank 5 or above within 200 miles and give advance warning. This warning includes not only abyssal monsters, but also people. That means as long as there is this spiritual treasure, even if the Divine Elephant State is beyond the 5th rank of the Xian Order, even a powerhouse beyond the Earth rank wanted to sneak up on the camp, Li Mu could also find out in advance and turn passivity into initiative. The functions of this spiritual treasure were extremely magical. So many people had come to the Military Merit Division to borrow it. The Department of Military Achievement is not even happy to borrow from outside, and it costs a lot just to borrow it once. This Luo Dongyun had actually taken the initiative to take it out, and he had even hitched a ride on a Xian Rank 3rd grade martial artist. This Li Mu wouldn't be this old boy's illegitimate son, would he? In the face of the crowd's horror, Luo Dongyun was unimpressed. Border camps are full of opportunities though, but it is equally crisis-ridden. Who wouldn't protect a heavenly genius like Li Mu? He, Luo Dongyun, would have to protect him well. Changing the general circumstances of the Kung Fu dilemma is counting on this kid. Director Lo is really generous. Everyone else, take a stand. Zhuanji was happy. Luo Dongyun's initiative to bleed was something he hadn't expected, but it made a good start. Zhong Xinghai said, I'll offer weapons. 1,000 fine weapons. I'll take them. With a new camp and Li Mu's new commanding officer, it was inevitable that he would be taking a large group of resident warriors with him. Border combat is in crisis. Within the most marginal teleportation area, even if you build an unattended portal in the wild, it also needs to be protected from being destroyed by monsters and always patrolled and cleared. There's a distance delay of at least 2 or 3 portals from the Pearl Military District. There's a lot of things you can't react to in time. And once the field portal was destroyed, this camp was completely isolated. Ensuring operational capability is the first priority. After all this camp has to do is stand still and figure out what's going on in the abyss bordering the. This is a great achievement for Huaxia. The supervisor's headquarters is, of course, to be the main resource support, but all the other military districts in the north will have to show their support by their actions. I'll pay for the elixir. I'll offer a Xian-ranked martial artist. I'll give you 200 copies of a fine weapon, 30 spiritual treasures. The big guns of the military districts have begun to show their sincerity. Chapter 122, I won't stop either. The order came down from the Blood Sea military region. Lian Huanjuan and Wang Longqing summoned Li Mu to the Pearl Military Region Command at the first opportunity. The situation was explained to Li Mu. Asked Li Mu if he would like to go as this commander. For his part, Li Mu asked a few questions. What is the total strength of this camp garrison? And what can the total population accommodate? Lian Huanjuan and Wang Longqing looked at each other and both saw a hint of appreciation. Li Mu's calmness was beyond their imagination. There's no egotistical pat on the back or trepidation. Instead, put yourself in a leader's shoes and start thinking. This is doubly comforting to them. The other military districts have supported our military district with a total of nearly 5,000 men. But considering you're operating independently there, you'll need obedient teams. You are allowed to select up to 1,200 men from our Pearl military region. That's the total strength of this border camp of yours. In addition, there are a total of 3 martial artists above the Xian rank. As for the total population, with the addition of the institute and some productivity populations, there should be about 2,500 in all. Liang Huanjuan reported the prescribed data to Li Mu. Raimu pondered for a moment before asking again. Resources? Li Mu asked again. Liang Huanjuan once again stated a set of data, elixirs, spiritual treasures, weapons, and tons of electronic equipment. It was more than enough to pull up a team of over 2,000 men. And many of these resources can also be used as rewards for the campfighters' meritorious service. In addition, the Department of Military Merit has specially provided a precious spiritual treasure called the Astounding Compass. This compass can always monitor strong people of Xian rank 5 or above within 100 miles. Make the first warning. When Wang Longqing finished speaking, Li Mu's eyes instantly lit up. It's a lot safer for the campground with this stuff. With so many warriors in the camp, if the other side ventures to come with an Earth-ranked powerhouse, then they're going to take a lot of casualties. But the Earth Order powerhouses weren't so casual about moving. Every martial artist above the Earth rank possessed a strategic level of significance that belonged to the bottom card. Exposing the bottom card casually would only result in greater losses after being figured out. I'll accept the redeployment. When do I start moving? Li Mu stood up and stood at attention, and was considered to have officially taken over this border camp commander status. This commander, while different from the military district commander, but in this camp, he's the biggest. Those few Xian-ranked martial artists also had to listen to his deployment. Tomorrow and the next 2 days, the Institute and the Ministry of Construction will deploy the infrastructure program as planned. You go home and get some rest, and you come in the afternoon after tomorrow to be a part of finalizing the plans. If there are no problems, you can start selecting your campfighters in the military district. The day after tomorrow at the latest, you will be able to make your way to the camp and begin to station yourselves. Li Mu nodded in response and didn't linger too long. The real scripture. He had to go to Wang Longqing at night to get it. He did have to hurry home now. Make arrangements for your family and tell Yun Changmiang about it by the way. Walking out of the command headquarters, Li Mu walked towards the direction of the Abyssal elevator. But just past base 1, just see the high steps in an unoccupied corner on the side of base 1. A tall figure sat alone. It's the horse army. Li Mu looked grim as he slowly walked over. At this moment, Ma Jun was a bit disoriented, staring at the technological watch in his palm obsessively. Didn't even notice Li Mu approaching. Li Mu didn't say anything either and quietly sat down next to Ma Jun. It was only after a long time that Ma Jun trembled and said to Li Mu, "Sorry." "Sorry for what?" Raimu wondered. Ma Jun's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. "The one you once fought so hard to protect. And I can't protect." Li Mu didn't say anything, nor did he make a sound to comfort Ma Jun. Not to mention some "it's not your fault, I understand the situation at the time" bull asterisk. As a man, it's something that the horsemen should carry on their backs. No one can mitigate. Li Mu took out his wine gourd and opened it, tilted his head and took a big sip. The soft, mellow wine also tasted spicy. He handed the wine gourd to the horse's army. The horseman wiped his eyes hard with his sleeve and tilted his head back to gulp down several mouthfuls. Li Mu, on the other hand, said directly, "The military district sent me to man a border camp, and I agreed. The God's Elephant Kingdom will not rest in peace. Neither would I." Ma Jun instantly looked at Li Mu in surprise and said sharply, "I'm going too." Li Mu's gaze drifted away, staring over the boundless abyss. Surprisingly, his body unconsciously exuded gusts of substantial killing intent. Murmuring, "Of course you're going to." Ma Jun nodded fiercely, rubbing the technological watch left behind by Zhao Meiting in his hand. The one who had fought so hard to protect them was still dependable. Afternoon, an old employee neighborhood somewhere in the southern part of Iron Hand City. Piles of vegetables were stacked in the heavily worn hallway, and the pressed wooden cabinets were slightly warped. Song Chua went up to the second floor like a walking corpse and walked to a room door at the end of the hallway. He took a deep breath and tried to dispel the gloom from his face, but the bitterness in his heart was even harder. Just for today, he was expelled from Golden Scale High School, carrying the weight of 1,000 accusations from the whole school, and even the tirades of all the schools that have been pushed off the top 10 list by Golden Scale Collegiate, was fired. The reason is pretty ridiculous, because Golden Scale High School needs a scapegoat. There are no winners in this District 4 Classic in Iron Hand this year, except for Blackwater Collegiate. All of the top 10 colleges were squeezed down without a chance to show their faces, and the Golden Scale colleges went through all the trouble, but ended up ting in public and couldn't hold their heads up for a couple of years. Plus there was a huge parade of brain-dead fans out of Golden Scale High School. Golden Scale Collegiate was on the verge of being cursed to melt. A good #1 college in the city has fallen. In such a high-pressure situation, the Golden Scale High School put all the blame on Song Chua's head. It says that Song Chua, without the school's permission, gathered classmates to engage in this collective bullying scheme. Would have liked to take the for inciting fans along with him too. Now inciting the fans is something the law enforcement division is investigating. It's easy to get into trouble if you withhold without evidence. Song Chua naturally became the target of being set on fire. The Golden Scale High Schools have no bearing. The students speculate on their understanding. The tirade of social opinion against Song Chua, however, felt very reasonable. That's the way the world is. That's the way it should be. Who called themselves weak? Who called themselves voiceless? Who told myself to be eager to perform and jump up and down like a clown to drum up this whole thing? That's the price of failure for the weak. Adjusting his emotions, Song Chua took out his key and opened the door. The home was hot and steamy, with the dining room table in the corner of the modest living room. There was already some sizzling stir-fry on it. Dad, Mom, what's with all the bounty? Are there going to be guests in the house? Song Chua tried to squeeze out a smile as he walked towards the kitchen. My parents have followed suit these days and faced great stress worrying about their affairs. I guess I want to make something delicious to comfort myself today. The tall, thin dad came out with a tray. Mother, on the other hand, continued to work in the kitchen. Go wash your hands. There's one more dish to go. Let's eat, Dad urged with a smile. Hey, Song Chua washed his hands, and the old couple came to the table. Eat up, it's all your favorites, Dad said with a smile. Song Chua picked up his bowl and chopsticks, chucked in his food and started eating. He knew that his parents would only worry less if he was happy. But the smile on my mother's face since she had been at the table was very unnatural. His father had been smiling and asking Song Chua how he was doing at school and if anyone had bullied him in the past 2 days. As the father and son chatted, the father actually asked Song Chua what he planned to do afterward and so on. Song Chua heard that something was wrong. Looking over to his mother, he found a single tear hanging down into the bowl from his mother, who had her head down to pick at her meal. Mom, what's wrong with you? My mother put down her bowl and wiped her eyes. It's okay. But the voice was clearly tinged with tears. The father was also helplessly comforting his mother, and seemed to blame her a little for not holding back. Mom and Dad, what's going on? Father's mouth said it was fine. The mother, however, could not hold her tongue and commiserated. Your father he's been victimized. The factory planted evidence that he embezzled money. They're investigating him. Guess it's time to go to jail, woohoo. Chapter 123, The Song Family's Encounter. At the end of the story, the mother just couldn't help herself and covered her face as she cried. Song Chua was shocked. Instead, my father comforted my mother as he said, it's not as serious as your mom said. We're not afraid of the shadow. I haven't done any of the things they're talking about, so it shouldn't be too serious. Instead, the mother cried, how could it not be serious? Since people decided to frame you, they've definitely made fake evidence for you. Going tomorrow will absolutely get you arrested. When my mother finished, my father tried to explain something, but seeing the look on his son's face, he also knew that it was simply impossible to hide it. So without further explanation, he let out a long sigh. Song Chua, on the other hand, was struck by lightning. All of his parents were employees of a steel factory. It took more than 10 years of dedicated work for my father to become a minor leader. But in order to train themselves, their parents saved money, frozen to provide resources that the average person can't afford. Not wanting to let them down himself, he scored almost full marks in his cultural classes. Otherwise it wouldn't have been promoted to Golden Scale High. For yourself, my parents couldn't even afford to change their house, and they have been living in this dilapidated staff housing for so many years. But because he took a wrong step, to the point that my father was framed and sent to prison? Song Chua was 100% certain that his father had gotten himself into trouble, because of the steel processing plant where my parents worked. It's owned by the family of one of my male classmates, and this second-generation rich male student is Song Yen's suitor. Song Yen had completely disappeared since she was beaten up by Li Mu and stopped showing up. Someone then publicized what was going on at that time when the Golden Scale High School Student Council met. Everyone at Golden Scale High School knew that it was Song Yen who had clapped to continue challenging Blackwater High School. But this question was thrown out by Song Chua. It was Song Chua who asked the line. Goddess Song, say something. He was the one who used Song Yun. Those suitors of Song Yun were much more honest after the incident where the fans were arrested for causing trouble. But they can't blame Song Yen, much less have nowhere to vent. Naturally, he began to take it out on Song Chua. For Song Chua, this is purely and simply a hell of an unmitigated disaster. Everyone is targeting him and stepping on him to death. Now that it's being dealt to his parents, and not simply the loss of his job, It's to put them in jail. Don't worry, Dad will be fine, even if we take a step back. If we do go to jail, I guess it's only 3 years or 2. Child, the family will rely on you to support you for 2 years first. When his father said this, he also sighed heavily and said heavily to Song Chua. Song Chua thought of countless ways in an instant. Is there any way to help your father prove his innocence yourself? No. Whether it's from financial power to power, the initiative of the whole thing is in someone else's hands. Song Chu River shed tears of pain. Dad, I'm sorry. Song Jianmin hurriedly scooted over the stool and wrapped his big powerful hands around Song Chua's shoulders. Ouch. Good son, don't cry. Do you remember what you told Dad? That in this world without money, power, or strength, it'll just keep getting picked on. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to bite the bullet and fight. Dad always thought it made sense. You're better than Dad if you can say that. What's this resistance to my son? Just look ahead and run for the rollover. You're going to be Dad's pride in the future for sure. This night in the Song family was destined to be devoid of any laughter. Iron Hand City, Military District. The living room of Wang Longqing's house. Li Mu was receiving a personal explanation from Wang Longqing. No city in our entire country has ever bordered each other in the abyss before. But now we are with the nearest abyssal entrance city to us in this God's elephant country. It's the equivalent of bordering. So one of your great and important purposes, it's all about figuring out where this nearest abyssal entrance city to the God Elephant Kingdom is. What is the distance between them and us in the abyss? And then measure how far apart we are above ground in these two cities, to provide valuable reference data for the Institute. It's just that given our hostile relationship with the Divine Elephant Kingdom, this is going to be very difficult. Wang Longcheng gave Li Mu a precautionary shot. Rai Mu nodded. Hostility is necessary to be hostile. Not to mention the hot chicks from the God's Elephant Kingdom killed my border warriors. Even if this vacuum belt were to be surrendered at that time, I'm afraid I'm going to have to talk to the God's Elephant Kingdom to figure this out. The God's Elephant Kingdom will also get an inch. They had already been in constant friction with Huaxia before and had tried to invade not once or twice. Now that you've come to him for help, it's a wonder he doesn't take advantage of the situation to kill you. Raimu asked again. One more question. I've actually been half explaining about portals and teleportation zones. We went from the Pearl Military District to this vacuum belt. The communication distance and teleportation distance are off by 60 or 70 kilometers. But the city return stone is something that can be used in the vacuum belt to return directly to the Pearl Military region. This is the part where we only learn the uses, but not the principles. Wang Longcheng laughed, then waved at Wang Yinhuan. Here, silver ring. You tell Li Mu. Wang Yinhuan answered shyly and walked over to sit across from Li Mu. White hands folded together nervously rubbing her knees asked. What do you want to know? Li Mu went over his questions again. Wang Yinhuan nodded gently and took out a paper and pen and spread them on the coffee table. Probe drew on it. Li Mu, of course, brought his big head up in order to see clearly. The two heads were very close together, so close that they could hear each other breathing. Li Mu was able to smell a young girl's body fragrance straight to the heart and lungs. Sure, there was also an inexplicable light smoke and heat coming from. Wang Yinhuan explained as she drew with a red face. The teleportation technology we currently possess. It's all the brainchild of our most cutting-edge space-gifted researchers, but limited by technology and raw materials. We can't do point-to-point directional teleportation other than back to town right now. Like our portal in the Pearl Military District. We have so many portals and teleporting into the wild is a random location. It's because we can only do point-to-point teleportation right now. You can think of our portal as a human cannon. Our men entered the portal and were knocked out. It can only fall within a very large area. That's point-across teleportation. And due to the special nature of the portal, it can only be perfectly effective within the abyssal vacuum belt. Can't function well in above-ground cities and abyssal non-vacuums. Our Wayback Stone, the only point-to-point teleportation mechanism that, because it's attached to the portal, like the return stones you usually use, it's an adjunct to Portal 1, the largest in our military district. The teleportation spell generated by wherever you activate the return stone is back to this portal. It's recycled energy. So this takes effect many times the distance that a portal would take outward. Li Mu listened very carefully. Together with Wang Yinhuan's drawing while speaking, Li Mu comprehended it even faster. Well, what's the most important thing right now for point-to-point teleportation research? Wang Yinhuan returned very directly. Materials. Special materials capable of being used as carriers for space operations. Our current teleportation array uses the most crystals that contain special energy. Underneath each of our teleportation arrays, there are these crystals that carry the role of space operation. The furthest distance a teleportation array can send someone out is limited by this crystal. Unfortunately, this crystal is also only characterized by emitting outward and collecting its own energy. That's what teleporting outward and receiving a return stone is for. Give me an example. Aren't we teleporting outward now? Similar to shelling out? It would be nice to have a material that emits a signal in the target area. Get this cannon positioned accurately. Then we can teleport with precision. The stronger the signal emanating, the smaller the range of this transmission. The end result is point-to-point transmission. Now the largest subject in the Institute's Department of Space Studies. It's all about finding that material and increasing the teleportation distance. Wang Inhuan spoke very thoroughly. Li Mu also understood. He asked about this, also to have it in mind when he finalized the camp construction plan the day after tomorrow. It was at this moment that Li Mu's cell phone rang. The one who sent the text message was actually Xingyang. Marquis Li Hu, do you have a moment? There is news to report to you. Chapter 124, No Kneeling. Day 2. Early in the morning. Song Chua then received a phone call. Song Chua, remember to inform your father to come to the factory as soon as possible to be investigated. Oh. The voice on the other end of the phone Song Chua heard at once. It was his rich boy friend from school. Guangdong, what can I do for you to spare us? A soft laugh came from across the room. 9 o'clock. Red Cloud Hotel. Roll up and meet me. Behave yourself and I can be suitably gracious. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Song Chua looked at the time. It was already past 8:30. Father has gone to the factory. Song Chua directly moved to rush to the Red Cloud Hotel. Come to the Red Cloud Hotel. Once again, he dialed the phone number of Tuban, who told him to go up to the second floor lobby. It's morning at this point. The people have to go to work. Who comes to a restaurant in the morning if they're not rich? But the second floor at that moment was bursting with laughter. When Song Chua walked up to the second floor, he saw that the biggest table was fully stocked with wine and food. There were fully 15 or 16 people seated. Sitting on the main seat was none other than Guangdong. The others, without exception, were all classmates from Golden Scale High School. There are men and women. Song Chua felt a shiver run down his spine when he saw a girl sitting next to Guangdong. Clenched his fists hard. The girl's figure also shook when she saw Song Chua. She sat there, out of place. Obviously, she didn't show up at this meal by choice. But at this moment, he was forced to sit beside Guangdong. Guangdong's hand still rested on her shoulder every now and then. It made the girl extremely uncomfortable. In the moment the girl and Song Chua locked eyes, both instantly realized the significance of their presence here. Our Golden Scale High School's great meritocracy is here, a student said in a conspiratorial voice. Old Song, you came late. Out of the plan so positive. Dinner came so late. Not giving us face? The other male student beside Guangdong was sarcastic with a smile. Song Chua held back his anger and said to Guangdong, Young pipe, I'm no longer a member of Golden Scale High School. I started out, and it was for the good of the school. You're all in the know. So why are you screwing me over like this? And there's no point in wreaking havoc on my family when I've already been expelled. Is there? If there's any man left, leave my family alone and come at me. Song Chua understood that it was useless to keep begging them. Might as well try to force the issue with agitation. Nay, his words still seemed very pale. With a sense of impotent rage, the table erupted in laughter. Ouch! Guan Xiao, the agitator. Are you afraid? Ha ha. A male student laughed exaggeratedly at Guangdong. Guangdong also gave a feigned pat on the back. Ouch! Man, it stings me so much that I don't even count as a man? As he spoke, this Guangdong reached out and touched the cheeks of the girl on the side. The girl instantly ducked away in a desperate attempt to resist. Guangdong was not annoyed and turned to Song Chua with a smile. Since you mentioned men, then Song Chua, you should be quite a man. Shui Jiao, you recognize it, right? Guangdong asked as he pointed to the girl beside himself. The others helped. How can we not recognize each other? Our old song was after Shui Jiao. There are so many love letters going back and forth. TCH, the man and the woman. That's true. Our old song is multi-talented. Come on, old song, dance. Song Chua's chest was trembling with anger. Guangdong, what exactly will you do to spare my parents? Pipe Dong, on the other hand, laughed. You didn't hear my buddy talking, did you? Let's get you dancing. I won't, Song Chua said through gritted teeth. At this point, Shui Jiao couldn't hold back any longer. She jerked to her feet. Enough, why are you insulting him like this? What the hell did he do wrong? Shui Jiao couldn't stop her tears. She finally realized why Guangdong had threatened her with having to come to this meal. Because Song Chua courted her. To be honest, she had a good feeling about Song Chua, but she wasn't good at expressing it either. The signal to Song Chua is that she doesn't want to fall in love too early yet. That's why Song Chua has been a slow starter. Today, Guangdong's group of people were trying to humiliate Song Chua in front of themselves. Let Song Chua completely crush his self-respect in front of the girl he likes. Outlaw. This group of people know the inside story, but they're too mentally twisted to blame Song Yen. Instead, they all transferred their hatred to Song Chua, venting all that twisted and impotent rage of theirs. Why in the world is there such garbage? Everyone at the table turned cold and instantly became extremely upset. It was supposed to be a good day for monkeying around, and this woman ruined most of it. Ha! Tubin smiled and leaned back. Shui Jiao, Shui Jiao, you're really harming people. I would have been able to let his father off the hook if only old Song had danced his way out of this. But now, things are in trouble. I suddenly don't want to embarrass Song Chua now. I want to embarrass you, Shui Jia. So, Song Chua, don't you know how to dance? Then let's dance through it. Perform a kneeling act for me, and beg me to spare your father in front of Shui Jiao. Song Chua's teeth were almost clenched. He really wanted to walk away, but was not willing to let his father actually go to jail. There was a tiny bit of hope he didn't want to give up. He didn't dare to look at Shui Jiao again. Instead, he asked toward Pike Dong, what guarantees do you have that you'll leave my father alone? Guangdong laughed at once. Very nastily, he leaned back and pointed a finger at his crotch. That's easy, I swear on my little brother. He then playfully held up 4 more fingers. If Song Chua kneels down and cries to me, I will definitely spare his father. But if he doesn't get on his knees, I'll make sure I find a way to make sure his father gets the bottom of a jail cell. Of course, it's also possible that my swearing won't work at all. Even if you kneel down, I still won't spare your father. But do you want to pass up this opportunity? The more Guangdong spoke, the more arrogant he became. A look of eating you to death. He very much enjoyed the thrill of being above others and trampling them underfoot. Shui Jiao was glaring at Song Chua with a deadly glare at this point, telling him not to give in. But at this time, Song Chua, however, was already a little soulful. The extreme humiliation kept hitting his brain. Favorite girls are right in front of you. The father who has given his life for himself is about to face jail time. Smart as he was, how could he not think of that? Even if one really knelt down, really crying and begging Guangdong to let go, it's still possible that Pipe Dong could have framed his father. And the odds are even higher that this is something he said. But give up? Turn away in style? If Tubular East really has that much of a chance, we'll keep his promise because he knelt down. By dashing off on his own, he was voluntarily giving up the slightest possibility. How one was going to sleep each day after his father's incarceration. Will you live to regret not taking that chance? Song Chua felt like he couldn't handle it. He couldn't manage to turn away and trade his father's future for a moment of self-respect. Searing tears blurred Song Chua's vision and spirit. Song Chua only felt his legs getting heavier and heavier. Strike that, too. That's how the weak survive. I'm just a sidekick in this world. A little guy. Why be so concerned about your poor self-esteem? I chose to change my father's silver lining, even if it's not possible. Song Chua's legs bent and his entire body began to fall. But just then, boo! Song Chua only felt a large, iron-clamped hand gripping the collar at the back of his head in a death grip. The terrifying force shook him so much that he flung tears from his eyes. This big hand even directly picked up the entire upper half of his body. Song Chua turned back violently, only to see a few people appear behind him at some point. The one who grabbed himself was none other than a burly man 2 meters tall. It was that S-class gifted person from Blackwater High School, Lu Chunfeng. Look further back. It was Li Mu who had his hands in his pockets. Beside Li Mu was the cold-faced Zheng Jiwei, and behind him were the 2 brothers Xing Yang and Xing Wang. Chapter 125, just asking if you want to do it. Song Chua's entire body was dumbfounded. What do you mean the house is falling apart? Himself this had been bullied to death by the former classmates of Golden Scale High School. Now the rival Blackwater High School is actually coming back? And it was Li Mu himself who drove. Song Chua looked up, only to see Lu Chenfeng condescendingly looking at himself with bossy dissatisfaction in his eyes. Stand still. Lu Chenfeng let out a low gulp. Frightened, Song Chua stood straight in place. He was like a little chicken in front of Lu Chenfeng. Li Mu, what are you doing here? Guangdong and the others stood up at the same time, and those who were close to him even took a few steps back. Guangdong swallowed hard and looked at Li Mu warily. Li Mu drew his hand out and reached for his pinky finger to pull out his ear. This action directly scared Guangdong and the others into storming back several steps. Some people even stepped right up to the railing, ready to jump to the first floor, because everyone has seen it. Li Mu's weapon is pulled out of his ear. With that weapon of his, he could set Song Yun into the ring with a single stick and gouge him. If we hit them at this point, I'm afraid we'd have to smash through the floorboards and them directly from the second floor to the first. What do you have on them? Li Mu looked at Song Chua and pointed his finger at Guangdong and the others. Song Chua swallowed, not knowing how to speak. For a moment he was a little puzzled by the tone of Li Mu's voice. It didn't seem like they were out to get themselves in trouble. But why? Why? It was logical that Li Mu and the others should hate themselves very much. But Li Mu is like a gangster. It's breathtaking to just look at you after asking a question. My father worked in his family's factory and was framed for embezzlement. Song Chua was all tangled up in his mind though, but there was no choice but to be honest. What's the name of the factory? Raimu asked. South City District. Jinhua Iron and Steel Factory. Song Chua said. Li Mu then looked at Lu Chunfeng. Lu Chunfeng nodded and took out his cell phone on the spot and dialed a number. Hey, old Li, South City Jinhua Iron and Steel Factory. Take someone to raid it. There are false accusations of embezzlement. Remember to bring the business tax department. By the way, send a team to the Red Cloud Hotel. There's a disturbance here. Lu Chunfeng hung up the phone after saying that. Hearing Lu Chunfeng actually say that, Guangdong's entire body almost fell softly to the ground. A raid? Business tax? With that went down in their factory. His parents would go to jail if it was found out. Previously, their family had some background in business and law enforcement in the south side, so they were at peace with each other. This time it's a good opportunity to punish Song Chua's father. Hold that little piece of charge over his head. But Lu Chunfeng is from the eastern district. If the people from the east end act across the district, they will not give face to anyone. You, what are you doing? Who are you to meddle in this? Guangdong was furious and pointed at Lu Chunfeng and shouted angrily. At the same time took out his cell phone. He had to tip off his old man as soon as possible. Otherwise it's a big deal. Lu Chunfeng fiercely stepped forward and slapped Guangdong's cell phone out of the air. The phone shattered with a snap against the wall. Li Mu coldly drank. I now suspect you of mobbing. Everyone turn in their cell phones and crouch down with your hands on your head. I'm only going to say this once. As soon as the word all over came out, everyone took their cell phones out and threw them on the table. Quickly put your hands over your head. Ben was a fox and a dog, and none of them were willing to disobey Li Mu now. Lend your cell phone to Guangdong. Now cutie. It's all visible. Li Mu just used a trumped-up charge to detain them first, to just keep them from informing Guangdong his father. Positive cooperation. Up to 24 hours of withholding and release. If you really dare to do it, it'll be a real provocation. Not only will you be arrested, and a fat beating. They had seen Li Mu's energy before. How were the parade fans? Was there a lot of commotion? If you say you're going to arrest them, none of them can run away. Even Shuijiao handed over her cell phone and crouched there with her head in her hands. Guangdong roared in defiance. You don't have the right to investigate a case across the district. What gives you the right? He was going crazy with anxiety, pointing at Lu Chunfeng. By virtue of the fact that he came to us in the East End to file a report, Lu Chunfeng pointed at Song Chua. Guangdong was dumbfounded. He couldn't fight, he couldn't leave, and he had no way to inform his old man. The angry cow gasped for half a day. Suddenly rushing towards Li Mu plopped down on his knees, so fast that the crowd didn't react. Brother Li, I beg you, don't check my house. Okay, I beg you. I know it's wrong. I won't dare to do it again, okay? I'm begging you. With those words Guangdong actually kowtowed towards Li Mu. Backbone? How much is backbone worth? Boneheads can make themselves honorable and rich and well-dressed? All day long, he's been indoctrinated by his father's evil ways. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt where his life as a young master had come from. Once the parents are investigated, the family property, factories, all of them are seized and even have to be recycled and reorganized. Not only will he or she lose all this privileged life, but he or she may even go into debt. He had so much good wine and food yet to taste. There are still so many chicks left to pick up, so many pussies left to pretend. There was no way he could accept a life without that. Originally I wasn't sure something was wrong with your family. It seems like a lot more than that now. Looks like another great job for your dad. Li Mu snorted, and the last sentence was directed towards Lu Chunfeng. Hearing these words, Guangdong felt a chill run through his canopy. He heard that Li Mu wouldn't let him go at all, and would even screw him to death. He once again begged bitterly, only to have Li Mu simply stop paying attention to him. Not much longer. A group of law enforcement officers rushed up, and in 3 tries, they held Guangdong and the others backhandedly. All bets are off. They are not guilty of anything substantial. Nothing more than humiliating Song Chua. But once you're in custody, it's a big deal. If you don't want to screw you, the air-conditioned cabin stays for a while and you can still talk. Like them, it must be detention room tension. Put them in detention centers for a while, with criminals or vagrants who have eyes like hungry wolves. The manly ones with power are fine. A few beatings within 24 hours at most. The little white boy may be about to poop through. When they're gone, it was only then that Song Chua looked at Li Mu and the others suspiciously. Thank you. You are. At this moment, Xing Guang, who was standing behind Li Mu, walked out and said at Song Chua, Shu He, Li Hu Ho appreciates you. He also squeezed his eyes at Song Chua as he spoke. He's the only one here who's most familiar with Song Chua. He had heard a lot about Li Mu from his own brother. The admiration for Li Mu was not at all less than that of the average reservist. Tiger husband. Appreciate me? Song Chua looked at Li Mu with some disbelief. First, he couldn't believe that Li Mu was so young that he was actually promoted to Tiger Marquis. Secondly, he couldn't believe that Li Mu was actually interested in him. It's too early to talk about appreciation. Would you like to join the Jinyuan army? Li Mu, on the other hand, slammed his face. He really couldn't talk about fully appreciating Song Chua yet. You can't conclude his ability on the basis of one thing. So Li Mu decided to bring him down to observe him for a while, assuming, of course, that people are willing to join the military. Otherwise it's all for nothing. I have average strength. Song Chua said with some bitterness. He was telling the truth. He did lack talent when it came to cultivation. It's a middling effort. That's why he was afraid to join the army. He knew he'd have a hard time making a name for himself. Might as well put up a fight on it. We have no shortage of battle power. Just ask if you're willing to come. Li Mu said with a smile. Willing? Of course I'm willing. Song Chua replied decisively after a little consideration. Chapter 126 Song Chua's Shock. Song Chua doesn't need to think about it anymore. The Jinyuan army works on two types of jobs. Combat and strategy. Li Mu said there was no shortage of combatants? That would be the latter. Ask for it yourself. Who wouldn't want to go to the Jinyuan army to make some unearthly achievements if they didn't have the opportunity to do so? At this moment, Song Chua wanted to cry. At a time when he was being backstabbed by 1,000 of his classmates at the school where he once helped. When his own parents had to endure jail time because he lost his job. Stand up for yourself. It was actually this Golden Scale High School's archenemy, Li Mu. This person who one thinks is least likely to help one. That's more like it. Lu Chenfeng laughed and stretched out his big hand to fiercely pat Song Chua's back. Cough. Ahem. Song Chua's lungs were almost shot out. Asterisk, that's a real basket case you. Lu Chenfeng said without a trace of anger. Song Chua gave him a breathless look. He was at least a third-grade martial artist, and even if he was worse, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The main reason was that Lu Chenfeng had struck too suddenly, and this all belonged to a sneak attack. But after coughing a few times, Song Chua somewhat embarrassedly rushed at Li Mu. There's something I want to ask you. What is it? That Xue Jiao. That's one of the girls who was just taken. She was threatened to come here by Guangdong too. Can you let her go? You didn't say so earlier? Li Mu didn't have the heart to say. Song Chua looked embarrassed. How could I have dared to say that? Still haven't figured out where you gentlemen are coming from. Who dares to make random demands? Lu Chenfeng immediately called to say hello. By the time he finished the call, Song Chua was a bit regretful. He was actually more worried about his father's side. But after his inferiority complex of perceiving he felt like he was being a bit insensitive again by immediately asking Li Mu and the others to tell him about his father's side of the story. So he pursed his lips and didn't dare speak. Zhang Jiwei, however, took the initiative to say, on your parents' side, don't worry, a simple sentence, but it instantly caused Song Chua to let out a long sigh of relief. The energy of these three men would be foolproof if they did have to mind their own business. In the military, the police and the business world, these people all have a certain amount of power. At least the second generation at the level of Guangdong can't compare with others. Come on, let's go and get you into the army. Li Mu, on the other hand, is thunderous. First, I took Song Chua to do the paperwork, and by the way, I started the draft early, the way to the abyss. Song Chua realized that his real goal was the two brothers Xingyang Xingwang. Xingyang and Xingwang are twins, but not in the same school. Moreover, one man and one woman. Xingyang joined the reserves, while Xingguan was promoted to Golden Scale High School. Xingyang also participated in that siege defense battle and was handpicked by Li Mu to be a temporary captain. Xingguang, on the other hand, attended that student council meeting at Golden Scale High School, told Xingyang about Song Chua. It was only then that Xingyang dared to report him to Li Mu. Otherwise, how would Li Mu know what kind of green onion Song Chua was? Still, Song Chua hadn't thought of promising Li Mu to enter the Jinyuan army. Only the beginning of his shock. After taking the Abyssal elevator to the abyss, get off the elevator. First, there's the huge, bustling circle square. Various Abyssal lift devices and airships take off and land here. At the edge of the plaza are a variety of large shopping centers, clothing, food, housing and other supply stores. There are two huge exits on the north and south sides. On one side is the Pearl Military Region and on the other side is the Red Moon Military Region. Many of the pedestrians coming and going were soldiers from the Pearl Military Region. Regardless of the occasion or location, whenever they saw Li Mu, they would basically stand at attention and salute immediately. And into the area of the Pearl Military District. It's just a huge clearing, leading to an uncountable number of portals on the left front. access to various explored areas, up ahead on the right, leading to Base 1, Pearl Military District, and then the constant semicircular extension of the remaining 9 bases. The portal area naturally had the most warriors coming and going. It was in this area that Song Chua truly saw Li Mu's prestige in the Jinyuan army. All warriors, regardless of age or cultivation level, when you see Li Mu, you must stand at attention and salute. Even if you are on a horse, you will stop at a halt and dismount to salute. This made Song Chua very surprised. He was able to keenly observe that many of the warriors who were actually riding by, they were far away. Even if he rode over there on horseback and didn't say hello to Li Mu, there wouldn't be any problems. But on the contrary, there were many distant fighters, who saw that it was Li Mu coming, not far away, but closer, waiting there early. No one's face showed any displeasure. It was as if Li Mu was some kind of star idol, and they approached Li Mu with nothing but respect. It seemed to be only for the sake of seeing Li Mu a few more times up close. This scene deeply shocked Song Chua. He can't even imagine that. How did a high school student get so strong to the point where everyone in this Jinyuan army warriors were in awe? At this moment, he felt how ridiculous it was for the Golden Scale High School to challenge the Blackwater High School before. Golden Scale Collegiate had even suspected that Li Mu had gone to support him in order to avoid the elite tournament. Now it seems, elite competition. For Li Mu, I'm afraid it's really a child's game. Seeing this scene, even Li Mu smiled helplessly. It looked like word had gotten around the military district that he had killed a prisoner. There are still a lot of people with backbones. Otherwise, even if he usually passed by, he had never had this kind of attention from 1,000 people. But Li Mu did get used to it, and was usually in this state of mind. It's just that it's an extraordinarily crowded day. This was good. At least Li Mu was more confident about recruiting troops for the border camps. Passed through the teleportation area, came into the lobby of Base 1. Song Chua and Xing Guang both have to go through the formalities of joining the army. Xing Yang and Xing Guang had previously been a man of letters and a man of arms, and it was actually discussed by the two brothers. I always thought that if we all joined the army, both of us would die and the family would be ruined. And it's true that the Jinyuan army isn't as easy to mix it up as it is up there. So the two decided to go one up and one down. However, both of their moms and dads have always been supportive of both of them joining the military to have each other's backs. They can also be a little more at ease. As for anything extinct, let them not think too much about it. Said that even if they both hung up, mom and dad were still young, in their 40s, and it wouldn't be a problem to have 2 more. They also said that if they couldn't make a go of it, it would be no different than being dead. The day the two entered the college to do their residency, mom and dad actually drank and celebrated, and the next day they traveled directly to Linyuan City by blimp. So upon learning that Li Mu was going to be a commander at the border camp, Xing Yang then resolutely asked Xing Guang to go with him as well. Follow Li Mu to break in. A little military shock for their unreliable parents. Li Mu incidentally also changed the temporary military position of border camp commander. As it is a temporary military position, he has only 10 deputies to his name with officer rank entitlements. However, these treatments are also not specific to military positions. These 10 temporary establishments, who to use, how to use, and how many to use, were all decided by Li Mu himself. In the meantime, Song Chua's house. Song Jianmin walked soulfully back to his house, pull out the key and open the door. I heard crying in the back room. I went over there. His own wife was sewing money inside the clothes compartment. When Song Jianmin spoke, he startled his wife. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? My wife wiped her tears and said, I'm not preparing some clothes for you, and hiding some money in them. You can even, in prison, hey? No, why are you back? The wife froze in mid-sentence and looked at her husband quizzically. Was he told to come back and get his own clothes and report to prison himself? Song Jianmin had a confused expression from start to finish, shaking his head blankly. I don't know. The factory's inspection team was interrogating me today when a bunch of law enforcement teams suddenly rushed in, went up there and held them all there. And then a bunch of guys from the Department of Revenue came in, checked it out, grilled me for a while, and just let me come back to Chapter 127, False 1, True 3. Song Jianmin said blankly. My daughter-in-law was even more bewildered by what she heard. What did you say? My daughter-in-law asked, rising in surprise. It was only at this point that Song Jianmin seemed to have snapped out of some sleep. Scratching his scalp vigorously, he then began to explain to his daughter-in-law what was going on at the time. In the morning he arrived at the factory. The factory's own so-called steering group then began to scrutinize him, get him to give a truthful account of the crime, and direct him, specifically to which program, how much money has been embezzled. After all, many steel mills are subsidized by the Ministry of Resources, and finally threatened his wife and son. Probably means how long a sentence if you admit it, but no trouble for the wife and son. If you confess voluntarily, you'll end up with a prison sentence. 2. And the wife and kids will be in trouble or something. Song Jianmin was in the middle of doing some intense self-thinking. A group of law enforcement teams suddenly rushed in outside. Go up there and hold all the plant leaders, including the inspectors, there. The man from the revenue department then came in with the books of account. After asking the steering group who was in charge of the matter, they arrested everyone. Then sent someone to arrest the head of the steering group and the plant manager. Some people were left to interrogate Song Jianmin. After 10 minutes of asking questions, he was just told to go home. Song Jianmin was confused the entire time even when he was explaining. They couldn't figure out how the Jinhua iron and steel plant had suddenly collapsed so badly. This thunderous enforcement tactic. People obviously took the ledger before arresting people. Or they couldn't have gone up and pressed it. Does that mean you don't have to go to jail? Go to the plant manager instead? My daughter-in-law asked incredulously. Song Jianmin shook his head and sat down on the stool, as if he still couldn't believe this fact. I hope so. The two just waited moodily for almost 2 hours. Lunch was dealt with a bite. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the house. Both of them all trembled in fear. Song Jianmin took a deep breath. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Go up and pull open the door to the room. Instead, it was a decently dressed middle-aged man at the door. This middle-aged man smiled warmly. Excuse me, is this Song Jianmin, Yu Feng's home? Yes. You are? Song Jianmin asked suspiciously. The middle-aged man smiled and pulled out a business card and laughed. Hello, my name is Wang Li. I'm the administrative supervisor of Zhang Steel Factory. Chang Steel? Song Jianmin received Wang Li's business card in shock. How could he not know Zhang Steel Factory? From the steel industry? This is a military-grade company that was just established. It is now the top pillar industry of Zhang Group. Quickly, Supervisor Wang, please come in, or Yu Feng is more eye-catching. Immediately peeled away from their own husbands, invited people into the house. Song Jianmin also rushed back to his senses and took a stool and poured water. Supervisor Wang said with a smile, Gentlemen, there is no need for hustle. I, for one, have come with a mission, and somewhat hastily, but I'll be blunt, and I beg your pardon. Haha. Song Jianmin nodded. Go ahead. Your son and my young master are friends, and the Jinhua Steel Factory has now been checked over. Our Zhang Steel Factory is also at a time when we are lacking in elite talent. Both of you have been in the steel industry for 20 years. And again, you've been mid-level leaders. My young master has come to ask me to hire you two for a position at Zhang Steel Factory. Supervisor Wang was naturally a human being and could tell at a glance that these two didn't know about their son yet. So there was no more selling out. Just straight to the point and straight to the point. Song Jianmin and the two of them froze there like a statue. Supervisor Wang, are you sure you haven't recognized the wrong person? My son's name is Song Chua. Your young master's friend is. Song Jianmin reminded incredulously. Yes, it's Song Chua. Supervisor Wang nodded in confirmation. Students of Golden Scale High School, well, just expelled from Golden Scale High School. Joined the Jin Yuan Army today. Joined the Jin Yuan Army. Song Jianmin and the two of them asked in shock in unison. Yes, the commander of the border camp was personally invited. Supervisor Wang laughed. Song Jianmin and the two of them were unable to return to their senses for a long time. It's just that everything that happened today was so fantastic. Cam Hua was investigated. No jail time. His son was hand-picked by his commander to join the army. Chang Steel invited them to join the company, which they didn't expect. What do you two think? Supervisor Wang reminded. Ah, of course we are begging for it. We are just afraid of failing your trust now. Director Wang laughed. Don't worry. Let's discuss the details of the induction and adjust as appropriate. As a supervisor, these things are naturally hard for him to do. Even if the two Song Jianmins are really not good at their jobs. Naturally there are positions for them. If it's a good job, then he's really seen a treasure yet. In the middle of the abyss, Li Mu had lunch with Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, Xing Yang, Xing Guang, and Song Chuhua. A few people had some drinks during the meal. These people were to follow Li Mu to the border camp. It certainly wouldn't do to rely on Li Mu alone for everything, and these were the right and left arms he could use. After a meal, Song Chua wasn't so nervous. The ins and outs of the border camp incident are also thoroughly clear. After noon, Li Mu then led several people directly into the command headquarters. Inside one of the command's conference rooms, there were quite a few people sitting or standing at this time, both old and young, mostly the little heads of the construction, transportation, and research departments. The crowd is working on plans for the construction of a border camp. When they saw Li Mu come in, everyone immediately stood at attention and saluted. Department of Construction Transportation, many of which are not fighters and do not go to war. It's usually hard to see an upper wolf guard, not to mention accepting the personal leadership of the Xiaohuho. The Minister of Construction saluted and reported to Li Mu. Marquis Li Hu. We are working on the camp construction plan. Please instruct. Li Mu nodded. It's okay, I'll sit in on this. You guys carry on. Yes. This minister answered loudly. Then let the crowd continue. The original plan was for them to come out with the final results by tomorrow, and then Li Mu came in for the discussion. I didn't expect Li Mu to come early, obviously indicating that he took this matter more seriously. It stresses them out. The crowd began to discuss it again, and the words were much more tempered. On the big screen at the top was a topographical map of the vacuum belt of a border camp. This vacuum band is shaped like a drop of ink on paper. In the very center is the huge circular vacuum belt, and around the round vacuum bands, there are many more thin, dendritic, end connections to the round, smaller vacuum bands and lots of little vacuum belts scattered around. At this point on the building plan, the large vacuum band in the center naturally has blueprints for the construction of barracks, warehouses, drill halls, and other buildings. And on top of that, there are 3 relatively large, small vacuum belts above some barracks and sentry tower type defenses were also planned. Li Mu inquired, pointing at the dots. What is it? The Minister for Construction explained. This is an outpost of the border camp, which we have selected and surveyed. These 3 places are perfect for outposts. If there is a mass invasion of monsters or enemies, this can be the first warning to the camp. Raimu nodded indistinctly. A few people continued to listen down the line. I don't know if it's because Li Mu is here that some of the junior leaders want to curry favor with him. A lot of the programs that have been proposed to make this camp stronger and more functional. Some even mentioned the construction of recreational facilities for the command. The more said, the greater the cost and the longer the duration of the camp's construction. Li Mu's brows were furrowed. At this moment, he noticed a hint of anxiety appear on Song Chua's face, but he seemed to be about to say something. Li Mu then led the way out of the room. Song Chua's few people naturally followed. Coming into the hallway, Raimu asked suspiciously, "You have something to say?" Song Chua struggled for a moment, but still said, "I don't know if I should say it or not. It's a bit of a big deal after all." "Say." Li Mu gave him a reassuring look. Song Chua thought about it. "I've actually been under the impression that this is a makeshift border camp. Whether it's a monster or a curryman, the camp could be targeted at any time. The more we put into camp construction, the more we can't part with it." "Shedding?" Xingyang asked the word with some confusion. Song Chua nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I think the camp should be a place we can always shed. Instead, those 3 outposts could make good use of the underground space. A cunning rabbit has a grave, and we don't need to make the camp a grave that we must fight to defend. So my personal recommendation is to fake 1 and make it 3. Chapter 128 False 1. True 3 Construction Programs. Song Chua finished. Li Mu directly led a few people to a small, quiet conference room. Elaborate. Song Chua nodded, then spoke. Buy a vacation. I mean our camp. Everything is simple inside. Being able to secure the basic needs of life is fine. Externally, we just need to build a single wall that will act as a shield from view. Of course, its real purpose is not to obscure the view. If the K's really want to scout us, the odds are that a wall won't keep them out, but it allows them to think that inside the walls is our truest situation. The so-called 3 truths are 3 outposts where we need to be stealthy and build underground fortifications. Need spacious underground space. The simpler the better. The easier it is to get in and out. Take the portal that the camp was originally going to build and split it into 3 separate entries into these underground spaces. Everyone in the camp has at least 2 camp return stones in hand, and 3 to 5 outpost return stones. That way, our guys are very mobile. We can always abandon the camp and kill from the outpost when it matters. Or we could hold the camp, split a portion to the outposts to detour, and attack from both sides. Even as long as we don't put too many resources in the camp that we can't take with us, we can shed all of it. The camp is nothing more than a pile of bricks and mortar materials. The people are what matter. Border camps have quest content for exploring outward, so the above allowed the camp to build 6 external portals. It also makes it easy for people to get back to camp quickly. Of course these 6 portals weren't built all at once. It was a gradual refinement as Li Mu felt his way outward. After Song Chua finished, he looked at Li Mu somewhat nervously. He didn't know whether Li Mu was satisfied with his program or not. For his part, Li Mu took a deep breath and looked at the others. The corner of Zhang Jiwei's mouth pulled slightly. This program is nothing but underground fortification effort. I don't know how much money is going to be saved by not having all those useless buildings and equipment like the drill halls. Li Mu shared the sentiment. The Ministry of Construction is only concerned with construction. They can't think too much about it from a strategic point of view. That's what commanders do. With the previous program, the camp was built and the garrison seemed to be tied down. It was destroyed in the heat of the moment, and the loss of the camp to rebuild would have been enormous. And it's a huge blow to morale. It looks like this campground is very bloated. But Song Chua's program instantly lightened the entire garrison. Maneuverability becomes extreme. The camp is just an empty shell with lodging functions, and life will be slightly more miserable for the fighters. But they didn't come here to enjoy themselves. The functionality of the campground is completely unimportant compared to saving your life. A huge amount of money was saved on construction. Manpower requirements have increased, but the last thing the garrison needs is manpower. All the garrison fighters together, and the big job will be done in a day or two. Still, Li Mu raised a question. What if news of our outpost's underground portal is detected by the enemy? Song Chua shook his head. The return stones from the outpost's portal, which we distributed to 3 separate groups of warriors. Discussion of this matter is forbidden in the camp. The fewer people who know, the easier it is to command. Unless the Curry Nation detects the secrets of all 3 of our outposts at the same time. Otherwise there's no point even if they find out about one. And if it's true that all 3 outposts were exposed together, the odds are that there's a mole in our camp. Given the fact that we've never bordered the Curry Kingdom underground, that's hardly likely. And even if there really is a mole, there should be a new way to deal with it by then. The corner of Song Chua's mouth actually curled up a bit when he said this. It's like he's not even afraid of the whole mole thing. Raimu finally nodded. Okay, I'll go in and call off the current program. You'll come with me to command, and refine the details of the. See what information is available to the following for execution, which are to be kept as secret as possible. Song Chua nodded heavily. Good. Now that he's spoken, he'll have to live up to Li Mu's high regard. You can't squirm as much as you did before. In the meantime, in the Pearl Military Region, Su Wanlin, who had just walked out of the Military Justice Department, had his fists clenched. He could be said to have felt endless shame in the past 2 days. He was tried with his neck on the line when he was captured, because he thinks he's right. But I didn't expect to still eat a big fault for disobeying military orders. I didn't get the credit, but I got the blame first. Every great transgression is to be offset by merit. The point is that a demerit means that it was someone above him who failed to bail him out. And look at that Li Mu. Instead of nothing happening at all, he actually became the commander of the border camp. I've been chipping away at this border camp to get some credit, but I've been excluded. It would be absolutely impossible for himself to shyly apologize to Li Mu now. Damn, why are good things always at his place? Strike that. 2. This Thai border camp is a no-go. In the midst of his anger, his tech watch rang with a military district announcement. Not only him, all the passing Jin Yuan army warriors all stopped. There was a flurry of glances at their tech watches that flashed blue. Attention all fighters. Attention all fighters. The latest discovery of the vacuum belt border camp has been opened for the recruitment of garrison fighters. The camps have exploration, frontier defense, and exploitation of resources as their main daily tasks. Young Tiger Marquis Li Mu is the chief commander of the camp. Cultivation requirement is above middle 3rd grade. No merit value requirement. Those who respond to the call receive a free fine weapon. There are even high-grade weapons, spirit medicines and spirit treasures waiting for merit rewards. Places are limited to 1-200. Prospective enlistees are requested to rush to the lobby of Base 1 immediately to register. Boom! As soon as the announcement was made, the surrounding fighters clamored for discussion. The border camp? The one that's in contact with the border of the God's Elephant Kingdom? Nice reward. A fine weapon for signing up? The point is fine weapons? The point is that Li Huho is leading the troops. Ah, the danger has risen linearly. Why? Li Huho kills prisoners. Ah, and the Divine Elephant Kingdom belongs to the situation of immortality. There's more there than just light exploration and development missions. Once we clash with the Divine Elephant Kingdom, it'll be a battle of life and death. The intensity of the battle is not expected to be small. What are you afraid of? I didn't come to be a soldier to enjoy my life. Just do it. You guys discuss it first. I only see one thing. This is Li Huho's first acting military post. Going to the camp is equivalent to being his soldier. With that, I need not consider anything else. See you back inside. After saying this, the man dashed towards Base 1 as if he were flying. There were obviously a few people who thought the same way he did. Quite a few people were flying to it. You should know that since this person Li Mu appeared in the public's view, calling it a little legend wouldn't even be an exaggeration. From a reserve soldier, all the way to a marvelous success, he rose to the rank of Xiao Huho. His own cultivation level is even more than a month's time from the 2nd grade to the 6th grade. To say that there's nothing to say about this man, the devil wouldn't believe it. Only the greater majority of them still require a little thought. Anyone who's ever been in a border camp knows that there are many opportunities for credit, but there's also a lot of danger. The bottom line is that it's semi-independent and the portal doesn't lead directly to the camp. There is at least a half-hour delay in general military area support. Those who go to sign up should consider their own strength in the first place. And in the second place rely entirely on the courage to lay down one's life. Base 1 at this time. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng were both arranged by Li Mu to preside over the registration work here. Li Mu, on the other hand, took Song Chua to the command headquarters to report the construction program to the leaders. The announcement was made and there were very few people at the registration desk. Only some of the closest fighters were the first to arrive, and seeing that there were not many people, it's all slowing down and registering as well. There's almost a couple hundred of them. Zhang Jiwei took a deep breath and frowned slightly. At this rate, it seems to be a little hard to recruit a full one. 200 people. Lu Chunfeng said. Damn, there don't seem to be many people. Didn't one stick say that if there were fewer people, you can take out a portion of the elixir to recruit some more above the 4th grade? Well, how about taking it out now? Zhang Jiwei looked at the time. Wait a little longer. If you really can't, he's going to start with the military families. He can add a line himself. A substantial cash prize will be awarded to those who sign up. The prize money doesn't directly boost strength, though, but it has helped the fighters greatly in terms of their families' lives. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Then he heard the noise of people outside. Immediately afterward, a black crowd swarmed in. It instantly blocked the wide gate of base 1. The slow registering warriors in front of them were instantly anxious, feeling the terrifying thrust behind them. The people in the second and third rows of the registry were desperately trying to rush the people in front of them. Write quickly. Dead man. You write quickly. The guy in front of him was speeding up to fill in the information while pushing back as hard as he could with his hips. "The!" shouted under his breath. "Don't push. Don't push. Let me finish. Asshole." Chapter 129, The Last Curse Hurts the Most. Nearly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The new camp construction program was finalized and recruitment was completed very well. Far more than 1,200 people signed up, but the first ones to sign up, not just more loyal to Li Mu, and the strength and boldness far exceeded those of the late warriors. So these 1,200 men are the best of the best, 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 the best of the best. It's amazing that more than 300 of these are reserve fighters. Li Mu was very satisfied with the results of the day. Just as Li Mu was about to head back to the city, that Minister of Construction waited for Li Mu outside the Commanding General's office. It looks like it's been crouching here for a while. Li Hu Ho. This minister was in his 40s, with a fawning smile on his face like a flower. Something? This was a minister he had only met this afternoon and thought he was coming to say something about building plans. Marquis Li Hu. Let's borrow a step to talk. This minister smiled and signaled that it was inconvenient here. Li Mu looked at him suspiciously and walked straight to a corner not far away. Just say it here. Marquis Tiger. It's like this. The construction department of our Jinyuan army. Don't they regularly take in criminals who aren't on death row as workers? As for me, I happened to collect a batch in the past 2 days, and among them, there are 6 or 7 people that, all surnamed Li. As this minister said this, he used his gaze to constantly observe Li Mu's reaction. It seemed very apprehensive. Rai Mu stared. Li Daong and the others? The Li family has had all of their own uncles and aunts and aunts arrested since the last incident. All that was left of the Li family was a bunch of women and a Li Xiuhao. He was planning to go to Li Xiuhao today himself. I didn't realize that someone had confessed the Li family to themselves first. I've heard about what happened to you, Tiger Marquis, but I don't know much about it. After taking these people in, I really don't know what to do with them. So come and beg for your instructions. This minister is very difficult to look at. Li Mu secretly laughed. This old boy was definitely an old fox. He is by no means some criminal who happens to have collected a bunch of criminals in the last 2 days. Maybe it was a special effort to collect these criminals after they knew they were doing it under their own hands. Wanted to curry favor with himself, but wasn't entirely sure how hostile he was to the Li family. So simply come and let yourself take an attitude. I have no instructions. We, the Jinyuan army, collect these criminals as workers, so that they can labor for rehabilitation, redeeming the crime. Just do your thing. Li Mu finished indifferently and left straight away. Understood. Understood. The Minister of Construction nodded desperately behind him in response. Instead, his eyes darted up. A person as big as Li Hu Ho naturally couldn't directly say what he would let himself be, but one has to comprehend the spirit of leadership. In terms of attitude, Li Hu Ho and the Li family were in absolute hostility to each other, and the mention of criminals deserves a hard rehabilitation. Snap! He reached up and hammered on his palm, already knowing what to do. It's night. Inside the military area, Li Mu opened the window and transformed into a flying bird, straight into the night sky, in a single family house on the fringe of the East End. All the female family members of the Li family, including Li Xiuhao, were sitting around in a family separation meeting. Since the Li family was rummaged through, Basically all of the family assets have been frozen. The Li family villa is no more. They sold everything that wasn't seized. In the end, it was necessary to maintain the poor decency of the Li family and rent this single house. On days like this, the women of the Li family can't help it. But the Li family's daughters-in-law naturally had ideas. Li Mu's great-uncle was clutching her chest at the moment, her fierce look on her face. I don't care. Li Daong will be in jail for at least 7 years. I can't afford to be a widow. Give me my cut. I'll leave when it's done. And we're clear. Old Mrs. Ma was trembling with anger, and she asked with a pause on her cane, get lost if you want. I can't protect myself right now. I don't have any money to share with you. You fart. The great-uncle yelled. Who doesn't know that you have some property in the Zhou family, and that the Zhou family has given you all their money? There's at least 2 or 3 million left. I want half. The great-aunt spat at once. I'll be damned. You deserve half of it? Even if I did, there's no way I'd give you a cent. What the hell have you contributed to the Li family? Why should I share you? Besides, Xiao Hao is down to earth now. As long as he doesn't continue to provoke Li Mu, little Hao develops well again. Even if we can't be at the top, at least we'll have no problem feeding this large family. In a few years when they come out, we'll move at most and grow slowly. Dagan spoke impassionately, as if the Li family had already passed through the most difficult time. They can already think about starting over. At this time, Li Xiuhao's mother Fenglan said quietly, my son is not obligated to feed all of you. With one word, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Fenglan, what do you mean? Great Aunt Li Wan shouted angrily. Auntie snorted. What else could they mean? They don't intend to care about you. Right now, the entire Li family is counting on one Li Xiuhao. People care about you guys. You have food to eat. If they don't want to care anymore, what the hell are you guys? Enough. Enough. Old Mrs. Ma shook her head and shouted. She just couldn't listen anymore. The Li family had long since ceased to be the Li family of old, leaving only the ending of falling apart. She pointed at her great-aunt in pain. If you wish to divide it, then divide it, and I will give each of you a sum of money. From today, we're clear. She then looked at Li Xiuhao and asked with as loving a look in her eyes as possible. Xiuhao, Grandma will keep the rest of the money for you. We'll move out. You take Grandma and Big Auntie, and your mom. Let's start over, okay? You'll take care of us, right? Toward the end, his eyes were red. Li Xiuhao sat there from the beginning to the end, not saying a word, staring straight at the tabletop in a daze. I don't know what I'm thinking. Ever since the last time after Li Mu brutally beat Song Yen in the ring, Li Xiuhao couldn't rise any desire to fight back against Li Mu. What he had and only had was a crazy obsession with those divine abilities of Li Mu, an endless resentment toward Grandma. Now that the family is to be divided, this hatred has reached its limit and there is no point in pretending. Li Xiuhao raised his head and looked at old Mrs. Ma with cold eyes. Old dog, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. He stood up violently, his eyes scarlet, his body trembling, his teeth gnashing. This maniacal appearance immediately scared everyone who dared not take a breath. Old Mrs. Ma was even more shocked beyond words. Li Xiuhao said with a fierce voice, if it wasn't for you old dog who took it upon himself to trade away my god-level talent, swapped it for Li Mu, I will definitely be a strong man who will dominate now. Where am I inferior to Li Mu? That's my talent, the one that was meant to be mine. It clearly fits better on me. If I had those means, I would have done better than Li Mu. But you, Li Xiuhao pointed viciously at old Mrs. Ma. If he wasn't afraid of being arrested again for murder, he must have beaten Mrs. Ma half to death. He suddenly took a deep breath and collected his anger, sneering with red eyes. Ha, old, Li Xiuhao, even if I am developed, and I won't take care of you for a minute, I'll let you die alone, without even a grandchild to see you off. I hope you go to hell. Old Mrs. Ma's entire body froze. It was as if his soul had been drained away, and he couldn't help but slip a muddy tear from his dim old eyes. She closed her eyes in agony. She never expected that her grandson, whom she had loved for more than 10 years, he would give everything for him, and even destroyed the entire Li family for him. Now, actually uttering the most vile curses against her. I can't believe I ended up on both ends of the spectrum. Li Xiuhao seemed to be much more unrestrained after venting his madness. He leaned back hard and stretched. Laughter ensued. I've realized that as long as I don't mess with Li Mu, with this S-rank talent, I'll start over and hibernate properly. One day it will rise again. Unless you, Li Mu, have been on a green cloud. Once you let me seize the opportunity. His words had not yet fallen. I saw a flying bird fly in through the window, heading straight for Li Xiuhao. Chapter 130. A family should be neat and tidy. Li Xiuhao subconsciously tried to reach out and knock the bird away. This little bird, however, poofed into human form, and it was none other than Li Mu. In mid-air, Li Mu reached out and pressed his hand on Li Xiaohao's neck and slammed it downward. Boom! A huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Li Xiaohao's entire upper body was encrusted. Everyone in the room was so stunned that they even forgot to scream. Li Mu, on the other hand, straightened up and looked around the crowd coldly. Everyone, move or die. A horrible killing aura spread out, even if it was Li Xiaohao's own mother, Feng Lan. At this point, they were also scared into silence. Li Mu then pulled Li Xiaohao out of the pit, stepping on the neck of the dying Li Xiaohao with his foot. There are instructions in the system to seize the spirit crystal of creation. When near death, no need to just kill each other. Li Xiaohao reached out and picked at Li Mu's feet trying to resist. Nay, Li Mu had already seriously injured him with that blow just now, and at this time, Li Xiaohao was not to mention exerting himself. Even the true qi in his body could not be mobilized. Between him and Li Mu, it wasn't a simple gap between the 3rd and 6th grade. Feng Lan was so scared that her entire body was shaking like a sieve, but she didn't dare to open her mouth to speak. If Li Mu dared to kill Li Xiaohao, then he would certainly dare to kill them all. Li Xiaohao's face quickly suffocated into a reddish color and then turned purple as he was stomped on the throat. The whole eyeball was about to stick out. Just then, a crystalline body with starlight slowly precipitated out from his brow. Li Mu reached out and grasped the crystalline body in his hand. Acquired S-grade spirit crystal of creation, 9 heavenly thunders. The foot immediately let go of Li Xiaohao. He didn't want Li Xiaohao to die just like that. That would be a complete relief for Li Xiaohao. Li Mu has a better home for him. Li Xiaohao violently regained his breath and coughed loudly for a dozen times before he ruthlessly cow-patted. Li Mu, on the other hand, let out a long breath of turbid air. Although the pain when his talent was taken away was not something that Li Mu had personally felt, but it is he who suffers the consequences of having his gift taken away. And Li Mu inherited all the memories of his predecessor. Emotion comes from memory. Being robbed of your talent, this is definitely a great mind ********. Although this world is to break through with one's own force and not necessarily be blocked by the demons of the mind. But finally, Raimu reclaimed what he had lost. He was at this moment completely clear in his thoughts, and there was no more mind block. It was only then that Li Mu turned to the surrounding group of terrified Li family ladies. He pulled a special device out of his pocket. Gently press. A terrifying sound of electricity rang out. All the appliances in the house, including the cell phones in everyone's hands and pockets, all of them made a crackling sound, and then all of them emitted white smoke. The cell phone in front of Mrs. Ma's face even poofed on fire. Raimo held up the device and laughed. Know what this is? It's a military district specialized electromagnetic disruption device. From now on, there won't be a single recording, videotaping device involved in this room. No one will testify on your behalf about anything I've done. Familiar with this scene? Li Mu spoke, slowly pulling a stool to the center. The sound of a stool rubbing against the floor, and the words of Lenyu, it caused the Li family's crowd to feel an intense fear in their hearts. How could they not be familiar with this scene? At that time, Li Mu was forced to sign a resource contract and deprived of talent. Isn't that exactly the scene? Not a single person or any evidence testified on his behalf. What did you just do? Feng Lan asked boldly at this point. Me? I took back just what was mine. Li Mu glanced obliquely at Feng Lan. Feng Lan immediately had her entire being drained of her soul. What belongs to him? Isn't it an S-rank talent? He took his son's S-class talent back? How? Does it? Her eyes lit up at once. Did you switch talents with Xiaohao again? Switched back. She even stood up in excitement. If Li Mu really has a way to get the talent back. Switch back. Oh. Raimu laughed. Laughing, Von Lan began to bristle. At this time, Mrs. Ma was unusually sober, and she had already looked away. Li Mu almost killed Li Xiaohao, so how could he give him even the slightest favor? At this point, Li Mu put the stool down and placed it in the middle of the room. He then took out a black cloth bag from his storage ring and placed it on the stool. Everyone stared at the cloth bag, guessing what was inside. This, my gift to you, Li Mu said, surveying the surrounding area and sighing. Alas, once upon a time it was also a family with small assets, used to living a life of honor. Seeing you guys living in a place like this really makes me feel uncomfortable. There's enough in this package to give all of you a change of scenery and a change of mood. After Li Mu finished, he didn't bother to pay them any more attention. Instead, he went straight to the window, leapt, and changed into a flying bird to disappear into the night sky once again. Didn't even leave a goodbye. Everyone in the room didn't look back. Some pinched themselves hard to see if they were dreaming, but the half-deadly Xiaohao was still lying there, the huge crater on the ground. And the black cloth bag on the stool indicated that what had just happened was real. Everyone looked at the black cloth bag again. Quick as a flash, The great-uncle quickly pounced forward and scooped up the black cloth bag in her arms as soon as she could. Li Mu could have said that just now. It's something that can give them a change of scenery. The odds are that it's money, or objects of value, at least enough to buy a large villa. After all, Li Mu had just reclaimed his talent and was clear of the Li family. You stop it. Who told you to grab it? Big Ant Li Wan naturally refused to show weakness and pounced over one step slower, reaching out to grab the cloth bag as well. This is from Li Mu. Whoever gets it first gets it. Auntie spat hard at Li Wan. Li Wan instantly spat back. The black cloth bag was ripped open in the scramble, revealing what was inside. Everyone was suddenly stunned on the spot. Inside the black cloth bag was actually a bag of unknown black crystals. What's this? A crystal? Li Wan subconsciously reached out and touched it. All of a sudden, there was a loud thud at the courtyard door, followed by the sound of hooting and shouting interspersed with footsteps rushing over. Bam! The door to the room was kicked straight in. A team of heavily armed law enforcement rushed in. A group of people went up and pinned everyone right down. Even Li Xiaohao, who was already sprawled out on the ground, wasn't spared, being tied up with his hands directly on his head back. The leader grabbed the black cloth bag wrapped around the crystals, pushed the radio and say, "The loot has been recovered and all the perpetrators have been caught red-handed." Li Wan and the others shouted hysterically. The house was a messy mess, but the law enforcement officers just escorted them out. Only Mrs. Ma seemed to have thoroughly figured it out by now. Instead, he let out an insane laugh. Ha ha, ha ha, all back. All the things that they had inflicted on Li Mu were all returned by Li Mu one by one. They forced pressure on Li Mu and Li Xiaohao to switch talents. Li Mu personally took away Li Xiaohao's talent. They beat Li Mu half to death and banished him and his mother from the house. Li Mu beat Li Xiaohao half to death and completely messed up the Li family. They planted evidence that Li Mok's family was buying and selling stolen goods and arrested Li Mok's family. Li Mu planted evidence that they were stealing stolen goods and arrested all of them. They took away Li Mu's talent but twisted it into Li Mu's own volition, and used their power to oppress people, leaving Li Mu with nowhere to redress his grievances. Relying on his own strength, Li Mu casually broke into their house and destroyed all the evidence. Blatant planting of evidence, leaving them defenseless. With Li Mu's current power, there were countless ways to screw them over through normal channels, but Li Mu chose dirty, dishonorable means. It's to let them experience for themselves, the kind of knowing that Li Mu did wrong, but the feeling of being powerless to resist. Just look at Li Juan and Great Auntie's spirited hissing. They were roaring madly. It was Li Mu who planted the evidence against them. It was Li Mu who put the stuff here on purpose. It's their only hope for survival. Also true, but it only became a hiss that no one in them cared about. Li Mu was clearly trying to tell them, I, Li Mu, am going to use my power to crush your entire Li family, just as you guys were pressing me so helplessly with your power at the time. Laughing madly, Mrs. Ma cried. She remembered Li Mu's determination and casualness when she left just now. Li Mu thundered back everything, but didn't say a word more to her, didn't listen to any of her explanations, and didn't even bother to say a few harsh words. This shows that Li Mu really doesn't care about them people anymore from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 131 The Vice Commander's Encounter. The next day, Li Mu spent the entire day planting in the blessed field art. He wondered about it all. Who the hell said that ing farming is fun? Li Mu kept using his out-of-body incarnation, and the three of them did it piece by piece. It's just under 70 acres a day. Now the limit of the blessed art is but 200 acres. With the infinite circulation of the Spirit Spring River, all the land can be planted with medicinal herbs. The remaining 100 or so acres, which Li Mu has not yet had time to plow, he'll have to hurry up and get it all planted when it's okay for the night, and then he'll wait for the harvest. In addition to sowing all the herb seeds of the top-grade pills that could be found after, he also planted the rest of the land full of the herbs needed for the lower-grade body-solidifying pill and chi-gathering pill, as well as a dozen or so of the herbs needed for the Ghost Axe creation pill. The seeds of lower-grade elixirs didn't use Gonlin, but 3 or 4 days was enough to harvest. The Ghost Axe creation dan can be harvested in up to 6 days if you use Gonlin, because one of the herbs, which requires 100 years of vintage, a ganja plus 50 years, once every 3 days, you need 2. The herbs for the top-grade pills were not urgent, and he still had 26 top-grade solid body pills, 16 top-grade chi-gathering pills and 12 earth vein spirit hua pills. Early on the morning of the 3rd day, Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, and Song Chua in a team of 4, departed first to turn in at Vacuum Belt Campground. After reaching the teleportation area, there is no vacuum belt at this stage due to the fact that you have to run another 100 miles. Gathering together and marching will attract a lot of monsters, so in small groups, marching in batches towards here. Even the construction forces. The camp already has a temporary garrison, as many people came from Li Mu's side. as many people from the temporary garrison went straight back to the city. The temporary barracks had also been set up long ago. The barracks still have the name of the camp on them, Tiger's Whistle Camp. Inside the makeshift command post at Camp Tiger, a 2-meter diameter 1:1 vacuum belt topographic sandbox has been constructed. The first thing Li Mu did was to call a meeting with all the heads of the camp. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, more than 20 people had gathered in the command center. There were a dozen or so martial artists of the 8th or 9th grade in this group, as well as some heads of various departments. When Li Mu walked in with Zhang, Lu, and Song, there were already quite a few people standing in the room. Li Mu, on the other hand, was the first to walk up to the 3 middle-aged men, nodding his head slightly and speaking in a respectful tone. Li Mu thanks the 3 seniors for coming to help. These 3 were precisely the 3 people with the highest cultivation level in the Tiger's Whistle Camp at the moment. They were Duan Yuan, the 3rd rank of the Xian rank from the Military Merit Division, Chu He of the 2nd grade of the Xian rank, and Zhou Tong of the 1st grade of the Xian rank. All 3 were in their 40s, except for Duan Yuan, who was sent to support the camp. The other 2, they are considered cold in their respective military districts at the same level. Basically, they have no background and have titles but no positions. Coming to the border camp, even though it could be gold-plated, there were quite a few Xian rank powerhouses in the great military region. There are only so many positions of real power. It's hard to sit in a position of real power and do something without great credit. Chu He and Zhou Tong both volunteered to come. Both of their ranks were upper wolf guard, not quite as high as Li Mu, so both of them had to salute. And Duan Yuan, whose rank was equal to Li Mu's, smiled amiably and smiled, as ordered by the Lord. Marquis Li, who is polite. You are the commander-in-chief here, and several of us are at your disposal, so there is no need for the Tiger Marquis to be formal. The other 2 nodded. Relationships like theirs with Li Mu, where rank and age screwed with each other, were most delicate. It was with this attitude that they showed obedience to Li Mu. Li Mu nodded and looked to the others, ready to introduce the 3 people beside him. Duan Yuan, however, was again specifically pointing to a young man in his 20s next to him. Marquis Li, who, the Department of Military Merit has applied for a strategic counselor from the Blood Sea Military Academy. This is Professor Lu from the Blood Sea Military Academy who recommended him to come here. He is Professor Lu's protege. Professor Lu has been involved in commanding thousands of battles, large and small, and is extremely experienced. He finished. A nice-looking young man came up. Saluting, he addressed Li Mu. Marquis Li, who, my name is Luo Xing. I'm glad to work under your hand. Unassuming and courteous. Li Mu smiled in response, but in his heart, he was inexplicably embarrassed. This Department of Military Merit was really overly kind to himself. Another shocking compass. Another touching of a Xian rank 3 martial artist. Again, helping yourself to strategic counselors. This Prof. Lu he's heard of, though participation in command is not the same as direct command. Probably just staff officers, but that is also a high-level person with countless accumulated experience. And a high-level disciple should not be any worse. Can be embarrassing. Song Chua had already done the camp planning and had taken him to meet Liang Huojun and Wang Longqing by himself. The 2 were also appreciative of Song Chua. He was all set to tentatively make him deputy commander himself. Who would have thought that one would be parachuted in from above? However, Li Mu also had a way. After he greeted Luo Xing, he looked around and said, "Today is the first meeting of our camp. 3 days have passed since the last clash with the Divine Elephant Kingdom. The Divine Elephant Kingdom must be eyeing us. The conflict could happen again at any time, so I won't say any more nonsense. Let's get straight to work on the general deployment and division of duties." He then pointed at Song Chua. "This is my tentative deputy commander, Song Chua." Yesterday he had finished making a detailed plan of the camp for everyone's information. "You can just ask any questions you have." Li Mu finished speaking and pushed Song Chua to the sand table. Not to mention Luo Xing's brows furrowed slightly. Even Duan Yuan was a bit puzzled. Luo Xing was recommended by the Department of Military Merit and was Professor Lu's protege. He was running for the position of deputy commander. It can be super directional gold plating, but he didn't expect Li Mu to not rehire him in the first place. Disobedience grew in his heart at once. Duan Yuan was only puzzled for a moment. He was not expecting Li Mu to bring his own deputy commander. It's with good intentions that the Department of Military Merit applies for the arrival of Luo Xing. The fear was that Li Mu would preside over a camp as soon as he began to lead his troops. It may be a handful, so send staff officers. However, since Li Mu had a number, Duan Yuan didn't feel there was anything wrong. After all, Li Mu do not know the above airborne, and did not say that it will not reuse Luo Xing well. Song Chua was already much more confident than yesterday. He was a bit caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Luo Xing today, but he still fought. As the commander said, The God Elephant Kingdom is eyeing us. The conflict could recur at any time. That's why everything in our camp is prepared with a focus on raiding operations against the God's Elephant Kingdom. There are two primary tasks: the rapid implementation of camp construction in False 1 and 3, and the scouting of the enemy. Next, Song Chua spoke in detail about the construction program of Fake 1 True 3. This has a few more changes added to it than yesterday. It's the outposts that went from 3 to 7. Except the other 4 aren't underground. There are more fake ones. After saying this, Song Chua began to deploy the rest. Campground construction is just the most basic piece of planning. How does this camp work? What comes first? What comes second? Yesterday Song Chua made detailed plans for almost all of them. The second most important thing is to scout outward. The primary objective is to find out where the nearest garrison of the God's Elephant Kingdom is. In this matter, Commander, you are the main force. You can become an eagle and fly in the sky. You alone are worth countless warriors in scouting. Yes, Li Mu nodded very dryly. Showed his support for Song Chua with his practical actions. Li Mu actually has some ideas about planning, but he was really not in a position to go into any kind of program. Still like to kill monsters and mess with things myself. It's best to have someone do this kind of mind-numbing work for him. Now that there was such an external brain as Song Chua, he could be a complete shirker himself. Just communicate any ideas directly to him and let him worry about the rest. 3 seniors, the construction has been rushed in the past 2 days, and it's been hard for one of you to sit in the camp. The other 2 sit at the 3 outposts to make sure everything goes smoothly with the camp construction work. Song Chua continued to set up down the line, but at this moment, Luo Xing very calmly stretched out his hand. Sorry for the slight interruption. Go ahead. Song Chua sighed. He guessed that this man had something to say. You mean, building the camp as an empty shell with no function? No large warehouses or martial arts arenas? Luo Xing questioned. Song Chua nodded. Yeah, don't. Luo Xing pursed his lips, shook his head darkly, and asked bashfully in return. Do you know how many rations are needed for 500 men? How many ingredients do you need to consume to cook every day? How do you store food without building a warehouse? By storage space? Also, without the training equipment of the drill ground, what do the warriors train on? By what do you improve your strength? By what do you pass the time? There's no signal here. Even cell phones can't reach the outside world. Is it possible to do nothing but go out on a mission every day and come back and sleep? How is emotional stress relieved? All this, have you ever thought about it? Luo Xing said it without ceremony. Obviously there was resentment towards Li Mu for not reusing him. It was also to show Li Mu his talent, though he was oriented to gild the lily. But it's definitely not some kind of booze hound. When he said this, everyone in the room felt it made sense. That Song Chua's program just now seemed very concise, but they really hadn't heard of it. But no one before us has used it that way, so obviously it's just flawed. Now that they let Luo Xing speak, they knew where these subtle loopholes appeared. Even Li Mu couldn't help but be impressed with this Luo Xing. It doesn't seem as if this is a white boy. Still, Li Mu secretly laughed in his heart, but only just not counting the white boy. There's still a bit of a gap with Song Chua, for yesterday at the commanding officer's office, he considered these things. Song Chua had already considered all of them, and had given solutions to each of them. Chapter 132, 2 Games. Song Chua listened to him carefully, making sure he had no other questions before nodding. Regarding what you said, here are my considerations. There are 2 of our biggest enemies on the border, the God Elephant Nation and the Abyssal monsters. Since our enemies are very well targeted, specialized training, it's going to be far stronger than the usual training that has mediocre results. The drill hall and training equipment would be completely unnecessary. Everyone was flabbergasted. What specialized training? Rossing asked rhetorically. Song Chua said confidently, at the heart of invincibility is superiority crushing. If you can't crush in overall strength, then create a localized advantage. A localized advantage can't crush, so create a monolithic advantage. It is more difficult to increase cultivation in a short period of time. So for a short period of time the fastest factor to increase the mono-dominance, other than cultivation, it's just speed, mobility, flexibility, allows our fighters to advance and retreat. Even if you get into a massive melee, you can increase your chances of escape. So, I borrowed a more primitive form of agility training. The game of chase, escape game? Everyone was looking at each other, and many had obviously never heard of it. Song Chua pointed to the campground area of the sandbox. It's a form of training for humans at the beginning of the martial age. Create a large number of chaotic and disorganized obstacles out of simple wood in a field. Play the game against each other in teams or singly. One side chases, one side flees, accumulating points for the winner without destroying obstacles. Over in the Divine Elephant Kingdom, I've heard that elephants also possess notable combat power. It also joins the battlefield during group battles. Then we can add moving obstacles like giant pendulums to our obstacle course. As for training against monsters, there's no better way to train than to go and fight monsters directly. It's also possible to feel out the surrounding area as quickly as possible, and the types of monsters, the strength. Luo Xing couldn't refute what he heard, but still continued to ask, what about food? With over 2,000 of us, we need to store at least half a month to a month's worth of food. How are you going to fix it without a warehouse? Song Chuha Dao. That's the second game I'm going to talk about. The food transportation game. By the 4th and 5th grade and above, the speed of a warhorse is already far less than that of a martial artist, except with more stamina. And in the wilderness, a lot of times you can't ride a horse, warhorses can smell. When we're at camp, we just need to find a place to pile up food for about 3 days at random. Each day, participants in the food transportation game are allowed to return to the Pearl Military District. After filling your storage ring with food, carry as much weight as you can on your body. Then teleport here to the limit distance and run back to camp with your weight on. Here, we are, about 100 miles from the extreme edge area of the Pearl Military Region's teleportation. This 100-mile area is our rear. Just plan the route for the grain shipment and all the fighters involved in the grain shipment game run according to the route. It also has the ability to serve as a daily uninterrupted scout, preventing monsters or the Divine Elephant Kingdom from circling back. It's able to train at ultra-high intensity, but it's also vigilant, and it's also a solution to the food problem. 3 for the price of 1. After Song Chua finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Luo Xing was even more wildly shocked in his heart. What Song Chua said did perfectly solve the problem he had just raised. He is also not a cutie pie. It's not so bad as to ask something like, what about food cuts due to various issues? Storing food, that's something to think about only when you need to hold on to a city. Since this camp is already a camp that can be abandoned at any time, what's the point of storing food? Just go home when you run out of food. The fresh grain that was brought in daily was stored and topped off with 3 days worth of stock to go, which was perfectly adequate. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't help but admire how much better this scenario was than a dead camp. However, he acknowledged it in his heart, but for him to immediately pull down his face and apologize to Song Chua, he couldn't do it yet, only to see Luo Xing nagging. Excuse me, my questioning was just part of the job. Song Chua waved his hand awkwardly instead. As it should be, as it should be. At this time, Luo Xing asked again. I'll admit, the fake 1-3 scenario is really more flexible than a dead camp. I still have some questions though. Rossing's attitude shifted a bit. He even didn't forget to turn to Li Mu and say something. I hope Tiger Husband understands that my duty here is to help make this place run better. Li Mu nodded slightly, indicating that he was fine. It was also true that the Department of Military Merit was well-intentioned, and this was precisely Luo Xing's assigned duty. If someone else utters a plan, he can't even pick out the faults and can't refute it. It just shows that he is a drunkard and not thinking seriously. Rossing then asked, these two games, they really do solve a lot of problems, but how do we make sure the fighters are actively involved? Training for something like this is a lot less effective when it's forced out. The questions Rosin asked were very practical, and it's also less aggressive and seems to be really thinking about the feasibility of this planning. And it wasn't to go against Song Chua. Song Chua nodded. You have considered very deeply indeed. And for both games, the participants will receive points. The winner or the one who carries more food gets more points. Exploring outward and killing abyssal monsters also earns you points for bringing back information about new monsters. More points will be awarded. And all the points, all of them can be used to exchange for the spiritual treasures and spiritual medicines we've prepared as well as stronger fine and special weapons. Luo Xing was shocked. You can exchange it with points? One should know that in the military region, these things can require a large amount of contribution and merit values to exchange. And now you can redeem them just by earning points for participating in both games? It would be nice to motivate people to train with this kind of reward. These people are still playing crazy. In that case, will the resources be able to? Even Duan Yuan couldn't help but question. Spiritual weapons and elixirs. Although the supervisor's headquarters allocated a number of them, there are also some supported by various military districts. But not enough to divvy it up like that. Don't worry, it's enough. Li Mu spoke out at this time. Not to mention anything else. Let's just say that his pile of lower-grade body-fixing pills and chi-gathering pills came out and were thrown out as rewards. As long as the warriors have tasted the sweetness, they won't exchange it for spiritual treasures. Those were all fierce medicines that directly enhanced the physique or cultivation level, and were more attractive than any external objects. Good, good. Duan Yuan said 2 good words in a row. Those who can't play the game of chase and escape well will go to the game of food transportation. Those who can't play the food transportation game well will go kill monsters. Everyone will use their best abilities to get points. The bias process exercises their best abilities. The best of the best. A virtuous cycle. Wonderful. Duan Yuan continuously shook his head in admiration, and his eyes towards Song Chua couldn't help but reveal a radiant demeanor. This Li Mu kid's selection of deputy commanders is really amazing. Is this really a program that a high school kid made up on his own? One man, playing around with a campground. Listening to Li Mu, it seemed like the guy had only been preparing for a day and a night. That's if he's given a few more days to slowly perfect all aspects of the slip-up. What's wrong with that? Luo Xing nodded and stopped asking questions. He also collected that resentment towards Song Chua and stood aside thinking about something. For his part, Raimu laughed, not liking being tethered to a campground. Myself. It will be troublesome if Song Chua can't convince the public after he goes out himself. This time, it was expected that these people wouldn't take Song Chua seriously anymore. Chapter 133, Bao Hongwen. Next, Song Chua divided the duties of all the 8th grade and above martial artists as well. Divide the 1,200 men into 9 brigades. 9 brigadiers were appointed respectively, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng. Both of them, after being stuffed with pills by Li Mu. All of them are now yellow order 5th grade. Moreover, Li Mu gave Lu Chunfeng an extra top-grade solid pill. An extra earth vein spirit Huadan was given to Zhang Jiwei. The strength of the two was already hard to beat at the same rank. Now it's even scarier. That's why Song Chua gave the two of them a special squadron leader position. Each of the 2 men led a special squadron. And the minimum within this squadron had to be a 5th grade martial artist. A squadron of 25 men. 2 special squadrons coordinate the mobilization as rapid response wizards. Duan Yuan guarded the camp. Xu and Zhou Ton toured the construction of the 3 outposts. Li Mu turned into a bird and went out to scout. Once everything was in place, each did their job. The time passed very quickly. In a flash, 3 days passed. Li Mu transformed and flew through the abyss during the day. During these 3 days, when he was about to run out of true chi, he flew low and attracted some monsters. Then after landing and killing the monster, recover a bit of true chi and continue flying. A week had passed since he was in the middle of the 6th grade when he finished the elixir. Li Mu's cultivation had long since reached the peak of the 6th grade. The victory points I've been hitting over the past few days have also raised the weight of the Divine Warrior Technique quite a bit. The current Li Mu Divine Warrior Technique had reached 580 pounds. A single heavenly might going down was a full 80,000 pounds of heavy pressure. The remaining victory points also came to 518. For the past 3 days, Lemuel has been dominated by the breadth of his exploration. Expand out a huge section of the map. Since it was at a high altitude, many resources Li Mu could not discover. He was mainly looking for traces of the Divine Elephant Kingdom camp. At night, Li Mu was busy in the Blessed Field Technique, collecting and planting medicines. In 3 days' time, the first batch of lower-grade chi gathering pills and lower-grade body fixing pills had been harvested. It added up to 600 or 700. Lemuel planted a second batch. The camp's chase playgrounds, of which there are 10 whole ones built, are also up and running. And in the past few days, a spectacle has appeared in the Pearl military region. Early in the morning, a group of warriors came out of the training area of the No. 1 base of the Pearl military region. Just see a row of hills passing by. Everyone flashed to the sides. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Jin Yuan army warrior, carrying a special steel frame. On either side of the steel frame, above it, either tied or stacked, were large quantities of meat products and drinks. Looking at the weight, that special steel frame alone must be 300 or 400 pounds. A slight pile of stuff on top can be as little as 700 or 800 pounds, or as much as 1,000 pounds. A row of fully 20 men ran towards the portal area carrying these things. Holy, what's this for? You don't know? The Tiger's Whistle Camp. The food carrier. Shipping rice? It's been going on since yesterday. And it says it's going to be shipped every day going forward. Teleport out of this extreme distance. Then run 100 miles to the Tiger's Roar Camp. Not. Then why don't you use a storage ring to transport it? Use it. Can't you see there are no fruits or vegetables? The more delicate ones in the vegetable and egg and fruit category are packed in storage rings. But how big is a storage ring? It's not allowed to hold these until it's full. It's mostly for weight training. That's tough. Carrying 1,000 pounds for 100 miles? Even a donkey can't stand it. Holy, it's a good thing I didn't sign up to go to the Tiger's Whistle Camp. This mustn't run people alive? Soldiers running with food on their shoulders. You can see these kinds of finger pointing everywhere along the way, especially when they reached the portal area. There were even more people who saw the spectacle and gave them way. The 20 warriors, however, were very consciously divided into 4 teams, 5 by 5 into the portal. Swish! One of the unmanned squads appeared in the wilderness and then communicated that the other 3 food-carrying squads that determine each other's locations and prescribed routes. They were not walking in a straight line back to camp. Instead, they take 2 separate arcs with similar paths. because they were tasked with scouting the enemy on both routes. Determining the route, several people shouldered the food they were carrying. You guys, don't drag your feet for me. The squad that goes back first will be given 10 more points. Have you got pig hair in your ears? The first 5 to go back first get an extra 10 points. 20 extra points for first place. It doesn't have to be in squads. Ha, I thought we were teammates, but now we're rivals. You guys make small talk. I'll go first. A burly man hemmed and hawed and ran out wildly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wait for me. The other man quickly chased after him as well, stalling with the man. Beatty's spiritual treasure returning breath pearl. I'm coming to get you. Several members of the team shouted and rushed out, sometimes in unison, sometimes speeding through. Anyone who came to participate in the food transportation game was mostly a tall and strong martial artist with an extremely strong physique. 4 pints and 5 pints mostly. 1,000 pounds was easy for them, and many of them could lift it with one hand. But running consistently relies on more than just strength. Rather, it's endurance. For the first 50 miles, the crowd heckled. They basically didn't fight the monsters they encountered and dumped them at high speed. For the 60th mile, no one is talking anymore. Stop and kill the monsters you encounter and take the opportunity to rest. 70 miles in, the crowd began to sweat profusely and turn red. 80 miles and everyone starts cow panting. When you encounter a monster, you must all stop and set fire to it. Retain the true energy. 90 miles, legs exactly like lead. The good thing is that the closer you get to the camp, the safer it gets, and the monsters around you are cleared on a daily basis. But the last 10 miles were held up entirely by willpower, especially in the last 5 miles, when they encountered another squad in the distance. The real fight has just begun. Damn, how can it be so fast? I'm going to be rude. Dead leg. Run fast. My rejuvenation beads are beckoning me. Ula ala ala. First place 20 points is mine. From a distance, the people of the Tiger's Roar camp could see a group of strangely roaring warriors running wildly towards the. It was almost as if the last section of the hill road was climbed to storm the campground. As soon as they stormed the camp, though, their roars were drowned out by the deafening shouts of cheering. See only 10 chase playgrounds. Each one was full, with lines and onlookers crowding the venue. In the middle of the field, a bang started. The two warriors instantly scurried out at the same time and began to run after them. The obstacle course not only has a variety of crevice obstacles, but also high shelves, and some rope assistance. Martial artists were already agile, and their speed was even more terrifying under the enhancement of various feats. So the two of them chased and fled, and really did nothing. The one who escaped, cultivating a special technique that it is capable of making the body limp and boneless and very thin and narrow at critical times. He specializes in finding gaps to drill that his opponents obviously can't get through. A hole the size of a man's head. He froze and was able to walk through it like a fish. Exceptionally slippery. And the man who chased him was extremely good at bursts of speed over straight line distances. It was as fast as lightning between one run and one jump. The two ran after each other, and the whole crowd followed with clenched fists and dead eyes as the two scurried about. After a brilliant dodge by the escapee, he stood on stilts as earth-shattering cheers erupted around him. The boy couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and hook a finger at his pursuer. That pursuer was instantly furious, suddenly accelerating and taking out his real skills. The kid was getting dangerous down there, so he started scampering and jumping to higher ground. Just as he was in the middle of one of his long leaps, the chaser suddenly scurried into the air. The airborne fugitive with nowhere to land was chased into a hug and the two of them tumbled out of the way. The surrounding crowd instantly exploded, cheering the chaser's name. The chaser stood up, kicked the fugitive in the gut, and reached down to yank him to his feet again. Looking at the scene of the two laughing and joking, it was obvious that they knew each other and were on good terms. As soon as this one was over, the ones in line behind them had pressed on and entered the venue. The scene was as hot as it had ever been. You know, usually when they train, it's lonely, boring, and there's no audience at all. And this game of chase and escape, surrounded by people, who doesn't want to show their face in front of others? What's more, there were quite a few female warriors in the mix. Of the 1,200 men stationed at the Tiger's Nest camp, 178 were women warriors. It's not even a matter of points or no points. This is the battle for dignity. It would be a shame to go up there and get caught, or not be able to catch someone half the time. So everyone was going all out, and invariably, the training effect skyrocketed. This was a special edition that even Song Chua hadn't expected. And in the meantime, Pearl Military District Command, the 4 bigwigs of the Pearl Military Region sat in the conference room. In front of him was a document. Liang Huanjuan took the document and looked at it again, suddenly letting out a snort. This divine elephant kingdom really has some humor. I want to laugh when I see this briefing. The document in his hand was a notice sent to Huaxia from the ground of the divine elephant kingdom. and it wasn't sent to the top of the Wasp. Instead, it was sent separately to the Blood Sea military region in the north. The content was a condemnation of the mass slaughter of the warriors of the God's Elephant Kingdom by the northern defenders, and the notice said, they have measured the comparative area of the above-ground area and the abyssal area. According to the comparison of the area on the ground, that area of the vacuum belt in the abyss belonged to the God's Elephant Kingdom, and they told Huaxia to remove the garrison and return it to them within a month. They'll be uniting countries this month, preparing for action. If Wachovia doesn't return it after a month, then they will launch a severe sanction against the northern border of China. Wang Longqing sneered. These fools do have a sense of humor. I've never seen a declaration of war against a country that wasn't sent directly to the top. Instead, it was sent to one of the border cities. This notice was sent to the Blood Sea military region by the Divine Elephant Kingdom. After the Blood Sea military region reported upwards, the implication from above was that they would pretend to be unaware for the time being and let the Blood Sea military region look after it first. It's kind of a step back. The upper echelons can't just slap their heads and do it. They have to consider the livelihood of millions of ordinary people. In the event that all the countries did join forces, China would definitely be at a great disadvantage. And with the upper echelons pretending not to know in the first place, there is much more room for diplomatic flexibility. Even if the situation turns out to be really bad, the upper echelon can still stand up and play dumb, figure out another plot. And the Blood Sea military region means to call this notice directly. Let the Pearl military district look after itself as well. That actually makes the attitude obvious. After all, the attitude of the Pearl military region was very clear. Liao Feng leaned on the stool and laughed. In fact, the Divine Elephant Kingdom doesn't dare to send a message directly to the top, but to the north. That already speaks for itself. It's a month's time, and they say they're going to unite other countries, but it's probably just throwing stones. If we get tough, there's a chance they'll back off. But if we're weak, they'll get an inch instead. Letting go of the vacuum belt instead sends a signal to the nations that China is empty. Other countries could really be stupid. Finally Liao Feng added, just speculation. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that they'll actually use this month to unite the nations. Liang Huanjuan spread his hands. Wouldn't that be simple? Since there's a chance they'll covet it either way, then we'll have to give their colors a taste. Wang Longqing nodded his head and leaned directly back. This is simple. Just send this notice directly to that kid Li Mu. He's definitely wrapped in red warmth like my daughter. Chapter 134, The Strange Black Tree and Red Flower. And at this moment, Li Mu was flying fast in the wild. Today he flew further. However, the scope of the search in the past few days was extremely large, and no one from the God's Elephant Kingdom was found for the time being in such a large area. Camp Tigris is still slightly more secure. So instead, Li Mu slowed down and focused on killing monsters to gain victory points, supplemented by flying reconnaissance. In one morning's time, Li Mu had killed the victory points to 198. But sometimes it's just mindless. Shortly after Li Mu flew again. But from a distance, he saw a huge object moving swiftly in the middle of the wilderness. Li Mu had thought it was some large monster. After all, as of now, the strongest monsters he had encountered had a 7th grade. The further away from the vacuum zone the abyss is, the more powerful the monsters are. But flying closer, Li Mu was instantly excited. It turned out to be a running elephant with a huge wooden frame on its back. There were at least 13 or 14 people sitting on the wooden shelves. It's the same as performing acrobatics, but it strikes a wonderful balance. Finally found it. Li Mu quickly flew closer and circled in the air to observe. He can't kill these little babies. One has to rely on these people to figure out where these God's Elephant Kingdom people are going and where they are coming from. Although this giant elephant was huge, it actually wasn't slow when it ran. It's a little faster than the average warhorse. But Li Mu followed for a while and was a bit puzzled. The Chinese team was a 5-person squad system, and gathering more than 5 people would emit an aura that would attract monsters. And there were a dozen or so on this one elephant. Why didn't it attract monsters? The occasional monster they encountered was in their path, not attracted to them. By now someone had looked up into the sky to see for themselves. An eagle that keeps circling overhead is bound to attract attention. The dome of the abyss, though further up is the ground. But the abyss seemed to have a marvelous forbidden layer of spatial stretching. For example, from the entrance to the abyss down through the abyssal elevator, 1 or 2 kilometers to land on the floor of the abyss. And after leaving the vacuum belt and going deeper into the abyss, you fly upwards. It might take 6 or 7,000 meters to fly to the dome. The deeper you go into the abyss, the more immeasurable the height becomes. Tens of thousands of meters or tens of thousands of meters are there. And you think the dome drills upward through to the surface? But the strength of the dome was such that not even an Earth-ranked powerhouse could damage it in the slightest. The entrance to the abyss in Ironhand goes down. It was possible to clearly see that the horizon was 460 meters thick from the dome of the abyss. Theoretically, all you have to do is dig down 460 meters from the floor of the Iron Hands to reach the Abyssal Dome, but the deepest mankind has currently drilled down is 13,000 meters. Still not drilled into the Abyssal Dome. Mysterious, misplaced, untouchable. This is the feeling of powerlessness that all the prohibitions of the Abyss bring to mankind. It was as if the Abyss was not on the same spatial plane as the Blue Star. It was as if there was only the entrance to the Abyss, a gap that appeared automatically in this Abyss. It's the same link that connects these two-dimensional spaces. Whether the sunlight that enters the Abyss is infinitely stretched and spread over the Abyss. It's still this dislocation and stretching of space, all of which mankind is still studying to this day. Li Mu then flew a little faster. Flying high ahead into a mosquito, he quickly landed and managed to land on top of this elephant's head. Falling on an elephant. Li Mu seemed to understand why these people gathered together would not attract monsters, because there was an energy in this elephant, similar to the energy emitted by his own cloak. It can mask the energy aura emitted by human martial artists. After turning into a mosquito, this elephant ran, and the wind got a lot stronger. Li Mu then got stuck in the crevice of the elephant's skin, bathed in the smell of curry, and Li Mu almost smoked sharply, itching to lift his transformation and slaughter them all. Followed the elephant for a good hour. There was finally a change up ahead. The monsters around them also became more numerous. Li Mu suddenly flew up, poofing into a bird of prey, ascending into the sky and looking down. Ahead, there was a huge black ancient tree, which was as black as if it had been struck by lightning and burnt, but the branches are dense, and on top of the branches, some bright red flowers were actually emerging. That's right, flowers grow on branches, and the ground centered around this ancient black tree was surprisingly black and swampy. This swamp has a radius of 70 to 80 meters. At the edge of the swamp, surrounded by roughly 100 warriors of the Divine Elephant Kingdom, were holding various weapons that, the combined forces slaughtered the incoming monsters. They were also apparently using the method of exposing their scent to attract monsters. Their people just have to spread out and let the elephant step aside. Those who gather will keep attracting monsters. After the monster was killed, several people dragged a heavy monster corpse that came to the edge of the swamp and threw it down. The monsters that were attracted around them all ended up this way, being killed by a combined effort and thrown into the swamp. The bloodstained furrows on the floor were the drag marks of days and months. The monster's corpse sank rapidly after sliding into the swamp. After a few pus bubbles from the gurgle of it then erupted into a white stench like the water of a corpse. And for every monster corpse thrown into the swamp shortly after, on the branches of that ancient black tree, either will produce a new red flowering branch, either there will be a flowering branch slowly growing. Li Mu repeated the observation for several minutes before he realized the pattern. And on the branches of the black ancient tree sat two people from the Divine Elephant Kingdom, who were chatting and laughing, all the while observing which crocuses were in full bloom on the ancient trees. They would then go up and pick the flowers and put them away in their storage rings. When one of them picks enough, he pulls out a flying carpet and sits on it. This flying carpet flew slowly across the swamp, delivering him to the edge of the swamp. Then another person takes his shift and rides the flying carpet to the trees again. This man, who had picked the flowers, was sitting on a certain elephant with several others. A group of people chanted some strange incantation at the elephant one by one. With that, a burst of light gradually erupted from the elephant's body. With a swoosh, he disappeared with the elephant. Li Mu looked dumbfounded. After all the fuss, the elephant was their means of teleportation. Each country has a different level of aura research, but storage, teleportation and the like have their own national methods. This Divine Elephant Kingdom, it seems, doesn't need a return stone, but is instead teleported through elephants. But the question is, since elephants can teleport, why did those people just now have to ride elephants for hours to run over here again? It's highly likely that this elephant can only teleport in one direction as well. Only back, not out? Li Mu didn't think it would be that simple. What these flowers do, and how the elephants of the God's Elephant Kingdom are teleported. All of this must be clarified, and to figure that out, you have to follow them back to their base. Li Mu flew into the distance and turned into a mosquito and landed. Open the system. Those 10,000 victory points are reserved for situations like this. What kind of magical powers could help one slip into their camp? Li Mu still set his sights on the 72 changes. Chapter 135, Curry Hidden Treasures. 72 changes. Changeable birds and beasts, insects and spirits, flowers and vessels, gods and ghosts and human souls. It appears that many of these organisms function similarly. Take for example your own eagle transformation and bird of prey transformation. Eagles fly high, fast and over long distances, and have exceptionally sharp eyes. You can even unleash your fiery eyes. But the target was too large and the aura emanating from it was so powerful that it could easily be seen through. Flyers, on the other hand, are extremely fast in short-range bursts and are small and nimble. It can hide your breath extremely well and will hardly be recognized. Flying mosquitoes become almost invisible, but fly slowly. A wind lemur can travel with the wind. Only useful in quiet places. All the variations have their own unique characteristics, and there are special effects after the corresponding variations have been strengthened. But to get to the other side's base, the most useful would have to be the flying mosquito variation. Limu opened the branch skill tree reinforcement node of flying mosquito transformation. Dramatically diminishes breath within 1 meter. Completely conceals breath outside of 1 meter. In the flying mosquito transformation state, one can use spiritual treasures and divine powers. Since the flying mosquito change was the first change, these 2 phrases were not expensive, totaling only 500 points. But these 2 are all the enhanced effects of the current flying mosquito transformation. Further back it says, unlocked. This wasn't the first time Limu had seen this thing, and it was probably the same as the way the heavenly immortal technique was upgraded. It only appears as one's cultivation increases. After lighting up 2 phrases, Limu's confidence increased greatly. You can just land on those elephants and teleport back to camp with them. The flying mosquito transformation itself had the effect of concealing the breath, and after it was weakened again. As long as he didn't directly dislike the face of an earth-ranked martial artist, Limu had nothing to fear. At this point a few people walked towards an elephant, and Limu flew right over to it. It landed on the elephant's head. Immediately afterward a group of people from the god's elephant country climbed up on the elephant and gabbled incantations in the language of the god's elephant country. The light on the elephant gradually brightened. With a flash of light, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. There was a cacophony of noise all around. A horrible stench filled his nostrils. Limu even thought that he had teleported to a dry toilet that exploded in hot weather. It quickly broke away from the elephant and lifted off. Looking down below, this is indeed a campground. A large number of people from the god's elephant kingdom were gathered. There were many other vendors around the area making unidentified food, shouting it at the top of their lungs as people came and went. Imitation of a bazaar. In the distance there were a number of soldiers in training, in jagged formation. Training in offensive and defensive formations never seen before. Limu smiled darkly. God's elephant nation people are God's elephant nation people, and they're always so funny, no matter what time period they're in. The people of the divine elephant kingdom in this world, after the revival of the aura, firmly believe that quantitative change produces qualitative change. Population is king. That is why the main focus on procreation has put enormous pressure on social development. Many people's lives are not secure. Development in all areas is much more backward than in other countries. However, Limu had to admit that their demographic advantage did bear some fruit. After Limu ascended into the air, he observed that the size of this camp was just a bit larger than the vacuum belt of the Tiger's Whistle camp. But just as far as the eye can see, there are 5,000 or 6,000 people in this camp. Moreover, those trained soldiers of the Divine Elephant Kingdom were not even very low in strength. There were a handful of 4th, 5th, and 6th grades, which was only higher than the overall quality of the Jinyuan army. Of course, this was only judging from cultivation. Gaps in feats and martial arts and tactical morale, etc., are another story. In terms of combat strength only, it was roughly 3 times the size of the Tiger's Nest camp. Soon, Limu locked his eyes on a key thing. In the huge open space of the campground, there's a special elephant. The color of light gold throughout the body was as if it had been rolled from inside gold dust. Even when the abyss was not particularly brightly lit, this elephant would occasionally emit flashes of bright light. Around his neck was a pale gold collar, and the elephant that teleported back with Limu just now, just exactly what appeared to this elephant. And Limu observed, wherever this golden elephant goes, all the people and even the stalls, all of them will be very skillful at automatically backing off a long way. It's a good thing this golden elephant only goes back and forth in a certain area. From time to time, the light of a teleportation array would light up around this golden elephant. Immediately afterward, an elephant carrying a bunch of soldiers from the god's elephant kingdom would appear beside it. Wherever the golden elephant went, the teleportation array would be activated by its side. Limu gradually understood. This golden elephant is a moving teleportation array. The other elephants were only able to return to this golden elephant through some secret method, but you can't teleport out through this golden elephant. Huaxia's teleportation arrays could likewise return to the city, and they could also teleport outward through the portal. But compare that to the teleportation of the god's elephant kingdom. The Chinese way costs more resources. You want to build teleportation arrays here, make return stones. This all requires resources, and it can only be fixed in one place. The divine elephant kingdom, on the other hand, only needs to have this golden elephant, a huge cost savings. Spinning around a bit more, Limu began to look for where those divine elephant nation people who had just returned from the black ancient tree had gone. Those elephants led the gods' elephant nation back from flower picking through the bustling living quarters of the camp. When they came to the preparation area of the camp, it was all filled with soldiers and officers of the gods' elephant kingdom. From a long distance away, Li Mu could feel the strong aura emanating from the two barracks. Each of them was no weaker than the turbaned officer of the second grade of the Xian rank that he had killed. It was also estimated to be two strong people of Xian rank 2 or 3 or more. Li Mu doesn't plan on spooking anyone for a while. He kept watching the group that returned with the flowers. They came to a place where they turned in the flowers they had taken from the ancient black tree. Some black robes carried these red flowers into a room on delicate wooden trays. Raimu went in through the window crack. Just the smell of herbs filled the room. Someone handed those red flowers to a black-robed woman. The woman already had 3 wooden plates filled with flowers in front of her. The woman then carefully poured the flowers into a garlic pounding jar. The next natural step is to open the mash. She also adds some unknown liquid during the mashing process. After about 10 minutes or so, the tiny holes in the underside of that garlic pounding jar, it actually began to ooze a little red liquid. These red liquids are almost identical to blood. The red liquid ends up in a small clear glass tube. 3 trays of red flowers came out in a glass tube full of. Li Mu looked like it was only 30 or 40 milliliters. The woman herself then took this glass tube and walked towards a long passageway. At the end of the passageway, there appeared to be a warehouse. The woman opened 3 locks in a row. Only then did he push open a large, unusually heavy iron door. Li Mu also followed the doorway into this warehouse. The woman placed this glass tube on a shelf and then left. Li Mu, on the other hand, landed on the highest one, the wooden frame. The mood was inexplicably agitated. There are at least 1,000 little glass tubes full of red liquid like this one on this shelf. It's like a chemistry lab. Some of the larger glassware contain 300 to 400 milliliters in one. It's all this red liquid, and these liquids are only part of this warehouse's inventory. Behind them, on the shelves, some strange and bizarre-looking plants, the bones of unknown monsters, the monster organs soaking in jars, glowing crystals, metal rocks and more. There are a lot of them, and all of them are in good quantity. In the middle of it was a stone platform with a small piece of unknown metal on it, small enough to be roughly the size of a thumb cap. However, Li Mu could feel a very mysterious and powerful energy contained on this piece of metal. No wonder the warehouse was guarded by such a heavy gate. The mess is where the little curries hide their treasure. Chapter 136, next time you go, leave them some evidence. Obviously, all of these things are resources that this camp keeps collecting back outwards. But there are so many novelties in the resources of the abyss, all of which need to be researched and developed by mankind. Only then can they be utilized. These are definitely the things that the God Elephant Kingdom is developing and doesn't know how to utilize yet. Because on the other side of the warehouse is a study area. There is a variety of research equipment and instruments, as well as breakout areas such as conference tables. Looks like there are usually some researchers here. I just don't know why there's no one there today. Li Mu sighed darkly. Fortunately, his storage ring wasn't small. It was 20 cubic meters. It was still the champion's reward for the first battle of the abyss at the time. This storage ring wasn't particularly large, but it was considered good on the market. Wang Longqing's ring was also only 30 cubic meters. Li Mu looked around and found a total of 4 surveillance cameras in the 4 corners of the room. Li Mu found the middle of a shelf where the 4 monitors couldn't see him, and showed his form. Pulled that electromagnetic disruption device out of his pocket. This was something he had prepared at the time purely to deal with the Li family. I didn't realize it would come in handy now. Li Mu slammed the switch. There was a horrible sound of electricity bared. The 4 monitors in the corners of the room instantly flashed with electrical sparks and white smoke. Lenyu is swift and swift. The wind swept what he could see into the storage ring. In just about 10 seconds, the warehouse was already spotless. Without the slightest stop, Li Mu transformed into a flying mosquito and it flew straight through the small open window slit in the warehouse. He was already teleporting directly back to this camp from the Black Ancient Tree, of which the route was unknown. Now even more so. You can't teleport directly back to the camp. You have to fly back to the camp to blaze a route. It had just lifted off and the camp behind it was already in disarray. The man who presumably looked after the warehouse surveillance was yelling something at this point. The alarm was instantly sounded at the camp. It didn't get very far. Li Mu could then feel 2 terrifying auras rushing out of the camp in the direction of the camp behind him. It was the 2 Xian rank or above powerhouses that chased straight towards him. Honestly, killing that turbaned officer on the battlefield before was more or less an element of luck. If you don't have a brass head and an iron arm, that officer's kick was estimated to be something no yellow-ranked martial artist could resist. He felt the intensity of a Xian rank powerhouse when Li Mu participated in killing that black-robed sorcerer afterward. At this moment, Li Mu didn't have the confidence to single-handedly challenge these 2 Xian rank powerhouses, so he instantly picked up speed and spread his wings as high as he could. Luckily, These 2 Xian steps were chasing in the wrong direction, and were soon left behind by Li Mu. It was about 11:30 noon when Li Mu flew back, and it was 8:30 p.m. By the time we flew back over the tiger's camp, except for 2 times in the middle when he ran out of true chi and slowed down for half an hour each, Li Mu was flying at super high speed the entire time, and flew for 8 whole hours. The map shows a full 2,600 kilometers. Li Mu looked down as he flew over the tiger's whistle camp. Only the camp was lit up, still shouting. All the chase playgrounds were full, and one by one the dragons were barebacking and having fun. The camp is buzzing, but the temporary command post was a sad place. Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, and Song Chua sat sullenly. Of course, it was mainly Song Chua who was more worried. In the past 2 days, Li Mu was the one who would talk to him every 4 or 5 hours. Even if he was going to be out of communication distance, he would be told in advance. But when he didn't hear from Li Mu at noon, he called on Li Mu. There's no signal. Li Mu was nowhere to be found for the entire afternoon. On the 3rd day of the camp's operation, the commander was suddenly lost, but Zhang Lu and the 2 of them were going to be slightly better, and were able to appease Song Chua. Don't worry, with Li Yizhang's skills, no one can keep him even if he can't beat him. Despite this, the 2 were slightly uneasy. It was while the crowd was sitting bored. The door to the command center was suddenly pushed open. Raimo moved his neck and shoulders to walk in quickly. As he walked, he unscrewed a bottle of water and filled it tons and tons. Song Chua suddenly took a long breath of relief and anxiously asked Li Mu, "Commander, are you okay?" "It's fine." "Quickly, go inform the 3 Xian rank seniors that by the way, call a few seniors from the institute over for a meeting." Li Mu put down the water and shook his head, saying, "I'll go." Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng said at the same time, one going to notify the institute and the other going to notify San Xian. "Big brother, can you let me know in advance next time? I'm going to be scared to death." Song Chua patted his chest and said. Li Mu hemmed and hawed. "I'm sorry, I forgot." He had truly forgotten. Originally he was going to say something to Song Chua when it was almost noon. As a result of the sudden discovery of the Divine Elephant Kingdom, he followed it at the first opportunity, with all his concentration. Forgetting all about the report. Song Chua couldn't say anything more and went to the table to pick up a notice and handed it to Li Mu. This was sent over from the military district this morning. From the God Elephant Kingdom condemning our massacre of God Elephant Kingdom warriors. Give us a month to hand over the vacuum belt and say this is their territory. Otherwise it will have to unite the nations to initiate sanctions against us. Li Mu's brows twisted into lumps as he listened. The God Elephant Kingdom has declared war on our country? No. This notice was sent directly to us in the north. The military side is letting us make our own decisions. Song Chua said. He doesn't know who'd dare make up his mind on a matter of this magnitude. The slightest mishap could develop into a major national war. Instead, Li Mu said to himself, ********* him. I should have known I'd throw a skyway before I left. These dogs from the God's Elephant Kingdom are hilarious. They killed the Huaxia Yuan army warriors first in the front, which they didn't mention, but accusing Huaxia of killing their people back? Based on the fact that they started it first, it wasn't unfair for Huaxia to beat the Divine Elephant Kingdom. It's just that the Divine Elephant Kingdom is still smart enough to know to involve the other kingdoms. China's top brass will have to weigh in a bit, but the attitude of the upper echelons is also clear. Leave the decision to the Pearl Military District. The Pearl Military District was given back to Li Mu. He didn't have to weigh in at all. Song Chua didn't understand. With a clatter, Li Mu casually threw the notice away and said to Song Chua, I found one of their camps. Song Chua was overjoyed. At this time, the institute in San Xian also arrived one after another. While telling the story of his discovery of the Divine Elephant Kingdom's campsite, Li Mu, while placing all the treasures of the warehouse he had scavenged from the camp on the table. Several seniors, you've seen a lot of things. Let's see what these are. A group of old men from the institute came together at once. One's eyes were so wide open that he was close to taking out a magnifying glass. The table couldn't fit. Even the floor had a huge pile of them. The crowd studied them while listening to Li Mu explain what had happened. It was at this moment that a sharp knock sounded on the door. Everyone in the room froze in place, staring at each other. It was rather like being a thief. After all, Li Mu did steal these things. Zhang Jiwei came to the door and looked out. Military District Correspondent. Let him in. Raimu nodded. The door opened, and a correspondent from the Pearl Military District then walked in and, still a little nervous about seeing a room full of people. First, he saluted and greeted Li Mu. What is it? Li Mu asked. The correspondent said sharply. Commander-in-Chief Liang sent me here, saying that there's another message from the Divine Elephant Kingdom's side. Said they lost a very important shipment from their camp. The Divine Elephant Kingdom's side has an extremely stern attitude demanding that we return it immediately. Commander Liang has already refuted back severely, saying that they should bring out the evidence. Otherwise new scores will be settled. Then Commander Liang asked me to come, wanting to ask you what you're holding. By the way, ask if you left any evidence for them. Li Mu instantly glared without any good humor. Losing something and asking me? How is he so sure I took it? The correspondent was speechless, but his eyes were on the various supplies that filled the floor and tables behind Li Mu. The look was a little awkward. Everyone else subconsciously looked back. Although Li Mu didn't turn around, his old face began to blush slightly. The atmosphere froze a bit for a while. Raimo cleared his throat. Ah, I took it. I didn't leave any evidence this time, but the next time I go, I'll specify that I'll leave some for them. Chapter 137 Necrophilia Flower. Wanxiang Iron. Li Mu finished saying this. The correspondent can only smile. What can he say? Ah, he is just a correspondent. Ah, then I. The correspondent pointed behind Li Mu with some embarrassment and inquired how he should resume his orders. Just take a picture and go back and show them. Li Mu pointed to something on the ground and said, we haven't finished our research yet, so we can't send them back for now. Okay. The correspondent went straight up and took a few pictures and went out the door to go back to his orders. Everyone in the room looked at each other in disbelief. Lian Huanjuan was also just curious about what Li Mu had gotten up to, and probably didn't want to touch Li Mu's loot. But Len Yu told his correspondent to take back a couple of photos to repeat the order. It was estimated that Liang Huanjuan was going to be furious. It would be good for you to get a few samples back. Stingy as hell. Make it look like someone is trying to hog your loot. As soon as the correspondent left, Li Mu immediately called on people to hurry up and start researching. Everyone also understood Li Mu's good intentions. Hurry up and research, that is, hurry up and see which ones the camp can use and hurry up and use them. Sooner or later, resources that can't be used are returned to the military region or the Institute for Development. It's not true that it's a military honor to turn it in, but using it is a real strength boost, and it's what keeps fighters alive. It's not often that a chieftain like Li Mu is so dedicated to the interests of his subordinates. How many generals have sacrificed the lives and futures of their generals, all for their own personal merit and gain? This is the reason why officers have other prestige in the military. The generals are not cuties. They will obey whoever is good to them and whoever has hard bones. Li Mu looks like a young recruit among the officers. But if Li Mu follows this path, it's hard, yet it will be solid. This red liquid, you said it was ground from a flower that grew from an ancient black tree? One of the old men from the institute inquired at Li Mu. Yes, Li Mu nodded. A few old men immediately glanced at each other and opened their mouths with some uncertainty. We did see this tree before, just as you described. A tree, surrounded by a swamp. It can devour monsters or human corpses, known as the necrotic tree. The flower that grows is known as a necrotic flower, except that the tree is gray and white and grows colorful flowers. We've never really seen a black tree like this one, and a pure red necrotic flower. Li Mu's eyes lit up with clues. And what is the purpose of the corpse dissolving flower? Altered. Diluting and taking the flower solution of the corpse unraveling flower is able to produce a strengthening mutation in one's body, or bone, or blood, or muscle, to make the human body lean toward monster-strong flesh. Extremely effective. Unfortunately, all of them have some side effects that can be very damaging. Several of the old men were shaking their heads. What side effects? Li Mu asked. Physical deformation, or depletion of life energy. That is, not living long. Li Mu was slightly disappointed to hear that, but he still put the red liquid away. I'm going to look for a chance to try the medicine and see what the side effects are before I figure out what to do. The congregation then studied and researched something else. The stuff is all good. It's simply impossible to measure the value in monetary terms. Not too many of them can be put to direct use by campfighters. Though, at most, they would take it back to the military region to process the spirit treasure weapons and then send it back. But one old man was very interested in the smallest piece of metal. He pointed excitedly at the metal. This is, hiss, is this the Wanxiang iron? Upon hearing the Wanxiang iron, several other old men also came over, each with glowing eyes. Li Mu was also curious. What is the Wanxiang iron? The old man reached out and enveloped his hand directly over the Wanxiang iron. A dense true qi wrapped around the Wanxiang iron from his palm, only to see that the small iron block actually moved on the table, changing shape at will. Circles, squares, strips, and even slowly molded into the shape of a sword. And it can shrink, the old man explained with a smile while playing with the Wanxiang iron. Kokushin. It's true. This Wanxiang iron is an extremely tough metal with the ability to change shape at will. Extremely rare. Not only does it possess the ability to change at will, it is also extremely powerful and inclusive. He can devour and assimilate a certain amount of strong metal. And, of course, the more assimilated, and the easier it is to lose yourself. But that also dictates that he has almost no ceiling. As long as the metal it devours is strong enough, the Wanxiang iron will also become stronger. And it can't get bigger, but it can concentrate its mass to get smaller. Often, only weapons of precious quality or higher can use a tiny bit of this Wanxiang iron to enhance its ductility. Such a big piece, you can build at least 10 rare weapons. Commander, what happened to you? Li Mu woke up with a start, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and nodded. Great stuff. In the old man's mouth, this Wanxiang iron was a material for building weapons, but in Li Mu's eyes, it is directly a weapon. What do you need to build to use a stick yourself? And he wanted a knife before. With this, you can use a stick or a knife at the drop of a hat. It's just a shame it's only such a small piece. Who's this enough for? Li Mu immediately made up his mind. Back in the day, we must find out where this divine elephant kingdom camp got the Wanxiang iron from. In the meantime, God's elephant country, Bali Bali military district. The huge military area was at least more than twice as big as the Pearl military area. Like a small city, all the decent buildings are clustered in the very center. The further out the building goes, the simpler it becomes. To the outermost part of the building can even be called simple. Brick and colored steel-sheeted dwellings, in and out of which a variety of barefooted civilians. The clothes on their bodies were shabby and most of them were yellow and skinny. Picked or carried on his head a variety of food, drink and paraphernalia, or into the marketplace, or through the noisy market-like streets of the mezzanine level, or pass by the training grounds of the soldiers of the God's Elephant Kingdom. Integrate among the thousands of workers at the construction site of the military camp. These workers were laying the huge white boulder steps of the outer layer of the camp. The steps go further up to the end where people are carving huge sculptures of sacred elephants. And after the sculpture, there is the luxurious and magnificent, golden and brilliant, like a palace of the barracks headquarters. The headquarters was in the shape of a huge ring that just about enclosed the entrance to the abyss. At this moment, a small dirigible with gold trim slowly sank down from the entrance of the abyss. At the top of this barracks headquarters, on an open-air platform, a group of people dressed in lavish, the aristocrat, covered in jewelry, was smiling as she waited for the dirigible to land. After the airship landed, a man in waiter's garb quickly stepped forward and, exaggeratedly, he fell to his knees in front of the dirigible door and pulled it open with both hands with an extremely respectful expression. Several people then slowly stepped down from the blimp. The leading one of them had 2 mustaches, ratty eyes, and, as soon as he got off the airship, he stared at a few beautiful nobles of the God's Elephant Kingdom. A noble officer smiled and held out his hand. Welcome, Mr. Kurosawa Package. The mustachioed man known as Kurosawa Package withdrew his gaze, smiled faintly, and reached out to shake the officer's hand. Said in the somewhat broken language of the God Elephant Nation, General Kapil, it's really been a long time. The noble officer took his hand affectionately. I asked you to help me this time, and I hope we can achieve a win-win situation. Kurosawa Package still smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, I'll work on whatever I can. The God Elephant Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom are good friends who help each other. Chapter 138, Sakura's out. 1 for 2. The officer smiled and welcomed the Kurosawa Package into the barracks. Once inside the barracks headquarters, Kurosawa Basket's eyes just couldn't help but look around, secretly shocked. These God's Elephant Nation people are really extravagant and excessive. It's just a barracks headquarters, or it's in the abyss. There are places that could be impacted by monsters. It was made to look like the palace of the emperor of his own Sakura country, but after the shock passed, he was quick to accept it. As an ambassador of the embassy of the Kingdom of Sakura to the Kingdom of God's Elephant, he had been in the God's Elephant Kingdom for more than 3 years. I've long since gotten used to the strange class system of the God's Elephant Kingdom. The poor are truly poor, and their status is not even as good as that of a nobleman's dog, and the rich were far more extravagant than he could have imagined. And yet there is such an unspeakably cheap taste. It's a very strange feeling. It took many years for humans to press the abyssal monsters back into the abyss. It took many more years to develop itself, to gradually build a fortress in the abyss. 2. Then began the slow exploration of the abyss. That is, over the years, as the overall strength of mankind has risen and their understanding of the abyss, it's only exploring bigger and bigger and faster. Yet the aristocracy of the God's Elephant Kingdom was never shaken and never stopped enjoying themselves. The crowd led Kurosawa Package into a very posh restaurant. Huge crystal chandelier hanging from the doorway to the other end of the room. The long table was full of food. There were colorful fruits, pure colored wines, pastries, sashimi and sushi and a good curry. Mr. Kurosawa, let's talk while we eat, the officer said. Good. After taking his seat, Kurosawa's assistant beside him held out his own cutlery for him. Kurosawa took the cutlery Kapil had prepared aside. but didn't explain his cleanliness much. Instead, he looked at Kapil with a smile on his face. The men below began to pour the drinks, and Kapil took his place opposite Kurosawa. Below them sat a number of noble officers in turn. Kapil got straight to the point. Mr. Kurosawa, I've already told you the general story. The Chinese border troops clashed with our people and massacred many of us, and occupied the vacuum belt we found. Now that they have garrisoned and camped in this vacuum belt, we sent them a warning, but the damned Chinese border guards even came to stole an extremely important shipment of supplies from our camp. As he spoke, Kapil clenched his fists and frowned slightly. Kurosawa Basket, on the other hand, was puzzled. Stolen from the camp? General, how could you be so careless? Have you shown the evidence to the Chinese? What did they say? Kapil hesitated slightly and gritted his teeth. We can't figure out how they did it. They didn't leave evidence. But it's clear to me that this is what they did. The Kurosawa package looked at him, his eyes rolling slightly and his expression becoming strange. So, you guys were the first to find the evidence of the vacuum belt and take it to them? This is actually a disguised way of asking whether they have any evidence in this regard. It doesn't take much proof. That area is ours. Kapil took it for granted. Kurosawa pursed his lips. So what kind of favor does General Kapil want me to do? We also sent a condemnation after the Chinese border troops committed theft against us. But Huaxia has a very tough attitude. That's why we want Mr. Kurosawa to come out and follow us on a trip to the Chinese border army camp. Help us get our supplies and vacuum belts back, Kapil said directly. Kurosawa Basket smiled, a hint of amusement in his smile. He knew, of course, that it wasn't himself who had the face, but the Sakura country behind him. The Sakura country is the closest of the signatory countries of the Moon Never Falls Pact to the God's Elephant country. Compared to the Divine Elephant Kingdom looking for an opportunity to carve up the borders of China, Sakura Nation also had a staged victory over China for a while, so it's a given that the Chinese nation fears the Sakura Nation. When he himself intervenes, the Chinese border troops, of course, do not dare to disobey, but one would not casually help the God Elephant Kingdom. He accepted Kapil's invitation this time on a personal basis, and Kapil was very understanding, having already implicitly stated that this matter would not be known to Sakura Nation. In other words, the Kurosawa package went to apply pressure in the name of the representative of the Sakura country. After helping the Divine Elephant Kingdom get the benefits, the Divine Elephant Kingdom, on the other hand, gave Kurosawa a personal package of extremely generous wealth. That's enough to keep the Kurosawa package intact for a lifetime. Only this matter could not be known to the higher-ups of the Sakura country. That's why you can't go above ground. If you send a letter to the Chinese border in the name of the embassy on the ground, then Sakura Nation will know. This is something that can only be done by going Abyssal and having the Kurosawa package make a personal trip. Kurosawa package instantly became very difficult and shook his head in doubt. General Kapil, I would like to know that you have utilized the Moon Never Falling Pact. Why don't you keep fighting them? As far as I know, the fighting strength of the Divine Elephant Kingdom's warriors is not in any way weaker than that of the Chinese border army. The Black Zephyr package secretly praised a wave, causing the officers of the Divine Elephant Nation to show complacency in their faces and hearts. Kapil shook his head. We've already occupied the vacuum belt once. Huaxia is acting very tough. Threw us out. If we take it over again, it will just be an endless and repeated battle going on. The battle could then go on for a long time, and then the point of occupying this vacuum belt would be lost. The Kurosawa package is very sharp. That shouldn't be the root cause. I'm afraid that the number of warriors from the Divine Elephant Kingdom far exceeds that of the Chinese border army. If you repeatedly attack this place, then it's up to them to consider this above. Huaxia will never be able to wear you out. General Kapil, if you're not going to be honest with me, there's no need for me to stay here any longer. Capleton exchanged glances with several other officers at that moment. This Kurosawa package doesn't seem to be that easy to fool. But now the threat of the God's Elephant Kingdom was no longer half as intimidating here on the Chinese border. One can only rely on the deterrent power of Sakura Nation to do this. An officer nodded toward Kapil. Kapil said with a deep breath, it's true that you can't hide anything from Mr. Kurosawa. Then I'll be blunt. More than 1,000 miles southeast of this vacuum belt, there is a mysterious resource that, as to what it is, allow me to keep it a secret. We need to take this vacuum belt really quickly to be able to develop this area close by. If we attack this vacuum belt and get caught in the middle of repeated attrition with the Chinese border troops, that would not only delay the development of this area, it would consume a lot of troops, because our current campground is so far away from both this resource area and this new vacuum belt. And once this place is discovered by the Chinese border troops, they're much less likely to let go of this vacuum band. This vacuum zone has great development advantages for this resource. We have to take it as soon as possible. Kurosawa package heard, heart wildly happy, but really let himself blind right. Then you can start adding to the chips yourself. His face became more difficult. Honestly, Mr. Kapil, you didn't find evidence of this vacuum belt first. It's not like there's any evidence of them stealing from you. In your last message to me you also mentioned that the evidence of your massacre of the Chinese border troops was also retained by the Chinese. In this case, while I can certainly demand the return of the Chinese border troops, they will inevitably whine and resent it. Why should I bother to be the bad guy? I can't really think of a reason why I have to step in. Capleton sneered in his mind at that moment. Sneaky thing. Knew you were inquiring about the real reason we need this vacuum belt. It's just to get more money. I can double the reward I promised you before, Kapil said directly and faintly. The Kurosawa package reached up and touched his nose, a smile on his lips, but he didn't say anything. 4 times, Mr. Kurosawa, this is my last line, Kapil said, faintly. He was also really too lazy to pull back and forth on negotiations. Deal. The Kurosawa package instantly balked. A big smile finally appeared on his face as well, but he spoke immediately afterward. However, General Kapil, I have one small request. Mr. Kurosawa, please. Kurosawa packs a smile. You know about the accident with the consul general of our embassy. Matsu Katano and I. We were recently competing for the position of consul general at the embassy in Kagami Elephant State. Matsu has gone back home to campaign on the matter. You are, after all, the most vocal people in Bali City. After I help you get back the vacuum belt for the Wachovia borderers, I hope you'll support me in ascending to the consulship as well. It's also convenient for us to work together afterward. Don't you think so? Kurosawa's eyes were hungry for power as he spoke. It was as if Kapil's ascension to the post of consul general was just around the corner if he agreed. As for going back to the vacuum belt, it wasn't even in the realm of what he needed to think about. It seems like a small thing to go to that will be accomplished. Kapil laughed. Of course. The two of them then laughed and exchanged a happy cooperation. Chapter 139, Somersaulting Wings, Butterfly Horsewarmer. For the next 3 days, Limu didn't go scouting too far away. Now he had identified a Divine Elephant Kingdom camp and the location of the Black Ancient Tree. Then the warriors who were out exploring the camp were told to widen their horizons in both directions. Early morning on the 3rd day, the light within the abyss remained dim. The barracks where Limu lived, however, suddenly lit up with white light. A number of fighters who had already been training for the chase were attracted by the white light. Unable to help but let out a gasp of surprise. Is that Li Huho? Another breakthrough. It's time to break through as well. It's rumored that Li Huho has been stuck at the peak of the 6th rank for a week now. A week? I've been stuck at the peak of the 5th grade for 2 months. How about comparing yourself to Li Huho? I was wrong, brother. Don't tell anyone. I'll buy you a lollipop. Off. You're still not working hard enough. Do you realize that the week we've been here at Camp Tiger's Nest? How many warriors have broken through? I don't know. 380 more. How is that possible? How is it impossible? The points redemption rewards for the escape chase game and the food transportation game. There are 2 types of pills in there. A chi gathering pill and a solid pill. It's said that it's all gotten by Li Huho from the mysterious big shot. As long as one is stuck at the peak bottleneck, a chi gathering pill breaks through on the spot. That's solid, Dan. Those guys at the food shipping game who specialize in physical strength are going crazy over it. It's said that a single elixir can directly double the strength of their physique. I'll go. Then it seems like I'm getting close to having enough points for the elixir, so I have to step up my game. In the meantime, Limu in the room was letting out a long, cloudy breath. Finally breaking through the 7th grade mark. It had been stuck for several days in itself, and now the resistance of the top grade chi gathering pill should have passed a bit as well. That's why Limu directly went down 3 chi gathering dan plus 2 Linghua dan early in the morning. In one fell swoop, he broke through the 7th grade. And of course, the reason why the 7th product was called the Great Pass was because of the Heavenly Immortal Technique. You can upgrade once every 2 grades. Open the system. Sure enough, a level up prompt had appeared behind the inner skill Heavenly Immortal Technique. However, looking at the price of the ascension, Limu could only look at the point in Psi. Can be upgraded to a mid-grade Heavenly Immortal Technique. Victory points require a full 100,000 points. Limu didn't go out to patrol at all in these 3 days. All of them were around killing monsters, and only barely saved up 21,880 points. It's still 80,000 points short. Let's not talk about anything else. We have to kill monsters and accumulate victory points as soon as possible. Limu casually flipped behind the system out of habit. Suddenly, I saw 2 new avatars to be activated in the avatar section. The Pilgrims and the Sundowners, respectively. Limu's eyes lit up. All of the divine powers Limu can be turned over every day. Before the system revealed the divine powers. That is, Except for the water avoidance technique and the fire avoidance technique, which cost 500 points each and are too expensive to use. So Lemuel hadn't been thinking about it anymore. There's also a Dharma heaven. There's a whole bunch of question marks about this thing. Even the price. It was as if it appeared in advance like an ultimate prize to motivate Li Mu to fight and kill the enemy. Other than these three, all the divine abilities Li Mu had already learned. I didn't realize there would be a new avatar. There was no need to ask. It was bound to come along with the heavenly immortal skill, because these two avatars are in a state of pending activation, followed by a precondition. It's written exactly, need medium-grade heavenly immortal technique. One of them, Pilgrim, requires 300 victory points, and the Somersault Cloud, which requires 800 victory points. It's 800 points higher than the medium-grade heavenly immortal technique. That does the math. Li Mu still needed 200,000 victory points. However, Li Mu's eyes were flashing with essence, but he was full of fighting spirit. He had never been more eager to beat the point. That's a Somersault Cloud. Now you go out on your own and have to change into a bird. Fly to the God's Elephant Kingdom camp for a day. That's if you have a Somersault Cloud. Though by the virtue of the system, it's unlikely that it's just been unlocked and it's a straight up heal of 100,000 miles. But Lemuel doesn't pick. 180 miles will do. Just have a cloud. After the longing, Li Mu looked at the other options in the system. Sure enough, it was as if the skill trees of the various aptitudes had been expanded out with so many new options. In particular, under the skill tree of alchemy, an elixir formula caught Li Mu's attention. Jade Pure Bone Clearing Pill. Jade Pure Bone Cleansing Pill. It can remove the toxic side effects after eating and drinking heavenly herbs and geomancers. The Damnaku is not expensive. 100 victory points. And none of the herbs were overly expensive. Li Mu roughly calculated that if he didn't use sweet rains, it would mature in about 5 days. Li Mu unlocked it at that moment. He was attracted to this Dan formula because he remembered the corpse dissolving flower liquid. The seniors at the institute said that the corpse decomposition flower liquid enhancement effect was extremely obvious, but the side effects were too great. I don't know if the corpse dissolving flower liquid counts as a heavenly treasure. After ordering him, Li Mu gritted his teeth again and unlocked the 4 phrases of out-of-body incarnation one after another. Incarnation duration increased to 10 minutes. The number of avatars is increased to 3. The number of avatars increased to 5. The cooldown time of out-of-body incarnation is cut to 5 minutes. These 4 phrases alone cost Li Mu 100 victory points. There are now 880 points left. But that's okay. Sharpen the knife. Boosting strength is about earning more victory points faster. Blame it on not having some in your pocket right now. When the day comes when you're rich, like out of body, all the way down to the bottom of the dot. Not sure what the maximum number is. If you could have hundreds of incarnations, you'd be a brigade yourself. Thousands of incarnations, a camp by itself. Tens of thousands of incarnations, a military district by itself. Go to. Take back the delusions. Wipe off the drool. You can't get on anything without beating the point. Li Mu made up his mind that from today onwards, he would him at least 10,000 points out every day. Let's first order the medium-grade heavenly immortal technique and the Somersault Cloud. Then after learning all the divine powers, the next step was to extremely enhance a certain divine ability. It's like the Tanshan Technique, Heaven's Might, Out-of-Body Incarnation, Borrowed Wine, etc. Each divine ability elevated to the extreme would be an incomparably terrifying existence. It was while Li Mu was longing. There was a knock on the door of the room. Li Mu went up and opened the door, thinking that it was someone who had come to congratulate him on breaking through the 7th grade realm. But when he opened the door, it was Song Chua at the door. Song Chua said directly, "We've had a letter from the outpost, saying that they found traces of the God's Elephant Kingdom, but only one elephant. There are 7 or 8 people sitting up there. Here to scout?" Li Mu asked with a frown. They're not deliberately hidden. They're coming right towards the camp. I feel like I'm here to intercede. Negotiate? Li Mu sneered, turned back and grabbed a jacket, leading Song Chua toward the command headquarters. It was still early in the day. That is, just after 7 o'clock in the morning. The sun was also rising in the world above, and it was even grayer in this abyss. All 4 walls of the Tiger's Roar camp have gates, and above the gates are huge terraces. At this moment, Li Mu stood on the terrace with Zhang, Lu, Song and Sanxian looking out towards the distance. In the distance there was indeed the dark shadow of an elephant slowly making its way towards the area. Song Chua's strength was the lowest here. Having eaten Li Mu's 2 chi-gathering pills, he was only able to reach the early 5th grade. While it's considered good in a normal warrior, it falls into the pure and simple brittle category here. So he stood behind Sanxian. It does look like this is here to negotiate. Duan Yuan saw the slow attitude of the other party and, not like offense and scouting, probably wanting to get back what they lost. Li Mu smiled faintly. I guess it's to soften up, or how else would I dare these guys to come? And if they dare to come to a confrontation, how are these few people enough to die? Lu Chunfeng clenched his casserole-sized fist and said, while a few people were talking, the elephant had arrived. It seemed to be afraid that Li Mu and the others would launch an attack. The man on the elephant shouted first in the less eloquent Chinese language. Chinese border troopers, this is Kurosawa Basket from Sakura country. The man was originally sitting on an elephant. For crying out loud, stand up. After shouting, he sat back down with confidence. The elephant didn't stop at all either. It was as if he thought to himself that after he had shouted, the gang would inevitably open the gate in fear and then go and inform their commanding officer. And then a whole bunch of people come out in fear to greet them like that. The smile on Li Mu's face slowly disappeared at this point. Kurosawa package after sitting back on the elephant. The elephant quickly walked to the front of the gate. But the gate didn't move a muscle. And there was no reaction from Li Mu and the others standing on the terrace. Kurosawa's eyebrows furrowed as he stood up again. I'm Kurosawa package from Sakura country. Open the door. This time the words had been spoken with a hint of resentment. However, he heard Li Mu from above suddenly bellow. The cowardly little Sakura kingdom and divine elephant kingdom. How dare they combine their forces to attack my Chinese Xinyuan army camp? Seek death. Kurosawa Basket was confused. How did one elephant, 7 or 8 men, unite the forces of 2 nations in an attack? Are you paranoid, man? But reality didn't allow him to explain. Those figures on the terrace had already flown out too. The aura flew down at them. Chapter 140, give them an ultimatum. 2. 8 people on this one elephant. Kurosawa packaged himself as just a samurai with a 6th grade cultivation. The few other people from the divine elephant kingdom who had escorted him here, the highest was only of the 8th rank. Facing the pressure of a Xian rank powerhouse, this elephant let out a direct elephant call and fell to its knees with a loud thud. Li Mu, on the other hand, was nonchalant and smashed his stick directly on the elephant's head, killing it in a second. The elephants were their means of teleportation, and Li Mu didn't know if they could teleport during a battle. So just kill their teleportation tools first. The one who followed Li Mu out was Chu He. The pressure of a Xian-ranked martial artist was exerted without having to make a move at all. The entire field was humming. Don't kill yet, Li Mu commanded. Chu Crane would understand and simply released his Xian-rank pressure to the extreme. Black Zephyr Package and the others were all wildly shocked, and one of them had a lax look in their eyes. It was as if his soul was going to be shaken out of his body by the buzzing sound. One by one, unconscious and soft, when Li Mu said not to kill, Song Chua mobilized people behind him. At that moment the gate opened and a group of warriors rushed out and, 3 times, he tied up the Kurosawa package and the people of the Divine Elephant Kingdom. Li Mu was worried that there was no one to test the side effects of the corpse disintegrating flower liquid. It's not just a few delivered to the door, and he needs some intel. Watching the warriors escort Kurosawa package and the others inside, Li Mu and the others all entered the camp. Duan Yuan said to Li Mu with slight concern, Commander, make your choice carefully. As a member of the Department of Military Merit, he's very qualified, and has spent a lot of time in officialdom. There are so many things to be concerned about. Taking down the Kurosawa package is just too much of a stance against Sakura Nation. He was also kind enough to remind Li Mu that he was afraid he would get hot-headed. Don't worry, senior. I have my measure. Li Mu comforted, then led the crowd directly into the hut where Kurosawa package and the others were being held. Inside the house, Kurosawa Basket and the others had completely returned to their senses. A severe headache drained their spirits. Kurosawa package forced his head to tilt his head back with a headache and stared at Li Mu with an incredulous gaze. Don't you hear me? Before he finished speaking, Li Mu clutched his hair and directly lifted him to his feet. Kurosawa package just felt like his scalp was going to be ripped off. He himself was at least a 6th grade samurai, with a very strong physique. Breaking rocks and cracking iron was no big deal. However, in Li Mu's hands, his true chi felt somewhat unable to resist, and the rope in his hand was made of some unknown material, extremely difficult to break. I ask you questions and you answer them, Li Mu said word for word. You don't know what you're doing, Kurosawa said, gritting his teeth before he could finish his sentence. Snap! Li Mu went down with a forceful pocket, and Kurosawa package's face instantly reddened and swelled up. Kurosawa package only felt a pure white before his eyes, accompanied by sharp ringing and tingling in his ears. The eardrum and the posterior groove teeth suffered heavy damage at the same time. I don't like listening to your bull *******, and I'm going to slap you for every word of bull ****** you say, Li Mu said very seriously. Kurosawa package didn't know whether it was anger or fear, and looked at Li Mu dumbly, trembling. He was a well-bred envoy to the god's elephant kingdom, and everyone in the kingdom respected him. The history he had been taught since he was a child was that the Chinese nation was no match for their little Sakura nation, and they are extremely feared. But what's with the man in front of me? Can the education of one's own country lie to oneself? How did you come to be with the Divine Elephant Kingdom? And what is your status? Li Mu asked with one arm crossed. The air froze for 2 seconds after the question. Snap! Another forced pocket from Raimu. And it's a straight-up concussion for Kurosawa package. Talk. I am an envoy to the embassy in the God's Elephant Kingdom. My name is Kurosawa package. I'm 37 years old. From Hirakawa City, Sakura country. Snap. Get to the point. I asked you why you came with the Divine Elephant Kingdom and who told you to come. Li Mu impatiently forced another pocket. The Kurosawa package cried, scared to tears. With just those 3 slaps, his entire right ear had begun to ring shrilly and the right side of his head ached dramatically. Obviously Li Mu was really fighting to the death. He felt the fear of death. A piece of snot and tears and blood converged on the sides of his nose and then mixed together and ran down his face. With a mental breakdown, he stumbled and began to answer Li Mu's questions. It was soon all over the place. It was explained that he had been approached by the noble officer to retrieve the vacuum belt and their lost belongings, but he mentioned something about his arrival, and his own embassy was aware of it. Only after hearing him finish, Li Mu glanced at the crowd behind him, then winked at them and, the first to walk out of the room, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng stayed in the house, watching over the Kurosawa package, lest he have some means of returning to the city. Although the 2 of them were Li Mu's brothers, they were also Li Mu's lieutenants. After leaving the room, Li Mu looked at Song Chua. What do you think? He lies. Wouldn't it be easier to go from up there if their embassy knew about it? They're thousands of kilometers from here. According to the distance you measured the last time you came back, it's not like elephants only have the ability to teleport in one direction. It will take them at least a day or 2 to trek from the abyss. Look at this guy. He's such a wimp. Why take this risk? He's definitely here for personal gain. Li Mu nodded. His guess was the same as Song Chua's. That means that even if we slaughter him, the Sakura country won't know? Cotter queried. Song Chua shook his head after a little thought. I'm afraid, this Kurosawa package is also being pitched. If I'm from the Divine Elephant Kingdom, I don't even care if he succeeds on this trip. If he makes it, I can have the vacuum belt back. And if he doesn't, I'll tell Sakura Nation that the Chinese border troops killed your men. Even if he returns the same way, I'll still slaughter him and frame the Chinese border troops. That could make it easy to stir up conflict between the Sakura country and China. Whether we sit back and watch the tigers fight at that time or join forces to find trouble will depend on the situation. Raimu laughed. The Sakura country and China still need to pick a fight? It seems that this God's Elephant Kingdom doesn't quite understand the status quo either. Regardless of what they think, the Kurosawa package is bound to die. But before he dies, I want to try this on it. As he spoke, Li Mu took out a red vial, which contained none other than the corpse disintegrating flower liquid. The corner of Song Chua's mouth twitched. Living Hades, don't play him to death directly. On the military district side you first think about how to account for it. If the Sakura country really joins forces with the God Elephant country because of this, it'll be a bit of a problem. Li Mu took a few steps outside and called for a correspondent. You go back to the military region and summon Liang Huanjuan and Wang Longchang. Let's say that the Divine Elephant Kingdom first seized the vacuum belt by force and massacred our Chinese border soldiers, and now a joint attack on our camp with the Sakura Nation. Have them send an ultimatum to each of the God Elephant Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. Let both of them apologize to our Chinese border troops for this matter. Otherwise, I'll be at. Li Mu said this, taking stock of how long it would take to drum up his medium-grade Heavenly Immortal Technique and Somersault Cloud, especially the somersaults. If you're going to mess with the Divine Elephant Kingdom, a somersault cloud is definitely a must-have for yourself. And there's also the period of time when the elixir matures, and the time when the warriors grow with the elixir. In the end, Li Mu remembered that ultimatum that the Divine Elephant Kingdom had sent to the Chinese border army, which was 1 month. Li Mu then continued, otherwise, I will launch a forceful sanction against the borders of the Divine Elephant Kingdom after 25 days. Chapter 141, let's see how he stirs things up. Hearing Li Mu's words, the correspondent was dumbfounded. San Xian and Song Chua were also dumbfounded. The 3 Xian pair their eyes and are close to spreading their hands to each other. Can't help it. Yes. The correspondent answered and walked out 2 steps, still not forgetting to look back at Li Mu. It would be good to see if he has anything else to say to slightly neutralize the above. Turns out it didn't. Li Mu turned around with the intention of going back to his room to get the Kurosawa package to test the drug. Song Chua, however, reached out and tugged on Li Mu. Wait, a wimp like Kurosawa package. He wouldn't dare come without a safe route. After all, according to your last measurement, there are thousands of kilometers between here and their camp. It's not like elephants only have one-way teleportation. They'll be trekking for at least a day. and we first discovered this vacuum belt. According to the horse army, the people of the gods' elephant kingdom first came in small numbers, and then left. It probably took less than 2 hours for a whole bunch of them to come. Combining these two factors, there must be other small strongholds of the divine elephant kingdom within a 2-hour journey. Makes sense. Li Mu smiled and walked quickly into the room. Song Chuhua, on the other hand, sought out 2 brigade captains. I'd like to trouble you 2 deployers for an encrypted patrol of the perimeter. See if there are any other suspicious traces of the gods' elephant kingdom. These 2 first captains led the order to leave before Song Chua came to the door of the room. Before entering the door has already issued the Kurosawa package begging for mercy screams. Sure enough, under Li Mu's renewed questioning, the secret message that Kurosawa had planned to use to save his life. Shake it off too. In the southeast region of the Tiger's Nest campground, there is a mysterious resource area. From his confession, he teleported out of the Bali military district, by way of teleportation, a golden elephant, and he jumped a total of 5 vacuum belt camps. These 5 camps are connected in a line. Inside each camp is a golden elephant. He also curiously asked the people around him, and the people of the Divine Elephant Kingdom told him that this was called a Zimu Siang. Bali military district is a female elephant. The other 5 camps were sub-elephants. The golden elephant has teleportation. Normal elephants can teleport to a golden child or mother elephant. However, the child and mother elephants can perform point-to-point transmissions to each other, and it's very far away. Of course, a sub-elephant going to a new teleportation point would require running there first. After the Kurosawa package came out of the 5th camp, the one that Li Mu stole from, they then began the long journey, taking indeed the route already opened up by the God's Elephant Kingdom, all the way to the vicinity of that mysterious resource area, before heading this way again. Of course, Song Chua was skeptical about the location of this mysterious resource area. If the other side is really planning on Kurosawa's package getting caught, that probably wouldn't expose the true resource area location to him. After all, abyssal exploration isn't a runaround. How many people can fly in the sky like Li Mu? It's all a gradual, day-by-day push outward, exploring both monsters and resources that, trying to explore thousands of miles is not something you can do in a few months. Ask for full information. Li Mu asked the Institute's seniors about the dosage of the corpse-dissolving flower liquid. After diluting some of it with water, it was put into a couple of bottles. When Kurosawa package and the others were thirsty, they gave them the water. Seeing the water, Kurosawa package gulped down the entire bottle without hesitation. But feed the water to a couple of other God's Elephant Nation people. The first Divine Elephant Nation took only one sip and spat it out with a poof. The face shouted something in extreme horror, and the body curled backward. A few other people from the Divine Elephant Kingdom even wailed out, similarly shrinking backward. They shouted that Li Mu couldn't understand them, but Kurosawa package could understand them. His whole body was fixed there as if he had been struck by lightning. What did they say? Li Mu kicked the Kurosawa package and pointed at the God's Elephant Nation people. Kurosawa basket looked at Lenyu blankly. What kind of water is this? They said something about demon blood. Something about not wanting to become a demon or something. Obviously, as people from the Divine Elephant Nation, they had seen this corpse disintegrating flower liquid in action, but obviously not a good role. What good is it if they don't want to? I want to. Li Mu snorted and stepped forward, pinching the temple of one of the Divine Elephant Nation's men and passing water to his mouth. As long as this Divine Elephant Nation resisted a little bit, Li Mu's finger would pinch a point towards his temple. It's clear without verbal communication, drink or die. Despite the great fear of several of the God's Elephant Nation, it was better to die immediately than to. They still choose to live through it first. Several people were each given a full bottle. The medicine kicks in very quickly. After a few people drank the diluted corpse-dissolving flower liquid, they began to cry out. The Kurosawa package was the first to let out a scream. Immediately afterward, his entire body violently began to flush red, and the ropes tied to his hands suddenly crumbled apart. Li Mu and the others slowly retreated to various corners of the house. With San Xian around, it didn't matter if there were ropes to bind him or not. The Kurosawa package that broke free of the ropes didn't go crazy and charge out the door. Instead, they desperately tore at their clothes. Immediately afterward, small snake-like horrifying veins began to appear on his body. The agonized Kurosawa package clawed at the iron post. Since the rooms are all improvised, the general load bearing is just a couple of solid iron poles secured in place, and Kurosawa package's hand clenched so violently that the iron pillar was actually twisted and deformed by his clench. Everyone, including San Xian, had their pupils shrink. It was normal for a 6th grade martial artist to say that he could crush hard rocks like tofu. It would be normal to say that one could break fine steel with a single punch or kick, but the strength of one hand's grip alone can deform solid steel. This definitely exceeded the intensity of a 6th grade martial artist. You have to get to at least the 8th or ninth grade to do that. Then a few other people from the Divine Elephant Nation started to go crazy, all struggling desperately, tearing himself apart, scratching and clawing as if he had some biting bug inside him. Then it was the body that glowed red. The roar became like that of a wild beast, and the body was strong and terrifying. One rushed towards Li Mu. Li Mu kicked him back as if he had kicked in a tin chariot, subsequently placing a ghostface stick on his shoulder without using his true chi. Press on with the weight of the Divine Warrior Technique alone. Over 8,000 pounds weighing down on him. This Divine Elephant Nation man was surprisingly just poofed down to his knees with a sound of pressure. Immediately after that, he let out a roar and stood up with Li Mu's weapon on his hard shoulder. The power of Li Mu's mountain stretching technique gradually began to burst forth, moved a trifle, until the limbs of this God's Elephant Nation man could not bear it, and his legs were twisted off with a click. That's when he clutched his leg and let out a scream and started rolling all over the floor. The men's frenzy lasted about 20 minutes before they slowly returned to normal. Sweating and paralyzed on the floor, his face as white as paper, especially their arms and legs, which, after recovering from attacking an object in a state of frenzy, arms and legs were either broken or ruptured and covered in blood. Keep an eye on them for the next 2 days, Li Mu said. He would need 5 days to harvest even if he planted the herb seeds of the Jade Pure Bone Clearing Dan today. Just the right 5 days to observe these experimental subjects. Blood Sea Military Region. Supervisor Headquarters. Zhu Yuanji and the others received the news reported by the Pearl Military Region. All of them froze and the scene was quiet. After a long time, Blood Sea Military Region Commander Zhong Xinghai laughed. This is really an interesting kid. Such an ultimatum is long overdue. Luo Dongyun, the Chief Director of the Department of Military Merit, nodded. The Divine Elephant Kingdom was not in the right in the first place. Only then did we think to involve the Sakura country. If we don't move, it will give them a signal that they are afraid of the two countries. Instead, it's dangerous. Though this Li Mu's tactics are a bit sharper. One might as well stab the Divine Elephant Kingdom and the Little Cherry Kingdom just a little bit. At least we take the initiative and see how both countries react. Zhong Xinghai hammered the table. Doggone Sakura Nation. I really don't believe that they have the extra troops to take care of the Divine Elephant Kingdoms, and if they dare to do so, they'll beat them to death. A bunch of short gourds in a small place. Let's give them some guts. This time there was a rare absence of any opposition, and Zhu Yuanji finally clapped his hands. The matter of bordering the Divine Elephant Kingdom, if not by peace, then by force, is imperative. Thunderbolt tactics may not be a good thing. I just don't know if this doll Li Mu can handle it, Zhong Xinghai said. I don't think there's any need to worry. Anyway, I can't find a soldier so tough under my hand, and this is something no one else could have done. Let him do it. I think it's fine. The few officers under Zhong Xinghai's command looked at each other with grim faces, all helpless. Zhu Yuanji smiled. Then, let's see how he stirs it up. Chapter 142. January has passed and the sanctions have begun. Soon, both the Divine Elephant Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom side received ultimatums. God's Elephant Kingdom was sent from the Bali border to the northern border of China. Naturally, the north sent it directly to the city of Bali. This matter cannot just be elevated to a national nature. Otherwise the Blood Sea Military Region would have needed to report it. At the headquarters of the Bali Military District in the God Elephant Country, the noble officers were holding a ball. The news came back with a chuckle from the noble officers. Someone complimented towards Kapil. General Kapil is truly brilliant. One little ploy to bring Sakura Nation down. Saving time and effort puts tremendous pressure on Huaxia. But this Huaxia country is really crazy to have the guts to send out provocations to us. How do we respond? Kapil smiled smugly. Don't pay any attention to it. Sakura Nation will naturally come to us. After all, they don't have a population as large as ours. Death of a Kurosawa, that's a slap in their face. The crowd laughed when Kapil finished. In the face of the huge population of the God's Elephant Kingdom, with the exception of the Chinese, no other country's population seems worth mentioning. And Huaxia has never had a mysterious and humble feeling. They've been quietly developing that. Try to avoid getting involved in all the friction of the nations fighting back and forth. Everyone is unaware of their true strength, but as time went on, people began to doubt the true strength of China. After all, they've been dormant and developing for so long that if they're strong enough to, how is it possible not to invade others? How can you not expand your territory and take over more of the abyss? So over the years, some countries have begun to salivate over the land of China. Now the God Elephant Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, this kind of test for China. It's been gradually increasing over the past 2 years as well. In fact, the reason why the Blood Sea Military Region dared to make a private decision and let Li Mu make a scene like this, it is because Huaxia is also gradually awakening, is a kind of test to the outside world. Kurosawa package. the lackadaisical guy. Thought he'd really get paid 4 times as much. That's ridiculous. We now just have to wait for the program in Sakura Nation. Someone questioned. General, can the Little Cherry Kingdom really threaten China? Kapil said. That's what Sakura Nation has always preached. Their demonic power is indeed mysterious and powerful. It should be real. And even if the Sakura country itself is not strong enough, behind them stands the Great Eagle country. You have to look at the master when you beat a dog. Does Huaxia dare to mess with those vampires and werewolf wizards from the Great Eagle country? The other officers nodded. The Great Eagle state, though very weak in its historical deposits, but it's kind of a more subdued country after the big eruption. After the outbreak of the Abyss, through cutting-edge technology, the dramatically boost the power of faith of all the people of the Great Eagle Nation with a genetic potion, creating gods out of thin air, so to speak, hardwired to scavenge a few systems from their mythology. Vampires, werewolves, witches, clerics, and more. After so many years of development, the combination with genetic agents has been a great deterrent. It's just that Huaxia never took artificial gods seriously. Hearing Kapil's words, all the officers put their heads down and the dance continued to begin. But the next few days, interesting thing happened. Sakura Nation didn't even utter a word after receiving this news. There was neither condemnation of HWA and demand for the release of the Kurosawa package, nor was there any account given to the God Elephant state, as if no ultimatum had been given to it. The God Elephant Kingdom disguised itself as a reminder to the Sakura Kingdom. Sakura Nation actually looked the other way as well. The Divine Elephant Kingdom's side panicked slightly. They weren't sure it was the Little Cherry Kingdom that was secretly brewing some kind of plan to retaliate against Huaxia. Or are you just sitting back and watching the tigers fight? Rather than sacrifice a Kurosawa package and the dignity of being bullied a bit by the Wachovia, it is also necessary to put the God's Elephant Kingdom on the fire first. After all, the Divine Elephant Kingdom promised to make a move on China in a month's time, and Huaxia in turn is going to make a move on them 2 days ahead of their time. It's the God Elephant Kingdom, not the Sakura Kingdom, that should really be in a hurry. So a wonderful balance was created. Huaxia is waiting for an apology from the God's Elephant Kingdom. The God Elephant Kingdom is waiting for the Sakura Kingdom to join forces. Sakura-kuni is playing dumb. Time passes slowly in this marvelous balance. The God Elephant Kingdom had some backbone and didn't beg the Sakura Kingdom for anything more. Not to mention not apologizing to Huaxia, but secretly building up his strength. Prepare for the upcoming conflict with Huaxia. This side of the tiger's camp is growing just as fast. The day after capturing Kurosawa package and the others, all of the herbs in Li Mu's blessed field technique regarding the Ghost Axe creation pill had matured. Li Mu immediately harvested and refined all of the creation spirit crystals in his hand into creation pills. These are the following. S-Class 9 Days of Thunder, S-Class Black Sorcery, S-Class Divine Elephant Brute Force. Li Mu gave the 9 Heavenly Thunderbolt to Zhang Jiwei, because he couldn't really use it himself, and there could only be one creation talent per person. If Li Mu used it on his own, and if he hit SS level talent in the future, wouldn't you not be able to use it yourself? And one's growth talent is, by definition, S-ranked by now. Only he himself was the one who hadn't yet ascended the middle grade Heavenly Immortal Technique. Once one ascends to the mid-grade Heavenly Immortal Technique, the talent will rise to S, and it only requires one's cultivation to rise to the 9th rank of the Yellow Order. It was only right that the Heavenly Immortal Technique could be harvested for an SS-ranked talent when it was raised to the Grand Grade. At that time, one's own SS-ranked talent, and then one's own SS-ranked creation talent will be seized. 2 SS talents combined. Wouldn't it be barely enough to catch up to the toes of a great product Heavenly Immortal Technique? Scary as hell. Moreover, Li Mu didn't dare to ask for this 9 Heavenly Thunderstorm. There was another small worry. He or she came to the system after being gifted with a new talent. Just in case, it's a low chance, but just in case, the gift returned to him. There's no place to cry if it has any effect on the system or growth talents. Just to be on the safe side, Li Mu was still planning to feed the dog. When Zhang Jiwei got this creation talent, it was a jingoistic thunderstorm in the 9 heavens. You can also assist yourself better. As for S-ranked Divine Elephant Brute Force, Li Mu gave it to Lu Chunfeng. There's no way this thing is going to be given to anyone else. S-rank Black Sorcery was given to Song Chua. This guy is relatively weak, and is still handy as a mage cricketing around in the background to get something going. Charge is not enough. The time came to the 5th day. Li Mu's Jade Pure Bone Cleansing Pill had also finally been released. Over the course of those 5 days, Kurosawa package and a few other experiments went berserk every now and then. The effects of berserking are still very strong, but they're very weak after every berserking. And a few people had been tortured so much that the hair on their heads had turned white. However, after feeding one of them the Jade Pure Bone Cleansing Pill, the man was actually able to control the duration of the frenzy at will, and the pain was gone. and the hair no longer turns gray. Another 6 full days passed. The Black Zephyr package and the 3 Divine Elephant Nation people who hadn't taken the bone cleansing pill then died directly in the house. And the remaining 4 people from the Divine Elephant Kingdom who ate the bone cleansing pill all survived. And it's getting more and more spirited. And the strength has increased tremendously. This pleased them to death. And then Li Mu let them die. Thus, the side effects of the corpse disintegrating flower liquid were perfectly counteracted by the Jade Pure Bone Clearing Pill. After a round of voluntary quizzes for fighters, these fighters managed to gain the Berserk ability. Li Mu quickly diluted the corpse disintegration flower liquid in large quantities and began to distribute it evenly, popularizing it for free. He hadn't taken a sip himself anyway, and he didn't have to. Next time, Camp Tigress fighters train to increase agility and gain points through the game of chase and escape. Redeem the elixir and enhance yourself again. And Raimu went to see the location that Kurosawa package gave up. There are no areas for resource development at all. It means that Shinji Okuni officer also lied to the Kurosawa package. However, Li Mu was in no hurry. As long as he subdued the Divine Elephant Kingdom, whatever resources would be his own sooner or later. So Li Mu didn't scout that resource again these days. Instead, it's a frantic slaughter of victory points. Meanwhile, flying to the camp of the God's Elephant Kingdom, and then continuing deeper. Go determine the location of several other camps in the God's Elephant Kingdom. After this little month, Li Mu had completely grasped the location of these 5 camps in the Divine Elephant Kingdom. Also got a handle on their approximate troop distribution. It also allowed Song Chua to formulate a plan that was cruel to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, 24 days had passed since Li Mu's promised 25 days. Early this morning, the Tiger's Whistle camp was then lit up. All the leaders of the Tiger's camp are gathered in the command headquarters. Chapter 143 Tiger's Whistle Running Man Group. This side of the Tiger's camp is tight. The Divine Elephant Kingdom's side wasn't idle either. The closer we get to the so-called forceful sanctions of China, the camps of the God's Elephant Kingdom were also building up their troops in earnest. By the afternoon of the 24th day, the most marginal camp of the God's Elephant Kingdom had already hoarded 500 troops. Several other camps have all put away their treasure warehouses all morning to avoid being stolen again. A group of officers were meeting in the middle of the camp's command headquarters. The 2 most senior Xian rank officers were all in the posture of holding their hands to their chests. Tilt your head back and watch the others discuss it. Muscles gnarled on bare arms, and one of the men wore a pair of sunglasses. Tomorrow is the day that Wachovia says it's going to unleash force. Our camp right now is like a steel barrel with no weak spots. Gathering of warriors of steel. I can't really think of where they could use as a breakthrough. The words were not finished. Those 2 Xian-ranked muscular men moved mentally at the same time. Run outside at a fast pace. The others, unsure, could only follow quickly. As soon as they left the barracks, everyone followed the gazes of those 2 Xian-rank powerhouses and looked up, only to see an auspicious cloud flying in the sky. Extremely fast, almost in the blink of an eye, it arrived close by. Then, an extremely terrifying heavy pressure inexplicably appeared over the camp. It made a deafening roar like a mountain falling. Those 2 Xian-rank powerhouses' faces changed drastically as they flew towards the golden elephant. It's just a shame it's too late. Terrifying weight has descended. Boom! In the midst of a loud bang, the teleportation area around the golden elephants in the camp was smashed out into a huge crater more than 300 meters in circumference. The terrifying shockwave was no less than a missile explosion, sweeping and tumbling everything around it. Bringing a sky of smoke and dust to fill the 4 fields. 100 or 200 men and a dozen elephants in the middle of the huge pit. Don't even bother taking a last picture. Just hang it up and it's a picture. Fortunately, the golden elephant happened to be right on the edge of this huge pit, and let out a frightened elephant cry that, screaming and running around without getting smashed. It's as if the missile blew off course. One of the muscular officers darted around the golden elephant. A Xian-rank domain visible to the naked eye unfolded, and a faint golden light shadow enveloped the surrounding area of tens of meters, as if it were a giant protective shield. Another Xian-rank officer wearing sunglasses yelled out in the God's Elephant Nation language. He then pulled out a flying carpet and yanked it after the white cloud in the sky. He didn't forget to keep his hands clasped over his chest in a juggling pose even as he stood on the flying carpet. Strong winds blew through his hair and grinning coat. You can tell by the posture that the BGM in his head is horribly strong. And that white cloud also flew towards the distance to escape. Only when he flew into mid-air did this sunglasses officer see that there was indeed a person standing on the white cloud. It was Li Mu. At this moment, Li Mu stood on the cloud looking back from time to time, looking as if he was a bit flustered. It wasn't very fast, even about the same speed as a flying carpet. It also allows the sunglasses officer to gradually close the distance, giving him the feeling that he'll catch up soon. Probably only chased it out a couple dozen miles. Li Mu Kai gave a mocking smile and waved his hand at him. The white cloud under his feet then flipped violently upward in a large circle. coming directly behind the sunglasses officer. Start flying back. The sunglasses officer cursed angrily and also reversed direction to chase back. However, he found that Li Mu's white cloud suddenly accelerated, and almost instantly there was only a small black dot left. It was more than 10 times faster than just now. In the twinkling of an eye, there is no trace. And on this side of the camp, the officer who was guarding the golden elephant saw that Li Mu was back again. At once, he vigilantly guarded next to the golden elephant. Unexpectedly, Li Mu's target was not the golden elephant at all, but the area where the elephant stood most densely. Another skyway went down. Boom! More than 20 elephants were covered by Li Mu's heavenly might and were destroyed and crushed as rotten as mud. Li Mu accelerated again and flew away. On the somersault cloud, Li Mu said into his radio headset, "The bomber mission is complete." Song Chua's voice came from the headset. "Roger that. Bombers divert to Camp 4. Everyone else, execute the tactic of leading the wolves into the house." Putting away his radio, Li Mu directly turned his somersault cloud and fly to the God Elephant Nation campsite number 4, which had been scouted out before. This strategic strike covered these 5 camps of the God's Elephant Kingdom, so they were numbered, and this camp closest to the Chinese border was camp number 5. The camps on that line toward the God's Elephant Kingdom are number 4, 3, 2, and 1. Deeper into number 1 is the base camp of the God's Elephant Kingdom. At this moment, Li Mu was flying in mid-air, still unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Somersaulting clouds. Ah, this was the divine skill he had been thinking about for a month. Sitting on it at the moment is still like a dream. Somersault cloud, flying on clouds. Current maximum speed is 2,480 kilometers per hour. No real chi consumption. Just this speed was still added after Li Mu had spent 1,400 victory points alone. This is because the speed of the somersault cloud when it first lights up is 1,080 kilometers per hour. Every 10 victory points increases your speed by 1 kilometer per hour. Li Mu already felt it was well worth it. A somersault cloud is like a private jet. 180,000 points just for the airplane itself. Li Mu felt no loss. Besides, there was no true chi to consume. That is to say that even if one is in a desperate situation of exhaustion, the somersault clouds can still carry one away. Before Li Mu turned into an eagle, his limit speed was at most around 380 kilometers per hour. It's now 6 times what it was before. Originally, Li Mu was going to add on, but he realized that his body couldn't carry him. At the break of 224 kilometers, Li Mu then felt that his body was subjected to great resistance during the flight. The pressure skyrocketed. Vision, brain, skin, organs. Li Mu could only physically resist the sound barrier. As a peak 7th grade martial artist and with the mid-grade heavenly immortal skill, Li Mu carried it off. But the speed goes up further, to 450 kilometers. Li Mu then felt his brain buzzing. Flesh hard against twice the sound barrier. Every cell in his body trembled. It was in this situation that Li Mu broke through the peak of the 7th grade and stepped into the early 8th grade. But Lemnia hit a flying bird in mid-flight. The speed was too fast for Li Mu to reflect. The bird slammed into Li Mu's left shoulder and almost directly smashed Li Mu down. The strange bird was shattered on the spot, and its sharp bones dug into Li Mu's shoulder. If he hadn't taken the top-grade solid Dan for a meal, tens of thousands of pounds of weapons swung by themselves for fun, the impact would have killed him halfway through his life. However, Li Mu's left shoulder was still injured and took 2 days to heal. So now when Li Mu is driving the somersault clouds, he will fly at most 2,000 kilometers if not necessary. And one must always protect their body with true chi and use their fiery eyes to see the road in order to do so. At this speed, it would only take Li Mu an hour to travel from the Tiger's Whistle camp to the Divine Elephant Kingdom's Camp 5, and it only took half a day for the warriors from the Tiger's Whistle camp to run over. This was also thanks to Li Mu's newly mastered divine ability, Pilgrim. When your mount is the lead horse and the other horses run after the lead horse, both speed and stamina are equal to the head horse. Li Mu rode up the somersault cloud, so naturally he left Yao Bone down there for Song Chua to ride for the time being. This was because both Remote Bone and Song Chua were at the center of the remote running tactics below. At this time, the Divine Elephant Kingdom's Camp 5 was in chaos. People disposed of the bodies of the dead amidst cries and shouts. Of course, what angered the Divine Elephant Army the most wasn't Li Mu killing people, but Li Mu killing elephants. Li Mu had killed at least 35 elephants in these 2 Tianwei down, almost half of the campground. Unfortunately for him though, it was Lemmy who got the wrong end of the stick. The 2 Xian rank powerhouses concluded that Li Mu was running towards the golden elephant. It was only because the golden elephants were protected by them in time that Li Mu had no choice but to start killing ordinary elephants. They concluded that Li Mu should come back again, so the 2 of them no longer left the golden elephant. It's not like there's a big formation that can be emptied in a place like the camp. There was also no Earth-ranked powerhouse sitting in the town. Only the two of them could resist Li Mu's heavenly might. But just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, the earth began to rumble and shake. What's going on? Go check it out. Over there. The sunglasses officer bellowed and directed the soldiers to the south fence. The soldier ascended the southern fence to take a look, and all he could feel was numbness. The monsters that covered the sky in blackness rolled towards this place like black waves. It's monsters. So many monsters. The soldiers roared wildly. There was a complete lack of calm response to the minutes. An officer began directing the handful of soldiers to prepare for battle. And in front of this black wave were nearly 200 or so warriors of the Chinese Jinyuan army. Almost every one of these fighters is 1 meter 89 or taller. And there are not a few who are 2 meters tall. They run wild by virtue of their flesh. Surprisingly, he was able to easily leave behind all monsters no matter how fast or slow they were. With thousands of meters to go, these Chinese warriors suddenly accelerated. Shake off the monster behind you. Almost close to the camp, they suddenly diverged again, ran around the sides of the camp without attacking it, and all the monsters behind them. Instead, the lost goal was retargeted to the campsite in front of them. Chapter 144, Kill, Kill, Kill. When the soldiers in the Divine Elephant Kingdom's camp saw this scene, they all furiously cursed the Huaxia Jinyuan army. Nay, the curses were quickly swallowed up by the roar of the monsters roaring in the sky. There were at least 6,000 or 7,000 monsters in front of us. Instant onslaught. Defending according to the camp is absolutely looking for death. That's why God's Elephant Kingdom chose to go out of camp to meet the enemy. Thousands of soldiers jumped out of the camp to meet the monster. In that case, those two Xian rank powerhouses still left one behind to protect the golden elephant. The other killed the camp. It had to be said that the true strength of a Xian rank powerhouse was extremely terrifying. This sunglasses leapt violently into the air and flew directly over the monstrous group, then landed with a thud in a superhero pose. And the moment his right fist smashed into the ground, a shockwave lifted all the surrounding monsters off the ground. The powerful astral wind made the corners of his clothes hunt and his hair fly. Except for the lack of slow motion in BGM, the aura is exactly the same as in the God's Elephant Kingdom oddball movie. He then grasped downward with both hands. Boom! 2 huge, thick chains were yanked out of the ground by him. This was obviously a defense they had buried around the area earlier. Avalanche! Yanked by his powerful arms, 2 huge chains crumbled out of the ground one after the other. All the monsters in the path were lifted into the air. The sunglasses man roared in anger, hardening the 2 chains that were tens of meters long and yanking them taut. It turned out to be a makeshift 100-meter defense. All monsters in their path were blocked or tripped. Then the sunglasses man struck again. Pop! Snap! With 2 shocking bangs, the 2 chains were yanked off alive by him. Each one was more than 10 meters long and was just swung as a weapon by him. Kill monsters like nobody's business. But as strong as he was, he could only secure an area where the monsters swarm and the Divine Elephant Kingdom warriors collided. The 2 sides fought exceptionally fiercely. The monsters came so suddenly that the Divine Elephant Kingdom couldn't even talk about any formations. Instantly washed away. Coupled with an unstable and demoralized army, it is completely filled with human lives. But the house is not ready. The other side of the camp. Those 200 or so Chinese fighters rushed past and ran a long way out of the spread out quickly in small groups of 5 again. If it's an ordinary person, there's really no guarantee that they'll get out in one piece. 1 or 2 people. You can't draw this scale. With so many people, it's not like you can guarantee that every single one of them will outrun the horde of monsters, because there are monsters that are good at speed, and one of them can't even be slowed down. And these people, all of them, are the same ones who participated in the food transportation game. They can get more points than the group that played the chase game, because the food shipment game gives you points if you run honestly. Unlike the chase game, more points for winning. A month-long super distance weight training, plus solid pills, chi gathering pills, the baptism of the corpse decomposing the flower liquid. These men can run 3 times faster off their loads than a warhorse. This was still without the need to trigger the berserking function of the corpse disintegrating flower liquid. And shortly after they dispersed, they regrouped quickly. But this time it's joining up with the larger group. More than 1,200 men, under the command of Song Chuha. The stars killed towards the other side of Camp 5. 10 minutes had passed since the monsters' onslaught. The monsters were already more than half dead or wounded. Half of the God's Elephant Kingdom camp was also dead, and had long since called for help from other camps. The light of the teleportation array kept flickering at the golden elephant. An elephant carrying soldiers from Camp 4 came in support. Begin to fend off the onslaught of the Chinese Jinyuan army. Not having Xian-ranked powerhouses was in itself delusional, let alone the fact that the Chinese side had 3 Xian-ranked powerhouses. Duan Yuan rose into the air and flew over the fence, holding a ruler in his hand. I only saw him cross the ruler in front of his body. His right hand was infused with true essence, and the roiling true chi rumbled and converged. The right hand in the twinkling of an eye dazzles like a blazing sun. He then flexed his right hand. Dang! Buzz! The iron ruler in his hand emitted a burst of buzzing, and this buzzing sound came from near and far. It struck on top of the fence of that Camp 5. Boom! That one spot of space distorted crazily, spreading out like waves to both sides of the fence. Wherever it passed, the fence crumbled like shredded paper. In the twinkling of an eye, a wall hundreds of meters long, together with the buildings to which it is attached, together with the people on the buildings, ashes to ashes. The Huaxia Jinyuan army had no more obstacles and stormed into Camp 5 like a devastating force. Slaughter. Even without San Xian, the brave and vigorous Chinese warriors, killing these soldiers of the Divine Elephant Kingdom who had collapsed in fear was also like slaughtering chickens and dogs, especially those soldiers who had just come from Camp 4 in support. They thought they could still go up to the fence and observe the battle when they came over. How do you know that as soon as you open your eyes, there is a steel knife chopping down in front of you? People are killing it. However, soon the Divine Elephant Kingdom side also supported over 2 Xian rank officers. Surprisingly, he was barely able to hold the situation together. Sure, this so-called barely holding on was just Song Chua telling them to hold on. Whether it was San Xian or all the Chinese warriors, they all kept in mind the main purpose of this battle. Killing. No killing of elephants. Especially that golden elephant. They thought that Huaxia's purpose was to kill that golden elephant. But he didn't know that Song Chua was just trying to surround the point. San Xian held back their Xian rank powerhouse, the Jinyuan army, on the other hand, engaged in flexible alleyway battles, slaughtering the soldiers of the Divine Elephant Kingdom, killing fast and slowing down, in order to get a steady stream of support from the soldiers of the God's Elephant Kingdom. War came, and the carnage accelerated. It always puts the God's Elephant Kingdom under the illusion that they can beat it if they just step up their game. Just 20 minutes or so, the God's Elephant Kingdom had killed and wounded nearly 6,000 people, not including the non-combatants who had been caught in the wave. It's equal to the fact that Camp 5's troop strength is dead. After God's Elephant Kingdom killed all the monsters, the Sunglasses officer backed up and, Duan Yuan and Shu he also teamed up to kill a Xian-ranked powerhouse. Once again, the 2 Xian-ranked powerhouses maintained an equilibrium. There were still more than 1,000 soldiers from the Divine Elephant Kingdom who were struggling to hold on. In the meantime, Camp 4, which was already relatively large, has been hoarded to 600 troops these days. Now there's only 4,000 left. Nay, the emergency messages for help from Camp 5 kept coming in snowflakes. Camp 4 is also in disarray. Damn, how can this Huaxia country have such a strong fighting force? Didn't it say there were only 1,000 people? What should we do? Should we continue the support? Of course. The most crucial thing is still the battle of the second order of combat power, which is known as the Xian Order over there in China. There are 3 of them. We've got 2 more at Camp 4. If we all back up now, it would turn the tide of battle in an instant. The crowd was arguing heatedly when the 2 Xian rank powerhouses suddenly sensed something. Cursing angrily, he quickly ran out of the camp. How similar everything is to Camp 5. An ominous, auspicious cloud floated over the camp, revealing Li Mu's head. Li Mu smiled and snorted at the bottom, sending 2 words with his mouth. Skyway. Boom! A terrifying energy fell from the sky, straight into the teleportation area where troops were being rapidly mobilized. 100 or so soldiers. More than 24 elephants died violently on the spot. Still didn't smash the golden elephant though. A Xian rank powerhouse raged, crouching violently and shooting at Li Mu in midair like a cannonball. One fist forward in a Superman-like fashion. Li Mu was stunned, because he felt surprisingly locked in place, and froze for a moment. It's not so good to hide anymore if you want to. One could only instantly collect the somersault clouds, unleash the copperhead while casting transformation to become a mosquito. Fortunately, this Xian-ranked powerhouse was more than strong, but less than subtle. It grazed Li Mu's flying mosquito, and without a point of impact in mid-air, it quickly fell down again. Li Mu rolled out, summoned the somersault clouds again, and patted his chest, slammed on the gas and flew out over the campground. The 2 Xian-ranked powerhouses were furious and gnashing their teeth and stomping their feet, but they simply couldn't catch up with Li Mu. Li Mu's style of play is just too rogue, dropping bombs all over the place like a bomber. Throw it and go. It's slippery. Still, Li Mu was a bit of an afterthought. Although this act of bombing was over the top, it was dangerous when encountering Xian-ranked powerhouses with swift reactions, and it also dipped into the camp's lack of large defense formations, so Li Mu intends to be a little more cautious. When you approach the camp, you transform into a flying mosquito and fly over slowly, but your breath is not exposed. After throwing, Skyway twisted his head and walked away, unable to look back at the explosion. What followed was nothing short of a nightmare for the God's Elephant Kingdom. That night, Camp 5 lost a full 8,600 men in strength. It was the Xian rank powerhouses from Camp 3 and Camp 2 that supported them at the same time. I wanted to leave everyone in the Chinese Jinyuan army in one fell swoop. I didn't expect the Huaxia Jinyuan army to instantly disperse. Well-trained, command and control, without any hint of procrastination. The key was that the Jinyuan army's escape speed was also extremely fast. Don't even know who to chase. The Divine Elephant Kingdom just assumed that Huaxia's attack was over. I didn't realize it was around 4 a.m. Li Mu ran to the second camp and threw a skyway, still targeting normal elephants, while Camp 2 was storming the area. Camp 4 has once again been drawn to a large number of monsters by a legion of runners from the Huaxia 200. The number was a whopping 8,000. When they thought that the Jinyuan army was targeting Camp number 4 this time, they quickly drew their troops to number 4. Song Chua used the same way of first attracting monsters and then shattering the wall as he did. Two sides attacked Camp 2. However, this time he only had 2 Xian rank powerhouses and 1,000 Tiger's Whistle battalion warriors. It also allowed Camp 2 to fall instantly. Just when Camp 3 was at its emptiest, Li Mu and Duan Yuan swooped down to Camp 3 and attacked and killed the golden elephant in Camp 3. Campsite teleportation is interrupted in the middle. Camp 3 can only leave, but can't teleport over any more troops. Camps 1 and 3 support Camp 2 simultaneously. Song Chua in Camp 2, however, has retreated, as Li Mu came back and forth to kill normal elephants, significantly slowed down support between camps. The golden elephants have to rely on the regular elephants to get between them. 2. Song Chua did not seek to kill as many enemies as possible, but only sought the highest standard of not dying for the warriors of the Tiger's Whistle camp. At 11 a.m. Song Chuho used the clinch to. The 700 defenders of Camp 3 who had lost their support were completely annihilated, as well as 2 Xian rank powerhouses. And fix it here. Spread out again until backup arrives. 3:30 p.m. Pincer attack on Camp 4, which has the least amount of troops, with Li Mu's somersault cloud scouting. Song Chua could always find the opponent's weakest point. The enemy support force will begin to be evenly matched with the Tiger's warrior army. Just retreat straight away. Spread out. Fix it. Pick another weak target. And so on. There is really only one core play. Crush. Create a crush advantage. Kill until you can't crush. Retreat decisively. Then try to crush again. Chapter 145, 41 and 41,000. 2 days and 2 nights of hell. It was a hellish 2 days and 2 nights for the God's Elephant Kingdom. Reports of deaths kept coming back like snowflakes to the main headquarters of the Bali Bali military region. Even if they were a huge military camp with more than 70,000 soldiers. It's starting to get scary, too, because for 2 days in a row, their casualties had come to a horrifying 35,000. 35,000. That's half the strength of the military district. They, the nobles, simply couldn't figure it out. Why? On what grounds? In terms of strength, even though the Divine Elephant Kingdom was not as good as the Tiger Whistle army, the difference in numbers was too great. A sea of people drowned them even with a mouthful of spit from one person. And the most crucial thing was that the second-ranked martial artists had already backed up 5 of them from the military region. There were a total of 10 second-ranked martial artists before and after. It is also known as the Xian-class martial artist in Chinese. The Tiger's Whistle army, on the other hand, only had 1,200 men and only 3 Xian-ranked martial artists. They gathered and dispersed like the wind, like arms, and fought and executed like never before. And it's like having front and back eyes. Where there are fewer people they hit. They don't come when the soldiers of the God's Elephant Kingdom are at their most spirited, when they are at their tightest. As soon as they get loose they're coming. And they always have more or stronger Xian-ranked martial artists than the second-ranked martial artists in your camp. But if you have more than 4 or more second-ranked martial artists, the Tiger Whistling army instantly collapses. One that you can't even catch. Day 3. The Divine Elephant Kingdom finally couldn't take it anymore. They had sent out a third-order powerhouse, which was what Huaxia called an Earth-order powerhouse, secretly teleported to Camp 2, just waiting for Li Mu to come and throw himself in the net with his somersault clouds, or the Tiger Army. But unexpectedly, the Tiger Tsunami Army was like smelling danger and never showed up again. Day 4. The Divine Elephant Kingdom expected that the Tiger Tsunami Army had already returned to the Tiger Tsunami camp, which must have been caused by many days of running around. If you think about it, you'll know that the Tiger's Tail Army has been running around almost non-stop for the past 2 days and nights. They attract monsters when they congregate in large numbers in the wild. So even if they rested in the wilderness they were necessarily separated for temporary rest. It's impossible to rest too well. In the past 2 days, the Tiger Whistling Army was bound to be tired and fatigued. A surprise attack on them now would catch them off guard and avenge their deaths. So the God's Elephant Kingdom put up 200 elephants. Each elephant is stuntily stuffed with 20 soldiers. A total of 4,000 elite soldiers ran separately overnight and killed the Tiger's Tail camp directly. They were also far more gathered after a 7-hour-long run. The crowd's gathered aura quickly attracted a large number of abyssal monsters, except that they're really bad at maneuvering, attracting monsters and the ones in front of them. They can't hide at all. You can only kill your way out of it the hard way. 200 to 300 men were lost before they even reached the Tiger's Roar camp, and upon arriving at the Tiger's camp, Officer Curry loudly commanded over the radio, "Go around, lead the monsters towards the camp." It was a pity that the ship of the Divine Elephant Kingdom was so big that it could not be turned around, and it was too slow to separate to the two sides, getting caught up in a flurry of kills from behind by monsters. However, the monster swarm had successfully pushed down the outer wall of the Tiger's Wuthering camp and rushed into it. The warriors of the God's Elephant Kingdom also entered the Tiger's Whistle camp to begin the alleyway battle. I was expecting to capture a bunch of tigers who were getting tired and dizzy, even if you die with them, but I didn't realize that this Tiger's Roar camp was completely empty. Not a single living soul. The Divine Elephant Army could only use the Tiger's Whistle camp as a stronghold, desperately killing the hordes of monsters they had attracted. By the time the monsters were killed off, the Divine Elephant Army was left with an exhausted 2,708. After 7 hours of non-stop stunt trekking, plus just sparring with the monsters, the men sat paralyzed on the ground just about to catch their breath. The Tiger's Whistling Army suddenly killed from 3 directions. Each body glowed red as the berserkers rushed in, destroying the Divine Elephant Army and wiping them out of the Tiger's Roar camp. Not a single one left. In the last 2 days, switch back to the Huaxia Tiger's Army perspective. After 2 days and 2 nights of killing, Song Chua had really arranged to attack Camp 2 again. I didn't realize that as soon as he got close to the camp, the astounding compass would swing wildly. This was a hint that there was an Earth-ranked powerhouse present. Song Chua immediately asked Li Mu for instructions on the next step. Li Mu took a look at all the warriors all hung up with dark circles under their eyes. The tigers have indeed been running back and forth for the past 2 days. Back and forth for the kill. The horses, not to mention the men, are about to die of exhaustion. Rest was basically none, relying on a battle spirit to hold on. Now that there was an Earth rank appearing again, there was no way Li Mu would risk it again. Immediately, all of them activated their city return stones and returned directly to the Pearl military region. Li Mu, on the other hand, went back to the Tiger's Roar camp on his own. Notify all non-combatants in the camp to return to the military area as well. This was Song Chua's meaning. He felt that the Divine Elephant Kingdom was still unconvinced. Since it's not served, it may still be tossed. It took a full day of rest before all of them returned to the Tiger's camp, and some returned to the outpost. The crowd had just returned a few hours ago when patrols from the outpost spotted signs of the God's Elephant Kingdom. 10 minutes before the arrival of the Divine Elephant Kingdom, everyone in the Tiger's Whistle camp dispersed directly to the outposts in their entirety. Only after the Divine Elephant Kingdom and the monsters had fought, did they pop up to kill them. To this point, Song Chua's plan came to an end for the time being. A set of data was sent back to the Pearl military region and the Blood Sea military region. Inside the Blood Navy district, the room was frighteningly quiet as Zhu Yuanji and the others listened to the report from below. The 200 men of the Tiger's Whistling Army, killed in this battle totaled 41. 4 of them also had accidents while luring monsters and were chased to their deaths by Xian rank monsters. The rest were killed in the process of killing the enemy. Their annihilation figures, on the other hand, are mind-numbing. 41,000 soldiers of the Divine Elephant Kingdom, not counting the non-combatants in those camps. Kill 5 Xian-ranked martial artists from the Divine Elephant Kingdom. This is no longer frustrating the Divine Elephant Kingdom. It's hanging up and smacking God's Elephant Kingdom. 1,200 men, 41,000 killed. What the hell is this battle about? Does this kid have more brains than the others? Zhong Xinghai's old face was red with excitement. Everyone else looked different. All of the people sitting here are the dignitaries of the military, but none have fought such a good fight. They were now desperate to see the battle detailed and were incredibly curious as to how it was actually fought. It's a battle that will also go down in the history books for its statistics alone, and the results are unprecedented, because a couple hours later, someone from the God's Elephant Kingdom is coming. This time it wasn't an emissary from the city of Balibali. Rather, it was a temporary deputy foreign minister from the diplomatic department of the Divine Elephant Kingdom who personally came to the Blood Sea military region, passing on a message in lieu of the foreign minister. Rory said a lot of things that probably meant, "Brother, stop fighting. I'm convinced. Remove that steward from your border. Can't be beat." The Blood Sea military region just said to confer and left the deputy foreign minister hanging in the room. Then Zhu Yuanji even sent someone directly to the Tiger's Wuthering camp to ask Li Mu what he thought. The words Li Mu gave were also extremely dry. Let the God Elephant State take the 5 camps outside the Balibari military area, and all the resources involved in the 5 camps, all of which were handed over to Huaxia. then apologize to Huaxia or suffer the consequences. When the news came back, the corners of Zhu Yuanji's mouth turned up after hearing it. The deputy asked with some concern. This request kind of puts the Divine Elephant Kingdom on the spot. Can they agree to it? Isn't that a bit much? In his mind, it was just a matter of beating the other side into submission. And this Li Mu killed tens of thousands of people, and make them cede land and pay for resources? The Divine Elephant Kingdom is probably not likely to agree. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yuanji instantly glanced at him in an unfriendly manner. You go and reply to that deputy foreign minister, and say just what this original statement says. No, add a few more. Let's just say that in addition to these 5 camps and associated resources, it is also important to actively cooperate with the research on the subject of bordering the Chinese abyss, as well as the exploration and development of remote point-to-point teleportation. And there's no way Li Mu is going to transfer back. We'll stop him from doing it at best. Give them 24 hours to think about it, and if they refuse or time out, there would be no need for another person to use their good offices. The next goal of the Tiger's warriors is to take Earth-ranked powerhouses to mess with their military base camp. Chapter 146, Preparing to Travel to Lin Yuan City. After hearing Zhu Yuanji's words, this deputy was even more dumbfounded. Just tell me how this Li Mu dares to say such things. Not to mention his own ability. He had a leader like Zhu Yuanji standing behind him. He'll be damned if he's not crazy. He also had no choice but to bring this directly to the ears of the deputy foreign minister of the Divine Elephant Kingdom. Zhu Yuanji naturally had his own considerations. Li Mu had already charged and killed the Divine Elephant Kingdom to come over and recognize his mistake. If you don't maximize the benefits yourself, wouldn't that be unfavorable to the 41 warriors sacrificed by the Tiger's warrior army? And the attitude of the authorities towards this matter is very supportive. The Sakura country had not taken a stand before, just to observe the reaction of China to the God Elephant country. 41 for 41,000. That's the reaction of the wasps. As for Li Mu, he can be called back and freed up without having to be there all day to keep an eye on him. But for the time being, you can't transfer out of the military. Sentimentally, there's no way anyone can lead the Tiger camp right now. This is the basic class of Li Mu. In order to transfer Li Mu's military position, it would be necessary to transfer all the commanders of the Tiger's Whistle camp. The news traveled back to the Divine Elephant country. Just 7 hours. A reply was then given from the Divine Elephant Kingdom. Agreed. They agreed to everything Huaxia asked for. On a larger scale, the population of the God's Elephant Kingdom is measured in billions. 40,000 deaths seemed like nothing, and there was no need to give in to HWA so quickly. The truth is that it is not. 3 Xian rank, more than 1,200 men of the Tigers. For a vacuum belt that's all it takes to beat up the God's Elephant Kingdom. This shows that their prediction of China's true fighting strength was very wrong. If this is really a war, the Divine Elephant Kingdom, as a neighboring country, definitely the first country to be smashed by Huaxia, and by ceding land for compensation, it looks like a big chunk of area and resources were lost. But the resource itself is the abyss. Even if you won't let go, can you stand it if Li Mu comes to throw Tianwei twice in 3 days? How can you stand it when the Tiger's Tail army comes every now and then? By then the troops stationed in the camps, the resources developed, the uninterrupted investment will all go down the drain. Might as well just hand it over to Wachovia for a gesture of goodwill. As for the subject of cooperating with Huaxia's research on abyssal bordering and remote point-to-point teleportation, that's even less of a thing. Their abyss doesn't border it either. And point-to-point teleportation is too dependent on golden elephants. Huaxia studied these two to understand with their cooperation. Can they not learn anything at all? The Pearl Military Region side soon received instructions from the Blood Sea Military Region as well. The Divine Elephant Kingdom conceded, and the Pearl Military Region began to receive resources from the 5 camps of the Divine Elephant Kingdom. By the way, go stop Li Mu from killing again. Inside the commandant's office, several of the bigwigs sat together, looking much more relaxed. Liang Huanjuan said, then go ahead and make a trip to call Li Mu back. After all this time, let him relax and unwind too. I came back yesterday with that murderous aura, like an evil spirit. You're well pacified by the way. Vice Commander Wang. Wan Longchang was stunned. Let me say it? You're the commander, you're letting me give the order? Liang Huanjuan didn't have the good sense to say. Nonsense. If you don't talk about your people, who will? Do you see that kid ever giving me face? He's so murderous right now. I'll stop him. Do I listen or not if he gives me a couple of hard ones? Zhu Yuanji didn't go through the Pearl Military Region when he asked for Li Mu's opinion. It's just a private question to ask Li Mu's opinion. It was not known that it was Li Mu who demanded the cession of land and compensation for resources. Thought the Blood Sea Military Region had negotiated compensation with the higher-ups. Then they were told to send someone to stop Li Mu. Wan Longcheng had a difficult look on his face, and finally turned his gaze to the deputy commander Qin Zhanya. Qin Zhanya directly raised his hand. I agree with Vice Commander Wang to say. Vice Commander Wang, you can let Silver Ring go. After saying that, he even squeezed his eyes at Wan Longcheng. Wan Longcheng glared at him without any good reason. A few hours later, Tiger's Whistle Camp. At this time the people of the Tiger's Nest Camp are repairing the damaged fences and facilities. Nothing worthwhile to begin with. And now it's all war damage style. Li Mu was outside cleaning up the monsters. Over the past month, Li Mu had barely stopped, killing over 200,000 victory points. The biggest boost was naturally the middle grade Heavenly Immortal Technique, the Somersault Cloud. These two alone cost Li Mu 200,000 points. The Somersault Lift cost another 14,000. Then there was Li Mu's Divine Warrior Technique, which had finally been raised to 12,000 kilograms. Just 500 pounds shy of catching that target weight. Of course, the sheer weight still doesn't compare to the Great Sage, but now that Li Mu had gone down with a single stick, there was no longer a single enemy below the Xian rank. It is also worth mentioning the art of Tansayama. It had now been raised to the power of 1 dragon and 2 tigers. 1 dragon, 2 tigers, plus the phenomenal body strengthening pill. It allowed Li Mu to now control 12,000 pounds at will. Just a little more cultivation. It doesn't take much. Peak 8th grade or early 9th grade. It'll be easy to navigate 13,500 pounds. At this time, Li Mu's victory points killed another 7,588 points. Being at this time, the watch rang. A message from Song Chua telling him to go back to the camp. Li Mu quickly flew back to the Tiger's Whistle camp on his somersault clouds. On the gate enclosure, Song Chua was sitting cross-legged on the platform with gusts of black gas rising from his body. His own talent, a C-rank talent, is called Reflux. The main function is to restore true chi fast. And now with the black sorcery, Song Chua was considered to have thoroughly delved into it. Keep practicing and studying every day. For black witchcraft, apart from practicing itself, it turned out to be the blackening and control spiritual treasure. Spirit treasures can mutate into rather tricky abilities when they are homogenized by him. A lesser amount would be able to raise at least 1 grade, and a greater amount would even be able to raise 2 grades. The black-robed sorcerer from before blackened a large area, sticking to Ma Jun and the others to forcefully leave them behind. It's a magic weapon. Up until now, Song Chua had already hacked 4 spirit treasures. Although it is 2 vanilla and 2 specialty items, the function has been initially powerful. And for Song Chua, in addition to focusing on combat-type spirit treasures, he also had to consider the functionality of the mantras. Li Mu didn't bother him, but flew directly to the window of the command center. The door to the command post was closed at this point, and there was only one person in the room. Li Mu turned into a flying mosquito and drilled through the window. The person in the room with her back to the door was none other than Wang Yinhuan. At this moment, Wang Yinhuan was holding his left hand to his chest, wrapping his right hand around his left hand, and was talking to the air. Have you eaten well lately? Is the war particularly tiring? You seem to have lost weight. Halfway through speaking, Wang Yinhuan shook his head as if he felt that this was inappropriate. No, what if he gets fat? How can you get fat fighting a war? It's better to talk about Auntie Ying. Have you been eating well lately? Are you particularly tired from the war? I often go to Auntie Ying's place. She misses you. She talks about you all day long, and the wine at home is ready for you. Auntie Ying wanted to send you over some, but was afraid it would affect your mood. Would that be too much to say? What if it annoys me? Wang Yinhuan himself skimmed his lips in dissatisfaction, constantly adjusting his content and tone. Obviously, she was very concerned about her image in Li Mu's eyes, fearful that he had even the slightest bit of arousing Li Mu's resentment. Li Mu's heart inexplicably beat faster as he listened. He had wanted to tease her a bit, suddenly appearing from behind to scare her, but it would be a bit too much if he showed up at this point. It really might cast a shadow on Wang Yinhuan. So after thinking about it, Li Mu still flew out of the window and came to the main entrance, and coughed loudly twice and pushed his way through the door. Wang Yinhuan was looking at Li Mu with a sweet smile on her back. Hey, what are you doing here? Li Mu asked with a feigned surprised smile. Wang Yinhuan glanced at this moment and saw that Li Mu actually had the wine gourd she had given him hanging around his waist. The heart of a deer in the head. The heart is beautiful, and the small face is beginning to blush. Dad sent me to give you a message. Did you just cough and catch a cold? Wang Yinhuan took 2 steps closer and asked. Li Mu could barely hold back his laughter. The root cause of all diseases in the human body is due to problems in the operation of vital energy, like cold and flu. This kind of cold evil invasion, the average martial artist will actually still have the initial symptoms. But basically, when you get above a 3rd or 4th grade martial artist, a stream of true chi running also breaks. It was even more unlikely that a 7th or 8th grade martial artist would catch a cold. Unless it is a disease that is injured by monsters or by feats. This girl is really nervous about asking questions. Nothing. What did your dad tell you to say? The Divine Elephant Kingdom has shown its weakness and is willing to hand over the 5 major camps and related resources, and cooperate with WCI in researching Abyssal bordering and point-to-point teleportation issues. Told you to stop killing and go back to resting for a while. It's not like you need to keep an eye on the place every day anyway. And that's, Auntie Ying misses you too. Wang Yinhuan spoke gently, always observing Li Mu's reaction. Pops gave her the task of bringing Li Mu back in addition to conveying the message. She certainly hopes to accomplish her mission. And even more so, she hopes that Li Mu is willing to go back because she came. The damned Divine Elephant Kingdom bowed its head quite quickly. If anyone else comes, I'm sure I'll have something to say. But since you're here, there's nothing more I can say. Come on, back with you. Just in time to go back and see Mom. Li Mu said so. Wang Yinhuan immediately blushed, but the dark joy in her eyes could not be hidden. She added shyly, also, didn't I recently go to the Lingyuan City's Research Institute for an internship? Lingyuan City is really pretty. You can go out and relax and take a trip to Lingyuan City. You are also very welcome in the military district of Lingyuan City. Raimu smiled and nodded. It's true that I've always heard that Lingyuan City has a great view. The most crucial thing was that the abyss in Lingyuan City was vastly different from Iron Hand City. In the words of the experts, it's simply not the same world. If the handover went smoothly on the Divine Elephant Kingdom's side, there really was no need for him to stay here. It's good to visit Lingyuan City. Seeing Li Mu nodded his head in agreement. Wang Yinhuan smiled prettily, her small face once again red. This time Li Mu didn't let her go and reached out to press the back of his hand against Wang Yinhuan's face. This belonged to a sneak attack, and Wang Yinhuan didn't even react before Li Mu touched him. Li Mu hissed and shook his hand as if it was hot. Ouch. Do you have a fever? Wang Yinhuan instantly red warm. Biting the corner of her lip, she hammered Li Mu's arm with her hand, then covered her face and turned around. Li Mu laughed out loud. Then he said to Wang Yinhuan, come, open your mouth. I have a gift for you. Wang Yinhuan turned back in confusion and saw Li Mu take out a few black pills. Qi gathering pill, body strengthening pill, and Ling Hua pill, 2 of each. These were all newly refined by Li Mu recently. Since he wasn't in a big hurry to harvest, many of the herbs took twice as long as before. The medicines are all much stronger than before. Out of her trust in Li Mu, Wang Yinhuan also had to take one if she came to one. But Li Mu's elixir was the size of a fingernail cap anyways. Even if it melts away easily, a girl has to chew it hard a few times. At this time, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng came to the command headquarters. They were aware of what Wang Yinhuan was coming for, and figured it was about time. They wanted to ask Li Mu when he was going back, and they had long wanted to go back to the city. As a result, the two came to the door and heard something like stuffed and swallowed inside. Zhang Jiwei turned his head. Lu Chenfeng was dumbfounded and leaned over the door to eavesdrop. Chapter 147, My son has grown up. Iron Hand City, South City. The Song family. Song Jianmen and his wife Tao Ling were packing up in the small house. The two of them have been in the steel mill under the Zhang group since they got in. Just showed a great ability to work. Song Jianmen, in particular, has conquered his co-workers and leaders with his skills. Ascend to the head of the melting pot crew. His wife, Tao Ling, became the deputy leader of the forging team. Both men received a huge raise in their paychecks. It's just getting started, though, and the two aren't happy about it at all. The son went into the Jinyuan army and was also sent to the border. The more the two of them thought about it, the more it seemed like the job was coming for their son's life. So the two were just sighing ever since Song Chua left, much less have the heart to move away from it. This lowest level of staff quarters fell into the stage of no one's control during the seizure phase of Jinhua Iron and Steel. This group of unemployed people have been living like this. Now that Kamhua has completely collapsed, this dormitory is going to be moved and demolished. The group was notified to move as soon as possible, so they had no choice but to do so. Just as the two were sighing and taking their bags downstairs, then a few cars were heard outside. Neighbors who had already gathered outside the building and were loading up their cars and moving things were also attracted to the. A cacophony of murmurs rang out. The two Song Jianmens pushed aside the crowd, and the neighbors hurriedly all stepped back to the sides. At the same time, his mouth kept saying congratulations a Lao Song to both of Song Jianmen. Old Song has a deep secret. The kid really has a future. The two of them, Song Jianmen, listened in confusion, but when they stepped out of the crowd, the scene in front of them instantly made them wet their eyes. Just 3 pickup trucks from the military district were parked in front of the building, dressed in Jin Yuan's military uniform. The spirited and capable Song Chua was walking towards the direction of the building. Behind them followed a dozen or so well-built and tall members of the military district police force. It seemed to be following Song Chua up the stairs. When Song Chua saw his parents at this moment, He immediately slowed down his feet and stopped in front of the old couple. Time stood still for a moment. Song Chua snapped an upright, performed the Jin Yuan military salute, and said with a sobbing voice, Jin Yuan Army's Upper Wolf Guard, Tiger's Whistle Army's 6th Battalion's Deputy Commander Song Chua, reporting to Mom and Dad. This battle, Li Mu was awarded 1,400 merit badges for his first-class Trapster badge. Song Chua was second in merit, receiving 1,200 merit badges and the first-class Good Warrior badge. The rank is helicoptered to Upper Wolf Guard. This rate of promotion is even faster than Li Mu. It's never too much to say that it was a battle that sealed the deal. After Liang Huanjuan and the others finished reading the battlefield details, all of them joked that Li Mu was dipped in Song Chua's favor, while Lemieux had an integral role to play, and without his somersaults and intelligence, this tactic cannot be implemented. But without Song Chua, this battle really couldn't have been fought so beautifully. Of course, such statements are made, mostly in jest. The warriors of the Tiger's Whistle camp were uplifted by those elixirs, the corpse unraveling flower liquid. The most important thing was that there was the power of conviction brought by this totem of Li Mu. One of these things is missing. Li Mu is irreplaceable at the center. And that's what makes the claim that Raimu was dipping his toe in the water sound like a joke at first glance. The mother, Tao Ling, didn't even understand what her son was saying about the Upper Wolf Guard, or the commander at all. She had only one thought since the moment she saw her son. My son is back. My son is alive. Oh, Tao Ling instantly covered her mouth and cried, stepping forward and reaching out. Song Chua rushed to welcome him. Tao Ling held her son in her arms and pinched his face for a while, one moment pinching his arm and crying pairs, constantly asking if his son was hurt. There's no internal injuries or anything like that. Song Jianmen, on the other hand, his old eyes pursed tightly, and tears turned in his eyes. It still hasn't flowed, but his deep gaze locked with Song Chua, who was comforting his mother. Song Jianmen kept nodding his head. It was a look of certainty. He let out a long, cloudy breath. It was as if he was trying to spit out all the bitterness he had given to the family over the years in one gulp. Again, it was as if he was trying to say something to the Song family's ancestors. The Song family has been poor for generations, since my generation of Song Jianmen stopped. Neighbors around the area came up to congratulate us. Everyone used to be envious. He was even jealous of how these two members of the Song family got to work at the Zhang group. But now they are not jealous, and don't dare to be jealous. A beggar is not necessarily jealous of a millionaire, but he is certainly jealous of a beggar who earns more than he does. A group of military district guards helped load the Song family's car. Taurine was asking all the time after she got in the car, son, where are we going? You want me to follow you to the front? That's fine. You can still have a hot bite. Song Jianmen smiled bitterly. His own wife is in a total brain fart right now. Song Chua laughed. Mom, let's move to the military area. I have a military position now and I have a house in the military area. Oh, Tao Ling seemed to understand and looked at her husband suspiciously. Song Jianmen asked only after he had slowed down as well. Son, how did you get up to this so quickly? This should be able to ask, right? Song Jianmen asked halfway through the question. His eyes glanced at the driver driving in front of him, and he immediately lowered his voice. Specifically, there's a non-disclosure agreement and I can't go into detail with you. The non-disclosure agreement allows them to reveal their rank and file status, but a lot of strategic and tactical matters, or internal barracks secrets would not be allowed to be discussed. But all you need to know is that I'm with the right leader, and I will be worthy of his honor. As for my well-being, Mom and Dad, you won't need to worry too much in the future. I'm in a position where I'm much safer relative to the frontline fighters. In fact, even commanders must follow the battlefield in many campaigns. He said this to reassure his parents for one thing. Secondly, it's also true that it's slightly safer than a frontline charging warrior. The same thing happened to Zhang Jiwei's house and Lu Qinfeng's house. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng didn't get much credit for this battle. 400 merit value each. Promoted to middle wolf guard. Just this speed. Lu Qinfeng's old man, Lu Jinshan, still expressed his approval, and father and son had a drink. Zhang Chaoyang is even a big family feast, although they didn't dare to publicize it outside. After all, their family had a military-grade enterprise background. It does no good to be too dejected, but he's got no place to take it out. He could only treat all the staff of Zhang's family with mountains of delicacies. What a nanny chef security team. Even the florist is up on the table drinking good wine that the average boss can't get. Li Mu's and Wang Longqing's homes were naturally very lively. After the gathering, Bai Taiwei and Yang Suiying had a good conversation. Chen Zheqi and Shen Jiafen went to pester their pretty sister, Wang Inhuan, to tell them interesting stories about the institute. Wang Longcheng, on the other hand, sat on the sofa with Li Mu and drank tea. Li Mu poured a cup of tea for Wang Longcheng. Wang Longcheng looked at Li Mu with admiration all in his eyes. he is 10 years of accumulation. Thick and thin. How many times 9 deaths? How many battles he has commanded? This time it was still dipped in the afterglow of Li Mu's great success. Only barely just made it to the middle tiger husbandry. It's probably going to be a long slog to get to the next level. However, Li Mu is now only 100 merit values away from the marquee of the middle tiger. Even if Li Mu didn't do anything, as soon as the death rate of sword martial artists in the new quarter on the military achievement division side was lowered, Li Mu's side of merit immediately settled at least a few hundred. Transcendence is just around the corner. Maybe just a month. Maybe just a dozen days. Moreover, Li Mu's cultivation was also incredibly fast. It's now an 8th grade powerhouse. Even the principal of Blackwater High School, In Changming, had a cultivation level just like that. As for the real strength, in a real fight, Wang Longqing thought to himself that he should not be Li Mu's opponent. This kid is just growing too fast. What shocked him the most was, Li Mu came back this time and took another talent test. S-class talent, source of power. It was already a world away from the once F-ranked talent heavy strike. Didn't you promise Silver Ring to visit Lin Yuan City? Wang Longqing asked. Yes, and just in time to go around to the institute where she works. Li Mu laughed. Well, but news has come from the Wanren military region over in Lin Yuan City. I hope you're going to go around to the 10,000 Refuges military district. It's just as well for you to check out the environment and see if the abyss of Lin Yuan City is suitable for you. If you feel up to it, I'll recommend you to bid for a full position in the Wanren military region. As soon as Wang Longqing finished speaking, Li Mu was stunned. Uncle Wang. Hey. Wang Longqing raised his hand to interrupt Li Mu. I know what you're going to say. Don't worry, no matter where you go. Your roots are in the Pearl military district. It's not moving, but you are an eagle. This sky of Ironhand City is too small. The abyss of Lin Yuan City and the abyss of Ironhand City are two worlds. When you go there, you'll naturally understand why I want you to develop there. It's absolutely great for you. And this side of the Tiger's Nest camp has been divided into 6 camps. Your Tiger Tsunami army should be expanded by at least another 700 men. The Wanren military district is a big supporter of the largest number of our people. You'll also be able to build your own squad better if you get a firm foothold in the 10,000 refugee military region. With Song Chua taking care of the Tiger's Whistle army side, you should also feel relieved. Wang Longqing persuaded and explained. Li Mu was rather more puzzled. Actually, I've always had a question about the abyss. Why do they say that the abyss of Lin Yuan City and our abyss are two worlds? And why are we expanding outward from the abyss? The monster is a layer upon layer of progressively increasing intensity? So far I've only seen Shin-ranked monsters, but not Earth-ranked ones. Just as I have yet to meet a martial artist of the Earth rank. Wang Longqing laughed. You are indeed in a position where you have reached the heights of thinking about the truth of the abyss, but you haven't learned that part in high school, and even if you did, and will only know the skinny. Also, today I will tell you all the secrets of the abyss that I have come across. Chapter 148 Secrets of the Abyss. Li Mu instantly pricked up his ears. Wang Longqing narrated. It turns out that, according to the progress of scientific research in China now, combined with the lesser-known information about other countries, the abyss really isn't the same world. So far, at least 9 different abyssal worlds have appeared. What is the difference? There is a very clear distinction between the species of flora and fauna, the climate, the topography, and so on. Just in China alone, there are 4 different abyssal worlds. For example, the abyssal world of Ironhand. Dark, barren, dead. Everywhere, mutated creatures were killing and devouring each other. As if the entire abyss was like this. But the abyssal environment of Lin Yuan City was very different. After entering the abyss is a world of birds and flowers. More light, more flora and fauna. There are mountains, swamps, forests, lakes. There are also all sorts of strange secret places and powerful monsters. But it's actually more dangerous there than the Ironhand City abyss. Expanding outward, there are also more high-level monsters and resources found. And the abyss in Bloodpool City is of the same type as Ironhand City. There are still cities in China that have abysses that are surprisingly populated by semi-humanized monsters. They are intelligent, organized, and will act collectively. There's even been walkers and zombie beasts and stuff. The abyssal environment is surprisingly full of buildings where humans live. There is also an abyss where monsters are very sparse, but each monster was frighteningly strong, possessing a variety of powerful abilities. A squad of the same level usually struggles extremely hard against one. The abyssal bordering problem that mankind has been working on. It's unfolding in the same type of abyssal worlds like Bloodpool City and Lin Yuan City. Explorations between abysses like Ironhand City and abysses like Lin Yuan City have long been put on hold, because experts have deduced that the two types of abyss are simply not on the same level of, so it's impossible to border at all. And cities like Lin Yuan City and Blood Pond City, going down through the two abyssal portals. The maps explored are not universal. You can't run from the coordinates of this entrance from the abyss to the coordinates of the entrance to that abyss. It's completely disorganized and unregulated. And this sense of spatial dislocation, let the experts determine one thing. The abyss, which was spliced onto Bluestar by many different Bluestar-like civilized spaces. And the splicing is very piecemeal, or only partially spliced. Because actually, at first the abyss erupted. The sky is falling and monsters are pouring out of the entrance to the abyss. Humans stabilized the situation with heat weapons. At that time it was extremely rare for Xian rank monsters to appear. If the humans of that time were invaded with the frequency with which such metaphysical order monsters are found now, the human race has been extinguished 800 times. The humans at that time didn't have Xian rank powerhouses, and missiles were just small snacks in the eyes of Xian rank monsters. Humans just beat the monsters back into the abyss. 1, 2 or 3 monsters make up the vast majority, and after entering the abyss, the first human reaction was to find a way to seal it. It took decades of development after the revival of the aura before they dared to explore further down the road. It's still mostly 1, 2, and 3 monsters, as humanity developed faster and faster, and martial artists became stronger and stronger. The abyss advanced faster and faster. Strong men of the Xian rank began to appear, riding through the abyss. It was also just about 10 years ago. It was as if Abyss had suddenly upgraded. The number of monsters of the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th grades as well as the number of Xian rank monsters increased abruptly. At that time, it was a surprise to the human powerhouses. A large number of Xian-ranked powerhouses and high-ranked powerhouses fell in the abyss, and the space of the abyss bizarrely seems to have expanded very much. The places previously explored by humans have changed their face. The civil populace also only had bits and pieces of information brought back to them through the social martial artists, pieced together some rumors of abyssal misadventure or something like that. The panic passed after a while, but in fact, this stage is called Stage 2 by abyssal experts. It was a major turning point for humanity. It's as if the abyss is expanding and upgrading with the growth of humanity. The stronger humans are, the stronger the abyss is. And according to the experts' deduction, as more and more strong people of the Earth rank appeared in the human race, humanity is also exploring the abyss more and more. The abyss is about to enter Stage 3. By the time the abyss shows more of their original space, there will also be more unbeatable opponents. After all, it was one civilization, Blue Star, fighting against many different civilizations. Not to rule out the possibility of a true abyssal human in Stage 3. Speaking at the end, Wang Longchang lamented. Actually, there's another very important reason for letting you go over there. You see, our military district in Iron Hand is usually out on a mission. There are very few social martial arts groups to encounter. That's because we've opened up fewer permissions for social martial artists to explore. But Linyuan City has 3 times our population. They have a very high level of social martial participation in the abyss. There are many powerful consortiums and family powers among them, and they hold a great deal of abyssal resources, disjointed and disorganized. The Jin Yuan army and the family forces, as well as the plutocratic forces, have been in a delicate state of checks and balances. You'll be exposed to this kind of contest earlier, so that you won't be caught in a passive position when you encounter it in the future. Raimu nodded. I understand, but if I get into a fight with these families, the approach may be more radical than you think. Wang Longcheng laughed out loud. Ha ha. Is it still you if you are not aggressive? I believe in your sense of proportion. Li Mu smiled and didn't say anything. I'm splitting hairs a bit. The family consortium may all have to put up with it. The next day Lemuel spent another day at home. It was only on the morning of the 3rd day that Li Mu set out. Iron Hand City and Linyuan City were almost 2,000 kilometers away. If he used his somersault clouds, Li Mu would fly for an hour at most. However, Li Mu had never been on a long-range airship before, so he decided to take one. The airships in this world were powered by aura, and it was easy to fly up and down, much more flexible than an airplane. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng stayed at the Tiger's Whistle camp to help Song Chua with the handover. Wang Inhuan reported back to the institute yesterday, so Li Mu traveled light by himself, paying the money and getting on the airship. Li Mu felt that the inside could be much more spacious than an airplane. There are 3 levels. The bottom tier is the economy tier, the middle tier is the business tier, and the top tier is the luxury tier. Everyone has exclusive sofa seating. There is also an entertainment area and fine dining area in the center. Li Mu bought first class. Naturally, at 9 a.m., the blimp took off on time. After takeoff the blimp was very smooth and many people were walking back and forth. Li Mu also got up and walked over to an unoccupied viewing window to look down, lamenting that I should fly more often in the future. Overlooking the city and the wilderness and the sunlight is so much more comfortable than flying in the abyss of the There's also no fear of hitting flying monsters or abyssal domes. At this moment Li Mu's cell phone rang. The call was from the vice commander of the Wanren military region himself. It was a kind middle-aged man who smiled and asked Li Mu if he had departed and what time he would probably arrive. Raimo said a time to arrive around 2 p.m. The vice commander said he would arrange for someone to pick up Li Mu at the exit of the dirigible. When Li Mu hung up the phone, he began to enjoy the scenery below. After leaving the city of Iron Hands, the bottom begins to move into the wilderness. There are occasional monsters in the wild, though very few, but it also needs to be cleaned up from time to time by the social martial artists. I don't know what country's entrance is ungated, or did the abyssal monsters come up through other means? Anyway, it just pops up once in a while, and you can't kill it. The good thing was that there were not many of them, and their strength was not good, so they did not pose much of a threat. However, this also results in the population having to be concentrated in the abyssal entrance cities. There are no villages or towns in the wilderness, and humans show a high degree of population concentration. Just as Li Mu was watching, a nanny-like person, leading a little girl of 6 or 7 years old, also came to the window. The little girl was too small to reach the window, so the babysitter picked the little girl up. The little girl looked so excited to see the view from the window that she was all of a sudden laughing and screaming with joy. Since this window was communal, Li Mu saw people coming and moved himself to the corner. I didn't expect that little girl to lie on the window for a while, and when she inclined her head, she saw Li Mu, reaching out and picking at Li Mu's head. He said, "Go away, go away." Li Mu froze and looked at the little girl suspiciously. "Kid, is Uncle scary looking? Go away. I'll see for myself. You're not allowed." The little girl, with her tender childish voice, but a very selfish statement was made, speaking while still reaching out to pickpocket Li Mu. Seeing that Li Mu dodged her hand but didn't leave the window, the girl immediately started to make a scene, yelled at the babysitter, "Tell him to go away. Go away. I'll see for myself. I'll see for myself here." It means that she doesn't want this window to be used by anyone other than her to enjoy the view outside. This nanny gave Li Mu a somewhat difficult look and didn't know how to speak. Just then, a woman dressed as a noblewoman walked over quickly, asked eagerly as he reached for the girl with a heartbroken look on his face, "Ouch. Sugar plum. What's wrong, what's wrong?" The girl saw her mom and a sudden wave of aggression was born. After receiving it in his mom's arms wowed out, pointing at Li Mu, she said, "Mom, he bullies me. Don't like him. You hit him." This noblewoman immediately glared fiercely at Li Mu. A full 2 or 3 seconds of staring and a glance to the side. With a mouthful of words, he said silently to Li Mu, "Off." There was a toe-curling command in the eyes in the air. It was as if she didn't want to show her shrewish side in front of her daughter, so she told Li Mu to be more self-conscious. After scolding Li Mu, she all smiled and looked at her daughter, ready to accompany her daughter to look at the scenery outside the window. Made my daughter laugh. Lemuel looked at her in confusion at once. "You want someone to go away? At least be courteous. I may not let you. You're staring at 2 dog eyes and ordering your father around there?" Chapter 149, If you love him, feed him cake. There were quite a few people moving around at this time. Li Mu's words didn't lower the volume at all, attracting all the gazes around him. This noblewoman was on fire. Screamed, "What did you say? You curse again?" Raimo laughed in exasperation. He had seen a lot of cursing, but it was the first time he had seen one looking for cursing. At that moment a man in high-class formal wear walked over quickly. He also had 2 plates of fruitcake in his hand. What's wrong? Temperamentally this would also be an executive of some company. After all, those who can sit on this luxurious floor are not poor per se. The noblewoman instantly huffed and pointed at Li Mu. "Tramp! He cursed me. He bullied my daughter into crying. I told him to get lost, and he cursed me." The man glared at Li Mu. Without saying anything, he directly snapped the fruitcake in his hand towards Li Mu's face. Snap! A golden dragon bard shield automatically floated in front of Li Mu. This fruitcake slapped on the dragon bane shield and immediately shattered in all directions. The left side got all over the floor. The right side pounced directly on the noblewoman all over her face. The man also suddenly realized that Li Mu's cultivation seemed to be above his. He's a 6th grade martial artist himself, and he's made a name for himself in the business world. Usually, they rarely put people in their place. Seeing as Li Mu was young, he hadn't even thought about it that much just now. He didn't expect Li Mu's cultivation to be higher than his. But so what? Try blocking it again. The man pointed at Li Mu and bellowed. Surprisingly, he slapped another cake over. Li Mu was completely enraged. With one hand, he clutched the man's left hand, pulled it back, and raised his hand to slam it down on his elbow joint. The man was greatly alarmed. His body's true chi rippled, and his body protection technique ran through his entire body, trying to harden Li Mu's blow. However, He didn't expect Li Mu's palm to destroy his arm and directly smash it off. Along with his body, he was pressed to the ground in a deadly manner. Before the man could scream, he was stepped on by Li Mu. Li Mu picked up the cake on the side and directly covered his face. The man opened his mouth wide to let out a scream, only to have Li Mu ruthlessly shove the cake into his mouth. The deluxe level was an instant mess. The people around them let out a gasp of shock and ducked in all directions. It wasn't that they were afraid that Li Mu would go crazy and hurt others. These two martial artists made their move, and the surrounding force shook wildly. The walls and floor of the airship and the couches and decorations around it were shattered in many ways. They were afraid that these two men were going to pierce this blimp. That noblewoman originally wanted to curse bitterly when she was splattered with cake. It was surprisingly shocking to see her husband pinned to the ground and beaten furiously for a moment. The little girl, on the other hand, was so frightened that she cried out, yelling, "No hitting daddy, no hitting daddy." Daddy was her Superman in her heart. How can you be flattened on the ground? Nah, the man was simply a toy in Li Mu's hands. Aside from slapping him, Li Mu kept feeding him cake. With most of the cake in his mouth, the man realized that as long as he didn't gulp down Li Mu would actually use his true chi to press into his throat. If he dared to carry this true chi hard, then his throat might even be shattered by Li Mu. What's going on? Stop it. At that moment the blimp security team arrived quickly. The highest captain was a 9th grade powerhouse. It's just a means of transportation, and there's a 9th ranked warrior on the front line. This is already a very good security force. However, when this 9th grade powerhouse arrived here, he felt the terrifying killing aura on Li Mu's body. Surprisingly, he swallowed hard. Quick! He's hitting someone. Arrest him. That noblewoman could finally see the straw that saved her life and shouted, pointing at Li Mu. This captain also said to Li Mu, "Brother, don't be impulsive. There's a lot of people on this blimp. Calm down. Let go." Li Mu, on the other hand, did not raise his head and said in a cold voice, "Get off your ass and stand aside while I finish feeding him this one cake. Nothing will happen." With those words, Raimu scraped a handful of cake off the man's face and, again, it was all stuffed into the man's mouth. The security team all looked at the captain. This captain went so far as to reach out and stop everyone, all of them stepping backward. A fine layer of sweat also appeared on his brain, because he had recognized Li Mu. As a 9th grade powerhouse, he was considered well informed in the Martial Artists Union. The job was an entry-level job through the Martial Artists Union, and he traveled to the Abyss often. For this young tiger husband of the Pearl military region, the word has been spreading in the Martial Arts Union for a long time. Is this something to mess with? Seeing that this captain actually backed off, the noblewoman immediately shouted again and start threatening the security team. But no one at the scene dared to stop at all. The noblewoman herself is even more afraid to go over there with her baby in her arms. In case Li Mu went crazy and even beat her up, then she could only eat her words. Li Mu insisted on shoving all the cardboard holding the cake into the man's mouth as well. Only then did he move his neck and stand up. "You will surely pay for this. I'll put you in jail if I let you off the blimp." The noblewoman gritted her teeth, her eyes full of tears of anger and pain, watching her husband being pressed to the ground by Li Mu to stuff paper and eat it. The feeling of wretched humiliation made her tremble with rage. The people around us are all watching. How had they ever suffered such anger in Lin Yuan City? But I didn't expect to be severely humiliated by something that came out of nowhere. The corners of Li Mu's mouth were pressing. "You have that too?" The last person who spoke so arrogantly to himself was called Zhaoyi, now presumably in jail for daisy babies. "You can try." The noblewoman gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Well, I'll be waiting." Li Mu pulled a paper napkin from a side plate and wiped his hands. Then the paper towel was casually thrown in the face of the man lying on the floor. Idly, he sat back on his couch. Li Mu didn't realize that he hadn't even arrived at Lin Yuan City yet, but he was already being threatened. "It's fine. I'll just follow the normal procedure. If I even beat up this woman. Instead, it's not justified." He really wanted to see what would happen to him when he arrived at Lin Yuan City. The man on the ground also knew that he was no match for Li Mu, so there is no choice but to hold back. The noblewoman and the nanny helped him up and cleaned his clothes. The two looked at Li Mu with eyes filled with resentment. The man winked at the noblewoman, and the two of them went with the child to a separate bay. The man took out his phone and started contacting people. At this point the captain of the security team had someone pack up the surrounding area. The surrounding audience dispersed as well. Only then did this captain come to Li Mu's side and lowered his voice. "Officer Li." Li Mu raised his eyes to look at him, not expecting this captain to recognize him. This man is a corporate executive from Lin Yuan City. This noblewoman is the real sister of that corporate boss. "Executives? How tall? 3 or 4 stories high?" Li Mu asked with a smile. "The scale. It's definitely much worse than Zhang's group, but it does have a bit of energy." The captain reminded with an awkward smile as well. He had ironically just offended those two, but he didn't care. He was from Iron Hand City, so of course he was going to be towards Li Mu. Thanks. Li Mu threw in a smile and nodded. Then he closed his eyes and rested. It was still early to reach Lin Yuan City. Li Mu intended to take stock of all his current divine abilities. Chapter 150, of course I'm coming with you. Right now. Li Mu's divine ability. Start with your own internal strength. Medium-grade Heavenly Immortal Technique, gain 499 years of longevity. Deepening his understanding of the 300 years of insight into the techniques he had practiced, the Danhaiyan meridians were as wide as the sea, and the rich true chi came and went freely. The three special effects of rejuvenation, reflection and bone penetration are displayed in a fivefold manner. When attacking an opponent, if the opponent possesses a talent, it will seize their talent while they are near death. Congeal into the spirit crystal of creation. Rejuvenation dramatically increases the speed of true chi recovery. Feedback, when attacking an enemy, loot a small portion of true chi back to yourself. Penetrating bone enhances the penetrating power of attacks by a huge margin. Just by seeing this increase of 499 years of lifespan, Li Mu almost had tears fall from his eyes. However, this was still only a mid-grade heavenly immortal skill, according to the original. Only after avoiding the three plagues of heavenly thunder, in fire and by wind can one truly achieve immortality. 3 plagues every 500 years. Adding 499 years must mean that you can't get past the first plague. I also wonder if ascending to the great grade heavenly immortal decree would directly help one skip the 3 calamities. Li Mu had to admit that he was a vulgar man. As the great sage said, no one in the 3 realms and 6 paths can resist the temptation of immortality. In addition to the internal work, there are attachment of the ear to listen to. The divine weapon will be hidden in the ear hole of the Sumeru. All the time enlightenment cultivation. Speed is 500% of normal cultivation speed. Can hear bad winds from enemy attacks, mindlessly and without cooldown. Instantly sends out your current strongest defense feat with an effectiveness of 10%. Divine Soldier Technique gives weight to the weapon. Currently 1,200 pounds. Tanshan Jutsu, increase the chi power of 1 dragon and 2 tigers. Stasis, shout stasis and hold the target enemy in place for 0.5 seconds. Costs 5% of one's true chi value. Cooldown time 40 seconds. Golden Eyes, when activated, it can see through the meridians to the direction of the movement of true chi, which consumes a lot of true chi. In addition, Fire Eyes comes with a special effect with a name. Common use, the amount of true chi consumed by Fire Eyes is halved. Small plan, see through enemy attacks and counterattack at this point, increasing the strength of true chi by 30%. Thin Miasma, see through all illusions. Casting Miasma can be acquired and unleashed in a stronger form for illusions that have been seen through. Brightness of vision, with eyes open, you can see into the smallest detail, and with eyes closed, you can see all around you. The universal laws, when one observes others in battle, one recognizes all the strengths and blends them into one's own strengths. Further down, borrowing wine to create might, drinking a sip of wine. The aura of wine fills the air and generates a field of might within 5 meters of the body. Enemies within the domain are emboldened and slowed in their actions. You're emboldened and your ally's swiftness of movement is increased by 5%. Lasts 15 minutes. Plus he lit up. When drinking alcohol, the effects vary according to the strength of the alcohol. Li Mu's own wine gourd is now filled with a strengthened version of the wine brewed by his old mom. Liquor, precious, provides effects, 10% increase in true chi strength, 30% damage reduction, increase all speeds by 40%. This wine was the result of Yang Suiying's alchemy this month. The herbs used were some leftover scraps from alchemy that Li Mu had given her. Just these scraps of herbs. You can't even pay for them in the market. It can be said that now Li Mu takes a sip of wine. Triple buff. The effect was so pure that it was able to make Li Mu's combat power directly soar by a notch. The twin treasures of alchemy. Alchemy and blessedness. Alchemy, finding the raw materials according to the formula. When the raw materials are in place, the elixir will be ready. Currently, there are lower grade body fixing pills, upper grade body fixing pills, lower grade chi gathering pills, upper grade chi gathering pills, earth vein spirit hua pills, ghost axe creation pills, and jade pure bone clearing pills. Blessed field technique, creating an aura of heaven and earth, in which the divine soul can reside and cultivate spiritual plants and animals. For your own use, currently 200 acres. Unlimited circulation of the Spirit Springs River. 5 times the Spirit Springs. 2 years of fertility in 1 day. The people can enter. 1 acre of land may be selected to receive rain every 3 days. Each ganja increases the maturity of the plant by 50 years. 72 changes, changing into everything, acquiring its properties and retaining physical strength. Maintaining the transformation continuously consumes true chi. Currently unlocked, flying mosquito, flying bird, flying eagle. Incarnation, change into a doppelganger to fight alongside you or play some tricks. Externalize 5 doppelgangers that inherit 100% of the strength, the art of the divine weapon, and the art of the mountain. When the main body uses fixation, the doppelganger can also use fixation once. Split lasts for 10 minutes with a 5-minute cooldown. Defense Act. Bronze head and iron arm, body is instantly as hard as stone. Defense is enhanced 100 times. Lasts for 2 seconds. Cooldown for 1 minute. When an enemy attacks, it suffers 30% of the shock of its attack. Body protection, draw a circular boundary on the ground with your weapon, with a range of 30 meters. The defense of the boundary is about 70% of copperhead and iron arm. At the same time, allies within the boundary have their aura greatly increased, enhancing their true chi strength by 15% when attacking. Lasts 15 minutes. Other than that, it's the 2 newest ones that are lit up. Somersault Cloud, flying on clouds. Current maximum speed is 2,480 kilometers per hour. No real chi consumption. Pilgrim, when your mount is the lead horse and the other horses run after the lead horse, both speed and stamina are equal to the head horse. And then, it was Li Mu's own S-rank talent, the Source of Force. The Source of Force has 4 strong traits. When attacking, 40% of true chi strength damage is attached. When a weapon attack hits, the power penetrates armor and penetrates 3 feet. Alienate all feats learned to sublimate them once towards the Source of Force. For every 1% reduction in the amount of chakra, the strength, power, and speed of your chakra will increase by 1%. Just this last trait belongs to the fact that the more you fight, the harder you fight. There was also this characteristic of alienating all feats, which was also present in the previous 9 heavenly thunder movements that Li Mu had awakened. It is only alienated towards the thunder law. Zhang Jiwei's lance seems to have it too, except that Zhang Jiwei now has the 2 types of alienation, gun and thunder. I don't know if it will alienate twice. For example, now among the feats that Li Mu had learned was this Dragon Song Shield. The original effect was that it could absorb attack energy blasts and return them. Being transformed by Li Mu's heavenly immortal technique could drastically enhance defense without explosions but purely. But after being alienated by the Source of Force, it became capable of unloading, absorbing the energy of the incoming attacks in order to feed Li Mu's own power. And the horrible thing is that for every feat that Li Mu learns, all of them will be alienated in this direction into the exclusive feats of the Source of Force. This was the terror of an S-rank talent. A few hours later, the airship had flown over Lin Yuan City. Lin Yuan City, facing not the abyss of the abyss, but a seaside city. Lin Yuan City is facing the sea in the south direction, and the harbor is seen from above. East and west side stretches big mountains. The 2 sides are bounded by mountains, and in the center is the huge city of Lin Yuan, which extends into the northern plains. It was a huge rectangular city, nearly 3 times larger than Iron Hand. Right in the middle of the city, the entrance to a vast abyss dark and deep. The same steel fortresses are above. The whole city is full of technology and energy. As soon as the airship approached the city for a dozen kilometers or so, Li Mu could then feel an aura terrifying enough to envelop the entire city sweeping towards the blimp. It was a probing-like energy that gave Li Mu the feeling that he had nothing to hide. It's like being targeted by a surface-to-air missile in a hard way. It was as if he was warning himself that the energy could blast him to pieces at any time. This is Lin Yuan City's city guard prohibition. I'm afraid that even an Earth-ranked powerhouse would have to be afraid of a few points. The airship landed slowly. The noblewoman couple who had been violently beaten by Li Mu earlier stood at the exit early. The airship can land straight up and down, so it's parked on the dropship platform in the plaza. Below the boat drop platform was the boat pickup crew for this flight, with a small group of people holding up signs. At a glance, Li Mu saw a group of well-built people with sharp gazes. Although he wasn't wearing a Jin Yuan military uniform, one could tell at a glance that he was a Jin Yuan army warrior from the Wanren military region. When the vice commander called Li Mu earlier, Li Mu expressed his desire not to be too visible. Otherwise it wouldn't have come on its own in a blimp for tourist purposes. It would have come in a military blimp or flown in on its own. That's why the people sent by the Wanren military region to pick up Li Mu were all in civilian clothes. They stood behind the crowd, but countless pairs of eyes were glued to the blimp's exit. It seemed to be afraid of missing Li Mu's figure. Li Mu followed the crowd as soon as he stepped out of the blimp. The people from the Wanren military region then recognized Li Mu and stood at attention from afar, ready to go forward to greet Li Mu. But unexpectedly, before they could go forward, a group of people from the law enforcement department quickly squeezed through the crowd to the front. The noblewoman stepped forward quickly and viciously said something to one of the law enforcement captains that, then pointed to Li Mu. After saying that, she and her husband stepped back to the side and glared fiercely at Li Mu. Didn't wait for Li Mu to step off the blimp. That law enforcement captain then led a few people to block Li Mu on the gangway. "You're under arrest. Come with us." It was probably because the noblewoman had just told these people about Li Mu's strong strength. These guys didn't dare to come up and hold Li Mu on the ground. Instead, they vigilantly surrounded Li Mu. After all, whether Li Mu resisted the law or not was put aside for now. They didn't want to suffer a loss in front of them. Those Jin Yuan army plainclothesmen's eyes were all on Li Mu. At this moment, when he saw that Li Mu was actually being targeted by people from the law enforcement department, he was about to come over. Li Mu, on the other hand, gave them a wink. Stopped them. With just a few minions, it would be hard to catch the big fish behind them if they did it now. In the end, it might just be a matter of dealing with a couple of temps. The warriors were all stopped by Li Mu's eyes and looked at each other. But they probably understood what Li Mu meant. Li Mu took the initiative to extend his hands and smiled. Of course I have to come with you guys. Chapter 151, so what if there's evidence? I'm going to make you despair. Seeing that Li Mu was actually so cooperative, that law enforcement captain was first stunned. But there was also a long sigh of relief. With a wink at a few others, someone stepped forward to put law enforcement handcuffs on Li Mu. These handcuffs are capable of inhibiting true chi, but basically up to 4th or 5th grade martial artists and above are just for show. Forcibly destroying law enforcement handcuffs is itself resistance to law enforcement. Seeing Li Mu being taken away by the people from the law enforcement team, those Fudian Yuan army plainclothesmen looked at each other. All of them then secretly followed up, while taking out their cell phones to report this matter to the vice commander. Naturally, that couple couldn't miss the fun. Taking the little girl, already tired of crying herself to sleep, and boarding her own limousine, follow the law enforcement team car straight to the Department of Law Enforcement. Lin Yuan City, as a seaside city, had a pleasant climate and the air all seemed to be a bit softer. The law enforcement vehicle was traveling through the viaduct, and Li Mu was sitting in the law enforcement vehicle, looking at the sunlit harbor in the distance. It does feel a lot prettier than Iron Hand. There seem to be a lot of buildings, especially on the hills in the distance. The large, spacious road leads straight up the hill, where the buildings face the sea, backed by the mountains, and overlooking the city below. The living environment is really nothing to write home about. It would be a treat to settle here in the future. Soon, the law enforcement van arrived at a law enforcement department. It doesn't look like a small place. Several people got out of the car and hooted and hollered at Li Mu, leading him into an interrogation room. The cars of noble women and executives followed close behind. The two men got out of the car and entered the law enforcement department as if they were in their own home. And with more gravitas, dialed phone in hand, his face was filled with a gnashing of teeth, as if he couldn't wait to go up and eat Li Mu alive right now. Not long afterward, a Mediterranean-looking, middle-aged leader of the Department of Law Enforcement approached. As they passed by, the law enforcement officers each shouted respectfully, "Chief Chow! Chief Chow!" This section Chief Chow basically didn't even look at the person who greeted her and just nodded her head casually. When he came to the executive and the noblewoman, the executive burst into tears through clenched teeth. "Brother-in-law, you must do something for me." Section Chief Chow took one look at the executive's dirty clothes and hair and instantly frowned as well. Asterisk 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 get up? The man is brought back, is he? Yes. The executive nodded his head and pointed in the direction where Li Mu was pushed into just now. "Okay, don't worry. If you come in, you definitely won't be able to run away. Let's take half of his life first." Section Chief Chow nodded his head while leading the two towards the inside. The words came out of his mouth with an unusual understatement. Chief Chow led the two men to the front of one of the offices in the law enforcement area. He bumped into the first sergeant of law enforcement one, who was walking out in his jacket. Chief Chow instantly had a smile on his face. "Old Son, I'm troubling you again." The senior captain known as Old Son laughed as he walked with several people in the direction of the interrogation room. "Ha ha, enforcing the law for the sake of public justice, talk about trouble nah." Section Chief Chow reached out and affectionately patted Captain Son on the back twice. "Yes, to say it's hard work, it's your first brigade. This month's bonus is not yours, I see." Captain Son was instantly beaming. This bit of hard work of ours can be seen by you, the god of wealth." Section Chief Chow, "What a blessing for us. I'll take your word for it then." Chief Chow nodded his head repeatedly. Okay. We in the finance section are here to serve you." The frontline law enforcement officers. By now several people had walked up to the interrogation room. Captain Song stood still and asked with a smile, "I wonder, what kind of result does Section Chief Chow intend to ask for?" The noblewoman on the side couldn't help herself and said sharply, "How bad can it be at worst? Can it kill him?" Captain Song was slightly embarrassed. "Gee, it's hard to say, but I can check him out first." Usually the identity of a 7th or 8th grade martial artist is not too simple. If he doesn't have any status background, then he can just straighten it out. Chief Chow nodded. "Well, Captain Song doesn't need to be embarrassed. Just do your best to judge to the best of your authority." Come to my office later when you're done. I've got 2 pounds of good new tea there. Captain Song was instantly beaming. I'm definitely going to savor Chief Xiao's tea. Who in the department doesn't know you're the most knowledgeable about tea? The two men laughed and the executive and the noblewoman laughed in return. The atmosphere was very relaxed. But after laughing, Captain Song adjusted himself and then gestured for a few people to follow him in. He straightened his clothes and put an imposing expression on his face as he pushed his way into the interrogation room. Once inside the interrogation room, Lemuel was placed in a hardboard chair in an open space. There was no glass in between or anything like that. Across the table a couple of law enforcement officers were loudly questioning Li Mu. An enforcer came to Captain Song and warned in a low voice. Captain, the identity has been found out. The son of a family in Iron Hand City. But the family has fallen. And he was expelled from the family before. Now a high school student at Blackwater High, S-ranked talent, took the first battle of the Abyss. The other identities haven't come up yet. Captain Song nodded and turned back to look at Section Chief Xiao, giving him a steady-on look. Executives and noble women were also excited. No wonder there's some strength, but it turns out to be a premier champion and an S-class talent. But without a background, they are playthings in their eyes. Even if he might be noticed by some consortiums and families, it was still Iron Hand City. The city itself is not very well connected. Each city's own news the people can't keep up with. Even less likely to pay attention to some of the information that other cities have caught wind of. If it's not a very large power, the hand is even less able to reach out to other cities. Unlike the Jinyuan army, which was at least a whole, the transmission of news was quite a bit faster than above. Captain Song winked at the enforcers. All of a sudden, everyone in the room except for Captain Song's inner circle retreated. Then the 2 surveillance probes in the corner went out at the same time. The door to the room was unlocked. Li Mu, on the other hand, had been calmly watching all of this, and the corners of his mouth were even tinged with a little smile. The executives and noble women were very upset when they saw this expression on his face. Captain Song smiled and rushed Li Mu. You don't seem too scared. Li Mu laughed. I'm afraid of nothing. Didn't you say in the building that you were enforcing the law for the public good? Then I'm relieved. But I would like to ask if this gentleman attacked me first. Why doesn't he need handcuffs? Captain Song's few people were stunned, not expecting Li Mu to have such good hearing. The noblewoman suddenly sneered as she held her child. You're still stupid. When we get here it's our call. Don't you get it? Captain Song also took off his jacket at this time, and his body's true essence slowly condensed. As the brigade leader of the law enforcement brigade and a 9th grade martial artist, he knew that in order to sanction Li Mu, had to take matters into my own hands. Seeing this, Li Mu added to Captain Song. I, for one, like to record and videotape everything I do. I had it all on tape. You're not going to watch it. Find out what happened. And I've got the audio and video on right now. 2. Captain Song right? You're not going to use your power for personal gain and violate the law, are you? Li Mu asked after. The killing intent in this Captain Song smile was even greater. It's alright. You can record without fear. This audio-video recording can get out of this law enforcement department. Even if I, Song Rentong, have no power in my hands. Oh wow. Li Mu crossed his legs in surprise. It seems like you think you have quite a bit of power. Li Mu has this half-afraid look about him. Even people like Section Chief Xiao and Captain Song were looking on fire. People like them are usually mighty on the outside. I didn't expect a young man to die to the end of his life and still not have a single bit of fear of them. Sentence of mockery. They didn't even bother to think about the reasons for this. They were just plain angry. So Captain Song stopped talking nonsense and walked directly in front of Li Mu, and his true chi exploded with a loud bang. A palm came towards Li Mu's head. Li Mu also afforded him a low drink as his smile tightened. Skyway. Chapter 152 I, Li Mu, preferred to be in charge. Boom. In the midst of the space wailing, a heavy pressure that could not be resisted was upon him. Captain Song's pupils suddenly shrunk as he premonitored this terrifying might. Frantically mobilizing his true essence, he activated his personal technique. Golden armor iron cloth shirt. Gathering defenses is really fast. In a flash a golden pale aura came out through the body in the shape of a soft armor. The chest and the danhai have the deepest glow, while the unimportant areas are slightly lighter in color. Clearly there is no room for improvement. It's not too late. But it didn't work. The moment the heavy pressure was upon him, Captain Song's entire body was like a plastic toy being squeezed by a compressor. His legs twisted and broke, and his entire body was crushed and plummeted to the ground. The hard verdant ground shattered into pieces, sinking downward into a deep depression. This shockwave alone erupted. It also caught off guard Chief Xiao, the executives and the noblewoman and the little girl. All of them flew backwards with a bang and hit the wall hard. Section Chief Xiao and the executive were better off. Being high-grade martial artists themselves, a bump is just a minor injury. but it's not so good for noblewomen and little girls, especially noblewomen. It left a human-sized dent directly in the wall. Hands and feet have been broken, and the internal organs are estimated to have been seriously injured. Even the screams cannot be sent out. The little girl appeared to be the least injured, but she also had blood spilling from her mouth and nose and cried piteously. A good room was instantly blasted into a semi-ruined state. The only areas that were intact were the area where Li Mu was sitting, and the stool under his butt. Li Mu clicked his handcuffs apart. Then he fanned the rising smoke with his hand and came to Captain Song. At this moment, Captain Song's legs were shattered, and his upper body would have been shattered if it weren't for the 9th grade martial artist's protective feats. I'm afraid it's become a mess too. He coughed out blood as he was dying, and his eyes looked at Li Mu with incomparable fear and disbelief. Li Mu, on the other hand, grabbed his hair and lifted his head a little higher. Do you think that my audio and video recordings will ever leave this law enforcement department? Captain Song really didn't expect Li Mu's strength to be so terrifying. It didn't move at all. Just 2 words to beat yourself half to death? How dare you? He couldn't figure it out even if he killed himself. But he was a brigadier general of the law enforcement department. And this was the law enforcement department. And it's a first-class division, second only to headquarters. Is Li Mu an outlaw? Or is he from the Paradise Society? He'd heard, though, that brilliant geniuses were bound to be targeted by the Paradise Society. The encounter was only a matter of time. Li Mu had such strength. It couldn't be that he had already been assimilated by the Paradise Society, could it? But if you had acted and asked me what happened, I wouldn't have been so angry. You want to stand up for them when you don't ask questions and turn off the cameras? Have you thought about the price you're going to pay? Li Mu did get a little angry. This kind of person who treats human life like grass, as long as it is committed to his Li Mu's head, I'm sure I'll see one and destroy them all. Captain Song was already shaking like a sieve and couldn't speak. Li Mu got up and walked towards several people from Section Chief Zhao. At this point that noblewoman had gone completely insane. I didn't realize that Li Mu would dare to make a move here, and that Captain Song was no match for him. Li Mu dared to beat a law enforcement officer half to death in the Ministry of Law Enforcement, so he definitely wouldn't let her off the hook even more. Begging for mercy is useless. You stay back. Don't you come any closer. Stop. We're from the Sun family. It's not too late for you to run. Don't you dare touch me. It will be too late for you to run. The Sun family will not let you go. Chief Zhao chimed in. Young man, you don't know what you're doing. Touch us again and you're done for. Li Mu nodded slightly. The Sun family, right. So let's start with you guys. Several people from Section Chief Zhao hadn't understood what it meant. There was a sudden noise outside. The gate was slammed open with a bang, and a Xian-ranked powerhouse rushed in with a few law enforcement officers. There were certainly Xian-rank powerhouses sitting in the law enforcement department. Li Mu's commotion here was so great that it alerted the vice minister of the 1st Division in the first place. See the deputy minister come in. Section Chief Zhao and the others breathed a sigh of relief in unison. This vice minister coldly swept a glance at Captain Song. Then his gaze locked onto Li Mu without leaving. Gird your loins and don't make me bother. But he wasn't standing still. A group of Jinyuan troops rushed in with a bang. There were 20 to 30 people, instantly filling the room, surrounded all the law enforcement officers, including the deputy minister. The deputy minister was instantly startled and questioned. What are you doing? This group of Jinyuan army warriors, however, didn't pay any attention to him and instead saluted Li Mu. Li Hu Ho. Li Hu Ho. If the one who salutes is not a Jinyuan army warrior, they may even think that Li Mu's name is Li Hu Ho. The vice minister was the first to get a bad feeling and instantly felt his brain buzz. Li Mu, however, was as steady as an old dog. From the moment he walked into this law enforcement department, it had already launched a live screen feed to the Wanren military area using the Tech Watch. Jinyuan Army, especially the technological watches used by Jinyuan officers. It's much tougher than a cell phone in terms of communication. It's possible to summon in a place like the Abyss. In a place like this, all the images of what Li Mu had just done in here were seen by the vice commander. They'll be damned if they don't show up. Just then, a voice rushed in. It was none other than the minister of the 1st Division of Law Enforcement, Tanglong. He pushed through the crowd and quickly came closer, looking at the mess all over the ground and then looking at Li Mu. A faint smile was squeezed out. Marquis Li Hu, I am the minister of the Law Enforcement Division, Tanglong. I really didn't expect that our first meeting would be in this way. The people under my hand don't know what they're doing, and they bumped into the Tiger Marquis, so I'd like to ask the Tiger Marquis to give me a chance to atone for my sins. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up later. As he spoke, Tanglong came up to shake hands. Law enforcement is a paramilitary agency that has a strong connection to the Jinyuan army. He happened to go to Iron Hand City some time ago and met Bai Taiwei, so he knew Li Mu. Knowing that Li Mu was an officer of the Jinyuan army, He was under the hand of Bai Tiawei's husband, and promoted his rank very quickly. He is already a tiger husband. He didn't know the specifics, but he did know that this man was something else. Li Mu, however, looked at him with a faint gaze and had no intention of shaking hands at all. The atmosphere instantly froze. Tanglong maintained his handshake position, seemingly compelled to wait until Li Mu was a step up. Li Mu, however, said in a cold voice, "Don't know any better? Do you think that the people under your hand are merely unintelligent?" Tanglong's smile also tightened a bit. He didn't expect Li Mu to give him so little face. Can he not be aware of the virtues of the people under his hand? A lot of things were even tacitly approved by him. Otherwise, how to curry favor with those families that? How do you make a buck off of them? You could say he was the biggest umbrella for the people in his ministry. So coming up, he didn't even have to ask what went through. It's the idea of taking care of Li Mu first. Marquis Li Hu, you've just arrived in Lin Yuan City. You're not familiar with the place. Let's be forgiving. We have a long life ahead of us. His strings are not clear even for a little cutie. I can hear it too. You're new here. You don't know how deep the waters of Lin Yuan City are. Don't go too far. Otherwise we'll have a long day ahead of us. Li Mu's smile disappeared completely. The way things started, you didn't ask, much less look. Family sons can make law enforcement like dogs, shouting the slogan of enforcing the law for the sake of the public, doing the trick of using power for personal gain. As the people, bullied by their families, bullied by the powers that be, law enforcement is the only thing they have to fall back on. I didn't expect to come in here with evidence of my own self-defense in hand, only to be told by the law enforcement people that you can record whatever you want. You and any evidence won't walk out that door today? What? That's enough to silence you? For not getting out of the way for a little girl to see the view? You tell me. Today, if he were an ordinary citizen, he would be sitting on an interrogation table clutching the evidence. How desperate it should be to be backstabbed by the law enforcement agency you trust the most. Li Mu's roar shook the crowd's ears. He grabbed Tanglong's collar with a thud and pulled him to himself. A murderous aura that the crowd had never felt before rolled out, as if they were in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Li Mu's anger couldn't be suppressed anymore. Tanglong's entire body was already shaking with anger. He was in his 50s. How had he ever been scolded by a junior like this by his neck collar like a dog? There really wasn't a shred of face left for him. Li Hu Ho, making a scene out of this. I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it, Tanglong said through gritted teeth. Li Mu gasped and laughed. Oh, you self-proclaimed high and mighty, regardless of the death of the people, greedy for money and sinning, think you can run amok? I, Li Mu, am inclined to be in charge. You think it's a big deal? I still have to find your chief minister. If the chief minister doesn't work, I'm going to the director. If the director dares to harbor it too, then in his place, I, Li Mu, will come and sit for a few days. Tanglong righteously nodded his head repeatedly with a scoff on his face. Good. I hope you stay this wild. A tiger marquis is just a tiger marquis. Do you really think of yourself as? The words were not yet spoken. A tall figure walked in, and although this person, Li Mu, had never seen a real person, but the videos and photos were seen long before they came. It was none other than Xing, the vice commander of the Wanren military region, who had spoken to him earlier. As soon as Xing appeared, the temperature of the entire space plummeted by a dozen degrees in general. Even Li Mu had goosebumps. A strong 6th grade of the Xian rank, SS level ice attribute talent. I've heard that the strength is even fiercer than the commander-in-chief of the Wanren military region. An assistant commander? The deputy minister on the sidelines suddenly had his entire body numb. And Xing glanced at Tanglong, and his voice came as if from the 9 specters, carrying a chilling aura that was like substance. You think he's crazy? Tanglong was instantly and completely confused. How come the vice commander of the Wanren military region is here in person? Isn't this Li Mu a tiger husband of the Pearl military region? Isn't he one of Wan Longqing's men? Wan Longqing himself is only a deputy commander of the military region, or just recently promoted. How did the Wanren military region dare to jump out and back up Li Mu? He couldn't see the connection anymore. He's got some tough connections behind him, but then again, the consortium and the family are also each working for their own interests. In terms of separate forces, no one could compete with the Jin Yuan army. If they were caught by the Jin Yuan army, they might become outcasts. No, Vice Admiral An. Tanglong's voice began to tremble. Take all these scum down. Chapter 153, hold your tongue. Stand in line. As Xing let out a low drink, the Jin Yuan army swarmed up and held everyone on the spot, including Tanglong. There were naturally people behind Tanglong. In fact, even Xing didn't know exactly how deep he could be involved, but they've wanted to move these families for a long time. We have Li Mu here today. It looks like Li Mu is lending him a hand. In reality, It was their Wanren military region that wanted to capitalize on Li Mu's momentum. If you really touched the lifeblood of your family's power, it was possible that the Jinyuan army wouldn't be able to do their job for themselves to the end. But who is Li Mu? One person changed out the paper versions of the Flowing Cloud Triple Shock and Falling Leaf Blade Technique feats. The Military Merit Division took the initiative to take out the seedling of the Surprise Compass Death Guarantee, and the position of the Department of Military Merit in the Jinyuan army is unshakable. The origin of the Jinyuan army. It is the source of the nation. Tanglong didn't dare to say another word and was honestly pressed out. How could the others still dare to resist? That section chief Zhao was completely confused at this point. He hadn't even met in Xing, much less know how this had gotten to the vice commander of the military region. One is just helping one's relatives to get personal. How did it reach the sky? And the most clueless of all are the noblewoman and the executive couple. At this point they didn't even dare to scream. The Jinyuan army's killing aura is all too heavy, especially when this vice commander came in. It was as if the house had gone into winter. In their senses, it was killing, including the little girl who had been crying her eyes out before, and who was now biting her mouth in death. Fear to the core. It was as if the group could break them into pieces if they dared to cry out one more time. Wait for the crowd to be escorted away. And Xingcai turned to Li Mu and revealed a smile. Li Hu Ho, I've let you suffer. I shouldn't be late. Li Mu didn't show it on his face, but in his heart, he said, good old fox, I'm afraid you're long gone. Refusing to come out is to wait for Tanglong to turn on me. However, Li Mu also understood in Xing's approach. If he had come in with those few Jinyuan troops just now in the beginning, Tanglong was afraid that he would have to concede when he saw him, and dealt with Section Chief Zhao and Captain Song on the spot. A strong man, but also because he didn't come out at first. Only then did Tanglong dare to bare his teeth with Li Mu. And Tanglong's performance just now was captured on Li Mu's tech watch. It's the only way they can look into this through formal means. Li Mu first saluted in Xing formally before speaking. The aggravation isn't so bad. It's a bit embarrassing to bother Vice Commander and to come over personally. What's this? I haven't thanked you for helping Linyuan City catch a few scum. Anning laughed. At the mention of this matter, Li Mu was positive. Vice Commanderin, what I said just now was not just talk. I know that it's a bit unorthodox for the Jinyuan army to directly meddle with the law enforcement system, but as a paramilitary department, the Department of Law Enforcement is the last line of defense for the common man. Once the credibility of the law enforcement system declines, the impact on the Jinyuan army will also be very far-reaching. That's why I must continue to investigate the person behind Tanglong. I don't know if the Wanren military region is willing to provide support, and Xing did not expect that this Li Mu was too sharp for his young age. As soon as they met, they directly set him up as the vice commander and immediately told them to take a stand and take a position. They are simply not given the opportunity to weigh and watch. That means it's very clear. If you don't dare to take care of it, you'd better hurry up and say so. Don't be a piggyback for me. Normally when someone like Li Mu's age saw himself, it was considered tough if he could stabilize without shivering. This Li Mu is so good, it's making him shiver. However, it was good that the Wanren military region had long communicated with Liang Huanjuan and Wan Longcheng. For Li Mu, they were bound to have an attitude of full support. So and Xing nodded solemnly. I didn't realize that Marquis Li who was so young, yet he had such courage and breadth of mind. We, the Wanren military region, will definitely stand firmly behind you. And Xing finished and looked around. Lower your voice slightly. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go. Go back to the military area first and talk about any problems on the way. Li Mu nodded and followed in Xing out of the law enforcement department. There's no point in staying here. Tanglong was arrested, and the director of the law enforcement division, whether he was corrupted or not, as long as his brain was intact, it would be righteousness. Do Tanglong directly, and then try something else afterward. So it's very difficult to see what's going on with the director of law enforcement for a short period of time now. At this time, the law enforcement department was already surrounded by a large number of Jinyuan troops. It looked like in Xing's words just now should be reliable. Li Mu followed in Xing as he got into his military vehicle. Both of them sat in the back seat and got into the car before Li Mu asked in Xing, Vice Commanderin, how much do you know about Tanglong's background? Anqing listened to Li Mu on the car and then pursued the matter of Tanglong. He also knew the real purpose of Li Mu's visit to Linyuan City, so there's utterly nothing to hide. Before that, I'm going to clear up the overall situation of Linyuan City's law enforcement system with you. Linyuan City is a rectangular city that runs north-south. It is led by the General Law Enforcement Division of Linyuan City, and is divided into 3 law enforcement headquarters, the South Sea, the North City, and the Middle Mountain. There are more than 20 Level 1 law enforcement divisions and nearly 1,000 Level 2 law enforcement divisions, all over the harbor area, the urban core and the mountainous development areas on either side. Of these, The Northside Law Enforcement Headquarters is the largest. And this Tanglong is the sub-minister of the first-level law enforcement division under the Zhongshan Law Enforcement Headquarters. He was an assistant to the former General Minister of Law Enforcement in Nakayama before he took this position. And the minister of the Zhongshan Law Enforcement Headquarters is the second generation of the Liu family's current mid-level figure. Li Mu asked directly, "The Liu family? What kind of underpinnings in Lin Yuan City?" Aning thought about it. It's kind of a quasi-tier 1 family, and it's been growing very strongly in the past few years. The Liu family has at least 4 secret methods for high-quality spirit medicines in their hands. Among them, especially the high-quality Aura Original Liquid is the best seller. The cultivation enhancement of high-grade martial artists has always been a top priority, and in addition to their own efforts, the biggest part of external assistance is the elixir industry, and low-quality Aura Primordial Liquid has little effect on martial artists. The medicinal herbs required for high-quality Aura Primordial Liquid are again extremely precious. The higher the vintage, the more effective the herb. I don't know what secret techniques this Liu family has. The production of high-quality Aura Raw Liquid is several times that of other industries, and the quality is still very good. It carries a lot of weight in the elixir industry. Even the Jinyuan army has to purchase from them in large quantities. Li Mu had roughly understood. Families can actually be categorized. It can be roughly categorized into battle power, elixir, spiritual treasure, forging, feats, secret methods, and so on. Battle power class. As the name suggests, the family is strong in battle, has a secret method of cultivation or has a special bloodline. There were many geniuses, and the battle power was powerful. Especially the high-end battle power was powerful. These types of families are the hardest to get a hold of, since they have a strong presence in the abyss as well. It can involve the development of abyssal energy. Only this kind of family would steal energy development from the Jinyuan army. The spirit medicine category was the Liu family, a family that had a special secret method in pharmaceuticals. Spiritual treasures, forges, and techniques are, as the name implies, a family that is based on these factors that are closely related to martial artists. All of them had their own areas of specialization and treasured themselves with various secret methods and techniques. The last secret method category. It's the secret techniques that play a decisive role, such as the storage ring, such as the scale space array, the United Star defense array and so on. This is all provided out of the secret class family. Have to say, family power. Pros and cons. In a time of crisis for the human race, like the development of the United Star Defense Array, Scale Space Array, this type of family, the formation was researched with great devotion and dedicated directly to the country. Many warlike clans are always able to top the most crucial moments, with superb family cohesion. They exerted themselves far beyond the role of ordinary martial artists, going forward and back, sacrificing life and forgetting death. It is these people who have earned the family power some of its current special status, and the more so the family, the more it will instead be taken in by those who, by any means necessary, counted on and persecuted by families whose interests come first. The family of the unmitigated evil makes a lot of money and sings nightly. When good families do things that may touch the interests of evil families, they are targeted. It's simple. For example, every household consumes light bulbs, and the public has accepted that light bulbs should be changed once every 10 days. The bulb seller made a fortune and fame out of it. Suddenly one day a guy pops up and says that one of the bulbs I've been working on will last 3 years, and it's very inexpensive. Then he'll hardly see the sun the next day. Even if he researches a light bulb that in time is proven to be true, he was also protected by the state in time. What about the others? The ones working on batteries, the ones working on drugs, the ones working on food seeds. The state is made up of human beings. It is not a tightly functioning piece of machinery that fits together seamlessly, perfectly intact. This is in fact the national tragedy of a great nation. Instead, the country will still have some fools who only shout at the top of their voices, "Why don't you protect the talent?" These people are among those who consider things superficially. They don't take into account that similar research is being done in the country. Individuals are far less likely to produce results than national institutions that invest greater human and material resources. They can't consider that any research doesn't happen in a day or two. Many of these are aborted when they reach a milestone in the research process. From what stage of protection? To what extent? Who will do the protecting? Let the law enforcement officers, who still have countless other major cases that are under-policed, protect them? Even they can't contemplate if some kind of policy is put in place to protect this kind of folk genius that, then the bad guys can come up with tons of fake genius smoke and mirrors to consume the layer of your protection policy. Get these fools to step up and come up with a solution and they are completely dumbfounded. The bigger the country, the more of these idiots there are. However, Li Mu was very eager to be the one who created the 3-year light bulb. He'd like to see who dared to come and keep him from seeing tomorrow's sun. He pressed the other man's head to see what a wonderful expression he would have on his face when the sun rose the next day. Chapter 154, Landing Sword Unsheathed. Directly targeting the Lu family. And the first step that Li Mu is going to take. It is to distinguish between the good and the bad of these families. Take this Lu family for example. Li Mu's first impression was definitely bad. So he asked, Vice Commander, how does the Jin Yuan army's purchase of the Lu family's original aura liquid compare in price to the market? And Xing smiled helplessly. In the name of the army dedicated to the Jin Yuan, they raise the quality of the aura primordial liquid peddled to the Jin Yuan army a bit, but the price is almost 30% more expensive than the market. And according to our actual quizzes down the road, the little bit of quality that's been boosted isn't even worth the money. But the Jin Yuan army is just a part of the Riding Tiger now. If we refuse to acquire there, then it will cause a big impact on the cultivation enhancement of the generals in the military region. If we turn around and acquire the ones on the market, then we'll detour to the Jin Yuan army. Once the Lu family finds out, not only will they violate the contract, but they'll lose face, suffer unwashed scorn. Raimu laughed. So then, the military district was set up by the Lu family? And Xing's old face actually reddened slightly. Smiling, he sighed and shook his head, and was acquiescing to the statement. Li Mu smiled darkly. This Lu family high-quality Reiki original liquid. I don't know how high it is. Can it be higher than your own polyjuice elixir? During the month in the Tiger's Whistle camp, Li Mu used the lower-grade chi-gathering pill as a reward. Anyway, the Tiger warriors used it to wailing effect. The feedback is much stronger than the usual high-quality aura primordial liquids. And for a month, Li Mu was harvesting an average of one lower crop every 4 days. The chi-gathering pills alone had about 400 to 500 pills per crop, about the same as the lower-grade solid pills. On average, they naturally harvest a crop of top-quality herbs every 10 days. Gan Lin gave almost all of them to the Jade Pure Bone Cleansing Dan and Ghost Axe Creation Dan elixirs, taking out the 1,700 pills of lower-grade polyjuice consumed by the Tigers, 900 pills of lower-grade solid, the remaining 700 or so lower polygraphs and 800 or so lower solids. It's all in Song Chua's place. The Tigers are going to continue to be used. And in Li Mu's storage ring, there were 120 top-grade chi-gathering and top-grade solids, 98 Earth Chakra Spiritual Hua Dan, lying, 170 Jade Pure Bone Cleansing Dan, and 9 S-ranked Ghost Axe Creation Dan. The mass-killing spree in the Divine Elephant Kingdom had allowed Li Mu to obtain a large amount of Creation Spirit crystals, only the quality was too poor, and there were thousands of Creation Spirit crystals below B grade. The A-grade Spirit Crystal of Creation is more than 300. There are 9 in the S-class. Those 300 plus A-ranked ones Li Mu didn't even bother wasting herbs to make them. These 9 S-ranked Li Mu did not even know who to use them for. However, it was naturally impossible for him to directly take it out to help the Wanren military region right now. The quality of your own elixir is too high and the quantity is too low. Taking out a top-grade chi-gathering pill would have to scare Xing out of his wits. And it doesn't get to the root of the problem. And again, Lemuel's giving has to mean something. The lower-grade chi-gathering pill was given to the Tiger Whistling Army because the Tiger Whistling Army was his Li Mu squad. It was at a time when he was leading a dangerous border and had no one to use. The warriors who resolutely followed him. Li Mu, despite the dangers of the border, all his soldiers, and he hadn't gotten to know the Wanren military region yet. And when he got on his feet and needed to open up the situation, the potion is bound to come in handy. The Lu family, on the other hand, is probably about to take this first stabbing of their own. Seeing that Li Mu no longer asked, and Xing instead took the initiative to say, if we look into Tanglong, we're sure to find some clues with the Lu family. But this is something that should be inappropriate to dig deeper into for the time being. The exact extent, we have to judge in due course. We can't piss off the Lu family all at once. Otherwise the consequences are a little hard to predict. Li Mu smiled. Don't worry. As long as the 10,000 Ren military region can have the preparation to fight against the undesirable families, and I'll be sure to keep a sense of proportion, so I won't make it too difficult for you. Besides, didn't you say that the Lu family has been developing very rapidly these past 2 years? Plus, with all these tricks they're pulling on the Jinyuan army, they're winding up. It can't be the Lord of the Losses. As long as Tanglong brings out the slightest trace of blood from the Lu family, the Lu family will probably just open their fangs and strike back at me soon. I'll just see what they come up with. When Li Mu finished speaking, he cast his eyes to the scenery outside the car window with a face of relaxed admiration, and Xing looked at Li Mu's side face and couldn't help but feel a hint of sigh. The latter is a good thing. 18 years old and alone in another city. As soon as he landed, he was so sharp that he cut down the head of the ground, and his sword was pointed straight at a quasi-first-rate family. The point is that he also said he had a point, waiting for the Lu family to make a move. This is clearly having a plan and responding to all changes with no change. You're not overstating it when you say he's a veteran politician with both strength and background. You'd be right to say that he's a chivalrous young man with a spirited, righteous mind. It's just that I'm suffering for my old bones. Li Mu had it in his heart. He, and Xing, didn't have a bottom in his heart. I don't know how this handful of madness with him is going to end. Military vehicles follow the highway straight to the Abyssal entrance fortress. The role of the fortress is not too far off in all cities. It was all a transit point and martial artist staging area for entering and exiting the abyss. Li Mu followed in Xing on the military elevator and sank directly downward. Hundreds of meters of surface truncation later, the abyss below opens up. Li Mu surprisingly smelled a hint of plants. The huge military area below was built on top of a lushly vegetated plain. As far as the eye could see, the grass was green, and although there was still no sunshine, but the sunlight cast in from the entrance of the abyss seemed to have been intensified. The light was at least twice as bright as the Iron Hand City abyss. At best, it's a cloudy weather feel with a bit of fog. And among the transparent elevators that came and went, the number of social martial artists was very large, in groups of 3 or 5. Some of them involve going to the abyss to pick up quests. Some are just back from the abyss. Comparing it to Iron Hand City, it could be called spectacular. Seeing that Li Mu's eyes were filled with marvel, and Xing smiled and explained, abysses like Lin Yuan City and Blood Pond City are known as the abysses of greenery. There are a lot of fixed resources in the Green Willow Abyss. It's usually a heavy task just to maintain the patrols in the areas around these resource development zones, and the monsters of the greenish abyss appear very frequently every day. It's also not like your ruined abyss like Iron Hand City, where the monsters are so sparse. That's why there's a very high participation of social martial artists. This vacuum belt, when the people first came down, I heard it was a big forest. It was only after we pioneered the leveling that we stationed our troops here. All the surrounding vegetation that obscured the view was all leveled. It's what gives us the sweeping view we have now. Li Mu nodded repeatedly and suddenly asked, by the way, Vice Commander, is the Greenery Research Institute located in our military region? And Xing laughed once he heard it. Ha ha. You're asking about Vice Commander Wang's daughter-in-law, the girl called Wang Inhuan. And Xing pointed with his hand to a tall building in the southern military region. Here, that place is the Greenery Institute. I've heard that it was all thanks to her and you that you discovered the mother stone of living crystals. Originally, it was the Blood Sea Military Region's Research Institute that took a liking to her and wanted to break the rules and enroll her. But Vice Commander Wang couldn't bear to have his daughter go too far, so he didn't let her go? Only then did you come to the Greenery Institute? Li Mu smiled and nodded. Yes, but Silver Ring does go to college in Lin Yuan City as well. Saves her from having to mobilize back and forth. And Xing asked seemingly casually. Oh, that's right. Then we've arranged accommodation for you in the military district. Look at you today Li Mu said. I promised her I'd drop in on her before supper. She's going to take me on a dinner tour of the ocean view of Lin Yuan City. It is possible that the night will not return to the abyss. I'll have to look for a house to live in up there too. And I don't have to arrange for a military neighborhood. I'll just find my own. Li Mu didn't think too much about it, which was originally his intention. He's still not used to living in the abyss, and he's been living in Camp Tiger's Wake for a month, with no internet and no entertainment. Enough of holding back. Although there was internet in the military district, it wasn't as comfortable as up there after all. He did have to get a house up there to live in. After Xing heard this, but he revealed a look of old man understands everything and laughed dryly. It made Li Mu blush a little. There's something unorthodox about this old guy. Li Mu suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Vice Commander An, in my present position, what would be a good position to bid for in the military district? And Xing was delighted. It seemed that Li Mu was already planning to temporarily transfer over. Also, he's already drawn the knife on the Lu family, so he's definitely going to have to transfer over temporarily. Well, with your qualifications, you can bid up to Deputy Commander. In exactly a month and a half or so, the current Deputy Commander may be transferred. You're just in time to familiarize yourself with the situation and give it a try. Raima shook his head slightly in resistance. This kind of bolting is too much, and positions that require frequent combat are not for me. Aning froze. The Vice Commander doesn't even want the job? No higher than that for now. And for the lower half of the ranks, the Chief Instructor of the 10,000 Refugee Military Region is in the process of bidding for the position. Snap. Li Mu clapped his hands together. This will do. The first person he came into contact with when he first entered the military district was Qin Zhanya. Qin Zhanya is the military district instructor. According to Qin Zhanya, the work is not heavy. The main responsibility is the training and upgrading of new recruits and veterans, and the Ministry of Kung Fu belongs to the one man and the one woman. And with things like training, after figuring out the training pattern, it goes into automatic mode. Qin Zhanya usually has to keep finding things to do. It's the only way to avoid letting people see that he's about to idle the bird. Li Mu remembered that he was sarcastic at the time, so it was no wonder that the Pearl Military Region's combat power was such a dish. Turns out it's the teachings that don't work. The dish just has to be practiced more. The key to this position is not a low military rank, and the authority is very high. And Xing's mouth twitched furiously. After all this, Li Mu didn't dislike the deputy commander's smallness. He was really afraid of trouble. But the chief instructor is not a mouthful. This position is half a step below the deputy commander though. But this is a real hard power post, teaching people to beat the living daylights out of them. Requirements for one's own strength and prestige are higher than those of a deputy commander. Otherwise, who can serve you? Think about it. You're new here and you're bidding for this position. And if you do bid for it, it's hard for you to open up. 2. Aning spoke at length. These words are already in the realm of personal friendship. And Xing also had this reminder for Wang Longqing's sake. Li Mu doesn't say too much. It's fine. I'll familiarize myself with it for a few days and then casually bid to try it out.